Chapter 1. In the men's restroom of Longting Internet Cafe, a teenager dressed in a black t-shirt was wearing a baseball cap, with smoke swirling around his left hand. In his right hand, he was calmly tinkering with his phone. His fingers were long and slender, with clearly defined joints, and his lips would occasionally curl up. He was tall and lanky, looking no more than 18 or 19 years old, giving off a somewhat delinquent vibe at first glance. But suddenly, the interest in the youth's eyes gradually turned into confusion. Even the cigarette between his left index finger and middle finger fell to the ground because he hadn't held it steady, leaving his fingertips slightly red from the burn. Lin Su subconsciously looked at his hands, which were covered in ash. He habitually put away his phone, frowned, and washed his hands, only to unintentionally catch sight of his reflection in the mirror. His body froze for a moment, and in a daze, he realized that something rather unscientific had happened to him. The boy in the mirror looked much like he did when he was young, his face still bore traces of innocence, but Lin Su knew this wasn't him. Back in the day, he wouldn't have been caught hiding in the bathroom smoking while wearing ripped jeans. In his previous life, Lin Su had spent all his time in an ivory tower, continuing his studies before joining a research institute. Day after day, he immersed himself in the scientific research work he loved. However, in real life, he had died suddenly due to overwork. Now, Lin Su wasn't sure who he had become. Occasionally, fragments of memory surfaced in his mind, perhaps they belonged to his host's memories, scattered and disjointed. But Lin Su roughly realized that the original body was a senior high school student who seemed to be in a rebellious phase. He didn't quite understand the scenes flashing through his memories. Just as he was pondering, another person walked in through the door. This individual appeared similar to the former owner of the body, a young boy. As expected, he recognized him. "Big brother Lin, you really have a big nicotine addiction, huh? Smoke less. Be careful, your grandparents will smell it when you go home." The other boy wrinkled his nose and fanned away the smell near his nose, then grabbed Lin Su's arm. "The guys said they're a bit hungry. Let's find something to eat outside." Mao Jun pulled Lin Su out. Although Lin Su was not used to being touched and his whole body stiffened slightly, he followed along nonetheless. As they went out, Lin Su realized this place was an internet cafe he had never been to before. Watching a group of internet-addicted teenagers nearby made him feel strange. They were all acquaintances of the original owner. Seeing them come, they grabbed their coats and stood up in small groups, loudly chattering as they prepared to leave. "We've been waiting for you for ages," they complained. Lin Su glanced at them and muttered an apology. Naturally, he reached down and picked up his shoulder bag, slinging it on. The group thought his behavior today was odd but didn't give it too much thought. They debated whether they should have barbecue or hot pot. Lin Su wasn't paying much attention, still feeling a bit disoriented after crossing over. His thoughts were interrupted by a white, soft hand landing on his shoulder. It was the girl at the back who had impeccable makeup, speaking ambiguously, "Even though your smoking posture is charming, I really don't like the smell." This activity was actually something the original owner learned from them, though the girl's comment was biased. In reality, Lin Su merely carried a faint tobacco fragrance, which wasn't unpleasant at all. The main reason was that although she hung around with them, she actually liked a type of person she deemed beyond her reach, an academic star. Seeing this enough times made Lin Su realize that for boys of their age, smoking, fighting, and skipping classes were acts of decay they could easily achieve without effort. Lin Su's uniqueness simply lay in the fact that he was better looking. Thinking about it made him feel a bit ashamed. Due to his introverted personality, Lin Su had never been in love in his past life. He had slight social anxiety, partly because he was accustomed to being alone for long periods. He didn't know how to interact well with others. He never experienced feelings of secret affection, so he never initiated anything. But he had indeed been pursued, which he refused subtly since it wasn't the right time for a relationship while studying. Later, he became engrossed in his research and missed opportunities for romance. Then it seemed there weren't many girls coming close to him anymore. Overall, Lin Su believed he might not be the kind of person people favored romantically. He had friends with rich dating experiences, extremely popular among the opposite sex, very different from him. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Su adjusted his shoulder slightly, feeling his smell might have affected the girl. Thus, he kept a distance from Yang Zixuan. The original owner always took the initiative with the girl. However, Lin Su neither liked her nor wanted to engage in early romance. Most importantly, he didn't want to trouble the girl. After all, the 20-something soul inside this body thought it was best to follow high school rules. As a student, he understood the rules quite well. Passing by the registration desk, Lin Su trailed behind as the network manager casually chatted with these boys. "I heard one of you guys is from Fuzhong, the affiliated high school." There was disbelief in his tone. He knew these boys well, most of them were regular customers from the neighboring vocational high school. "What kind of school is Jiangda Fuzhong?" "It's the top among the 4 major schools in our city of Jiangcheng. Doesn't feel like it fits at all." The boy chuckled. "Lin Su, come over." Then he glanced at Lin Su who was walking at the back and pulled him forward. With an air of pride, the boy pointed at him and said, "My buddy is from Fuzhong, even from the international class." In the past, when the original owner was pushed out to show off, his reaction was more often annoyance and anger, resisting quite a bit. Therefore, he never wore his school uniform when going out because he thought it brought shame. This was because the original owner, in the international class, was a thorough failure, a delinquent in the eyes of teachers, almost facing expulsion. Moreover, compared with the wealthy backgrounds of other students in the international class, the original owner's family was very ordinary, merely middle class, and his parents had put in a great deal of effort just to get him in. Perhaps this extreme disparity also contributed to the gradual downfall of the original owner. But Lin Su remained calm, simply nodding as if used to it. Lin Su's own family background wasn't bad. In his previous life, he had always attended the best schools in the capital city, both for high school and university, and after studying abroad, he chose to return home for research. The only thing that remained constant was his severe social anxiety. Now, he only felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, unaware that what he displayed on the outside was a somewhat distant and cold demeanor. Oh, that's impressive. You know how to balance work and play. The network manager didn't really know much about whether Fuzhong had an international program or not. He harbored a little skepticism inside but continued to say flattering words aloud. The academic atmosphere in Jiangxing was very strong, and every year during the college entrance exam, competition was fierce no matter the age group. Regardless of their educational level, elders and children alike knew that excelling academically was the ultimate goal. Maybe thinking that Lin Su was being overly arrogant, the boy couldn't help but scoff. Still, for Lin Su's face, he didn't say anything further. They had been playing together for more than half a year and naturally knew what kind of person Lin Su was. Lazy and sneaky, he was good at cutting corners, just like them, muddy water all around. He was definitely not the stereotypical studious student people would imagine attending Fuzhong. After leaving the internet cafe, someone joked to Lin Su, "Come on, super scholar, what do you want to eat? Is it your treat today?" Recently, the genius has been pretty generous. Lin Su then remembered how extravagant the original owner had recently been with money, behaving as though he'd gotten some unexpected fortune, only to squander most of it within days. He felt something important flash through his mind but didn't catch it. However, Lin Su looked at his watch and took off his cap, revealing a refined appearance. To be honest, he looked like the quintessential male lead from youth dramas, handsome eyebrows, bright eyes, a pure gaze, and fair skin. His looks were outstanding, in short, pure. He placed the hat in his backpack and took out his school uniform. Today was a weekday, and lunch break was almost over. Of course, he had to return to school for classes, and he even felt his hair near the ears was getting too long. When he attended high school, his hair was extraordinarily short. "Sorry, I have to go back to school. I still have classes this afternoon." Wearing the blue and white school uniform, Lin Su seemed momentarily separated from the others, as if belonging to another world. Even if there was nothing else special, that school uniform alone made people look at him differently, seemingly exuding a cold moonlight-like aura. Some of them secretly envied that Lin Su could attend such a prestigious school. Yet upon considering that Lin Su wasn't exactly a scholar either, they felt reassured, convinced that they were all part of the same group, and thus could interact freely. Seeing Lin Su like this, Yang Zixuan's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but admire multiple times. "Lin Su, you look great in the school uniform, extremely similar to my idol." Lin Su bore a slight resemblance to a young actor from the entertainment industry who became instantly famous for a youth drama role. However, the actor's face showed signs of plastic surgery. Comparing looks alone, Lin Su's face was far superior. As for charm, there was truly no comparison to be made. That young actor was renowned for portraying the most authentic male lead in youth dramas. "Tisk, shallow, it's not much different in essence," someone muttered under their breath. Due to Lin Su's refusal, the group's mood soured slightly. Someone asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to go to class today? Weren't you always skipping?" They realized that Lin Su had spoken incredibly few words today, and when he finally did, it was something deflating. Mao Jun, who tended to be carefree, noticed the awkward atmosphere and attempted to mediate, saying, "Then let's skip it today. I have some things to take care of too, so I'll leave with Brother Lin." He was the only one here who called Lin Su Brother Lin, because he was a couple of months younger. Other boys weren't as close to Lin Su, and regardless of age, they referred to him directly by his name. At the root of it, jealousy still played a significant role. "If they don't want to go, fine, let's just leave." Everyone left with ill feelings, muttering sarcastically. Yang Zixuan suddenly lost interest in following the crowd and went home by herself. Mao Jun stared dumbly at Yang Zixuan's retreating back for a few seconds before catching up with Lin Su. "Brother Lin, are you really going back to class?" he asked. Lin Su still felt a certain level of intimacy toward Mao Jun, who was one of the few genuine friends of the original owner. "Yeah, you should go back to class too," Lin Su sincerely advised him. Learning to indulge in pleasures at a young age wasn't a good habit. At the mention of studying, Mao Jun felt a headache coming on. He was more interested in other things. "Brother Lin, didn't you just get into a relationship? Do you still like Yang Zixuan?" His ears turned a little red as he said this because he himself seemed to have developed feelings for her recently. Lin Su paused, his eyes vacant. What relationship? Was there something he hadn't remembered? "How about this, did you forget? It's an online relationship, Mao Jun said quietly, implying it was shared only with him. Another thought flashed through Lin Su's mind. Though the original owner was detested in real life as a delinquent teenager, he was quite popular in online circles. In a certain gay dating group, the original owner ranked number one among those sought after as boyfriends: mature, handsome, gentle, and charming. Especially famous for his sweet words, he had all the girls, zeros, eager to chat with him. So even if the original owner acted like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, there were always people ready to pick up the tab. His profile picture's backgrounds featured some luxurious villas. According to him, his family was in the real estate industry. It was a family business. If selling properties counts, the original owner's parents indeed sold houses in the capital city. The original owner also had an older brother who followed their father into sales. The original owner grew up as a left-behind child in Jiangcheng. The background images were all of houses they'd sold, genuine and trustworthy. His face was photoshopped onto them. And not only that, but due to poor photo editing skills, he looked uglier, appearing much older to meet the requirement of seeming more mature. They aged him significantly, making him look at least 25 or older. Of course, these pictures served their purpose well. After all, in the one circle, quality men weren't abundant. Even someone with half the looks of the original owner could do well. In summary, the original owner was undeniably a childish gold digger, aiming to find rich sugar daddies, ultimately for pocket money. Since the gay community was small, without any available ones, it was easy to manipulate. Even a straight man like the original owner could become number one. Lin Su couldn't help but wonder what the group members would think if they found out his true identity. For now, he furrowed his brows deeply enough to crush a fly, his heart uneasy. He never expected that upon arriving here, he would come with a partner, and a male partner at that. Struggling to understand heterosexual relationships, he now found himself transformed into a homosexual one. When it came to the subject of love, Lin Su was absolutely failing. Forget sweet words, his most commonly used sentences in chats were simply and okay. Compared to the original owner, he felt genuinely ashamed as a high schooler. Compared to the original owner, Lin Su was undoubtedly purer and more like an actual high school student. Chapter 2. The newly minted couple Amour and Gigi Mengmang became a hot topic of discussion in their group chat. After all, the main character, Amour, was well known as the ultimate catch in the group. Their group had a rather high entry threshold. One would not qualify if either appearance or family background fell short. It was indeed a high-quality dating circle. Amour stood out mainly due to his looks. The ratio of zeros to ones, a metaphor for certain roles in relationships, was no joke. Among hundreds in the group, there were only dozens of ones, and even fewer who looked good. Though his features in the photos weren't perfect, they combined into an undoubtedly handsome face. Not to mention, Amour was quite skilled at flirting with men, leaving both models and photographers in the group yearning for him. Some even offered to come over and take private photo shoots for him. Of course, the underlying purpose was naturally for some physical relationship. In short, many were hungry for him. Since he never agreed, it made everyone even more feverish and restless. Everyone came from different places, and making friends through screens naturally led to being deceived by the original owner, Amour, who could pass off as a rich second-generation youth. Who would have thought that this person attempting to live off others was actually a man still in school? Gigi Mengmang was a new member who recently joined the group. Everyone didn't know much about him, and his photos were quite blurry. As a zero, Gigi Mengmang wasn't very warmly received by the ones in the group, who were already overly praised. But, among the clients of the original owner's father, there were many billionaires, and thus he keenly noticed this Gigi Mengmang, a super-rich, second-generation rich, incomparable to their other group mates. This was the first move made by the original owner. A few days ago, when Gigi Mengmang got into a conflict with another group member, Amour broke tradition by helping Gigi Mengmang and even openly nominated him during the pairing event, hoping to give himself a chance. In small circles, status hierarchy is magnified infinitely. That someone like Amour, a top-tier charmer on the food chain, was so infatuated with seemingly ordinary Gigi Mengmang left everyone puzzled and envious. After all, although Amour flirted during chats, he had never publicly expressed his admiration. This was the first time with Gigi Mengmang. Thus, Amour and Gigi Mengmang became a couple. Gigi Mengmang did not refuse at the time, possibly because he felt something for Amour too. Of course, now the group mates spent every day waiting for them to break up, joking that such a dominant and decisive bachelor was more desirable to them anyway. Within an afternoon, Gu Jinji had called Lin Su over 10 times, but none were answered, gradually making her anxious and irritated. The beauty mark beside her reddened eyes added to her charm, making her look even livelier. He had an inexplicably alluring manner. His cheeks were delicate, bearing a little tiger tooth. His peach blossom-shaped eyes slightly tilted upward, and his bright gaze resembled treasures beneath the sea. However, appearances could be deceiving. Gu Jinji was of excellent lineage and good looks but terrible temper. He excelled at causing trouble and was destined to be a cannon fodder character in novels. This carefree young master grew tired of racing cars and visiting nightclubs. Despite having no feeling towards the handsome boys in the nightclub, his heart was now swayed by his nominal boyfriend, albeit with anger. Gu Jinji was gay. He was 24 years old and had yet to experience love. Of course, the young master of the Gu family certainly wasn't lacking for suitors. In the capital's social circle, he was admired by many, countless wanting to share his bed. If even he couldn't find quality partners, other gay men wouldn't stand a chance. For him, looking good simply wasn't much of a feature. With an older brother taking over the family business, Gu Jinji was spoiled and grew up without learning much, displaying innocence or a touch of foolishness. Regarding those fervent pursuers, he couldn't distinguish sincere intentions from pretense, so he decided to ignore everyone. Gu Jinji absolutely could not tolerate being used. He had severe emotional OCD. Fortunately, indeed, very few people could endure him for long. Gu Jinji had a lordly temperament, and was quick-tempered. Anyone with moral or personality flaws among his suitors was bound to receive harsh mockery, and any past blemishes, no matter how small, rendered them entirely without dignity in front of him. Therefore, those trying to climb higher branches, whether for money or truly interested, couldn't maintain their act for long. Objectively speaking, Gu Jinji wasn't particularly popular among the ones. Someone less good-looking but with a gentle personality might have been far more comforting. But deep down, he did harbor fantasies about his future partner. He wanted a boyfriend who liked him and was completely devoted to him. Gu Jinji's elder brother knew his naivety and worried about his younger sibling being deceived. Thus, he meticulously filtered those who could approach his brother. Phoenix men seeking easy lives were utterly impossible to get close to Gu Jinji. He knew that those people could endure a lot. They might harbor resentment towards Gu Jinji in their hearts, but they could deeply hide it. However, Gu Jinji was a straightforward person. If he were truly deceived and fell in love with someone, even if he hit a wall, he wouldn't turn back, and he would surely be drained of everything. Never did he expect that Gu Jinji accidentally entered a homosexual dating group. What was called high-quality dating was quite laughable for people at their level. But this was the first time Gu Jinji discovered such a new world, and it was unusually fresh to him. He was curious about the lives of his group friends and was also quite active. However, as expected, the outspoken Gu Jinji offended many people, and at the same time, he didn't like them much either. Every day, he acted like a tyrannosaurus, getting angry all the time, muttering things like, "Shit, what an arrogant dumbass, they're oily enough to cook vegetables, how can anyone fancy them? They really don't have high standards." But at the same time, he rooted himself down like a squatter, watching them out of the corner of his eye to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. After all, Gu Jinji's life was too boring. As for the top one in the group, Gu Jinji initially had no feelings for him. The things the other party posted were nothing out of the ordinary to him and couldn't attract his attention. However, after Amor helped him confront a group member once, Gu Jinji started to take notice of him. Although he felt that he had never lost an argument, being defended by a man was still a pretty strange feeling. Even though he thought Amor was a bit slick inside, this time he did not offend him by telling the truth untimely. During the later pairing activity, with a sense of novelty, he agreed to be with Amor. But so far, only a few days had passed, and his disappointment in this top player had piled up completely. He had already seen through the other side pretending about his family background, knowing he only spoke sweet words, just like him without any depth, and speaking of looks, well, just average. It was just out of boredom that he continued playing this game, and he shallowly spent several 10,000 RMB on the other side. Anyway, this was equivalent to a few days' pocket money for him. All along, Amor had been very enthusiastic about him, always replying instantly, and today he unexpectedly left him hanging for half a day. Gu Jinji couldn't help but think that his vision was narrow, satisfied with just getting tens of thousands. But he was really angry. He hated men who were cunning with clear ulterior motives the most, never expecting that Lin Su didn't turn on his phone for a whole afternoon because he was attending class. Their school actually gave students a lot of freedom, secretly playing phones during class basically went unnoticed, but Lin Su had principles. Absolutely, during class time, he could not be distracted, and he even planned to leave his phone at home on weekdays in the future. Moreover, he was somewhat embarrassed by his online boyfriend Chi Chi Mang Mang and harbored a kind of ostrich-like avoidance attitude. Lin Su temporarily wasn't ready to accept the fact that he had an online boyfriend. The classmates in the international class had absolutely no impression of Lin Su's appearance. In their eyes, Lin Su was transparent. They each had their own circles, mostly playing together at the same level, or because of character and ability, they were quite popular in the class. Lin Su didn't fit into any circle. Everyone didn't even realize his rare behavior of listening to a whole afternoon's class, who cared about him anyway. Lin Su was happy to have some peace and quiet, quite glad that the previous owner didn't have good interpersonal relationships, otherwise, he might mess them up. When he exited the school gate carrying reading materials, he had no choice but to start accepting reality, his expression melancholy as he turned on his phone. An aunt at the restaurant entrance saw him standing there for a while and asked, "Kid, do you want some spicy hot pot?" Lin Su hadn't eaten properly at noon and was a little hungry. Looking at a few small tables filled with people, he hesitated a bit inside. Thinking about taking it home could also work, he nodded, picked some dishes, and said, "No spice, no chili." As a representative of super self-discipline, Lin Su rarely indulged in food cravings, and greasy and salty foods that made people salivate were things he avoided altogether. The ant was momentarily puzzled, stuck and handed over, saying in dialect to the kitchen, "Give him boiled vegetable dish." Lin Su didn't understand the dialect and remained unaware, but the students dining there understood and burst into laughter. Lin Su faintly sensed that they seemed to be laughing at him. His face unchanged, but he felt a bit shaky. However, their teasing was all friendly, and even bold male classmates approached him, smiling and asking, "Can I get your WeChat ID?" Lin Su stood stunned for a while before realizing he was being asked, and the question was repeated several times. Finally, the person carefully asked, "Do you not accept homosexuals?" Lin Su shook his head, now having a shadow from gay people, which made him seem distant in rejecting others. After receiving his water-boiled dish, Lin Su clenched his lips and quickly slipped away, but the ant enthusiastically told him, "Come again next time, I'll remember you, student." Lin Su hurried his pace a bit more. And the people in the restaurant were still chatting idly. That boy just now was so aloof, but he looked quite handsome, don't know which grade he's in. After the little interlude, Lin Su finally opened his phone and was a bit startled at the flood of missed call notifications. This kind of scenario was something he had never experienced in his past life. He remembered that this WeChat account with a ragdoll cat avatar belonged to Chi Chi Mang Mang. As his thoughts wandered, he felt the cat's expression seemed rather fierce, with its tiny face scowling, yet somehow incredibly adorable. Lin Su pressed his lips together, then recalling Chi Chi Mang Mang again, his face showed discomfort as he wondered why the other was so clingy. He didn't know what to do now and wasn't bold enough to impulsively bring up breaking up since he hadn't yet remembered everything. He didn't know how far along the original owner was with things, and he didn't want to hurt the other party in haste. As another call came in, after much deliberation, he answered it, his heart pounding heavily. This feeling of having to check in with his boyfriend was completely new to him, even though their relationship seemed peculiar. "Hello." The voice on the other end also sounded somewhat surprised, both shocked that the call had finally gone through and tense because it was their first voice chat. Hearing only the voice and not seeing the person made him feel slightly mesmerized, and the boy's voice on the other end turned out to be unexpectedly sweet, like gurgling springs of honey, but there seemed to be a hint of irritation in it. Lin Su paused for a moment before unsteadily replying with an, He wasn't sure what to say, actually, his throat felt a bit constricted. However, his natural vocal advantage made him sound very composed, cool and calm with a slight magnetism that starkly contrasted with his usually slick demeanor. "Hey, you ignored me all afternoon." With a note of complaint, Gu Jinji took the initiative, already aware that he wasn't exactly popular. Thus, he decided to put on a slight act, given that it was their first online romance. Yet when angry, Gu Jinji's rising tone couldn't be controlled. After all, they were currently CPs, wasn't Amour supposed to like him? How could he not take such a thing seriously? The idea of those zeros potentially mocking him in the group made Gu Jinji grind his teeth in anger. But quitting the group outright wasn't his style, it would make him seem like he was fleeing in defeat. Lin Su's brain briefly froze as he recalled that Chi Chi Mang Mang claimed to be a 20-year-old male university student. So, he awkwardly explained, "I thought you were in class, so I turned my phone off while at work." His attitude was amiable, and his speech slow and unhurried, without any trace of displeasure at being questioned. The sound of the other's voice felt like an air conditioner blowing cool air, unintentionally soothing Gu Jinji's temper. His mind short-circuited for a second, apparently just realizing this. What nonsense about a male university student, he'd been graduated for years. Back then, his judgment must have been impaired to create this persona. He heard that everyone liked cute, sweet college boys at the time, so he slightly hid his real age. He almost forgot himself. With some hesitation, he defended himself, "I secretly called you from the toilet during class. My legs went numb standing there, and I didn't know where you went." In this explanation, he acted as though he'd sacrificed a lot. But due to feeling somewhat guilty, Gu Jinji was no longer upset, his voice dropping a notch. Lin Su had initially planned to quickly end the call, but hearing this made him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively add, "Skipping class is wrong." He used to be a lecturer, but later, because he needed to frequently interact with many students, which was unsuitable for him, he abandoned that path. However, hearing the complaints from the young boy reminded him of the students who used to space out during his classes, making him feel rather helpless. Gu Jinji. To be honest, he had skipped class for 4 years straight and never imagined that years after graduation, these ghostly teacher-like admonishments would come back to haunt him. Though the person on the other side was older, his voice still sounded youthful, so it was normal for him to lecture. Gu Jinji stubbornly retorted, "Why didn't you reply to me?" Faced with Gu Jinji's baseless complaints, Lin Su was momentarily at a loss, stumbling, then. "I won't ignore you next time." Gu Jinji's voice softened slightly. He was the type who reacted well to kindness but not harshness. Right now, he strangely felt a tingling sensation, finding online dating intriguing. And the voice was nice too. Gu Jinji began to slightly change his opinion of Amour. After the strange call ended, Gu Jinji initially sat stunned, curling his foot slightly, suddenly snapping back to reality and cursing under his breath, "Damn, I almost blew my cover." Would he have to pretend to be a university student forever? Shit, did he have to become one of those pretentious, pure zeros he despised most? Feeling an itch in his fists, Gu Jinji wanted to punch himself. Chapter 3. Gu Jinji. This name sounds somewhat feminine. After all, how many men would call themselves Ji? The origin of this name stems from the expectation that he would be a girl when born. Having both a son and a daughter was originally the hope of Gu's parents, but they ended up with another boy in the second pregnancy. Despite this, the name was never changed. Gu Jinji's name carried within it the sole requirement his parents had for him, living a life of luxury, symbolized by brocade robes and graceful trees. However, as Gu Jinji grew older, he seemed to have grown in the wrong direction. We won't mention whether he has made an achievement or not, since the eldest can always hold things up anyway. Gu Jinji still had problems showing himself openly. Other than looking good, he appeared to be utterly useless. Even his one redeeming quality, perhaps, might not count much among people like them, though at least he possessed a childlike heart. Compared to Gu Qi, who was full of scheming thoughts, Gu Jinji was simply childlike, simple-minded, and often open-hearted towards others. It was only after eating quite a few losses from childhood to adulthood that he finally learned some lessons. Now, he is distrustful of people to the extreme, constantly sulking, and verbally cutting in ways that are beyond description, rarely treating anyone sincerely. Fortunately, being born into the Gu family, no one dared make him suffer, and Gu Qi, who adored his younger brother, protected him well. Gu Jinji didn't have many friends, but those around him were sincere, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to put up with him. He was dissatisfied with his name, but since it was chosen by his parents, there was no easy way to change it. Moreover, Gu Jinji disliked all traits about himself that leaned toward the feminine. Take his looks, which already tended to be neutral, coupled with naturally pale skin. From middle school onwards, due to his appearance, he received a lot of attention from boys, which left him feeling infuriated. Thus, in every gang fight involving troublemaking youths, Gu Jinji's presence could be seen. He enjoyed participating very much, always charging ahead, as if racing against others' performance. Oddly enough, he also had a talent for it. Brawling was something he excelled at. His icy stares and fists together were enough to shatter the stereotype created by his good looks, ensuring no one dared come near him again. Later, Gu Jinji realized that he was attracted to men. He actually liked boys. However, in his younger days, Gu Jinji showed no interest or aspirations towards romance. Instead, he spent his time getting into fights and causing trouble. Every year, he would definitely spend time under the tropical sun to get tanned, claiming it beautified his complexion even though it caused his skin to peel. He'd style his hair into messy highlights, thinking he looked like a prince from a distant land, fierce and untamed. But genes are powerful. His fair complexion would return quickly after these phases. His parents would joke about him turning back into a proper person again and wouldn't allow his wild behavior for too long. This year, as he has aged, he began reflecting seriously on significant life matters. He lost interest in other activities and spent hours lying in his room pondering how to shape the persona of a male university student. Suddenly, a phone call came in. It was his best friend Su Zhou. Su Zhou was a hardcore straight man, slightly resistant towards gays. Nevertheless, having played together since childhood, he accepted Gu Jinji's confession about his sexuality after some internal struggles. They were, after all, brothers in spirit. In Su Zhou's eyes, Gu Jinji exhibited no qualities of being gay. Nothing about him matched the stereotypical notions of gays. His profanity was fluent, so much so that even the claim that he dated different girls every month would be believed by many. Moreover, Gu Jinji hadn't yet shown affection towards any men either. He'd only beaten up quite a few. So Su Zhou often wondered if his friend's brain functioned correctly. "Why are you hesitating to answer the phone? Are we still going to Sonya next month?" Su Zhou asked casually. "Go away, I'm not interested." Gu Jinji was busy browsing forums, trying to understand what other male students did. As he scrolled through posts, watching videos of metro grandpas on their phones, he quietly jotted down notes in a memo app. "So what's keeping you busy? Has Second Master Gu become impatient with his own bro now?" Su Zhou taunted him. "Do you even know my online alias is Ji Mang Mang? Hence, I'm extremely busy, okay? Don't bother me." "Fuck, you're acting strange." Su Zhou swore lightly before curiously asking, "Speaking of which, how's your infiltration in that gay community group coming along? Did you discover that you're actually straight?" Su Zhou had previously listened to Gu Jinji rant about the men in that group, almost none of whom he valued at all, completely unlike someone who should attract other men's interest. That makes more sense. Good brothers stick together to chase girls. "Nope, I've got a date now." Gu Jinji nonchalantly tossed out this explosive news. "What? That fast? Who is he? What does he look like?" Su Zhou couldn't process the information right away, feeling a little dazed. "Just a regular guy, 26 years old." Gu Jinji replied offhandedly, adding after a thought, "And he has a nice voice." Thinking of it warmed his heart slightly. Starting now, he too was a person who'd fallen in love. No need for face-to-face meetings, else he probably wouldn't be able to tolerate oily men, let alone deceive them. Su Zhou still felt something was off. This didn't seem worth making Gu Jinji take a second glance, estimating it to be just a passing fancy. So, hooking up with someone doesn't conflict with us going out next month, right? Not planning on getting tanned again this year? Oryx Prince? Su Zhou teased him. Gu Jinji paused for a moment, seriously considering it, and indeed rejected the idea. My current persona is that of a male college student, who's ever heard of one as dark as night? I'm not going. He looked at those so-called Zero Beauties photos on the forums, all edited whiter than walls, impossibly thin, unlike himself who had 8-pack abs. No body hair. Well, this was something Gu Jinji couldn't mock, he naturally lacked body hair too. Su Zhou could only think how strange these developments were. What kind of male college student are you? Are you possessed by a ghost? Gu Jinji explained, you don't know anything. Male college students are quite popular now. Actually, male high schoolers are more popular, but that would probably be a bit too much. He had no relation whatsoever to male high schoolers, he couldn't fake it. You'd better be careful you don't get scammed, both emotionally and financially. Su Zhou thought it was unreliable since he'd witnessed Gu Jinji being scammed from childhood until recently when he became cold-blooded and ruthless, yet now he was acting weird again. Gu Jinji was speechless, completely afraid to admit that he had already spent tens of thousands on his boyfriend. But he didn't think he'd get scammed, he knew what the other side was like. Anyway, he was just playing around for now, actually found it pretty interesting. Stop worrying, I don't even like him, I'm just messing with him. Gu Jinji swore solemnly. Have you ever been in love? Have you even tasted pork? I think there's a great chance you'll be scammed. Gu Jinji became irritated at his words, as if he were incredibly stupid. Go to hell. You know nothing. Hang up. Su Zhou quickly said before he could, don't hang up. My girlfriend is a college student, shall I recommend her to you for some advice? This seemed somewhat useful. Gu Jinji grunted heavily in agreement and proceeded to bookmark a leg photo of a Zero Beauty on the forum. Although he didn't understand why wearing white socks was special, following along would do for now. And then he learned their speaking techniques as well. Su Zhou thought, given that the Gus were rich, being scammed wouldn't count as a big deal anyway. On the other hand, Lin Su finished his dinner silently, having completed his homework, and began staring at his phone, spacing out. His grandparents had gone square dancing, leaving him alone at home. After experiencing an utterly real day as a high schooler, Lin Su started contemplating how he had suddenly ended up in this high schooler's body. There must have been some reason for it. What kind of world was this? It appeared no different from the real world for now. Staring blankly at the username Zhi Mang Mang, something seemed to click. In his previous life when he was still alive, a certain book seemed to be very popular. However, because it was Miai literature, relatively niche, Lin Su only heard passers-by talking about it and wasn't too clear on the book's contents. All he knew was that the book appeared to be about a villainous protagonist reforming, where the villain was an 18-tier minor celebrity who'd hooked up with many men, among whom the most significant wealthy second-generation cannon fodder love interest they met online. The legitimate love interest, however, was an Academy Award-winning actor, shrewd and calculating, leading to the villain's reform. That cannon fodder love interest was deceived into giving him resources, helping him rise in prominence, only to be discarded eventually, becoming a laughingstock in the entire circle where everyone ridiculed him. What's the use of money if your brain isn't sharp enough to hold on to it? The clashes between the legitimate protagonist and love interest in the book were electric, highly stimulating, a literal showdown between two players. The book's tone was such, deviousness would never be criticized, but stupidity would. Zhi Mang Mang. Cannon fodder love interest. Lin Su suddenly realized something. He had entered a book, and his role might be even less relevant than the cannon fodder, merely the first online lover of the cannon fodder's rural counterpart seeking extra pocket money. Judging by logic, his role was likely to play a part in contrasting or mocking. The main male lead was adept at faking it as a rural counterpart, whereas he, a naive high schooler, pretended to be mature to make extra pocket money. Lin Su realized he wasn't too involved in the book's events and would gradually fade out of the main character's circles. But Zhi Mang Mang, this classmate who often skipped classes, would his entire life be intertwined with being cheated and hurt? Lin Su's urgent desire to cut ties with the other party lessened a little. He seemed to have the strength to help the other person escape the plot line now, and he didn't want Zhi Mang Mang to feel deceived immediately either. If that happened, the main male lead would find it easier to exploit the situation. The original owner should have swindled money, and Lin Su planned to figure everything out and return it all. As for the feelings involved, he recalled that they had only participated in CP activities which had more of a game-like nature. Past examples showed that couples staying together after the activity weren't rare either, while others who didn't form feelings naturally parted ways after the event. Lin Su believed such a breakup wouldn't constitute fraud. Still, he hesitated somewhat, unsure if not harboring feelings made this relationship fair or not. Did Zhi Mang Mang have feelings for the original owner? He couldn't possibly pretend to be the original owner, and if the other party found him boring and got disappointed, then it would be best to end it all naturally. With that in mind, Lin Su decided not to send Zhi Mang Mang a message. He looked at the chat records. In the last few days, the previous owner's flirtatious messages were one after another. He neither intended to swindle money nor could he come up with any such lines. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Su was quite satisfied when there was no follow-up after the call ended, and then he prepared to sleep after washing up. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the screen lit up. Lin Su, who had pulled up the covers well, had no choice but to turn over and grab his phone from the table. It was Ji Mang Mang. Upon opening the message, Lin Su felt as though his skull would explode. He was at a loss, uncertain whether or not he should even look. The other side sent a picture of legs sitting on the floor, wearing white socks and slippers. Although the muscles were faintly visible, they appeared very healthy and beautiful. Ji Mang Mang, I had PE class today, just stretched a bit, now my calves feel a little sore. I wanted to share it with you, also leaving you a screensaver, but won't your coworker think it's immature that your boyfriend is a college student? Cry.jpg. Gu Jinji, suppressing the urge to vomit while sending, his eyes twinkled with interest. He saw the forum poster's photo. The uncle's response during their intimate period was extremely supportive, and they chatted until everything went dark. Although his legs had a little muscle tone, it should be okay. Gu Jinji couldn't wait to see how the college student version of himself would charm Amuro. Then the losers in the group would know, he, second master of the Gu family, wasn't unpopular. He was just too lazy to act. Lin Su focused on replying, what kind of class has such a big workout? Meanwhile, he worried and didn't dare to use this as a screensaver, otherwise everyone around him would know about his early romance. He dared not even look at this picture twice, it was overly suggestive for a high schooler. For Lin Su, whose romantic experiences were akin to a high schooler's, it was as well. However, he liked the other person's muscular lines. His physical activity last life could only be described as average, and now re-entering high school left him less time for exercise. Therefore, he thought Ji Mang Mang was truly a vibrant young man, yet he discovered that lively boys indeed found it harder to sit still in class. Ah! Gu Jinji was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to utter any prepared words. Shouldn't the other person deeply discuss about his legs with him? He didn't know how to reply. Stammering, Gu Jinji sent back, basketball class, do you like playing basketball? Lin Su hesitated for a moment, remembering the previous owner's claim of being a fitness enthusiast, so he furrowed his brow and lied, yes, I find post-exercise muscle lines attractive. This comment hit Gu Jinji right where it counted. He too believed his own muscle lines looked excellent, feeling pleased. Muttering away, he began exposing his true nature, I thought you prefer pale, young, and slim. But upon reflection, since you also work out, our aesthetics should match. Sensing something off, he quickly added, of course, I am pretty pale, young, and slim. Almost forgetting his character again. Gu Jinji's impression of Amuro improved greatly. This person didn't seem so oily anymore, neither did they talk much about legs, but their ideas aligned closely. Lin Su dryly chuckled, Let me see your abs someday, Gu Jinji said interestedly, wanting to compare who trained better. Lin Su stiffened, okay. Oh, what should I call you? Amour? Partner? Or? Gu Jinji asked. Anything is fine. Oh, then calling you brother works, right? Since I'm younger, Gu Jinji used his ultimate move and sent a voice message calling him brother. Lin Su, alright, it's late, rest soon, we have class tomorrow. He really couldn't chat further, fearing another voice message if they continued. As someone with social anxiety, he was terrified. Gu Jinji once again felt how tough it was being a college student. Nobody sleeps at this hour. Such an old-fashioned guy. But it was good for him. Alright, good night. After replying, Gu Jinji grew bored with nothing else to do, lying down idly, even wanting to read a book. He squinted to hear his voice recording again, teeth aching, shit, crush you into pieces. In order to bewitch the uncle, he sacrificed his pride. However, this uncle seemed rather fresh and pure, even making him sleep at 10 o'clock, treating him like a good boy. Gu Jinji wickedly smiled. If Amuro finds out later that he isn't much younger than the other party, it would surely be interesting. Liking pure-hearted university students, he got scammed. Chapter 4. At 6 in the morning, Lin Su opened his eyes on time. The original owner's room was clean and tidy, just like a normal high school student's. The original owner probably didn't want his grandparents to know about his nocturnal escapades either. The tuition for the international class wasn't cheap, costing over 100,000 yuan per year. Moreover, the program targeted overseas universities, which indicated that the Lin family had planned for the original owner to study abroad. For an average middle-class family, this investment was indeed significant. It was unclear how many houses his father or older brother would need to sell to make up the cost. Lin Su hadn't been immersed in societal affairs before, but he also understood how difficult it must have been for his family members. He silently thought that since he had come, he might as well complete the original owner's tasks properly. He did not wake his grandparents, only slung the heavy comic books over his shoulder, drew out some breakfast money from the drawer, and went off quietly to school. Glancing at the phone on the desk, Lin Su hesitated for a moment. The corner of his school uniform was nearly creased from his twisting it in thought, which showed just how troubled he was. He felt it unnecessary to bring the phone to school but couldn't help fearing that Ji and Mang Mang would bombard him with calls like they had yesterday. Looking back, the excuse about work and switching off the phone sounded strange. Who works like a caveman these days? After some contemplation, Lin Su sighed and decided to take the phone along anyway, just setting it to silent mode. After all, they were nominal partners now, and his partner was a young university boy full of vitality, very clingy, with plenty of leisure time and less stress than him. He shouldn't always think based on his own perspective, understanding was more important. Even though, in his memory, college coursework wasn't light either. Lin Su bought a plain steamed bun and a cup of soy milk downstairs. Walking calmly towards the bus stop, a cool breeze swept around him. Earphones plugged into his MP3 player, an essential item from his previous life as a student, he listened to English exam listening materials. Lin Su was never arrogant. He didn't think that even though participating in the college entrance examination happened only a few years ago, he could perform as usual. After finishing breakfast, the bus arrived right on time. Lin Su found a single-person seat and closed his eyes to focus on the listening exercise. It was a noisy group that distracted him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the troublemakers that used to hang out with the original owner piled up in the back row. One of the boys snickered behind him, saying mockingly, "TSK, the scholar pretends not to know us now." Lin Su heard clearly what the boy said but actually agreed with his point. Since the other side put it this way, there was no need for him to force the social interactions that made him uncomfortable. He simply pretended not to hear, keeping his expression calm. However, when Mao Jun and Yang Zixuan got on the bus, he gave them a slight nod. Mao Jun greeted Lin Su warmly, while Yang Zixuan raised her eyebrows and smiled cheerfully. They were actually quite happy to see Lin Su returning to his regular life. And after all, Lin Su owed them nothing. On the contrary, he had treated them to meals quite a few times. As Lin Su got off the bus at the next station, Mao Jun finally spoke to him, inviting him for a meal. "Brother Lin, see you again." Lin Su nodded slightly with a faint smile, then turned to get off the bus. His tall figure stood straight, resembling a towering pine tree, unlike before when he often hunched his back and swore loudly. Instead of carrying a tobacco smell, the scent that followed him was that of laundry detergent. The learning model for the international class was somewhat different from the regular classes. There were only about 20 people in their small-sized class. By the time Lin Su arrived, there were only a few students present. He knew that the original owner didn't participate in any club activities and his grades in the first and second year of high school weren't good enough to guarantee a spot in a foreign university, so he decided immediately to prepare for the college entrance exam. All that remained was informing the homeroom teacher. When Lin Su entered the classroom, one female student was erasing the blackboard, while another student responsible for cleaning duties had gone to a competition and wouldn't be back all day. Hence, all cleaning responsibilities fell on the shoulders of the girl. Lin Su thought that since he had arrived early, he might as well roll up his sleeves and start cleaning as well by quietly fetching water to mop the floor. This wasn't a social activity, making it less awkward for him. That girl obviously looked surprised, because Lin Su used to skip his assigned cleaning shifts completely. She too came from a humble background, so she lacked much presence in the class. After pondering for a moment, she walked over to Lin Su and thanked him. "Thank you, classmate Lin Su." Lin Su only lifted his head briefly and gave a nod, looking somewhat distant, yet his actions remained careful, and his demeanor concentrated. Perhaps inspired by the pleasant morning sunlight, the girl asked him out of curiosity, "What schools do you plan to apply for?" By this point in time, everyone else was busy applying. Lin Su answered honestly, "My scores aren't good enough. I intend to take part in the national college entrance exam." After speaking, he returned to silence, feeling no shame in it. The girl somewhat regretted asking impulsively, but she didn't expect Lin Su to respond so nicely. He had changed a lot. This was the first time she realized that Lin Su was actually quite good-looking. Especially when he looked up at her, his eyes held a serene and serious expression. "Work hard, I believe you will do great in the college entrance exam too." If someone had this kind of attitude, they could always accomplish something. With Lin Su's help, the cleaning duties were quickly done. The few remaining classmates then felt somewhat embarrassed because they hadn't thought these tasks were related to them, and thus had simply watched as the girl cleaned the windows and swept the floor. But what if Lin Su tried to please girls now? Wasn't he still just a loser who couldn't get into any school? Lin Su paid no attention to the others in the class. He returned to his seat and tidied up his things. The homeroom teacher would be back at school during the lunch break, so he'd go to the teacher's office then, and he'd likely have to transfer classes after that. Even though Lin Su decided to take part in the college entrance exam, he still seriously listened to an entire morning of foreign language classes. English communication was like a daily routine for him, so it caused no pressure, especially since the content of these courses was rather basic. During the break, most of the classmates had left to go out and play. Lin Su wasn't much of a mover, so he stayed at his desk. Thinking of Gu Jinji, he pursed his lips, a little shyly opened his phone to glance at it. There weren't many personal messages on there, but there were quite a few group chat messages. Lin Su was too lazy to look through them and closed his phone again. Thus, he didn't know that the other members of the group were complaining about how Amour was dead drunk in the land of sweetness and wouldn't come chat with them anymore, feeling jealous underneath. Then they mentioned Gigi and Mang Mang and said it wasn't exactly the sweet land, more like a little impolite firecracker. Being young didn't mean much. Never mind. Being young really did count for something, otherwise why did Amor only fancy him? Since the threshold was relatively high, most of the group chat members aged between 22 to 30, and some older ones too. Little boys weren't hard to find partners, so there wasn't a need to hang around in the chat group. The reason group friends' comments about the two could still spread in the group was that Gu Jinji also got assigned a task and had no time for chatting. After all, Gu Jinji was already 24 years old, had been out of university for 2 years. Relaxing like this was about enough, otherwise, constantly eating, drinking, and having fun didn't seem proper. So, Gu Jinji descended onto one of his family's branch companies, not starting from the internship stage of course. His major was business administration. Even though his grades were average, growing up in the Gu family gave him some exposure. Taking on the role of general manager was more than sufficient, it's just that Gu Jinji found it exhausting. He was forced to have a tidy haircut and put on appropriate suits, ready to assume his new position. "Brother, you let me drive your new sports car if I agree to come to the company." It was a flashy yellow Lamborghini that fit Gu Jinji's taste perfectly. Seeing his younger brother looking hopefully at him, Gu Chi was quite helpless and directly tossed him the keys. If one day Gu Jinji focused his mind on real work, then the devil must be possessing him. "You'd better remove those rings on your fingers first, they're all over the place, looking completely unprofessional." Gu Chi frowned while teaching him, making him seem not interested in real work. Gu Jinji hesitated quite a bit, but because he genuinely believed it was fashionable and cool. However, pressured by his elder brother, he finally took them off. "Oh right, Su Zhou said you've been up to something lately." Gu Chi pried further. Gu Jinji tensed his heart but thought Su Zhou probably hadn't told everything to his brother. While stuffing his face with food, he shook his head. If his brother knew he had fallen in love online, he'd definitely disapprove and try to stop him. But now Gu Jinji wasn't willing to break up yet. He found that uncle-type person pretty interesting. "By the way, do you know that office romances aren't allowed within the company? Don't fall into anyone's traps." Though Gu Chi knew his younger brother wasn't particularly interested in men, he warned him nonetheless. Gu Jinji was going to a branch entertainment company. His family had certain interests in this industry, filled with handsome guys and beautiful girls, all eager to mingle. And almost everyone knew that the second son of the Gu family liked men. "Got it, don't nag so much." Gu Jinji feared spilling the beans and stuffed 2 bites in his mouth before rushing out, claiming he needed to go to work. He didn't have such bad character to date 2 people at the same time. Now he indeed had a partner. Compared to the passionate and ambiguous relationships in society, Gu Jinji still preferred online romance, at least now he still thought it was sweet and simple, which suited him fine. After picking up the car in the garage, Gu Jinji wore sunglasses in a very good mood and drove straight to the company, calling Su Zhou on the road, "You'd better not say anything random to my brother, or I'll knock out your teeth." Gu Jinji was fully capable of carrying out his threats. Su Zhou wiped his cold sweat, thinking that this 6th brother was straightforward and fiery-tempered. Got it. What's up? Going to work, so envious. Unlike me, still a jobless vagrant. Su Zhou clicked his tongue. Gu Jinji spat at him, "Go to hell. By the way, isn't your girlfriend looking for an internship? She can come to my company." And he could also give her preferential treatment, otherwise, he would eventually expose himself. Gu Jinji was afraid that his mature demeanor would be exposed one day. "Sure, I'll contact her." Gu Jinji drove with his foot on the gas all the way to the front of the company. After getting out of the car and walking into the company, employees were lined up specially to welcome him. Gu Jinji impatiently took off his sunglasses and casually glanced around. No surprise from an entertainment company, not a single ugly face within sight. However, Gu Jinji was not interested in them, he could see their longing eyes. What they longed for wasn't necessarily him, it could be the Lamborghini behind him or the Gu family name. "Disperse already, send someone to show me to the office," Gu Jinji said indifferently. For an entire morning, he slowly read through documents in his office, but he still found working dreadfully boring. Gu Jinji leaned back with his legs crossed, thinking whether he should chat with his fake boyfriend but couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't know what college students talked about. After all, when he was in university, he had already known how to play around, and couldn't possibly be associated with purity. What was it like being an inexperienced rich little master? Gu Jinji scratched his head trying to imagine. So, he pushed Su Zhou again, "Quickly bring your girlfriend here, I need advice urgently." Then, feeling bored, he began studying how to make coffee. The small assistant assigned to his office was a boy, supposedly a college student doing an internship. A thought came to Gu Jinji as he passed by and eyed him once more. This new general manager had been observed for quite some time by the assistant, who knew him pretty well already. The second son of the Gu family, liked men, rumored to have a bad temper. However, he was handsome, and that waist and those legs looked very sexy, and wearing a suit gave him an imposing aura. After being glanced at a couple of times by Gu Jinji, the assistant had an idea. Thus, when he noticed Gu Jinji actually going to brew coffee personally, he hurried over, moving close beside him and speaking softly, "General Manager, this is my responsibility." The arm revealed before Gu Jinji was smooth and strong, his voice also rather magnetic. Gu Jinji thought this assistant was pretty good at his job, shrugged, and handed it over. Alright, he lost another task. Now he was just idling around. Leaning on the desk in his seat, Gu Jinji turned his chair lazily, patting his belly lightly. Recently, he hadn't exercised much, but he was still satisfied with its shape. He was extremely proud of it. Soon enough, the assistant came in carrying the coffee. Though tall, the assistant bent down humbly when he entered. Gu Jinji gestured with a crooked finger, "Bring it over." Smiling slightly, the assistant stepped closer. "You look like this, it's a shame not to be a trainee." Gu Jinji scrutinized his face, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. The assistant looked at him with a hint of joy but tried to suppress it. "General manager, don't joke around. My family conditions are poor, being a trainee costs a lot of money." "So, how much do you get as an intern?" Gu Jinji asked again. Shaking his head, the assistant replied, "Not much. But meeting a leader like you, I feel lucky." Thinking that Gu Jinji was asking such a question and seemed friendly enough, the assistant assumed he had feelings for him. Thus, while placing the coffee down, he intentionally spilled some on himself. "Ah, sorry general manager, I didn't hold steady." He took out a tissue and lifted his shirt to wipe it off. There were some muscular details visible, the waist looked nice. Gu Jinji let out a derisive laugh. These flirtatious men he had seen many, each thinking he lacked experience, seeing a good-looking man and rushing forward. "Hone your skills some more, I never knew showing abs was part of an assistant's job." Gu Jinji smirked as he watched him, then next moment turned cold and rapped his knuckles against the desk, his mood unpredictable. "Go settle your salary yourself, be smarter in future. The waters here in the capital are deep. Others might have already ruined you by now." No one likes self-smart people, but at least his temper was still under control. The assistant's face immediately changed, retreating somewhat defeated. Originally thinking Gu Jinji appeared rather promiscuous, thus came up with the notion. After the person left, Gu Jinji brewed coffee again, pondering that these male university students nowadays seem slick as oil. It seems age really couldn't decide much. His so-called uncle didn't even mention wanting abs or saying nonsense frantically. Gu Jinji indeed enjoyed the scenario where he played the clever, naive young man, yet his uncle couldn't figure it out. Super satisfying. Chapter 5. During the lunch break, all the classmates gradually left for the cafeteria to eat. They were discussing how much they enjoyed the dishes prepared by the newly arrived 5-star chef and debating whether to have pasta or steak. The international class had a separate window in the cafeteria serving mostly Western cuisine since they would live abroad in the future, and it was best to get accustomed beforehand. Besides, they spoke loudly about the schools they were applying to, each one famous abroad, seemingly louder as they passed Lin Su. Lin Su calmly tidied up his desk, planning to head to the homeroom teacher's office after clearing everything out. In no time, he was the only one left in the classroom. The spring breeze was gentle, and the leaves outside the window rustled softly. "Excuse me, do you have time right now?" A woman in her 20s, dressed casually but neatly, knocked on the door and looked around the classroom. Only Lin Su remained inside. Lin Su was almost done packing up. He hoisted his backpack onto the table, stood up, and briefly asked, "Is there something I can help with?" His voice was calm and clear. Perhaps the female reporter hadn't expected such an impressive appearance from a student she'd encounter. Coupled with Lin Su's tall stature that lacked any trace of high school naivety, it reminded her of the white moonlight she secretly admired during her own student days, leaving her slightly flustered. "I'm from the school publicity department, here to interview some of our classmates in the international program. Would you be willing to take part?" She hadn't noticed the timing well, it was inopportune with everyone already gone, and she wasn't sure if the prearranged student had forgotten. Lin Su himself wasn't certain if he still counted as part of the international class, but scanning the room again revealed no one else. The female reporter stepped closer, approaching Lin Su's desk where she barely reached his shoulder and had to look up to speak with him. She joked lightheartedly, trying to relax herself, "Are boys these days just naturally so tall? Do you have any secret?" Lin Su wasn't adept at responding to jokes. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Balanced nutrition across 3 meals is sufficient." Then, he focused his gaze earnestly on the reporter while placing his hand on the backpack. Although somewhat pressed for time, he didn't rush her. Noticing Lin Su's slight motions, the reporter sheepishly asked, "Am I keeping you waiting?" Upon hearing this, Lin Su instinctively loosened his grip and briefly responded, "Not at all. You may sit down first, I'm not in a hurry." After saying that, he sat down too, thus allowing her to avoid having to crane her neck to look up at him. The female reporter found the male student incredibly gentlemanly and felt more relaxed, unable to stop her eyes from lingering on him. "Since you're in grade 13, is your English proficiency very high?" she began, transitioning into their main topic. Lin Su showed neither arrogance nor modesty, answering plainly, "It's all right." The female reporter hadn't anticipated that her simple question would elicit merely that single answer, showing how laconic he could be. "Then, may I ask a relatively professional question? What are the basic requirements for studying international business management?" The original plan of the host was this major, whereas Lin Su's former expertise lay in biology, but because of the interdisciplinary applications, he had touched upon economics and business management in reality. This question was relatively straightforward. In unhurried English, Lin Su answered, "Students should grasp relevant theories of modern international business management, economics." He wasn't sure how detailed the interviewer wished for his answer since the query was rather broad. So, he spent some time outlining key points within the thought framework. From focusing on his face to becoming completely astonished, the instant Lin Su started with his perfect British accented English, the reporter was deeply impressed. "Alright, I roughly understand. Are you excellent academically in class, feeling like a top student?" she blinked and questioned. Lin Su shook his head. "My classmates are even more outstanding." "Haha, you're too humble." The female reporter stopped recording and gave Lin Su a thumbs-up gesture. Realizing it was sufficient, Lin Su slung his backpack over his shoulder and politely asked before departing, "Shall we go together?" After waving goodbye with a smile, Lin Su quietly exhaled and strode away from the classroom, directly heading towards the homeroom teacher's office. Their homeroom teacher had just finished eating when he heard the knock and called Lin Su in. Recognizing it was Lin Su, he was indeed surprised. Lin Su was always a marginal student, disengaged in class and had never come to see him proactively in the past. Still, he didn't need to worry about the futures of these young aristocrats, as it was never his responsibility. "What brings you here, Lin Su?" The teacher folded his hands and kindly questioned him. Lin Su expressed his intention, informing the teacher about his plans to transfer classes to participate in the college entrance examination. The homeroom teacher was even more surprised. It wasn't easy for someone to take this step, let alone Lin Su, who had always been educated in the international class and hadn't managed to secure a school admission yet. If he really transferred to an ordinary class, would he be able to enter university this year? "Lin Su, have you discussed and decided this with your parents?" The homeroom teacher took a sip of tea and asked again. If the parents agreed, then naturally he wouldn't have any objections. "I will discuss it with them when I go home, my family should agree," Lin Su said calmly with slightly lowered eyes. After all, the original owner's family conditions were average. Every time his father called him, he complained about how difficult it was to sell the house, so he urged him to study hard. In reality, they didn't need to grit their teeth working just to send him abroad. This time Lin Su himself preferred studying in a domestic school rather than following the same old path, because selling the house seemed impossible anyway. "Alright, then I will communicate with your father later, and I will arrange for you to join a new class." The homeroom teacher smiled kindly. Lin Su nodded, went to the cafeteria for a simple lunch, and soon after, the results were out, the homeroom teacher had arranged for him to report to class 12-9. Because he had always been favored in his previous life, Lin Su never questioned why the homeroom teacher treated him respectfully, thinking that the teacher was merely diligent in his duties. The atmosphere in the new class was much livelier. When Lin Su entered the new class with his backpack on, the commotion in the room paused for a second as everyone stared at him in his distinctive uniform of the international class. The students froze momentarily. In everyone's impression, being in the international class meant having money. Moreover, Lin Su looked just like a male protagonist from a youth drama, which piqued their curiosity but made them too nervous to approach him. After the new homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, introduced and welcomed him, Lin Su gripped the strap of his bag and headed straight to his seat. He roughly knew that the academic performance in this class was not very good. The atmosphere was too lively, and the students were restless, so he was inevitably assigned here rather than the fast-paced classes. However, Lin Su felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, he was willing to adapt, although he previously disliked overly noisy environments. But now, he began to understand these lively classmates, possibly due to his closeness with someone similar, even if it was just a game character. This was Lin Su's first experience with romance. Still, Lin Su did not take the initiative to start conversations with anyone. He had nothing to talk about and started familiarizing himself with the textbooks from grade 1. Within a short period of time, his nosy classmates had already investigated the background of this new student. He was labeled as an underachiever in the international class, coming from a family of average means, with a less-than-ideal reputation, apparently, one who loved skipping classes and slacking off. Logically speaking, his halo should have vanished, but they felt that Lin Su didn't seem like that kind of student. Sitting quietly by the window, he drew everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to get closer to him and befriend him but dared not approach, feeling it would disturb him. Moreover, throughout the entire noon, Lin Su was diligently reading books, making the others feel too embarrassed to create noise. They, too, feigned studying, though their gazes kept drifting towards him. In this world where sexual orientation posed no problem, half of those looking at Lin Su were girls, and the other half were boys. His demeanor seemed simply beyond reproach. The first class in the afternoon was physical education, a usually relaxing period. The boys gathered together to play basketball. Lin Su only glanced at his phone before class and discovered that there was some commotion in the group chat. It turned out that the protagonists of the heated argument were none other than himself and Gu Jinji, who stood alone against everyone else, passionately debating. Lin Su thought immediately that Gu Jinji would likely skip the afternoon class to argue. Furrowing his brow, Lin Su focused on the details and realized that the fault did not lie with Gu Jinji, even though the words used were inappropriate. Moreover, it appeared that Gu Jinji didn't have many friends in the group, and at this moment, was being besieged by the others, overwhelmed. Their comments about Gu Jinji were harsh, taking advantage of her lack of backup. If Lin Su ignored it, it wouldn't be fair to Gu Jinji. Recalling how, in the storybook, Gu Jinji was a foolish side character who often sulked for the whole afternoon when she couldn't reach Lin Su due to his switched-off phone, making numerous calls out of childishness, he could imagine how upset she must be now. Although Lin Su didn't harbor romantic feelings toward her, he knew her tragic end, becoming a laughingstock to everyone. Feeling sympathetic, Lin Su subconsciously tilted the scales in favor of Gu Jinji. As the bell rang, signaling the start of the PE class, the students began heading to the playground. Urgently, Lin Su clumsily slipped his phone into his pocket. Physical education classes usually started with 2 laps of warm-up and then free activities. Despite some concerns, Lin Su still obediently ran the 2 laps, silently counting down in his mind. After the warm-up, he planned to check on the situation. Finally finished running, a faint hint of joy appeared on Lin Su's face as he slowly began to reach for his pocket. Unexpectedly, the PE teacher had it in mind to make everyone exercise more today, so instead of dismissing them right away, he let the students rest for 2 minutes before dividing into 2 groups to play basketball or volleyball. In short, they were not allowed to go back to the classroom and slack off. Lin Su pressed his lips tightly, looking somewhat at a loss. But he had something important to do now. Was Gu Jinji all alone going to get bullied? The boys around him hesitated about inviting Lin Su to join their basketball game, but Lin Su was walking back and forth with his eyebrows lowered. Finally, like overcoming some mental barrier, he awkwardly lied to the PE teacher, "Teacher, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I want to use the restroom." The PE teacher wasn't very familiar with this new student, but Lin Su had a face that made lying look impossible. He clearly seemed like a good student. Moreover, his current expression indeed looked serious, as if enduring discomfort. The PE teacher quickly believed him. "Then you'd better go quick. If you're really unwell, visit the school infirmary. Do you want me to find a classmate to accompany you?" As soon as the PE teacher spoke, a few classmates glanced over, looking hesitant. Lin Su shook his head and declined, "No need to trouble my classmates. I can go by myself." With that, he left the playground slightly urgently, but despite his anxiety, his posture remained upright, carrying an inherent elegance. This was Lin Su's first time skipping class by lying, which made his earlobes turn red from embarrassment. But as soon as he was out of sight of the teacher and classmates, Lin Su immediately found a secluded corner, pressing his lips together as he fumbled for his phone. His actions were clumsy and stealthy, his eyes glued to the screen. Chapter 6. The spark of the matter was a photo flaunting wealth posted by a boy in the group. At that time, Gu Jinji carefully selected a restaurant to solve his lunch problem. However, since it was far from his company and he was lazy to walk, he ordered takeout and lounged around in the office. On the first day of work, he already wanted to quit. Gu Jinji casually tossed aside his 5-digit valued suit and sat with one leg crossed over the other as he fiddled with his phone. While being picky about the food on his plate, he was chatting in the group chat and naturally scrolled through the previous chat records of the group members discussing the romantic relationship between him and Amour. The popularity of Amour in the group is self-evident. Most complaints came from those who had been flirted with by Amour in the past. But at the same time, the rise of Amour also caused dissatisfaction among some others. After all, everyone considers themselves elite, while actually, the conditions of Amour were just as so. Claiming to be in real estate probably means owning a small company without much reputation. And what's more, he isn't young, just overly praised. One of the more popular people in the group is Nuashi. Compared to Lin Su, this person is somewhat more genuine. He is younger than Lin Su's reported age, a local from the capital, still studying, currently abroad for his studies in the US, and has an authentic good family background. His looks lean towards the rakish type, very fashionable. His social circle doesn't skimp on sharing his life, with almost every selfie showcasing his superior profile, mostly wearing sunglasses. After all, his front face is indeed quite ordinary. Such conditions are enough to make people flock to him, and he believes his lack of popularity compared to Lin Su is simply due to his shorter duration in the group. Nuashi would never admit that he is less attractive than someone else. In his opinion, compared to looks, charm is more important. Besides, he thought Lin Su rarely posts updates on social media, which could possibly mean he is a fraud, yet so many fools fell for it, making him even more annoyed. In real life, Nuashi belongs to the category of people who have no shortage of potential dates, all treated with superior looks and charm. Lin Su hasn't really offended him. Still, Nuashi finds Lin Su annoying, especially when Lin Su already has a partner but continues to attract so much attention. He questioned sarcastically during a conversation, "I just don't get it, what kind of love potion have you drunk? They've already found a young man, yet you're still crazy about them. It seems like we're not worthy." Laugh. It sounded like a joke. Maybe you think too highly of yourself. You're so young, it's dangerous, otherwise how can there still be so many single people in this group? The group mates gave him some face, hinting at a bit of flirting. Aside from Amour, Nuashi is now the top eligible bachelor. "TSK, I prefer the older brother type, but it seems I'm not that popular." Whining, Nuashi sent a picture-based meme he created, showing off a wolfish yet innocent expression, undoubtedly charming. "You're still in school, isn't dating going to interfere with your studies?" Everyone knows Nuashi studies abroad. Though they haven't heard much about his school, they instinctively feel it's decent and have a certain degree of academic reverence. Not at all, I mainly come here for meals, showing teeth. Speaking of which, Noashi shared his lunch today, eaten at a Western restaurant near his school. This restaurant is affordable and delicious. If you ever visit here, I can act as your tour guide. Oh. After some casual chats among groupmates, he revealed that a meal here costs hundreds of dollars. Converted into RMB, it amounts to thousands. The groupmates gained a new understanding of his extravagance. Moreover, gradually, they were led off track. Yes, although Amor claims to have good conditions, they have never seen Amor share daily life moments. Could he be lying? On the contrary, wouldn't it be better with someone like Noashi? Gu Jinji silently watched him show off, speechlessly kicking the desk after a long while, furrowing his brows irritably, cursing under his breath, "Damn, I hate fake people the most in my entire life." Although he doesn't like studying, he clearly knows that the university Noashi attends is nothing special. The tuition is indeed expensive, but that's certainly not proof of his excellence. And eating a meal and deliberately flaunting it shows poor taste. The key issue is, why should he indirectly belittle Amor through his words? Though Gu Jinji understood crystal clearly that Amor is probably an average person who packaged himself up to make money. But isn't he the one getting deceived, not others? Moreover, since he himself has money, why should Noashi disparage Amor to increase his own worth? Thus, Gu Jinji blasted him with sarcasm full of ridicule. "You're right, this school is indeed terrible." Is it because you couldn't get into any universities domestically? Gu Jinji's academic performance couldn't compare with his brother's, or rather, it was far inferior. Nevertheless, during his final year of high school, he was forced to study hard and eventually managed to get into a prestigious 985 university in the capital. Of course, he had never considered this an advantage, and others had also overlooked the fact that the second young master of the Gu family appeared unlearned only when compared with his elder brother. Nowadays, indeed, he felt as though he'd returned all the knowledge from his textbooks back to his teachers. In the group chat, Gu Jinji's image has always been that of someone unreasonable who butts into everything. So, when Gu Jinji started mocking, people initially didn't realize he was standing up for Amor, they simply thought Gu Jinji was being difficult again. After all, Noashi could afford to study abroad, which proved his family was genuinely wealthy. They all believed Gu Jinji was just envious of him. Noashi was thrilled by the attention, and his smile never faded. However, upon seeing Ji Mang Mang, a cute cat avatar used by someone who spoke such words, he sensed extreme mockery. Noashi himself clearly understood that his studying abroad was merely a superficial exercise in gaining prestige, he truly lacked practical skills, and now having been called out on it, he was naturally irritated. "Ahem, you can say whatever about me, but it's not very polite to speak ill of my alma mater like that. Oh, and by the way, which prestigious university are you attending? Do tell us." Gu Jinji gave a cold snort, about to reply something, then suddenly realized he was pretending to be a college student. He also realized how childish it was for someone his age, 24, to argue with a college student so seriously. Nonetheless, his fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed angrily, even ignoring the contract he was supposed to sign at the moment. "I don't flaunt nonsense like some lowlife, stop prying into my affairs. I'm stronger than you, that's all. Next time, don't make sly remarks about others behind their backs." Otherwise, Gu Jinji wouldn't have bothered interfering. "Is it because you're afraid?" No matter how useless I am, I'm still better than certain cowards." Noashi mustered some confidence, knowing that Ji Mang Mang definitely wasn't as good as him, possibly attending some subpar university. Today, if Noashi didn't humiliate Gu Jinji in public, he would inevitably face questions later within the social circle. Thinking this, Noashi impulsively sent the group his all-English homework assignment, completely forgetting that it was ghost-written for him. Anyway, they couldn't read it, and no one knew any better. Taunting Gu Jinji, he said, "At least I can handle this level of work. Can you? Can you even understand the question?" To be honest, Gu Jinji had experienced most of his life's frustrations online. After all, in real life, no one dared offend the second young master of the Gu family. On the internet, however, he concealed his identity and acted freely, as what he described himself, a complete cyberbully. What he hated the most were pretentious individuals. There had been times during online arguments where some netizens tried to show off by boasting about owning 2 rental properties. Gu Jinji mentally scoffed, he could buy several entire buildings. Yet he preferred engaging in endless verbal battles rather than disclosing such facts. In his heart, his original intention had always been to curse these fools for venting frustration, not to intimidate them with his advantages. Amusing, wait. Gu Jinji was provoked into anger, indeed, he couldn't solve it since he had graduated years ago. But there were certainly others who could. So during office hours, instead of focusing on his job, Mr. Second Gu made a phone call to the department manager, "Bring all the outstanding graduates we hired this year to my office. Doing assignments, right? Let's do them creatively." It was utterly immature, and the cause was solely due to sticking up for Amor. Whoever finishes the task fastest and best will be promoted tomorrow. Gu Jinji propped his chin on his hand and stared seriously at the few people entering his office. Everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost, wondering why they suddenly shifted from an evaluation to doing problems. However, the temptation was enormous, and they quickly started typing away on their laptops. Gu Jinji hadn't replied to messages for quite a while. The other group members began to stir things up, never imagining there would be a day when two college students in the group would battle through solving math problems. It was simply entertaining. Even if they couldn't understand the details, it didn't affect their amusement. Someone asked, with all this going on in the group, where is Amor? Isn't he managing his CP relationship? The influence of Amor was still there. Someone immediately responded, isn't it obvious that the person doesn't work during the day? Probably in a company meeting or something. There's no way someone could constantly watch over their boyfriend, besides, it's just a game anyway, so it's not necessarily a deep connection. To be honest, if my partner were someone like Ji Mang Mang, I'd feel embarrassed by now. Needling that student overseas. The more Gu Jinji read, the angrier he became, but this time, he chose not to believe the complaints. He felt that it wasn't that Amor was embarrassed, but rather that he likely didn't have his phone, a habit he seemed to adhere to. Compared to these group friends, Gu Jinji obviously sided with Amor. The crisp sound of leather shoes echoed as it hit the legs of the stools. Several employees were deeply engrossed in solving their problems. For them, this was certainly not difficult, merely a bit sudden. Moreover, foreign languages had always been a tool at work. As a specialized subject, one still needed to look up some materials. And then, Gu Jinji's phone received a private message. It was from Amor, and it was an entire page of English text that appeared to be the answer to the question. Gu Jinji was startled. Answer. Lin Su's explanation was brief, while uneasily pulling at the leaves by his head. He was sitting beside a secluded bush on the road to the medical room where no one could find him skipping class. The leaves scratching against his neck made it slightly itchy. The teaching building wasn't too far away, and occasionally he could hear reading sounds. Lin Su also had to pay attention all the time in case any security guards came over. He didn't want a social death. Playing truant feigning illness was something Lin Su would never wish others to know about. Since the incident began, Lin Su had already started rapidly converting voice into text and inputting the answers. Though he knew it was immature arguing about such things, right now there was no other way except proving Ji Mang Mang was being questioned. Besides, there was no more direct solution than giving out the answer. Fortunately, Noashi had sent language homework, so Lin Su did not need much preparation. Who is the student? That was what perplexed Gu Jinji most. Never had he expected his CP to possess such skills. Yet he didn't question further but instead felt a little glad deep down. Amor had seen that the other side wasn't upset when criticized but paid attention to him. In the future, you should study well and don't be impulsive, just ignore them. Any reasonable person knew how far-fetched Noashi's actions were. They didn't even know Gu Jinji's major yet forced him into this situation. A person like Gu Jinji would definitely appear obstinate but, in reality, knowing English meant nothing. If Gu Jinji did not go abroad, it was absolutely unnecessary for him to learn English too deeply, and mastering some conversational phrases while traveling would suffice. Oh, but they all ganged up on me, luckily you didn't pretend not to see, happy twirl. Gu Jinji, gritting his teeth sourly, sent these childish messages. But with the corners of his lips bending upward, he did not feel stupid, he was genuinely happy. Lin Su had a headache for a moment. He had no idea how to reply. What kind of affection was Ji Mang Mang displaying? It seemed terrifying to him. In truth, Lin Su had always struggled to accept the other side's style and dared not to mention ending the CP game. Just help this cannon fodder out first until the protagonist realizes he has no chance with Ji Mang Mang anymore. By the way, there are many mistakes in the places he did himself. Lin Su changed the topic, simply pointing them all out to Gu Jinji through voice messages. This behavior amounted to tacitly permitting this cannon to unleash its full firepower at Noashi afterward because Noashi's actions hadn't been entirely fair either. Gu Jinji became increasingly shocked as he listened, amazed again at how youthful and pleasant Uncle Lin's voice sounded, and startled that someone of his age could have such good English skills. This was far beyond merely knowing enough English to order food when traveling abroad. Moreover, Amor chose not to disclose it directly in the group chat but privately informed him, what an excellent move designed to humiliate Noashi for Gu Jinji's satisfaction. With Lin Su's help, after stewing momentarily, Gu Jinji began to go wild in the group, spouting eloquent responses non-stop. At first, people couldn't discern who was more knowledgeable. However, noticing Noashi gradually panicking without offering clear explanations, they realized that Gu Jinji was truly the better one. Once pushed, he really did rise to the occasion, leaving everyone truly impressed this time around. Plus, it seemed Noashi might indeed be somewhat lacking in substance. There was no need for the top graduates gathered in the office. Gu Jinji enjoyed the victory immensely. This was his first undisputed triumph. Feeling like celebrating, he thought he could eat 2 extra bowls of rice for dinner. After everything had calmed down, Lin Su unexpectedly privately messaged him, saying, actually, we can leave the group chat. He felt they had no reason to stay and didn't enjoy idle chatting groups which kept stirring trouble every day. Ah. No. Gu Jinji hesitated for a moment before firmly refusing. He was shocked that Lin Su could actually contemplate leaving the group since Lin Su was quite popular within it. In the future, there would be opportunities to make money off others in the group. Was it because of him? Exiting the group together, it almost seemed romantic. However, Gu Jinji was reluctant to leave. He wanted to continue staying in the group to watch the commotion unfold. Otherwise, his life would become too boring. He wasn't worried about Lin Su shifting his attention elsewhere. A quick glance around showed that there was no one wealthier than him in the group, giving him confidence. Oh. Lin Su muted the conversation again. He completely didn't understand Chi Chi Mang Mang. Now that the matter was resolved, Lin Su switched off his phone, intending to pretend he'd returned from the medical room to physical education class. However, just as he was about to get up from the bushes, he looked up to see the security guard staring back at him silently. Both were silent for a moment. Then, the security guard loudly asked, "What are you doing here during class hours?" Lin Su clutched at his school uniform nervously, the back of his pale neck turning red. Chapter 7. Lin Su experienced a small-scale social death, and under the pretext of skipping PE class, he was dragged to the office of his new homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, after school in the afternoon. He was held for a half-hour conversation, but it wasn't about skipping class. Instead, Mr. Wang inquired whether Lin Su adapted well to the new class and showed concern about his well-being. After all, PE classes are always relaxing, a time to have fun. Lin Su was indeed the first person in history to find an excuse to skip, hiding in the grass and quietly playing with his phone, which was kind of cute. Mr. Wang didn't take it too seriously, just reminding him. Since you're in your final year of high school, you should minimize phone use. Lin Su's face grew even hotter. As a result, during this half-hour session, Lin Su was distracted and barely absorbed anything, lost in awkwardness. Facing the curious yet delighted looks from classmates afterward, Lin Su felt like his heart was on fire, while outwardly maintaining composure as best as he could. With both hands gripping the shoulder straps of his bag, he walked home reading a novel alone. On the narrow path, he passed some giggling couples sneaking around, keeping his eyes forward as if they weren't there, walking a bit faster. His stomach started to growl slightly. His grandparents must have gone square dancing already, and making dinner himself would waste time. Lin Su had thought about buying something to eat at the school gate, but recalling his last encounter, where the aunt said she'd remember him, he hesitated and stopped. Today, Lin Su couldn't afford another embarrassing incident. So Lin Su headed straight to the school cafeteria. Most of the lunch rush had passed, and there were only a few people left. Given the high number of commuting students, the school offered limited dining options anyway. However, there was still something Lin Su could eat. He ordered a bowl of clear broth noodles and ate them politely, looking quite pleasant to the eye. During his brief downtime, Lin Su glanced sideways at the phone on the edge of the table before slowly withdrawing his gaze. This was the source of his embarrassment. Still, worried he might have missed something important, Lin Su hesitantly picked up the phone to check. First, there was a missed call from the father of the original owner of his body. Lin Su guessed it might be related to his transfer to another class. The original owner's father should be quite angry, after all, spending so much money to cultivate someone for 2 years only to get such results. His family wasn't wealthy. He pressed his lips together and returned the call. Taking on the role of the original owner, Lin Su was somewhat uneasy. Sometimes, he wondered where the original owner had gone. Had he perhaps also traveled into Lin Su's body in exchange? In that case, Lin Su actually pitied the original owner. Although Lin Su could go through high school again without arousing suspicion, it was hard for the original owner to continue working. Fortunately, Lin Su's family circumstances were decent enough that they could provide for the original owner comfortably. The father answered the call promptly. "Dad, did you need me?" Lin Su put down his chopsticks and focused on conversing with his father. Compared to past conversations, Lin Su's tone lacked the previous rebellious impatience. Even at the start of the allowance day, he didn't ask for money right away, surprising his father. Of course, what surprised him most was Lin Su's decision to transfer classes. "I don't have much else. I heard from your teacher that you want to change classes. May I ask why?" Lin's father inquired, his voice unreadable. Lin Su could only explain his thoughts. Currently, only passing the college entrance exam offered him any education opportunities. It wasn't that he wanted to waste their investment in him. To his surprise, Lin's father wasn't mad, merely curious. "There are only a few months left. Do you think you can pass the college entrance exam?" "I'll try." "Alright, if not, come help Dad sell houses." Lin's father suddenly sounded jovial, not reproaching Lin Su for being unambitious. But upon hearing selling houses, Lin Su himself became a little afraid and added, "I will work hard." "Haha, if you can really enter undergraduate studies, your old man will squeeze out some of the house-selling money and save it for a house and wedding expenses for you." Lin's father sounded somewhat indulgent. Lin Su thought that since the original owner had been quite disobedient, the Lin family was more lenient toward him. He knew their conditions were average, and they had spent a lot of money on him, so Lin Su felt sorry. Moreover, he had an older brother who worked tirelessly selling houses too. "Dad, save the money for my brother instead. I'll make money after I start working," he said earnestly. Even considering marriage, his brother should precede him by far. "Youngest has grown up, don't worry about your brother. He works hard and has good performance. You just focus on studying. After the gaokao, we'll see you over here with Grandpa and Grandma." Lin Su's father sells houses in the capital city and has been away for many years, raising Lin Su with his grandparents. "All right." Lin Su nodded, feeling a slight touch of emotion deep inside. Perhaps as compensation for missing parental companionship, the original owner had been spoiled, though he never realized it and instead fell into competition with peers. "Oh, by the way, is 3,000 yuan pocket money enough for this month?" Lin's father asked again. For an average family, this amount of pocket money would be considered quite generous. In his previous life, Lin Su rarely spent much, usually keeping the money in his card untouched since he had little to spend it on. However, for the original owner, this wasn't enough, otherwise, how could he have dated online and asked for gifts? Lin Su wanted to ease the financial burden on his family and thoughtfully said, "This is more than enough, I'll keep 1,000 yuan. Is such a small amount really enough?" Lin's father was surprised, never expecting his son to change so much. "It's plenty. Just eating doesn't even require that much. Don't worry, Dad, I'm an adult now. I know our family's situation, I won't overspend anymore." Lin Su said openly. Alright, Lin's father was momentarily at a loss for words. "Shall we let Mom buy some clothes and shoes for me and send them over?" Lin's father cautiously asked again. Normally, Lin Su would haggle for trendy brands, but today he replied simply, "A few sets of uniforms are enough to rotate through. I rarely wear my own clothes anyway, so there's no need to buy them, Dad. You really don't need to spoil me anymore." Unexpectedly, Lin's father felt somewhat guilty, almost as if he had neglected Lin Su. In the past, Lin Su had never complained about being spoiled, only that there wasn't enough money to spend, and Lin's father generally admitted his grievances. Now, Lin Su truly seemed mature. "Alright, then your mom and I will wait for good news from you. Study hard, after all, enduring these months of frugality should be beneficial for Lin Su." It seemed that the college entrance exam truly marked the threshold into adulthood. Compared to before, Lin Su had matured significantly. After finishing his call with Lin's father, the 1,000 yuan living expenses were transferred immediately. The money from last month as well as the proceeds from selling Gu Jinji's gift were almost entirely spent. This was another headache-inducing matter. All Lin Su could remember was that the original owner had received a watch worth tens of thousands. The original owner had even planned to find an excuse about business failure to borrow money, but didn't get the chance to act when Lin Su switched places. The watch had already been sold, and the money spent. For the moment, Lin Su didn't know how to compensate, so he decided to find a part-time job after the college entrance exam. Then, he noticed a message from Chi Mang Mang. Though it stirred up some uneasy feelings, he opened it anyway. On the other side, Chi Mang Mang was in high spirits, sharing that he had eaten until full for dinner and asking what Lin Su had eaten, showing great enthusiasm and attachment. Lin Su simply sent a photo of his dinner. He had no idea how to carry out a relationship anyway, so whatever Gu Jinji asked, he replied accordingly. After bragging about a plate of lobster and a pile of seafood, Gu Jinji saw the plain and simple clear broth noodles that Lin Su had sent and paused in shock. He straightened up immediately, no longer rubbing his stomach, feeling suddenly restless. He had almost forgotten that uncle earned a living by eating soft meals, depending on others. Over the past 2 days, without mentioning any requests for gifts or red packets, Gu Jinji hadn't paid attention. Only now did he realize how badly uncle was doing, and partly because of him. Because of Lin Su's appearance, Gu Jinji had a pleasant mood all afternoon. Now he thought he should give some compensation to the other party, otherwise, he would feel guilty. So, he hesitantly asked, "Such a bland diet might weaken your strength for working out, and I won't see abs anymore. Let me order you some takeout. Would it be convenient for you to pick it up?" Heartbroken. Lin Su, unaware that he was being pitted, was preoccupied with the debt he still owed from before, and he certainly dared not incur any more debt. No need. These days, I've been busy with work and haven't had time for workouts, implying that they shouldn't talk about abs anymore since he couldn't develop them within days, though he had already made an exercise plan. Gu Jinji never expected to be rejected, and for a moment, he was utterly stunned. What's going on? Why is uncle refusing to accept things from me now? Could it be that he wants cash instead? Is it something you dislike eating? Then would you mind going to buy it yourself? Gu Jinji sent a red packet while watching anxiously, afraid Lin Su wouldn't claim it. However, Lin Su had already finished eating and stuffed his phone in his pocket and went home. Surprisingly, Grandpa and Grandma didn't go square dancing today, so Lin Su was startled to find both elders sitting upright on the couch when he entered. "Grandpa, Grandma," he greeted them, slowly putting down his backpack and changing clothes. Lin's grandfather and grandmother exchanged glances, pausing a moment before saying, "We heard your dad agreed to let you switch classes." Lin Su nodded, "My grades aren't enough to study abroad." With everything already settled, he remained calm, knowing he had disappointed everyone and still felt uneasy inside. "Dear grandson, don't worry about it. Our so can repeat a year if necessary and apply next year. There's no need to change classes," Lin's grandmother comforted him, seeing his humble demeanor and feeling pity, gently patting his back, hoping Lin Su wouldn't blame himself. In the past, their grandson was carefree, indulging in pleasures every day. But now, looking at the thoughtful Lin Su, they found him unbearably pitiable. "Grandma, I'm really fine. The international class costs a lot for tuition each year, and I want to take the college entrance exam. It's my choice." Lin Su felt somewhat embarrassed instead. It was his fault in the first place, so why was his entire family still consoling him? No need to worry, we are not short of money. Your dad can earn more, and there's always your brother too. Lin's grandmother didn't want her grandson stressing over money and making himself unhappy. After noticing her husband's subtle hints, she hastily rephrased her statement but couldn't help glaring at him disapprovingly. I genuinely think this is best, there's no resentment. Lin Su forced a smile even though he believed this was simply the basic responsibility for kids from ordinary families, not something worthy of such comfort. Moreover, with both Lin's grandfather and grandmother getting older, the financial burden of their parents' old age care was growing, so he could not act immature. Alright then, I heard your father said he'd only give you 1,000 yuan this month. Not even buying shoes. Lin's grandmother frowned again. There are still many pairs of shoes in the cabinet, we can't possibly wear them all. Besides, some brands that Lin Su used in his previous life were also bought by the elders, which weren't cheap for an average family. The standard of living for the original owner completely mismatched the family's actual condition, far too much indulgence led to it. So, the original owner dared to demand exorbitant presents, like gifts worth tens of thousands. These are all worn out already. If dad doesn't buy them for you, grandma will. I still have savings from private funds, and today I'll take our dear Su shopping. Anything you want, grandma will pay for. Lin's grandmother tenderly stroked his refined features, her eyes filled with affection and sorrow. There's truly no need. You two should go square dancing. I still need to review for the upcoming college entrance exam. Lin Su found it exhausting, so he pushed his grandparents gently out and sighed in relief before returning to his room, feeling emotionally drained. Then, he saw Gu Jinji's messages questioning why he hadn't replied, string after string. Lin Su rested his chin on his palm, beginning to understand why the original owner created an online persona to exploit people for benefits. As a kid from an ordinary family, perhaps the temptations he faced were a bit excessive. But one must remain steadfast despite poverty. He turned off his phone, spread out his books, and diligently focused on studying. Chapter 8. It was 10 o'clock again in the evening, and Lin Su was just about to go to sleep after tidying up his desk and washing up when he had no choice but to face the fact that he had left Gu Jinji hanging all night. He didn't know how to reply. Thus, after carefully going through all the messages the other party had sent during this period, he finally managed a dry response, I'm working overtime tonight, it's been pretty busy. Only now did he realize how handy the identity of a working professional could be when you're at a loss for words, just say you're working overtime. In fact, Lin Su had indeed diligently reviewed some subjects from his first year of high school. The difficulty wasn't much for him, it just took time to rekindle old study memories. Gigi Mengmeng replied instantly as if she were glued to her phone, I don't believe that for a second. Gu Jinji, who always clocked out precisely at 5 in the afternoon, was already home, so where would there be so much overtime work? He thought it was probably because Amor simply didn't want to reply to him. But with Gu Jinji's mind, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why the other party would ignore him. Moreover, he hadn't accepted his transfer either, which left him quite confused. For Gu Jinji, any problem should be solvable with money, and besides, wasn't the uncle over there originally targeting exactly that? I'm not lying. Lin Su felt a bit guilty but also believed that studying was akin to work for a student, so technically, he wasn't lying. Then prove it to me. What if the person was out fooling around? Gu Jinji had also heard netizens talk about how unreliable online romances could be, imagining how the other side might have an overly exciting nightlife. Gu Jinji figured the uncle must be pretty good at making boys happy, otherwise, he wouldn't currently feel slightly annoyed, as if betrayed, with an odd sense of possessiveness creeping up on him. Maybe it was because the other side had paid attention to him earlier in the day online and even made him feel touched for a moment, but in real life, who knew whom they were truly being sincere to? At this point, Gu Jinji pondered that if he ever caught the other person cheating, he'd definitely make Amor face a social death online. After all, this was his first love. Lin Su got a headache as the other side continued pushing. He finally rummaged through his closet and pulled out a white shirt with great effort, putting it on reluctantly, then opened his laptop and posed awkwardly with his phone for a shot pretending to be working from home. Then he sent the picture to Gu Jinji. The photo showed hands with distinct knuckles resting on the keyboard, with Lin Su's white shirt and part of the wooden floor in the background. Just from the photo, one could confirm that Lin Su was likely at home. To Gu Jinji's surprise, Amor didn't resist, and he had expected the other side to try arguing instead. Nevertheless, the image of the other side in his mind became a bit clearer, as the veil of mystery lifted just slightly. As for the pictures the other party previously shared in the group chat, they were highly processed, with fake backgrounds and distant shots that only revealed facial contours. Now, as Gu Jinji looked at the faint veins popping out on the forearms and the neatly fitting shirt hinting at a well-defined waistline, he almost felt the real body temperature emanating from the person. It seemed their voice and presence would be equally cool rather than greasy. Lin Su never imagined that the random photo he took just to check off a task could exude an atmospheric vibe in others' eyes. Neither did he expect that Gu Jinji would boastfully send it to a friend immediately. I bet my guy is a hottie, certainly not a lazy fatty, Gu Jinji casually said to Su Zhou. On the other end, there was only disbelief, do you have something better to do? That's just a random hand shot, what if the face turns out to be full of pockmarks? Moreover, aren't there plenty of handsome trainees at your company? Why is Master Gu settling for so little? Gu Jinji rolled his eyes. They're different, they're outsiders. Besides, haven't you heard of allure coming from mystery? No matter how attractive others appeared, they rarely attracted Gu Jinji's interest. His curiosity about Amor stemmed entirely from the unknown and his own fantasies about the person. Currently speaking, Gu Jinji believed Amor to be a mysterious yet reliable older man with a slight coldness despite being someone who essentially depended on others financially. Still, for now, he still wanted to continue exploring. Let's just say it bluntly, he wanted to see until when the other side planned to con for something big. Did he not ask you for money? Su Zhou didn't believe it. After all, everyone wanted a bite of the fat piece that was Gu Jinji. Speaking of this, Gu Jinji realized how strange it was, but finally gained some satisfaction against Su Zhou and hurriedly retrieved a screenshot of his transferred funds. My dear boy, take a good look. He didn't accept it. Alright, go play by yourself, but be careful not to get seriously involved, or you'll be completely drained, Su Zhou reminded once. The deeper the thought process, the less likely people are to be swayed by small benefits. Go away. Gu Jinji was almost fed up with this dumbass, as if he were some fool. But how old does he look anyway? He seems kind of young. Gu Jinji stared at the photo a few more times, feeling the hands didn't appear mature at all. Subsequently, he thought himself ridiculous. No palm reading master would be able to interpret hands as well as him. Fine, my bad, rolling on the floor. Gu Jinji replied. Brother, I can't sleep, insomnia. Will you keep me company? Gu Jinji guessed that the other side was about to ask him to go to bed early again, so he took the initiative to request first. As expected, Lin Su felt there wasn't much to say and just sent a message, rest well. Lin Su furrowed his brows, hesitantly changing back into his pajamas, then neatly lying down in bed, pulling up the blanket corner carefully. His eyes remained vacant for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, but he didn't have insomnia. However, Gu Jinji sent another emoticon of a kitten rolling over, looking pitifully. Lin Su couldn't refuse. After all, accompanying one CP during such times seemed like a duty. After taking a deep breath, he slightly opened his eyes more widely, regaining some energy, and only replied with one word, all right. Gu Jinji had long been dissatisfied with Amor always going to bed so early, as others in online romances were passionately chatting until midnight or even 2 or 3 a.m., becoming increasingly intimate. Why was it like stagnant water when it came to him? Is brother unwilling? Or are you chatting with someone else? Cute, Gu Jinji let out a cold snort. Lin Su thought to himself, who would disturb people this late at night like you? Still, he roughly and simply took a screenshot of his chat interface, which was cleanly showing only Gu Jinji alone and the group chat on silent mode, indicating, look, it's only you who's bothering me. He felt strangely resentful inside. Gu Jinji reckoned that Amor couldn't possibly delete all chats so quickly. After all, Lin Su had already sent the message within a second of his comment. Still, he wasn't entirely satisfied. Ugh, haven't I been set as your top priority? No, this isn't how an online romance should operate. Lin Su was speechless. In fact, his WeChat had always been quiet, not adding many people, nor did he enjoy fostering emotional connections. With Gu Jinji's relentless messages, without setting him as a top priority, Lin Su could still see them every time he opened his eyes. But following the demand, Lin Su placed Gu Jinji as his top priority and sent a new screenshot over. Gu Jinji was pleased, feeling that the boyfriend experience wasn't bad. He felt that the other party never debated with him, instead continuously providing evidence. Though occasionally ignoring him, this actually made him feel pretty secure. Still, Gu Jinji remembered the unaccepted money transfer and felt somewhat down. When did it become so difficult to willingly be a generous boyfriend? Moreover, whenever he thought of Amor eating clear broth noodles, he couldn't bear it. Love shouldn't involve letting the other person talk about it for free. Thus, he cleverly came up with a perfect reason. Brother, in 2 days it will be our 2-week anniversary since we started dating. What kind of gift do you want? Not money. Now even if Amor were arrogant, there would be no excuse to decline, Gu Jinji smugly thought. Lin Su's drowsiness instantly disappeared, suddenly alert. 2-week anniversary. He hadn't dated before, so he wasn't sure whether these kinds of dates really needed to be commemorated. Hearing about gifts, Lin Su remembered the watch from the original host, making him feel quite pressured. Where was Ji Mang Mang considered his CP? The person was clearly his creditor. Lin Su was about to rack his brain for excuses to refuse, but Gu Jinji continued talking on his own. I'm so excited about what gift you'll give me. This made it impossible for Lin Su to refuse, as it seemed like his refusal stemmed from not wanting to give gifts, which would be extremely awkward. So he could only indirectly respond, that. Ji, it's better to spend money on yourself. You're just a college student and still depend on your family financially. Moreover, we're merely trying out being a CP through the event. In case we don't develop any feelings, we can still be friends later. In truth, Lin Su had always felt they weren't real partners, lacking much affection. But Ji Mang Mang had been very clingy, leaving him completely unable to distance himself, forcing him to fulfill his responsibilities as a boyfriend. After saying it out loud, things indeed became much better. Gu Jinji kicked off the quilt with his foot and abruptly sat up. Shit, TMD, is he dumping me? If it were under normal circumstances, Gu Jinji would have started ranting already, but now he suppressed his anger. But this is my first love, isn't it too casual in your eyes? Even though it's online romance, it's still his first love, damn it. Gu Jinji was furious, feeling no different from the pain of being dumped in real life. Despite being generous, he wondered why he didn't seem like a good boyfriend. Lin Su immediately felt guilty again, even though he had been very tactful. He hadn't expected that in such a comical online romance game, the other side would be serious. He also remembered that Ji Mang Mang was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. If one doesn't take relationships seriously, how could they get scammed and become a laughingstock? He didn't want to be like the original aggressive character, nor did he want to hurt Ji Mang Mang. So, in a rush, he decided to salvage the situation. What I mean is, although we're just a game CP, I am willing to seriously nurture feelings with you. Worried about appearing insincere, he even specifically sent a voice message, speaking deeply, I'll be sincere. Lin Su was thoroughly intimidated by Gu Jinji, realizing that he himself was wrong. Since he had started online dating after coming here, no matter what, he couldn't break up rashly. By the time they both realize it's just a fleeting romance or when either of them meets a suitable partner in real life, the breakup will be natural and no one will get hurt. Although Gu Jinji was still upset, hearing Lin Su's sincere voice did make him feel slightly better. Ending things now would embarrass Lin Su greatly. Alright, I trust you, Gu Jinji said with some reluctance. If you don't want to give a gift, then you don't have to. We don't have to commemorate it if you prefer, Gu Jinji added while tugging at the blanket. But Lin Su already felt guilty. If such a date mattered so much to Gu Jinji, how could he treat it lightly? So, he sincerely replied, I'll pick out a proper gift for you, believe me. Oh. Gu Jinji propped his face in his hand. Actually, mentioning gifts was merely an excuse to exchange presents, without any genuine expectation since the other side barely had money to afford food. What kind of gift could that be? However, as Lin Su sincerely said he would select a gift carefully, similar to his voice message about cultivating feelings earnestly, Gu Jinji found himself believing somewhat. The truth is, Gu Jinji calmed down because of that sentence. His anger and grievance stemmed from being dumped. It was implicitly understood that both parties were only playing around. No one took it seriously. Would anyone take online dating seriously? Lin Su simply didn't want to play anymore, but he also genuinely worried about making Gu Jinji sad. Therefore, he decided to keep going and commit. As strangers who've never met in person, Lin Su really cared about him. In that fleeting moment of warmth, Gu Jinji thought it might not be too bad to be scammed a little more by him. Chapter 9. That night, Lin Su rarely suffered from insomnia because of guilt. He had never hurt anyone's feelings before, always rejecting objectively when the story hadn't even started yet. But this time he was swept into a whirlpool as soon as it began. For Ji Mang Mang, he subtly felt a sense of responsibility, recognizing the significance of first love mentioned by her. He wanted Gu Jinji to know that dating wasn't just about giving without receiving. No matter how charming or attractive someone is, an unreciprocated relationship is not worth it. If even he, an awkward online lover, could manage it, then real-world lovers should do better. Don't fall for the protagonist's manipulation anymore. Lin Su was perpetually single but has always believed in these principles. After pondering over gifts for half the night, he still got up at 6 o'clock as usual. What gift would an overly loud and lively college boy want? Lin Su contemplated while listening to his MP3. He thought Gu Jinji should focus on studying, become rational and smart, and not try to find a suitable partner online. However, Gu Jinji probably wouldn't be happy receiving books, even if they were extracurricular ones. Without any ideas, Lin Su rarely sent Gu Jinji a morning greeting, even though there was no guarantee she would be awake at this hour. For him, it was a trivial effort, something he'd never done for anyone other than his first love. Sure enough, it wasn't until after Lin Su finished his early self-study session in the morning that Gu Jinji replied during the break between classes. Regarding using mobile phones at school, Lin Su was already accustomed to it, as long as it didn't affect his studies. Wakey wakey good morning. Gu Jinji sent a gif of a cat rolling around as if nothing unpleasant had happened last night, her grudge fading quickly. He probably bore no resentment, otherwise, according to the original story where Gu Jinji was deceived by a resource-hogging male lead who later hooked up with others, turning her into a laughingstock in the Beijing circle, she wouldn't have heard of the male lead engaging in excessive harassment or revenge afterwards. After heartbreak, things ended cleanly. There was merely one outburst of cursing the other person online, followed by the termination of all contracts between Gu Corporation and the male lead. From then on, Gu Jinji became more hardened and sharp-tongued, clearly hurt deeply. Lin Su couldn't help but purse his lips slightly, a faint smile in his eyes. Haven't you started class yet? He asked. Gu Jinji suddenly came to her senses. Bad luck, she was going to be late for work. How could she be so upset last night that she spent the entire night playing games? She hurriedly put on her suit and rushed off to the company. If her brother found out that she performed poorly on her second day of work, it would be a disaster. After settling into her seat at the company, Gu Jinji finally thought of an excuse: no classes in the first period today. How come she could only think of this reason every time? So annoying. She went to the restroom to adjust her suit and hair. Still looking good, no puffiness due to lack of sleep. All of this was because of Lin Su. Although in their chat messages Gu Jinji came across as cute and innocent, her face was gloomy throughout the morning, occasionally kicking the desk. It was hard maintaining the image of a pure-hearted university student. After waking up, Gu Jinji also felt that what Lin Su said about taking things seriously might have been a way to mollify her, which made her quite irritable. A couple formed during the CP event in the group a few weeks ago had broken up after nearly 2 weeks. Nevertheless, Amour and Chi Ji Mang Mang, who were envied by group members, remained together, not a particularly pleasant situation. Amour had recently gone offline, leaving Chi Ji Mang Mang active alone. Some people speculated that they might have split up but hadn't informed the group. It seems like they've broken up. I haven't seen Amour interacting with Chi Ji Mang Mang in the group. I've always felt they weren't suitable for each other. Chi Ji is an immature college student, it must have been exhausting for them both. The bitterness spilled onto the screen, affecting the group's atmosphere, but since it was anonymous, there was no way to figure out who was causing trouble. The group owner had no choice but to intervene. Let's all enjoy chatting in the group without discussing other people's private matters. However, with hundreds of people in the group, it was difficult to manage. No one knew each other well enough, and the owner's attempt to control the chaos was ineffective. When Gu Jinji saw their sarcastic speculations, usually she would have countered right away. She wasn't one to endure such things. But this time, for some unknown reason, she didn't respond, though she truly felt uncomfortable inside. They weren't entirely wrong. Amour might indeed feel that way. If Amour decided to end it, she couldn't force anything. The final outcome would simply be a sad departure from the group. Feeling powerless, Gu Jinji didn't initiate a private chat asking Amour for an explanation. Instead, she allowed herself to be lost in thought, staring at the screen. Then, in a dreamlike moment, the other party's avatar appeared before her eyes. Amour only said one sentence for clarification: "We haven't broken up, so I think there's no point continuing with making friends." The original purpose of this group was to help people find partners. Once that had been achieved, why continue chatting casually? That seemed to be his implication. Gu Jinji thought she probably hadn't misunderstood him. After such a long absence, he reappeared with nearly heartless words. Group members who still harbored illusions about Amour felt betrayed. He used to be friendly to them all, now after just 2 weeks of online dating, how could he determine not to break up and start looking for another partner in the group again? It was too arrogant. Some couldn't help but mock Amour. Got a boyfriend and forgot everyone else. So ruthless. We're all tools to you, not even friends. Lin Su didn't bother to explain further. First, it would have been hard to clarify, and second, with mixed personalities in the group, those upset with him wouldn't have been satisfied anyway. The reason Gu Jinji stood out was because Lin Su already knew she'd fall victim to such deceit. Amour completely ignored them. This made everyone furious. But deep down, Gu Jinji found it slightly satisfying. This time, it wasn't forced on him. It was Amour taking the initiative, saying they should remain a couple. Without having to furiously defend himself, he came out on top, which felt amazing. Thus, Gu Jinji decided to completely act as if last night hadn't happened and started picking a gift for his boyfriend. Picking a gift was initially seen as a better-sounding way of financial support, but now Gu Jinji intended to seriously choose something good. Unlike the last time when he just bought a watch at a decent price without much thought. He recalled Amour wearing a white shirt last night. Normally, he should wear suits, being an older man. Let's pick a tie then, it's practical. Once determined, Gu Jinji began browsing brands he frequently purchased online. Older men like Uncle aren't as flashy as younger guys, but somehow they appear fresher than most typical uncles. They shouldn't look too old-fashioned or too fashionable, preferably a bit more steady. During work hours, Gu Jinji idled away his time in the office handling personal affairs, occasionally frowning and nodding. Any item he liked was added to his cart first. His tear-shaped mole by the corner of his eye looked especially lively amid various expressions. However, as the general manager, of course, there were things to attend to. For example, in the afternoon, while Gu Jinji was browsing shopping apps again, a department manager approached indicating that today would be a good day to check out the trainees of the company since Gu Jinji hadn't done so yet. The practice room for the trainees took up an entire floor, housing exceptionally handsome boys and pretty girls. Upon arriving at the practice room, Gu Jinji aimlessly walked behind the leading manager. Occasionally through the transparent glass windows, he glimpsed trainees sweating during their practice sessions. This batch consists of future male idol group candidates, selected based on superior talent and looks, the manager introduced. Of course, if Gu Jinji thought any of them weren't qualified, he could easily crush their chances for debut right at the outset. Gu Jinji quickly scanned the group. There were only 7 or 8 trainees in the room, all practicing dance moves that were clean and beautiful. Their coordination was high, and each one of these young men was over 1.8 meters tall. These boys, outstanding in appearance compared to others outside their world, would have been highly sought after within their friend groups. Now they sat before Gu Jinji like cuts of pork laid out flat on a cutting board. Yet Gu Jinji's heart remained calm, their goals, dreams, and ambitions indistinguishable, identical as if they'd been cut from the same mold. Each tried their best to display their most charming sides when he entered. He could have a garden where every flower was stunning, but none unique. Gu Jinji nodded disinterestedly and continued looking at ties. General manager, is there anyone among these prospects who catches your interest? Someone asked, noting these were all carefully chosen. They'll do fine attracting fans. As for me, I prefer those a little older, Gu Jinji reflected mysteriously. Since he was immature enough himself, he naturally wasn't attracted to his kind. Now, someone like Uncle somewhat intrigued him. The manager pointed toward a corner where a man with closely cropped hair resembling a wolfish dog stood aggressive, a cool and handsome trainee. He's the oldest here, around 25 or 6 years old. His talents are exceptional, though he hasn't practiced for long, he's still on the pre-selection list. Hearing this age, Gu Jinji glanced over. Wearing a tank top, the man indeed had well-built muscles that he appreciated, remaining aloof and not looking in his direction. In terms of looks, he passed Gu Jinji's test. However, his arrogance clashed somewhat with Gu Jinji's competitive nature. Compared to finding him interesting, Gu Jinji felt they might end up fighting. He was somewhat like the typical school bully boys Gu Jinji had encountered in high school, and it so happened that Gu Jinji particularly liked to fight with such bullies. What about his education? Does he know English? Gu Jinji couldn't help comparing all men with Amour. He guessed Amour's educational background should be decent since his English sounded very charismatic, giving a well-educated impression. Thinking of himself, Gu Jinji sighed, despite having the best family resources, he ended up like an uncouth rogue. The other person was a penniless fellow yet exuded more gentlemanly charm than him, making Gu Jinji find this amusing. The department manager didn't expect Gu Jinji to ask such irrelevant questions. His family conditions are not good, he dropped out of school in high school. However, for trainees, this wasn't considered a defect. In the entertainment industry, high education isn't as common, good looks and high EQ matter more. Gu Jinji suddenly felt uninterested. He himself might be an underachiever academically, but he was repelled by others who shared similar traits with him. Let's stop here for today, Gu Jinji gestured, already planning to leave work early to return to his office and relax. Originally, Gu Jinji had no significant impressions of any of these trainees, until after he came out from the restroom. As he was engrossed in his phone and didn't look at where he was going, leaning against the wall lazily, he was abruptly bumped by a pair of sturdy arms. Gu Jinji immediately got angry, ready to roll up his sleeves and compare muscles with the guy. Can you please watch where you're going? He said sharply, stretching his hand to pick up his phone. The other party had already squatted down to retrieve it for him. Sorry, a deep voice came from beside his ear. When Gu Jinji took back his phone, he realized the product detail page had been exited. He couldn't find the one he was looking at just now. Furrowing his brows, he looked up, only to meet a slightly familiar face. This man had prominent eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, a look that implied quite formidable fighting skills. A cursory glance revealed a tattoo on his arm. You're acting quite cocky, aren't you? Unable to tolerate pretentious people, Gu Jinji adopted a cold expression, his eyes piercing as he folded his arms and asked in a low tone, which department do you belong to? Yan Yang replied, trainee. Only then did Gu Jinji remember who he was, don't you know who I am? Yan Yang shook his head, with no hint of falsity. Not recognizing him just then was understandable. Gu Jinji was feeling relaxed and didn't bother analyzing the authenticity of Yan Yang's response. But he didn't form a good first impression of Yan Yang. With a dismissive look, Gu Jinji walked away. From afar, they could still hear him muttering, shit, I can't find it again because of this moron. Yan Yang paused for a moment after watching him go before walking off. Chapter 10. During school days, students with outstanding looks always received special treatment, especially those with exceptional appearances. Just seeing his face made their hearts race wildly, even making them too nervous to look straight at him. There were many bashful thoughts hidden in their minds. Lin Su had just transferred to a new class when the seats were rearranged once again. With the college entrance exam approaching, in order to improve the enrollment rate, Teacher Wang advocated that academically strong students should help others within their capabilities. Thus, seats were arranged according to a complementary results rule. Of course, it followed the voluntary principle as well. After all, most people did not want to waste time helping others. The college entrance exam was a significant event in their lives, not a trivial matter. Lin Su transferred from an international class and had not received exam-oriented education. Naturally, he was ranked last on the list. He was not worried about himself. He simply reviewed during the break according to the knowledge framework and did not rush to contact the top students in the class like many other average students did. However, in just one morning, a few classmates unfamiliar to Lin Su came to tap his desk, indicating their willingness to sit together. This was Lin Su's first interaction with them. Since transferring classes, Lin Su had not taken the initiative to get along with his classmates, he was naturally passive. Thank you, but I'll just follow the teacher's arrangement, Lin Su replied after being confused, then politely asked for the names of his classmates without further conversation. He was sure that he would not disturb his future deskmate, so he did not pay much attention to this matter. Finally, the seating was confirmed. Lin Su sat next to a female top student in the class, and they were in the core central position where high-performing students had the right to choose their seats. Class 9 was an ordinary class with unremarkable overall results. The female top student's name was Yushan, who was highly valued by the teachers in Class 9. She consistently held the number 1 spot in the class, scoring 20 or 30 points higher than second place every time. In fact, she could have chosen to enter the experimental class. She had a delicate appearance, wore her hair in a high ponytail, and possessed a cool personality. She rarely spoke, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Lin Su found it very natural to interact with such classmates and thought it might be the teacher's arrangement, possibly to take care of him. However, he did not expect that it was Yushan who proactively requested this. Perhaps there was an attraction between similar kinds. Besides, these classmates were teenagers after all. When they saw Lin Su's face, they were invariably captivated. Some students from other classes even deliberately pretended to pass by to sneak a peek. The international class was in a different building, so it was difficult to meet under normal circumstances, thus most of them were hearing about Lin Su for the first time. Yet Lin Su turned out to be more introverted than expected. After sitting together for a day or two, they exchanged fewer words than one hand could count. Lin Su was also an extremely rule-abiding boy. His things never went beyond the range of his own desk, and he never accidentally touched Yushan. It was only occasionally that Yushan secretly glanced at his profile. His skin was fair, his facial features smooth, and all his features perfectly matched each other. His school uniform was always immaculately clean with a laundry powder fragrance. His eyes were focused, as if he had his own little world. Only occasionally, when taking out his phone during breaks and tapping away, did she think he was just an ordinary boy. The breakthrough came when Yushan voluntarily lent her notes to Lin Su. From the first year of high school to the third year, her notes were meticulously organized, and the habits of a top student made the entire notebook logically clear. This indeed saved Lin Su quite a bit of trouble, so he expressed his thanks and accepted it. To repay her kindness, he bought her an ice cream from the small convenience store during the break because he was fast, it hadn't melted by the time he returned to the classroom. Thanks for your notes, Lin Su handed the ice cream to Yushan, looking composed, before sitting back down and continuing to review. If the ice cream didn't melt, she probably wouldn't have been able to bear eating it. Perhaps this qualitative leap gave her courage. So, after school, while Lin Su was tidying up his belongings, Yushan asked in a calm tone, "Deskmate, do you want to watch a movie together? A new science fiction film seems to have just been released." She guessed he would like it, so she suggested it to cater to him. Lin Su's principle was that he would not go out alone with girls, even though they were indeed just classmates and hadn't done anything wrong. He always felt it was inappropriate. "Sorry, I've got something else," he shook his head and declined while looking at her. Seeing his clear and decisive gaze, Yushan instantly realized that Lin Su had no feelings for her beyond friendship, nor any intention to develop it further. Otherwise, rejection could have become an awkward situation for both parties. "Well, I guess I'll go alone then," Yushan shrugged and reverted to her aloof demeanor. No one knew that she had tried. Lin Su nodded, packed up his backpack as usual, and left the classroom to go home. His life was rather monotonous, or rather, in his heart, high school life should be like this, nothing more than the line between school and home. However, now he still hid a secret, a relationship that high school students shouldn't have, but which he couldn't bring himself to cut off. On his way past the basketball court, Lin Su noticed the boys playing basketball. They were all worked up, faces flushed and full of vitality as they jumped. His mind started to wander. Based on what he knew about Ji Mang Mang, his boyfriend Gu Jinji's nickname, this guy probably resembled those boys, laughing loudly, disliking study, active and lively, except that he was particularly pale-skinned with a sweet voice, likely shining like a star on the basketball court instead of making all sorts of raucous cheers like these ones. He quickly noticed their colorful basketball shoes. He remembered Gu Jinji also had basketball classes, so he surely loved playing too. A thought crossed his mind. Instead of going home and studying along the usual route when leaving school, Lin Su navigated his way to a nearby mall. Lin Su personally hated shopping in malls. He didn't care much about his own appearance, so he rarely felt the urge to shop. The main and most crucial reason was that he couldn't stand enthusiastic sales assistants who kept asking questions non-stop, yet he couldn't think of proper responses, feeling like his mouth was sealed. "What would you like, sir?" "I'm just looking around." "Would you come again next time?" "Don't think I dare." After some mental preparation, Lin Su walked into the mall with an expressionless face, heading straight to the shoe-selling floor. As soon as he entered a store, a salesperson approached him immediately. Though pressured, Lin Su still surveyed his surroundings, searching for anything suitable. If he was buying for himself, the shoe size being right would be good enough. But since it was a gift for his boyfriend, even if Gu Jinji wouldn't see it, Lin Su still didn't want to settle for something careless. His little aesthetic sense finally came in handy. "What kind of design are you looking for, classmate?" "Let me find it for you," the salesperson asked by his side. Lin Su pursed his lips and managed to opened his mouth, basketball shoes. "This whole section is basketball shoes. Take a look at whichever style you like." Lin Su suffered from headaches due to the constant chatter, ignoring the salesperson while imagining how Gu Jinji's legs would look in them. Pure white ones might not be appropriate, they don't fit Gigi Mang Mang's vibe, and besides, they're not durable. Looking at various styles, Lin Su always found them slightly lacking and unwilling to compromise. By the time the salesperson asked which pair he liked, his ears turned red. He seldom left the store without buying anything, it was simply awkward to do so. Sorry. Lin Su mumbled briefly and then left the store in great strides while tightly pulling on his shoulder strap. This scenario repeated several times. Just as Lin Su exited one store and was focusing on entering the next one, he collided with Mao Jun and Yang Zixuan. Their relationship seemed to have become closer. When they saw him, both greeted him. Mao Jun rushed over curiously, asking, "Brother Lin, it's been a long time since we last saw you. We were just talking about you. What are you shopping for?" Yang Zixuan didn't follow to hear their conversation, but was browsing a boutique instead. Honest as ever, Lin Su said, "Buying a gift." "For who?" Mao Jun scratched his head, unsure if he knew the person. It must be a new friend to send gifts so quickly, otherwise, he'd be jealous. "Just, my boyfriend." Speaking about this made Lin Su feel embarrassed. He had never described someone's identity to others as his boyfriend. However, since Mao Jun already knew, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Oh. Mao Jun teased him playfully with a joking gaze. He asked further, "What kind of gift?" Lin Su pointed casually, "I'm thinking of giving him a pair of sneakers. He loves playing basketball." Mao Jun really didn't expect that after having a boyfriend, Lin Su would change like this. In his impression, Lin Su was always relatively popular and didn't seem to pay much attention to romantic relationships. A decent pair of basketball shoes isn't cheap. It's just a virtual romance partner, and we're still students. Why don't we buy one online randomly? Besides, how can you ensure he's worth your investment like this? Mao Jun couldn't quite comprehend it either. He believed it wasn't serious dating, even when buying himself shoes, he hesitated. Shoes in this mall start at several hundred yuan, spending such money on a virtual person felt risky, fearing being defrauded. Lin Su was a man of principles who never let others sway his thoughts. If he bought just any pair that wasn't comfortable to wear, the meaning of the gift would disappear. It would neither be practical nor sincere. Moreover, Lin Su knew Gu Jinji was worth it. He wasn't someone who played with emotions, and Lin Su could not toy with his feelings either. Regardless of whether any amount meant anything to Gu Jinji or not, Lin Su promised to choose carefully, aiming at least to reach his standard and not handle things perfunctorily. "No." He shook his head. "I'll keep looking. See you later." Lin Su waved goodbye to him. In the end, all his efforts were worthwhile. When he saw a red and black color combination basketball shoe in the display window with clever designs, Lin Su knew instantly it was the right choice. After taking a deep breath and consulting the salesperson about the material and some details of the shoe, Lin Su became more satisfied. The only issue was the price. This pair of shoes cost nearly 3,000 yuan. For the previous Lin Su, it was just a number, but now Lin Su only had 1,000 yuan as his monthly living expense. Of course, given how much the Lin family spoiled him, there would be no difficulty in asking for more living expenses. However, if he had to deceive his family for dating money, Lin Su would not agree with that. As a gift for Gu Jinji, he didn't think it was too expensive and thus unworthy. If he still lacked money, he would just figure out a way by himself. "Are there enough stocks for this shoe? Can I come back to buy it in a few days?" Lin Su asked the salesperson. The salesperson saw that he was still wearing school uniform as a student without family accompaniment and asked such questions, and already didn't believe Lin Su would return. Still, very professionally responded, "Yes, you can come anytime." After getting the answer, Lin Su nodded and left. It's hard for students to earn money, and Lin Su is not impulsive either. Under the premise of not affecting his own progress, he found a tutoring group introduced by classmates. Doing tutoring after class was the most suitable. But he is still in high school, not entirely trustworthy to parents, yet the name of Fuzhong still carried some authority. After contacting for a long time, Lin Su took on several junior high school students tutoring jobs at a relatively low price. The knowledge system of junior high school is very simple and single subject, which doesn't take any effort for Lin Su, nor will he misguide others. In order to save 2,000 in a short time, he could only go teach right after class, shuttle between several families, and return home at 10 o'clock in the evening. Sleeping time would have to be pushed back 2 hours. But doing so for a short period, Lin Su thought it wasn't a problem, though it would be a bit tiring. Grandpa and Grandma Lin, seeing their grandson coming home around 10 o'clock, thought he couldn't help going to the internet cafe to play games again. But compared to his former unruly behavior, the current grandson overall became much better behaved, so they didn't blame him. After all, growing up doesn't happen overnight. Just seeing their grandson looking mentally exhausted due to playing games for a long time, they felt a little heartbroken. Lin Su didn't know his grandparents' misunderstanding. He just tried hard to balance and control his schedule. Every night at 10 o'clock, when he walked back to the neighborhood with his backpack, the street lamp stretched his shadow very long. There were almost no people at this time, it was very quiet. But he didn't feel tired at all, thinking that perhaps Gu Jinji would be happy after receiving the gift, get warmth from him, this online friend, and receive a reward for their seriousness, instead of suffering trauma like the original story. The previous owner was a low-level scammer, only making Gu Jinji more cautious and prone to falling for a senior fraudster, which made her mistakenly think she encountered true love in comparison. He was the origin. Lin Su had countless thoughts while looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky, feeling the beautiful night scenery, something he rarely noticed before. With a sudden thought, he took a picture and sent it to Ji Mang Mang, look, beautiful stars. Chapter 11. A few days into work, Gu Jinji finally couldn't resist starting to slack off. On this day, after confirming there was nothing major to handle, he rewarded himself by leaving 2 hours early. In the evening, there was a company team-building event celebrating the successful debut of the newly launched boy group, and as the general manager, he obviously had no intention of being absent. To prevent working all day, he decided to take a drive in his beloved car that afternoon. In the underground garage, Gu Jinji's yellow sports car stood out remarkably, not only because of its ostentatious color but also due to its exorbitant price. Everyone at the entertainment company was sharp, having been exposed to this circle and witnessed a lot. Every time they came to fetch their cars, they would always marvel at his. Their general manager was handsome and wealthy, but his somewhat peculiar temperament left people uncertain. Humming a tune off key, Gu Jinji lazily jingled his keys as he headed down to get his car. As soon as he entered the underground garage, he heard two people arguing, though he didn't catch much. Song Gu, do you know how long I've waited for this opportunity? You also know what my life used to be like. I've had enough of shabby rental apartments and being called a street rat. I must seize this chance. Sorry. Yan Yang, what is your heart made of? Does over a year of feelings mean nothing to you? You've lived off me, if it weren't for my efforts getting you into the company, who knows where you'd still be handing out flyers. Now, are you really going to break up with me like this? It's not breaking up, Song Gu, don't cry. We're in the same company now, it's too dangerous. You should understand why I can't make our relationship public. Can't we just live our own lives? As Yan Yang gently hugged him, the man's breathing slowly steadied as he said dejectedly, so you're blaming me for going to the practice room to find you today. You know some people in our group envy me. If they found out about our relationship, I'd be ruined. You wouldn't want that, right? I know how much you love me, Song Gu. Yan Yang continued comforting him. I understand, I'll think it over. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? You've been living in the dormitory, I want to cook for you. The man hugged him back tightly. Sorry, there's a team-building activity at the company tonight. I'll come back tomorrow, okay? The man finally calmed down, and Yan Yang secretly sighed in relief. Until they heard the clear sound of jingling keys, Yan Yang suddenly became alert. His mood sank, and he quietly turned around, hiding behind the car, leaving Yusong exposed within Gu Jinji's line of sight. Yusong quickly wiped his face and respectfully greeted, "Good afternoon, General Manager." Gu Jinji merely nodded, casting a glance at him. He vaguely remembered this employee worked in the brokerage department and was quite capable, having been in the company for several years and reaching a minor leadership position. He knew there was someone else behind him but wasn't sure what they had just been muttering about. However, he had no interest in prying into other people's affairs, so he stylishly opened the car door, started the engine, and drove away. And those two, never expecting to encounter Gu Jinji during working hours, quickly tidied themselves up and left separately. Gu Jinji called Su Zhou to come out for a drive, releasing some of the stress from work. Next to him lay the freshly arrived ties, packaged in exquisite boxes. Gu Jinji had forgotten all about it until Su Zhou sat in the passenger seat and curiously pulled one open, making him suddenly stop and smack his forehead in regret. What is this? Su Zhou asked him. Give it back to me. Gu Jinji tried to grab it, but Su Zhou held it high, sensing that something wasn't right. TSK, a tie. For whom? Don't bother me, will you? Gu Jinji refused to say, unwilling to be mocked again. Spending money on conniving poor guys wasn't the only thing he cared about. Most importantly, Gu Jinji in real life looked down on good-looking men and women. His online romance partner hadn't even exchanged any words yet, offering no tangible benefits, making it seem stupid indeed. Why are you in such a rush? Su Zhou, after all, was an old friend, understood him well, and guessed correctly in seconds. Surely not for your online romance partner? He asked in surprise. Gu Jinji snatched it impatiently, ruffled his hair irritably, and said, stop meddling, placing the box on his thigh to keep Su Zhou from touching it. Not trying to offend, but aren't you really foolish, Mr. Gu? Any fool could tell that side is probably a scammer. Why are you still sending them money? Although others might see Gu Jinji as a strange and difficult person, Su Zhou knew that deep down, he was overly naive. The master has money, and it's the master's pleasure. Gu Jinji retorted. He felt slightly annoyed when others said that about Amor, even though he thought so initially. But perhaps the emotions provided by the other party somehow caused these thoughts to inexplicably surface. Gu Jinji believed that since the decisions were made under his conscious awareness, it couldn't truly be said that the other person was deceiving him. And was it really necessary? It was just about sending a gift, not giving away his entire fortune. He could help alleviate poverty and buy himself some happiness. what was wrong with that? Forget it, you should be glad you haven't been swindled by those seductive bitches in your company. They're the ones who are insatiable. Su Zhou ultimately realized it wasn't a big deal, he just sighed as he remarked. People like them were somewhat bound to have some scum-like qualities. As a friend, Su Zhou was genuine, but when it came to relationships, he sought joy and excitement. Still, he had always been generous to his girlfriends, so there were no hard feelings between them. Men who don't value themselves are just like rotten cabbages. Gu Jinji glanced at him, mocking him. Gu Jinji fully believed that having only physical relations without love was nothing to pursue, nor was there anything worth celebrating about it. Instead of thinking of seducing others, self-obsessed Gu Jinji thought it was more embarrassing because he looked too good for it. After casually driving around and eating, Gu Jinji felt quite annoyed again as he arrived at the planned team-building location, a fairly nice bar where they booked a private room. As his car pulled in, many eyes immediately focused on him. Those unfamiliar with Gu Jinji would be completely fooled by him. With his arrogant bearing, fashionable clothing, and unfaltering gaze, he also had a pair of upward slanting, alluring eyes, which gave an impression of knowing exactly what was going through others' minds. At a glance, he appeared to be a young man from a prominent family, picky and noble, someone an average person wouldn't dare approach. In Gu Jinji's eyes, the trendy men and women waiting at the entrance were just common people, not even rid of their rustic air. He was the last to arrive, yet no one dared to say anything, or if Gu Jinji didn't show up, the team-building event would lose its meaning. Everyone harbored secret ambitions, none wanting to associate with ordinary folks, all hoping to gain Gu Urshuai's attention and fly high from there. Under everyone's gathering, Gu Jinji took the central seat, glancing around. Except for a few managers, the rest were exceptionally handsome young people, mostly trainees and artists from their company. Let's start, Gu Jinji casually told the person beside him. The person who caught his sidelong glance was inwardly thrilled, believing their general manager might be sizing them up. Thus, everyone put on their best behavior. Their outfits were flashy, each designed according to their own advantages. Those with long legs wore tank tops and jeans, those with slim waists tucked their shirts into their pants, and those with elegance even donned small suits. The waiters would be blinded every time they entered this room, unable to imagine that these individuals could possibly become future teenage idols. Lazily slouched in the sofa, Gu Jinji felt entirely indifferent, even drowsy, completely embodying the mindset of a reluctant worker. He liked to party, but there were no close friends among them, so it was hard for him to enjoy himself. Besides, Gu Jinji didn't much like singing karaoke, because he was tone-deaf and not sensitive to melodies. Thus, during their company trainees' passionate singing, Gu Jinji merely stifled a yawn internally, hearing no difference. Had it been a room with a few good friends, Gu Jinji might have come alive, picking out an acceptable song like Never Settle, and proudly forcing others to listen to him hum. There were also tall guys nearly 2 meters who were egged on to dance, their movements undeniably attractive, full of sexual tension. However, Gu Jinji's sensitivity towards such matters was like that of a schoolboy, even finding it somewhat exaggerated. Watching them twist their waists sparked no deep thoughts in him, instead, he occasionally checked out how well their abs were trained, ranking each of these cabbages. Then he'd smugly conclude that none matched his brilliance. When half the time had passed, Gu Jinji still remained lethargic, and Yen Yang, who had been secretly observing him, began losing patience. He had roughly figured out that Gu Jinji didn't like being overly conspicuous, as many rich second-generation types did, so he'd maintained a low profile from the start. Now, under the broker's indication, he simply picked a song, grabbing the microphone to sing deeply and earnestly. Yen Yang's role in the group was as the vocal lead since his training period was short. He certainly couldn't compete with dancers trained for years, but his voice was indeed pleasant, the kind that today's fangirls adore, a rich magnetism akin to containing fine brews. As soon as he opened his mouth, a transcendent quality emerged. Gu Jinji preferred drinking beer, liking its straightforwardness, downing it in one gulp. He didn't fancy complicated drinks. However, perhaps for appearances, everyone ordered various colorful cocktails. Under the attentiveness of those around him, he also drank rather strong cocktails, not fully drunk but slightly flushed. Yen Yang sang a love song, full of emotion, which earned unanimous praise and cheers. Gu Jinji didn't quite appreciate it, idly propping his head up as he felt bored. When a boy nearby leaned closer, he opened his mouth to mock, "What perfume are you spraying? It smells awful." Successfully clearing the seats around him. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Gu Jinji absent-mindedly opened it, and upon seeing it was from Amor, he slightly straightened his body. Amor wasn't very chatty and rarely initiated conversations, really like an out-of-touch uncle, so Gu Jinji found it rare. When he tapped open the message and saw the night scene the other party sent, Gu Jinji bit his lip and actually hummed a small laugh. Here they were dancing, their muscular bodies drenched in sweat, while the other side had him look at stars. How could it be so refreshingly simple? A thought struck him, and he smoothed his suit before getting up to go to the restroom. It was too noisy inside. Leaning lazily against the wall, he sent a message, "Our class is having a team-building activity on the track field now, there's a guy singing but I want to hear you sing." Gu Jinji also guessed that he seemed to be challenging someone but yet was quite excited about what. Amor was older than him and appeared rather rigid, so surely he wouldn't send him some sailor-like old songs, right? Ha 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 ha. Lin Su just suddenly wanted to share something, but hadn't expected the subsequent developments or how to respond. Singing. He looked troubled. Unlike other teenage boys, Lin Su had never fantasized about strumming a guitar under the girls' dormitory for the girl he liked during his adolescence. In fact, he seldom participated in such activities. No song list came to his mind. Looking at the vast sky filled with stars, Lin Su pressed the voice button, opening his mouth hesitantly, and finally hummed, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star," even feeling embarrassed about it himself. Unlike a child's sticky sweetness, his voice carried a clarity akin to tapping a blue and white porcelain piece, and held a certain tranquility within it. Through the transmission over the phone, Gu Jinji could even hear his initial hesitation and the awkward pauses midway. "I think you should listen to your classmates instead. I don't know how to sing," Lin Su finally said sheepishly. He vaguely imagined Gu Jinji's college life, a picture completely different from his own back then. There were certainly many charming male classmates who could sing beautifully. Lin Su was completely unconcerned, expecting Gu Jinji to discover the beauty in reality. This way, he would have witnessed the change of the canon fodder ending in the original book, which was quite reassuring. "It's fine, I can't really appreciate it either." Gu Jinji smiled and looked down, patting his flushed cheeks due to drinking alcohol, completely forgetting the fresh, exciting bodies beyond the wall. Chapter 12. A figure entered the restroom and leisurely stood by the sink to wash his hands. He was wearing a black tank top, with a chiseled side profile and muscular arms. Gu Jinji furrowed her brows as she leaned against the wall, turning off her phone after a glance. It was that trainee. Gu Jinji had a slight impression of him. Since someone had come in, Gu Jinji didn't feel comfortable continuing her hidden conversation in the restroom. It wouldn't align with her public persona anyway, and she was somewhat self-conscious. Gu Jinji put her phone away and went to another sink to wash her hands and splash some water on her face. She was slightly tipsy from the alcohol, and looked quite unfocused. Just as she finished drying her hands and was about to leave, the man finally spoke up, "General Manager, I'm sorry for not recognizing you last time." His voice was low, probably because he had been drinking, which made it sound a bit sexy. Gu Jinji almost forgot about the incident where she'd bumped into him. What was the point of bringing it up now? Was he trying to offend her? She lazily acknowledged, uninterested in further conversation. Her mind was only on the fact that it was nearly time to leave work. She was most fed up with socializing. When Gu Jinji returned to the private room, it was indeed nearing its end. They asked her to say a few words. Yan Yang also came in shortly after, standing behind Gu Jinji. "Let's all head home then, shall we?" Gu Jinji glanced around, forcefully asking with both hands leaning on the table. Of course, no one dared disobey. Soon a noisy group left the bar, some more cautious trainees even wore masks. How to get back was an issue, everyone had had at least a little to drink, and drunk driving wasn't an option. Naturally, this worry was mostly about Gu Jinji among her subordinates. Other trainees could simply hail taxis back to the dormitory. A few junior leaders didn't dare irritate Gu Jinji, so they chimed in, "We could call a designated driver, but there will be a wait." At this moment, Yan Yang stepped forward without being overly humble or haughty. "I haven't had any drinks. If needed, I can drive General Manager home." This action on his part made perfect sense. The other trainees admired Yan Yang's astuteness in seizing the moment. Gu Jinji swayed her phone and gave them a sardonic look. "Don't worry about me, I've already called our family driver to pick me up." She then shrugged carelessly, "I can't trust others anyway, don't want my car scratched." She wasn't targeting Yan Yang with those words. That was just Gu Jinji's style, say what comes to mind. And she really cared about her car. This was one reason why her reputation wasn't stellar in certain circles. Many criticized her behind her back as being foolish, but none dared speak openly for fear of it reaching the Gu family, who knows how they might react. Hating her yet fearing her. Yan Yang's expression stiffened slightly, though his lack of expressions masked it well. He did, however, cast a deeper gaze at Gu Jinji. "Well, that's that, I'll leave then." Gu Jinji waved a hand, with no intention of heading home. The day had exhausted her, so she planned to check into a nearby 5-star hotel, then find a blind masseuse. In general, she couldn't fathom their incessant chatter and concern for her plans. With her wealth, what couldn't she solve? Gu Jinji was gay and naturally didn't like men touching her, thus she had called a seasoned female masseuse with excellent technique. Comfortably lying on the bed, remembering her earlier interruption, she thought of chatting with Amour. However, before she could reach for her phone, a call came through. It was her brother calling. "Brother? What's up?" Gu Jinji asked casually, eyes closed comfortably. Having worked so hard to exhaustion, surely her brother had nothing to say now. "Aren't you coming home tonight?" Gu Chi asked. "Not tonight. Too tired, I'll just have a massage somewhere and fall asleep," she replied casually, considering the commute home from the company wasn't short, and she would need to wake up early the next morning. "Alright, take care," Gu Chi said as he continued his overtime work in the study, never removing his eyes from the computer. "How's it going?" "Work isn't too bad, at least there are beautiful people around," Gu Jinji added. Gu Chi paused his hands for a moment and warned her again with patience, "Don't start any messy relationships with them. Our family accepts your sexual orientation, but we won't accept you bringing anyone unsavory home." Such advice had become commonplace for Gu Jinji to hear. Brother, do you really see me as so unreliable? I'm not some lecherous guy. Though, he appeared like the kind who enjoyed playing around. Gu Chi certainly wasn't worried about Gu Jinji lacking control over herself. He never worried about that. Instead, he feared her simplicity. You're not young anymore, brother will organize a social event for you, introduce you to some proper people, Gu Chi said, still unconvinced and therefore planning to introduce Gu Jinji personally. Not to mention anything else, those who could catch Gu Chi's eye would not be lacking in family background or appearance. He also took into consideration the public opinion. Those known for being fickle were out of the question. Of course, it wasn't easy to find someone whose family background could match theirs. But to merely satisfy their younger brother's happiness and peace, the bar didn't have to be set so high. Never mind. Gu Jinji frowned, unwilling to tell him that he was no longer single, as Gu Chi would definitely disapprove of whoever it was online, from all sorts of unsavory characters. Even Su Zhou used to mock him frequently, yet he himself was quite content with this mysterious romantic state. Brother, you know they don't really approve of me, Gu Jinji said slowly, though he was by no means dumb, he just didn't want to change. Of course, he knew very well that some so-called high-quality guys, who had crazily pursued him in college, actually spoke ill of him behind his back, too difficult to deal with, having a lowbrow taste but being ostentatious. Were it not for his birth in the Gu family, he wouldn't have been so arrogant, instead, he would have been messed around with many times. They were infatuated with Gu Jinji's looks, admired his family but despised his pride and arrogance. In the end, once rejected, they got angry at him. So Gu Jinji intensely disliked those willing to sacrifice themselves for him, he thought it disgusting. If he could meet a soulmate, he would even agree on a platonic relationship. Gu Jinji was not the gay man of hedonistic pleasures as people stereotyped. Though in life, he appeared to be hedonistic. Gu Jinji wasn't one to take nonsense. Later on, in a fit of rage, he broke that man's nasal bone, which caused such severe injuries that the guy had no choice but to get plastic surgery. Looking already unattractive to Gu Jinji, he now became downright ugly. For a moment, Gu Chi ran out of words. As Gu Jinji's elder brother, he of course knew how good he was. However, he also understood that in a romantic relationship, Gu Jinji was a real hard nut to crack. Good men who met his orientation were incredibly rare. Even Gu Chi himself wasn't sure if he might turn into the kind of bad boyfriend Gu Jinji disliked when he fell in love. He was a workaholic and hardly paid attention to home matters. Alright, I'll hang up then. Staying single wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Gu family could certainly support him for a lifetime. Relieved, Gu Jinji sighed, teasingly saying his nagging big brother finally hung up the phone. When he found Amor again, he sent several messages but received no reply. Gu Jinji. What are you doing, big brother? Had it been earlier, he would definitely start calling furiously, wondering if the other party did it on purpose and starting to feel annoyed. But he knew that Amor wouldn't get mad due to being disturbed, which was why he hadn't let off steam on Amor before. After all, there was absolutely no reason. But now, he had more or less figured out the schedule of the person on the other side. It was almost 12 o'clock, and the other must be sound asleep. Gu Jinji couldn't understand, among the adults he knew, few went to bed so early. 12 o'clock wasn't late night at all. Nightlife was just beginning. Amor was completely a weirdo. In a bit of anger, Gu Jinji gave the masseuse a few hundred tips and let her leave. The normally quiet masseuse quickly flashed him a smile after receiving the money, politely closed the door and left. Settling back down, Gu Jinji pouted as usual. He wondered, did Amor know how rich he was? If tomorrow he revealed it to the other person, wouldn't that person give up sleeping at night just to stay glued to the phone chatting with him? The more he thought about it, the happier he got, feeling powerful like he could now command the person while Amor would obediently kneel beside him like a shy little wife, losing the coldness. Of course, this was only in his imagination. In reality, neglected by the other, Gu Jinji could only sigh as he scrolled through his phone playing games. Time was tight in the final year of high school, with the first mock exam just around the corner. Lin Su worked part-time at night and reviewed during the day. Fortunately, he had already grasped the high school knowledge system, making review relatively easy. For any points he had revised, there were no such things as difficult problems. In the real world, Lin Su was once the academic idol everyone looked up to in school. Although eligible for guaranteed admission to Peking University, he still chose to take the college entrance examination and deservedly became the top scorer in the province. What he didn't know was that teachers continued to hold him up as an example for every new generation of graduating students. There was even a special thread dedicated to him on the school forum. Faithful fans collected his various awards and photos from elementary school onwards. Apart from his academic achievements, they particularly enjoyed talking about the fact that this academic god was also handsome. Later, he went abroad and joined a research institute, disappearing from the spotlight. They guessed whether he might have married an equally outstanding girl and settled down to start a family. In short, they believed he must have reached another higher-level world, never imagining that until his sudden death, Lin Su remained single. In this book, Lin Su had lost all those halos of fame, and actually he himself was unaware of them. A male classmate who shared the duty of cleaning with Lin Su envied him after school. "You sit next to Yushan, it's so great. She can help you solve problems." Lin Su didn't explain, just nodded, yeah. Brother, let me tell you, our classmates don't know this, but Yu Shan's family are actually in politics and very influential. I once accidentally saw her father on local news. The boy leaned closer to share. Lin Su continued nodding, yeah. Hey. Aren't you moved? I think you're so handsome, you could try hitting on her. If you succeeded, you'd get a good father-in-law and save 20 years of hard work. If only I wasn't black as coal, I'd have gone for it myself, the boy said jokingly, then sounded a bit melancholic. Actually, they guys weren't too fond of pretty boy types, but Lin Su wasn't one of those affected ones, so they had no issues with him. Lin Su couldn't bear listening to these words, your statement is utterly irresponsible. He rarely replied coldly, not wanting to joke around either. The boy hadn't expected Lin Su to be so upright, and he couldn't act flippantly for a while. Just at that moment, Yu Shan came back to fetch something and overheard. She looked sternly at the boy, I hope you won't spread such rumors in class. Her background was unknown to anyone because she didn't want to affect her father's political career by linking her behavior to their family. As for Lin Su, she just pressed her lips together, didn't say anything, and left after fetching what she needed. Lin Su didn't care much. He had already saved up enough money, so from now on, he didn't need to stay up late at night. He finished his duties quickly and went straight to the mall to buy the pair of shoes back. He had already asked Gu Jinji about the shoe size. After all, Lin Su wasn't someone who liked to take roundabout ways to give surprises, so he just directly asked her. Of course, if they fit well, it would be even better. He had considered the possibility that Gu Jinji might not like this question, but how she handled it was her prerogative, he felt his intention had been conveyed. He just wanted to show that there would be a response to Gu Jinji's sincerity in buying him a watch without hesitation as a gift for an online lover. When he bought the gift box, wrapped it up and sent it out, Lin Su also inexplicably felt some tension, and even sweat gathered in his palms. It was the first time he gave a present to someone as an object of affection, and he was quite familiar with the address on the other side. In the real world, his home was also in that neighborhood, and he was surprised to find that the place name in the book wasn't much changed. This made things feel more real. Places that Gu Jinji passed by every day were possibly places he had passed by as well, food she ate were probably ones he had tried too. If the worlds overlapped, they might have passed each other by. Lin Su then thought, hoping that he would pass by proudly smiling instead of walking gloomily and dejectedly. In the past, he might not have turned his head to pay attention, but now, perhaps he would. Chapter 13. After school I'll help you review, all the way until the college entrance exam. A few days had passed, and Yao Shan once again initiated a conversation with Lin Su, her voice cold and distant. Although she was speaking while staring at her textbook, her wandering gaze could not conceal her adolescent thoughts. The sense of disappointment and awkwardness from noticing there was no extra emotion in his eyes finally gave way to a sour end emotion. Perhaps this was what people often reminisce about as unrequited love. Yao Shan observed Lin Su, knowing that he studied hard from morning till night. She had also heard about his reputation, knowing that he was a poor student in the international class, and it was now clear that he would never be able to catch up. However, liking someone often manifests as a beautiful act of virtue, she couldn't help but sacrifice her extracurricular time to help him. This kind of youthful past memory, she wouldn't regret. Lin Su paused slightly with his fingertips, knowing his seatmate was talking to him. Though somewhat slow, he wasn't stupid, and he could feel the occasional attention from the girl. In his student days before, he had encountered shy girls confessing their feelings and also those who pursued him boldly. Even with experience, he still felt anxious about how he should reject them. Yao Shan's academic performance was excellent. Looking at it now, she would definitely get into a top university. It would be unfortunate for her to get distracted by something else at such a critical moment. High school students shouldn't fall in love too early, right? If it weren't for Lin Su's inability to ignore Gu Jinji's ending, he might have simply borrowed some money with a promissory note and asked for her bank account number to repay in the future, instead of being entangled in this romantic game. Thinking about his secret relationship made Lin Su feel quite ashamed. He pursed his lips and shook his head. The college entrance exam is coming soon, you should focus on studying. Yao Shan no longer felt hurt in her self-esteem. Instead, she thought Lin Su was a bit stubborn. Yes, the college entrance exam is coming soon, wouldn't it be good if I helped you? She was confident in her ability to perform well, so she was more concerned about Lin Su. If he failed alone during graduation season, he would be very upset, wouldn't he? Yao Shan had never been arrogant about being a top student, but at this moment, she was confident that she could certainly help Lin Su. I haven't given up on myself, don't worry. Lin Su looked at her, shook his head, and his eyes were very determined. Yao Shan felt a bit powerless. However, she also realized that the other party always made people feel like they could see but not touch, polite yet distant, but seemingly never showed bad emotions. He would never think himself trapped in difficulties, and he would never lose his temper. Even she worried for him, but he seemed composed, his features always cool and aloof. Yao Shan also knew that there wouldn't be any possibility between them after the college entrance exam. He had never unintentionally shown a different side to her. All right. So, Yao Shan nodded and began immersing herself back into her studies. Other classmates saw Lin Su reject the proactive help from the top student, secretly sighing in their hearts, it was really careless of him. If Yao Shan could help them, they would definitely prefer not sleeping at night just to review, they wouldn't even care if she got affected. After all, top students would definitely do well in exams, they didn't need to worry about that, but their own performances were uncertain. Amidst the hurried footsteps, the mock exam finally arrived. The entire grade 3 of the high school arranged test rooms separately based on arts and sciences. Lin Su's class 9 was the science class 9, since in his previous life, he was also a science student. As for the test rooms, they were divided according to midterm scores. Students were ranked from highest to lowest score into different test rooms. Without any scores, Lin Su was naturally placed in the last seat of the last test room. Before the exam, when he walked into the test room with a pen case in hand, the previously noisy room fell silent for a few seconds. A paper ball flying through the air mischievously hit his shoulder. Many years had passed, Lin Su was still not used to so many gazes, but at least he had experience. Although his heart contracted slightly, his expression remained calm and indifferent. He brushed off his shoulder, picked up the paper ball, and took it to the trash can at the back row before sitting down quietly. For some reason, upon seeing his actions, everyone became embarrassed to throw things around anymore. There were actually some classmates who knew that Lin Su was a transferred student from the international class. Due to his out-of-this-world looks, rumors about him had spread long ago across various classes. Boys in the science class theoretically were in majority, but outstanding ones were scarce. They each resembled miners who had just finished digging, dark-skinned, rustic-looking, with poor aesthetics, and wore apparently stylish printed t-shirts every day. After class, they wouldn't bother wearing school uniforms, pulling here and tugging there. Girls all liked boys like Lin Su who wore school uniforms neatly and properly, clean and tidy was already enough. Not to mention, he really was handsome, falling somewhere between elegant refinement and manly charm. And among many ordinary students who were not so gossipy, some of them could not resist glancing at him repeatedly upon suddenly spotting this handsome guy. They were still muttering in their minds, if a person was this good-looking, how could his grades be so terrible? He was even pretending to study seriously before the exam. What a foolish beauty. Not many people were reviewing in the test room, they were the ones with the worst grades. However, it was still an attached middle school after all, and even the students with the worst scores in the class could make it to second-tier universities. Unless someone had genuinely stopped studying after enrollment, a few wouldn't pass for bachelor's degrees, but those who chose to give up so easily were still a minority. The chatting sounds rustled again, though not as loud as before. A more proactive and outgoing girl, seated next to Lin Su, tapped on his desk and started a conversation. Classmate, which class are you from? Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Su couldn't stand such straightforward advances, he found them too clear-cut, making him feel awkward. In his previous life, he would always avoid such encounters as much as possible. So he simply nodded quietly without looking at the girl. He wasn't lying, after all, he did have something akin to a significant other, right? After we break up, I'll find you, alright? By the way, I've already made arrangements with someone familiar. He's going to pass me the answers. Do you want me to pass them to you? She ranked second to last, while Lin Su came dead last, so presumably, he could also benefit from it. Lin Su quickly shook his head, unwilling to even consider cheating, it was meaningless to deceive oneself. As for those who cheated for rewards from their families, Lin Su could hardly empathize with them since he hadn't worried about money since he was young. Instead, Lin Su's parents often criticized him for not knowing how to spend money. Truly a rare good bamboo among bad ones, his mother was a shopping enthusiast. TSK, such a handsome guy and he can't even talk, the girl thought it was no fun anymore, so she lay down to sleep. Lin Su sighed with relief, sometimes, he was thankful for being a poor conversationalist, as it helped him avoid many complicated relationships between boys and girls. Finally, the proctor arrived, distributing the test papers and ringing the bell all within seconds. The classroom was filled with the sound of writing. Lin Su glanced through the questions, his face remaining unperturbed. A few questions covered knowledge points he hadn't reviewed yet, but the rest weren't difficult. Since these were all science subjects, the ones he didn't know how to answer, he couldn't fabricate either. Half an hour before the exam ended, Lin Su finished and handed in his paper. When he left, the proctor glanced at his paper, surprised because that position belonged to the student who usually ranked last, yet he submitted so early, probably having written very little. However, upon seeing the fairly complete answers on the paper, the proctor secretly judged it, first impressed by his neat handwriting, which earned some extra points. His handwriting was elegant but not overly showy. The situation was similar for the other subjects as well. Leaving the test room, Lin Su felt surprisingly lighthearted. 2 days of exams turned the test rooms into chaotic places. There were countless unresolved cheating cases, and several involved students were taken away. Some even claimed the test questions had been leaked. Back in the class, the students began discussing the difficulty of the test. After all, it was their first trial exam, and everyone was on edge. Some were delighted after checking their answers, while others felt so disheartened that they didn't speak all day. Yao Shan looked at Lin Su, who still maintained a blank expression, and couldn't tell how he performed. Judging from his foundation, there probably wasn't much room for him to do well anyway. His seat was lonely, and no one tried comparing answers with him. On the contrary, Yao Shan's side was crowded, as they fully trusted the performance of their top scholar. Lin Su relaxed slightly, glancing at his phone when he saw the logistics indicating that the gift had been signed for, making him feel nervous. Yao Shan, noticing Lin Su unconcernedly fiddling with his phone, flicked her hair and explained the answers in more detail to the other classmates. This drew some mischief makers who teased Lin Su, "You're the closest to the scholar, so why let her be occupied by others?" The speaker was one who failed to secure a spot near Yao Shan. Lin Su, feeling confused, smiled faintly and replied, "The teacher will explain." Then he lowered his head and continued playing with his phone, blocking their view slightly. Fortunately, he bought an anti-peeking screen protector, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing if his chat with Chi-Chi were seen. Lin Su had already started to take the initiative to send messages to Gu Jinji, as his phone was full of her chatter. Sometimes, he felt sorry for her enthusiasm going unanswered. So even without topics, he forced himself to start conversations. "Did you receive the shoes? Are they comfortable for basketball?" Interestingly enough, when Gu Jinji first received the shoes, he was quite surprised. In fact, when Lin Su told him he'd buy shoes for him, Gu Jinji was baffled. Basketball shoes aren't cheap, and sending a cheap pair wouldn't look good. He thought sending jewelry might be better since prices aren't obvious at times. In his mind, Lin Su lived frugally every day, unlike him who enjoyed fine food and drink. Thus, he didn't expect much from this gift, he only awaited Lin Su's reaction when receiving the tie. Wouldn't he become more passionate then? But when Gu Jinji opened the gift, he froze. It was actually a brand worth mentioning, although he wouldn't wear it during university. Gu Jinji, styling himself as a trendsetter, preferred niche brands, believing they held more prestige. Still, thinking from the other person's perspective, this was already quite extravagant. He had money, so spending didn't bother him, but amours don't have money, so perhaps it was equivalent to a month's salary. So, Gu Jinji felt that the weight of it wasn't light, and if he put aside his own luxurious lifestyle, he actually liked the style of the shoes very much. But there was one problem, he hadn't played basketball for a long time. Gu Jinji was still very happy in his heart, and his impression of Lin Su rose a little. He had never met a man who was willing to spend money on him, after all, everyone usually came for his money. Thus, the unconventional Gu Jinji capriciously went to work wearing a suit with basketball shoes, occasionally kicking around, completely ignoring the strange looks from others, thinking it was quite comfortable. Others just thought Master Gu's fashion aesthetics were extraordinary. Anyway, with his figure and appearance, whatever he wore looked good. In the office, Gu Jinji also crossed his legs, often unconsciously glancing at these shoes, finding them more pleasing the more he looked. He really looked fucking handsome in them, it seemed he shouldn't give up his love for basketball. This face, this body, this youthful energy. Who could resist? Pretending to be a male college student really wasn't an exaggeration. Originally, Gu Jinji wanted to take a picture of himself and send it to Lin Su, showing off his beautiful legs, but then suddenly slapped his head, almost forgetting that he would reveal his secret again. There was no way Gu Jinji could stay in the office for a single day, he was full of energy and forced himself to take a half-day leave, insisting on inviting Su Zhou out. Where to go? The two of them directly headed to the gymnasium over 10 kilometers away, their sports cars speeding along the road. Su Zhou touched his chest and inhaled from the oxygen tank. The fuck? This isn't the way to the gym, it's the way to hell. Chapter 14. This Lao Lu says he's going to play basketball. My love, I'll come see you tonight. After Su Zhou blew a kiss into the phone, he immediately put on a sullen face. Suddenly dragged out of the house by his so-called friends, the word victim was written all over his forehead. It had been years since they graduated. How could anyone suggest playing basketball? Don't be so smug. Isn't it just some cheap thing? Su Zhou felt a headache from the way his friend swung his leg around as if anyone actually cared. Even if they gave it to him, he wouldn't want it. What do you know? Does your girlfriend spend money on you like this? Gu Jinji easily shut him up, acting arrogantly. Each of Su Zhou's girlfriends came from ordinary families and most were relatively adept at social graces. Of course, they knew these things wouldn't impress Su Zhou. What Su Zhou wanted wasn't gifts, it was looks and figure, right? One could say they benefited mutually. Each ex-girlfriend reportedly bought cars and houses after their breakup. Does the young master lack anything? Su Zhou smirked. That's fine, even if I explain, you wouldn't understand anyway. He's an ordinary person who really cares about me. Gu Jinji thought about it and felt secretly pleased inside. Sick. Isn't yours online romance? Did you leak something out? So he's fishing with a long line. Su Zhou also found it strange that a netizen could get this far, which quietly amazed people. No, I'm so low-key, you know that. He probably knows I have a little bit of money, but he doesn't fully grasp how much. Gu Jinji shook his head. Who would have thought that randomly picking a CP turned out to be a millionaire? Then have you video chatted? What does he look like? Su Zhou also thought it might be because the other party was attracted by Gu Jinji's looks. No matter what, second young Master Gu's appearance ranked among the top in his circle. Gu Jinji suddenly realized that the other side had never mentioned video chatting before. Both of them ignored this issue unconsciously, as if it didn't matter for them. Should be unknown. The photo he sent when joining the group was taken from an odd angle, making it hard for the other party to imagine his face. He'd also seen Amour's photos, without leaving too much of an impression, just looking like an ordinary person. As for the boasts in the group chat, he couldn't make sense of them at the time. One can only say those people haven't seen much of the world. Photos, he has them, I'll look later. Gu Jinji suddenly became curious himself. How could he have overlooked such a detail and still be enthusiastically dating someone? Finally arriving at the entrance of the gymnasium, Gu Jinji parked his car and began looking through group chat records. After flipping through for quite a while and seeing many terrible pictures, he finally seemed to find Amour's photo. This should be him. Gu Jinji curiously zoomed in to take a closer look. Objectively speaking, he indeed looked a bit better than the average person, a decent-looking man of 6 or 7 points. But with some filters, he did seem not bad at all. I'll take a look. Seeing Gu Jinji's slightly curved lips, Su Zhou snatched the phone out of curiosity, wondering what kind of guy could move Gu Jinji. But after taking one glance, he was utterly disappointed. You sure you're not delirious? This person doesn't even measure up to a random trainee in your company. Too plain. And I see traces of edited pictures here and there. That only meant the real person was definitely uglier. Gu Jinji grabbed back his phone and stuffed it into his pocket, sneering as he defended, it's okay, he's quite nice. Moreover, good-looking guys aren't necessarily honest. A small jab against Su Zhou. Su Zhou, you're toxic. Alright, since it's your first time romancing a man, having a bit of rose-tinted glasses is normal. Su Zhou massaged his forehead. After this excitement, Gu Jinji would likely regret thinking he'd lost his mind. Gu Jinji was somewhat dissatisfied and played him a voice clip of Amour, his voice sounds great. Su Zhou was reluctantly forced to listen, realizing there was nothing he could counter against that. Gu Jinji coldly snorted. Actually, deep down, he wasn't obsessed with looks, at least he felt comfortable interacting with Amour. Though their conversations weren't frequent, the other side did pay attention to him. That's why he understood why so many people liked mature men, they truly felt like air, light yet always caring. And Amour had no idea what he looked like, obviously not being fixated on appearances either. Come on, young master, aren't we going to play basketball? Su Zhou shrugged, unwilling to waste his breath persuading anymore. Gu Jinji's eyes were now filled with the novelty of new love, possibly finding it amusing. Su Zhou could tell he wasn't truly immersed yet. Gu Jinji nodded heavily. He rummaged through the trunk for a set of basketball clothes that he temporarily purchased. The two found an indoor basketball court and took possession of one of the hoops. Gu Jinji tried jumping and shooting a few times, feeling slightly rusty but maintaining his basic skills. Other students dressed in casual wear invited them to join in, so the two joined in for a short session of fun. After breaking a light sweat, Gu Jinji stopped playing and pulled out his phone to turn on the camera for a selfie check. He didn't look any different from the college students. He hadn't forgotten that he came here mainly to take some poses for photos, so he pulled Su Zhou along to take pictures for him. Take me from head to toe. A slight profile shot would be great, Gu Jinji ordered. He wasn't quite ready to show his full face to Amour yet, but he could allow a side view. It showcased his charm while maintaining mystery, and most importantly, his physique was excellent. Making so many demands. Su Zhou smacked his lips. To be honest, he'd never seen this side of Gu Jinji before, having a significant other truly changed something about him. Thus, in the resulting photo, with the basketball court as the backdrop, the male's skin gleamed like smooth white porcelain, clearly exuding health and vitality. His side profile was very delicate, his eyelashes forming fan-like shapes when his eyelids drooped. His jawline lacked sharp angles, flowing smoothly, and even his lip color was pinkish. He looked pure and serene. Not nearly as striking as his front view, due to the tear mole at the corner of his eye and slightly slanted eyes, which made Gu Jinji's frontal appearance overly refined and mature, and when he smiled it projected an air of superiority, giving people a sharp feeling. Holy crap, this doesn't really look like you. Let's reshoot. Su Zhou exclaimed. Curious, Gu Jinji leaned over to take a look. After reviewing, he quickly grabbed the phone back, it's perfect, keep it just like this. Exactly the vibe I want. A university student vibe. All done, good work. Gu Jinji chuckled happily. Su Zhou rolled his eyes as usual. Next, Gu Jinji ignored Su Zhou completely and focused on replying to Lin Su via his phone. With a single photo as the perfect response, do I look good, he asked. He had traveled more than 10 kilometers specifically for these poses. Lin Su had been waiting for a reply for a long time, studying while waiting. Thankfully, after exams the teachers were grading papers, so they were free to study independently. Lin Su didn't let him wait too long and saw the reply almost instantly. Lin Su dared not scrutinize the photo too closely because he remembered this person starting off by sending him a leg photo, which was too bold for his tastes. He simply lacked such humor. But this photo itself followed appropriate norms, and perfectly displayed Gu Jinji's youthful charm. With a basketball in his hands, he looked extraordinarily innocent. Previously unaware of what Gu Jinji looked like, Lin Su now learned a bit more about him. He was indeed handsome. So Lin Su couldn't understand why someone who could meet decent people in real life would choose online friends. Lin Su didn't get lost in reverie due to the picture being explosive enough for group chats. To him, looks were an objective matter and not something that played a decisive role. Looks suitable. Because he felt the sweat released after exercise from the photo. That was nice. Are you playing basketball with classmates? He asked. Gu Jinji casually replied, then wondered if the other party was too cold. After all, he'd already thrown out his beauty ace card. Deeply puzzled. Do you want to continue? Lin Su unintentionally interrupted, feeling secure to focus on studying again. What? No. They're continuing, but I sneaked out to chat with you. Gu Jinji left Su Zhou on standby, unhappy as he picked at his fingernails, legs crossed, leaning against the basket hoop, emitting a vibe of no trespassing. He enthusiastically ran more than 10 kilometers. It's fine, go ahead. Lin Su typed secretly, extremely magnanimous. To him, the real world was obviously more important than the virtual one, chatting had no special importance. I'm not going. Gu Jinji's tone turned rigid, somewhat irritable, making it hard for the other person to follow up. He thought to himself, they were CPs now, did the other person not want to learn more about him, even just judging by appearances? Lin Su avoided teachers occasionally patrolling by and hesitated for a moment, somewhat awkwardly replying, then I'll stay with you. Gu Jinji deflated immediately, awkwardly responding with an He was also very patient. When your gift arrives, I'll have a look at its effect. Gu Jinji resumed chatting. Lin Su still had no idea what it was and simply replied, all right. Oh, by the way, is your picture in the group chat actually you? Sneak peek.jpg, Gu Jinji was genuinely curious. His impression of Lin Su's face was rather vague, but he didn't want direct video calls either, as it might ruin the thrill of exploration. Besides, he was also well known in his circle, and there was a real risk of being discovered. Lin Su hesitated for a moment, more or less, it is. Photoshopped. Gu Jinji didn't expect Su Zhou to be so spot on. Yeah. Lin Su admitted. Gu Jinji hadn't anticipated how honest he would be, and didn't take it too seriously anyway, it was likely just slightly worse than the photo, hardly an issue. Be careful, the teacher might see you. Yushan didn't know who her deskmate was chatting with, but she felt a bit strange and warned him in a stiff tone. Lin Su looked out of the window. Gigi's messages were flooding in on his phone like fireworks exploding on the screen, there were so many that he couldn't reply to them all, let alone think about how to respond appropriately, so disappearing suddenly was out of the question. Lin Su shifted into another stealthy position, maintaining heightened awareness of everything around him. The handsome guy appeared as if he were up to no good, yet kept his composure like a mountain. Thank you, it's fine, Lin Su softly replied to her, then pressed his lips together. He had experience. Chapter 15. Thanks to the joint efforts of all the senior grade teachers, the exams were quickly marked, and the results came out. This was the first formal mock exam since grade 12 began. It was extremely serious and nerve-wracking, largely representing the ranking levels of the students. For most students, their scores at this point were already close to what they'd achieve in the college entrance exam. The top student in the class sat next to the last place student. Yushan remained calm and normal in her emotions, strangely, Lin Su seemed even more stable emotionally. At least, even if they were playful at times, neither had time to play with their phones now. They look so refreshing together, alas, this isn't a novel. There's no possible romance between an academic genius and an underachiever. A girl whispered while secretly shipping them. If you compare looks, it's actually the academic genius who won here, but grades are the ultimate truth. The academic genius may end up attending the best university, whereas Lin Su, who knows what will become of him. If one can't get into an undergraduate program, either retaking a year or enrolling in a vocational school is all there is. To them, who hadn't yet stepped into society, that felt like an undesirable result, often associated with hard labor. Their futures would gradually grow farther apart, so much so that everyone might eventually forget about the Lin Su from high school days, someone whose mere presence could attract so many glances. Actually, I can feel the academic genius has some feelings for his deskmate. But Lin Su seems clueless. Not necessarily, I've heard he used to hang out with delinquent students from other schools. Maybe he already has a girlfriend, perhaps, birds of a feather flock together. Thinking that he might be attracted to those heavily made-up junior girls caused some people to unconsciously feel uneasy. How irresistible would he look when he gets it and behaves completely differently from now? So envy-provoking. So all they could do was imagine, with his bad grades, his future life probably wouldn't be smooth sailing either, thus making him less than perfect, sparing themselves fewer regrets. Not only Yushan, but many silently envisioned saving this good-looking but mediocre student. To become the beacon of light in his life, make him depend on and trust them, favoring them wholeheartedly. If Lin Su were proactive, no one would care that he might have to work manual labor jobs in the future. As the footsteps of the homeroom teacher approached, the somewhat noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Lin Su was very alert as he quickly stowed away his phone and explained to Gigi, I need to attend a temporary meeting. Can we chat tonight? He'd already adjusted by pushing back his sleep schedule voluntarily, young people shouldn't indulge too much either. Moreover, recalling Gu Jinji sending him messages after he went to bed multiple times made Lin Su unable to fall asleep. Then immediately sitting upright, looking quite proper with bright eyes. Although there was indeed a slight sense of shame within him because he realized that compared to reality, he'd picked up a few bad habits, but sometimes things just happen. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat and swept the room with his eyes, giving a few extra glances at Lin Su, sizing him up. Lin Su wasn't surprised at all, since his performance was a bit unrealistic given his circumstances. However, he didn't feel that the teachers would assume he cheated or did anything suspicious. After all, his methods weren't consistent with the standard answers and should be simpler and more efficient. Generally speaking, unconventional methods aren't encouraged by teachers, so he might lose some procedural points. Nonetheless, this could prove his innocence. Just as he expected, the homeroom teacher's introduction indeed said little regarding him, only instructing subject representatives to distribute the papers. Simultaneously directing the class president to distribute both the class rank list and grade rank list. The cruelty of Senior 3 immediately became evident to the students. The atmosphere in the classroom became heavier, filled only with the rustling sound of distributing papers. Yushan occasionally glanced furtively at her deskmate, finding not a trace of anxiety on his face. She couldn't help worrying whether he had utterly abandoned himself. Although Lin Su didn't seem interested in her, he was a likable person nonetheless. He spoke seldom, but every contact with him gave her an indescribably pleasant sensation. Strangely, each subject representative passing Lin Su to hand over his paper gave him extra looks. Initially, Yushan didn't suspect much. After all, anyone could want to look at him longer and stay near his seat for a moment more. Gradually, she became curious, hearing whispers among others. As if something unimaginable had happened. Curious though she was, she felt embarrassed asking to take a peek at Lin Su's paper. Not until the transcript landed on her desk did Yushan search for Lin Su's name first, scanning backwards from page 2. No luck on the second page. Her palms began sweating, thinking maybe something happened to Lin Su's exam, canceling his score or something. After all, didn't that test room have some cheating scandal involving several students? Then without hope, she looked at the first page. First, she spotted her own name, still firmly holding first place. This didn't surprise Yushan, as her performance always tended to be stable. But, she saw the second name, clearly written as Lin Su. Lin Su, ranked second in the first mock exam. She scored 621 points, and Lin Su scored 596 points. There was a noticeable gap, but everyone knew that their school teachers tended to grade strictly, so Lin Su's score had the potential to reach an upper-middle 985 level university. Yet this was Lin Su's first time participating in a college entrance exam-style test. At this point, almost all the classmates had seen the rankings. Various gazes filled with surprise, doubt, and disappointment were directed at Lin Su. No one would believe that he could achieve such a score on his very first exam. And it wasn't long ago that Lin Su had just started preparing for the Gaokao. Could he have reviewed everything in such a short period? Facing these looks, Lin Su paid no heed. He was thinking that he still had a long way to go to reach his goal. The science portion of the Gaokao could potentially yield high scores because the answers were definitive. This meant there were already many mistakes reflected in his current score. Ranking second in his class, Lin Su was in a regular class where students' performances were mostly average. Across the entire grade, Lin Su only ranked around 500 or 600. Over half of the experimental class students scored higher than him. Have you all seen your papers? I won't say much more, but the results of this exam are not ideal. With the Gaokao coming up soon, there is only one student in our class who scored above 600. After hearing Mr. Wang's words, several students complained about the strict grading. The essay only received 38 points, which they thought should be much higher in the actual Gaokao. Our classmate Yushan is still in first place, though she ranks beyond 300th place across the entire grade, so she needs to continue working hard. Yushan nodded silently, slightly dazed. What surprised the teachers greatly is that Lin Su, the new transfer student, performed well and jumped to become the second ranked in our class. I carefully reviewed all of his exam papers and found that he left quite a few simple questions completely unanswered. He paused for a moment. The students in the class couldn't help but think along with his statement. If those were such easy questions and yet he didn't answer them, did he copy? If he didn't copy, then he's clever. But no one bothered to think about whose paper he might have copied from during the test. Maybe he somehow got hold of the answers. Thus, most believed he must have copied. After all, it made him appear like everyone else, human. Moreover, the knowledge points are similar, indicating that Lin Su hasn't mastered these particular knowledge points. However, what pleasantly surprised the teachers is that Lin Su managed to solve a few extremely challenging problems from the physics comprehensive and math tests, which most others failed completely. Failed completely? Yes, those were questions that caused a complete failure throughout the entire grade. Everyone again looked at Lin Su with astonishment. So did he copy the answers? Mr. Wang quickly gave the explanation. Unfortunately, Lin Su's solution method was beyond the curriculum, involving more complex university-level advanced mathematics. Therefore, the examiners deducted some points. In the future, learn to use more common methods. Under Mr. Wang's gaze, Lin Su nodded slightly. He had just acted impulsively out of habit, casually jotting down solutions because they seemed simple at the moment. He forgot that the current Gaokao curriculum doesn't include certain topics. After all, it had been a while since high school and even his graduation, so his understanding of the subject matter boundaries wasn't perfectly clear. So did Lin Su really not copy? After all, official exam answers wouldn't exceed the curriculum scope. Everyone was genuinely shocked, finding it unbelievable. Was Lin Su truly a student rejected by the international program? It didn't make sense for someone so smart to struggle in the international program. Even Mr. Wang temporarily believed in Lin Su's ability. He merely guessed that perhaps Lin Su's family had urgently hired a more experienced tutor for him. Lin Su's English score was nearly perfect, losing only 2 symbolic points for the essay. He lost relatively more points in the comprehensive sciences and Chinese sections due to gaps in specific knowledge areas. And Chinese writing had been something he hadn't practiced in a long time, so he indeed lacked the touch. Also, the teachers often graded harshly. After this mock exam, I plan to nominate Lin Su as the representative speaker for our class at the upcoming rally. Does anyone have any objections? Mr. Wang threw out another suggestion. The rally was a tradition at Fu High School, usually held shortly after the first mock exams, lasting almost half a day. Top students from the experimental classes shared their study experiences, and the event provided a bit of relaxation, so everyone anticipated it. Their Class 9 was an unremarkable regular class, and typically, the top performers in regular classes had little authority. Thus, rarely did anyone take such speeches seriously. Mr. Wang considered that he had seen girls peeking through the classroom windows at Lin Su several times before. Combined with Lin Su's significant improvement in academic performance, this inspired his idea. Not mentioning anything else, the top student in their class was absolutely the most handsome. All doubts the classmates had about Lin Su's grades were instantly swept aside. Everyone enthusiastically supported the nomination. Great. We all support him. Lin Su is our class's number one when it comes to good looks, he has to represent us. In the future, no one can say our class lacks visual appeal. Since the beginning of high school, whenever there were various activities that all students in the entire grade had to participate in, Class 9 always endured their share of grievances. While all classes sat on the outdoor track field steps, they frequently overheard neighboring classes commenting about how the boys in their class looked dark-skinned, or during sports events, criticizing their cheerleaders' legs as being too thick. These comments came with a prejudice against their academic results as well. They'd built up resentment for a long time. Now was the time to rally against outsiders. Surely those so-called top scholars wouldn't remain unmoved upon seeing Lin Su's face. The only one who held an opposing opinion was Lin Su himself. He almost raised his hand, hesitant and awkward. How could this have been decided without his consent? And with the entire grade, over 1,000 people, it was really quite a crowd. Lin Su, do you have any objections? Teacher Wang noticed Lin Su raising and then lowering his hand, and asked with a tense expression out of curiosity. This should be an extraordinary honor. When called upon by name, Lin Su suddenly found himself flustered under the gaze of his classmates waiting for him to speak. Teacher, I think Yushan would be a better representative, he suggested. After all, Yushan ranked first, skipping her wasn't ideal. Besides, Lin Su genuinely felt some resistance towards the idea. Yushan had remained in a complex and dazed emotional state until she heard Lin Su mentioning her, which brought her back to reality. Her eyes met his steady glance when she heard his clear voice recommending her instead, momentarily taken aback. She had prepared herself for speaking anyway, and her father would surely feel proud. But Yushan also knew that her ranking wasn't particularly outstanding among the whole grade, whereas Lin Su stood out significantly due to his improvement, which could inspire everyone. Gladly giving up her turn, she let Lin Su take center stage, knowing he cared for her feelings too. Teacher, I support Lin Su as our class representative, she firmly declared. Good, since no one has objections, prepare yourself carefully, Lin Su. Teacher Wang smiled warmly. Lin Su briefly scanned the room, observing everyone else's enthusiastic excitement, feeling disheartened and dropping his gaze slightly. Chapter 16. After becoming familiar with the business, the days at work became more leisurely. Therefore, when Yusong's assistant followed by Yusong himself knocked on the office door, Gu Jinji, who had been sleeping peacefully like a baby in the sofa chair, suddenly woke up. Instinctively, she put her long legs down from the desk. She rubbed her eyes, cleared her throat, and after confirming there was nothing amiss with her appearance, she said, "Enter." Gu Jinji still had some impression of Yusong. The last time she saw him, he was arguing with someone in the underground garage, his eyes red. Yet, based on Yusong's past few years of work history at the company, he was indeed a very capable employee. Her first impression of Yusong was that he was refined and efficient, with a clean-cut and handsome appearance, always neatly dressed. "What is it?" she asked curiously. The assistant closed the door and left, leaving only Yusong and Gu Jinji. However, to her surprise, Yusong handed her a letter of resignation and said with pursed lips, "General Manager, I sincerely apologize for letting down the company these years. I wish to resign." Gu Jinji was stunned. She had just taken office not long ago and hadn't seen any of the core members talking about resigning. Could it be that she scared him away? Why? She asked. The company was considered one of the top entertainment companies in the industry. Although Gu Jinji was somewhat relaxed in her work attitude, she wasn't reckless. Yu Song already enjoyed an excellent treatment, and his position offered a certain degree of self-fulfillment. At not yet 30, if he kept working, it was possible for him to rise into the core leadership in the future. So she could not understand why anyone would have a reason to resign. Yu Song's expression clearly revealed hesitation and inner conflict, and it was a decision made with great resolve. Starting anew at another company would be a tough journey. He fell silent for a moment and said with a dry mouth, "I'm just a little tired." In fact, the reason wasn't this. His lover was worried about being discovered in an office romance, constantly looking glum and reticent. Yu Song had endured to his limits. To retain his lover, he had made this decision. He used to be a very career-minded person, but now perhaps falling in love had made him soft-hearted. He couldn't accept losing all those years of emotion. Moreover, his heart was still filled with deep affection. If he resigned and made this sacrifice, his lover would then be able to realize their dreams. They would have a better future ahead. The imagination of a happier life together was what sustained Yu Song when knocking on Gu Jinji's office door. Gu Jinji glanced at him, slowly tapping her fingers on the desk. She realized there was something hidden behind his decision. "No problem, I can approve your leave," she said. Yu Song wasn't planning for a short-term leave. As long as he stayed, he wouldn't be able to hide the truth in his eyes. Their relationship had the possibility of being exposed. "Thank you, General Manager, but I will still resign. In the short term, I cannot continue my work," Yu Song said, lowering his gaze. Gu Jinji was a carefree person, her heart wasn't cruel. Thinking about the hard work he'd done over the years, she interlaced her hands and earnestly said, "No problem, you can take a year off and come back later if you want. Take this time to relax and think through your career plan. When the time comes, let me know, the company will welcome you back." This company was founded alongside Yu Song's presence. Yu Song looked at Gu Jinji in shock, truly moved inside. Gu Jinji had just taken over as general manager, yet she could empathize with employees so deeply. Thinking about this, he felt he had been too irresponsible towards himself. But now, feelings were still paramount to Yu Song. Therefore, he accepted Gu Jinji's suggestion and replied, "General Manager, before I leave, I will hire a suitable successor and ensure a proper handover of work without affecting the company's affairs." "It's taking a break," Gu Jinji corrected. Yu Song smiled faintly, his heart swelling. After Yu Song left, Gu Jinji frowned. How come right after she became general manager, people wanted to leave? She wanted to chat with someone, but they were in meetings. This life was simply unbearable. In the evening, Gu Jinji had recently become much more settled and less inclined to go out. She didn't want to miss any news from Immature, since they had agreed to chat at night. After washing up and lying down on the bed, she tentatively sent a message, "Your cute little one has appeared." If the other party was still working overtime, she might lose her mind. At present, Gu Jinji felt no discomfort at all. She even allowed herself to be more sentimental, considering the anonymity over the internet. Since falling in love, Immature had never argued with her. It seemed like everything she did was fully accepted, so Gu Jinji chatted freely and indulgently. Thinking of real couples who had minor quarrels every 3 days and major ones every 5, Gu Jinji, who was prone to arguments herself, felt relieved she avoided that situation. Therefore, Gu Jinji often shared her thoughts with Lin Su rather than telling her family or close friends. "I'm at home writing a report," Lin Su, who had developed the habit of keeping his phone on the desktop at all times so that he could see it light up immediately. The report was actually a speech draft. Since things were already settled, there was no reason to be rash. As the representative of the whole class, Lin Su was aware of the responsibility on his shoulders. He had to sincerely prepare what he wanted to express, something useful for his classmates. So after school, Lin Su started thinking about the framework of the speech, how many sections it should specifically include, and so forth. Right now, he was working on the main body, carefully describing everything using polished and impressive words. But when he saw a message from Chi, Lin Su stopped writing. "How can your boss be so terrible? A vile capitalist." Gu Jinji felt exasperated and immediately angry, wanting to file for labor arbitration on his behalf. She practically considered herself the leader of the workers' movement. Daytime meetings, nighttime overtime writing reports, all for so little pay. Lin Su paused briefly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and could only soothe him, "Don't get mad, I like my work." Gu Jinji almost blurted out, "Then come work for me." But then he forcibly remembered his student status and grumbled, "I don't like studying either. Work is annoying, but at least he's dating right now." Lin Su couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. He understood how disinterested Chi was in studies. If not for always skipping classes and returning to the basketball court where he let loose, who knew? Based on the rough content of the original book, he knew Chi came from a decent family, so disliking studies probably wouldn't have much of an impact as long as he didn't fall for the bad guy's tricks this time. "When will you finish your report?" Gu Jinji asked, wondering if talking to him would delay his progress. "Probably need to stay up late," Lin Su said. He disliked procrastinating, he needed to finish the job tonight. "Don't chat with me then," crying, Gu Jinji puckered his face. Though slightly disappointed, he had already decided to play games next and sleep if he got tired. Tomorrow, it would be back to work, so troublesome. "It's okay, I promised you. I can write while replying to your messages. Lin Su, seeing the small expressions Chi sent, couldn't bear it and figured he could multitask. What Chi really wanted to hear was something like that. Of course Lin Su responding wouldn't provoke any blame, just immense happiness. Then I'll accompany you until your report is done. Chi excitedly rubbed his hands like a fly circling food. Do you know? Someone in our class dropped out. Gu Jinji casually shifted topics and gossiped with Lin Su. Huh? Why? Lin Su played along enthusiastically. I don't know, but I guess maybe he wants to get married because of his girlfriend, Gu Jinji speculated. This was his guess, assuming Yu Song thought his age wasn't small enough, and it was time to focus on family. For a moment, Lin Su didn't understand the conflict between getting married and dropping out of school, but since Gu Jinji had brought it up, he followed up. That's irrational of him, he remarked. Finally, he added, you shouldn't follow his example, never lose yourself over emotions. Nothing is more important than your own life. He said this standing on the premise of knowing that Gu Jinji might be hurt by a villain character in the story, taking the chance to give him some advice. If it were you asking me to drop out and elope with you, I'd be happy to, Gu Jinji joked. Lin Su's expression turned serious, such thoughts were too terrifying. He even outright put down his pen and directly sent a voice message, Chi, you're a college student, not a primary school kid. A worthy person won't ask you to drop out or do anything irresponsible for yourself, got it? Startled by his slightly stern tone, though it was just a joke, Chi realized the other side had become serious. He's no fool, why would he mistreat himself for anyone? Don't yell at me, I got it, Gu Jinji muttered unhappily, yet a strange sensation quietly arose within him. Sorry, Lin Su, still maintaining a solemn expression, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Just then, he thought of the original book's plot again. It seemed like Gu Jinji was moving towards self-harm, so he impulsively acted. Back then, instead of deleting friends and breaking up, he made the decision to take care of Gu Jinji. It would be regrettable to fail halfway. Sorry, trust me, I'm doing this for your own good, Lin Su softened his tone once more. Oh. Did my present arrive? He wasn't truly mad, but his heart tingled oddly. For the first time ever besides his older brother, someone scolded him. Not really scolding, but nearly a gentle persuasion. It was odd, was it because he's an uncle? In front of him, Gu Jinji almost truly felt like a naive college boy. Speaking of which, Lin Su's attitude instantly plummeted below the horizon. Gu Jinji had the original owner's address on file, set as a cafe near the school. When Lin Su realized this, he felt a bit startled. But then he figured Gu Jinji wouldn't guess that he was still a student, so he relaxed slightly. After receiving the package at home, he naturally opened it. Inside was a deep blue tie with excellent texture, it clearly looked expensive. Lin Su knew that Gu Jinji had put thought into the gift, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to properly use it. So when Gu Jinji asked, Lin Su was somewhat uneasy, it's here. Excitedly jumping up, Gu Jinji eagerly said, then change into your suit and try it on for me. Let me see if it fits. Lin Su paused awkwardly for a moment, where was he supposed to find a suit? How? Don't you like it? With a pout. Still feeling bad for snapping earlier, Lin Su didn't dare to upset him further. Having dated Gu Jinji for so many days, Lin Su already sensed that the boy across from him was someone who hid his feelings poorly. He was impulsive yet had a tragic background, which made Lin Su unable to remain indifferent toward him. Not at all, just wait a moment. Lin Su steeled himself. Then, biting his lip, he quietly slipped out of the room. His grandparents went to sleep early, and their rooms were dark. The living room was completely pitch black, providing him some privacy. The only place Lin Su could think of to possibly find a suit was in his parents' bedroom closet. He walked softly, careful not to wake his grandparents, tiptoeing silently like a cat into his parents' room. After searching through boxes for a while, he found an old suit belonging to his father. His eyes lit up, it seemed like he'd finally have something to present. Lin Su grabbed the clothes and hurried back to his own room, hastily putting them on. Then he neatly tied the tie. By now, Gu Jinji was already urging him. The suit was slightly wrinkled, as no one had worn it in a long time, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Lin Su placed the phone on a stand, took a few pictures, and sent them over like handing in homework. Gu Jinji thought the tie would make the uncle look younger and less like an old-school man. Thus, he picked a tie with youthful color and design that didn't lose its maturity. It took him several days to choose. But when he saw the extremely outdated suit, a model that disappeared from stores years ago, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Though it was from a good brand, such an old style wasn't valuable anymore. And shouldn't it be preferred by men in their 40s or 50s? However, looking at the young neck and figure in contrast, the whole outfit appeared mismatched and inappropriate. Brother. I think. Gu Jinji hesitated, refraining from hurting him. He resolved to get his lover a new suit for next month's anniversary. Even though the clothing itself didn't live up to expectations, the person wearing it still had a great figure. Gu Jinji recalled that Amorous had mentioned having 8-pack abs, which he hadn't seen yet. Moreover, the other party always covered himself in a restrained way. In a bid to distract, Gu Jinji playfully shifted the topic, brother, don't button up every single button on your shirt. Chi wants to see those abs. Lin Su's mind went blank. He thought about replying multiple times but didn't know what to say. Although he did exercise daily, the time was limited, so achieving results wasn't easy. And he certainly wasn't the athletic type. The air conditioning is a little cool. Next time. He dryly replied, silently resolving to train harder next time. Chapter 17. One of the members of the upcoming male idol group was seriously injured during the MV filming due to an accident, and it seemed that he couldn't continue anymore, so he had to quit the boy band. Besides, a certain well-known traffic young male star in the company was releasing a new album. As a result, more manpower, material resources, and financial resources were given to another project. Consequently, the debut progress of Yan Yang's team was delayed. This project wasn't an important one originally, and now all the members were in a state of idleness without any work. The company found new trainees to join the MA male group. In order to form an overall team and allow mutual integration, it would take some time. As the captain, Yan Yang sat in the rehearsal room, just took a casual glance at the new member's profile, and then started busy replying to messages. Why don't you go home these days since the company has nothing for us? Baby, we have new members joining, and we're busy arranging the dances. A flash of impatience passed through Yan Yang's eyes. He didn't like the man who dragged him back. Oh, okay. I noticed that there was more than 10,000 yuan less on my card. Did you buy anything valuable? Yan Yang couldn't understand why 10,000 yuan was worth mentioning. When he debuted and could make money, would this small amount still matter? No, I sent it back to my family. He concealed the fact that he invited guests and went out with the team. Okay, if uncle and auntie need money, you can send them more. I still have some savings, no need to be too frugal. Not much to say, I need to start training. Previously, Yu Song's existence greatly improved Yan Yang's life. But now, Yan Yang was no longer satisfied with such an ordinary life. People in the industry had cars worth millions casually, yet he still needed to take taxis. Just after finishing their conversation, the new member arrived, who was a rather young boy. Are you Captain Yan? The newcomer asked respectfully while standing in front of him. Yan Yang picked up his profile again and said as he scanned, "Oh, you're Su." He paused. Su E, the E in radiance, the new member explained because his name wasn't too common. However, Yan Yang had dropped out of high school with consistently poor academic performance. At this moment, he felt mocked and looked quite displeased. Alright, go settle in the dormitory first. He didn't call him by name again and gave direct orders. Sui quickly left respectfully. Other trainees were busy with their own affairs, those from families with decent financial conditions had already taken leave to return home and rest. When would they debut became uncertain, as did when they would rise to prominence. Yan Yang lit a cigarette, his mind filled with many thoughts. He saw their general manager driving a flashy sports car away in sunglasses, and flashes of that devilishly handsome face and slim waist and long legs crossed his mind. Yan Yang tapped the ash off his cigarette. Lin Su was startled by Ji Mang's sudden inspection and realized that working on abs must be urgently included in his schedule. One should always keep one's word. Before, he only did push-ups in his room after waking up every day. However, limited by space and worrying about disturbing his grandparents, the intensity was far from enough. On this morning, he closed the bathroom door and stealthily lifted his shirt before the mirror, slightly bending his head to carefully inspect his abdomen. There were some contours, which became more noticeable when he sucked in his stomach and used some tricks. However, Lin Su thought this might be the result of being thin since he was tall and ate little, making his physique naturally slender. An abstructure forced in this way wasn't abs at all, how could he show it to Ji? As for what steps to take, he hadn't figured everything out yet. As usual, carrying his backpack with earphones on, he went out. Walking past the fitness square in the community, and looking at various equipment, Lin Su hesitated. A flicker of inspiration struck him as he woke up earlier today intentionally, with no one around. Lin Su eagerly approached the waist twister machine next to him, set aside his comic books, explored the method, and tried operating it. Completely absorbed in research, rarely exercising before, Lin Su didn't know how to use these machines very well. However, while twisting, Lin Su felt something was wrong. Shaking his head, he then moved to the nearby spacewalker machine nearby, moving 2 rounds. It was simple, but could this build abs? Lin Su was full of question marks. While Lin Su was doubting, a group of elderly people came in pairs, joyfully occupying the other equipment around him, leisurely beginning their exercises and chatting enthusiastically. A boy in school uniform among them stood out awkwardly. He began to feel a little heated in the face, feeling perhaps foolish. So, he sneaked back silently, grabbing his comics and getting ready to slip away. Why is this child leaving? These days, fewer children come to the neighborhood to exercise. Yes, back in the old days. Not until the voices behind him faded away did Lin Su finally let out a long sigh of relief and tapped his head lightly. He should have realized early in the morning that this was unfeasible. Going to the gym was definitely out of the question. He had less than 200 yuan left, and eating noodles every day barely helped him get by, there was no way he could afford going to the gym. But he remembered that the school gym should be free. With time still on his hands, Lin Su sneaked over there. As soon as he pushed open the door, he found himself locking eyes with a few classmates on exercise bikes for a fleeting moment. There were not many empty spaces on other machines either, showing just how popular it was. What's more, Lin Su's face drew plenty of attention. Entering slowly and placing his bag, he immediately felt scrutinized, a cruel test indeed. Lin Su sighed. He had nowhere else to go. He kept thinking that next time Ji would surely ask him about his progress again. This time, he had no excuse, so he awkwardly climbed onto the treadmill. A gregarious guy removed his earbuds and started chatting with him. So, you're up early to work out? Lin Su glanced at him and nodded. Watching the man's tight muscles, Lin Su admired his fitness regimen. You don't look like an athlete, do you? The guy asked. Lin Su then explained, I want to build abs. This piqued the guy's interest. Why? Playing basketball often helps develop them naturally. I need results faster, Lin Su shook his head. Oh, I see. Is it for getting girls? No, I promised, my partner. Saying those words made Lin Su feel slightly embarrassed, unsure if they could even count as partners yet. TSK, brother, I thought with looks like yours, you wouldn't lack admirers. So, you've got a partner already? Anyway, I'll come every day for workouts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Which class are you from? I'm from class 9, grade 3. My name is Lin Su. Due to this random encounter, Lin Su felt quite touched and responded more warmly. My name is Wu Zijuan. I'm an athlete in grade 3. Don't worry about your studies being affected, right? Wu Zijuan didn't expect this guy to push himself so hard just for someone's smile. It's fine. I know my limits, Lin Su shook his head. Wu Zijuan thought he might have average grades, and perhaps things were pretty much settled, so he stopped questioning. So, can we add each other on WeChat for future contact? Sure. If you need help, I can also tutor you in academics as well, Lin Su said seriously in return. Wu Zijuan chuckled, my grades are okay, but if I ever think of it, I'll come to you. He didn't really believe that guys who start practicing abs at this late hour would have great academic results, so he didn't care about it either. Guys like you are quite popular among female students studying sports. He sighed. Thinking about why some good-looking guys become famous, seeing Lin Su's face, he couldn't help but agree, they're attractive for a reason, especially since Lin Su seemed so driven now. Smiling faintly, Lin Su wasn't sure how to respond. However, soon enough, Wu Zijuan started teaching him which warm-up movements to do first, and how to specifically target abs training. Lin Su listened intently. By the time he had to shower and leave because of the set hours, Lin Su was already exhausted and reluctant to speak further. The sweat pouring off him made his usually pale complexion appear even paler. The veins on his neck became more pronounced as well. Isn't it exhausting? When I first started sports, after working out, I didn't even want to move. I stank like crazy. Watching Lin Su come out quickly after a clean shower, Wu Zijuan joked and wondered whether he'd give up soon. I'll need to bring a change of sportswear next time. Lin Su somewhat disliked the sweaty uniform clinging to him and frowned as he said so. Will you keep coming? No problem. It's not so complicated, just bring a pair of sport shorts, and take off your top during exercises. Wu Zijuan said without hesitation. Lin Su awkwardly waved his hand. In a public gym, both men and women exercised. Stripping down in front of others was too impolite, plus, he didn't want random people staring at him anyway. Well, I've got to head to class. See you later. With slightly unsteady steps, Lin Su left the gym, regaining full composure once back in the classroom and diving straight into study mode. The other students were completely unaware that Lin Su had gone to the gym so early. They were still amazed by the fact that their seemingly underperforming classmate was secretly an intelligent scholar. It felt like Lin Su was starting to drift farther from them. Why does someone have to be good-looking and smart? After school, Lin Su, preoccupied with thoughts, didn't rush home either. Instead, he decisively returned to the gym. His workout earlier that morning hadn't been very long and had been gradual, so currently, he didn't experience serious muscle soreness. Thus another hour plus of exercise ensued, drenching him in sweat once more. Regarding the glances cast his way, he simply chose to ignore them, maintaining his focused expression while exercising. Unfortunately, Gu Jinji sent him a message again, since this was normally his off hours. Lin Su Guang had exhausted all his strength just to persevere. He was panting heavily, and his usually clear-cut face had flushed as if he were drunk. It was obvious that he didn't exercise often, yet his determination and goals remained firm. With no time to reply to the messages, once his workout concluded, he hastily slung his bag over his shoulder and left campus without rest, explaining as he thought, our company delayed its off-duty hours by an hour and a half. I'm sorry for not replying to you in time. Afterward, I might also fail to respond at this time. Please don't be angry. Lin Su knew lying wasn't good, but he really had no other choice. If he didn't lie, then he would definitely never get abs. Chapter 18. A new person was added to the group. It was a friend of the group who had been in for several years that brought this new member. According to him, this newcomer, number 1, was extraordinarily handsome and had a perfect figure, something out of reach for ordinary people. His age? Around 25 or 6, just right. Since the previous heavenly beauty, Amor, already had someone, and because they thought Amor had become too smug and rarely showed up in the group anymore, those who usually supported him now loved and hated him by turns. When news spread about the coming of a new person, everyone was excitedly anticipating. This new person caused quite a stir as soon as he posted his first revealing photo, a powerful image of him lifting his shirt to reveal his abs. His bronze skin highlighted the 8-pack abdominals prominently, sweat trickled down their lines, subtly disappearing into an unspeakable area. Apparently, it was a photo taken after a workout. The newcomer hadn't immediately revealed his face, but with such an impressive physique, even if he wasn't handsome, it wouldn't be entirely off-putting. The key was, some familiar faces in the group had confirmed that he was actually a dashing guy. So the group was boiling over with excitement. Could this be heaven's way of saying they couldn't stay single forever, hence bringing them another heavenly beauty? Hi everyone, I'm Zoe. A very simple self-introduction, yet another English-named man, much like the previous Amor. Welcome, new friend. Just want to ask, are these abs real? Could this be just an internet picture? After all, such good looks didn't seem at the ordinary level. No substitutes available on the entire web. He made a joke. Coincidentally, someone went searching online for similar photos but found none identical, proving this indeed belonged to him. Damn. Bro, your training is paying off. Instantly, the group messages surged past 99+, and they were all intrigued by this new member, even pulling some long-time lurkers out from under the water. As for those who already had partners, they weren't as enthusiastic. For example, the Amor couple, they didn't bother to pop in. Lin Su hadn't looked at messages for a while, and Gu Jinji had simply been living a pretty comfortable life lately, so she didn't feel like stirring up trouble. After all, every few days there'd be a heavenly beauty appearing, only to eventually fall due to moral issues, leaving not many popular number ones without romantic entanglements. The group always seemed stuck in a cycle, first discovering another scoundrel and then despising him, only to be attracted again later by another rogue's debonair appearance and skilled seductive ways. An uncountable number of number zeros have been heartbroken. Currently, only Amor hasn't completely fallen from grace, but he's still scorned. They had high expectations for the new guy and still wanted to see his face. Unfortunately, this newcomer supposedly worked in the entertainment industry, making it inconvenient to show his face directly, but since they're all in the capital, they could meet offline eventually. With what he had said, no one doubted his looks anymore. After all, anyone from the entertainment industry would surely be picked from the top, having an appearance far superior to most. There's always comparison among heavenly beauties, especially the fact that Amor finding love became a thorn in the side for everyone. So they said, Amor claimed he had abs but never took a picture showing them. He claimed to work in real estate but never shared any daily updates. While the picture might look handsome, compared to someone in the entertainment world, it was probably nothing special. Even certain other members of the group were more attractive than him. In short, whether Zhe Mange benefited or not remained unclear, but they did feel slightly relieved inside. Still, deep down, they envied him. Ever since Zhe Mange arrived, Amor really hadn't flirted around anymore. While they might have verbalized objections, deep down, didn't they also wish to find a boyfriend like that? They wanted no fox-like temptresses getting near him. Thus, the less smooth-talking Zoe became their new target. Zoe might truly be a good man. Because, despite being in the entertainment industry for so long, he never dated, which meant he was possibly clean and untainted. And unlike the initial Amor, who came in trying to win favor from multiple number zeros and quickly established himself as the group's heavenly beauty, Zoe maintained decorum, politely refusing others' attempts to private message or add him as a friend, expressing that he'd rather get to know people gradually. He seemed dependable just from that behavior. In between this, the group leader jokingly mentioned Zhe Mange, now your spot in our hearts is about to be taken. He briefly popped up saying, to me, he's the best. As for what others might think or say, he showed little interest. Not wanting to continue this exchange, the new member Zoe chimed in, I've kept hearing this name, so I'm curious. Surely, he's far better than me. Then, once again, the group mate started chattering away, digging up pictures and information, talking non-stop. Gu Jinji rolled her eyes but decided to comment a bit more enthusiastically. Zoe replied kindly to everyone's messages, answering each of Zhe Mange's messages in particular. However, amidst numerous interactions, it wasn't overly eye-catching. Even knowing Gu Jinji's bad reputation within the group, he didn't follow the crowd. Regarding the sarcastic comments Gu Jinji directed at the masses, Zoe handled them all gently, with understanding and tolerance. Gu Jinji, on the other hand, had absolutely no feelings about it. After all, throughout his entire romantic period, he was always the one who was indulged. It could be said that now he was so overconfident as to feel he was the world's justice. Even if he made a mistake, there would still be someone to correct him instead of disliking him. He had never internally fretted and tangled over the fact that for a long time, his sincere love wasn't reciprocated just to maintain his integrity. After chatting idly for a few sentences and finding it uninteresting, Gu Jinji disappeared once more. He also didn't know this new person turned out to be someone he knew in real life. Since he had never paid attention to the other party before, even their WeChat ID was unrecognizable to him. Zoe hadn't added anyone on WeChat, and some people in the group even jokingly complained about it. Privately, though, Zoe sent a friend request to Gu Jinji. "Hey Lin Su, can I ask you a math problem?" The person speaking held an exercise book and stood hesitantly beside Lin Su's desk. Everyone in the class knew that Lin Su was cold and didn't like to get close to anyone. They used to think he was just a pretty face, with no reason to approach him, since he rarely accepted others' offers to help tutor him, as Lin Su didn't want to bother anyone. Now they learned that he was actually an academic genius, capable of solving even problems that stumped other geniuses. This stirred some people's interest. They wanted to use asking questions as a way to flirt. But inside, they were rather nervous, thinking that Lin Su was so distant, he might not be willing to help others. If so, it would be extremely awkward. "Well, which question?" To their surprise, Lin Su nodded agreeably. The person took out a pre-prepared question and leaned closer. During the entire recess, her nose was filled with Lin Su's fresh scent. Lin Su explained the problem in detail using the easiest to understand method, taking quite a bit of time. In the end, whether she understood it or not wasn't important. What mattered was that someone broke the ice first. From then on, Lin Su's desk during break time was never empty again. So all the classmates came to know, giving Lin Su snacks, he wouldn't eat them, inviting him to hang out, he wouldn't go. But if you asked him a question, he'd definitely answer it, and if you sought small favors, he'd never refuse. He wasn't arrogant. In reality, he was a kind-hearted person, he just hadn't blossomed emotionally yet. Yushan felt uneasy seeing her deskmate surrounded by classmates continuously. Seeing the concentrated gazes of the students on him and his usual calm profile, Yushan initially felt uncomfortable. With similar grades and being overshadowed, she indeed didn't feel she matched up to him. She worried that as Lin Su gradually gained popularity among the classmates, he might develop feelings for someone else, leaving her, despite being the deskmate, powerless because proximity alone didn't matter. Finally, she let go of this thought. Lin Su wouldn't take a liking to anyone, she thought. There was no one in the class worthy enough for him. What she didn't know was that academic performance and looks were never prerequisites for Lin Su's choice in partner. He first developed a sense of pity for someone with a tragic outcome, and thus found himself entangled in it. After another vigorous workout, drenched in sweat, Lin Su opened his phone and first checked the messages from Qi Ji. Anyway, the other party always treated him like a message board, typing a lot regardless of whether he was there or not. He, like an ancient emperor, accumulated all the messages to read at once and replied sentence by sentence. Lin Su saw one of the messages and his eyelids suddenly twitched. Qi Ji boasted, "Someone tried to add me today. If I don't reply soon, they're going to run off." Looking around. JPG. Then, Qi Ji sent a screenshot of a friend request. The sender's online name was Zoe. Lin Su felt something was off and recalled intensely, then suddenly realized that this Zoe was the name of the original male lead. The real name of the male lead, what kind of person he was, Lin Su wasn't clear. He only knew that early promotions for the comic mentioned that he was called Zoe. The story originally told the tale of a rogue turning good but not just limited to net deception. The original male lead was inherently an actor in reality. Due to family reasons, he lost himself in power and desire, stepping on his lover's shoulders to climb higher. One of the male lead's famous lines in the original book was, "They all did it willingly, loved me, couldn't live without me." How is playing with emotions deception? Later, after meeting the official pairing, a movie star, they engaged in a game of cat and mouse between two playboys, until he finally redeemed himself and stopped betraying true feelings. Unfortunately, the harm caused to his previous partners was irreparable, and Qi Ji would be the one most deeply hurt. The original male lead, with his charm, acknowledged being born bad and openly selfish, attracting countless fans. He was the top-ranking male protagonist in the book. People often said, there are no naturally good people in this world, everyone has their own selfish desires. Zoe fully exhibited human selfishness, instead revealing a genuine personality. If placed in his situation, everyone would become a bad person. Lin Su didn't care about his personal charm, he only knew that the other party should not avoid responsibility for his wrongdoings, deceived so many people without repercussions, and eventually achieved fame and success, along with a beautiful romance. He didn't want to comment on such values. Lin Su himself, born into a prominent family, could have chosen to go into business and develop the family enterprise, turning immense wealth into something even more colossal. However, he later became a researcher with meager pay in the eyes of businessmen, achieving all his accomplishments and projects through sheer hard work. Being an only child, the family business had no choice but to look for a more capable successor elsewhere. In the will he had established early on, most of his assets were earmarked for charitable donations. Now, reborn into an ordinary family, Lin Su also had to worry about money, yet he never felt disheartened. The life he wanted could be obtained through effort in the right direction. Wasn't this how the majority lived their lives, striving positively? Particularly so since Qi Ji was going to be involved as a party to it all, his hands and feet went cold with apprehension. So he emphasized in his reply, "You absolutely must not agree." He then went to review the group chat messages and muttered unhappily, "Today in the group chat, you spoke to him 5 times. In the future, I'll keep a close eye on the group chats." Lin Su pursed his lips and tried to sound threatening because Qi Ji always liked joining in on the fun. No matter what, Lin Su would never force Qi Ji by demanding he not join in on the casual chatting in the group. In his mind, respect towards his partner was paramount. Qi Ji hadn't expected such a big reaction from a simple comment, realizing belatedly like a sloth that the other was probably working overtime. Happy to dig in a few extra bites of rice, he laughed. What? Clearly, I was just talking to myself. Who knew the newcomer would hilariously respond to every sentence without fail? Didn't he have a significant other already? Are you done with overtime? Lin Su had just finished drying his hair, feeling a slight soreness in his abdominal muscles, and dryly replied, Do you see how everyone in the group likes the new guy? You'll have no standing left in the group. I don't care about them. So, does that mean he cares about you? Qi Ji touched his slightly heated face. Don't let one little tease make him break the rules like that. It wasn't like him before. Oh, he softly replied. Qi Ji thought, so what if he has abs? He doesn't even like abs anymore. Chapter 19. After a night of satiation, Yan Yang reached over to turn on the bedside lamp, lit a cigarette, and white wisps of smoke emerged from his mouth, making his face look hazy and surreal. For years, Yu Song still felt desire. He actively hugged Yan Yang's waist with a slightly flushed face and said affectionately, I like this time the most. Unfortunately, they hadn't done it often lately, once or twice every month or so. But last night for some reason, Yan Yang got into the mood, though it was somewhat rough, he was still delighted. Yu Song is older than Yan Yang. They met when Yan Yang was only 22 years old, who looked younger than now but equally eye-catching. At that age when one should graduate from university, Yan Yang was struggling to survive as a bipao, a drifter in Beijing. Because of his low level of education and lack of connections, he usually handed out flyers one day and worked part-time in a haunted house the next day. Due to his good looks, he could occasionally pick up some work. After the two started dating, Yan Yang no longer needed to hustle so much, which made Yu Song genuinely pity him. There was just one regret. This was his first love, and he had always been chaste. But not for Yan Yang. So sometimes Yu Song would grumble, I wish I were your first. In the past, Yan Yang would comfort him and say sorry. But today, as he mumbled again, Yan Yang just lay there brushing his phone, without even looking up. How are you still so naive? Do you actually believe me if I say I was a virgin back then? Yan Yang was only 22 years old at that time, so young, yet why did that sound naive? Still, Yu Song understood. There were too few quality partners, and Yan Yang, with his good looks, was highly sought after. How could he possibly have any downtime? He didn't dare ask further, fearing he might uncover something messy. The circles they moved in were notoriously chaotic. I found a new job. The salary is 30% less, and overtime is pretty severe, but at least it's stable. He shifted the topic. However, Yan Yang seemed uninterested in what he shared, just nodding absent-mindedly, inevitably making Yu Song feel sad. After all, he resigned and ended up like this because of Yan Yang. A moment of silence followed, and Yan Yang appeared rather impatient. Yet soon he patted his waist, saying, Honey, check your phone. Reluctantly, Yu Song handed over his phone. Since he had no secrets from Yan Yang, he was secretly pleased that Yan Yang still cared about his actions. As Yan Yang searched through it left and right and saw that a certain person's WeChat moments was still inactive, providing no information, his face grew darker. He glanced at the simple and plain room. It was an old, shabby two-bedroom apartment that Yu Song bought with savings after working for several years, refurbished but remained ordinary. Yan Yang thought about having to spend the rest of his life like this. A chill of fear gripped his heart. As he felt Yu Song's head resting on his abs, he became extremely weary. He no longer wanted the life Yu Song brought him. Recently, other well-off boys from the capital city had also invited him to play around. Being a trainee was still a novel concept. However, after coming across Gu Jinji, Yan Yang no longer looked up to those people. Gu Jinji swapped sports cars as easily as changing clothes, living on a level Yan Yang could only aspire to. Moreover, Gu was also gay and physically very attractive. Those peculiar habits weren't particularly hard to endure. Still, last night, the person refused to approve his friend request. Having been in the capital city for so long, Yan Yang naturally knew many people within the circle. While pondering ways to make contact, he spotted a familiar WeChat profile picture in a chat screenshot from someone else's WeChat moments. Upon confirmation, Yan Yang was ecstatic, thinking he'd found another way. However, he hadn't considered that Gu Jinji already had a boyfriend. What irked him was that the supposed boyfriend obviously looked inferior to him. Possibly, just because he was also a rich second-generation heir, belonging to the same social circle as Gu Jinji. Not willing to give up on poaching, Yan Yang believed he could always find a breakthrough. Throwing the phone back to Yu Song, Yan Yang shoved him aside and began dressing. What's going on? Didn't you say plans for debuting would be postponed? Are you still busy? Though dawn hadn't broken yet. Yan Yang replied, my agent wants to try harder. Naturally, as the leader, I should also make an appearance. He felt secure now since he'd always carefully refrained from keeping intimate photos of them together. Once he debuted, there wouldn't be any need to worry about scandals, after all, unsubstantiated gossip isn't really taken seriously by anyone. Besides, now that Yusong had left the company, leveraging resources to get back at him was out of the question. Yusong watched his silhouette and tightly pressed his lips. Standing in front of the exclusive office of the general manager, Yan Yang's eyes brightened. Though it was difficult to get closer to the opportunity, everything depended on personal effort. Yanga, you can also help smooth things over, see if there's any leeway, their group's broker, a daring newcomer, said. Otherwise, it wouldn't occur to them to directly come over and seek out the general manager for opportunities. The reason Yan Yang was brought along was that he had already heard that Gu Jinji is a gay man, so there was an attempt to use a handsome guy to pique his interest. Putting the debut on the agenda wasn't it just a word from Gu Jinji? People in power have this kind of privilege. They aren't wrong to seek shortcuts either, let alone that the whole company belongs to the Gu family and everything is decided by Gu Jinji. When they knocked on the door, Gu Jinji was lying lazily on his exclusive sofa, playing with his phone. This young general manager always seemed like he was just here for the ride, very casual indeed. With another strict boss, such a move wouldn't even be imagined. Seeing them, Gu Jinji slowly put away his phone, straightened his body and asked, "What's the matter?" "General Manager, I am the agent of MA Boy Group, and this is our captain Yan Yang, you must have met him before." The agent said with a flattering smile. Gu Jinji stared at Yan Yang for a while, not quite remembering him. But after being reminded by the other party, he started to recall a little bit. He acknowledged casually. "Our MA Boy Group was originally scheduled to debut at the end of the month, and the trainees have been working hard on the debut single. But the company suddenly decided to cancel it, which seems unfair to the trainees." The agent continued. Gu Jinji stretched lazily, feeling a bit sleepy. "So what? Mr. Gu, can the company reconsider?" Yan Yang opened his mouth under the agent's cue, his voice deep, eyes burning brightly as he stepped forward slightly. He wore a tank top that clearly showed off his physique, his chest muscles bulging. Gu Jinji crossed his legs carelessly, nonchalantly saying, "But you have members who've dropped out, and besides, the company's main goal is naturally for benefits. Your debut right now isn't the best option." Debuting was also an important matter for Yan Yang, something he truly cared about, so he asked, "So Mr. Gu doesn't care about us trainees?" He spoke with a hint of suggestive allure, staring intently at Gu Jinji. Feeling too tired from idling at work and annoyed at having someone not following procedures, Gu Jinji retorted unhappily, "This decision was made during a meeting among management, I naturally understand your difficulties, but we must act according to official protocol. Keep practicing well, the company will come up with a plan." After saying this, Gu Jinji waved them off. Yan Yang watched his hand instinctively reaching for the phone again, his eyes dimming slightly. It was clear that he had seen. After the office restored its tranquility, Gu Jinji signaled his assistant without looking up from his phone, still immersed in his games. "Lu, take note, I need leave this afternoon." The assistant's face fell instantly. She knew that as long as she did her job well, the general manager wasn't harsh, hence they became more familiar with each other. "Ah, but General Manager Gu, you took leave just the other day, you've already used up all your leaves, moreover, the schedule was packed." If General Manager Gu requested leave, she'd have to rearrange everything and explain it to other business partners. With an awkward smack of his lips, Gu Jinji pretended to be profound and said, "I have important matters to attend to, and this leave is a must for this afternoon. It's a lot of trouble for you, Lu, but there will be bonuses issued at the end of the month." Because these were Gu Jinji's own words, even the management didn't dare say anything against him. But she couldn't help but mock internally at Gu Jinji's earlier righteous lecture about handling things by the book towards the captain of MA Boy Group. Every day at work, Gu Jinji played on his phone, took leaves every few days for personal reasons, demanded pay raises, where exactly was his sense of official protocol? If he wanted to promote someone, couldn't any trainee skyrocket to fame? "Well, then I'll eat lunch a few minutes early, I won't be coming back this afternoon." Gu Jinji grabbed his coat and fled. As for what the matter was, it was purely private. Yesterday Lin Su casually asked, how was it possible he had all day to chat, wasn't he skipping classes? A sudden worry gripped Gu Jinji's heart. He thought if he didn't prove he was a college student, he might attract suspicion. So he drove to his alma mater, changed into casual wear, looking just like a student. Gu Jinji entered the campus using his alumni card, strolled around with his hands behind his head and snapped several pictures of the campus scenery. Even flowers in the flower bed looked full of youth. He sent these photos to Lin Su one by one. "The school flowers are blooming." He kept some for later use. Then, during the first period in the afternoon, when class time began, he slipped into a public class held in the comprehensive classroom. There were many people, over 100, making him inconspicuous. Gu Jinji happily took a photo of classmates' heads for Lin Su, in class. With clenched fists. Lin Su happened to be on a break between classes and seeing this, he couldn't help but smirk. Of course, he knew Chi was messing around in class instead of studying seriously. "Don't chat, study hard," Lin Su gave rare advice once again. Ah. Gu Jinji only intended to prove that he was attending class, not actually listen. "I won't reply, let's chat after class," Lin Su added further. "And don't lurk online, finish your class before lurking." Gu Jinji's path was blocked. Then he really took an afternoon off, just to attend a class on economic geography with glazed eyes. He even borrowed stationery from a classmate to take notes, his hand getting sore, all for showing Lin Su after class. Even after class ended, various terms were still bubbling up in Gu Jinji's mind, making his temples throb. Picture.jpg, picture.jpg, kitten rolling.jpg. Ji is so great, the other side complimented him. Gu Jinji let out a hum of laughter, feeling extremely proud. Chapter 20. In the morning and after school, there was a surge in the number of people at the school gym. A piece of news had already spread among students who often came to exercise. A cool-looking handsome guy would come to the gym at the same time every day. He was indeed an extremely handsome man with an outstanding temperament and appearance, even his sweat seemed crystal clear. This sudden enthusiasm for exercise among the students made Lin Su feel pressured, especially fearing that he might arrive late and find no available equipment. Were they all here to train their abs and get those six-packs too? Lin Su wore a white sports t-shirt, with a towel draped over his long neck, and his hair was damp from intense exercise. However, he had now learned to keep his breathing steady and didn't feel as exhausted as he did in the beginning. Whether it was psychological or not, recently, when looking at himself in the mirror in the morning, Lin Su felt his abs were starting to take shape. Because of this, he secretly treated Wu Zijuan to 2 meals, cafeteria food. He felt somewhat apologetic, thinking about the city's college entrance examination incentive policy, deciding to properly treat Wu Zijuan to a good meal afterward. Brother, haven't you noticed? They're here to see you, Wu Zijuan teased. Lin Su did not glance around as Wu Zijuan suggested, his ears turned slightly red, completely not wanting to be mentioned. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it made Lin Su feel somewhat embarrassed. So, he continued his exercises evenly, ignoring Wu Zijuan. Hey, let me tell you, the guy over there on the treadmill, walking like it's a stroll, is the class president of grade 3, class 2. He was in our junior high before, and his grades are off the charts, now one of the top scorers in the grade. It's rumored he will represent class 2 at the upcoming oath-taking assembly. The most important part is, he's probably gay. Wu Zijuan then winked at Lin Su, hinting that this guy might also have come specifically to see him. After getting to know Lin Su better through hanging out together, Wu Zijuan introduced Lin Su to some of his friends, though none of them had met in person yet. Through this, straight male Wu Zijuan discovered a new world. It turns out that Lin Su was quite popular within the gay community. Many receptive gay men liked his clean and pure look. Moreover, Lin Su wasn't effeminate, and during workouts, he pushed himself hard, appealing to both younger and older crowds alike, what they called youthful charm. It also became apparent that some of Wu Zijuan's own friends were gay, often asking him to make introductions once they knew Lin Su was working out, hoping he could teach them techniques. Lin Su couldn't stand Wu Zijuan's chatter anymore, afraid that others might overhear his words. Restless, Lin Su interrupted, "Stop saying random things. Hey, if you weren't taken, I'd hook you up. That would be so prestigious." Thanks to knowing Lin Su, Wu Zijuan had added many people on social media, including boys and girls alike. He felt honored because people often approached him, seeking connections with Lin Su. Wu Zijuan also knew that Lin Su's boyfriend was a college student. He thought to himself, naturally, compared to boys their age, a male college student definitely held more allure, having successfully bewitched Lin Su into following him blindly. Just as they were chatting idly, Lin Su felt embarrassed and wanted to leave since the workout was almost done anyway. He stood there quietly wiping his lips and checking his phone. At this moment, that boy from class 2 hesitated a few times but eventually walked over to them, seemingly aiming directly toward Wu Zijuan. "I heard you're pursuing sports as your career path. Good luck with that. If you need help, feel free to ask me," the boy said while occasionally glancing at Lin Su. Lin Su stood beside Wu Zijuan, head down without paying much attention, not recognizing the boy. Since he didn't believe Wu Zijuan's gossip either, he felt this interaction between old classmates had nothing to do with him. Wu Zijuan was flattered. Honestly, he'd only blabbered off randomly before. He and this scholar hadn't been close in the past. When they were classmates, the other never even asked him questions. "Sure thing, stay in touch, President," he accepted gracefully, flashing a wide smile. Not until the boy left did Wu Zijuan get excited. "Told ya." True enough, soon after, a friend request popped up. Lin Su paid no attention to Wu Zijuan's mumbling and instead calmly browsed through the group chat from today. Though he didn't always have time, thorough checking was essential. Ji claimed he didn't add that person, and Lin Su believed he wouldn't lie. However, being a manipulative protagonist in the original storybook, he surely had other tricks up his sleeve. "You're going to take the Gaokao too, you two could become acquaintances, even friends. His grades are truly amazing, bound for the top 2 schools," Wu Zijuan suggested, knowing how steadfast Lin Su was towards his online boyfriend. Still, Wu Zijuan inwardly envied him. Looking good sure brought advantages, attracting a continuous stream of excellent individuals. In a few days, at the oath-taking assembly, you can watch him give his speech. Lin Su nodded silently, without revealing that he would also be giving a speech on stage. Still, he appreciated Wu Zijuan's worry about his chances of entering university. "I've heard that our school's annual oath-taking assembly is always grand, with many people from outside the school coming to visit, and it's even live-streamed online. I'm proud of my alma mater, but unfortunately, I'm just a lousy student, Wu Zijuan sighed. Lin Su had been listening attentively at first but was caught off guard by the latter part of Wu Zijuan's remark, as he hadn't inquired about these details beforehand, assuming that merely giving a speech would suffice. What's wrong? Fellow struggler. Lin Su looked a little troubled, for he had actually gone through similar occasions in his past life, various opening and graduation ceremonies along with speeches. Although everything went smoothly each time, he found it hard to get over those mental hurdles. The last time he felt such nervousness and anxiety was many years ago. Shaking his head, Lin Su said, I need to take a shower and go home. That new guy would definitely contact Gigi, and Lin Su needed to keep an eye on things. Thanks to Zoe's joining, the group chat was never dull, it was very lively. Occasionally, they would complain because Zoe didn't accept their friend requests. Yan Yang, however, hoped that Gu Jinji would see his message and realize he was special. As for who Lin Su really was, Yan Yang still needed to thoroughly investigate. So, he asked in the group chat, have you heard that Gigi is studying business management? I have a cousin who also studies business management at Jing University, and he wins national scholarships every year. If you ever have questions, I can help ask him. Then he tagged Gu Jinji. Although Yan Yang didn't understand why Gu Jinji claimed to be a university student, since he was now Zoe and didn't know her personally, naturally he believed it. This line was fabricated too, no one in his family had become a university graduate, and he wasn't particularly interested in academics when he was in high school. He avoided contacting relatives, who all lived in a small hometown town, leading what seemed like insignificant lives. Gu Jinji ignored this message, as she was busy privately chatting with Lin Su. She didn't want to risk being exposed in front of Lin Su, plus she wasn't obligated to tutor anyone, not even herself, since she had long forgotten most of the academic stuff. Moreover, she disliked Zoe, who knew Lin Su had a partner yet still sent private messages to her, though this person was articulate and careful. Brother, how does this watch look? I think it looks better than the one I gave you last time. Do you like it? Gu Jinji continued asking Lin Su. That watch she had given before was chosen casually without much thought because she already knew Lin Su wanted an expensive gift from her. This watch was something Gu Jinji came across while scrolling through her phone. She felt it suited Lin Su well, even though Lin Su only revealed his wrist to her a few times. Any item catching his fancy wouldn't come cheap, naturally. But now that she worked and earned wages, spending money caused no guilt, and she didn't fear any accusations from her brother regarding maintaining a man. After all, she'd listened to him and joined the workforce, so wasn't she entitled to have a boyfriend? Before Lin Su could reply, he unexpectedly appeared in the group chat, saying, no need to trouble, Gigi will find me. Lin Su had been closely watching this Zoe, fearing Gigi might quickly respond. After all, Gigi didn't like studying. If she were tempted by the mention of Jing University, what would happen? Though Lin Su wasn't overly confident, he felt assured enough to state that with him around, Gu Jinji wouldn't need anyone else. Why aren't you replying to me but responding in the group chat instead? Gu Jinji was puzzled. Why don't you reply to me first? Angrily, she pouted, wondering if he was trying to outdo Zoe or if he was unhappy with her declining status in the group. Either way, she wasn't pleased. And now she didn't want to buy Lin Su a watch anymore. He calls you Gigi. Lin Su was nitpicking, suspecting Zoe had ill intentions with every word and questioning why a mere group member referred to her by nickname rather than full name. Gu Jinji licked her lips, her eyes lighting up as realization dawned. Could this old man be jealous? It was rare to see a Moor act this way. With her legs crossed, she replied in the group chat to Zoe, please call my full name. Thank you. We don't seem familiar. Ignoring how unreasonable her own words sounded, since the other party had meant well. Gu Jinji believed that approaching someone knowingly involved in a relationship, adding them as friends, and engaging privately constituted being shameless behavior. But if it made her partner feel jealous, then perhaps it served some purpose after all. Then the group members began sympathizing with Zoe, feeling that Chi Mang Mang was too impolite, even though the other party had acted kindly. Of course, deeper resentment arose among some, as despite Chi Mang Mang having a partner, the newcomer was still enthusiastic toward him. Was Chi Mang Mang really that appealing? Zoe didn't get angry, instead speaking up for Gu Jinji. Sorry, it was presumptuous of me, but I didn't expect that a Moor, having worked in real estate for several years, could still tutor his boyfriend. Lin Su hesitated slightly upon hearing this but answered calmly, yeah. Privately, Lin Su explained to Gu Jinji, Gigi, my memory isn't bad. I studied this major in university, and I still remember. Softly, Gu Jinji replied, okay. If you have any issues, come to me, not him, Lin Su added. Gu Jinji felt both happy and somewhat melancholic inside, okay, thank you big brother. By the way, take a look at the link to the watch I sent you. Stop worrying about his studies already. Lin Su gazed at the sky for quite a while before saying, no need, Gigi. I really liked the previous one. It hadn't even been a month yet, don't start thinking of another anniversary. The college entrance exam was approaching, and he couldn't handle it. As for the previous watch, Lin Su's idea of repaying the money quietly vanished. He had to figure out how to get the watch back. Otherwise, if Gigi found out that her carefully chosen gift was just sold off, she would definitely be upset. Zoe, I wonder which company Immature works at. Not sure if I know. This time, neither Lin Su nor Gu Jinji bothered to respond to him. They each had their own concerns, trying to chat with their partner without being found out. Chapter 21. Lin Su followed the original owner's memory and finally found out the whereabouts of the watch from the internet browsing history. He kept this matter in mind, paying attention to it from time to time. After receiving the watch, the original owner sold it as a second-hand item. To quickly exchange it for cash, he directly listed it on a second-hand trading platform at an 80% discount price. It was no small amount of money, but fortunately, a buyer who wasn't short on funds soon came along and purchased it, finalizing the transaction. After waiting for a long time, Lin Su finally received a reply from the buyer on Sunday morning through the platform. "Do you want to buy it back?" said the other side. They had been conducting transactions within the same city, so Lin Su vaguely remembered that the person was a young man already working. "Yes, this watch now has a different meaning to me. How much do you plan to pay to get it back?" The other party showed interest, detecting a hint of something unusual in Lin Su's response, sensing a story behind it. "Can we do the original price? Or perhaps according to the original price of the watch? However, I don't have enough money right now. Could you please hold on to it for me, and I will come back in 2 months to purchase it?" The person on the other end also seemed to remember Lin Su, apparently knowing that he was just a high school boy, making his claim about being unable to afford it plausible. "However, my job is transferring abroad. My flight leaves at 10 in the morning, and I'm almost at the airport. If you can make it here, I can hand it over to you immediately, and you can leave me an IOU." This generous man, who could purchase the watch without hesitation, evidently trusted Lin Su fully. Anxious, Lin Su glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30. His home was only several kilometers away from the airport, and there was still some time. "All right, I'll rush over immediately. Thank you so much." Lin Su hurriedly put down his phone, started changing into casual clothes, wrote a quick note of borrowing, and then rushed out the door. Lin's grandparents, who knew his upcoming results from the mock exam, had just returned from the market, intending to cook him a celebratory meal. They were beaming with pride. Where's little Su going?" Grandma Lin asked curiously as she bumped into him. Time was running short. While running, Lin Su waved goodbye. "Grandma, I need to go out for a moment." "Why such a hurry? Watch your step." As he got into the car, Lin Su was still breathing heavily, his heart pounding with anxiety. Luckily, they made it in time, otherwise getting the watch again would be much more complicated. "Driver, I'm heading to the airport," Lin Su said while wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue. "Sure thing." He knew boarding began 30 minutes beforehand, which left him feeling anxious. Especially when they'd been waiting at the third red light. Despite the air conditioning inside the car, Lin Su found his palms sweating. Unable to maintain his usual silent nature, Lin Su anxiously questioned the driver, "Master, why is it moving so slow?" "I am in a hurry." The driver leisurely replied, "Don't worry. This road is always somewhat congested. Today being Sunday, many people are going out to play." Checking the time once more, Lin Su couldn't wait any longer. "I'll get off here." Paying hastily, he stepped out of the car and looked around before finding a place for shared bicycles. Thinking not too much, time ticked away continuously. Lin Su felt like a heavy rock hung over his heart. As he pedaled rapidly, the scenery blurred around him. His face, originally pale and smooth, reddened slightly due to the strenuous activity. Breathing became heavier, his earlobes flushed red, and there seemed to be glints of starlight in his eyes. The single thought in his mind was to obtain this watch. Just this one, not another identical one, because this wasn't merely about monetary value. Though having not planned too far ahead, unsure when their relationship would end and unclear about the nature of their feelings, whether friends or something else, right now, Lin Su instinctively valued the thoughts of the other person. A kind of impulse beyond mere politeness. Finally, upon seeing the distant structure of the airport, Lin Su's eyes brightened slightly with a smile. He quickly parked the bicycle and sent a message to the seller. "Hello, I've arrived at the entrance." Subsequently, he quickly described his outfit, worried not to cause any inconvenience. During the waiting period, Lin Su continued to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His heart wasn't yet at ease, looking around anxiously with an agitated expression. The youth's hasty and anxious look drew some attention, prompting even a flight attendant to ask, "Do you need any assistance?" Lin Su pressed his lips together and shook his head, "I'm waiting for someone." Eventually, a young man approached and inquired, "Are you Lin Su?" Lin Su's eyes lit up as he quickly turned, "That's me." Looking at Lin Su's slender neck glistening with sweat, the man appeared somewhat surprised, wondering if he was truly that urgent. "I wonder why you want to buy it back." He was very curious, yet willing to sell at the original price. Lin Su's eyes dropped as he replied, "It originally was a gift from my boyfriend. I regret selling it." "Oh, so there's a deep love story behind it. And he's also willing to let go of the item graciously. So, we'll just return it to its rightful owner. Let's add each other on WeChat. When you've saved up enough money, you can transfer the payment." Lin Su faintly smiled, nodding sincerely before slowly taking over the watch, which he had never personally touched until now. Objectively speaking, it didn't look particularly special, but to him, it was extraordinary. Thank you so much. Lin Su expressed gratitude once again. That man chuckled and went through security, leaving Lin Su walking slowly out of the airport, his mood relaxing quite a bit. He put the watch in his pocket, letting his thoughts wander. Would this thing eventually be returned to its rightful owner? Would Gigi find out about all the things he has kept hidden? But before meeting her again, maybe a peaceful breakup would be better. After all, their relationship was just a game in the first place. What the future holds, Lin Su isn't clear. He's not in a rush anymore. Now he plans to take the subway home, because the taxi ride earlier cost quite a lot of money, and he feels a bit heartbroken since he still needs to make it until next month. On the way, his grandparents called him once, inviting him home for dinner. They mentioned that with this good score, their well-behaved grandson deserves a gift, whether it's buying shoes or clothes, all options are acceptable. However, if he wants a new computer, he'll have to wait till after the college entrance exam, Gaokao. They have glimpsed some hope. Lin Su really has grown up and become sensible. Gaokao is indeed a turning point, going through some challenges helps one mature. Actually, Lin Su didn't tell the family about his mock exam results. To him, these results weren't anything worthy of mention either. Plus, Lin Su suffers from a slight fear of bragging. Therefore, no matter what he does well, he doesn't like to share it, otherwise, he feels awkward deep down. Later, it was the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, who informed his parents, while Lin Su himself wasn't aware yet. Not long after, his older brother also called him. As far as Lin Su knows, his brother, named Lin Shen, is 7 to 8 years older than him. He has been working alongside their father selling houses in the capital city and only comes back during the spring festival. His brother also studied very well in the past, so Lin Su actually feels deeply guilty, thinking he may have ruined his brother's life. Perhaps it was to earn money for sending him abroad that everyone in the family worked hard. His brother chose to sell houses after graduation, doing sales work for the commissions, although it was hard-earned money. Little Su, I heard you did pretty well on this exam. Lin Shen's character is very gentle, his voice always carrying a smile. From family reports, knowing that his little brother no longer caused trouble, curbed bad habits, and even started studying diligently brought him great comfort. It's okay. Lin Su mumbled, squeezed into the subway car, feeling somewhat ashamed. Actually, compared to his brother, his performance in the mock exam wasn't anything impressive, yet they were still encouraging him. The whole family loved him too much. Is there any gift you'd like? I can fulfill your wish. Lin Shen genuinely loves his younger brother. The educational approach in their family is somewhat unique. Lin Shen only left Jiang City after completing his own Gaokao. Now watching his younger brother go through the same experience again made him feel tender-hearted. Due to having two elderly grandparents around and Lin Su enjoying fun activities, they've rarely neglected him anything materially. But compared to their economic status, this younger brother currently feels like a child enduring hardships. No need, brother, but I'd like to know something about your job content at the company. Can you explain it to me? There were many people on the subway. Lin Su surrounded by them struggled to keep his balance. Thinking about his self-created image, he sighed, seeking help. Since his brother works in sales, surely he understands some specific operational details. A casual explanation could suffice, preventing any slip-ups when the time came. Lin Shen suddenly stopped in the corridor, furrowing his eyebrows. Dressed in an elegant black suit, every detail of his attire being top-notch, the assistant following him waited for the call to end before briefing him on the schedule. Mr. Lin. The assistant whispered questioningly. Lin Shen signaled quietly to him, pausing for a moment before smiling and explaining to his younger brother, all right, we'll chat more on WeChat when I'm free. Why are you interested in this? The other party merely responded. You'll understand when you come here after the Gaokao. Following the call, he sent a large red envelope, cash gift, to Lin Su. Xiao Wu, let the sales manager prepare a work report and submit it. I want to check it. Lin Shen cleared his throat, instructing. After all, this area is beyond his usual knowledge, but it mustn't show weakness in front of his younger brother. 596 points, this kid is not bad. Looking at the exam results again, especially considering the significant improvement in such a short period, he truly appreciated how smart his little brother is. As a big brother, Lin Shen feels proud inside. Unknowingly, back then, he had never fallen out of the top 10 in his grade. Oh yeah, how is the setup for the banquet site? Lin Shen asked again. The place where he currently was a high-end resort hotel developed under the Lin family name. Today, it was going to host a banquet, and celebrities from all walks of life would be attending. Arrangements are being made, they will soon be completed, Xiao Wu replied. Lin Shen nodded, preparing to rest for a moment, but then saw several young people chatting idly by the pool not far away. Who are they? How did they end up here today? Lin Shen frowned, realizing that due to the upcoming banquet, the area should have been cleared and no guests were supposed to check in. His assistant hesitated briefly before explaining, a few days ago, a popular idol rented the neighboring villa to shoot an MV. Technically, they shouldn't come over here, and their rental period is supposed to be over today. These few individuals seem to be backup dancers from his company. I'm unsure why they haven't left yet, let me go ask. Make sure to clear them out as soon as possible. In front of strangers, Lin Shen was essentially a cold-blooded tiger with a smile, not even hesitating before labeling these few people as gatecrashers who came just to freeload. MA male group's debut seemed endlessly far off. To increase their exposure, they could only participate in minor publicity opportunities such as serving as backup dancers for senior artists. Hey, didn't you know? That man on the phone was none other than the general manager of Lin Real Estate and seemingly the only son. Murmurs among other members nearby caught Yan Yang's attention. Yan Yang reclined in a beach chair, basking in the sunlight, shedding all weariness. If not for working as a backup dancer, given their current status, there's no way they'd get to stay at such a great hotel. This hotel belongs to Lin Company? Yan Yang suddenly asked. Of course, they knew about the Lin Corporation. It was the leading real estate enterprise in the capital city. Looking at the scene around the pool, something felt strangely familiar to him, as if he'd seen it somewhere before, deepening his confusion. Yes, the villa we just shot our MV in actually costs 5-digit figures per night for each room, which made their senior artists' extravagance of renting the entire villa for shooting music videos quite enviable. Just thinking about it made them yearn for when they could do the same one day. While their senior artist got special chauffeur-driven vehicles back to the company once filming finished, they had to leave the premises to catch taxis themselves. Why didn't we rent this one? I think the decoration here looks more luxurious and refined, one member questioned. You're dumb. The price here is several times higher. Meanwhile, Yan Yang's eyes focused on a sculpture not far away, memories sparking in his mind. He quickly retrieved the photo from his phone, finding it without much difficulty. Sure enough, the background of the picture matched where they were now, but according to what someone else said, this place was their house. Yan Yang suddenly chuckled, unexpectedly pleased with this trip. Originally meticulously planning, he now realized the online boyfriend of Master Gu Tu was indeed an unqualified scammer. Had it not been for his accidental visit here today, it probably wouldn't have been discovered, clear evidence of the swindler's high skills. He lazily took multiple pictures of this location with his phone, including selfies where his face wasn't visible, as proof that he had indeed been here, forming plans in his heart. At the next moment, however, a neatly dressed man approached them. Excuse me for interrupting. This evening, the hotel will hold a banquet and thus must clear the area for the whole day. Please ensure you leave the hotel by noon if you don't have an invitation letter, Xiao Wu politely told the boys dressed in various vibrant colors, remaining respectful in tone. Alright, we'll leave immediately. As the team leader, Yan Yang stood up hastily, nodding awkwardly, knowing full well that the general manager had spotted them and therefore sent someone over. The general manager of Lin Company looked nothing like the scammer in the chat group, making it evident that the latter had been lying. The team had simply passed through the area looking for a place to sit and rest, wondering all along why the place seemed so empty. It turned out another event was taking place today, so they hurriedly dispersed and left. Yan Yang couldn't contain the joy inside, contemplating how to choose an opportune time to expose this story and let it spread gradually. By 7 p.m., the banquet commenced right on time. Toasts filled the atmosphere of the banquet hall. Now working a job, Gu Jinji was no longer a leisurely rich second-generation youth. Naturally, his older brother dragged him along to gain some worldly experience, watching the businessmen in attendance dressed in their finest at the banquet. However, he himself found little interest in this gathering. Therefore, he sat comfortably in a corner eating desserts while occasionally chatting with his boyfriend. Tomorrow, his boyfriend needed to present a work report and tonight had to polish the draft, followed by an early bedtime. Gu Jinji inwardly lamented but thought about how since dating him, his partner had forcibly adjusted his sleeping schedule. Consequently, Gu Jinji kindly understood and accompanied him patiently. To maximize his time, Gu Jinji rested his leg over the other knee on the chair and idly poked his phone screen until he noticed several men approaching. The lead figure was Shen Qian, another rich second-generation youth whose family ranked lower than the Gu family. They'd been classmates since middle school, and Shen Qian always attempted to establish connections with Gu Jinji. Originally, Gu Jinji would always give everyone a chance and be generous. Those around him, including Shen Qian, reaped plenty of benefits in the past. However, during university, there was a guy who insulted Gu Jinji behind his back after pursuing him openly. Shen Qian happened to be good friends with that man, which is why Gu Jinji stopped letting him hang around. Of course, after that incident, Shen Qian wisely cut ties with that person. Master Gu, long time no see, Shen Qian flattered as he sat across from him. Do you want something from me? Gu Jinji didn't even glance up, he disliked people like this, who changed sides depending on their own benefit. Shen Qian felt awkward upon hearing Gu Jinji's direct response but still stuttered, I have someone who wants to enter the entertainment industry. Could they join your company as a trainee? He had many siblings and his family relationships weren't great, so he had no real authority in such matters. Yet, recently, he became very fond of his young girlfriend and promised her this favor, hence coming to beg Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji finally looked at him, scoffing, don't you know I hold grudges? Shen Qian realized Master Gu's bad temper had resurfaced and quickly added, I've long cut all contact with that fool, and my group has distanced ourselves from him. Naturally, I will follow only your guidance. Flatterer. Gu Jinji cursed coldly, making Shen Qian's expression sour but still forced a smile. Still, it wouldn't hurt much to help out Shen Qian a bit, given that their families occasionally had connections. Gu Jinji waved dismissively, arrange a time to bring her over to my company. If her talent is acceptable, we'll accept her. Shen Qian immediately cheered up and showered more compliments before leaving. Gu Jinji knew Shen Qian probably cursed him silently inside, but Gu Jinji enjoyed putting his feelings on his face. He despised those he looked down upon. There were very few in the entire Beijing social circle who genuinely liked him, yet Gu Jinji had the means and the wealth to live freely, changing his moods as he pleased. People couldn't afford to ignore him. Even so, Gu Jinji wasn't petty, spreading minor favors casually here and there. At this moment, he noticed his elder brother chatting with the general manager of Lin Company from afar. He thought about how Lin Company was a leading real estate firm in the capital, comparable to his own Gu family business. Since their industries didn't overlap, they weren't competitors either and thus maintained non-interference. As for Amor, the online boyfriend, it seemed likely he might work for some real estate company like Lin Corporation. He asked his brother, "Brother, I heard from a friend that Lin Corporation in the capital is quite famous. You're also in this industry, do you know anything about it?" Lin Su was reviewing his speech manuscript in his room when suddenly saw this question, feeling a bit uneasy since he already anticipated that one day Shishi would ask him these questions. "I've heard a little about them," Lin Su replied vaguely, though in reality his mind was blank. Gu Jinji was deep in thought. He knew Lin Su was just an ordinary employee but didn't know how to expose him. Moreover, the overtime at Lin Su's company was severe, which made Gu Jinji consider planting a seed in his heart, an idea to eventually transfer Lin Su to his own company. This way, they both could work comfortably, go home on time, and see each other every day, face-to-face conversations included. But meeting, well, it must seem far away now. "What's wrong?" Lin Su asked anxiously. Gu Jinji didn't dare delve too deeply into conversation since what did a college student know anyway? Now they still hadn't suggested video chats or meetings. And Lin Su had been transferred to the branch office in Jiang City, it would be difficult to create accidental encounters. Thinking along these lines, Gu Jinji had a sudden idea. He sent a WeChat message to his assistant, Xiao Lu, "Does our company have any business in Jiang City?" The reply came quickly, "In a while, we'll have a project to negotiate there, but it can be handled by the department manager alone. There's no need for the general manager to go." Gu Jinji's heartbeat accelerated slightly, but then again, he realized how exaggerated it was for him to start fantasizing unilaterally about meeting each other when there were still secrets between them. They hadn't yet confessed sincerely to each other. So, he suppressed it forcefully and acted indifferently. "Oh, I see." His mental image of the other person started to take form, just a common young man with average looks but a good physique, one he might not notice if they crossed paths in the crowd. In the past, he wouldn't have considered having any special relationship with someone like him. But now, he automatically applied filters when thinking of him, elevating the ordinary to extraordinary. Gu Jinji wasn't willing to lose touch with him, not because he feared losing face in the chat group initially but purely because he didn't want to sever communication. When Gu Jinji considered that Lin Su was still going about his routine, seemingly without wanting to make further moves, he felt a bit let down but quickly calmed himself. Bored, he snapped a picture of a dessert and sent it. "This little cake tastes good. Is it sweet?" "Yes, it is." A pity only he could taste it. At midnight, an earth-shattering piece of news exploded in the group. Amor was a scammer. His identity had been fabricated. He wasn't some bachelor with vast wealth or good looks, he used fake photos, and if his family background needed embellishment, it probably wasn't good. The once worshipped Amor had now turned into a deceitful man lacking both money and class, making his allure vanish instantly. The Holmes-like group members who uncovered this were still actively discussing it late into the night, incessantly at mentioning Amor. But by then, Lin Su had already fallen asleep peacefully after thoroughly preparing for the next day's speech. Gu Jinji also went to sleep while playing games because she knew Lin Su wanted to rest early. The cause of all this chaos began when Zoe shared pictures of her vacation at a certain luxury resort hotel, surprising everyone. Although many of them lived in the capital city, they weren't all local, so not everyone could afford stays at such high-end hotels. Thus, everyone discovered that Zoe was actually a secret rich person who hadn't previously revealed herself. Consequently, her image became even taller among the group mates. A man with a well-toned six-pack, an exquisite face, wealth, and humility felt more appealing compared to Amor. Still, there were some former admirers of Amor who found these pictures slightly unsettling, they seemed familiar. "I think I've seen this somewhere. Wait, didn't Amor claim this place as part of his family estate?" Zoe replied somewhat surprisedly, "No way, that's Jieshang Hotel, a 5-star resort hotel under the ownership of Lin Corporation. How can it be anyone's private estate? You must have it wrong." Nevertheless, the old pictures of Amor were unearthed again by the group members, it was unmistakably this exact location. As no one from the group had ever stayed at this hotel, they were kept in the dark about the deception until now. So this is just a resort hotel, no wonder the environment was so great. At first, I truly believed Amor came from a very wealthy family. Now we know Amor is a scammer, I'm starting to suspect if those pictures are even his own. Maybe that face isn't real. In private chats before, Amor asked me for money but never repaid it. Afterward, when he got a girlfriend, I deleted him, so was I scammed, said one anonymous group member. For the entire night, no one came forward to explain, allowing the rumors to spread unchecked. Amour's current reputation, a middle-aged man without money or good looks, oily and manipulative. Even worse, he supposedly swindled money from group friends and may have pursued them romantically under false pretenses. The group admin, noticing this development, grew suspicious despite thinking he was a pretty decent guy. But with evidence laid out before them, concerns shifted toward Shishi, Gu Jinji, worried that she had been deceived. Unfortunately, he lacked direct contact with her, so he could only at her, asking if she knew about this. Meanwhile, Zoe, the instigator, stepped back and watched the chaos erupt in the group. If Amour was indeed nothing more than a fraud, how could anyone compare to him? The next morning, Lin Su started his day like any other by heading to the gym, where he noticed his abs becoming even firmer, a happy thought indeed. Glancing through the messages quickly, he dismissed those not directed privately to him. Then, the entire senior grade followed their class orders and gathered on the track field for the grand assembly. The ceremony was formal, attended by all teachers from grade 12, along with several Jiang City social media reporters. After all, Jiang University-affiliated high school was one of the 4 top prestigious schools in Jiang City. Lin Su sat neatly in his blue and white school uniform among the tiered seating on the track field, witnessing more people present since reading the book, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Their neighboring classes were Class 2 and Class 10. Class 2 was an experimental class filled with arrogant students sitting upright, eyes unblinking against the sun, exuding grace. Not whispering, they clutched books instead. On the contrary, most students from classes 9 and 10 whispered happily among themselves without any airs. Class 10's designated speaker was a diligent girl with short hair who was quietly reviewing her speech. On the stage stood a large screen, and once set up, displayed a picture of some students from one class. Unprepared students caught on camera munching snacks triggered laughter across the grade, easing tensions amid the stressful period. Lin Su quickly turned away to avoid being captured on camera, briefly meeting the gaze of a male student from Class 2, the same Class 2 president Wu Zijuan mentioned before. Remembering Wu Zijuan's nonsense comments, Lin Su immediately looked away, bowing his head. Such moments of confrontation left him deeply apprehensive. Since Lin Su sat straight, refrained from chatting, and possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance and demeanor, classmates from nearby classes soon took notice. Being recognized like this made him even more uneasy. The students of Class 10 were shamelessly and openly staring, even starting discussions. Class 2 students, on the other hand, were much prouder. They only glanced curiously at this side after hearing that Class 9 had such a person they hadn't known before. In their minds, Class 9's appearances were generally low-rated, they always ranked last in every activity, and the cheerleading team was rather ordinary. Lin Su's lips were pressed together, feeling very uncomfortable. He even wanted to chat quietly with the classmates beside him, making himself look normal to blend in with them so as not to stand out awkwardly. But then he didn't say anything, his ears turning red as he stayed stiff, appearing calm on the surface while pretending not to hear the discussion around him. Wow, he's so pale, glowing white. He's sitting there, does that mean he will represent their class later? Huh, then we can see his face clearly on the big screen. Hey, what's that guy's name from your class? I haven't seen him before. Even the students of Class 2 refrained from saying belittling words like how someone of Lin Su's caliber would be at the bottom in their own class. Instead, they also bent down quietly and asked, will he go up to the stage? Is he usually this cold? Tisk, are you guys from Class 2 talking to our classmates? There was an implied proud tone from one student of Class 9. Help. Lin Su felt utterly embarrassed. Moreover, fearing being captured by the camera for checking his phone, Lin Su couldn't even find Shishi to chat and shift his focus or seek strength from her. And right now, Gu Jinji was just slowly waking up, risking the danger of being late. Of course, the first thing she did was to send Lin Su a morning greeting, and then started chatting idly while sitting in the car. Very quickly, she noticed something was wrong, many people at mentioning him, claiming that Amour had scammed him and was a fraud. Gu Jinji hastily checked the chat records, assuming Lin Su might have been unfaithful, her heart racing wildly, even beginning to get mad prematurely, preparing to confront Lin Su. Then she saw Zoe's pictures and understood the entire process. He immediately let out a sigh of relief, at least Lin Su wasn't cheating on him. Everything else didn't matter too much. But when he leisurely scrolled through the records, his anger kept building up. He already knew Lin Su was poor, which was why he didn't care at all, even wondering why Zoe had to interfere so much. As he went further down, he got angrier seeing many anonymous claims accusing Lin Su of scamming money and taking advantage of women, especially when all these claims were made anonymously. Gu Jinji was genuinely infuriated. How could Lin Su deceive anyone if he wasn't even in the capital city? And who do they think they are? Furthermore, hiding behind anonymity and spreading rumors secretly, it was just about kicking someone when they're down. He believed that Lin Su, whom he'd known for so long, wouldn't be this kind of person, not someone who would seduce others without any interest in flirtation. Moreover, he had always suspected something was off with Zoe, wanting to intervene constantly. It turned out it was another scheme hatched by her. Seeing Lin Su hadn't come forward to clarify things, the group members became increasingly rampant, almost making Gu Jinji blow up inside. So he icily declared in the group, "Don't at me anymore, I've seen everything. To those who say my boyfriend scammed money, bring out the chat records and evidence. I'll pay back 3 times whatever amount is mentioned." If you can't produce any proof, then shut the F*** up. Gu Jinji neither lacked money nor trusted Lin Su to explain matters clearly later. Lin Su was diligently working at this time and certainly wasn't avoiding issues as some suggested. Plus, it wasn't any of their business, they were merely nosy busybodies. As expected, once Gu Jinji spoke up, the anonymous comments disappeared. Though tempted by the promise of compensation, they couldn't produce any evidence since Lin Su never actually requested money. And asking Gu Jinji for gifts happened only during Lin Su's first attempt. Talk of seduction was nothing more than nonsense, as some of them had previously coveted Lin Su. Just when everyone thought that fiery Shishi in the group was surprisingly wealthy as well, it dawned on them how talented and hidden their group really was. Gu Jinji also came across some truly unsightly photos, purportedly authentic pictures of Lin Su, making him almost explode in fury. Regardless of whether or not Lin Su had indeed used fake pictures, though Gu Jinji hadn't seen Lin Su's real face yet, he at least knew Lin Su was tall and had a clean appearance from hands to feet. Even photoshopped faces wouldn't turn into such grotesque versions. But he really is a scammer. Zoe hadn't expected the drama to subside so easily, especially before Lin Su even made a move, envying how Gu Jinji seemed serious enough about an online lover to offer refunds and repayments. She didn't bother investing time into making him famous in reality. You troublemaker, just shut up. Gu Jinji didn't even want to deal with her. However, amidst his anger, there was a tinge of excitement within him. Now that Lin Su's secret was no longer a secret, and that without Lin Su having to expose it himself, it felt perfect. Could they finally open up and be honest with each other? When could Lin Su tell him that he actually wasn't a college student? Most importantly, when would Lin Su officially join his company? He assured himself he wouldn't be an unfair boss and would frequently give promotions and raises to his future boyfriend. Chapter 22. Today's weather was great, with not a cloud in sight. Lin Su sat staring vacantly at the lush green lawn. The speech had already been memorized perfectly, all he hoped for was that the event would proceed faster, even quicker if possible. Attempting to clear his mind of distractions, Lin Su didn't hear someone calling him. Hey! Lin Su. Wu Zijuan, from class 10, was surprised upon seeing Lin Su. He stood up slightly and waved at Lin Su, but the latter was looking straight ahead, and with the surrounding noise, it was clear that he hadn't heard. Holy crap, he's also a class representative. And he didn't even tell me, Wu Zijuan exclaimed in astonishment. Despite always thinking Lin Su had an inscrutable aura, deep down, he assumed Lin Su wasn't much different from himself. Even though only the representative of class 9, this still indicated an academic performance good enough to attend a decent university, completely under the radar in Wu Zijuan's eyes. Do you know him? Upon hearing Wu Zijuan call out like that, a classmate beside him asked, a pretty girl. Of course, we're really close friends, Wu Zijuan replied smugly. How did you guys meet? I've heard that he is very aloof. Wu Zijuan then started chatting animatedly with the classmates around him, thinking how great it was to have such a handsome friend. Soon, all the girls in the class were gathered around him chatting enthusiastically. He even promised to help me review. Wu Zijuan boasted. Wow, could you ask your friend if others can listen in? Though I have a classmate in too, he's truly so handsome. Unfortunately, he rarely turns his head, so we can't see his front face. This I cannot guarantee. Wu Zijuan said just as that. Perhaps, behind the scenes, there was some equipment operator who had overheard the opinion of the crowd and opportunistically directed the camera towards a certain corner of class 9. Lin Su hadn't realized what was happening until the jeers spread from all sides of the track field. Only then did his neighboring classmates finally overcome their shyness and pull at his sleeve, whispering, Lin Su, look at the camera. Instinctively lifting his gaze, Lin Su saw his magnified face on the large screen at the podium, which startled him, causing his eyelashes to tremble slightly. Caught unawares, not knowing whether to lower his head or find it even stranger to do so, Lin Su awkwardly flashed a stiff smile. This action sent the whole venue into a new round of cheers, injecting an unexpectedly light-hearted tone into what was supposed to be a solemn pledge ceremony. Shit. Finally got a glimpse of his front face, and it's even better. Wu Zijuan noticed the excitement around him and looked up again, catching sight of Lin Su's forced smile. He muttered disdainfully, what's the big deal? I've seen every expression he makes. Particularly during those intimate conversations with his younger boyfriend, Lin Su often carried a modest yet inclusive smile, much more vivid than this forced grin. Unfortunately, that person had already found love online. Wu Zijuan couldn't help but feel Lin Su was somewhat too pure-hearted. If he looked like that, he reckoned that by kindergarten he'd probably already be holding little girls' hands. Who could have guessed that someone like Lin Su would be deeply engaged in an online relationship and even train abs specifically for his lover? A few seconds felt like an eternity. Lin Su's breath was heavy. Not until the scene changed did his entire body finally relax. His focus returned, though no one else could perceive the tension he'd experienced. It wasn't something they could understand. Even if his peers acknowledged his good looks, Lin Su didn't find it anything to rejoice about. Thinking to himself, Lin Su anticipated that in a few minutes, during the speech, his face would be displayed again for several more minutes. Thus, he worked hard to steady his emotions, telling himself there was nothing to worry about. After all, he had given speeches before. It was just a matter of having led a comfortable life for some years. He thought further of Gu Jiji, who was quite sociable. There was hardly anyone in the group chat that Gu Jiji dared not challenge. Fearless and straightforward, despite being tagged numerous times daily, he remained carefree. Right now, Gu Jiji was indeed giving his all, utterly disrupting the group chat, causing chaos. Those rumor-mongers couldn't produce any evidence, nor did they bear any responsibility since they spoke anonymously. This infuriated Gu Jiji. These weren't trivial rumors, usually amicable. Once genuinely annoyed, Gu Jiji pursued revenge mercilessly. Gu Jiji patiently asked in the group chat multiple times, but no one confessed. The one spreading the rumors merely tried to sweep things under the rug after attempting to tarnish Lin Su's reputation, which ignited his fury further. So Gu Jiji, who rarely initiated friend requests, directly requested to become friends with the group admin, promptly sending over a red envelope without saying a word. Then he bluntly proposed, "Admin, transfer control of the group to me. I need to handle something." The admin was a kind-hearted individual whose family situation was relatively affluent. He didn't crave this amount of money. Moreover, he belatedly realized the mix-ups among members might involve personal vendettas, so he followed through with transferring control as well. There were hundreds of people in the group, but only a small number actively contributed online. Although it took much time to find out who was speaking anonymously, it wasn't impossible. Gu Jiji directly muted a few previously very vocal anonymous users and then generously posted in the group, "Please cooperate by making an anonymous statement in the group chat and send screenshots afterward. I'll provide compensation via payment code after you're done. If anyone does not cooperate, I will consider them as rumor spreaders against my boyfriend." After his words, several neutral members proved their innocence regardless of rewards. Being adults, they didn't expect anything in return for sending screenshots directly without payment codes. However, Gu Jinji still privately sent them red envelopes. This made some of the groupmates surprised that Chi Mang Mang was genuinely wealthy, with a lavish display when acting. This way, most members gradually followed suit and sent their proofs. Just a few active individuals couldn't due to being muted beforehand. These individuals had consistently expressed criticism about Gu Jinji's relationship. Gu Jinji then bluntly added them, "Oh, so these are you stool pigeons." It was the second time Gu Jinji had spoken such coarse language, and many thought it was disgraceful. However, there was also a sense of revelation. Those who usually chatted happily were capable of these underhanded operations. It's quite unexpected. They seemed perfectly fine at first glance. How far would they go? The group felt speechless. Previously, everyone thought the rumors might fizzle out without resolution. However, they hadn't expected Gu Jinji to be this persistent. It looked like he was brainwashed by Amour. Even if fabricating wealth or love was a false accusation, creating a fake image was undoubtedly true. Who knew amours could reel in wealthy individuals? Gu Jinji acted just like a rich nouveau riche indeed. But upon discovering he was a hidden big shot too, their opinions shifted subtly toward him. They showed more tolerance for his temper because, undeniably, he was incredibly generous. "What do you intend to do? Report us to the police?" Their pretense dropped. Anyway, it wouldn't end well. At worst, they'd leave the group. Gu Jinji smiled and decided to fight fire with fire. Nothing major. As we all live in the same city, with a small circle, reputation is rather significant. Of course, his own exception aside. This situation can be resolved easily. We can post on several local forums within the circle about what happened in the group today. If you think you've done nothing wrong, why worry? Gu Jinji mocked. They began to fear the loss of social face but hadn't foreseen bringing the issue outside. Defiantly they responded, "Why should anyone trust your word? Various issues happen every day in circles, some even more severe, who cares?" Gu Jinji smiled again. Was it beyond his capacity to find a few administrators? How could he have been wasting time on the internet for years if that were true? After finishing these actions, Gu Jinji kicked these people out of the group straight away. These morons deserved a lesson. At least they would learn humility and start correcting themselves online. Everyone despised those hypocrites who acted differently behind closed doors. Next, he'd spend time browsing forums. He wouldn't count as incapable unless no tall buildings existed. Gu Jinji only realized the hotel's significance after Yan Yang mentioned it, having been there himself before. Later, he investigated further. If it weren't for the fact that the hotel wasn't for sale, he would have wheedled some money from his brother to buy it. In the future, he would certainly work harder. It wasn't a trivial sum. Meanwhile, Yan Yang felt fortunate not to meddle unnecessarily during the commotion earlier. Otherwise, he would have jeopardized his ability to approach Gu Jinji on the network later. Still, Yan Yang harbored resentment over Gu Jinji knowing Amour was a fraud yet defending him so staunchly. In real life, why didn't Gu Jinji seem so pure around him? Finally, Zoe apologized in the group. "It was because of me that caused this drama. Sorry everyone, sorry Chi Mang Mang. It wasn't my intention to disrupt your relationship." It seemed like these actions barely produced any effect, even Amour hadn't stepped in yet. Others believed it had nothing to do with him since Zoe merely stayed overnight during vacation and wasn't fueling the fire. "It's alright, Chi Mang Mang won't blame you, it's not your fault," they comforted her. Whatever the case, the fake photo remained real evidence, but the boyfriend himself didn't care, leaving others with little to comment. Nevertheless, Amour's halo effect completely shattered, silently removed from their heavenly prospect list. Conversely, they developed more liking for Zoe, appearing authentic. At least her figure was genuine. Gu Jinji couldn't tolerate his subtle nonsense anymore. Before, he overlooked it, but now retrospectively realizing Zoe had always stirred trouble. Speechless, he directly found the screenshot of Zoe's friend request and sent it to the group. This person kept trying to add him every day, acted friendly in the group, and yet claimed they didn't want to ruin his relationship. If not for his boyfriend's trust in him, there might have been serious misunderstandings. I never said that. So why are you adding me privately? Now look at you chattering away annoyingly. Gu Jinji rolled his eyes. His words were as always unpleasant, but they also made sense. Especially when Zoe wouldn't accept any friend requests from other group members, which was quite suspicious. Meanwhile, those who had fallen for him among the zeros felt a bit annoyed after hearing this news. Were all the ones like this in the world? Or could it be they already knew that Chi Mang Mang was a wealthy big shot? It was rather disheartening. Zoe already knew Gu Jinji had an odd temperament, but hadn't expected him to hate evil so much. It seemed clear he subtly targeted Amour rather than himself, even fawning over him. Normally, if there were other suitors, one would feel some pride inside, right? Many zeros he had met before were like this, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded. So Zoe had no choice but to explain well and politely, only then did the group slowly restore their good impressions of him. However, they still felt somewhat disappointed with such beings labeled number 1. Perhaps number 1 individuals became more sophisticated as they aged, without exception. Therefore, they yearned for pure love even more. Gu Jinji was tired of listening to his clever talk. Anyway, if this person dared to bother him again in the future, he'd privately chat with them to resolve it face to face. If necessary, they could fight. Of course, after these series of events, Gu Jinji's status in the group changed dramatically. Now at least, everyone hesitated to openly offend him, this tycoon. Gu Jinji had never thought about leaving the group or anything, he just enjoyed the feeling of these people hating him but powerless to do anything. As long as it didn't involve his partner, sparring verbally with others could be fun too. Keyboard warrior Gu Jinji was completely an expert suffering from loneliness. Chapter 23. The speaking order was determined by a lottery, which was conducted when the grade director delivered his speech. For the first time, representatives from each class had the chance to see Lin Su up close. Even some students who were so focused on studying they didn't pay attention to external matters took a second glance at him, thinking he was an aesthetically pleasing figure, not someone they disliked. After the lottery, Lin Su stood in a corner and glanced at the paper slip in his hand. It clearly read 15. In other words, he would be the last one to present. Generally, the pressure is greater for the first speaker and the last one. If the last person doesn't deliver well, it can leave an impression of being unworthy to close the event. After drawing his number, Lin Su remained calm, returning to his seat at the front of the class and sitting neatly. He wasn't worried about the speech itself. Teacher Wang, the homeroom teacher, who sat beside him, encouraged him, Lin Su, just do your best and don't feel any pressure. The classmates will all cheer for you. Through long-term observation, Teacher Wang discovered that Lin Su was actually a very conscientious student. In subsequent subject exams, Lin Su demonstrated outstanding results, eliminating any prior doubts. Regardless of how things went, their class representative was certainly the most visually appealing one, at least. Due to the prestige of the affiliated high school, previous oath-taking assemblies had always sparked heated discussions across the city, with live broadcasts streamed on the official website. Though such discussions rarely revolved around Class 9, this time, there might be talk about this boy from Class 9, who appeared elegant and refined. In any case, it would be enough if this could help the students relax and boost morale. At this stage, what mattered was plugging gaps and stabilizing the mindset. Sudden breakout performances like Lin Su's were quite rare. Lin Su nodded, but what he feared most was excessive applause and support from his classmates, as it made him feel ashamed. Just letting things take their natural course would be better. Finally, in the waiting process, the first student went up. It was the class president from Class 2. The big screen began following him the moment he stood up from his seat until he fully reached the microphone. Simultaneously, the school's official account started the live broadcast. The students below, no longer concerned about being filmed, even pulled out their phones curiously to watch the school's live stream. Wow, I didn't expect anyone to actually watch our school's live broadcast. That's not surprising. Don't underestimate our school. There have been quite a few viewers every year, mostly parents of students and those hoping their children could enter the affiliated high school. Lin Su saw every move of the student on the podium exposed under the camera lens, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly while he waited for the ordeal to come. The class president from Class 2 shared some methods for learning science subjects. Though lacking confidence in his voice, his logic was clear, practical, and helpful. Coupled with his own solid grades, it made for a good start. With 15 classes participating, not too many, yet not too few, listening to each class representative's speeches easily led to fatigue. Not all representatives had strong presentation skills. As a result, after several speeches, the audience listened selectively. When the students recognized the representatives came from experimental classes, they would put away their distractions and focus intently. For those from regular classes, most continued their individual activities without much attention or belief that they could gain anything meaningful. The same attitude applied to Class 9 students, except they intended to give Lin Su their full attention when he presented. The online live stream continued lukewarmly, forwarded by some parents into family groups. Aware that he wouldn't be taken seriously, Lin Su didn't entertain any extra thoughts. He only aimed to share as much as possible. In fact, fewer people looking meant he felt less pressured. Apart from when the academic genius from Class 1 took the stage and garnered enthusiastic feedback from the audience, the rest of the speeches elicited lukewarm reactions. Finally, with a mix of exhaustion, they approached late afternoon. Lin Su, the speaker for Class 9, was the last one. The camera focused on him. Like all the other students, he wore the standard blue and white school uniform, yet he stood out. With an upright posture and a clear, elegant face, he resembled a character from a comic book. Is he from Class 9? Who cares which class he's from? I just love watching handsome guys. Most students were drawn to Lin Su's appearance, starting to watch him attentively, not for his content, but simply to feast their eyes. As he ascended the podium step by step and bowed respectfully before standing near the microphone, he didn't hold any script, he was giving a memorized speech. More than half of the students that day gave speeches without notes. After all, they worried that stammering would look bad, so holding a manuscript seemed safer. No one expected Lin Su, who wasn't seen as an ace scholar, to deliver his speech without reading from notes. No matter how he performs, his face alone is worth not criticizing. Hold on, I see a lot of people asking about him in the comments section of our official website's live stream. I'll respond. It's rare for our school to have such a handsome guy. Once on stage, Lin Su forgot all his nervousness and was fully engaged. Dear teachers and classmates, hello, I'm Lin Su from Class 9, Senior 3. Today, my speech title is. His voice was like fresh spring water, very clear and bright, carrying a touch of magnetic charm characteristic of a young man, as pure as his looks without any blemish. The quality of the screen behind him was excellent, everyone could clearly see even the faintest creases on his brows. Unconsciously, they were drawn into his serious presentation. Lin Su's prepared remarks were well structured and filled with effective public speaking techniques, not random ramblings or just pretty words devoid of substance. He devoted himself to incorporating years of academic insights and methods into it. When studying, one's mindset and beliefs are essential components. By the time he finished, everyone realized how quickly it had passed. Holy cow, his voice is so pleasant to listen to, and I was totally engrossed, one student from an experimental class said. In fact, I thought what he shared was highly inspiring and I immediately related to it. The key point is that he did it without reading notes, really impressive. From now on, I will never underestimate regular class students. Honestly, he was more dedicated than our own class president, and his delivery was superior, making him seem like a real academic god. After Lin Su finished speaking, his mind finally returned. He bowed before stepping down, having completed his task seriously regardless. To his surprise, when he stepped off the stage, thunderous applause erupted, more enthusiastic than any prior speakers. It wasn't just for his face, everyone felt this student from the regular class truly excelled. As Lin Su walked off the stage past other classes, some bold classmates shouted out, "Your speech was great." Flustered, Lin Su nodded quickly, his earlobes turning slightly red, as he hurried back to his own class, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their praise. Following this was the oath-taking ceremony. After completing this final step, today's rally came to a successful conclusion. They would next go home and enjoy a short break. Only after this did Lin Su truly relax, unaware others were quietly discussing him. He simply tidied up in the classroom and went to the gym to exercise, then went home. It wasn't until then that Lin Su opened his phone to check messages. Initially, he hadn't planned to read group chats, but someone mentioned him using it, and he also wanted to know what Chi chatted about today, whether she talked with Zoe. So Lin Su started reviewing everything from the beginning. Today's messages seemed exceptionally numerous. As he scrolled through them, he noticed pictures sent by Zoe. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but then there arose criticism directed at him, and Lin Su realized these were tied to the fake photo originally used by the main persona. In his memory, the original main persona's photo was stolen from his brother's WeChat moments, not realizing it was from a hotel, thinking merely that the decoration was nice and thus used it. Now exposed, Lin Su wasn't concerned about being discovered as a fraud by online friends, instead, he sought out Gu Jinji immediately. This matter was irrefutable to him. In a way, he even felt relieved because Jinji finally knew the truth, accepting whatever attitude Jinji might take towards him. If it meant breaking up, Lin Su would consent. However, they couldn't remove each other as friends. He still had to ensure Jinji wouldn't be deceived by Zoe. Before finishing his message review, Lin Su directly initiated a private chat with Gu Jinji. "Jinji, I saw the group chat. I indeed am not a second-generation rich person." He admitted outright but was somewhat uneasy inside, fearing Jinji would be upset. After all, they had been long-distance online lovers for quite some time, discovering now he'd been deceiving her all along. Gu Jinji anticipated Lin Su would explain upon discovering the situation. He'd already known for quite a while and didn't give it much importance. Lin Su proactively admitted rather than defended himself, which reassured him that he'd judged correctly. Although Amor originally intended to deceive him, later on, there was no misconduct worthy of unforgiveness. Brother, do you really think they're saying you defraud wealth and love? Is that true? Gu Jinji asked only this question, leaning toward believing Lin Su. Lin Su responded with a firm no, and Jinji trusted him instantly. Lin Su hadn't even noticed things had escalated this far. Jinji's sudden inquiry startled him, causing him great discomfort when repeating those two words, urgently refuting, I haven't. I haven't defrauded wealth, nor love. He hadn't even been in a relationship before, so hearing such terms made him incredulous. Aren't these supposed to only happen with actual romantic partners? Maybe he was losing touch with the times among the youth. He also didn't want Jinji exposed to such concepts, even if mentioned in passing. Apart from the watch Gu Jinji gave him, Lin Su was certain the original owner hadn't asked anyone else for gifts. Silently looking at his wrist, Lin Su knew that if Jinji were to bring up breaking up, he would return the watch by mail. With Lin Su's assurance, Gu Jinji finally smiled faintly, it doesn't matter then. Actually, I've known for a while that you're just an ordinary office worker and I don't care about it. And there's something I hid from you too, I didn't mention but my family is pretty well off. Not saying one was wealthy could also be considered hiding something, right? Lin Su hesitated, slightly embarrassed that this fact should have been quite evident all along. But he wasn't even an office worker. Moreover, I have a few small secrets of my own, and I believe brother wouldn't mind them. After deliberating for half a day, Gu Jinji still didn't reveal that she wasn't a male college student since he felt age was crucially important. If an older man really liked younger individuals, then mentioning this at their current level of emotional attachment might mean no future. Better to endure a bit longer because they concealed first, which gave her grounds to justify later. Lin Su cared little, they were still netizens, so it was natural to have secrets. Is it because someone in the group said I'm deceiving? Lin Su was more concerned about this, and he had to explain clearly. Whoever accused, he needed to confront directly, something like this he simply hadn't done and wouldn't do either. Gu Jinji waved it off casually, no big deal, it's already resolved. They realized it was a misunderstanding, so no one in the group brings it up anymore. He'd sorted everything beforehand. Now they're talking about a high school boy instead, it's ridiculous, no boundaries, they're even considering a high schooler. Gu Jinji scratched his fingers with disdain as he complained. Though he took a rough glance and indeed found the high school boy quite handsome with a pleasant voice, it wasn't relevant to him, he already had a partner. Out of habit, Lin Su glanced at the newest group messages, only to find them suddenly reaching 99+ notifications, sharing a video of a high school boy. Strangely. It seemed very familiar. Lin Su's hand twitched, feeling uneasy inside. What was going on? He knew the school streamed live broadcasts, but never anticipated such wide-reaching influence. Where did the video come from? He asked Gu Jinji somewhat uneasily. Oh, it's trending now, apparently it's your city's middle school, replied Gu Jinji without understanding why Lin Su was asking this. He already determined Lin Su was not a despicable person, being content and reassured in his thoughts. What's there to discuss anyway? Lin Su murmured dryly, eyelids fluttering rapidly. That's right. They've gotten infatuated with these young high school boys again, old cows eating fresh grass. I'm different though, I only care about my own boyfriend clearly, mature men like brother are much more charming. Gu Jinji flattered him. Ah, is that so? Lin Su wiped away sweat, deciding against speaking further for now. Actually, his speech delivery was fairly pleasant too, similar to your voice color, perhaps it's a common trait among those with good-sounding voices. But I still think my boyfriend's voice has more magnetism. Gu Jinji happily puffed himself up, pleased by how good he'd become at pleasing people recently. He was growing more skilled at enticing Amor into falling deeply for him. When the time came and they'd reached a solid relationship, they would beautifully start working together. Chapter 24. If it could be considered a coincidence that the trending topic about his speech on that day, then every subsequent day, the attention towards the top male student of Jiang University-affiliated high school not only did not decrease but continued to intensify. This influence on Lin Su was no less than an overwhelming social death experience, like a tidal wave invading every aspect of his life. He truly experienced the Chinese idiom, people fear fame as pigs fear growing fat. Every class break felt like a calamity for him. He dared not even step outside the classroom because, even if he encountered students from other classes in the hallway, they wouldn't make a commotion, but they would definitely glance at him twice. Freshmen and sophomores who didn't personally witness the speech would also curiously go out of their way to pass by class 9 of the senior year just to see what this ordinary-looking student, who now had a super topic dedicated to him, looked like and whether his bearing lived up to the praise given by netizens. To put it simply, Lin Su was originally just a handsome guy, now, he's become a famous one. The classmates of class 9 have taken this development rather well. There are always a few good-looking top students in each graduating class, which causes small waves of excitement and creates legendary figures within the school. However, this time, with the support of media coverage, the popularity surrounding their classmate Lin Su is just slightly higher. Whenever Lin Su leaves the school gate, he can hear whispers from other students praising him. Rather than feeling happy, Lin Su feels deeply embarrassed and panicked. As someone with social anxiety disorder, being in the spotlight makes him squirm. Fortunately, he has the option to pretend not to hear these comments and calmly hurry home. At home, there's another ordeal waiting for him. Mrs. Wang, a neighbor with a penchant for boasting, often takes pride in her husband's dignified job and substantial income. She also boasts about how accomplished her children are, excelling academically and having decent appearances. During conversations, she'd advise Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin to strictly monitor their grandson's studies and discipline him rigorously, mentioning that their youngest son diligently does homework until midnight after school, unlike Lin Su who frequently goes out and goes wild. Now when Lin Su returns home, occasionally he hears Mrs. Wang chatting with his grandma, sister-in-law. "I've always said your Lin Su is destined for greatness. I heard he gave a representative speech at school. Incredible." Then she would find the video of Lin Su's speech and carefully comment and commend it. That loud and pleasant voice, talent-filled words, and elegant image. Grandma Lin doesn't hold grudges or contradict her, instead smiling and patiently listening. Upon seeing Lin Su return home with a reading machine, she quickly takes it from him and bids farewell to Mrs. Wang while heading back inside. Once inside and behind closed doors, Grandma Lin kindly asks, "Are you hungry, little Su? Do you want me to cook something for you?" She used to often participate in square dancing, but now stays home specifically waiting for Lin Su to return. Back home, Lin Su's red ears and flushed cheeks finally return to normal. He tenderly replies, "No problem, Grandma. I'm not hungry. I'll go do my homework in my room." However, Grandma Lin stops him and, with concern, slowly says, "Little Su, has your stress been quite heavy lately? You've been locked away studying. It's almost time for the Gaokao, National College Entrance Examination, so it should be like this." Lin Su explains. Grandma Lin adds, "Why hasn't your old friend Mao Jun come over to play? Did you have a falling out with your friends?" Lin Su recalls that Grandma Lin only knows he gets along well with Mao Jun, loving to play games together. She is unaware that he used to hang out with some hooligans in the past. Therefore, she never worried about them going out. "No, he's also busy studying," Lin Su reassures her, knowing she's concerned. "Don't listen to Mrs. Wang. Grandma doesn't expect much from you, just happiness and health are enough," she consoles him. She noticed that her grandson had been studying too hard recently and neglecting rest, fearing it might be due to some external stimuli. After all, Lin Su has always been a lively and energetic boy since childhood, diagnosed with hyperactivity and has always disliked studying. Combined with some incidents in the past, his entire family treated him with immense tolerance, just as long as he stayed on the right path. Now, although it seems he has grown up, he seems overly mature. "I understand, Grandma," Lin Su nods and embraces her. After properly consoling her, Grandma Lin is once again sent out to dance, while Lin Su returns to his simple and neat room. If souls exist, then the original host must still exist somewhere, perhaps also embarking on a wondrous adventure, just as he is now. He dismisses these thoughts and continues playing his role in this life. In fact, compared to the sudden fame and praise in real life, what worries Lin Su more is something else. At first, he thought the group chat only discussed him out of curiosity, which already made him anxious. Even though he and Gigi haven't done video calls, and even their pictures aren't very clear, making it impossible to recognize each other face to face, Lin Su always feels a sense of impending danger. After all, his name, face, and voice were constantly exposed to Gigi's eyes. Although she didn't know it was him, she had already started to become familiar with him. He just waited for time to calm things down, but after a few days passed, the heat in the group chat did not subside, and it even began to take on an odd turn. For example, now, Lin Su could casually open the group messages and see friends using screenshots from his speech as profile pictures, and their usernames have been changed to Lin Su's Big Brother fan. He felt both embarrassed and ashamed. Unfortunately, they had no idea that he himself was in the group, so they talked freely. "Lin Su's Big Brother fan, it's a pity that I searched all over their school forum and couldn't find any more daily photos. They're all in school uniforms with buttons all the way up. But it can't hide the younger brother's beauty. Cut it out. He is still a high school student, don't be too beastly. He's already an adult, soon to go to college, and anyway, I am just a Big Brother fan, not thinking anything dirty. TCH. Wasn't your ideal type Amore before? Then you liked Zoe. How fast you moved on." Someone joked with him. "Amore might just be a broke middle-aged uncle, very fake. Just thinking of him makes me feel blind. And Chi Chi Mang Mang, everyone knows he's fake, yet they still protect him. Maybe this is the hobby of second-generation rich people. If I had that much money, I'd directly wait for the younger brother to enter university, then look for him. What about Zoe? Doesn't he have any scandals? I see him like someone who feeds off other success. Before, he was attached to Chi Chi Mang Mang, and now he's getting along well with several other wealthy group members, so forget it. The pure younger brother is the one forever young." A scholar from the affiliated middle school, his classmates say he doesn't mess around romantically with girls, extremely aloof, absolutely the ideal type. The wind in the group changed, perhaps compared to netizens whose background was unknown, they felt boys who were excellent in reality deserved admiration more, and Lin Su's appearance gave such thoughts a destination. Even if they couldn't get close, as long as the younger brother stayed single, he was their waifu boyfriend. Seeing how the groupmates praised him made Lin Su too embarrassed to continue reading, and strangely, the person being criticized or liked was himself. Gu Jinji didn't care what kind of male high school students the group liked, he had only taken a few glances at them, leaving a shallow impression. After all, it wasn't related to him, and he hadn't interfered. He thought it was really exaggerated when many saved the photo as wallpaper and shared it. Gu Jinji was only perplexed why lately, Amor seemed a little strange, always acting startled. He asked, "Big brother, I want to hear you sing again," expectantly. Even just Twinkle Twinkle Little Star would do, it could help him fall asleep at night. He couldn't find the previous chat records anymore and wanted to collect them. But Lin Su could only nervously reply, "I've caught a cold recently, my throat isn't good." Although Gu Jinji couldn't associate him with the real Lin Su, since they shared the same voice, Lin Su dared not risk exposure. He thought it was better to keep a low profile for now. "Ah. Okay then," Gu Jinji pouted. "Why did he suddenly catch a cold? Is it because you worked too hard? So, your body is a bit weak?" Gu Jinji also worried a bit. Amor was an ordinary working man and must have been exploited by a bad boss. At the thought, Gu Jinji became furious again. "Brother, have you thought about changing jobs? With your serious attitude towards work and your great English skills, you'd surely do better elsewhere. Or come back to the capital to find a job, it will be more convenient in the future. Convenient to meet offline." Gu Jinji probed him openly and subtly. Lin Su paused for a moment. He was about to take the college entrance exam soon and couldn't go anywhere. Moreover, Gu Jinji was in the capital, and he wasn't ready. "Ah, I'll consider it carefully in the future," he replied helplessly. Still worried, under duress, Lin Su rarely raised his head to politely say in the group, "It doesn't seem nice to discuss others," popping up. Since the incident where Amor was a scammer, the group didn't think too well of him either, though occasionally saying negative things secretly, he hadn't deceived them after all. However, Amor, who never participated actively in discussions, speaking a word now sounded unreasonable and very peculiar. "Huh? What are you talking about? We're not discussing you, we're discussing other boys, and it's not affecting anyone. Amor, are you jealous? Are you jealous that we like Lin Su's younger brother?" they questioned. Lin Su froze awkwardly, rarely feeling somewhat annoyed. It wouldn't matter if they discussed behind closed doors, but he saw everything, and Ji did too. Gu Jinji felt uneasy again, thinking that Amor was upset because of this. But their affection for Lin Su had nothing to do with Amor after all, he already had a partner. A little upset, Gu Jinji still spoke up for her boyfriend in the group. What does he have to be jealous of? He's not single anyway. However, she still thought that there was something strange about Amor, so she asked him, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "I just..." Lin Su couldn't explain, and he gave up trying. Gu Jinji pondered over the reasons on his behalf, resting her chin on her hand and asking, "Are you worried that I would also like good-looking young boys like them? What other reason could it be?" Lin Su was startled, he hadn't considered that. Gu Jinji then generously comforted him, "Don't worry, I won't. I only like mature men, especially those who take work seriously like you." After some thought, Gu Jinji came up with an advantage of her object of affection. After all, her boyfriend had an ordinary appearance and humble family background, but though she liked his vibes and believed he was a great person, no one would believe her if she said that. Working hard and willing to work overtime were indisputable merits. If someone worked themselves sick, they were truly model employees. If anyone worked under him, their lunch should definitely include a drumstick. Compared to those lazy trainees who daydreamed of debuting without practicing, her boyfriend was much better. This was the first time Lin Su was praised without feeling awkward. He was somewhat at a loss for words as no one had ever used such terms to describe him. It all seemed so forced. Never mind them, let them chat as they please. Anyway, I won't talk about that young boy with them. You can rest assured. Gu Jinji smiled, thinking that her partner was overly insecure. She promised herself that she wouldn't even click on his pictures to look at them again. Gu Jinji was almost moved to tears by her own deep feelings. "All right." Lin Su responded while resting his chin on his hand. He no longer cared about the sarcastic remarks aimed at him within the group. After all, from their perspective, he was indeed meddling where he didn't belong. In that case, things might be okay for now. At least the chances of Ji noticing had decreased, although he really wasn't naively jealous. Chapter 25. After the brief uproar, life returned to normal. The senior year students soon welcomed the second trial exam, signaling that the steps of the college entrance examination were drawing closer. "Work hard on the test, and I'll try my best to keep my first place position," Yishan said to her desk mate as she moved her seat forward for the exam arrangement. Her tone was light yet full of fighting spirit. Influenced by Lin Su, she had now discarded all her previous distractions and devoted herself wholeheartedly to preparing for the exam. As for Lin Su, he far exceeded her imagination. From the day she hesitatingly took the first step to seek his guidance, Yishan realized that Lin Su wouldn't be confined by the results expected from an ordinary class like Class 9. Compared to the initial imbalance in her heart, she now fully understood the gap between them. Whatever she wanted to say, she decided to wait until after the exam was over so there would be no regrets. You also work hard, Lin Su nodded and encouraged her. Then, classmates scattered in disarray to their respective exam venues. This time, Lin Su's test site was in one of the middle classes, because his rank from the first trial placed him there too. Entering the classroom this time, there was no longer any carefree joking around as last time, all the students were making the most use of every second to carefully read their books. Apart from occasionally glancing at Lin Su, there was little other reaction. Lin Su sat down at his seat. He should have been calm because exams themselves never posed a threat to him. However, he felt unexpectedly cheerful for some other reasons. That morning when he looked in the mirror again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his abdominal muscles had become extremely noticeable, hard and well-toned when touched. Finally, he could temporarily stop going to the gym and continue afterward when the college entrance exam was over. Though exercising itself didn't take up much time, stepping into the gym every day created a psychological burden for him. He fulfilled another of his previous fibs. But Lin Su didn't mention it immediately to Gu Jinji since it would have been embarrassing. In the future, if she wished to see, he wouldn't need to stutter or hide anything anymore. The testing process was exactly the same as the first trial. The 2 days passed swiftly. However, this time there were no more knowledge gaps Lin Su hadn't reviewed for in the exam papers, so it was impossible for simple questions not to have solutions. Exiting the exam hall, everyone complained about how difficult the exam was, claiming it was far harder than the last one. Lin Su couldn't sense it. To him, it merely meant some conditions weren't explicitly given but were still easy to deduce. Lin Su, can we compare answers? Not long after returning to the classroom, many students came to ask him. After all, even many top students were under great pressure and did not wish to compare answers after the exam. Sure. He agreed. Yushan listened silently nearby. She had failed to solve many problems this time. This set of problems was not only varied but also heavy in calculation. Lin Su directly pulled out his paper and showed them. All questions already had their answers marked on the paper by him, as he had anticipated such scenes and thought through them in advance, hence there was no need to explain each repeatedly. Did you manage to solve everything? Yushan finished checking his answers and found it unbelievable. How could he solve every question to the final result? Yes. How did you do the proof question? This proof question was rather peculiar too. She tried hard but couldn't figure out where to start. As long as you discover that the angle is 30 degrees, it will be very straightforward. Speaking of which, Lin Su explained once more to her. After listening, Yushan couldn't help but exclaim, "Desk mate, I feel like you're sure to shine brilliantly this time." It would be something nobody could have imagined. She had surrendered her judgment, admitting total conviction in Lin Su's abilities. She believed Lin Su to be the smartest and most explosively talented student she had ever seen but did not know that this depth of learning had been cultivated from serious dedication starting in kindergarten. To reach the level Lin Su achieved, undeniably due to his intelligence, more importantly it was the habit and persistence he emphasized. Regarding Yushan's words, Lin Su simply smiled without response, nor did he allow himself to swell with pride. Everything was proceeding as scheduled. The pace of the senior year was very hurried. That afternoon, the homeroom teacher organized a photo session for official ID cards, which would accompany their admission tickets and university enrollment photos. Some girls complained that the teacher didn't give prior notice and hurriedly tidied up their hairstyles, borrowing BB creams to apply quickly. Lin Su's future candidate ID card photo froze the image of his neatly cut hair, his lips slightly closed in a smile, a slender neck, and every button perfectly fastened on his school uniform. Before long, this photo reappeared on the school honor board. An entire wall of the 100-person honor board showcased Lin Su, who had earlier caught people's eyes through his looks and speech. Some viewed him as a mere pretty face. In the second mock exam, however, Lin Su leapt to the top ranking on the honor board. Lin Su scored 706 points, ranking first in the entire school, and was the only student from Senior 3 Class 9 who made it onto the school honor board. This exam was difficult, and the affiliated high school has always been strict with grading. Even when scores could be dozens of points lower than usual in big exams, Lin Su's score was the only one above 700 in the entire school under such circumstances. Senior is really handsome. More importantly, isn't he amazing? I heard that he transferred from the international class just 2 months ago. Even more importantly, his previous ranking was around 5 or 600th place. But still, he is very handsome. Lin Su didn't even know the school had such a bulletin board. All he knew was that after exiting the teaching building, he saw a crowd looking at it. Not one for crowds or spectacle watching, plus truly feeling there were too many people over there, Lin Su quickly returned home. In contrast to his light-hearted mood, Gu Jinji fell into frustration. Her brother discovered her online romance. You're on your phone while eating. In a family gathering, Gu Qi unceremoniously slapped his younger brother's hand as a warning not to be impolite. Gu Jinji rolled her eyes, put down her phone, glanced at her watch. Now it was time for her partner to finish work. Wasn't it normal for her to check their messages? Sitting across from the brothers were 2 other young men, one being Gu Qi's business partner, the other his good friend. This friend had just graduated from an overseas prestigious university, liked staying home to read, and behaved gentlemanly, quite the opposite of Gu Jinji. Once, upon hearing his brother's phone call from his bedroom, while Gu Jinji was showering and couldn't pick up, Gu Qi took a look at the screen and saw the chat history between his younger brother and some man. The chat itself wasn't scandalous but full of daily trivialities, yet something about the atmosphere felt off. Didn't her brother realize she only recognized him as her brother? Who else was she calling brother? Thus, under a severe questioning session, Gu Qi learned his younger sibling was engaging in an online romance and hadn't even met this person face to face, meaning Gu Jinji didn't even know if the other side was human or ghost. This matter became extraordinarily serious. Gu Qi deeply suspected someone close to Gu Jinji was pretending to fool with his emotions. Therefore, the usually laissez-faire elder brother began organizing blind dates to arrange introductions for the younger brother. He reasoned, at least in terms of character, these prospects could be adapted in the future. Phoenix males, however, were absolutely off-limits. No problem, I think Jinji seems very genuine this way, the potential match smiled and said. Gu Jinji also harbored no particular grudge against him but simply had no intention to continue developing the relationship, lazily hanging her head with lack of enthusiasm. Kidding, right? She wasn't single anymore. Gu Jinji despised infidelity most of all. The guy was telling you about racing cars, which you supposedly liked so much before. He even specifically looked into your interests. Gu Qi nudged Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji lethargically shook her head, I don't like it now. In any case, they couldn't bear finishing the meal, Gu Qi also realized this. After saying goodbye to everyone, he privately berated his younger sibling. Don't tell me this guy is better than whoever you're chatting with online, cut ties immediately. He had specially cleared his schedule to resolve his younger brother's life affairs. No, Gu Jinji was equally stubborn. Have you thought whether he knows your identity and approaches you deliberately? You've always insisted you aren't foolish, haven't you? Gu Qi's headache grew. He hadn't expected an accident where his brother got scammed. How could such coincidental events happen, hitting it off precisely online? He was perfectly clear what his brother was like in reality. Would he act differently online? It's not him. Gu Jinji didn't even want to pacify her brother because she already planned their offline meeting. After all these months, Amir hadn't directly or indirectly asked for anything, proving he wasn't that kind of person. Are you stupid? It was rare for Gu Qi to angrily curse his younger brother. I'd rather be dumb. Brother, stop interfering and don't set up blind dates for me anymore. Gu Jinji became irked, stood up, and left in frustration using her long legs. Not wanting to go home, Gu Jinji called Su Zhou and went to a bar to relieve boredom. Unlike other young men and women who would go out to seduce strangers, Gu Jinji ordered drinks straight away and gulped them down, clearly worried. If her brother found out about this escapade, he would definitely nag her often afterward. Your brother found out? Su Zhou also felt terrified since he was somewhat scared of Gu Jinji's elder brother. Yeah. How about we break it off cleanly? Su Zhou wasn't optimistic either. What kind of deep feelings can chats bring? No. Gu Jinji's neck flushed red, shaking her head. She really wanted to have an offline meeting to try seeing how things went with Amur. If it failed in reality, then she would be willing to part. I'll just go see him. Gu Jinji blurted drunkenly. You're crazy, stop drinking. Su Zhou thought it absurd and didn't take it seriously. There's a project at the company requiring me to go there. I'll do it personally, then my brother won't bother me anymore. Gu Jinji's gaze blurred, yet she muttered logically despite everything. Forget it, stop thinking about it. There's no possibility between you two. Your brother is right, who knows if he's not deceiving you. Su Zhou believed his friend got suddenly excited and idealized the person online. In reality, given Gu Jinji's conditions, it would be too easy for her to find a quality guy. More good-looking articles, Zayudu.top. Speaking of this, Gu Jinji grinned and made a shushing gesture, whispering, I've also deceived him, don't tell anyone, don't let him know. Really damn drunk into an idiot, what a mess. Su Zhou didn't understand them and thought Gu Jinji was immature. After all, who would believe in online feelings if they were normal? Moreover, your boyfriend is so ugly. Aren't you usually high standard? In Su Zhou's eyes, even guys photoshopped into good looks are considered ugly. It's the feeling. I go by feelings. You know, our interaction is really strange. He keeps every word I say in mind, treating me as a simple college student. He doesn't swear, nor does he talk about adult topics. He listens to me ramble on about food, drinks, and bathroom habits every day. Gu Jinji rambled drunkenly before suddenly stopping because he didn't dare to reveal his true age. So that's why he's manipulative. Su Zhou criticized. Furthermore, though Gu Jinji had seen a lot of the world and could adapt to many situations, he was truly straightforward-hearted but didn't realize it himself. You don't understand anything. The only one thinking of meeting up offline was him. The other side didn't wish to encounter his real self or expect anything from him at all. This faint sorrow in his heart only revealed itself when he was drunk. After all, on the surface, everything seemed fine now, Amor always responded to everything properly. Chapter 26. After the second mock exams, the pace became even more intense, with countless sheets of test papers flying around in the classroom. Even Lin Su, who had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, needed some time to organize his test papers. The roar of planes occasionally flying over the teaching building would make the fully concentrated students jump as if they were birds startled by a bowstring. Lin Su was the only one in the class who looked calm and composed. Although he wrote no less than others, there seemed to be no trace on him that youth was hurriedly passing by due to exams. At this critical moment, you can be a bit selfish, Yushan reminded him quietly after witnessing one shadow after another dominating Lin Su's desk. She didn't want to see the originally brilliant youth lose hope because of helping others in the college entrance exam. It's okay, I can also use this opportunity to fill in my gaps, Lin Su smiled slightly at her as he raised his eyes. Aren't there questions you don't understand? Have you figured them out? Lin Su asked her again. He was indeed doing his best to help his classmates. As for Yushan's concerns, Lin Su had never thought about them. He handled things methodically, always making better choices within his capabilities. In other words, while reviewing systematically, Lin Su wasn't worried about his college entrance exam. He also never experienced exam anxiety. However, beyond his control, he did occasionally think about other things. For example, last night, the chat interface with Ji was silent. He wasn't used to it, nor could he understand why an enthusiastic person suddenly became less so. There must be a reason. Another message came in, and Lin Su instinctively glanced at his phone secretly, only to see it was from Mao Jun. They didn't often contact, but their brotherhood was naturally strong. Bro Lin, Zi Xian and I are together now. Can you spare some time to have dinner with us? Cheshire grin. Lin Su couldn't help but smile. In the past, he didn't understand why breaking free from single life was something to celebrate, but now, he immediately felt the joy in the other person's heart and rejoiced for him too. Just treat me to coffee. It was near the school, not far away. Besides, they were all students. Lin Su knew that his current condition wasn't as good as before. Both he and Mao Jun came from ordinary families, so neither would want to burden the other financially. Come on, let's eat hot pot. Lin Su made up an excuse, it's almost the college entrance exam, I'm very busy. So it was decided that they'd meet up at a cafe on the weekend, where he could listen to their recent stories. When he put down his phone and focused back on writing page after page of practice exams, Gu Jinji had been dizzy in the office all morning. The hangover on the second day was truly terrible. Gu Jinji only felt like his head was exploding. Last night, Su Zhou sent him to the hotel before heading back. As soon as he touched the pillow, he fell asleep and woke up late today, already tardy. He simply lay on the sofa with his eyes closed for hours, resting for a long time before getting into work mode. Moreover, last night's memories kept assaulting Gu Jinji's mind, making his face twist grotesquely from time to time, crumpled together. He had gotten drunk last night and kept shouting loudly at Su Zhou, I'm going to find him. Find who? My boyfriend. Don't act crazy. There are still people around. I don't care, don't stop me. Otherwise, I'll bust your head. Alright, go ahead, you're tough. Shit, it was embarrassing. Gu Jinji didn't dare to chat with Lin Su all morning because of these thoughts, feeling guilty. Not until the little assistant came over to confirm some matters with him did Gu Jinji sit upright. Mr. Gu, you mentioned last time about the project in Jiangchen, and Manager Lu will be going on a business trip soon. Do you have any other objections? The little assistant asked him. Normally, such small issues didn't need to bother Gu Jinji, but since he had casually mentioned it last time, she dutifully noted it down as his assistant. Gu Jinji frowned slightly, twirling the pen in the cup between his fingers, hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, no objection, do it however you want. Now that he was sober, he wouldn't really do anything irrational anymore. Not only would he not expose himself, but going wouldn't be useful anyway. Moreover, if Su Zhou found out that he actually went to meet his online lover, he might laugh at him until he dropped. Young Master Gu wasn't about to do anything embarrassing. Blearily working all day, his brother called him home for dinner again. Although his online romance being exposed caused some unpleasantness, it was impossible to keep living in a hotel forever, so Gu Jinji obediently returned home for dinner. But when he got home, he saw not just his brother but also his high school sophomore cousin and his grandma visiting. Grandma, how come you're here? Gu Jinji curiously asked as he took off his suit jacket. It wasn't a festival or holiday. His cousin was in her second year of high school, had relatively light study tasks, and was quite sharp-tongued. The two used to bicker frequently. This alone demonstrated just how immature Gu Jinji was. Since Uncle Gu invited us for dinner, it seems like the new 5-star hotel chef has taken over. So, here I am, Shihan said with a cheerful smile. The girl appeared very lively. Her grandma also nodded with a smile, showing how kind and gentle she was. Oh, then grandma, you sit beside me. It's been so long since I've seen you. Gu Jinji pulled his grandma over and sat her down, facing his cousin. His expression remained natural, as if he still had no idea what would happen. Once all the dishes were served, brothers didn't bear grudges overnight, so Gu Jinji decided not to hold any resentment toward his older brother. He ate heartily. Then he heard his cousin criticize him while munching on food. Big brother, I heard from Uncle Gu that you have an online dating partner. Gu Jinji immediately choked, his face turning completely red. After regaining some composure, he glared at his older brother angrily. How could you even tell her this? They were all in their 20s, and becoming involved in online romance was quite embarrassing, especially for someone who cared about face like Gu Jinji, while Shihan always teased him since they were kids. Isn't this something you did? Gu Chi continued eating unhurriedly, looking innocent. Big brother, let me tell you, our teacher just educated us not to trust scammers online. Do you know about pig butchering scams? Shihan took on a serious tone as if educating him. Gu Jinji lost all dignity and felt somewhat angry at his brother. His grandma then asked slowly, out of curiosity, Hannah, what exactly is an online romance? Feeling his ears heat up, Gu Jinji couldn't eat another bite. He let out a cold snort and went straight back to his room, annoyed that his big brother had blurted it out like this. At night, Gu Jinji lay on his bed playing with his phone. Finally, he mustered the courage to talk to his boyfriend again. By then, the other person had also finished work and was free. After exchanging only a few words, Gu Jinji's mood improved significantly, occasionally swinging his feet joyfully. Are you chatting with your online lover again? Came a sudden question from behind. Startled, Gu Jinji nearly fell off his bed before seeing his brother standing in the doorway. Big brother, why don't you knock first? Gu Jinji stood up irritably, switching off the screen. Still unwilling to break up. Your relatives and friends are about to find out, Gu Chi said calmly, determined not to let his younger brother get scammed. I'm not breaking up. Gu Jinji shook his head with an unpleasant expression. Aren't you supposed to care most about your reputation? Gu Chi sobered, surprised that Gu Jinji seemed so serious about this relationship. If I lose face, so be it. Gu Jinji had nothing more to say but wasn't willing to end the relationship. Not afraid of being scammed. Big brother, we haven't even met yet. What benefit could he possibly gain? He doesn't even know what I look like. Gu Jinji mumbled quietly, believing the other person wasn't like that. He wanted to take the chance to understand them better. Unless you plan never to meet in person, I won't agree. Gu Chi wasn't joking anymore. He disapproved of someone without a clear identity forming a romantic connection with his younger brother. Relax, I'm not stupid, Gu Jinji pushed his brother out. Remember to knock next time before coming into my room, big brother, Gu Jinji warned him with a fake smile, closing the door with a bang. He'd remember to lock it from now on after this. Even though it was truly annoying to be discovered by family members, especially when they kept reminding him not to get scammed, which made Gu Jinji often ponder their actual relationship status, could they really chat forever? Even if he turned out to be a scammer, it'd still be better than having nothing at all. Although staying at home was constantly frustrating because of the pressure to break up, Gu Jinji was still reasonable and wouldn't rashly go see the person face to face. He wasn't that reckless yet. Picking up his phone once more, earlier he had rambled on incessantly, and soon Amor responded word by word, asking what he had eaten for dinner. Because Gu Jinji loved talking about food and had a big appetite. He softened once more inwardly. I ate lobster, seafood porridge. Gu Jinji described enthusiastically despite the disturbance at the dinner table. He enjoyed himself thoroughly during the meal. He instinctively touched his waist. Since becoming an office worker, combined with sitting for extended periods and heavy eating habits, he felt the fat around his waist loosening up, unlike his previous hard body shape. Thus, he became a bit dejected. Just then, he came across Zoe flaunting her abs in a group chat again. Due to being a trainee, after dance practice, her muscle condition looked explosive. Though the direction of the group discussions had changed, there were still people who found his physique attractive. However, Gu Jinji thought her pose was a bit forced, with sweat left uncleaned, making her look sticky. With darker skin and a bulky build, he wasn't particularly fond of such types, especially since it was Zoe, labeled by him as an oily man. Being strong himself was fine, but others being strong? No. Gu Jinji's natural competitive streak made him dislike men of the bull type. He felt uncomfortable around them and would almost provoke a fight, especially when they showed typical male chauvinism. But if it was his own partner, he could tolerate it, right? Gu Jinji sighed, starting a conversation randomly, Big brother, I also want to see your abs. Although, he thought there might not be any, since last time the other party had avoided the topic. Well, no abs was fine. As fellow office workers, maintaining a fit body was too difficult. He himself was already an advanced, hard-working dog, yet feeling somewhat lazy these days. Why bother making things hard for his partner? Sure. The response from the other side was incredibly brief. What? Gu Jinji widened his eyes in surprise. Did he really have abs? He quickly replied, Big brother, wait just a moment. Then he jumped off the bed again, checking if the door was indeed locked properly. Would his older brother sneak in once more? He even felt guilty, as this was a good thing after all, so he directly hid under the quilt without leaving any gaps. Sweat started appearing on Gu Jinji's forehead. In the dark, enclosed warmth of the quilt, his heart beat faster and faster. Finally, he sent, Okay big brother. His eyes remained glued and unblinking. On the other side, Lin Su was surprised by Gu Jinji's sudden request, but soon regained his composure. After all, he now truly had abs. Still, taking a picture seemed somewhat embarrassing, especially while wearing school uniforms. Lin Su carefully pulled up the edge of his shirt, ensuring only his waist and abdomen were visible. Feeling a little nervous, he clicked a quick shot and promptly sent it over. He himself didn't dare to click and check, embarrassed. He knew that perhaps due to the group chat where Zoe had been sharing her muscles, Shishi must have remembered this. Lin Su wasn't sure what kind of physique the other liked, his mood slightly uneasy. After sending it, he pursed his lips and said, maybe they're not practiced well enough, don't mind. Though he had put a lot of effort into it, it had been for a relatively short time. Thus, whatever reaction the other party had, he could accept. If he disliked it, then not looking in the future was fine, he wouldn't feel embarrassed either way. When Gu Jinji saw the picture, his eyelids flickered. He cautiously zoomed in to enlarge it. Sure enough, Lin Su's skin was really white. His entire waist appeared lean and powerful, with not a single trace of excess fat. His muscle lines curved beautifully, with perfectly shaped blocky abs that looked solid and gleaming. If sweat had flowed from exercising, it would glisten like dewdrops. This soft yet firm texture seemed miraculous, pressing it would likely feel both hard and bouncy. Gu Jinji thought that from now on, having abs would become one of his boyfriend's most important qualities beyond working hard. Unable to help himself, he chuckled. Amour hadn't lied, his boyfriend really did have abs. Big brother, take some more shots at different angles, Gu Jinji eagerly typed out, wanting to examine further. Lin Su felt his face heating up but still complied. Gu Jinji swiped back and forth through the few photos repeatedly, studying them as though doing scientific research. The more he observed, the more these seemed like works of art, like jade sculptures. He wanted to touch them. Big brother, have you shown them to anyone else? Gu Jinji suddenly asked. After all, everyone likes showing off good physiques, and thinking about someone else seeing them made him feel a twinge of jealousy. If the other had once shared these photos in the group for all to admire, he'd feel quite uneasy, as he himself hid and looked secretly. No, I've only sent them to you. Remember to delete after looking, don't show anyone else. Lin Su awkwardly replied. After all, they were new. Besides, randomly sending of pictures to strangers was really weird, thinking about it was embarrassing. Showing Gu Jinji, he worried if it would seem inadequate. Gu Jinji became happy, secretly saving the images as private ones. His brain was fuzzy, his face flushed from heat. Why should I delete? Don't I have the right? He touched the tingling tear mole, his eyes slanting upward in satisfaction. Lin Su felt helpless, the abs were the result of his training, and he rarely argued against Gu Jinji anyway. You do. Then do I have the right to make you send me pics every day? Gu Jinji raised his feet while asking. You do. Lin Su began to blush furiously, finding the situation increasingly strange. Do I have the right to touch with my hands? The fleeting thought crossed Gu Jinji's mind. Then he kicked off the covers, breathing in fresh air deeply, feeling his heart nearly jumping out. Never before had he experienced such a peculiar sensation. His brain was continuously fermenting with thoughts. Gu Jinji bit his lips, bizarrely messaging his assistant late at night, I'll take charge of that project. You pack and come with me to Jiangcheng, book the flight tickets. It was to escape from his big brother, seriously speaking, he feared becoming annoyed. Chapter 27. The young assistant had just followed Gu Jinji into the hotel, put down all the big and small packages to settle in, and originally thought that she could rest well today. Unexpectedly, she was called out again by a phone call. There wasn't really any big deal, Mr. Gu simply wanted to go out for a stroll. Her face was practically ashen, but then she thought about how substantial her overtime pay would be at the end of the month, and about the high-end riverside room that she might never afford to stay in otherwise, so the young assistant became full of energy again. In April or May, the weather in Jiang City was perfect, warm and pleasant, with some people on the streets already wearing summer clothes. Unlike the dryness in the north, this city of Jiang, which enjoyed a rich cultural tradition as one of the major provinces for college entrance exams, seemed like a tender little poplar tree, exuding a youthful and cute atmosphere. Even on weekends, there were still many students in school uniforms on the streets heading to the library or going for tutoring lessons. Mr. Gu, where should we go? This morning, they had hurriedly met the person in charge here at the hotel, and now there shouldn't be much work-related matters either. Gu Jinji, dressed neatly in a black suit with an otherworldly handsome appearance, was lazily leaning against the entrance of the hotel, looking quite composed. In reality, Gu Jinji himself was also in a state of confusion. He had hastily booked a plane ticket and came after indulging himself under the covers reading abs workout tips. Now, everything was proceeding according to his wishes, work-related matters were slowly being handed over and gradually stabilizing, and he would have to stay here for not a short period of time at least. However, his original impulse certainly wasn't to come here to work. But where in this vast city could he possibly find anyone? It was impossible for him to directly tell Amour that he wasn't a college student, but a worker who had come to look for them. Wouldn't that make him seem like a complete idiot? If the other party knew his age, they might block him outright. Moreover, it wasn't entirely about finding someone, hiding from his older brother was also part of the reason. In short, things still needed careful consideration. Seeing the lost expression on the young assistant's face, Gu Jinji coughed twice to clear his throat and said, let's go to the Wish coffee shop to sit for a while and experience the local customs. Upon hearing the phrase, experience the local customs, the young assistant felt her boss was completely whimsical. But, as long as they weren't working, it was fine. And somehow, she felt like her boss had some sort of ulterior motive coming here. She had just arrived and didn't even know where this Wish coffee shop was. It didn't sound like a famous chain store. Thus, the young assistant got into Gu Jinji's Maserati, silently watching as he fumbled around with the GPS navigation for quite a while before finally locating the tiny coffee shop. Gu Jinji's thinking was very simple. Since Amour had given him the address here, it meant the other person was nearby, or at least frequented this coffee shop often. So, he just decided to casually stop by. What if they coincidentally bump into each other? Even though she was riding in a luxury car, the young assistant was still quite satisfied with this business trip. Although her boss wasn't particularly reliable, she quite liked this superior. It was just odd to see her boss wearing a suit to a cafe on a weekend. Wasn't it awkward for him to rush so much without even changing clothes? After parking the car, Gu Jinji stepped out, looked around at the signboard for a bit, confirmed the place was correct, and only then did he let the young assistant get out. On this street, exaggeration aside, it was practically brimming with fresh-faced middle school students, their faces still showing traces of naivety and innocence. So, when the two of them, adults of society, entered the coffee shop, they naturally drew everyone's attention, especially Gu Jinji, looking exactly like an impossibly handsome boss brought to life. The young assistant felt a bit embarrassed, as if she had mistakenly intruded upon another realm, yet their boss seemed totally unfazed, choosing a seat by the window nonchalantly. Sit down. Gu Jinji adjusted his collar, lounging as if he was at home, crossing his legs with ease, occasionally glancing outside the window. There was a touch of doubt in his eyes, noticing how the area was filled with middle schoolers. What do you want to drink, boss? The young assistant, with the awareness of a working professional, took the initiative to take orders. Iced Americano. Gu Jinji rested his cheek on his palm, saying confidently at first, then hesitating and struggling, stopped himself. Just a moment, I'll have a coconut milk latte instead. This successful man wasn't about appearances, he simply didn't like bitter things. After placing the order, the young assistant returned, looking at her boss who appeared mature and steady on the surface, making her want to chuckle. Who would have known this man has a cat as his WeChat profile picture? Xiao Lu, what kind of companies do you think are around here? After observing for a while, Gu Jinji suddenly leaned close to her ear and asked, his expression somewhat serious. The young assistant was taken aback, she had no idea. Boss, this area seems to be a university town. I saw several universities on the way here, and across the street is Jiang University's attached high school. She responded earnestly, babbling nonsense. Do I need to say that? Gu Jinji frowned, eyeing the middle schoolers dressed in school uniforms studying inside the cafe disdainfully. He wasn't stupid. It must be a super small company, there weren't any office buildings along the way. Gu Jinji stroked his chin, muttering to himself. He started feeling sympathy for his boyfriend again, no wonder he had that sinister boss, and this company didn't even seem legitimate. Finally, the coffee was ready. The young assistant brought it over, placing Gu Jinji's coconut milk latte in front of him. A hint of a smile appeared on Gu Jinji's cheeks as he inserted the straw and took a big sip, relaxing visibly. Many students were quietly whispering about him. Hey, do you know? That Maserati outside belongs to him. He looks just like a president from TV dramas, young, rich, and handsome. Gu Jinji didn't notice any of this. He planned to wait a little longer. Suddenly, 3 more students entered, one of whom carried a neat backpack and wore a school uniform, while the other 2 looked much trendier. Isn't today a weekend? Why are you still carrying your backpack? Mao Jun asked as he threw his coat onto the chair and sat down not too far from Gu Jinji. I'm heading to the library later. Lin Su smiled and sat down. He quickly noticed someone who seemed out of place among the cafe crowd and inadvertently met eyes with the person. Lin Su quickly averted his gaze, sensing an aura of authority emanating from this socialite, seemingly someone quite successful in their career. The way this person sat exuded a sense of dominance. Wow, boss, I think that male student is good-looking. We could recruit him as a trainee for our company, the young assistant remarked. Although she had become somewhat desensitized to good looks, Lin Su managed to surprise her. Or rather, since the moment he walked into the cafe, her attention had been captured, not just hers either. Even dressed in a school uniform, he stood out among the students. When do you plan to switch careers and become a talent scout? Gu Jinji glanced away indifferently, casually responding. Although he admitted that the middle schooler was good-looking, fair-skinned, and with a great demeanor, his attire made him appear innocent. Nonetheless, it wasn't related to him, he wasn't particularly appearance-oriented. It was just that something about this face seemed familiar. What will you drink? Mao Jun asked the 2. A cup of Americano would be good, served at room temperature, Lin Su replied. He wasn't accustomed to drinking coffee and felt cold drinks were a bit harsh. Alright, Zi Xian will stick to her usual order, Mao Jun said affectionately to his girlfriend. They're a couple, the young assistant started gossiping idly, since they were close enough that avoiding hearing them was impossible. Boring, Gu Jinji murmured while sipping his coconut milk latte and taking out his phone to look up nearby companies on the map. Lin Su, let me tell you, a lot has happened recently, Yang Zi Xian said excitedly. If she weren't already in a relationship, she'd surely still fancy boys like Lin Su. Lin Su listened to the couple's conversation. His name. I remember now. He's the student who gave the speech at the affiliated high school, Gu Jinji softly whispered to the young assistant, realizing why he felt so familiar. There was a sudden satisfaction. If the people in the group knew he'd encountered this guy in real life, they'd go crazy. Unfortunately, Gu Jinji still believed his boyfriend was the best. Despite his average looks, ordinary job, and advanced age, if there were any objective advantages, Gu Jinji couldn't immediately think of them. However, his boyfriend had abs. And Gu Jinji always favored him anyway. Aren't you the one who said this was boring? The young assistant mumbled sarcastically under her breath, yet still enjoyed watching the handsome high school boy. You don't need to bother with those people or defend me, Lin Su shook his head, aware that he feared Mao Jun and others might get bullied because of him in school. We understand. We all plan to study hard for college entrance exams now. He knows this can't continue forever. Yang Zixian glanced at Mao Jun and smiled. If you ever need help, feel free to find me, Lin Su said joyfully, pleased they were focusing on their studies. Lin Gu, aren't you nearing the critical stage of the college entrance exam? Mao Jun shook his head. He wouldn't delay his friend's promising future, especially knowing how well Lin Su was currently performing academically. It's fine. Come to me if needed, Lin Su stated firmly. With everyone striving forward, Lin Su found comfort in knowing he wasn't alone. Boss, he is such a great young boy. The young assistant listened by the wall and got a bit touched. She discovered that the other two classmates were likely not from good schools, yet the boy's words were all encouraging without any discrimination. He is quite good. Gu Jinji also nodded, unconsciously responding. His voice was pleasant, just as melodious as his boyfriend's. By the way, Lin Gu, how's your partner? Are you still together? Mao Jun asked curiously. Mentioning this, Lin Su would always feel a bit shy every time, especially since they recently made some new progress, which always felt somewhat embarrassing. Yeah. Lin Su nodded. Do you plan to get together after the college entrance exams? Just be cautious because he is older than you and has a more extensive experience. I worry if this relationship might be taken lightly, Mao Jun expressed his surprise, but then thought about it, successful online-to-offline relationships do exist. Not sure yet. At this point, Lin Su couldn't agree further. Initially, he only wanted to prevent Ji from falling for bad guys. He wasn't certain about their future plans. Thinking of truly meeting face-to-face and having that person repeat the things they usually say in private conversations made Lin Su feel ashamed and hesitant. In real life, he could fear someone like Ji, who's socially bold, and isn't ready for serious romantic relationships yet. Anyway, he'd wait until Ji no longer gets deceived by Zoe before moving forward. He's not single. Alas, heartbreaking, the young assistant beat her chest and regretted why she hadn't met such a person when she was younger. Older, with rich experience, sigh, Gu Jinji started feeling worried, influenced by what was said. Even though he wasn't young either, his experience wasn't abundant. Amour is older, so naturally, he must have more emotional experience. Gu Jinji grew a little concerned. It seemed he was in the same situation as that potentially duped high school student. There's no indication on the map showing any nearby companies, probably because it's too small. Gu Jinji turned off his phone. Let's go. After finishing the last sip of his coconut latte, Gu Jinji stood up. Drawing everyone's gaze, he walked out of the cafe with his head held high. The young assistant quickly followed him. Hey, didn't the man just now leave his car keys behind? Mao Jun noticed the car keys out of the corner of his eye on the adjacent table. Just as their drinks were prepared, Mao Jun hesitated whether to chase after the man or grab the drinks first. It wasn't right to ask a lady to do it, so being closer to the aisle, Lin Su voluntarily picked up the keychain. I'll return it. Walking out of the cafe at a brisk pace, Lin Su soon spotted the two figures walking ahead not far away. Lin Su hurriedly caught up, hesitated briefly, and then gently tapped Gu Jinji on the shoulder. Excuse me, sir, are these your keys? Gu Jinji felt the cool breath near his neck, heard the sound of a familiar timbre, and smelled the fresh scent of laundry detergent. He turned around and saw the male student whom they had been discussing earlier standing in front of him, looking perplexed yet very polite. Up close, seeing his features clearly, Gu Jinji finally understood why the people in the group went crazy over even a high school student. Moreover, this student was actually taller than him. Thank you, classmate. Gu Jinji took his keys back, raising an eyebrow with an air of aloofness, expressing his gratitude formally. His voice carried a deep magnetic quality, the tear mole at the corner of his eyes was strikingly bold, making him look completely like a domineering president. Lin Su nodded, taking an extra glance at that tear mole, thinking those with tear moles tended to look quite attractive. Ji's side profile photo also had a tear mole. But compared to this man in the suit before him, Ji was definitely more youthful, naturally livelier, and playful due to his age. Of course, they both intimidated him. Shaking his head, Lin Su turned around quickly and left. Only after the person left did Gu Jinji lower his guard in front of others, shaking his head and turning to mock complain to the young assistant, what do kids eat these days to grow so tall? Isn't that good? The young assistant kept staring at Lin Su's retreating back, finding it upright and youthful. Gu Jinji rolled his eyes. Once back home, he'd better inquire about his boyfriend's height. If shorter, well, that could be fine too. At least his boyfriend had abs, and at least he liked him. Chapter 28. After failing to meet up on schedule, Gu Jinji painfully reflected on his mistake and realized that trying to find someone like a needle in a haystack was futile. Thus, he hastily moved hotels again, choosing one not far from an affiliated middle school, planning to linger for a few more days. The little assistant also moved along with him. The new room offered no view of the river, only constant streams of middle school students passing by, but otherwise had no other issues. The hotel manager even prepared a small cake and a bottle of wine for her in the room, providing very considerate service, all out of respect for their boss. On the first night, Gu Jinji was interrogated by many people about his trip to Jiangcheng. First came his old friend, Su Zhou. You really went there? You're still not sober. Overnight, his presence as the second young master of the capital vanished. Knowing the inside story, Su Zhou immediately guessed that this idiot had truly set out to meet up with his online love interest. I'm here for work, Gu Jinji said firmly, lying on the big bed in the presidential suite of the hotel. He took a small sip of red wine, frowned, and felt it wasn't as refreshing as beer, but appreciated its sweet taste. Alright, don't feed me any lies. Did you meet yet? How's the situation? Since he'd gone already, Su Zhou was quite curious about how things were going with this net friend whom Master Gu had been chatting with for several months online. Was it the type where they met once and decided to take the next flight back? However, knowing Gu Jinji's stubborn nature, Su Zhou figured he would be reluctant to tell. At this question, Gu Jinji was speechless, awkwardly setting down the wine glass. After hesitating for a few seconds, he muttered lowly, we haven't met yet. What's wrong? Did he refuse to see you? Su Zhou couldn't believe it. What was there to hesitate about in meeting? It was just a matter of glancing at each other and confirming the connection or not. Gu Jinji blushed and confessed, didn't I deceive him into thinking I was a college student? I should have told you before. Now, how can I suggest we meet face to face? The affection would surely be ruined if he did, and he dared not take that step. Bro, didn't you think about this when you deceived him? Su Zhou shook his head helplessly. After all, this wouldn't stay hidden once they met, it wasn't something you could hide forever. Gu Jinji scrunched up his face, I didn't plan on meeting face to face then. He'd simply wanted to keep up with the trend, finding male university students popular online. Additionally, having never done online dating before, it was all so novel and exciting to him that he jumped right in. Now, there was a tinge of regret, though at the same time, he thought that if he hadn't lied from the start, they might not have reached this point. So what are you going to do now? Since you've already come, don't go back empty-handed. Gu Jinji, puckering his lips shyly, said, in fact, I've made up my mind. I'll first try gathering information and find him while observing his real-life demeanor, then reveal myself truthfully. He was incredibly curious about his boyfriend and desperately wanted to meet him, yet feared exposing himself too soon. Hire someone to check on him? Su Zhou asked instinctively. Gu Jinji spat disapprovingly, roll off. He's my partner, I'll find him myself. Resorting to such means? What kind of person would that make him? He definitely wasn't that kind. Alright, I'm getting old, can't understand the thoughts of you, college students. Just let me know if there's any progress. Su Zhou clicked his tongue. As for your brother, he must have known that you've come to Jiangcheng. Gu Jinji wasn't worried in the slightest, rather smug, my brother certainly doesn't know why I'm here. He probably thinks I ran away mad at him, but I truly am working, which isn't hard. Just as he finished saying this, his brother's call came through. Hold on, my brother is calling. Gu Jinji hung up after hesitating for a moment, then answered his brother's call. Hey, brother. He called out, having long since forgotten his anger. You've gone to Jiangcheng? His brother asked. Gu Jinji nodded, yeah, he was about to explain that he was here on a business trip. But his brother cut in as if reading his mind, oh, you went to meet your online boyfriend. Silently, Gu Jinji swallowed the words on his lips, unable to comprehend why everyone around him seemed so intelligent. Since his brother already knew, Gu Jinji stopped pretending and bluntly admitted, yes. Don't worry, I've asked your cousin and others to keep your affairs confidential. No one else in the family will know. Who would have thought you're so obstinate? Gu Chi spoke just that much. Touched, Gu Jinji understood his brother cared about him. I also failed to predict that he's not local. Gu Chi added, implying that at least he didn't know Gu Jinji's identity, worst case scenario being that he's merely looking for rich fools online. If he was defrauded of some money, it would be a lesson learned. After all, in the social circle, others' proper relationships were costly too. He's not that kind of person, Gu Jinji whispered quietly. This still remains questionable, but since you've gone, it's good to take a closer look. For all you know, your online object might be romantically involved with someone else in real life. Gu Chi wasn't as worried now. In fact, he was more concerned about the other person, hoping they were just after money. Otherwise, if they were as foolish as Gu Jinji, the outcome probably wouldn't be good. He understood his younger brother, always thinking too highly of himself. Gu Jinji must have thought he liked his online partner only because they hadn't met in person yet, so everything seemed ideal through the lens of distance. But when they finally meet, who knows how much disappointment there would be. Even things like wearing perfume could become a criticism point for Gu Jinji, showing just how picky he was. You can rest assured on this one, brother. In terms of confidence, Gu Jinji definitely had plenty. Firstly, he trusted Amour. Secondly, and perhaps apologetically to his boyfriend, he believed that given his boyfriend's circumstances, it was unlikely there would be any complicated emotional affairs involved. Not that he was being choosy, he certainly wasn't right now. In case anything happens, come to me. His younger brother was still like a little kid. Gu Jinji couldn't wait to hang up the phone. He didn't want to listen to his brother anymore and wanted to chat with his partner instead. After hanging up, Gu Jinji, dressed in a silk pajama, lay in bed, opened the chat window, and typed with a smile, "Big brother, are you there?" Lin Su replied instantly, "I'm here." Gradually, Lin Su had developed a strong romantic awareness. Seeing that the other person's WeChat step count was high and today being Saturday, he proactively asked, "Did you go out today?" Gu Jinji, completely unaware of any hidden meanings, replied, "Yes, I went out with a friend to drink coffee today. My legs are so sore," sounding pitiful. Today he'd worn leather shoes all day and wanted some comfort. Gigi, hurry and stretch. Then massage yourself a bit. It will promote blood circulation, Lin Su advised him. Gu Jinji replied softly, "All right, I'm already doing it." Thinking about a fruitless day, all he could think about was how to cleverly coax information from his lover to uncover some leads. "Brother, do you like drinking coffee normally?" he asked. Lin Su shook his head, "Not really." He didn't need that kind of stimulant. At this moment, Gu Jinji slapped his leg in sudden understanding. Indeed, his boyfriend didn't like coffee and wouldn't go out to drink it. He'd looked in the wrong place, it truly didn't resemble young people's behavior. Maybe it was just that his living area happened to be near a cafe, so he'd filled in that address. "So what do you usually do on weekends, big brother?" Gu Jinji carefully asked. Tomorrow was Sunday. Lin Su considered his recent schedule. "Recently, I've been going to the city library to read various books." Gu Jinji showed a triumphant smile, he would always find a way to catch him. "What time do you usually go?" Lin Su wondered why the other party suddenly asked such detailed questions. Previously, Gigi rarely thought to inquire so precisely. Still, he answered, "Usually around 8 o'clock. Waking up at 6 to exercise." "Ah, that early? I won't wake up." Gu Jinji felt a bit despairing. Would he not even be able to rest properly on weekends? "It's fine, you rest well. Learning is not something done overnight." Lin Su laughed and comforted him, thinking that Gu Jinji was inspired by him and also wanted to start learning. Of course, he was pleased, but he also didn't want the other party to suppress themselves immediately. "Oh, I understand. I'll go to sleep earlier tonight." Gu Jinji clenched his fists tightly. He must seize this great opportunity and lock down the possible suspect. Lin Su thought that this night owl finally knew to rest early, so they chatted until 10 or so, then bid each other good night. Gu Jinji specially sent him a sweet voice message, "Big brother, good night." Unfortunately, Lin Su still worried about exposing his voice identity. Considering how recently the situation had happened, it could easily cause suspicion. So he simply typed, "Good night." The next morning at 6, the sky had already brightened completely. Lin Su got up on time, did some exercise first, then started getting ready. His deskmate also woke up early and messaged him, "Want to go to the library together?" Yushan knew Lin Su had this habit. Lin Su thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, we might meet up in the library and study together." Boundaries remained crystal clear. Yushan was used to this. Though she still had feelings for Lin Su, her main purpose was to study, and having Lin Su nearby meant she could occasionally ask for help with problems. Other matters could wait till after the college entrance exam. After all, Lin Su didn't have a significant other, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. She indeed enjoyed staying close to him. "Alright, see you later." At 7 o'clock, Lin Su didn't bother picking clothes and wore a white summer short-sleeved uniform shirt with black collar which looked rather casual. Grabbing his backpack, he left. Subsequently, he bought breakfast downstairs and finished eating before boarding the bus. Getting on the bus, he put on headphones and listened to an audio practice session. At 8 o'clock, the young boy in school uniform and the girl with a ponytail just happened to meet in front of the city library. They looked every bit the picture of youth, and no one would have guessed they hadn't agreed on a meeting time. "Then let's go in together," Yushan said, smoothing her hair with a look of hope and determination like the morning sun as she prepared to dive into a sea of practice problems. Lin Su also nodded, "All right." At 8:30, Gu Jinji irritably slapped away an alarm that had rung several times. His sleep shirt was pulled up to his chest due to his poor sleeping posture, revealing his pale belly with hints of abs underneath. As he slept, his long eyelashes stood out noticeably. He woke because he felt cold, covering his stomach while sitting up and then staring blankly for a moment, feeling like he'd forgotten something important. It only hit him when his senses returned. Today was the significant day of their first in-person meeting. Gu Jinji was utterly flustered, jumping off the bed and hastily going through a perfunctory wash-up routine. He did take some time to carefully tidy up his appearance though. Even though the other person wouldn't know it was him today, first impressions were still incredibly crucial. Looking at his refined reflection in the mirror, Gu Jinji pretentiously adjusted his hairstyle before picking a more casual hoodie to wear, making him appear younger. Someone might even believe he was a college student. Then, excitedly, he drove his Maserati straight toward the city library without bringing any paper, pens, or even a computer, just himself. To be embarrassingly honest, the number of days Gu Jinji had ever been to a library could probably be counted on one hand. Chapter 29. Desk mate, you came pretty early, Yushan smiled and asked him on the way. Lin Su nodded politely, so did you. Then there was no more talk. Sometimes Yushan didn't understand if they were familiar with each other. Though they had been desk mates for a long time, it wasn't as though they never spoke. Sometimes Lin Su would patiently explain problems to her, so by all means, they should be good friends at least. However, every time they met and opened their mouths, there was an inexplicable sense of estrangement and silence. After entering the library, Lin Su found an empty seat in the reading area, put down his bag, and sat down. Yushan stood next to him, thought for a moment, and then sat beside him, which made it easier for them to communicate. At this time, the city library actually didn't have too many people. In addition to some students, there were also some professionals. Some came to improve their professional skills, while others came to read leisure books. Lin Su took out the reference books from his backpack and started reviewing. As far as the knowledge system went, he had reviewed everything, and now it was just about repetitive practice, which seemed unnecessary, but basic skills were formed during this process. Of course, he also borrowed some books that expanded university knowledge related to his previous life's field, but not his main major at the time. If given another chance, he intended to make good use of his time to learn more. The library needs to remain quiet. Faced with Lin Su who quickly entered the state of study, Yushan didn't know what to say either, and thus began studying seriously as well. Later, a few more people arrived, and the students subconsciously sat in their area, but no one went to the four-person table where Lin Su was. Everyone thought that these two might be young lovers who came together to study, and with many empty seats around, no one wanted to disturb them. They just occasionally stole glances at Lin Su. Seeing a youthful and handsome peer always prompted a couple of extra looks. Just not long after, another eye-catching male student came into the area, looking like an older brother who was dashing and handsome. Gu Jinji was still a bit groggy, having just gathered enough focus to drive here. Now, he was feeling tired again. Especially seeing row after row of books on the shelves made him dizzy. In order not to appear too strange, he first borrowed a book, then wandered aimlessly into a reading area. He thought he looked pretty young today, so he confidently sat down among the students, intending to look around the library carefully once he settled in, searching for any suspicious individuals. In a side glance, Gu Jinji noticed the male high school student sitting not far away. After all, the group members sent photos every day and he saw him up close yesterday. The boy was unmistakable even if he tried to forget. So it was really a coincidence. Not really, because the guy had a legitimate reason to be here whereas he had ulterior motives. Seeing an empty seat, Gu Jinji casually sat opposite him, tilted his head, half-closed his eyes, and scanned through a page of the book. It was as if he didn't care at all about ruining the image of a domineering elite CEO. After all, Gu Jinji didn't believe for a second that the boy opposite could recognize him. After all, he looked completely different from yesterday, including letting his fringe fall down. Lin Su only glanced at him when he walked over, then continued reading his book. Until he felt a slight vibration on the table, Lin Su, expressionless, repeatedly noticed Gu Jinji's continuously jiggling legs. After pondering several times and overcoming his hesitations, he ultimately couldn't bear it anymore. He finally raised his head and lightly tapped on the table across from him, saying softly, "Sir." Gu Jinji frowned, looked up at him, lost track of what he had just been reading, and irritatedly wondered what the issue was, only to hear the person opposite say, "Please adjust your posture. Otherwise, it would affect their studying," glancing at his legs again. Gu Jinji was stunned for a moment upon hearing the word, "sir." He thought it sounded somewhat familiar. Facing Lin Su's gaze, he finally realized the matter at hand. Yesterday, the person called him, "sir," for help, and today it was to expose his misconduct. It was so embarrassing. Gu Jinji's face, elegant but slightly sharp, turned red for a brief moment, and his brows furrowed uncomfortably. After all, having never been to the library before, he hadn't considered much. Habitually fond of crossing his legs, he hadn't realized it would affect others, let alone be pointed out by a younger boy. "Ah, sorry," he immediately put his leg down, his eyes showing some regret. Seeing this, Lin Su lowered his head and resumed studying. But deep inside, he unconsciously thought that the gentleman dressed neatly in a suit yesterday didn't seem to be here for studying or cultivating artistic sentiments. His movements and demeanor were starkly different from everyone else's, rather odd. Gu Jinji sneakily observed him a few times, noting his blank expression, and sighed inwardly in relief. He probably didn't recognize him. Otherwise, although strangers may not meet again, it would still be embarrassing. But soon, Lin Su's hunch proved correct. Gu Jinji lost his patience for reading and began to support his head, scanning the whole area within his sight like a carpet bomb, locking on males whose age looked between 25 to 35. Why such a wide range? Because he thought his boyfriend could possibly be an older man, as people who feel less attractive would prettify themselves by subtracting a few years off their age, just like him. After all, everyone knows that men after the age of May 25 experience a decline in certain aspects, so number one should take this issue very seriously. Then he further narrowed down based on body shape and skin tone, which left only 2 candidates. In fact, he believed the most likely person was a man wearing a checkered shirt and glasses, looking like an IT guy. The occupation and working schedule seemed to match perfectly. Since the man wore glasses, his face wasn't very clear. He appeared ordinary and common, somewhat overlapping with Gu Jinji's blurred image of his boyfriend. After comparing several times, Gu Jinji almost determined that he had found his boyfriend. However, before stepping forward, he struggled internally because he didn't have any special feelings towards this man. He wouldn't even look twice at such a regular man on the street. But when thinking about amour, a term representing romance, a sense of joy arose in his heart. He liked the way this mysterious boyfriend spoke, his calm and cool voice filled with presence and security. Projecting these emotions onto the ordinary man, Gu Jinji completely mustered up his courage. Perhaps, once they started talking, he would feel something different. After hesitating for some time, Gu Jinji finally took a step toward the man and tentatively asked, "Hello, I can't reach that book. Can you help me?" His tone was soft, the result of psychological preparation. After all, the first impression shouldn't deviate too much from what male university students might expect. Since the distance was not far and they were beside the bookshelf, Lin Su couldn't help but overhear the conversation, again feeling uncomfortable because this gentleman's speaking style yesterday was entirely different. Of course, it was their private matter, so Lin Su tried his best not to listen. Ah. The man looked at Gu Jinji, puzzled, as he was clearly not short. I was just joking. Gu Jinji immediately became aware upon hearing his rough voice and promptly regained his poker face, sitting back down with dejection. This voice definitely wasn't his boyfriend's. Even if the phone could manipulate voices, it couldn't turn a duck into a nightingale, right? Gu Jinji couldn't make sense of it. Thus, there were no suspicious individuals left. Perhaps his boyfriend simply didn't come today. Gu Jinji's self-confidence suffered a great blow. He thought he could successfully identify his boyfriend unilaterally today. But since it wasn't the man earlier, secretly he felt a bit relieved, otherwise, he wouldn't know whether to follow his heart or his eyes. Feeling both tired and annoyed, Gu Jinji laid his head on the table and fell asleep unexpectedly, not waking up until nearly noon, with glittering drool accumulating at the corner of his lips. Yushan and Lin Su couldn't help glancing sideways at him. Lin Su even found it amusing. This was the first time he encountered such a strange person, someone who changed appearances every day. Mysterious attempts to flirt, then coming back disappointed to sleep. Lin Su shook his head secretly and continued focusing intently. During this time, Yushan asked him a few questions. For politeness, instead of whispering answers aloud, Lin Su wrote them directly on the paper. To avoid disturbing the sleeping gentleman sitting next to him. Chapter 30. It was almost lunchtime. People in the library were leaving in 2s and 3s to have lunch. Yushan also wrote a note asking Lin Su if he wanted to go out for a meal. Lin Su was a little hungry, but due to their relationship dynamics, he said he wasn't hungry yet, shaking his head and suggesting she go first. Seeing this, Yushan hesitated and said she would go later too, as she wasn't that hungry either. So the two continued reviewing while sitting idly. As people moved around, the library was no longer very quiet. A female student nearby seized the opportunity to slip a small note onto Yushan's table, waiting for her response. Yushan curiously picked it up and read it. It read, "Hello classmate, may I ask if the boy next to you is your boyfriend? Sorry to ask such a direct question." She had arrived late and noticed Lin Su. She had wanted to get to know him, but there was another girl beside him. She had originally decided against it, but then noticed that their interaction didn't seem like lovers, they were probably just friends, so she finally overcame her awkwardness and took this step when there were fewer people around. Yushan furrowed her brows and was unsure how to respond. She thought that if she told the truth, it might bother Lin Su since it seemed the other party really wanted to get to know him. Privately, she herself didn't want that. So she simply showed the note to Lin Su, looking at him to signal what to reply. Lin Su really dreaded encountering such embarrassing situations. He glanced at the note and quickly looked away, his ears turning red because it was too shameful. He immediately shook his head. Yushan paused, then whispered softly, "What if she wants to get to know you?" Or did Lin Su actually agree? Lin Su quietly replied to her, "I already have a girlfriend." Yushan's expression turned slightly sour instantly. She had never considered this possibility since Lin Su had always been a loner, hence her lingering thoughts, hoping to speak openly after the college entrance exam. But now. She pressed her lips together and quickly wrote on the note, "We are friends. He already has a girlfriend." Then she handed it back to the girl swiftly before lowering her head to tidy her things. Forcing herself, she said to Lin Su, "I'm going to have lunch first." She needed some time to gather her emotions. Lin Su glanced at her and nodded. He had always been unsure whether Yushan still harbored feelings for him, as all of their interactions had stayed within the bounds of classmates. He had once rejected any deeper development indirectly and maintained a distance from her. Today, he felt an immense relief, finally having a chance to reasonably tell Yushan about his girlfriend without awkward misunderstandings. The male student opposite them only woke up at this moment, yawning and stretching lazily, as if completely unaware of what just happened, which made Lin Su somewhat relieved, somehow balancing the awkwardness out. Gu Jinji had almost fallen asleep too, but the last thing she heard through her earphones was Lin Su's low voice saying, "I already have a girlfriend." This fully awakened her, and she shook her head. Looking at Lin Su, the girl beside him had already left. Gu Jinji mentally pieced together the whole scenario. Though she could guess that this male student was definitely popular, being approached by girls in the library was not surprising. There were even some older men admiring his good looks from afar, unbeknownst to him. Yet, she didn't expect this young man to be so resolute at such a young age, better than most people she knew online, indicating a pretty good character. After all, Gu Jinji thought the girl who was with Lin Su earlier was rather pretty and they looked quite well suited. Having listened to some gossip, Gu Jinji was giggling, standing up instinctively to leave the library with the crowd, not wanting to come back anymore. However, upon noticing the book on the table, a professional expansion book about industrial management, she frowned in difficulty, reconsidering and resignedly sat down again, flipping through the pages. Lin Su heard his voice again. This time he spoke a longer sentence, leaning closer so Lin Su could hear clearly, giving his eardrums a vivid experience. It was a voice between youth and adolescence, much different from yesterday's deep and magnetic tone, likely because he had just woken up. Despite being muted due to the library environment, Lin Su felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward his timbre. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, given the contradictions and peculiarities in the behavior of this gentleman ever since they met. For instance, his various strange actions after coming to the library. Subconsciously, Lin Su thought that the person yesterday might have pretended to be someone different from his true self, considering his very neat and elite appearance. "Classmate, can you lend me a piece of paper and a pen?" Gu Jinji overcame her previous embarrassment, raising her eyebrows teasingly. Since she was already here, she figured jotting down some notes wouldn't hurt and she could later boast to her boyfriend about studying diligently today. Most importantly, she wanted to bring up the topic of the library, how come he wasn't here? She had made the trip for nothing. Lin Su's mental activities showed not a bit on his face. He calmly nodded, neatly tore a piece of paper from his homework book, and handed him an ordinary black pen. All his stationery was casually bought from a bookstore, it wasn't fancy, very common. Gu Jinji thanked him and started racking her brains to absorb knowledge. Later, feeling somewhat impatient, she excerpted a few paragraphs. It was already mealtime, and he hadn't had breakfast yet, now his stomach was really hungry. Lin Su didn't pay attention to him anymore. He picked up his phone and left the library, planning to eat something. He didn't specially look for any restaurant, just went to a nearby convenience store and cooked some noodles. Looking at his phone, there were no messages, so he put it back in his pocket and focused on eating the noodles. When he returned to the library, he met Gu Jinji again at the entrance. Lin Su thought that he probably wouldn't see this gentleman's figure in the afternoon, finding it a little amusing, he shook his head and walked into the library. Feeling the breeze outside, Gu Jinji finally felt free, her mood became lighthearted. But since she didn't find anyone today, it was a wasted effort. She first sent a message to Su Zhou, complaining about her failed plan. "My boyfriend said he liked going to the library recently, so I squatted there waiting for him. But there was no one who matched. I even considered those who looked around 35, but still none, upset." Su Zhou, being idle, replied quickly, "What about 45? Widen your horizons." Gu Jinji had nothing to say for a moment. It couldn't be serious, could it? The picture didn't look that old, but then again, photo editing was also possible. "Tell me how you found him." Su Zhou was curious. So Gu Jinji quickly reviewed the situation for him. Su Zhou was stunned for a moment. "Why don't you call him directly? See who answers." Gu Jinji frowned. He indeed hadn't thought of that, mainly because he was also afraid of exposing himself. Due to his guilty conscience, he hadn't dared to send a message to his object all morning, fearing the other party would keenly notice. "Then wouldn't he know it was me?" "TSK, then you keep looking," Su Zhou mocked. Gu Jinji stopped chatting with him. Now that he was out of the library, he finally dared to send a message to Lin Su. He proudly said, "Brother, I got up early today and went to the library." Lin Su had just sat down and hadn't entered the study state yet, so he saw the message. He found it unbelievable, yet somehow touching, and asked with a smile, "How early?" "I arrived at 9. Gu Jinji thought to himself, he rarely got up so early on weekends. Lin Su praised him, "That is quite early. For Shishi." "Oh, by the way, I also took notes." In order to prove its authenticity, Gu Jinji sent the pictures he had taken beforehand. He was extremely cautious, deeply worried that his boyfriend would discover it was the library in Jiangcheng, so he only took photos of the content on the pages, without capturing even the edges of the table. Lin Su, upon seeing the photos, clearly recognized them as literal written words notes, thus knowing this wasn't his own enlightenment. At first, he found it interesting, until he saw that thin sheet of paper and the signature pen on it. Looking at his own paper and pen on the desk, he inexplicably felt an odd sensation. After a moment of alarm, he glanced behind him, suddenly breaking out in cold sweat, then feeling his sudden bizarre thoughts were too far-fetched. Shishi and he used the same paper and pen. It wasn't such a strange thing, most classmates in their class did. But still, Lin Su absent-mindedly asked, Shishi, I guess you didn't fall asleep in the library, did you? Gu Jinji didn't expect the other side to understand him so well and guess accurately, so he awkwardly said, how do you know? I only slept for a short while. Embarrassing. Lin Su was stunned again and dryly said, I just thought you might not be able to focus on studying. Actually everything made sense, Shishi would do that. By the way, brother, did you go to the library to study today? Curious, Gu Jinji was still rather curious about this. Asked by Gu Jinji like this, Lin Su's odd feeling grew stronger. He easily detected Gu Jinji's intention. After all, the other side usually spoke without thinking, saying whatever came to mind without purpose. Frowning, Lin Su looked at the empty table across from him, then reflected on the things that had happened these past 2 days. He thought of Shishi's recent chats which seemed to be asking him something, then thought of that man's tear mole at the corner of his eye, and his immature behavior which didn't fit the profile of an elite person. Lin Su couldn't ignore his own feelings. Therefore, he unusually concealed and said, no, I had something today and didn't go. Gu Jinji slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, enlightened. He figured, surely, it must be that he didn't go, otherwise, how could he not have found him? Then next time you study, you must tell me, I want to study synchronously with you. Gu Jinji deliberately coaxed. Sitting in the library, Lin Su nodded thoughtfully, okay. Synchronous studying, but wasn't he sound asleep earlier today? It didn't seem like someone who had their passion ignited. Chapter 31. During the quiet break time, the teachers were busy grading exams in the office. A few couples in the class sat together, whispering secrets with their heads close, enjoying this hard-won leisure time. The word early romance used to be far from Lin Su, but now after careful observation, he felt it was getting closer. Before yesterday, he had always been content with his current state, spending more energy preparing for what he should do at this age, proceeding step by step towards the college entrance exam, and then advancing to higher education. But now, an urgent topic had to be faced, meeting in person, or real-life meeting. Undoubtedly, Lin Su never thought he would have a real-life meeting. It's not that he wasn't serious, it's just that he had never really classified this relationship as a romantic one. Initially, he thought that once Gigi wouldn't be bothered by her ex anymore and the original book's plot wouldn't happen, they would naturally separate. Gigi was at the right age for dating and would find a suitable partner in real life. After all, who could say they were really in love? They didn't feel that way themselves either. But yesterday's strange feeling alerted him. What if there was a possibility that Gigi came looking for him? Silently planning to appear in front of him. The people on the internet showing up in real life, such a vibrant Gigi talking face-to-face with him, and if their meeting in real life were successful, doing even more things couples should do. Just like the secretly smitten couples in his class, whispering sweet nothings and even having intimate physical contact. Just thinking about this point made Lin Su feel lost and helpless about the unknown, unsure of how to react. Of course, he might be overthinking it. Right now, it was just his suspicion. The break time broadcast went off again. An announcement was inserted. It was a punishment notice. The stern voice of the head teacher echoed in everyone's ears. A male student surnamed Liu and a female student surnamed Yuan from Class X of Senior 3 skipped class to date in the Grove, causing serious adverse effects. As soon as the broadcast ended, the young couples in the class immediately straightened up, ceasing their intimate postures, worried about being accidentally seen by teachers lurking outside the classroom. At this critical juncture, calling parents in due to early romance isn't something to take lightly. Generally, those discovered end up breaking up. Moreover, at their school, most students have aspirations and don't want to disappoint their families. Yushan instinctively glanced at Lin Su. Perhaps no one could imagine that this model student admired by the teachers, this scholar whose composure seemed unaffected by anything, secretly had someone he liked, and nobody had noticed. She originally thought that the reason he kept a certain distance from her and everyone else was due to excessive discipline. Only now did she realize that every day he spent alone fiddling with his phone, he was chatting with the person he liked. Lin Su slightly lowered his eyes, and after hearing the broadcast, his expression remained unchanged. He also didn't put down his phone. Seeing Gigi's single-digit WeChat step count, he asked, "Have you gone to school yet?" He roughly knew that Gigi was a commuter student. Gu Jinji had just woken up. Today, she had nothing important to attend to, unlike when she was working in the capital city every day. So, she happily took a break for herself. Since she couldn't remember if Monday mornings usually involved classes based on his past descriptions, Gu Jinji casually replied, yes, yes. He touched his stomach, which was nearly flat again. This wouldn't do, especially since he thought he was about to find a boyfriend. So Gu Jinji restrained himself and ordered some light food, and began searching for a boxing class, intending to make last-minute preparations. Lin Su pursed his lips. He asked again, "I'd also like to see what your school looks like. Can you take a picture now? Or are you in class?" If Gigi was really not at school. This question Gu Jinji knew well, so he showed an already prepared smile, pulled out a previously taken photo from his gallery of various areas of the school, and smartly cropped out the date before sending it to Lin Su, ensuring no slip-up. Wait a moment. Not long after, she added, I just stepped out specially. Brother, these flowers are blooming beautifully. Her tone was full of innocence. In fact, she lay comfortably in bed. Lin Su saw such a quick response and was indeed a little confused at first, reflecting whether he had misunderstood something. However, when he opened the large image and examined it carefully, he quickly realized the picture lacked any time stamp, it had been edited. This also confirmed some issues. This time, he didn't bother teaching her not to sneak out during class because Gigi's behavior was worse than that. Lin Su didn't particularly hope to meet in person at this moment. First of all, his identity was fake, and he worried that Gigi would be hurt upon knowing the truth, so keeping it virtual might be better. Secondly, at this crucial time, Lin Su, who valued priorities, couldn't make decisions about their relationship. But asking her directly to separate, as he fingered her avatar, he found he couldn't do it either. Could the man in the cafe, the man in the library, and Gigi, be the same person? They seemed to have different personalities and images, which left Lin Su a little perplexed. Moreover, Gu Jinji was still thinking about how to find a boyfriend. But since that person worked all day, he couldn't directly ask for the company's name, as it would break their tacit understanding and scare the other away. This caused him great distress, so he could only put it on hold and wait until after work hours to think of another way. In the afternoon, Gu Jinji signed up for a boxing class at the mall, doing training for the entire afternoon. Wearing a tank top, he felt his muscles tightening considerably. To present his best self for the upcoming real-life meeting, Gu Jinji took it very seriously, even regretting his usual lack of self-discipline and indulgence in food. His boyfriend already had such beautiful abs, so if he himself looked like a blob, that would be embarrassingly awful. Thus, for dinner, he again ate light food at the mall. As he chewed on green vegetables, Gu Jinji's face fell, feeling as if his whole face had turned green. Lin Su didn't expect to run into the other party so soon either, he just came to the mall to buy stationery due to excessive consumption of paper and pens. Regarding Gigi, Lin Su originally planned to quietly await her actions. He still couldn't connect the image of Gigi with the young man in front of him. The first impression he had of the other party was someone elite, but now he also felt they were quite youthful. If this person really were Gigi, it wasn't impossible. Tightly clutching his backpack, Lin Su stood concealed not far away and stared at Gu Jinji for some time. When passers-by saw his behavior, they cast peculiar glances, making Lin Su somewhat embarrassed, but he still didn't move. Seeing the other person's exquisite side profile, the freckle at the corner of his eye, and the voracious appetite, the more these traits matched the image of Gigi in his mind, Lin Su increasingly felt an intimate connection to the other. The other party was eating light food in front of a light food store, which made Lin Su frown, thinking this wasn't Gigi's style. Gigi liked good food a lot. He stealthily picked up his phone and took a picture from upstairs in the mall, then slowly walked to another spot crowded with people where he could still see Gu Jinji. Message sent to Gigi, Gigi, I'm off work, planning to take subway line 3 to Beihuanqinglu for something. His eyes fixed on Gu Jinji, though returning home, he definitely couldn't take this subway. Unexpectedly, while Gu Jinji was worried about how to open the conversation, his lover finally began voluntarily sharing his daily routine. He felt like searching high and low without finding it, then suddenly, everything comes easily. Subconsciously glancing toward that direction, Lin Su's pupils slightly trembled within the crowd, it was indeed him. Thinking that the photo was sent less than a minute ago and the person must have just left, Gu Jinji might be able to catch up, so he immediately put down his weight loss meal and ran towards the entrance of the underground subway in the mall. Meanwhile, Lin Su followed silently behind with a calm expression, ensuring his phone was on silent and slipping it into his pocket. He could see the texture of the other's arms, healthy and full of vitality after recent exercise. The current image deviated significantly from what Lin Su described but coincided fairly well with the mental image Lin Su held. Of course, seeing Gu Jinji's muscles gave Lin Su a tingling sensation in his heart, worrying about potential trouble should his real identity be discovered. Approaching the subway station, sweat started trickling down Gu Jinji's forehead. But during rush hour, there were simply too many people around, making it completely impossible for him to find who the sender was. So he asked tentatively, Big brother, have you boarded the subway yet? Stay safe. An awkward concern. Lin Su maintained his position behind him and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his lips. Not yet, waiting for the subway. Have you eaten, Gigi? Gu Jinji relaxed slightly, looking around while knowing his boyfriend was somewhere among the crowded masses. Though unable to locate him, he was reassured to know he was nearby. Nope, tearful, in fact, although Gu Jinji had eaten half a box of his weight loss meal, he still felt as though he hadn't eaten anything. Lin Su stopped texting and put his phone down, standing quietly beside him with his backpack on. Only when Gu Jinji turned his head and found him did Lin Su properly greet him, Mister, what a coincidence. Gu Jinji also thought it was quite a coincidence. He had encountered the boy praised in his online group so many times, but the coincidence depended on which version of him the other party referred to. Unconsciously coughing twice, he felt a little awkward. As the subway arrived, the crowd surged in. Gu Jinji failed to squeeze in, startled by the massive influx. He had already despaired of locating the other party and was unwilling to turn back, hesitantly joining the surge. Lin Su followed closely behind, stabilizing himself on the subway by holding the strap once inside. Gu Jinji obviously was unaccustomed to such physical contact with others, much like Lin Su, showing a bit of bewilderment on his face. Lin Su took the opportunity to push him into the corner while placing himself outside to block out everyone else, ensuring no one would touch the other. Up close this time, Gigi didn't seem much older than 20 years old, and Lin Su saw no significant differences from a typical college student. The incident at the cafe must have been due to some special circumstances, probably Gigi didn't usually act that way. On the other hand, he himself had lied to Gigi. Lin Su maintained an indifferent expression, pretending not to know Gu Jinji well. Gu Jinji was still trying to send messages, but of course, Lin Su couldn't reply to him. Finally, as they approached their target station, it was clear Gigi was somewhat excited and impatient. Lin Su remained calm and collected. Of course, he could ensure Gigi wouldn't find out about him. Gu Jinji worried that if he delayed too long, he might miss his chance, so he pushed Lin Su gently. "Excuse me, classmate, could you move aside? I'm about to reach my stop." Lin Su nodded slightly and let him pass. When the subway stopped, Gu Jinji almost lost his balance due to a lack of handrails, instinctively leaning backward. Lin Su's eyelids twitched, he immediately extended his arm slightly to steady Gu Jinji's waist and released him once the other regained his balance. His ears turned a little red, clearly unused to physical contact. Gu Jinji exclaimed quietly, "Shit." Then, he thanked Lin Su, "Thank you, classmate," before rushing out. Lin Su also followed out silently, choosing this particularly crowded transfer station on purpose, where many people were going up and down. It was evident that Gu Jinji looked around for a while but still couldn't find anyone, looking a bit disappointed as he slowly left the subway station. Not only did he fail to locate the person again, but this time it wasted more energy, leaving him even hungrier. Lin Su also accompanied Gu Jinji out of the subway station, outside which was a big bustling shopping mall filled with places to eat, drink, and play, far better developed than those near the school. Nearby, Lin Su softly asked, "Mister, your accent doesn't sound local. Are you here on vacation?" Hearing these words from this male classmate, Gu Jinji felt it was quite fateful to keep bumping into each other, giving the impression they already knew each other quite well. Unable to explain, he could only nod and look rather unhappy. The helpful classmate pointed towards a store and said, "The bullfrog at that place upstairs is pretty good, very spicy, and quite famous locally." Gu Jinji's eyes lit up because he liked eating frogs and favored strongly flavored food. More importantly, he was really hungry, and his mood wasn't great. "Thank you so much, classmate," he sincerely expressed gratitude. Lin Su shook his head. He'd just heard from friends who loved spicy food that they enjoyed it and kept this in mind, believing Gu Jinji would like it. "I'm heading home now, sir." Lin Su turned to leave via bus. "Study hard, classmate. Always improve." Gu Jinji shouted after his retreating figure, feeling this was truly an excellent high school student. Moreover, since Gu Jinji was such a picky person, he thought there wasn't much fault to find with this boy's appearance or demeanor, plus his academic performance was outstanding, completely representing the type of person entirely opposite to himself, so naturally talented. He sighed momentarily, realizing more people would likely admire him when he grew up. Yet he seemed to recall this classmate having someone special, whether male or female, he assumed the latter, probably cute and matching perfectly with him. Thus, all the group members' speculations fell through. Feeling frustrated, Gu Jinji stared at his boyfriend who hadn't replied yet, transforming his sorrow into appetite and heading straight upstairs to eat bullfrog. After indulging in flavorful food and savoring the rich oiliness, he found it extremely enjoyable. The bullfrogs here were first deep-fried, exactly according to Gu Jinji's taste. He thought, as he ate, that they indeed didn't deceive him, it was definitely delicious. Subconsciously wanting to share this with his boyfriend, he stopped short and refrained from doing so, regretting that the other party couldn't understand how delighted he felt. He finally sent a dry note, "Big brother, I ate bullfrog tonight." Lin Su, however, fully understood everything. Upon boarding the bus back home, Lin Su finally responded to his previous messages and further asked, "Did you enjoy yourself?" Gu Jinji again felt valued by his boyfriend. The other explained why he hadn't read the messages, and with his full stomach, he momentarily felt happy. Happy. That's good then. Of course, dieting must continue. Gu Jinji planned to increase his training volume, as he certainly didn't want to embarrass himself during their meeting. Moreover, in case they progressed further, keeping one's body healthy was essential. Fortunately, his partner hadn't demanded seeing his abs. Gu Jinji presently felt he had nothing worth showing off. However, he absolutely adored his lover's abs, finding them graceful and attractive, akin to the outer impression given by that male classmate. His boyfriend had many advantages, including a soul he admired and those hidden abs beneath the surface, despite perhaps lacking something in looks. Sighing inwardly, his boyfriend still held many appealing traits, the beloved spirit and those subtle abs, though perhaps not so handsome-faced. Chapter 32. The first time was an accidental meeting at a cafe near the school, the second time was at the library, and the third time was at a mall close to the school. Except for the second encounter which had ulterior motives, the other two times were almost confined to the area around the school. After Lin Su bid farewell online as Gigi's virtual boyfriend, he once again found himself unusually sleepless, lost in thought about various things. If Ji came specially looking for him, after much deliberation, the only address he had revealed would be the delivery address given during the main character's initial request for a gift, that cafe. At this moment, Lin Su felt a wave of relief. At the time, the original owner didn't directly give their home address, otherwise, no matter how he hid now, it would have been impossible to hide. As for why Lin Su, despite knowing who Ji really was, still subconsciously didn't want to expose his identity first, it wasn't because he considered Gu Jinji a complete stranger. In fact, the feelings Lin Su developed for Ji Mang quickly transferred onto her real self. From the very beginning, out of pity, he didn't just see Gu Jinji as an internet friend but as a living, breathing person from the book, a person with tragic experiences. Now, this living, breathing person had entered his reality. After so many days and nights together, no matter how ignorant Lin Su might be, he could not remain completely emotionless. He even impulsively did things he wouldn't normally do. However, it was related to his personality. He felt a kind of sentiment akin to homesickness, fearing to approach her as a boyfriend, hesitating whether or not to lift the veil of mystery between them prematurely. More importantly, according to Lin Su's thinking, he had already done many reckless things. But at least he understood where his focus should be during the critical juncture of the college entrance exam, taking responsibility for himself and his family. He wanted to wait until after the exams to attempt to sort things out. Even as he contemplated this, Lin Su started to unconsciously speculate, Ji must be staying in a hotel not far from the cafe, perhaps coming secretly to catch a glimpse of his true appearance. For the next 2 days, before class in the morning and after school in the afternoon, Lin Su rode aimlessly on his bicycle, passing by the hotels surrounding the cafe with a stoic expression, and eventually one afternoon, he caught sight of Ji leaving a certain hotel. Come to think of it, he was foolish. Normally, she would probably sleep in the morning. Her clothing was no different from usual, appearing rather lethargic. Indeed, the image during their first meeting must have been due to some reason. Knowing this, Lin Su merely felt a sense of relief and didn't make any additional moves, as if it were a random coincidence. Then, he leisurely continued riding his bike towards his destination for today. Lin Su had previously promised to help Mao Jun and others, which he took very seriously. Knowing they also needed to take exams for Chinese, math, and English, he spent some time organizing a few notes. Though their exam difficulty was less than a regular Gaokao college entrance exam, basic knowledge was still crucial. He had agreed to send over these materials today since Mao Jun's school let out slightly later. Though the distance wasn't great, separated by only a few streets, there was a world of difference when heading towards the vocational high school. Lin Su felt as if he had crossed into a bustling alley. Many street vendors gathered outside their school gate, with lots of vocational high school students standing around. It was filled with the warmth of human life. Many of the students didn't wear uniforms but instead dressed stylishly, sporting bright colors and hairstyles, laughing freely and loudly. Compared to the disciplined ordinary high school students Lin Su had met, they indeed looked quite different. Maybe others would immediately judge them based on appearances alone, seeing them as representing poor grades and behavior. However, for Lin Su, his only feeling was that he couldn't tolerate this level of bustle. It was a nightmare for someone with social anxiety, especially when he stood out among them. With a stiff face, Lin Su pushed through the alley on his bike, ignoring occasional whistles, pretending not to notice strange looks, too afraid to glance at anyone on the side streets. Finally reaching the school gate, which had no security restrictions, outsiders like Lin Su could enter and exit freely. It was very relaxed. But stepping into unfamiliar territory, Lin Su's mind remained tense. He even regretted agreeing to come look for Mao Jun at his classroom. At the time, he thought explaining the scope and important information from each set of notes in detail wouldn't be convenient standing out on the street, especially since there was a security guard nearby. Naturally, this triggered another episode of social anxiety. However, this was not the first or second time. Lin Su had a practiced way of dealing with it. He simply ignored everything, pretending not to see or hear anything. Standing under the teaching building, Lin Su ultimately decided against entering their classroom and sent Mao Jun a message. "I'm here already, are you finished with your class?" It took a while for the other side to reply, so Lin Su endured another bout of torment, feeling especially like a gorilla in a zoo. "Be right there, Lin brother. Our teacher is holding us late." Lin Su furrowed his brows and continued waiting, using an anxious expression to mask his inner unease. Finally, the two of them hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing Yang Zixuan again, she had dyed her hair back to black and returned to her simplest appearance. But upon noticing Lin Su's gaze, she clarified, "There's no time to take care of it now. Once I pass the exams, I won't keep looking so unsophisticated." Lin Su smiled. He wasn't a fuddy-duddy. How could he judge others by their simplicity? In fact, he felt that Chi was particularly not a well-behaved boy. "Alright, here are the notes. Each of you gets a copy." Lin Su pulled out the materials and notebooks from his backpack and formally introduced them. A few passing girls with heavy makeup paused for a moment. Yang Zixuan's expression changed slightly, as she didn't seem fond of them. "Sister Zixuan, is this your friend?" They didn't recognize Lin Su but couldn't help asking. Why ask so much? Be careful your boyfriend finds out." Yang Zixuan coldly replied. After she said that, the leading girl's face turned somewhat unpleasant, but she still turned around and left with her group. Mao Jun explained, the one who just led the group is a junior student from our school and also He Xian's new girlfriend. She has always seen Zixuan as a rival. He Xian was the senior that Lin Su used to hang out with. He explained because he knew Lin Su hadn't hung out with He Xian's gang for quite a long time, so he wouldn't know the people. Thinking about this, Yang Zixuan wanted to vomit. Previously, He Xian did have feelings for her, but she looked down on him. Later, she started dating Mao Jun, and in between, that female classmate annoyed her countless times. Never mind, let's not care about them. Yang Zixuan shook her head. Lin Su wasn't too concerned, nodding and continuing to explain more before handing over the notes to them. Work hard. He encouraged them. Mao Jun also nodded forcefully, saying, Zixuan promised me that if we both pass, we will go to the seaside together during the vacation. Saying this, he sweetly embraced his girlfriend's waist. Seeing their actions, Lin Su was startled inside and unconsciously took half a step back. After all, last time they met, although the atmosphere was romantic, they were still proper, without so much physical contact. He questioned with doubt, just the two of you? It seemed incredible. Although being adults, he didn't oppose love at all, even he himself. But they were still too young. Going out to play alone for several days seemed a bit excessive, and it wasn't like they could return home punctually at night. Lin Su hesitated to think about it. Hearing Lin Su's words, Mao Jun felt curious and laughed, else what, Lin brother? Are you suggesting we invite a third will to sleep in the same bed with us? He thought Lin Su was joking. Upon hearing such a shocking statement, Lin Su's heart skipped a beat, finding it even more unbelievable, so they already planned to sleep together. Aren't they too young? He felt a bit impulsive, but since he realized they might not understand his thoughts, he didn't say anything further. He believed that at least they should wait until after university graduation. They should progress gradually. Are you envious, Lin brother? Mao Jun, observing Lin Su's expression, curiously asked. Then he teased, once you meet up with your online girlfriend after the college entrance exam, if you're still together, you can be intimate with your boyfriend too, don't envy us, hahaha. It's just a pity that currently, we can only do online relationships, without the conditions. Not seeing or touching each other is kind of tough. He sighed, patting Lin Su's shoulder to comfort him. Lin Su pressed his lips, unsure of how he nodded, nor how he left the school gate. In fact, he could see, and it seemed like he could manage under certain conditions. But after accidentally touching the other person's waist last time, Lin Su repeatedly apologized internally, feeling that it was a bit excessive. He had thought about meeting offline, planning to confess everything honestly to Chi when he went to college. If Chi could accept him, they could try. He was willing to open up and give it a shot. If things went well, they might start holding hands, then embrace. The rest of it felt a bit far away. But definitely, they would support each other in daily life, which would be very good. But if Chi was an impatient type, wanting intimate matters soon? Lin Su felt his heart burning hot, with half of his arm going numb. He resisted and felt ashamed. His thoughts were rather strange, making him feel uncomfortable about guessing the other's intentions. However, Lin Su also became more determined that he shouldn't be discovered too early by Chi. He felt uncomfortable. He'd rather quietly wait for the right time behind Chi, preparing well for his exams. Everyone, don't rush. Take it slow. Chapter 33. Gu Jinji had been in Jiang City for almost a week, but he hadn't made any progress. He was still clueless about all the information regarding his boyfriend, and it was truly frustrating. For the time being, Gu Jinji couldn't think of many excuses to inquire further. On weekdays, his boyfriend was undoubtedly mostly at the company. In haste, Gu Jinji simply started enthusiastically recommending various coffee shop drinks to Lin Su during their nightly chats, trying to forcibly change Lin Su's preferences. Like the coconut latte, cappuccino, and so on. As he went on, he would sometimes go off topic and even comment on the flavors from different cafes he had tried, managing to chat for hours. It wasn't until it was time to say goodnight that he vaguely remembered to get back on topic. Brother, you can try it after work, it's really delicious. Gu Jinji cooed with practiced ease, no longer feeling nauseated by his own antics. This way, he could simply stake out at the coffee shop. Gu Jinji suddenly felt quite clever. Facing Gu Jinji's occasional probing, Lin Su had long cultivated his counter-surveillance skills and certainly knew what Gu Jinji was up to now. The easiest way would be to come up with an excuse to decline, but Lin Su thought the other party might scratch their head due to this route being blocked, so he didn't want Shishi to waste brainpower thinking of other methods. With a helpless chuckle, Lin Su simply agreed, alright, I'll try when I have time. Online chatting had become much more natural for Lin Su compared to the initial clumsiness, especially when it came to dealing with Gu Jinji. The group chat friends only knew that he suddenly became much cooler, they didn't know that the real Lin Su underneath was actually socially awkward. After the scam incident, not many group chat friends even thought about Lin Su anymore. Since Shishi had already hinted at this, Lin Su knew without a doubt that the other person would sit in the cafe drinking coffee during his off-work time. To agree wasn't just to agree, Lin Su never intended to leave Gu Jinji hanging. He indeed entered the cafe every afternoon after school. There were plenty of customers here, mostly students. Gu Jinji wouldn't be able to notice him, Lin Su knew. The other side had already defined him as another person existing in real life, one who couldn't possibly connect to the amour online. Shishi, in this cafe, naturally experimented with all sorts of flavored beverages mentioned during their chats. His expressions varied daily, clearly indicating whether or not they suited his taste. Lin Su, who genuinely disliked coffee, would spend 2 hours each time sipping on just one cup while reviewing his study materials most of the time. Every once in a while, he would take some time to look at Gu Jinji until the latter got restless and left. Only then would Lin Su pack up and return home to continue reading. When Gu Jinji asked afterward, Lin Su occasionally said he had gone and other times claimed he hadn't. It always left no room for criticism. Gu Jinji thought he had missed noticing, given that his boyfriend appeared extremely ordinary outwardly, making him hard to identify. He also hadn't met anyone exactly like the pictures of Smoor, so he attributed it to heavy photo editing, leaving him unable to recognize the individual. Unbeknownst to him, during those unconscious moments, they had seen each other countless times, their gazes crossing without awareness. While he remained oblivious to amour, Lin Su understood him increasingly well. To help Mao Jun stay in touch, Lin Su visited their school slightly more often. However, having learned from past lessons, he now waited in less crowded alleys. On this day, Lin Su, as usual, leaned against the wall in an old alley, silently reciting required ancient poems, something not easily memorized by sheer willpower alone. However, before Mao Jun arrived, an unwelcome visitor showed up, an acquaintance. They were the same old cronies he'd encountered in the internet cafe when he first arrived, over 10 of them. Naturally, He Xin stood at the forefront, their de facto leader, a bit older, just over 20, and looked more mature. Tisk, it's rare to see such a distinguished person, he approached Lin Su, looking down on him challengingly. Needless to say, He Xin was thoroughly annoyed with Lin Su. Especially since the video of Lin Su's impromptu speech had gone viral, earning him quite a few female fans at their school, which severely bruised the ego of He Xin, formerly Lin Su's boss. And last time, he had heard from subordinates that Lin Su had even gone to their school, allowing his little girlfriend to approach and flirt, which further fueled He Xin's anger. Not to mention, this guy was acting saintly by tutoring Mao Jun and others, igniting a wave among their classmates to print notes and aim for university admissions, causing some underlings to waver, mumbling nonsense about not wanting to let down their family's expectations. The other party's influence was undeniably stepping on He Xin's authority. He decided he had to show him who was really in charge. After staking out for a long time, they finally managed to catch Lin Su today. This group of people was used to fighting and had even been to the police station. They didn't fear anything under the broad daylight. As long as they controlled the degree, not killing or crippling anyone, it would merely be considered a brawl among delinquent youths. Facing them, Lin Su found it hard to fight back with his limited strength, especially because Lin Su never liked solving problems with violence anyway. He gripped the strap of his bag with one hand while feeling for his phone in his pocket with the other, remaining very calm. He planned to take the chance to call the police, even if he got beaten up a little, it wouldn't matter. But before he could act, just as He Xin tried to put his hand on Lin Su's shoulder and press against his head, a hand suddenly grabbed He Xin's arm. He Xin furrowed his brows and attempted to move but realized he couldn't. A veteran in fights, accustomed to brawls, he naturally had some skill and strength. There had never been a time when he couldn't break free from someone's grip until now. Bullying kids? What kind of skill is that? Gu Jinji sneered, mocking him. He had just been wandering around nearby and got lost, only to suddenly see this scene, noticing the bullied person seemed oddly familiar. Without even thinking, he acted first. He always enjoyed jumping into chaotic situations, especially ones where his fists itched for action, making him slightly excited. Gu Jinji wore a casual suit, looking neat and tidy, his age unclear but definitely young. Compared to He Xin's group, he looked more presentable, like a well-mannered individual. He Xin had no idea how extraordinary Gu Jinji's history was. Since elementary school, there were always neighbors bringing troublemakers over to cry and complain about him. Moreover, Gu Jinji always claimed justification, arguing others started it first before he beat them up thoroughly. He barely sustained any injuries himself and ended every fight by reconciling with his opponents. In short, all those who mocked his appearance as feminine or attempted to bully Gu Jinji ended up terrified of ever crossing paths with him again. Who are you, and what relation are you to him? He Xin struggled with great force to pull his arm out and asked angrily. How could he forget if Lin Su had such a friend? The honorable one before your eyes goes by no other name than Gu Jinji. This younger student is my friend, and you've picked on the wrong person. Seeing them made Gu Jinji's juvenile delinquent spirit flare up again, reminiscent of his past days dominating the entire city, smirking as he spoke. Because of his youthful look, it wasn't jarring at all, just like a slightly ridiculous older brother figure. Lin Su's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help glancing at him again. Since he was Lin Su's acquaintance, He Xin naturally also disapproved. He thought, with so many of them, why should they be afraid of him? Thus, he gave a subtle nod for everyone to charge together. Lin Su was startled, losing his former composure. Naturally worried about Gu Jinji getting hurt, he forgot his principles and habits, shaking off his reading materials to join in and block the punches coming towards the other. With his height advantage and substantial strength, his movements might have been somewhat refined, but effective nonetheless. However, it proved unnecessary. Fighting between students rarely escalated into serious blows, no one intended to go all out. After Gu Jinji swiftly kicked down several opponents, the rest didn't dare step forward anymore, fleeing silently without landing any punches. Unsatisfied, Gu Jinji slapped his palms and retrieved Lin Su's backpack for him. How could the security here be so poor? How dare they bully students? Impressed by Gu Jinji's skills, Lin Su instinctively stepped back half a step when the backpack was handed over. Embarrassed, he explained, "They're also students." "Thank you though, Mr. Gu." Knowing Gu Jinji's name, he repeated it unconsciously in his mind, easily guessing which characters it corresponded to. It fit him perfectly. Ah. Gu Jinji was momentarily flustered, realizing his misunderstanding. He had thought a gang was bullying high school students, which turned out to be an error on his part. Still, since they had fled, it didn't matter. No big deal. Consider it returned. Thanks for your recommendation last time. He casually waved his hand, sensing a peculiar connection. He hadn't met his boyfriend yet, but this guy seemed to appear daily. Thinking of his object of affection, Gu Jinji had been waiting for so many days, genuinely starting to feel restless. "Then I'll leave first." Lin Su adjusted his backpack straps, wary of staying too long with him. His heart felt uneasy, a faint worry surfacing. If they truly meet someday, would Shishi punch him? As a result, his hesitation deepened further. Watching Lin Su walk away, Gu Jinji lowered his gaze, his mind growing increasingly anxious over these past days. He was almost done exploring this area, seeing no sign of any companies. At this rate, he'd never find what he sought. Gu Jinji was also far from a patient person. Casually clenching his fists, he noticed redness on his knuckles, probably from the earlier punches. Gu Jinji instinctively wrinkled his face and took a picture to send to his boyfriend, pouting as he walked, "Brother, look, today while walking, my hand accidentally touched someone's body. It's all red and hurts a bit." He looked very aggrieved. Lin Su only dared to look at and reply to the message after walking far away. But when he saw the message, his jaw nearly dropped. He had clearly seen that it was Gu Jinji's fist that accidentally touched someone's face. Whether Gu Jinji was in pain, Lin Su wasn't sure, but it seemed like the other side got a bruise. Lin Su didn't know how to respond for a moment, feeling momentarily speechless. Overcoming his unease and shame, he consoled, "Be more careful next time you walk. Rub it and it won't hurt." Gu Jinji smiled, they would indeed be more careful next time. After receiving her boyfriend's comfort, Gu Jinji was rejuvenated. He thought about how he had been busy with nothing accomplished for so long. Thus, he seized the opportunity to ask directly, "Brother, my family knows we're together and wants to see your photo." Lin Su nearly sprained his ankle. With a serious expression, he replied, "Gigi, don't you already have my photos?" Gu Jinji pouted, not letting up, determined to ask, "The last photo was taken too far away, can't even see clearly. They want to see an unfiltered photo. No more editing this time, because he doesn't dislike it." Lin Su knew the other party was impatient, but didn't expect such a straightforward question. However, giving the photo was absolutely out of the question. So he awkwardly responded, "Gigi, I'm just a regular guy who doesn't like taking pictures. Can you understand?" Gu Jinji absolutely could not understand this. After being together for so long, what was there to be embarrassed about? Eventually, they will have to meet anyway. He simply decided to call directly. But Lin Su didn't pick up. Gu Jinji felt something was off. They hadn't voice chatted in a long time. Could it be that his boyfriend still hasn't recovered from his cold? "Brother, why don't you answer my calls?" Stomping, Gu Jinji sounded a little upset. Before today, whenever Lin Su saw cute expressions or emoticons from Chi-Chi, he automatically pictured a giant stomping and cracking the ground. Until now, Lin Su also realized how strong Chi-Chi was. "Gigi, let's make it another month, alright? Let's further cultivate our relationship and then share openly, okay?" Lin Su soothed him, somewhat tense with a stiff body. This was his honest sentiment. He is still studying, indeed believing it isn't appropriate to meet up yet, as early romance between students isn't fitting either. Nor does he want his grandparents to discover this because of his high school identity. At present, he couldn't tell his family as Chi-Chi does. Sitting on the bus full of students, Lin Su's gaze deepened, showing apparent signs of anxiety. Others might think he was worrying about the college entrance exam. However, Gu Jinji began to suspect that something was off. In the past, they used to call each other frequently and Lin Su wouldn't avoid answering. Now, they haven't spoken on the phone in quite a while, and the other party didn't wish to reveal anything about his real-life situation at all. It was as if the other person was unwilling to delve deeper into their online relationship, perhaps because he had someone else he liked in real life or maybe because he felt their bond wasn't strong enough yet and was treating him merely as a more mature netizen friend. From the start, the claim was about seriously cultivating feelings through amour, but now, after a short period, things seemed different. However, Gu Jinji is just an impatient individual. He was quite irritated by the mismatch in their progress. If it was due to the latter, Gu Jinji could marginally understand, but during his working hours here, he must meet in person without fail. Otherwise, it'd be all for nothing, and his brother and Shujo would surely mock him upon his return. "Alright, you can't refuse me next time. Gu Jinji counted the days on his fingers, deciding to continue asking soon. Better not let him find out that Amor has someone else in real life, otherwise, he'll beat him till he's crawling. Lin Su sighed in relief, slightly moved. He felt that Ji was quite considerate. Everything would be fine once his college entrance exams were over. He'll overcome his embarrassment and interact well with the other party. His eyes became firmer. He was utterly unregretful about returning to high school, having gone through a rebellious, early romance, for him. On the bus full of students, Lin Su's mood darkened, appearing deeply troubled. Others assumed he was worried about the Gaokao. Chapter 34. After the third mock exam, time seemed to pass even faster. After the results of the third mock were released, Lin Su still sat firmly at the top position. The pictures on the honor wall kept changing, but only he remained unmoved. This time, there was much less surprise among everyone, and no one would stand under the board asking who the top male student was anymore. They had grown accustomed to it. In every small and large test outside of the official exams, he consistently delivered outstanding results. For a poor student to soar to the top of the senior year rankings in just 3 months was an astonishing feat, yet it was happening right before their eyes, forcing them to believe it. Some people still believed that Lin Su might have access to secret answers, pretending for so long and possibly going to fail the Gaokao, the national college entrance exam. However, at least the students of Class 9 already held their new academic god with utmost admiration. Fuzhong High School was one of the testing sites for the Gaokao. To prepare the examination venues in advance, other grades took a week off. To avoid any possible accidents during the Gaokao, such as transportation delays or oversleeping, which could affect the students' performance in strange ways, all senior students moved into the school dormitories for pre-exam review, whether they were boarding students or commuters. Grandma Lin lost interest in square dancing, fretting around the house packing Lin Su's luggage. Although she had never participated in the Gaokao and her family had never forced their descendants to attend prestigious universities, she now understood that this was very important for Lin Su. Even though she couldn't help much with studying, she wanted to ensure his life was perfectly taken care of. "Suer, do I pack enough clothes for you?" She kept working while anxiously asking if her grandson would be okay for several days away from home, naturally expressing her worry. Lin Su sighed helplessly. "Grandma, 2 sets of school uniforms are enough." He pulled out many unnecessary items. After all, this wasn't his first high school experience, nor was he a true high school student. He didn't need special care. Since traveling across books began, Lin Su had tried to reduce his family's worries, rarely making demands and often advising his family not to focus too much on him. Now, as he packed his things, he glanced at his phone and hesitated for a moment. Once he entered the dormitory, stricter rules would be enforced. Teachers patrolled the corridors every night until 10 p.m., meaning his chances to use a phone might become limited. Still, after thinking about Gu Jinji, Lin Su decided to bring his phone along. But he sent her a message beforehand, "Jinji, I'll be busy the next week and may not be able to reply promptly." Seeing that Gu Jinji didn't reply instantly, Lin Su slung his backpack and left home. Getting off the bus near the school, Lin Su instinctively glanced toward the hotel entrance. He wouldn't come out again until after the Gaokao. By then, he also wouldn't know how to justify it, so he figured being honest would suffice. If Gu Jinji was 20 years old and in university, when he progressed, their ages wouldn't differ much, creating little generation gap for Jinji. According to his original plan, he wished to apply to schools in the capital area. However, explaining to his family that he'd have a boyfriend, revealing his sexual orientation just after the Gaokao, worried Lin Su. He truly feared shocking his grandparents. Though the younger generation had accepted such matters more openly, it would be challenging for the older generation to do so. He'd have to communicate well with Gu Jinji soon. He may not be able to reveal himself fully to his family as early as Jinji did. Of course, all of the above was merely what Lin Su imagined courageously. On the real day of confession, he might feel extremely awkward, finding it hard to think of himself as Jinji's boyfriend. Gu Jinji currently didn't know his identity, and facing her now wasn't so nerve-wracking since they didn't interact closely yet and because Gu Jinji still considered him a semi-familiar person. What would happen once Gu Jinji knew the truth? Just as he was pondering this, Lin Su noticed a Maserati parked not far away. When someone inside revealed half their head, he remembered it was probably the same car Gu Jinji drove when they first met. Upon seeing it again suddenly, Lin Su's notion of Gu Jinji's wealth became clearer, reminding him of something he'd previously overlooked. In the original book, Gu Jinji helped Zoe secure a foothold in the entertainment industry, which seemed unlike what an average wealthy male university student could accomplish. Lin Su momentarily paused, unconsciously looking over. Not until Gu Jinji and a few others got completely out of the car did he realize they were all neatly dressed in suits. 2 men, likely close to 40 or 50 years old, showed utmost respect and smiled flatteringly toward Gu Jinji. Meanwhile, the youthfulness Lin Su had observed in Gu Jinji yesterday or the previous few days was gone, replaced by the distant and imposing demeanor he first encountered upon meeting her. Previously, Lin Su assumed that it might be because of cosplay or a formal event that someone dressed like that. After all, he had an initial impression of Gu Jinji, and once he understood it was indeed Gu Jinji, he automatically justified it for him in his mind. However, the person before him now appeared as if they were a shrewd businessman from the business world, mature and steady, not even looking 20 years old anymore. He could hear them discussing words related to planning. Gu Jinji saw him and nodded slightly in acknowledgement to this acquaintance before turning her head back to focus on her own affairs, then walked into the hotel. Anyway, there wasn't much point in hiding anything from this classmate, as she'd already seen many embarrassing moments of him. To this male classmate of hers, Gu Jinji was like another kind of existence between a stranger and an acquaintance. The sound of leather shoes still lingered in Lin Su's ears. Lin Su hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned away and left, his expression indescribable. If this was the case, if Gu Jinji was also deceiving him, he suddenly realized their incompatibility. Given that they were both university students, perhaps there might be some possibility. But if Gu Jinji was that successful professional, it seemed there wouldn't be much possibility between them. Even though Lin Su's mental age was quite mature, in reality, the experiences he currently displayed were rather pale, and he hadn't even participated in the college entrance exam yet, very naive. But Gu Jinji's orientation seemed to favor older, mature men. Lin Su had been pretending to be such a mature man for so long but now couldn't help but reveal his true self. He now felt that maybe Gu Jinji wouldn't necessarily be easily deceived. After all, he hadn't read the original book, only vaguely seen anime adaptations, posters and promotional materials, dimly remembering the gist of the story, but he didn't fully understand what was inside, assuming at first that it was due to his misplaced sympathy. Lin Su silently walked into the school, reluctantly shaking off distractions and focusing his spirit on preparing for the college entrance examination. 4 people shared one dorm room, all classmates, and after Lin Su found his bed, he organized his things and entered review mode. The senior grade was going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony just before the high school exam, so with such a tight schedule, they wouldn't need to have lessons in class with teachers. The several rounds of reviews had already been completed, all that remained was for the students' destinies to unfold. As Class 9's key player, Lin Su naturally gained the affection and attention of the head teacher and various teachers, thus receiving special care whenever the teachers passed by. His classmates sitting at their desks cried out in despair, "Lin Su, it's all your fault, I don't dare to use my phone anymore. Teacher Wang is too terrifying, occasionally sticking his head out the window and doesn't even let us close the door." Lin Su could only helplessly smile. He had a focused personality, able to concentrate on the paper and pen in front of him despite the turmoil within. Time passed quickly when you didn't get distracted. Only when he felt soreness along his spine and glanced at the watch did he realize it was 10 o'clock, it was time to rest. He hadn't looked at his phone all day, partly because the objective conditions didn't allow it, and partly because his subjective mood was unclear. But Lin Su thought about it, and still secretly took his phone to the toilet. Today, the other roommates for the night had become a bit anxious about urinating frequently because of playing with their phones. As soon as he checked, there were indeed many new messages, the latter ones indicating impatience due to his lack of response. In the end, Gu Jinji once again hoped to video call him, more urgent than the last time. Lin Su had other thoughts in mind, but not responding wasn't his style, so he dryly rejected, "Not very convenient." This time, he didn't even feel comfortable calling her by her nickname. Because he was certain that exposing himself would only bring awkwardness to the two of them, especially to Gu Jinji. Now he was sure that if Gu Jinji knew he was a high school student with such a large gap in social experience and age, she would be disappointed. Therefore, perhaps the best outcome would be for this online relationship to have no result. After working hard all day and resuming her role as general manager, Gu Jinji finally felt she wasn't a young girl anymore. These few days, encountering that high schooler always made her unconsciously think she was still young. Upon seeing Amor mention being busy and unable to reply promptly, Gu Jinji became a bit annoyed. She thought it must not be that simple. Usually, the other party wouldn't be out of sight all day even while overtime, so what could possibly make them this busy? Since there was still no progress, Gu Jinji couldn't help but propose a video call again. As expected, it was refused. This wouldn't do. Hadn't she worked out for nothing? A video call was such a simple thing, just turn on the camera, so how could there be any inconvenience? It was undoubtedly unwillingness. However, since the other party didn't want to, she had no other way around it. Her mischievous friend Su Zhou asked for updates every now and then, making Gu Jinji embarrassed, as she hadn't even seen half a shadow after being there for so long. "Haven't found him yet? TSK, should have told you to check earlier," Su Zhou remarked, watching the spectacle unfold. Gu Jinji retorted, "I'm not that kind of person," though her tone wasn't as confident as before. "He also refuses video calls and doesn't send photos." "I don't understand why," Gu Jinji mused, doubting if he was too ugly to meet her in person. "Has he been acting strangely recently?" At this point, Su Zhou's interest was piqued. Gu Jinji had been undercover for so long without success, which seemed implausible. "It feels like it. The impression I get online from him has become vague," Gu Jinji pondered aloud, uncertain if it was because she was fully engrossed in finding him or if Amor had genuinely become distracted. For no apparent reason, Amor started to seem mysterious, his focus scattered on other things, with conversations often fragmented, topics initiated but left unfinished. Gradually, her impression of him as a boyfriend became less clear. "Why does he avoid meeting me so much? Before, he used to send photos and make calls willingly, clearly valuing me. Now it seems like none of that happens anymore, as if there's something holding him back." The more Gu Jinji talked, the more unsettling it felt, her furrowed brow betraying her unease. It wasn't until discussing with Su Zhou that she even realized these issues. Every time, I feel like I'm about to find him, but then it's just another bubble that bursts. Is it possible that he actually noticed you long ago? Chapter 35. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Jinji's first reaction was to refute. He doesn't even know what I look like. If I can't find him, how could he possibly discover me? Isn't that an insult to my intelligence? Regarding the issue of Gu Jinji's intelligence, Su Zhou was temporarily at a loss for words and cleared his throat dryly. Since you've tested him so many times, maybe he has noticed something, Su Zhou said tactfully, knowing this person had always been terrible at lying. Gu Jinji still felt it was unlikely, since she hadn't seen him each time, and his coming to Jiangqing was such an unimaginable thing, who would have guessed? Well, I'm just guessing randomly. Believe it or not, your choice. Su Zhou no longer wanted to get involved in this dramatic online relationship of theirs. In due course, there would be a result. But Gu Jinji indeed planted the seed of doubt. If the other party had really discovered her, then everything made more sense. Suddenly avoiding her meant he didn't want her to find him, and if the other side deliberately hid, it well explained why she couldn't find him every time. It wasn't her fault at all. But why avoid her? After some thought, Gu Jinji realized, Amour had probably discovered that she wasn't a male college student. Was that why, seeing her age, he lost interest? Although she had thought about this from the start, not knowing how to explain her forgery of age, when facing someone who had become cold towards her because of her age, Gu Jinji was nearly driven crazy with anger. She might not be a college student, but she was good-looking. Wasn't that enough? She never looked down on Amour's average looks or the fact that he was a regular worker, so meeting her should make him happy. Moreover, wasn't he older than her anyway? Why did they need to focus on being male college students? While looking at Lin Su's WeChat profile picture, resentment showed in Gu Jinji's eyes. Damn man. She hadn't participated in any group chats for a long time. Only after resolving her issues with her boyfriend did she feel motivated to check the group messages. It was still the same bunch of people. Their interest in the male high school student, Lin Su, she once encountered seemed to have waned somewhat, as you can't see or touch him, it's as if he were a fictional character. Fans at least often see updates about their idols, while chasing ordinary individuals takes perseverance. Thinking about that classmate, Gu Jinji sighed involuntarily and compared him with her own boyfriend. Look at the guy, not much older, good-looking, excellent grades, very polite. The most important thing is his loyalty, he rarely speaks to others. You don't often see such dedicated boys during high school. Who wouldn't have a soft spot for such young men? How dare Amour criticize her age? Sometimes she thought that perhaps due to the nature of the internet, she had a filter for her object of affection. But she had genuinely felt those heart-racing moments in the past. That must have been love, right? That tingling tension flooding her entire chest, those feelings were something Gu Jinji had never experienced before. So, for these moments alone, even now, Gu Jinji still hoped they could at least meet in person first and spend some time together. There were also other gossips in the group, like Zoe, who had been rather popular for a while recently. It seemed that she was with a fellow group member, and they'd already met in person. According to her boyfriend, Zoe was truly an extraordinary catch, both her appearance and figure were top-notch. The implied meaning was that she was also great in bed. Seeing the regretful and envious words of others in the group chat, Gu Jinji only felt a bit uncomfortable and nauseated. She remembered this person trying to add her as a friend a short while ago. Finding another target so quickly and starting to work hard immediately, isn't that just a clear case of a gold digger? Moreover, the group member Zoe chose usually stayed quiet in the group and seemed relatively old, actually being the leader of an entertainment company. As a colleague, Gu Jinji could detect signs from the rare content on the other person's social media. But all this was irrelevant to her now. Her personal problems remained unresolved. She wished instead that Amour would become proactive upon realizing how wealthy she was. The group messages came scattered and fragmentary. Gu Jinji had little patience left to continue reading them. Just as she intended to exit, she saw a new message where someone sighed. I just checked the calendar and suddenly realized that the 3-month CP formation activity we had in our group has expired. Now that I think about it, it seems that only the group owner and Amour are still holding strong, quite unexpected. Yes, I used to think they'd break up the fastest. Guess fate works in mysterious ways. But many of the twists afterward were unforeseeable. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, they're still in the group. Still hoping the group owner wakes up soon. Since learning about Gu Jinji's family assets, the group members had grown more lenient towards her. Occasional discussions about this couple subtly targeted Amour, given that Amour rarely spoke in the group. Upon seeing similar remarks again, Gu Jinji nearly forgot that her initial refusal of Amour's proposal to break up was just so she wouldn't lose face in the group. After all, 3 months had passed, if they were to separate now, it definitely wouldn't be a loss of face for him. Ever since Amour's fabricated family background was exposed in the group, opinions about him turned negative. Gu Jinji vaguely remembered that a long time ago, during his peak popularity, she suggested both of them leave the group so he wouldn't have to hear harsh words. After the incident happened, however, Amor didn't bring up leaving the group and in fact stayed quietly without retreating from the group. It seemed like he didn't care about the rumors swirling around him. Gu Jinji thought that if she were in his position, she would definitely leave because of shame. Sometimes, through certain actions or so-called truths, she would superficially judge Amor as an ordinary uncle who likes young boys, possibly even vain, but at other times, she would feel that he wasn't actually like that there was an indescribable quality about him beyond everyone's understanding. In any case, Gu Jinji definitely didn't want to break up now. She wanted to meet him. The messages sent during the day received no reply, confirming his earlier claim of being very busy. Gu Jinji tried not to assume ill intent toward her boyfriend and figured he might briefly reply after 10 p.m. but with a colder tone. Due to arrangements by the school administration and predictions that this year's exam would be harder, the school temporarily decided to hold the coming-of-age ceremony after the college entrance examination, thus drastically reducing the students' free time. During this period, her grandparents called her several times, their concern growing as their grandson had never been away from them for more than a few days. They lost interest in square dancing, spent their days tidying Lin Su's room, and bought him presents for after the college entrance exams. This made Lin Su feel warmly touched. There was nothing else. Gu Jinji didn't send any messages during the day either, perhaps due to work commitments. Every time he thought about this, Lin Su felt an unconscious pressure. The swap between his real-world identity and his online persona was extremely surreal. He hadn't decided how to handle the situation yet and certainly couldn't bring himself to suggest that perhaps they should break up, though he guessed the experience would disappoint the other person if they knew. Recalling how Gu Jinji addressed him last time in the alleyway, probably thinking of him as a child, if she ever found out he was Amor, she'd probably find it utterly embarrassing. Another evening before the college entrance exams, unlike many classmates cramming late into the night, Lin Su prepared to sleep according to his regular schedule. Before sleeping, he still checked his phone in the bathroom. Today, it seemed Gu Jinji was deliberately waiting for him, and soon after opening his phone, a message came through. Gu Jinji, irritated by the possibility that the other party might know about her existence but was staying silent, plus Amor showing no sign of reflection these past days, decided against her usual sweet calls of elder brother, since gentleness wasn't working at all. She directly said, "Amor, let's meet." As the senior high student was approaching the exams, talent scouts from entertainment companies would begin searching for suitable candidates to become trainees, especially in the capital where business would get busier. He couldn't stay in Jiangqing forever and clearly waiting for his boyfriend to take the initiative was impossible. This news was sudden and caught Lin Su completely off guard. He glanced at the note on the bathroom door reminding him to remain calm, momentarily feeling confused. Ah. Why so suddenly? Lin Su pursed his lips and asked. Gu Jinji sighed at his act and frankly said, "Hey, you know I'm in Jiangqing, right? You've spotted me, haven't you? And now you're avoiding me." Lin Su was even more surprised, both at Gu Jinji figuring out this matter and at how she bluntly voiced it. Wasn't there an unspoken rule in online relationships that if it felt inappropriate, one could simply be honest? "I'm not a college student, are you disappointed?" Gu Jinji no longer wanted to play mind games. It seemed she really didn't have the intelligence for it. After over a month, she still understood nothing and was genuinely trying to ask him clearly. At this point, Lin Su confirmed that Gu Jinji might truly believe he already realized the situation and wasn't testing him. Lin Su didn't know how to respond. Was he disappointed? Not particularly, but he did realize the significant gap between them, which would lead her to be disappointed. "I'm actually only 24, still younger than you. What's there to be disappointed about?" Seeing Lin Su hesitating to reply, Gu Jinji grew slightly annoyed and typed quickly, trying to convince the other person. This preemptively killed what Lin Su almost said, "Have you discovered me too?" So, Gu Jinji still didn't know that the online Amor was the man she'd seen multiple times, the one who referred to others as classmate or little kid. Lin Su fell silent again. "You know, we've been together for 3 months now, surpassing the initial active period. This is quite rare. Elder brother, don't you want to keep going?" Gu Jinji appealed with reason and emotion, insisting that Lin Su agree to meet up in person. And these words also woke Lin Su up. The event was over, it seemed. He had said at the beginning they'd explore each other first, and now, he indeed had the right to choose to step out. He didn't want their relationship to be too awkward, nor did he wish for Gu Jinji to feel humiliated. Lin Su spoke dryly, "Ji, maybe we should, still separate. We're unsuitable for each other, the activity has ended. I believe you can find better people in real life." Moreover, Lin Su had already seen Zoe's announcement in the group about being paired up. Thus, his original worries no longer existed, so Gu Jinji wouldn't get deceived again. Gu Jinji was startled, her phone falling from her hands. She only wanted to meet face to face, never expecting Amor would suddenly suggest breaking up. Was he really that dissatisfied with her? She thought she had a lot of money and looked decent. A sense of sadness began building inside Gu Jinji, making her nose feel a little stuffy. "I found you, you know. Brother, do you want me to personally go to your house and drag you out?" After taking a deep breath, Gu Jinji started trying to bluff him. Lin Su sighed helplessly and bitterly smiled. Ji was really a simpleton. "You won't do it." You have no idea who I am or how many times we've already met. Lin Su shook his head, so he wasn't afraid of Gu Jinji tracking him down. Defeat washed away the heartache at the bottom of Gu Jinji's heart. Confusedly, she wondered how the other party could be so sure. Desperate because he was pushed into a corner, without thinking, he blurted out, "Elder brother, you know I'm very wealthy. If I can't figure it out myself, I can hire someone to uncover your identity, don't push me." Gu Jinji refused to believe Lin Su felt nothing for her, she could sense every emotion behind his words. Lin Su hesitated, not having expected Gu Jinji to be this direct. Frowning, he asked, "But we haven't even met in person, only chatting online, how will you find me?" Gu Jinji inwardly thought, Amour was finally scared. Smugly, she responded, "Perhaps through IP or something like that, anyway, these were professional issues not requiring his concern." Embarrassingly lowering her eyes, she remembered saying before that she wouldn't act this way with her boyfriend, but there was simply no choice now. No matter what, he shouldn't think he could escape from her clutches. Lin Su fell silent again, unsure what he should do originally, yet the decision now appeared clearer. Their playful cyber love affair needed an ending, otherwise, it would turn into a joke. He hoped Gu Jinji wouldn't probe further about him, wouldn't find out he was that classmate. Lin Su also felt uncomfortable, suddenly understanding why many people wouldn't take online dating seriously at the start, it just never had an outcome. Gigi, after knowing who I am, you'll regret it. I'm not the mature man you imagine. He thought his age must seem overly childish to her, as ridiculous as encountering a grade schooler. Finally, Lin Su sent one last message and then numbly exited the group chat where both he and Gu Jinji were present. Glancing at her avatar one last time, he closed his eyes and deleted her, they only had this one means of contact. Even more radically, Lin Su directly cancelled his account. After all, he didn't have any particularly close friends there anyway, it almost felt like that account existed solely for her. If everything disappeared, perhaps he couldn't be tracked anymore. Finally taking this decisive step, Lin Su's hands trembled as he somehow got into bed. Insomnia set in, so he forced himself to rest, remembering tomorrow's college entrance exam. These few months, their interactions lacked much intimacy. For someone with Gu Jinji's background, it mightn't have seemed much like a romance either. Lin Su realized he wasn't much like a lover himself, after all, he wasn't skilled with words, wasn't someone who excelled at cheering others up, and it remained unclear how they'd come to today. Whenever Gu Jinji called him elder brother and teased him, it all seemed farcical. Lin Su could vividly imagine her expression if she ever discovered the truth. But to Lin Su, this truly marked his non-formalized first love. Now, it had to be strangled out right at its birth. Chapter 36. On June 7th, heavy rain poured down in Jiangcheng, and it seemed like a tradition for it to rain on college entrance exam days. During such an important day, the whole city was giving way to the examinees. Free mineral water was provided outside the test sites. On this day, countless unexpected events could occur, but even more heartwarming actions happened. Under the meticulous arrangements of their teachers, there would be no accidents like being late or forgetting admission tickets among the students from the affiliated high school. On this special day, the students had their own ways to handle the pressure. Before entering the examination room, Lin Su's homeroom teacher gave many reminders again, especially having a private conversation with Lin Su. Because the teacher noticed that Lin Su did not seem to be in good spirits, and upon closer inspection, one could see the faint black and bluish color under his eyes. "Lin Su, are you feeling a bit nervous?" the teacher asked out of concern. Lin Su shook his head. He saw the worry in Mr. Wang's eyes, so instead he consoled him by saying, "Teacher, I'm not nervous. Don't worry about me." Examinations were as routine as meals to him, he developed a habit that made him hard to be influenced by external factors. "All right then, good luck, Lin Su." The results of several mock exams and various tests had impressed the teacher to no end, almost considering them divine. Every year, half the chance for the top scorer in the science section in Jiangcheng rested in their school. This time, he hoped to have the same success among his students. One could say he was more anxious about this college entrance exam than Lin Su himself. A coming-of-age ceremony was soon to take place, coinciding with a dinner gathering for teachers and students. Among students, there was a popular saying, the purple robes represented the war garments of their school's honored teachers. The purple robes were also specially distributed ceremonial costumes by the school, elegant and dignified cheongsams for the female teachers, and perfectly tailored suits for the male teachers. In fact, all teachers were entitled to receive these outfits, yet in the eyes of the students, only those at the peak of their profession deserved to wear them and thereby represent the honor of the attached middle school, and admiration and acknowledgement towards the prestigious teachers of the experimental classes. Among the teachers themselves, didn't they crave the respect and recognition of their students? Teacher Wang had been teaching for over 20 years. It was only after much wandering and struggle in his 30s that he finally found his position here at the affiliated high school, and initially started as a regular class instructor before gradually taking up the role of a head teacher in recent years. If one of his students became a top scorer this time around, it would not only be his glory but also the representation of his ability, allowing him to hold his head high amongst his colleagues. While greeting other teachers in the school, his mind still secretly harbored expectations. The first subject tested was Chinese, where 150 minutes condensed the fruits of decades of arduous study by the students. The outside world also fervently debated about this year's national exam, anticipating the release of the Chinese test questions after the session ended. Lin Su sat in the exam room and after entering the state of concentration, cast away all distractions. After filling in his name and other required information, he scanned through the entire paper once, got a grasp of its difficulty, and then began answering calmly. It was so quiet in the exam room that one could only hear the sound of pens brushing against paper. The 150 minutes passed quickly, and it was soon time to hand in the papers. Lin Su had finished about 10 minutes ahead, but as with any large-scale examination, he spent the remaining time reviewing his answers carefully, eventually leaving the exam room amidst the crowd. The rain had stopped. Many candidates around him were complaining to classmates about wet shoes while others began discussing the test problems. Perhaps because of certain emotions deep within, Lin Su felt the college entrance examination no differently than any ordinary exam. Outside the testing venue, numerous journalists were already waiting, as the affiliated high schools' examination rooms were the largest and most central ones. Videos interviewing graduating students every year at this time garnered a lot of attention. Actually, Lin Su wasn't one of the earliest out, nor was he alone, yet somehow he was still pulled aside by a journalist. "Hello, student, may I ask you a few questions for an interview?" It was a fairly gentle female reporter. Lin Su pressed his lips together slightly and looked around. The journalist softened her tone again. "It will be quick, I promise not to disturb your rest, student." After she had already said that, Lin Su could only nod. He looked very calm. "Student, how do you feel about the difficulty of this year's Chinese test question?" she asked. Lin Su replied, "It was manageable." "So does that mean you're confident in your performance?" "Aha." Lin Su answered briefly. "Well, good luck with your upcoming exams." The journalist saw that Lin Su wasn't particularly enthusiastic and tactfully decided not to ask more. Just as Lin Su was about to leave, the journalist showed concern and said, "Student, get some good rest when you go home for lunch." Because she sensed this student's spirit wasn't quite elevated, possibly due to lack of sleep from excessive tension last night. Lin Su nodded, thanked her, and returned to his class's gathering point. They were able to eat in the school cafeteria, which was very convenient. Teacher Wang was still worried about Lin Su, but dared not inquire right away. He simply sat at Lin Su's table and accompanied him during the meal. After eating quietly for a few bites, Lin Su noticed the teacher's gaze and raised his head, saying, "Teacher, I performed pretty well." Only after Mr. Wang heard Lin Su's words did he feel relieved, and he nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that even he wasn't as calm as the students. Once the Chinese exam questions were officially released, they sparked heated discussions online. The questions that Lin Su deemed manageable were met with numerous complaints in the first comments section of the trending topic. "What kind of essay topic is this? I couldn't understand what it wanted me to do, thank goodness I graduated a few years ago. Thanks for inviting me, I'm a senior high school student this year and I am prepared to repeat a grade, crying. Our teacher said this year's difficulty was much higher than last year." Several interview videos from different regions also trended, with varying comments. As expected, Lin Su's interview video was among them, neither too hot nor too cold. However, the title included something about comic high school boys walk into reality, but in fact, there was nothing particularly interesting about the interview content. It lacked the confidence or humor shown by other candidates. His only advantage seemed to be his good looks. But because of this, the click-through rate was quite high, and all the comments mentioned it. "I came in expecting exaggeration, but this boy really looks like a comic character. He's so handsome. Judging from his expression, he doesn't seem very excited, did he not perform well? My heart aches for him. Many handsome guys indeed have average grades, after all, God can't give everything to one person." This video naturally also spread to a certain group, where many number zeros expressed concern for their younger brother. "What's wrong with the younger brother's expression? He doesn't look happy at all, I don't allow this. Did he underperform? That shouldn't be the case, his answers sounded confident enough. Besides, he's a top student. It feels like something happened, his behavior seems off. But I really feel bad for him." Amidst these messages, someone suddenly interjected, "What kind of top student is he? A few days ago, I saw on their school forum that a classmate from the international program said this boy used to be in the international program, with abysmal grades, hanging out with troublemakers from vocational high schools. Who knows how he got the reputation of being a top student? Only you people consider him precious, and rightly deserve to keep getting scammed." The one who said this was a young number one, who had long been tired of seeing all these number zeros constantly fawning over an ordinary person in the group. "You must be jealous, just say it directly. I'll make you believe it if you don't. Watch." Saying this, the boy reposted some old photos of Lin Su that had been uncovered, showing him as a dark, troubled teenager, completely different in demeanor from now. "No way. Is that true? Wait, did you just offend vocational high schools? I hate educational discrimination. Did you hear what I said? The key point is, troublemaker. How can you be so stupid? See for yourselves, he'll definitely reveal his true colors in the college entrance exams. He didn't perform well anyway, and all this talk about him being a top student, nonsense. I don't believe it. Younger brother Lin Su is not like that. I'll go find out more." The conversation grew somewhat unpleasant, so everyone began to shift topics. Gu Jinji sat staring blankly at the group chat, watching as they discussed someone familiar to her, but she felt too exhausted to type anything in defense. Soon the screen went black, reflecting her swollen eyes, resembling large walnuts. Gu Jinji hadn't eaten breakfast all morning, and hadn't slept all night. From shock and disbelief before midnight to anger and distress after midnight. She frantically tried to find any trace of the other person, but once blocked, she really found nothing. At the moment Amor left the group, Gu Jinji, as the group owner, received the message immediately. Is he an idiot? Gu Jinji cursed again, her voice slightly hoarse. How could he vanish into thin air like that? She weakly opened her phone again, seeing that some in the group had already noticed and started discussing it. Shit, I just noticed Amor left the group. Damn, what happened? Weren't they talking a few days ago about having mutual consent? The group owner hasn't said anything, I guess. Maybe the group owner kicked him out, since Amor is also a liar. Even though I liked Amor before, I still think he's unworthy of the group owner. Kicking him out was the right choice. The group owner is a truly wealthy person, why should he care for someone like that? Gu Jinji reading their discussion made her nose hurt, and she wanted to cry again. Nobody knew, she was the one who had been deleted. And more importantly, she didn't know what exactly annoyed the other person. Could it be because she said she would investigate? So Amor couldn't stand her controlling nature. After feeling miserable, Gu Jinji started to feel angry, believing herself to be extremely unlucky. It wasn't until lunchtime that she managed to muster up some energy, not to order food, but to call her older brother via video. At this time, her brother must not be working yet. So when Gu Chi finally saw his younger sister proactively contact him, he didn't even get a chance to comfort her before noticing Gu Jinji's swollen eyes. Were you beaten? Gu Chi's brow furrowed in alarm. Of course, Gu Jinji didn't put on airs in front of family. Feeling hurt, he burst into tears and wailed, "What nonsense are you talking about, brother? Can't you see I've been crying?" Gu Chi hadn't seen this tyrant cry for years. Folding his arms, he said, "Tell me what happened." "Brother. My boyfriend unfriended me. I've been feeling miserable all night, and we haven't even met yet, woo woo woo." Gu Jinji cried hysterically, looking quite fearsome. Gu Chi guessed it must be related to his online love boyfriend and coldly snorted, "I told you to break up with him. Yet you flew to Jiang City to meet him, serves you right." Still, the fact that he didn't scam your money or try anything sexual is somewhat unexpected. He thought his younger brother would have learned a harsh lesson, but it turned out there wasn't much damage, so that was fine. Wiping away his tears, Gu Jinji quietly rebutted, "I came here for work." Somehow, saying that made him feel less embarrassed. "Why did he unfriend you?" Gu Chi asked again. In theory, the guy should at least try to swindle some money first, otherwise, wasn't it a waste of time? Or maybe he couldn't stand his younger brother's temperament. Gu Jinji struggled for words, mumbling hesitantly, "I wanted to meet him in person, but he refused." "So then he unfriended you?" "No, after that I threatened him, telling him I'd investigate him." Gu Jinji scratched the back of his neck, suddenly realizing how foolish he sounded. He had thought that was part of the fun. Who knew Amor would get so angry? Besides, after such a long relationship, wanting to meet in person seemed completely reasonable. He wanted to meet in person, and Amor shouldn't just break up. Gu Chi was speechless, knowing how dumb his younger brother became once emotions got involved. "Did you really need to say that?" He sighed helplessly. "Brother, you're right, online relationships are not reliable at all. I shouldn't have done that, now I'm really upset. Brother, I'm so pitiful." Gu Jinji changed the subject and continued sobbing loudly. Although it was somewhat comical seeing a 24-year-old man like Gu Jinji crying to his elder brother, Gu Chi knew his younger brother had indeed invested some real feelings in this, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached out voluntarily or shed actual tears. "So now listen to me. Go home. If it's over, let it be over. Anyway, you haven't lost anything." Gu Chi raised an eyebrow and said. Gu Jinji pouted again, "From now on, I will never trust any man again. I only trust my brother." After hearing his younger brother's pledge, Gu Chi smiled contentedly, "A fall in a pit, a gain in your wit. But brother, can you introduce me to someone like a hacker, who specializes in digging up information? Isn't that what you guys do in business warfare all the time?" Gu Jinji awkwardly rubbed his hands and asked. Gu Chi looked at him in confusion. So he was making bold threats without having anyone ready. I just can't bear it. I want to see who he really is to dare to unfriend me, little brother." Gu Jinji stared at him. Gu Chi shook his head, speechless. "You regretted the online relationship earlier, didn't you?" "Absolutely, I've been truly hurt. Now I hate him. You know my character, brother, I just want to take revenge." Gu Jinji fervently defended himself. Gu Chi sighed helplessly, looking at him rather critically, "Are you sure?" Gu Jinji, "Of course." Gu Chi sighed again, exasperated. He looked at his younger brother unkindly, "Go find my assistant later. He'll explain things to you. But I hope from now on I won't see you as his ex-boyfriend." Gu Jinji, "Understood, brother." Then he hung up the phone and rushed anxiously to find his brother's assistant. Chapter 37. There was only one subject left in the college entrance examination, English, and the candidates were about to welcome a carefree summer vacation. Gu Jinji sat in front of the desk, staring blankly at a neatly arranged photo on the computer showing an 18-year-old male high school student in a school uniform. The boy in the picture had plenty of collagen on his face, looking both elegant and cold. He couldn't help but bite his arm again, leaving countless tooth marks on it. Gu Jinji started exhibiting some crazy symptoms after receiving the investigation materials. "You damn fool, Gu Jinji." He scolded himself with a troubled look on his face. Inconveniently, he once again recalled the ridiculous conversation he had with the hacker 001 that his brother introduced him to, a conversation that made him want to socially die every time he thought about it. 001, Master Gu, what kind of special person am I supposed to investigate? Is this person a friend or an enemy? Gu Jinji replied indifferently, nothing particularly special. It's different from the usual work my older brother gives you. I just want to investigate an ordinary adult man in his mid-20s from Jiangcheng. Someone on our side. Then he provided the few traces he currently had on the other party. 001, okay, what's the deadline? Gu Jinji, as soon as possible, preferably by tomorrow. Find out for me by then. The next day, Gu Jinji's email received a document. His eyelids were just recovering from the swelling, and he happily assumed that his brother was truly reliable for employing such talent. Eagerly, he opened the mail. 001, already found the high schooler you wanted to investigate. Data already sent to your email. Gu Jinji. At the moment he saw Lin Su's photo, the mouse fell from his hand with a snap. Gu Jinji could guarantee that if 001 knew that the person he asked them to investigate was his online love interest, he would be emo for a month. How embarrassing. 001, Master Gu, there's another issue. This person wasn't in Jiangcheng before age 6. It's difficult to find his previous history in a short period of time. Should I continue investigating? One might say he was extremely professional. Unfortunately, Gu Jinji was scared stiff and quickly closed the computer screen, unable to look at Lin Su's picture anymore. He pressed down on the table and took deep breaths, utterly terrified and completely unable to believe what he saw. Gu Jinji gave up and replied, don't bother. Not necessary at all. Go get your fee from my brother. Don't disturb me. The most important thing now was that his online boyfriend was a male high schooler 6 years younger than him, who was still taking the Gaokao. Gu Jinji needed a moment to process this revelation. A previously plain-looking common worker suddenly turned into a stunning scholar younger than himself, which made Gu Jinji feel rather dazed. He still couldn't believe it. His partner's name is Lin Su. The same guy he'd met so many times, the most memorable boy since moving to Jiangcheng. Gu Jinji bit his lip and instinctively went to wash his face in the bathroom, looking at his appearance and clothing in the mirror, appearing much more mature compared to the other. This was too surreal. Gu Jinji hastily searched for any information related to Lin Su. He didn't check the resume that 001 had sent over yet, instead, he remembered seeing extensive discussions and content about Lin Su in group chats and began going through each one. Familiar with the soul of Amor on the internet, he also had met Lin Su multiple times in real life and learned some stories about him from others' mouths. But he had never connected these two people together. The group seemed to have a significant number of dedicated fans discussing his boyfriend. Seeing the latest materials in the group chat, he vaguely remembered someone mentioning that Lin Su was a low-performing student in the international class a few months ago. That morning, a group member uncovered an interview video featuring Lin Su. According to that member, they spent a long time digging for it, but fortunately, it was found. Under normal circumstances, Gu Jinji would be mad at someone obsessing over his boyfriend like this, but this time, he temporarily forgave it and clicked inside carefully to watch. The background showed an empty classroom from the international class. When the reporter entered, the young man was tidying up his things. Subsequently, it played footage of the reporter asking questions and asking him to respond in English. The boy sitting before the camera, known as a poor student among classmates, coolly answered the reporter's questions in standard and elegant British pronunciation without blinking. He only looked a little cold. To others, this was a gratifying video debunking false rumors about Lin Su. But for Gu Jinji, when he heard Lin Su speak English, seeing his radiant presence, it confirmed beyond doubt the findings of 001. This young man, really was his boyfriend, Amor. He had always thought their voices were similar, but he never made that connection. Now, he clearly remembered how impressed he was by Lin Su's pronunciation when he corrected the foreign language homework to help him stand out that day. It left a deep impression, even leading him to adore such qualities in top students. It turned out his boyfriend was indeed a top student admired by everyone in his senior year of high school. Gu Jinji's mind became a tangled mess. At first, he felt extremely wronged and angry about Amor disappearing without a word. But now, he started to feel guilty. Calculating back, it was the day before the Gaokao when they last interacted, and he must have put immense pressure on his boyfriend. Besides, they weren't truly a real-life couple. How could he selfishly demand true intimacy? Of course, after discovering the truth about him, Lin Su would naturally feel deceived and choose to escape. That was only natural. After all, Lin Su's youth was just beginning, his best years ahead. With this complex emotion gnawing at him, Gu Jinji couldn't bear the burden alone but dared not share with his elder brother again. His brother would definitely scold him if he knew he forced a young boy into such a situation. Gu Jinji still cared about his dignity. Anxious, Gu Jinji called his childhood friend, Su Zhou, knowing this guy was perfect for offloading stress. What? Are you telling me your online lover is taking the Gaokao? Su Zhou shouted, incredulous at what he'd heard. Gu Jinji responded sheepishly, yeah, you dumbass, don't make such a fuss. Though lacking his usual assertiveness. Jinji. Look what you've done. I told you to investigate thoroughly, but now look, it's wasted so much of his study time. Are you even human? Su Zhou criticized openly, unable to suppress his disbelief that his good friend could be such an insensitive jerk. Gu Jinji didn't call for reprimands but ended up getting chewed out anyway. I even pressured him to meet in person right before the exam. Do you think I might have affected his performance? Gu Jinji worried more than anything else. Though wealthy, he also knew how challenging preparing for the Gaokao was, as he too worked hard for it in the past. For someone like Lin Su, an exemplary student excelling academically, the Gaokao mattered more than everything. Think about it yourself. Su Zhou coldly scoffed. Gu Jinji let go of any resentment toward Su Zhou's attitude. He anxiously declared, if he doesn't perform well, I'll take full responsibility for his retake. I'll hire tutors for him. That was the best compensation he could offer, hoping desperately that Lin Su wasn't adversely affected by him. You're decent for once. So what do you plan to do next? Go back and try to talk to him. Anyway, since he's already blocked you, it's better this way, you can secretly connect with his family to help him. Initially suspicious of Gu Jinji's intentions regarding his online relationship, Su Zhou now felt differently after learning his supposed partner was still in high school. Gu Jinji nervously fiddled with his fingers, silent for a moment. You've got to be kidding, are you really planning to pursue a much younger person? Wasn't this all just too far-fetched? Even Su Zhou as a bystander hadn't fully processed the situation. Gu Jinji frowned slightly, don't say it so disgustingly. We're already a couple, aren't we, and he's legal. Despite his initial shock, Gu Jinji had now come to accept the reality that Amor and Lin Su were one and the same. Every night and day, this was the person accompanying him. Moreover, Lin Su had figured out his identity long before them. Gu Jinji didn't care about the embarrassment anymore, he cherished their bond. I'll lay it out clearly for you. Haven't you met him many times in the real world? Could it be you actually developed feelings for him in the real world? Su Zhou sarcastically remarked, believing Gu Jinji didn't know the first thing about love and was merely muddling around. Gu Jinji shot back irately, in the real world, I'd know he's still in high school, I wouldn't dare harbor any feelings for him, are you dumb or what? Also, you should know I'm not one who judges solely by looks. Falling for someone based on appearance is ridiculous. I enjoy the feeling of being with him, his soul resonates with me. If we continue interacting, I believe I will genuinely appreciate his real self, Gu Jinji stuttered, attempting to explain something even he struggled to articulate fully. His goal was to prove he wasn't joking. Giving up meant heartache for him. In summary, ever since he learned Amor was Lin Su, realized all that Amor did was Lin Su himself doing, and grasped the reasons behind Lin Su's certain behaviors during their encounters, Gu Jinji started to develop genuine feelings towards him regardless of his age. It was inherently difficult to clarify these emotions. Lin Su just hadn't given him the chance to understand him deeply yet. You're crazy, Su Zhou sighed eventually. Fine, no need to tell you more. My boyfriend is finishing the exam soon, and I need to figure out a way to chat with him. With that, Gu Jinji abruptly hung up. Gu Jinji recalled the promise he made to his brother and felt a little awkward, but it wasn't the first time. Would his brother disown him? He chuckled at the thought. Reflecting on every encounter with his young boyfriend, they were all quite embarrassing, making Gu Jinji's cheeks flush alternately red and pale. Remembering that the board of directors in the capital had been urging him to return, Gu Jinji pouted and hastily contacted his assistant, asking her to handle things for now. His boss had more important personal matters to attend to and would be back later. Thinking about soon meeting Lin Su as someone entirely different, Gu Jinji was filled with unfamiliarity and anxiety. He didn't know what to say, he certainly couldn't keep calling him brother. Ugh, Lin Su would probably think he was gross. Gu Jinji shuddered lightly, finding it somewhat amusing. But then thinking about the Gaokao, his smile gradually faded. From what he overheard earlier, Lin Su might not have performed well. At the time, he was lost in his own world, and now that he knew this, he too felt terrible. It was his fault for pushing so hard when the other was already stressed about the exam. Gu Jinji sighed, thinking to himself, let the boy finish his exams and rest well. He'd wait a couple of days before seeing him, and they could work out solutions together. He was the domineering tycoon after all, wasn't there anything he couldn't resolve? He could accompany Lin Su for another year of studying and retaking the exams before diving into a serious relationship. During this period, he wouldn't bother his boyfriend, refraining from chatting excessively. 19 and 25, not such an outrageous gap, right? Gu Jinji figured if he found the real-life Lin Su equally attractive, he could definitely wait. Chapter 38. The college entrance exam was over, and with a surge of people leaving various testing rooms, their 3 years of youth had come to an end. Students returned to the dormitory to pack up, preparing to go home. Lin Su and his former deskmate Yushan exchanged well wishes. She wanted to apply for a foreign language program with dreams of becoming a diplomat, possibly choosing her ideal foreign language school. I'm quite confident this time, as many of the question types were ones you explained to me before. Thank you, Lin Su. Yushan was completely at ease. She felt it was fortunate to have once had such a deskmate who had helped her a lot. From now on, she would pursue her own ideals. This was just the beginning of life's journey. Knowing that this person never made mistakes on exams, Yushan didn't hesitate to talk with him. All of this is thanks to your hard work. I look forward to seeing the future diplomat comrade Yushan. Lin Su smiled slightly, his lips curling. Still, a faint trace of sorrow lingered in his eyes, making him even more mysterious and charming. Finally, Teacher Wang came to offer a few comforting words and only calmed down after learning that Lin Su had performed consistently well. Lin Su went home as he had come, with a bag on his back, but worry lingered in his heart. He deliberately detoured far around the mall and hotel, taking a long route home by bus. This wasn't his first time taking the college entrance exam, yet the emotions of graduation began to seep into his heart. In the 3 months before the college entrance exam, he had embarked on an unknown and extraordinary adventure, which was now returning to normalcy after the exam ended. After returning home and receiving care from his grandparents, Lin Su still couldn't help but ask softly, "Grandma, did anyone come looking for me these past couple days?" Without mentioning the handsome man or giving a specific description, he faced Grandma's puzzled inquiry. "No, did any friend need to visit you for something?" Lin Su smiled, shook his head, and said, "Grandma, I'll rest for a while." Yes, this was normal. After withdrawing unilaterally, Gu Jinji probably shouldn't be bothered with unnecessary memories. It was just a game after all. Lin Su sat beside the desk in his room and stared at the watch carefully placed in the box for a long time. In a few days, when he could confirm Gu Jinji had left, he'd send it back. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone to receive it. He powered on his phone, which had been off for a long time. His WeChat account had already been cancelled, so he didn't know if anyone had messaged him, though familiar acquaintances had sent text messages congratulating him on finishing the college entrance exam. Some were from his brother, father, and mother, others from Mao Jun and Yang Zixuan. There seemed to be one strange number that Lin Su didn't recognize. When he clicked into the message, the sender only wrote, "Happy graduation, rest well," for a couple of days after the exam. Lin Su couldn't guess who it was and didn't reply. "Little Su, your brother said that after your results are out and your application forms filled, we will travel to the capital to play, and your application forms will be filled out there too," Lin's grandmother said kindly after knocking and entering to sit by his bedside. Lin Su hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to say it was good or not. Originally, he was very willing to go, and he also planned to attend a school in that area. Now. Okay. He reluctantly accepted it. The capital was vast, and their social circles would differ entirely, making it unlikely they'd meet again. As for these days, he wasn't sure how to spend them. He didn't want to go out much either. Just then, a phone call came through. Under his grandmother's gaze, Lin Su answered the call. It was Wu Zijuan, the athlete. "Su Gu, I feel like I did well this time. With my professional scores, I'll definitely get into a decent school, all thanks to you." What he meant was that Lin Su occasionally tutored him in the school pavilion. No problem. Seeing everyone do well, Lin Su was very happy and felt touched by the joy spreading around. "By the way, Su Gu, my birthday happens to be the first day of the college entrance exam. But because of the test, I didn't celebrate it then. Now my mom says she wants to give me a proper 18th birthday celebration. Do you want to come to my birthday party? My mom also really wants to meet you. It's just that my home isn't in Jiangchen, I came here for high school. My home is in the neighboring city, but it's not far, just 2 to 3 hours by car. If you can come, I'll pick you up tomorrow, and I can take you around to play at my place. You can see the sea." Lin Su hesitated somewhat. A birthday party. Such situations always made him uncomfortable, and moreover, he didn't know Wu Zijuan's friends from his hometown, let alone his friends. He originally wanted to decline. However, he thought it might be good to temporarily leave Jiangchen during this period. It was also the other's 18th birthday, and some encounters might be inevitable otherwise. Seeing Lin Su hesitating a little, Lin's grandmother assumed her grandson had never been away from home alone, with the family always limiting him to return by 10 o'clock at night, let alone sleeping outside. Thus, Grandma Lin spoke on his behalf. "Is this a friend of ours? Xiao Su can go. After the college entrance exam is over, it's good for you all classmates to hang out and play together. Staying cooped up at home all the time isn't healthy." She was referring to how Lin Su enjoyed staying at home. "All right then. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and take you back to my place." Since that was settled, Lin Su reluctantly accepted as well. All right. If he found himself uncomfortable later, he could just sit quietly in a corner for a while. But he did need to prepare an adult birthday gift for Wu Zijuan. Just as he thought about this, his grandma took out quite a few 100 yuan notes from her pocket and shoved them into his hand. "Xiao Su, take this money to buy your classmate a present. Your grandpa and I had planned to buy you what you like after your college entrance exam finishes. We'll discuss it when you come back." Lin Su felt touched for a moment. In his past life, his allowance wasn't counted, and he could use whatever amount he wanted. Now, although the family wasn't extremely wealthy, every sum of money came hard-earned. But he didn't refuse because he was still a student now and indeed had no money on him. Only after the results of the college entrance exam would there seem to be some reward given by the city. "Thank you, Grandma," Lin Su said obediently. For a moment, he thought of Gu Jinji. Their gap was truly too great, he wouldn't indulge in baseless daydreams anymore. He should focus on planning the career for this life instead. At 8 o'clock in the morning, incessant ringing began near Gu Jinji's ear, but he slept so soundly that he kept missing the calls. In his dreams, it seemed like Lin Su's innocent yet cold face showed up again, and he was acting the same way toward him, which made him angry. Still, he didn't dare approach willingly and started to feel uneasy. This anger was reflected in Gu Jinji's temper upon waking. Until 9 o'clock, as he became more awake, he finally answered the call. "What is it?" He scratched his messy bed hair. The extreme fluctuations in his emotions these past 2 days left him exhausted mentally and physically. "Mr. Gu, I've been checking the house you asked me to monitor, and early this morning, a boy with a backpack left." Gu Jinji mulled over it for a moment before snapping back to reality. "Grass, where did he go?" His eyes widened as he asked. He thought that his boyfriend would stay at home resting peacefully after finishing the college entrance exam. Believing himself wrong, he felt ashamed to disturb immediately, fearing Lin Su might get upset seeing him. But who knew the other person left the next day? "I don't know, but he got onto a stretched Lincoln, though I already have someone tracking him down." "Good job," Gu Jinji hurriedly got out of bed, restless. "Why didn't you wake me up when he left?" Gu Jinji complained, naturally assuming the guy wasn't reliable despite earning such a high salary. "Mr. Gu. I've been calling you for an hour straight." It clearly wasn't his fault. Is that right?" Gu Jinji felt a little guilty, thinking to himself that due to his lazy habit of oversleeping, he might miss many things. From now on, he must change. "Alright, inform me the moment you have any news." Gu Jinji hung up the phone. He carefully considered the man's words earlier, stretched Lincoln. It certainly wasn't anyone from Lin Su's own family taking him out. It couldn't possibly be. Gu Jinji clenched his fists, blushing red from anger. Had his boyfriend met someone new, someone around his age, with plenty of money, and started a campus romance? The thought made Gu Jinji feel miserable. This scenario seemed too plausible, especially since he had witnessed how popular Lin Su was. No. He couldn't wait any longer. He would passionately apologize and force the young boy to forgive him. He hadn't agreed to a breakup, so they were obviously still dating. Gu Jinji never understood that divorce isn't solely determined by one party wanting it. Meanwhile, Lin Su was nearing his destination. Once on the car, he realized Wu Zijuan's family circumstances were rather good. Nevertheless, Lin Su didn't display much surprise, considering his previous family background also ranked among the top. Not only was Lin Su on the car, but there were several other classmates Wu Zijuan got along with well. Reflecting on it now, it wasn't surprising, intentionally picking up good friends for a birthday gathering, covering everything, even if it was a coming-of-age ceremony, an ordinary household would definitely not make such a big deal of it. However, Wu Zijuan knew that Lin Su disliked talking much, so he consistently paid attention to him. Even Wu Zijuan's mom had developed a good impression of this boy who helped her son with studies. After all, Lin Su looked like the typical scholarly gentleman, exactly the image of someone excelling academically. On the other hand, the other boys were all tall and noisy sports students, very lively. "You're called Lin Su, right? Thank you for helping our Wu Zijuan study. You must have put a lot of effort into it." Mrs. Wu exuded elegance and grace, full of sophistication. Lin Su began feeling restless from the moment he boarded this car. Facing inquiries from elders, all he could do was modestly reply, "I didn't exert much effort, he's clever on his own." Besides, Wu Zijuan had helped him a lot as well. Thinking about the past when he felt shy and anxious while sending Chi his six-pack abs photos, Lin Su fell silent again. Wu Zijuan's mom chatted with him for a few minutes and then let them boys play on their own. Worried that Lin Su might feel bored, Wu Zijuan took the initiative to mediate and introduce everyone so they could get familiar with each other. The friends he invited were all very nice and had good relations with him. He said, "Don't look at Brother Su like a well-bred scholar, in fact, he has an incredible body. Moreover, he is exceptionally awesome because he managed to build up his abs in just 2 months of training. The key thing is that he seldom exercised before but had a lot of perseverance. And it didn't affect his studies. Wow, we actually know Brother Su, always number 1 on the honor board. It's amazing you can befriend someone like him." The atmosphere became lively as some boys started clamoring to feel Lin Su's abs, which was a way to show friendliness. Lin Su thought they were all pretty generous-hearted. Still, he couldn't help but smile helplessly and pushed away the person trying to touch him. Refusing this kind of request usually led to some awkwardness. Wu Zijuan suddenly remembered something. "You shouldn't be touching Brother Su," then he whispered near his ear, "He already has a boyfriend, and only his boyfriend is allowed to touch his abs." He didn't dare let his mother hear this, though Lin Su guessed what he said by reading his lips. Lin Su lowered his eyes slightly, not bothering to explain either. Maybe he wanted to avoid making the atmosphere uncomfortable. After knowing that his sexual orientation was male and he already had a boyfriend, they realized it would be inappropriate to act too familiarly. If his partner found out, wouldn't he be jealous? They changed the topic and began chatting about something else. However, they were quite curious about Lin Su's boyfriend. What kind of person could win the affection of someone like him? Wu Zijuan's coming-of-age ceremony was grand indeed. Not only did his family organize a formal banquet with relatives present, but also held a birthday gathering with friends. As young people, they decided to go to the most expensive nightclub nearby for dancing. They planned to party all night. Lin Su was seated in a sea-view room and received thoughtful care from the Wu family. Wu Zijuan also didn't need him to participate in social activities, giving him leisure time. During the day, he went shopping at the mall to pick out a gift that he could give later that evening. This was one of the rare occasions Lin Su had visited a bar. Counting both lives, every time he came here, it was due to group gatherings where he couldn't say no. When left alone, he could still feel quite comfortable. Lin Su sat in the farthest corner. In the busy bar full of various social individuals and not just them, there had been talk of reserving a private room, but everyone decided against it because they believed private space would limit the fun. Additionally, this place featured an outstanding female DJ who added to the allure. Among Wu Zijuan's friends were others with similar wealthy backgrounds who did not recognize Lin Su. Therefore, naturally, they did not concern themselves with him. To be realistic, although Lin Su was handsome and academically excellent, most affluent families valued compatibility, thus eliminating the need for flirtation. Upon quietly learning about Lin Su's background, they chose to remain quiet without letting Lin Su overhear anything so as not to make him uncomfortable. Wu Zijuan truly considered him a good friend. Finally reaching the gift-giving part, Wu Zijuan wanted to accept Lin Su's gift first. Thus, Lin Su reluctantly got up from his corner holding the present. With his tall stature and striking looks, Lin Su stood out magnificently among the crowd. As he approached the central location where Wu Zijuan was, he felt somewhat stiff while handing over his gift under the gaze of many. Happy birthday, keep working hard in university. Lin Su's style limited his greetings to these simple words. But Wu Zijuan was deeply moved. He knew Lin Su wasn't the type to have many friends, his willingness to attend was already proof of respect. Under such an ambience, tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't resist hugging Lin Su tightly. I understand, thank you, brother Su. Stay in touch. He patted Lin Su's back. Lin Su nodded and just as he was about to pull away, he glanced around nervously since he wasn't used to being watched by so many people. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadowy figure in a dim corner. The person lazily wore a hoodie, slumped into the sofa as the booth was otherwise empty. Half of the face was hidden in the darkness. Although unclear, Lin Su sensed a piercing gaze. Subsequently, the person slowly straightened up, staring at him with a cold look. Who else could it be but Gu Jinji? Out of instinct, Lin Su pushed Wu Zijuan away, as if he were doing something secret behind someone's back. His heart raced wildly, and he began to panic. How could he run into him so coincidentally? Could it be just a coincidence? What's wrong, brother Su? Are you worried your boyfriend will know and get jealous? My big size isn't worth worrying about. Moreover, he isn't here, why should you worry? Wu Zijuan released him, joking around casually. Being a typical straight man, Wu Zijuan found Lin Su's nervous reaction amusing. Lin Su stiffly shook his head, thinking that this joke was not funny at all because he really did come. Chapter 39. Shit. Get together, get together. After Lin Su pushed away, everyone realized the passionate scene and found it amusing, so they started to cheer them on. Even in the noisy bar, their voices were loud enough for people around to hear. Lin Su became even more embarrassed. This time, it wasn't mainly because of social anxiety, he realized his ex-partner from an online relationship was at the scene. The situation was truly mortifying. A faint blush appeared on his usually cold and calm face due to the embarrassment. At first, Wu Zijuan didn't think there was anything wrong with such obvious jokes since it was his birthday. He wanted everyone to be happy and have fun. However, since he was close to Lin Su, seeing a trace of hesitation in his expression, he gestured a stop. All right, stop joking around. A big strong guy like me wouldn't be attractive to brother Su. But his voice was too weak compared to the noise in the bar, and the cheering continued for a short while before stopping. After giving the gift, Lin Su stepped back from the center circle and hid in the crowd, feeling more at ease. He initially had the inclination to leave directly, but on the one hand, today was his good friend's birthday, and on the other hand, although he felt awkward, there was no need to run away. Gu Jinji might have seen him or maybe not. The other party might know who he was or might not know. In any case, they no longer had any relationship now, as he had proposed to split up. It was just coincidental that they encountered each other at the same bar. He would deal with his own embarrassment quietly without causing a fuss. Meeting an ex-boyfriend has always been an embarrassing thing. Lin Su sat emotionlessly in the corner, counting the time, with a cold and clear atmosphere that didn't fit well here. Even in the bar, his posture was very upright, without leaning around, a habit cultivated since childhood. Occasionally, he couldn't help but glance at the direction he noted earlier to see if Gu Jinji had left, but his view from this position was not good, and he could see nothing. Unavoidably, his heart was beating fast, which was not due to the music. The whole world knows that online relationships are unreliable and akin to playing around. Lin Su may have been foolish to blame himself at first for not taking it seriously enough. Now, even though they had broken up, his mood was not easily relieved. Especially when the other party suddenly appeared around him. No matter whether the other side was disappointed or indifferent, Lin Su couldn't do anything about it now. Gu Jinji heard the group's cheers and almost got furious, feeling unpleasant inside. That bulky man seemed much more mature than him. How come he fell short of the comparison? So deep down, he didn't believe there could be any hidden relationship between them. He was certain Lin Su saw him, and the other person's expression seemed to change slightly, although very inconspicuously. But he thought Lin Su must be touched inside and obviously still had feelings. Therefore, Gu Jinji even sat up straighter and thought if Lin Su had any common sense, he would definitely take the initiative to come over. They had already met several times, they weren't strangers. What was there to be embarrassed about? But after waiting for more than 20 minutes, there were still only other men and women chatting around him, and Gu Jinji grew impatient. He frowned and stretched out his long legs as if wanting to stand up to do something, then changed his pose into crossing his legs. He updated his best friend with real-time information through messages. Why hasn't he come to me after seeing me? Gu Jinji's fingers flew fast across the screen, nervous yet puzzled inside. No, you got it wrong. That guy broke up with you, and being a high school student, he surely doesn't want anything to do with you. Besides, aren't you supposed to go to him instead? These last few days, Shujo was quite annoyed by all these stupid questions from this old six. Fuck off. Gu Jinji's face looked angrier, furious at the other end cursing him. There we go, he started swearing again. Was this the infatuated Gu heir Xiao who lost his head? So why don't you take the lead? Aren't you the mighty second son of the Gu family? Speaking of which, if this big brother forcefully took what he wanted, Shujo would have considered the matter simple. But he was different towards outsiders, ready to throw punches, but around the ones he liked, he started acting dumb. After several deep breaths, Gu Jinji turned a little red and said sheepishly, I feel shy. Saying this, he glanced over at Lin Su again. We've met so many times before, he's seen all my awkward moments, I'm embarrassed, feel shy. Gu Jinji admitted guiltily. His leg was trembling worse now. After knowing Lin Su saw him early on, the shame inside him wouldn't stop growing. Originally coming with great bravado, upon seeing Lin Su, he began to lose his courage inside. Then leave, it'll be a clean break, don't hesitate. That's absolutely not possible. You, idiot, are full of bad ideas. Gu Jinji shook his head immediately, finding this guy utterly useless. Turning off his phone, Gu Jinji mentally designed how he would make an entrance. He stood confidently in front of Lin Su, forcibly pulling him over to claim ownership in front of everyone. Then his boyfriend also looked at him tenderly and admitted he shouldn't have proposed the breakup, ready to be as forgiving as before. Or better yet, he simply sat next to Lin Su, dominantly saying to him, I found you, you can't escape now. After all, though his boyfriend was young and taller than him, he wasn't as good at fighting as Gu Jinji. Before he could finish imagining, there seemed to be some trouble brewing from the other side. Originally scratching his head nervously, Gu Jinji's face grew more serious, with a somewhat menacing glare. Wu Zijuan and his group were unlucky, on such a joyful day, they encountered trouble. It turned out one of Wu Zijuan's female friends accidentally stepped on someone else's foot. Though she had already apologized and was willing to compensate, that person clearly had the look of a thug and had brought along some accomplices. Seeing the girl was pretty, he became unreasonable and wanted to grope her. Another boy had an explosive temper, so somehow he ended up wrestling with them, quickly escalating into what seemed like a brawl. As the host, Wu Zijuan couldn't let the situation get worse, plus it would affect others in the bar, so he suggested going outside to discuss properly. So both groups angrily left the bar. Seeing this, Lin Su naturally frowned and followed. Though they had a few athletes in their group, they also had many girls. If it came to actual fighting, they surely wouldn't stand a chance against those ruffians. Sure enough, once outside the bar, Wu Zijuan, being tall and sturdy himself, faced the street toughs more courageously than others, thus initiating a conversation. Even if it meant spending money to resolve the issue, it was fine. At first, everyone thought the matter might not be too serious. However, after he hadn't said a couple of sentences, the blonde punk spat and then without warning kicked him hard. The kick was severe, Wu Zijuan's knee swelled instantly, and he immediately knelt down, shocking everyone and making them hesitant to approach further. The blonde punk smirked arrogantly, what do I care about your immature kid wanting to negotiate with me? He was drunk and throwing a drunken tantrum. His companions, seeing these students' cowardice, laughed wildly, all reeking of alcohol. He wanted to kick Wu Zijuan more, but Wu Zijuan forcibly got up and retaliated, although it didn't cause much damage to the blonde punk. Other fiery boys joined the fray. They told the other girls to hide where there were more people. Things happened so suddenly, leaving no time for anything else. A gangster immediately attacked, and Lin Su also joined the fight. In a moment, neither side gave ground. Suddenly, Wu Zijuan grunted lowly as his knee was viciously kicked again, and the hooligan took the opportunity to stomp on his back, creating an urgent situation. Lin Su glanced over, but the gangster facing him noticed his distraction and prepared to attack. Suddenly, the gangster confronting Lin Su was kicked away, before Lin Su could even realize what happened. Glancing aside, Lin Su saw a man wearing a brand-name hoodie favored by younger men standing next to him, giving a kick to the fallen gangster on the ground. Being so close, their arms touched, and Lin Su could feel the warm body heat emanating from Gu Jinji, which momentarily blanked out his mind. This kind of scene had occurred not long ago, but their relationship now was completely different. Under the tension, Lin Su still regarded Gu Jinji merely as a classmate. But Gu Jinji, looking askance at Lin Su, appeared detached and cool, yet in reality, felt tense internally. All the rehearsed lines had vanished from his mind, unable to say any words, as if struck dumb. Gu Jinji stared at Lin Su's clear eyes, clumsily opened his mouth, and instinctively asked bluntly, "Is that guy your lover?" The tone was aggressive and sharp, barely maintaining the maturity and aura suitable for his age. Gu Jinji pointed stylishly towards Wu Zijuan. And the little thugs opposite had been startled by his previous kick, realizing at once that he was obviously skilled in martial arts, not just a show-off with muscles. Lin Su stared blankly. Looking at Wu Zijuan, he immediately shook his head violently, feeling absurd and was embarrassed by the shameless words used. Yet this brief exchange with Gu Jinji made him feel awkward and strangely magical. Hearing Gu Jinji's voice again stirred something in him. Having received an answer, Gu Jinji seemed satisfied, said nothing more, rolled up his sleeves, and charged forward. Lin Su also realized right away that Gu Jinji did not address him as classmate or kid this time. So the other party knew his identity. Amidst the chaos, continuous shrill screams echoed through this deserted alleyway. Wu Zijuan had been rescued earlier, standing among the other bruised boys beside Lin Su, looking at the beaten social thugs and that dashing figure in the distance. After a moment of silence, he asked Lin Su, "Shit, is this guy your friend? He's so fucking handsome. He must be trained." Lin Su touched the bruise on his left cheek, looked at their admiring eyes, and felt complicated, unsure of how to respond. Wu Zijuan groaned in pain and clicked his tongue. "How come I've never heard of you having such a silent but deadly friend?" He was handsome, skilled, and had an excellent sense of brotherhood. Lin Su hadn't expected Gu Jinji to help them after learning that he was a Moor, let alone not turning around to beat them up instead. He pressed his lips together. "You have heard of him." At this moment, Gu Jinji had just finished with the last one, casually brushing his hands. His strength was appropriately controlled, it would take a few days to recover as a form of punishment. But when he turned around and saw Lin Su and his friends staring at him, Gu Jinji suddenly became self-conscious again. He sauntered over confidently, crossed his arms, and eyed Lin Su. "Wow, bro, you were awesome just now. Are you Lin Su's friend? Are you his older brother?" They all gathered around asking questions. Gu Jinji wasn't satisfied with these guesses, but thinking about his actual age and realizing looking younger wouldn't change anything, he glared at Lin Su, waiting to see how he'd respond. Lin Su's ears turned red from being stared at. It was truly awkward that his ex-boyfriend had come to his rescue. And now they met again, he got beaten. So he mumbled quietly in response to Wu Zijuan's earlier question, "I asked for your help before because of him." The others didn't understand, neither did Gu Jinji, who looked completely perplexed. Only Wu Zijuan widened his eyes in disbelief, then began feeling guilty. This man, could he possibly be Lin Su's boyfriend? Holy shit. What exactly did he do today? Would he be able to return home unscathed? Chapter 40. Alright, you little brats, move aside. Big brother, don't keep circling around. Wu Zijuan quickly intervened when he saw a group of boys still surrounding Gu Jinji, intensely discussing how he had just used his moves and whether they could learn a few tricks from him. Though Wu Zijuan realized that this brother was actually Lin Su's boyfriend, he hadn't dared to get too close yet. He noticed something off about the atmosphere between the two. Lin Su especially seemed like a mouse facing a cat, perhaps because they'd had a quarrel. With all the foolish things he had done today, Wu Zijuan absolutely did not want to offend Gu Jinji anymore, or else he feared he would truly face consequences. Better to let his brother Lin figure it out himself. Wu Zijuan subtly pushed Lin Su closer to Gu Jinji while positioning himself further away with the other boys. Both Lin Su and Gu Jinji's hearts skipped a beat as their arms accidentally brushed, stiffening in tension. Together, they surprisingly looked quite well matched. The youth stood tall and slender in simple attire, his clear-cut face taut, with a bruise on his left cheek resembling a silent, loyal dog, whereas the other young man appeared dignified and carefree, with a touch of red on his fingers, currently glancing sideways with a pout, much like an arrogant high-end brand cat. One brainless, one perpetually upset. They were standing so close, yet neither dared make eye contact. "Let's go find the girls," Wu Zijuan suggested casually, rubbing his knee, mainly to give them some private space for Lin Su to explain earlier events. After all, between him and Lin Su, things just felt weird. "Shouldn't you go to the hospital first?" Lin Su asked worriedly after witnessing the beating Wu Zijuan endured, knowing that the force wasn't light. What if there were after effects? Wu Zijuan dreaded his concern now since, after those words, he noticed the man beside Lin Su raising an eyebrow slightly. I'm fine. I know my own body, and I'm almost good already. If there's anything, we have a family doctor at home." Brother Su, stop worrying. Wu Zijuan hastily kicked his legs a bit. Only then did Lin Su nod and fall back into silence. Seeing them head off to find others, he followed along. Gu Jinji glanced sideways at him, then irritably tagged along as well. Walking through the bustling marketplace and confirming everyone was unharmed eased their minds. It had been quite a scare-free evening. Brother Su, we're heading to the KTV. I know you dislike noisy places, why don't you rest at home first? Wu Zijuan hurriedly urged when he noticed Gu Jinji following closely behind, clearly dissatisfied. Why was Lin Su being so foolish? Ordinarily, Lin Su would have left instantly, but tonight carried more daunting encounters ahead. He still wasn't quite comfortable looking at Gu Jinji, feeling awkward beyond compare. However, since Wu Zijuan put it that way, he realized he must confront this situation sooner or later today. Alright, you guys enjoy yourselves, Lin Su waved goodbye. It wasn't until the group had moved far enough away that Wu Zijuan dared speak up. You don't know how scared I was earlier. That guy is Brother Su's partner, and all of you were rushing in blindly. What? So Lin Su really swings that way? That's right. You guys cheered in the bar earlier, he must have heard everything. I'm sure Brother Su's going to be in trouble tonight. Lin Su struck gold. His partner looks like a rich second generation, with a net worth probably reaching hundreds of thousands. Also, appears quite refined. One girl familiar with brands exclaimed in shock. You don't understand. Brother Su has excellent grades, destined for a bright future, don't judge people with such shallow eyes. Everyone thought silently, from now on, no one will dare look down on him. If they can stay together, indeed there's limitless potential ahead. Nevertheless, Wu Zijuan thought it made perfect sense for Lin Su to remain pure for someone like this. Those kids back in school, both male and female, couldn't match the charm of a mature man. And what Wu Zijuan called a mature man, along with a high school student, now stood together on a noisy street unsure how to initiate conversation. Rarely did they manage a brief glance at each other, a sensation utterly different from every prior encounter. Neither brought up past incidents by mutual consent. After all, opening old wounds could ruin the mood of the evening entirely. Two online scammers. The so-called mature man who had just taken his college entrance exam days ago, while the seemingly innocent, fragile college boy, was not only successful in business but had also demonstrated impressive combat skills just moments ago. Lin Su couldn't even mention breaking up first. This would undoubtedly add another blemish to his record against Gu Jinji's. Faced with the composed youth with tightly pursed lips, it was Gu Jinji's impatience that broke the ice first. He held himself with dignity, saying, I arrived unexpectedly, and I'm uncertain how tonight should proceed. Occasionally glancing at Lin Su. Compared to the sickly sweet voice he had on the internet, Gu Jinji sounded much more normal now. His tone was originally on the sweeter side but deliberately modulated to add a hint of magnetism, seeming to better fit his identity. Yet, it wasn't as completely cold and ruthless as when he worked either, though even that coldness was mostly an act. This statement carried a lot of implications. Why did he show up out of nowhere? Was it because of Lin Su? So what were his intentions? Was he here to assign blame or? Lin Su's mind involuntarily processed all this information without asking outright. Either side revealing their past scams would ruin the atmosphere. Thus, he could roughly understand Gu Jinji's meaning, it was indeed for him, but didn't say something stupid like, then let's book a hotel. If anything, Gu Jinji surely knew how to book a hotel himself, he didn't lack money, nor did he need reminding. Lin Su felt both awkward and inexplicably excited at this moment. That Gu Jinji still came to find him implied perhaps he didn't care about their age and status differences, even if those existed objectively. If Gu Jinji didn't care, the pressure in Lin Su's heart seemed to vanish. He hadn't thought of using Gu Jinji's power and status like the scoundrel in the original story, so he wouldn't take advantage of him either. They led separate lives most days, so whether they were together boiled down only to whether they were comfortable with each other. However, this appeared to be the biggest difficulty now. Their first formal meeting turned out to be rather awkward, yet coincidentally, both were enduring it silently. Or, come spend the night at my place. Lin Su's words rang like thunder in calm skies. Given his usual character, such invitations were absolutely impossible under any other circumstances. However, considering that it was Gu Jinji, it actually seemed quite reasonable. He was merely shifting the closeness they shared online slowly into reality. Of course, the highlight was that his room was a twin bedroom, staying together as roommates for one night, shouldn't be too extreme. Especially given the unusual times, Lin Su found himself forced to make a step forward. He didn't want to be the one to destroy the mood, especially since he had already disrupted it once before. If it were a king-sized bedroom, Lin Su would definitely insist on sleeping on the floor. Otherwise, he couldn't accept himself behaving this way. When Wu Zijuan's mom booked the room, she considered it fine for two boys to share and not get bored, until later discovering that Lin Su valued personal space. Thus, he ended up with his own room. Now its initial purpose proved useful, tonight was definitely going to be interesting. Gu Jinji pretended to think carefully for a moment before quickly deciding. Alright, he responded with a light tilt of his peachy eyes, feeling elated inside. He'd known it. His boyfriend wasn't indifferent towards him at all, thoroughly slapping Su Zhou's face who had mouthed off. Had he not been constrained from live streaming to friends, his joy might have shot through the roof. Even his thoughts on Lin Su turned naive. He assumed anyone else hearing such a proposition would naturally assume something improper was planned before they'd officially started. Similarly, Lin Su thought simply as well. Since Gu Jinji came looking for him, there was no way he could keep rejecting him anymore. Breaking up over the internet and maintaining boundaries in real life were entirely different matters. Moreover, Lin Su wasn't aiming for separation as a goal. Deleting the contact back then without warning was also his fault. The emotions of the time had rushed his brain, making him far too uncalm, even questioning himself internally. Was online dating really necessary to be serious about? It was obviously something without results in the end, as he hadn't even considered results initially. Later, due to truly wanting outcomes, he realized accepting a relationship without results would spiral out of control, hence deciding to simply step away from a situation he couldn't comprehend. Walking along the street and passing by the seaside boardwalk, Lin Su found it hard to muster another word comfortably, not to mention his sore face. Despite Gu Jinji appearing astute usually, he forgot at this moment to suggest hailing a taxi. Neither thought walking tired their feet anyway. In the silence, tactile sensations became extraordinarily clear, their hands occasionally brushing against each other made Lin Su blush feverishly while instinctively withdrawing immediately. This warmth didn't go unnoticed by Gu Jinji. He glanced at his palm, pink beneath the white skin where it had reddened from punches earlier. Lin Su reacted overly sensitively to this gesture, never having walked casually with someone he harbored feelings for before. Hence, he quickly turned his head to look at him. Accidentally locking gazes, both remembered things best left buried in memory, bringing them immense embarrassment. Lin Su's thoughts spun wildly, unsure how to defuse the situation. After a while, he stammered, "Does it hurt? You did hit quite a few people today." But immediately after saying it, he felt it inappropriate, almost sounding like mockery towards Gu Jinji. At the moment, he lacked verbal dexterity and inadvertently brought up old events again. Hearing Lin Su's cool voice, Gu Jinji felt it comforting to his eardrums but also thought himself foolish. Such a pure voice, how could he have mistaken it for a middle-aged man? But, to say something embarrassing, he now felt that young boys were more likable than uncles. When Amor revealed his true identity, Gu Jinji momentarily found that the flaws he originally thought were present in Amor as an ordinary man had completely disappeared. What used to be imperfections overshadowed by virtues were now blemish-free. If an uncle said some words, it would seem outdated, but if a young boy said them, it came across as pure and earnest. Apart from making him feel more sinful and awkward now, there really were no other flaws. However, let this mistake be his to make, everyone needs to make some mistakes in their lifetime. Gu Jinji chuckled with a smirk and extended his hand, "Hurts, it's red." Then, he stared directly at Lin Su's left cheek, finding it even funnier as his eyes crinkled into crescents and laughter escaped his lips, as if mocking Lin Su's lack of skills. If playing on tropes was the game, his thick skin meant he didn't mind awkward banter. Lin Su might have a thin skin, feeling uncomfortable inside, but he excelled at concealing things, maintaining his composure despite the flush on his face as if nothing happened. So what if it was awkward? As someone with social anxiety, hadn't he endured embarrassment in both lives? Now, between him and Gu Jinji, it was like half a caddy versus 8 tails or 50 paces laughing at 100, equally matched. Chapter 41. If being outside was tolerable with at least some passers-by and the sea breeze, then the discomfort returned when Lin Su and Gu Jinji stepped into the private elevator. Though air conditioning was everywhere, Lin Su felt heat rising from his back. His face betrayed no emotion, seeming very composed, but due to nervousness, he accidentally walked past their room with Gu Jinji. It wasn't until he noticed the increasingly large room numbers that he suddenly realized his mistake. He cleared his throat, tightened his hand, and led Gu Jinji back. Gu Jinji, looking at Lin Su's lean and straight back, couldn't help but curve her lips, finding it too funny. After a socially awkward moment, she became less shy, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "You're not good at directions. How could they miss their own room?" Lin Su calmly replied, "Yeah, the layout here is a bit strange." Not revealing the slightest hint of his inner tension. With a ding, Lin Su swiped the room card and entered the room, lighting it all up. As Gu Jinji closed the door behind them, Lin Su's ears twitched slightly. The intention of inviting the other over was purely to find a place to sleep. Looking down, Lin Su said to him, "Which bed do you want? The one by the window has a better view." He had a habit of tidiness, so after checking in, things weren't placed haphazardly. With the cleaning by hotel staff, both beds had newly changed bedding from noon. Glancing around, Gu Jinji accepted peacefully, "That one then." "Then go wash up first," Lin Su said. Not knowing what to do next, he feigned organizing his backpack as though there was something important to tidy up. He looked so serious that Gu Jinji thought he was genuinely busy, so nodded and went to the washroom. Arriving at the washroom, Gu Jinji couldn't help but sit on the toilet seat cover and brag to Suzhou, "Your master never fails. Did you get together? Or did you kiss and sleep together already?" Suzhou was indeed impressed, realizing that Gu Jinji could be surprisingly efficient one day. After pondering for a moment, Gu Jinji replied, "Not yet, I'm not that casual. How can we define a relationship just after meeting? I have to observe." Suzhou knew he was blowing hot air again. He guessed if the high schooler really proposed getting together, it would take Gu Jinji 3 seconds more to even consider it. So what are you saying? We're now in the same room sleeping together tonight. Gu Jinji sounded happy and carefree throughout this meetup. Sleeping together, hugging? Never mind, I'm going to wash up now. We'll be heading out later. Gu Jinji felt every question left him speechless, slightly disheartening. If he had no other close friends, nor dared tell his brother, and yet couldn't hold back telling someone, he wouldn't bother explaining himself to this fool. In front of the mirror, Gu Jinji took several deep breaths and began feeling nervous. Even though he seemed older than Lin Su, wasn't this more appropriate? Lin Su had only just turned adult, dating younger people would risk illegality. Gu Jinji brought nothing and, after washing up, directly came out wrapped in the hotel's bathrobe, pretending to dry his hair with a towel to hide his growing unease, acting as though it didn't matter. Lin Su sat stiffly on the chair playing with his phone, without much to entertain him. Hearing the sound, he immediately turned his head and saw Gu Jinji. The other person's legs were fully exposed in the air, pale and glossy, with beautiful muscle lines. They'd only known each other for 3 months, mostly through online interactions. At once, Lin Su remembered the pictures of legs sent to him by Gu Jinji when he initially lied about being a college student. Lin Su immediately looked away, glancing elsewhere. And Gu Jinji clearly also realized the difference between his post photos and reality. He wasn't exactly the slim and cute type. So, awkwardly puffing his cheeks, he told Lin Su, "I've finished, your turn." Anyway, both of them understood completely. Did Lin Su mind? Gu Jinji didn't think so. Having said that, Gu Jinji lay down on the bed, snuggling into the blanket, exceptionally quiet. Moist eyes observed the other person pacing nearby, making him feel games or anything else irrelevant right now. Being this awkward made things strangely interesting. Lin Su soon came out too. Upon hearing the door opening, Gu Jinji raised her head and saw Lin Su wearing pajamas brought from home, long sleeves, long pants, everything covered. Gu Jinji pouted. Even at such a learning age, didn't need to be so conservative. Seeing nothing, although seeing anything might not have been good either. Lin Su pursed his lips and sat on the other bed, unsure of what to say. It wasn't time for sleeping yet, but he actually wanted to turn off the lights, letting the night pass quickly, as if avoiding this awkwardness. But Gu Jinji was still lying there playing with his phone, and Lin Su wisely refrained from ruining his mood. Lin Su knew that Gu Jinji always stayed up late, and it was definitely impossible for him to fall asleep now. So he also pretended to check his phone for information, but his mind wasn't completely on that. The two people in the same room hadn't had much communication yet. In the midst of silence, suddenly, Lin Su heard Gu Jinji's lazy voice, "Lin Su, add me back." Then looking at him. They hadn't talked about this all night and didn't hold each other accountable now, since both felt awkward. Now that Gu Jinji had taken this step, Lin Su also looked at him, realizing he had no reason to refuse, so he nodded. Actually, both of them thought that they should get to know each other again, and they could feel the other one agreed too. All the previous decisions were probably due to their mutual deception at the start. However, with the truth revealed now, they could make new decisions. With a frown, Lin Su kept messing around with his phone for quite a while without any response. Initially feeling happy because of his nod, Gu Jinji couldn't contain his impatience. He wondered what was wrong with this guy, suspecting he might be fooling around, thinking they must clarify things clearly tonight. He furrowed his face and got off the bed, sitting down heavily beside Lin Su. Leaning in close, he stared at the phone screen. "Hey, why haven't you applied?" His tone suppressed his anger. When he was angry, Lin Su already knew how he usually behaved like this. But right now, he seemed especially ungentle, making Lin Su uneasy and wondering if being with someone younger brought such significant differences in treatment. Because of the suddenness, there was a sunken area next to Lin Su, and his clothes were crumpled tightly. When pulling his clothes back out from under Gu Jinji, a button popped open. Originally neatly covered, Lin Su accidentally exposed part of his abdomen. Gu Jinji's anger immediately shifted, staring straight at the area. Previously, even when shamelessly asking for photos, he never expected reality to have such an impact. Though the age was fake, the face wasn't real, but the abs were truly genuine, firm and smooth with shine. Gu Jinji's ear tips turned slightly red. His young boyfriend's abs were truly attractive, defined yet pale and glossy, and seemingly soft to the touch. Although he quickly accepted the fact that his boyfriend was still in high school, only now did he slowly realize the advantages of being with a younger male. His partner smelled sweetly clean as well, untouched by worldly influences, still obediently using laundry detergent bought by his family. Unlike their company trainees who all carried street scents. Once, Gu Jinji used to splash himself with perfume, making him among those criticized by himself. Too vulgar. Ridiculously vulgar. Lin Su's eyelashes trembled, embarrassedly trying to tug the corner of his clothes back from under Gu Jinji's rear, rebuttoning it quickly. After smoothing out the wrinkles on his shirt, he acted as if nothing happened. "Ahem, why is it taking so long?" Gu Jinji said haughtily, pretending not to have been rude earlier. Lin Su replied, "That account was cancelled, I need to apply for a new one." Fortunately, he still had another SIM card in his phone, otherwise, they'd really just end up staring at each other awkwardly all night, which would embarrass him more as the one who made the mistake. Talking about cancellation boosted Gu Jinji's confidence. With a cold laugh, he muttered low criticisms, watching Lin Su fumble with his device. Serves you right. Feeling warm breath by his shoulder, it seemed like he was about to push him. Lin Su drew back, nearly used to the reality where the younger one was often bullied. In any case, Gu Jinji wouldn't treat him gently, having always cooed online before meeting offline. Finally, after applying, Lin Su solemnly added Gu Jinji back again, who then became his only contact on WeChat. Gu Jinji sent Lin Su a cute little cat stomping animation to express his anger. Before, whenever Lin Su saw such emoticons, he always imagined a young boy getting upset. Now, seeing it reminded him of how annoyed Gu Jinji must have been. But actually, it was kind of adorable. Lin Su glanced at Gu Jinji's face. Without moving away from his seat, Gu Jinji played on his phone freely near Lin Su without shyness. Currently, he felt very comfortable, dissipating several days' worth of frustration. Again relaxed, he started surfing the internet casually. Do you want to rejoin that group? Asked Gu Jinji. Shaking his head, Lin Su didn't like chatting in groups and saw no necessity. If he and Gu Jinji failed for practical reasons later, it would amount to history repeating itself. Considering these matters carefully, Lin Su declined. Not allowed. You must join, I have some important business to handle. Gu Jinji didn't think about that possibility. Immersed in his own joy, he came up with a good plan for retaliation. Lin Su had no choice but to enter again. This time he entered with a new identity, and the others only knew there was a newcomer, without knowing his background. Sure enough, moments later, Gu Jinji started trouble. He wrote in the group, I've dumped the dumbass Amour and found a fresh young man, will introduce him to everyone. And then looked smugly at Lin Su. The Amour that got dumped could only give an awkward smile, his online name was randomly made up using his surname. He casually greeted everyone and then disappeared. Boo. Welcome, new member, do you know our tradition is to share photos? Share photos. Share photos. Lin Su rubbed his temples, quietly looking at the man beside him showing off, not sharing photos now, otherwise I'm afraid it might scare you all to death. So this was how Gigi looked behind the screen, truly a bit funny and sleazy with overly expressive emotions. Do you know you're very popular in the group? Gu Jinji said proudly to Lin Su, later realizing that Lin Su had always been away from the group chat, so of course he knew. Gu Jinji himself almost mistook Lin Su for a newcomer. Great, now everyone in the group has your pictures. Gu Jinji sarcastically criticized, feeling a bit upset. Meanwhile, he's trying to figure out how to delete those resources. Lin Su didn't expect so many problems would follow, he puckered his lips and said, I already mentioned it before. But Gu Jinji didn't take it seriously back then. Gu Jinji was temporarily speechless, wasn't he thinking his boyfriend was just some ordinary guy? It wasn't related. Since bringing up old matters, Gu Jinji wouldn't let it go either, who asked their editor to retouch pics like that? Did they spend money on retouching? What kind of unfortunate boyfriend is this? Lin Su got mocked properly. He noticed his new identity in the group, hesitatingly asked, so, are we still in a cyber relationship? Just changing ID for online dating. Gu Jinji nodded firmly, yeah. Cyber relationship is so much fun. He absolutely loves surfing the net. After saying this, he thought of something else, looking at Lin Su, secretly trying to reach for the other's hand, heart pounding. The moment they touched, both instinctively blushed and shyly pulled away. In fact, Gu Jinji also didn't have the guts, he's merely good at talking big, he never held hands with anyone before. Their reactions were surprisingly consistent. Let's keep the online relationship going first. Gu Jinji chuckled as he said, Lin Su also laughed holding his forehead. How to proceed with the next step, it seemed necessary to explore slowly and have a plan, at least now there's a label for being in love. Anyway, neither of them will look for others now. After all, they understand each other clearly, Gu Jinji's fists can maintain the order of the couple. Chapter 42. At 6 in the morning, Lin Su's alarm clock went off. He had gone to sleep late last night, but his biological clock was already set, and he felt quite awake now. Suddenly realizing something, Lin Su turned off the alarm quickly, worrying that Gu Jinji might be woken up. He remembered that Jinji liked to sleep in the mornings. Quietly sitting up, Lin Su glanced at the other bed where Gu Jinji lay sound asleep without any movement, and couldn't help feeling that his concerns were unnecessary. If she doesn't wake up in the morning, then she definitely wouldn't hear the alarm either. Moreover, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when seeing how chaotic Gu Jinji's sleeping posture was, her head almost rolled towards the foot of the bed. It was only at times like this that Lin Su realized that although Gu Jinji is older than him and looks quite intimidating, her actual mental age is quite childish, lacking the seriousness of an elder. Since it's summer vacation, there wasn't really anything important about getting up early anyway. If he were home, he would probably tidy up and then head to the library for a bit. Lin Su first went to wash up, inevitably standing in front of the mirror, lifting the hem of his pajama top and glancing down at his abs, still clearly remembering last night's mishap. Actually, it was embarrassing to admit, but in that brief moment last night, he was thankful that his figure was still in good shape. If the abs disappeared, he would have been so mortified he wouldn't have been able to sleep, and Gu Jinji would definitely think he photoshopped them. Even so, Lin Su added this high standard to his list. During the summer vacation, he planned to go to the gym every day, feeling that his current body was still a bit weak. Before, he didn't pay attention, but now, he can't afford not to. Besides, Lin Su spent some time on his phone and read journals. When he thought the time was right, he diligently ran out to buy breakfast and returned. When he came back, the timing was perfect. Gu Jinji was just sitting dully with messy hair. Only after seeing Lin Su did she regain awareness, becoming slightly flustered as she adjusted her hairstyle. Staring at the large bag of breakfast Lin Su was carrying, she was surprised and asked, "Did you buy this much?" Lin Su changed his shoes, turned around, and asked her curiously, "Can't you eat all this?" That's impossible, since Gu Jinji seemed to have a good appetite. Caught off guard by the question, Gu Jinji smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, it's not that." After saying that, she got up nimbly and took 2 sneaky peeks while Lin Su placed the breakfast on the dining table, before smiling and rushing to wash up. Many of these dishes were ones mentioned during their previous chats: fresh pork dumplings, cold noodles, shrimp dumplings, etc., and Gu Jinji was a bit hungry for them. By the time she came back, all she saw in front of Lin Su was a bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of boiled Chinese broccoli, very light fare. Gu Jinji couldn't help but think, her young boyfriend looked like someone who didn't indulge in worldly pleasures, let alone eat meat or fatty food. It was no different from fairies drinking dew. Will you even be full eating this? Putting herself in his shoes, Gu Jinji couldn't help worrying about him. She could easily devour an entire bowl in one meal. Lin Su shook his head. A slight hunger gives you more energy and makes your mind clearer. However, if he wanted to exercise, he'd certainly need to supplement more protein. In comparison to Gu Jinji, Lin Su's schedule was very healthy, and his meals were also timely. Gu Jinji often combined breakfast and lunch and then slept through the afternoon, which left her highly alert at night. This is actually pretty important for students, Gu Jinji nodded understandingly. She remembered how Lin Su was recently preparing for his college entrance exam. At the time, she always rewarded herself excessively after studying, and in fact ended up dozing off every day due to overeating. After speaking, Gu Jinji silenced herself. She had to make everyone ignore their age gap. Why does her stupid mouth keep bringing it up? Gu Jinji still gave Lin Su some steamed dumplings and braised chicken legs. Eat more. There's no need to study anymore now. Lin Su wasn't the type to refuse, so he slowly ate. Although biting into the chicken leg was somewhat ungraceful, he noticed Gu Jinji laughing afterward and sighed helplessly. Good child. The words didn't leave Gu Jinji's mouth, as she closed it quickly with a self-satisfied smile. Her boyfriend truly behaved well, like a big dog. He followed her orders word for word. After staying in the neighboring city for 2 days, Lin Su needed to return home. Since Gu Jinji came especially to find him, of course she would return with him. Wu Zijuan had initially insisted on sending them off, but Lin Su still found it troublesome, especially now that they were together. Being seen with others made things awkward. There were regular buses to take them back, which was both cost-effective and convenient. But once Lin Su finished packing his things, Gu Jinji called him down. Facing the ostentatious sports car in front of him, Lin Su, carrying his backpack, felt a bit uneasy. Leaning lazily against the side of the car, Gu Jinji coolly pulled off his sunglasses and opened the door for him. Get in. Then, with a somewhat smug tone, he said, "This car is more expensive than the one you came in. And it wasn't the same as the Maserati from earlier." Even though it was made clear that there was nothing going on between Lin Su and Wu Zijuan, Gu Jinji still couldn't help but flaunt his wealth like a peacock displaying its feathers to a potential mate. His experiences from childhood told him how useful this could be in nurturing relationships. Lin Su sat in the passenger seat. He didn't know much about cars, but he was well aware that the car he was currently sitting in would likely be unattainable for an ordinary person after decades of hard work. In his past life, Lin Su had never worried about money, yet he hadn't squandered it either. He only owned one car, a very well-known brand, which was a birthday gift from his family. In his previous life, Lin Su had been considered part of the top-tier rich second generation. However, due to his personality and upbringing, he hadn't developed the ostentatious habits common among others around him. He now understood clearly that with his current family background and the nature of his future work, there was no way he could ever enter the ranks of high society. Of course, Lin Su wasn't at all insecure about this, as he was not the kind of person who would get excited over the satisfaction of material desires. Still, the twist of fate was that his boyfriend was precisely the opposite type of person. Yet, their relationship had evolved to a point where it couldn't be resolved objectively or rationally. Lin Su wondered when Gu Jinji might notice the disparity in their lifestyles and whether he would be unable to accept it. Before that happened, Lin Su also made sure that he wouldn't fall into the trap of a poor but ambitious partner. He didn't have the type of mindset that led to jealousy or resentment. It simply boiled down to whether they were compatible or not. Lin Su never considered his average family to be inferior. "This color is quite nice," Lin Su commented. Indeed, his knowledge of cars was limited, but he felt that this audacious yellow suited Gu Jinji's style perfectly. Upon having his aesthetic taste validated, Gu Jinji felt an overwhelming sense of pride and satisfaction. Moreover, he found it refreshing how his boyfriend was different from others who might have immediately brought up money or the brand name. Although he thought this pure quality existed because his boyfriend was young and still naive to these things, this feeling was truly intoxicating to him. Even if Lin Su became worldly later, it meant he would cling more tightly, making it harder to break up. His brother once said that if someone fell for him, they'd want to leech onto him like a leech. For the first time, Gu Jinji thought this sounded pleasant. Gu Jinji treasured his car dearly. Besides close family, it seemed like he only allowed Su Zhou to ride in it before, even meticulously checking if Su Zhou's clothes were clean every time. However, typical of those blinded by love, Gu Jinji was exceptionally generous toward those he liked. If Lin Su had a driver's license, he'd probably just hand him the keys. Lin Su provided Gu Jinji with his address, and Gu Jinji nervously licked his lips, staying silent and unwilling to admit he had known it for a long time already. Do you know where I live? Gu Jinji wanted to tell Lin Su just in case he needed a place to visit later. However, Lin Su turned his head and asked, is it the Tingwei Hotel? Gu Jinji closed his mouth, stifling a laugh while covering it, then turned to look out the window. He had forgotten that, although his little boyfriend lacked his same level of capability, he was still sharp and must have paid attention carefully. This sensation gave him immense comfort. Gu Jinji felt momentarily that dating really was wonderful, and it was such a pity he hadn't valued it before, dismissing it as wasting time. Will you stay in Jiangxing forever? Lin Su remembered that Gu Jinji came here to work, so he asked. Gu Jinji had been urged many times to return to the capital, and he had even promised his brother that he would go back after taking revenge on that man. At that moment, he merely cleared his throat. Of course, there's still a lot of work here. Forget about it. If his brother pressed too much, he'd change his phone number, making sure no one disturbed him. Let his brother send another general manager over. He wasn't showing up to work one day. Lin Su also went along with him, me too. They could take their time before going to the capital, perhaps even together. By the way, how did your college entrance exam go? Did I distract you? Gu Jinji had been avoiding bringing this up, fearing Lin Su might resent him. The scores would soon be announced, and this was something impossible to skip. He felt guilty inside. Lin Su had never imagined that Gu Jinji would think this way. He shook his head, looking at him. No, it was about the same as usual. Performance doesn't depend on outside factors. It's all about the accumulation during regular days, right? Hearing that Lin Su's results were the same as usual, Gu Jinji sighed inwardly. Achieving normal performance in the college entrance exam didn't feel particularly cheerful. He had overperformed during his own exam, scoring higher than usual. Now he felt even guiltier because he thought Lin Su was trying to make him feel less culpable by taking responsibility himself. He decided that if Lin Su didn't do well and didn't want to retake the exam, he would cover his future employment, ensuring he lived comfortably. Even though Gu Jinji had already sensed that his boyfriend wasn't like him, a person who indulged in pleasure, after all, who else would wake up so early during holidays, there was still a long road ahead of them as they'd be together for quite some time. When Lin Su got home, he unbuckled the seatbelt to get out of the car but suddenly saw Gu Jinji looking at him. The two stared at each other for a moment before Gu Jinji suddenly grabbed his hand, preventing Lin Su from pulling back despite the tingling sensation. How are we going to meet in the future? Gu Jinji felt the thin calluses on Lin Su's slender fingers, formed by writing, which were strangely itchy to the touch. I'll come see you, Lin Su said bravely, gazing straight into his eyes with his bright, clear ones. Gu Jinji gave him a glance from his half-lidded eyes, filled with charm like little hooks. Lin Su wasn't one for words, but deep down, he truly thought Gigi was beautiful from head to toe. Could he really think such things? In that case, I'll wait for you, Gu Jinji smiled and said, tilting his head slightly. Gu Jinji drove the flashy car into the residential community. The attention-getting vehicle attracted many curious glances. There weren't many secrets between neighbors in this neighborhood. Lin Su began feeling uneasy upon recalling his identity, feeling like he was doing something wrong. He slowly released Gu Jinji's hand and whispered, I should go, my grandmother is waiting for me. He softly explained. Gu Jinji also relaxed his grip lazily, lying back against the seat as he lazily mumbled, go then, completely satisfied after observing their interaction. He was indeed acting the part of an imposing yet dominant boss. After getting out of the car, Lin Su waved to Gu Jinji until he watched the car drive away from the community before heading home. During this process, he carefully observed if any neighbors had seen him, rushing upstairs quickly, behaving stealthily like a thief. Chapter 43. Did you have fun at your friend's house? Grandma Lin asked as soon as she saw her grandson come home, rushing forward to help him take his bag. Compared to the plain and even melancholy look he had when he left, Grandma Lin felt that her grandson seemed more cheerful. Because Lin Su directly hugged her, closed his eyes, and rested his head on her partially gray shoulder saying, I'm very happy, Grandma. There was no particularly dramatic gesture, but Grandma Lin could fully feel that he was truly happy. That's good, that's good. Rest well, Grandma will cook what you love. By the way, your father called me and asked when you planned to go over. Grandma Lin was still quite worried because during the phone call, it sounded like her eldest grandson had been hurt a bit, though there was no serious danger. They hadn't expected that Grandma Lin would accidentally overhear them. Now Grandma Lin didn't dare to let Lin Su go so early. Should they tell him the truth right after graduation? She thought it was still a little too early. Lin Su hadn't yet developed a mature and healthy personality. Wait till school starts again. Lin Su said without much hesitation. Grandma Lin also sighed in relief. In previous years, her grandson would often beg her to go to the capital city, but surprisingly, he wasn't as eager now, which was actually a good sign. When the grandson first returned to Jiangqing, he wasn't used to the environment there and wasn't willing to make friends with children from kindergarten, calling them poor and dirty. He also refused to eat the dishes she cooked, always insisting on going out for fast food, completely uncontrollable, just like a little tyrant. At that time, Grandma Lin was upset with her son, thinking that the couple had spoiled the child too much, leading him to behave this way. If this continued, even she might start disliking her own grandson. On the contrary, Lin Shen had always stayed in the hometown and was a gentle and obedient child. But then, remembering something, Grandma Lin couldn't really be mad at her grandson. It took some effort at first to change Lin Su's attitude because, at his young age, he was indeed somewhat spoiled, unable to see anything positively. After the birth of their second child, the couple originally thought he was still too young to raise by themselves, intending to bring him back once Lin Su grew up a bit more. At that time, Lin Company was rapidly rising, and they lacked the energy to spend every day with their child. Thus, one day when Lin Su hit a playmate's head with a toy and broke it, the couple realized their problem: things couldn't continue like this. Later on, an accident became a turning point that fundamentally changed their mindset. Initially, when little Lin Su arrived in Jiangqing, he kept saying that he wanted to go to the capital to find his parents. He remembered that his parents were rich people, and there were so many toys in the villa that they couldn't all fit. After arriving in Jiangqing, he could only live in a broken house and spent every day playing with ignorant and silly kids. At that time, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin had to teach him that his parents weren't wealthy people, just ordinary individuals who could buy him toys, and he should share with other kids. Of course, living conditions here would never compare to those in the capital. Until primary school, Lin Su still doubted that his family was deceiving him, making him suffer unnecessarily. As he slowly grew up, his childhood memories faded, and with his older brother having finished high school in Jiangqing before going to university in the capital, reality eventually set in. During the annual Spring Festival holiday visits, his parents appeared no different from regular people, leaving him with nothing much to doubt. Accepting the ordinariness of his family was not an easy task, and the original protagonist of this story had never truly accepted it. Although he had no trouble eating or dressing well, he couldn't stop comparing himself to richer peers his age. Everyone in the family believed that they owed him apologies for how they treated him in his youth, and therefore dared not impose strict requirements on Lin Su, fearing that it might cause rebellious behavior. Growing up peacefully was enough. There is no perfect formula for parenting, and they certainly made mistakes, albeit with the best intentions. Lin Su went back to his room and pulled out his phone, feeling like he'd reverted to the past. Now there were hundreds of messages in the group chat waiting for him. He didn't want to look. Gu Jinji was up to mischief, deliberately sending him screenshots criticizing Amor along with ha emojis. Group members genuinely celebrated their leader switching boyfriends, especially hearing from Gu Jinji that her new boyfriend was a fresh-faced young man, arousing curiosity among everyone, and generally considered much better than Amor, that presumptuous guy. Anyway, whether praised or criticized, it was all directed at Lin Su, who was the only one truly hurt. Ji mang, if they knew it was all you, they would surely feel embarrassed. After all, they had dissed Lin Su countless times in the group chat without knowing. Lin Su thought, it was only because of your mischievous streak. They were originally just netizens, he didn't care much about being judged. They had been talking about Amor initially, and later moved on to Zoe. The name Zoe was one Lin Su hadn't heard in a long time. Since finding out that she had gotten back into the dating scene, he had stopped paying attention, or perhaps, he no longer had the chance to do so. Now hearing them mention her again piqued his curiosity. Had Zoe skipped straight to her original partner? The one who was the reigning emperor of film. Today, he learned there was an offline meetup planned for their group chat, and the couple, Zoe included, would be attending. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd definitely bring him along too, it's such a status symbol, he said, discussing how Zoe's boyfriend invited her to come along. Zoe's boyfriend, Zhao Tao, seemed to really enjoy showing off, clearly proud of Zoe and wanting to parade her around as a display. However, he didn't allow anyone to take pictures of him, knowing full well that he would soon enter the entertainment industry. But the celebrity identity suited Zhao Tao just fine. As the CEO of a major entertainment company, Zhao Tao had access to countless young talents, yet now nearing 40 and having played his fair share of games, he unexpectedly sought something genuine. He understood those around him who attached themselves to him did so with ulterior motives, which wasn't entirely unwelcome for some fun. Thus, Zoe, whom he met online, perfectly fit his tastes, falling for her without any knowledge of his true identity, all while discovering she was a promising trainee artist who could easily rise to stardom with a little push. She was destined to be a star devoted solely to him. This led Zhao Tao to treat her with even more sincerity, aware that Zoe had been questioned within the group chat before. As her backing force, he naturally wanted to give her boyfriend some face, inviting the group to an exclusive high-end club that charged astronomical prices for entry, an exclusive venue only accessible to platinum members. During this in-person meeting, Zhao Tao and Yi Yang certainly stole the spotlight. Zhao Tao flaunted his wealth, while Zoe confirmed herself as a top-tier beauty, a rare gem. Though not reaching the absolute pinnacle, she already stood out above many others. Especially throughout the event, she showcased her complete compliance with Zhao Tao, presenting herself as an utterly devoted figure, stirring up further envy from everyone present. After returning, complaints filled the group chat. Zoe is seriously hot, I wish I'd jumped on that earlier. Still, honestly speaking, I feel brother Zhao's age is kind of. Some, unaware of Zhao Tao's identity and unconnected to his field, couldn't help but feel jealous. There were also several good-looking zeros in the group. Wasn't Zoe once interested in Ji Mang Mang, someone noted, comparing a college student to an older man. The only commonality might have been their shared wealth, though initially unspoken. Ha ha ha, feels like Zoe is a lucky charm. Whoever catches her fancy ends up being secretly rich. A snarky comment slipped in. Not everyone is poor or kneels at the feet of wealth. Of course, Yan Yang was extremely keen on maintaining Zhao Tao's affection and interjected, please watch your words. My relationship with the group admin was merely polite, there was never anything inappropriate. Ignoring hints that accused him of greed for riches, Yan Yang believed Zhao Tao had his own discernment. Alright, stop envying them. Zoe's truly handsome, and I'd totally keep him too. Besides, his background seems pretty decent as well. Even if my ideal type is brother Lin Su, still preferring pure-hearted boys. Gu Jinji, oh my. Lin Su. Oh my. Ji Mang Mang, I personally know brother Lin Su. He's still young and doesn't appreciate discussions about him, so let's tone it down, shall we? Jealous murmurs rippled through. Yet amidst this all, Gu Jinji still felt honored, understanding why flaunting a boyfriend brought such satisfaction. Really? Group leader, you actually know him? So magical, I thought they were completely unrelated people. Gu Jinji, thank you, me and my mediocre skills managed it after 3 months. We're just casually chatting here, don't mind us, brother Lin. Zayudu.top. Gu Jinji, young as he may be, he's already captured. Don't spread rumors linking me and Zoe either, my boyfriend gets jealous. Gu Jinji play-acted and added. She even privately messaged Lin Su, hurry, say you're jealous. Lin Su, he felt nothing at all for this drama queen. Thanks for helping out. It was wise to play along with Gu Jinji's words. Clearing things up was ultimately beneficial for Yan Yang, although deep down, he harbored a trace of dissatisfaction. Knowing that Gu Jinji was a far greater catch than Zhao Tao, yet failing to move her, left him frustrated. But this was only his online persona, adjustments could still be made later. Sorry for bothering you, Yan Yang mentioned Gu Jinji with a courteous apology. Unfortunately, Gu Jinji had already seen through his true nature and didn't even bother to respond. One could only say, online dating still requires luck, for instance, he was lucky. There were still those who lamented, at least Zoe is really handsome. Previously, Amour was pretty average, the group admin's taste seemed quite mediocre. Ji Mang Mang, TSK, don't diss my boyfriend, he's super handsome. His standards were indeed high. Everyone felt he hadn't met any genuine handsome ones, yet he was unparalleled at defending ugly men. Last time, he also defended Amour, but they still split up eventually. It's a pity you didn't attend the offline meetup today, group admin. In the future, I'll let you see some real sights. Gu Jinji was speechless but enjoyed this feeling of being a big shot pretending to be ordinary. After daily chatting in the group, Gu Jinji started handling work. Though he spent most of his time on his young boyfriend, he couldn't neglect professionalism too much either. In the afternoon, there was a mid-month summary online meeting mainly reporting the work done in the capital over the past half-month to Gu Jinji. One relatively minor point was that the captain of a male trainee group was poached, apparently by another company willing to pay the breach of contract penalty. Gu Jinji had an impression because he didn't have a good feeling towards Yan Yang, losing him wasn't such a big deal for the company anyway. There were plenty of trainees, and fickle ones weren't worth anything. After the work report was finished, Gu Jinji stretched lazily and lay down to play with his phone for a while, thinking whether inviting his boyfriend out tonight would be too frequent given how recently they'd just separated. Then, suddenly, he received a message from his brother, Jinzi, when will you come back? Gu Jinji missed a heartbeat and tensed all over. What to do? If his brother finds out he's having so much fun here, his legs might get broken. But breaking promises wasn't something new for him, and his brother should understand as a sibling, right? He was tangled in these thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered something important and after searching for a long time found 001's WeChat ID, glad it hadn't been deleted yet. 001, you haven't told my brother about that person whose information I asked you to look up, have you? He shouldn't have, it wouldn't be just a message otherwise. Mr. Gu hasn't asked. Meaning if he did, it would depend. 001 was indeed dedicated, practically online 24/7, always waiting for more income. Gu Jinji sighed with relief and then added, if my brother asks you, don't tell him, you are obligated to keep your employer's privacy confidential. 001, but my paycheck comes from your brother. Gu Jinji regretfully scratched his head, wishing he hadn't taken advantage of his brother's resources. Biting his teeth, he said, I'll give you more hush money now, you can't say anything. 001 was truly ruthless. 001, fine, then I'll say you didn't allow me to talk. Keeping himself completely clean. Gu Jinji reluctantly agreed, alright. After all, his brother has lost his temper more than once over this kind of thing. Though Gu Qi was in the north and he was in the south, a phone call spree wouldn't break him. His major life decision wasn't something he didn't want to tell his family, it was simply too embarrassing and shameful. He couldn't bear such disgrace. He also felt very guilty. He didn't want this situation either. But young boys smelled too sweet. As the saying goes, rather dismantle a temple than break a marriage. If his brother knew, he would surely become the bad guy, maybe even offer compensation for emotional damages to his boyfriend, disregarding his younger brother's inner torment. Under such circumstances, Gu Jinji absolutely wouldn't allow Gu Qi, this old bastard, to sacrifice family for justice. Chapter 44. For all college entrance exam takers, the days waiting for results are always agonizing. For many days after the exam, at midnight when waking up from a dream, one would still find themselves sitting in the examination room, writing the unfinished test. This kind of situation, Lin Su didn't worry about in his past life. During the summer vacation, he had already found a renowned professor in the major he had chosen to study with, living a fulfilling and satisfying life. In this summer vacation, Lin Su embarrassingly thought that he had fallen into some sort of decadence. For example, today, Lin Su had made an appointment with Gu Jinji to play basketball at the gymnasium. This sport wasn't something Lin Su was very good at, mainly because he hadn't spent much time on it. However, when Gu Jinji invited him, Lin Su still accepted it very calmly. Playing basketball could make the body more robust, and the exercise effect was also very good. Although he would likely have to face showing his shortcomings in front of Gu Jinji. Lin Su could only comfort himself, this wasn't the first or second time. Jinji seems like an athlete type. These days, whenever they went out, as someone who had a car, Gu Jinji naturally took on the responsibility of picking up and dropping off his boyfriend. But Lin Su certainly dared not let him drive his flashy luxury car into the neighborhood anymore, otherwise, it just felt strange. As soon as he got into the car, Lin Su sensed something unusual. Gu Jinji wore a black jersey, with a pair of dazzling red basketball shoes under his feet. This smug guy even deliberately lifted his foot to wiggle in front of Lin Su, raising his eyebrows while doing so. Lin Su, of course, recognized them immediately. They were the gifts he had given to Gu Jinji during his part-time job. But he never expected that Gu Jinji would bring them specially to Jiangcheng. Lin Su habitually pressed his lips together, looking at Gu Jinji with shiny eyes, feeling deeply moved. He didn't know why falling in love was so strange, he felt especially happy because Gu Jinji liked the gift he gave. Especially since Gu Jinji was a tycoon completely different from him. During the drive, Gu Jinji asked casually, when will you get your results? Although Lin Su said before that he wasn't influenced by him, Gu Jinji surely didn't think so in his heart. He even checked the review plans every night, asking friends if there were children taking the college entrance exam in their family, which supplementary class teachers were better, and how others reviewed efficiently. For a poor scholar, doing all these researches really makes one sleepy. In a few days, Lin Su replied, completely unaware of how worried Gu Jinji was about him. Oddly enough, Gu Jinji didn't dare to show his concern, fearing Lin Su might feel uncomfortable. During his own college entrance exam, anyone in his family who dared to ask about his score would ignite his temper. Soon, Gu Jinji nodded, thinking that he should take advantage of these few days to hang out with his boyfriend well, because once the results come out, there might be preparations for retaking the exams, and he definitely wouldn't dare to disturb Lin Su then. He would be like a stone waiting faithfully, staying in different spaces in the hotel with him every day reviewing for the exam. After parking the car, Gu Jinji pulled Lin Su's arm and went in together. They actually looked like a big brother taking his younger brother, who just finished the college entrance exam, out to play, considering the age difference. Gu Jinji even tried various hairstyles popular among students several times in the hair salon, but no matter what, his refined fashionable aura was impossible to shake off, far from the image of an innocent little boy. Compared to Lin Su's natural unruly hair, Gu Jinji looked like a trendsetter after messing around with his looks. There were many young boys playing basketball in clusters in the basketball court, and Lin Su's social anxiety started flaring up again inside. His facial expression turned even duller, with only one thought in his mind, there are so many people. But because he wanted to be with Gu Jinji, these things needed to be overcome, as Gu Jinji was clearly an extrovert who charged ahead with everything. As soon as he arrived, he directly found a basket, confidently asking, can we add 2 people? Lin Su, stay calm, it's just playing ball with strangers. It can only be said that regardless of gender, everyone judges by appearance. Now among young people, whether homosexual or heterosexual, it is merely a matter of orientation, almost becoming indistinguishable trends. The looks of Gu Jinji and Lin Su in the entire basketball court were top tier. For a moment, those boys were also stunned by Gu Jinji's overwhelming presence, then seeing the tall boy next to him who looked like a manga protagonist from school, they happily agreed. Alright, come along. Lin Su thought that he shouldn't always stick out from the crowd. Actually, under the influence of Gu Jinji, his social anxiety had improved a bit. Because every time Gu Jinji interacted with others, Lin Su always felt embarrassed on his behalf, yet Gu Jinji showed no signs of self-consciousness and remained particularly confident. In this aspect, Lin Su admired him very much and envied him, so gradually he began to feel that he should open up more. Thus, he didn't say anything refusing and joined in after putting down the bag. After all, he was playing with others, and Lin Su didn't want to drag down Gu Jinji's reputation. So he explained to everyone first, "I'm not very good at playing." His expression was sincere and serious, combined with his clear-cut handsome face, so even the toughest guys couldn't find fault with him. They even felt awkward about using swear words in front of him, as if it would taint the person. "No problem, just for fun." Everyone chimed in. They were all local students from nearby universities who came over to play basketball during the summer vacation. Looking at Lin Su, who was tall but looked very inexperienced, they curiously asked, "Are you a high school student?" Gu Jinji felt something strange on the side, like he had missed a brain cell or two. Finished the college entrance exam, Lin Su glanced at Gu Jinji and politely replied them. Ji gives him strength. That's really young. Then they threw the ball to Gu Jinji. This guy clearly knew how to play. Gu Jinji stylishly bounced the ball a few times, quickly getting used to its feel, then proudly looked at his boyfriend. Lin Su helplessly smiled at him. Ji really liked showing off. They divided into teams. Gu Jinji and Lin Su were separated into opposite sides, which made it more interesting. Lin Su indeed wasn't being modest, his skills were pretty raw, like someone who didn't play often, only knowing the basic rules. In contrast, Gu Jinji was clearly an expert, having already scored several baskets in the blink of an eye, drawing strong applause from his teammates. "You're too amazing." Gu Jinji curled his lips, subconsciously looking at Lin Su. Gu Jinji truly has a simple mind. Previously, when engaging in online relationships, he knew number ones all liked obedient and cute boys. Now after meeting offline, feeling Lin Su wouldn't leave him, he openly displayed his true nature. As a zero, what he thought of attracting the people he liked was to show off fiercely in front of them, hoping Lin Su would think he was very excellent. He even stole the ball from Lin Su several times. And Lin Su indeed didn't care at all, still clapping with his opponent's teammates. Thus, his teammate lightly tapped him on the back and teased him, "Whose side are you actually on? We haven't settled accounts with you yet for missing several balls, buddy." It was Lin Su's first time interacting with others in such an approachable way. Everyone always knew he was aloof. Not to mention touch him, no one could call him a brat just because they were older. He was not used to it, but felt that he shouldn't be this way. He should blend in with these kind intentions, let alone Ji was also playing happily. He is really good. Lin Su said, then looked at Gu Jinji intently. Since they met strangers, and Ji looked more mature than him, Lin Su didn't want to embarrass Ji by shouting out his name, ruining his dignity. This person values face. "You can't be lazy, brother, don't pass to that dude again, or our team will lose badly," the teammates joked further, which was just teasing, all in fun. Watching his opponents chatting casually with Lin Su about the current situation on the court due to this team separation made Gu Jinji realize belatedly that he was becoming envious. During the halftime, instead of focusing blindly on stealing and shooting, Gu Jinji kept staring at his partner. Seeing his teammates touch his waist while passing, and Lin Su sweating furiously but still trying hard to catch the ball, almost made him jealous, since he hadn't touched Lin Su there. So after halftime, Gu Jinji stopped showing off, waved his hand, "Let's rest for a moment, you continue," then led Lin Su to sit down. "Are you tired, Ji?" Lin Su looked for water in his bag, his basketball shirt slightly wet, sticking to his body, making his figure more prominent. It must be said, as long as a person is self-disciplined and determined, nothing is impossible. Now, compared to before, Lin Su's muscles were tighter, with thin layers of muscles on his waist, arms, neck, and shoulders, extremely balanced and perfect. He was just not very skilled at basketball techniques, but his endurance was excellent. While Lin Su turned to sit down, Gu Jinji suddenly launched an attack, putting his hand on Lin Su's abdomen and touching it. Lin Su was startled, because they had always treated each other with mutual respect. Being both new to their first relationship, Gu Jinji claimed to prefer platonic love, so Lin Su didn't dare to get too intimate with him, thinking it moved too fast. Therefore, although they went out frequently, the most they did was hold hands, really focusing on enjoying experiences together. "What's going on? They touched me, why can't I?" Gu Jinji said coarsely. He was the legitimate boyfriend. Lin Su paused, watching as Gu Jinji sneaked his hand inside to pinch lightly, and blushed deeply, grabbing his hand in great embarrassment. "Ji, don't make a fuss, didn't you want to play basketball?" Lin Su weakly protested. How was this relevant? During their game, slight physical contact was normal, not everyone was gay, and no one cared about it. Gu Jinji stared at him seriously. "I think playing basketball is not fun anymore. Let's not play it in the future. We two can just play by ourselves." He wanted to let himself get accidentally touched. His boyfriend should always remain a high up in the clouds flower, and going down to earth was just unpleasant. Oh, Lin Su saw that he looked pretty happy, but since Gu Jinji had said so, then from now on he wouldn't play with others anymore, and he accepted it easily. He had been thinking about overcoming his social phobia after all because Ji liked liveliness, but now he didn't need to overcome it anymore. "Then shall we go drink coffee?" Lin Su asked him. After all, they hadn't been out for long. "No, this way I'll get fat again." Gu Jinji frowned. He wasn't like Lin Su, who was naturally slim. No matter what, he couldn't gain weight. Although Lin Su also didn't eat much, he was very troubled by this issue. In particular, these days, Gu Jinji felt that he would become plump from happiness, yet Lin Su still encouraged him to eat. He's only thinking of keeping himself fit. Angrily, Gu Jinji seized another chance to pinch Lin Su when he wasn't paying attention. What a great feel. It's okay, exercise more and you won't get fat. After being full, Gu Jinji wasn't restless anymore and squinted his eyes as if he were a cat. Well. He liked to eat so much, and there was Lin Su urging him, so Gu Jinji's self-discipline was zero. Before even standing up, Lin Su heard a familiar voice, Su Gu. He turned his head and saw Mao Jun walking towards him. Really an amazing coincidence. Today all acquaintances came to the basketball court. Gu Jinji was crossing his arms, his eyes looking as if asking who this was, having completely forgotten their previous brief meeting. Regarding their first encounter, the only people left in his memory were Lin Su and other two extras. Since it was someone Lin Su knew, Lin Su was less reserved. He first asked Gu Jinji, Ji, can I tell them about our relationship? Of course, Gu Jinji proudly nodded. He wouldn't feel embarrassed. So when Mao Jun walked over, Lin Su introduced the two. This is my friend Mao Jun, this is my boyfriend Gu Jinji. Hearing him say it this way, Mao Jun was actually quite surprised. It was the online relationship becoming real. He originally thought Lin Su would be deceived, but never imagined Gu Jinji could look this good. He just appeared quite mature. University students shouldn't be this mature. Hi, Mao Jun scratched his head and greeted Gu Jinji, still feeling a bit intimidated, never imagining that Lin Su would prefer this kind of partner. Isn't it usually said in novels that cold-tempered geniuses attract lively underachievers? It wasn't until now that Mao Jun realized Gu Jinji only seemed stern in front of him. Gu Jinji nodded briefly. I'm planning to relax a bit with some basketball. What about you guys? Are you leaving? Want to play together? Mao Jun asked. Lin Su nodded, next time maybe. Mao Jun noticed that their appearance suggested they'd already played a game. Their hair strands were a bit damp. He also eyed Lin Su's bodyline enviously, remarking, Su Gu, when did you get abs? Weren't you used to be just like me, plain chicken? Is this appropriate to say? Lin Su immediately became awkward, not wanting this topic to come up at all. What? Wasn't he like this before? Gu Jinji curiously interjected with a question. From the moment he met Lin Su, only the fact of his boyfriend's fine figure remained unchallenged. At any rate, months ago, it wasn't like this. Mao Jun wondered if he'd said something wrong, assuming those days Lin Su had exercised hard due to having no time during the college entrance exam preparation period. We're leaving first. Lin Su slightly knitted his eyebrows, cutting him off. Gu Jinji followed behind, almost as if she had caught a handle. TSK, weren't you like this before? How were you like? Lin Su helplessly whispered lowly, you're not allowed to ask. He was totally flustered. Wait. Let's change clothes before we go out. Gu Jinji definitely didn't want everyone to see his boyfriend's physique. Now he realized he also cared a lot about such superficial things. Oh, isn't it because I asked you for abs pictures, so you practiced? Gu Jinji looked at his expression and guessed correctly every single time. Lin Su had no choice but to admit, I didn't want to lie to you. Although he had deceived her many times, other things were unchangeable. Once again, Lin Su experienced a severe embarrassment. Gu Jinji now knew he used to be plain chicken. Then, did you study and work out at the same time? Gu Jinji started to feel sorry for his boyfriend, who also accompanied him chatting while making such sacrifices. How could anyone be so innocent? Definitely, he's opening up to love for the first time. Just talking about it this way, how is it possible to study well? How could he do something so unreasonable for him? Gu Jinji worried madly about his boyfriend's academic performance while his heart kept pounding furiously. He must take full responsibility. Lin Su simply pursed his lips, glanced at him, strategically decided not to talk. He thought this conversation sounded too embarrassing. Lin Su, little Su, or else today I'll accompany you to study at the coffee shop. Gu Jinji earnestly said. Lin Su arched his eyebrows. He never expected to hear the word study coming out of Gu Jinji's mouth. Although he could accept that, there was no need for such suddenness, right? It's fine, I'll arrange my time myself. He wanted to fully enjoy the outing without appearing like an old pedant in front of Gigi. Lin Su was sure Gu Jinji would doze off if he acted otherwise. Gu Jinji, seeing that her advice fell on deaf ears, grew increasingly frustrated and kept pondering how to persuade her boyfriend to study even as they left the gymnasium. Just as they were about to get into their car, a man in his 30s stepped out from beside another vehicle. Excuse me, is this the gym? His tone was polite and lacked any trace of Jiangqing accent, which indicated he might be from the capital region. Both Gu Jinji and Lin Su noticed this. Yes, Lin Su answered with a slight curl of his lips. The man appeared as though he had more to inquire, sensed something peculiar, then scrutinized Lin Su closely upon looking up, realizing he looked eerily familiar. He pulled out his phone and checked some photos. Recognition washed over his face. This was indeed the person he had been searching for, having just left Lin Su's house after learning Lin Su came to the gym. In fact, Lin Su, I'm a teacher from the admissions office at Q University. I specially drove down here to discuss your college preferences, he explained hurriedly before Lin Su could respond, and with both politeness and insistence, led Lin Su towards his car. Every second mattered in these critical times, it couldn't be wasted conversing roadside when potential competitors might interrupt. Lin Su still hadn't quite understood the situation yet found himself driven away with no time to question, leaving only Gu Jinji bewildered in the wind. What? Had he heard correctly, Q University? The prestigious Q University? They hadn't even announced the results yet, how could the recruitment happen so fast? Gu Jinji remembered how, despite being a second-generation rich kid, he too had suffered waiting anxiously for scores, waiting patiently until the selection process ended, fervently praying to gain entry to his top choice. It was an experience bitter like begging, akin to a lick dog. His young lover apparently received such special treatment. What must he have scored to qualify for such preferential handling? And it seemed like Lin Su truly turned into a genuine scholar. Overwhelmed by shock, Gu Jinji suddenly felt foolish for pushing Lin Su so hard earlier to study. It wasn't unlike Emperor's eunuch worrying when the Emperor didn't, his case exactly. He had been acting like the overconcerned fool. Chapter 45. Lin Su was dazed as he was ushered into the car. His mind was still a little muddled from the sudden event and he didn't have the chance to resist, so he found himself in the car in the blink of an eye. The teacher in the car was extraordinarily gentle and passionate. It was as if the strongman moments ago wasn't him at all. Only after bringing Lin Su into the car and entering his own safe zone did he explain, "Classmate Lin Su, don't be nervous, don't be afraid of me. I'm really a teacher from Q University's admissions office." He even showed his work ID, which clearly displayed the teacher's information and Q University's emblem. Lin Su wasn't actually skeptical of this, it was just a bit sudden. "I just visited your home and met your grandparents, and they told me you came to the gymnasium to play basketball. Exercising is truly beneficial. Health is the foundation for revolution." The admissions office teacher didn't rush straight into the main topic but instead chatted idly with Lin Su to establish rapport. Unfortunately, Lin Su wasn't skilled at chatting, and he let the atmosphere become awkward, only managing dry responses like, yes. The teacher made small talk about health and family for a while before asking Lin Su if he understood anything about Q University and how much he knew, promising help in understanding more about Q University's majors and future prospects. In his previous life, Lin Su had returned to China and spent some time as a lecturer at Q University, so he already had a pretty thorough knowledge of the place. As they talked, they reached their destination, a 5-star hotel that the teacher had booked, partly because of concern that competitors might try to recruit Lin Su at his house. Meanwhile, Gu Jinji stood by the roadside for a while, unsure whether she should chase after them or not. She was quite confused. She had been so shocked just now that she inadvertently allowed her boyfriend to be taken away. Now, she was astonished to realize how sought after her boyfriend was and was also slightly worried about whether something bad would happen. Not wanting to tell her brother about this kind of thing, she could only reach out to an old acquaintance for advice. While Gu Jinji touched the scorching hot car body by accident and let out a hiss of pain, she frowned and called Suzhou. Suzhou, always online, answered quickly. "What's up again?" Suzhou felt like he was now a master of emotions, specifically solving emotional problems for his childhood friend. Gu Jinji still stared blankly at the direction where the car had sped away, suspiciously asking, "I have a question. Just now when my boyfriend and I were leaving the basketball court." "Tisk, you've already got a boyfriend? Progressing well then." Suzhou teased him. "You, little brat, stop interrupting me. Just now, someone pulled him into a car and took him away." As the story grew more alarming, especially considering Gu Jinji's boyfriend was an 18-year-old high school student, it began to sound like a criminal case. "Do you eat sh*t? You just watched your boyfriend being taken away." Suzhou cursed him heavily. Gu Jinji was angry, "Let me finish talking, damn it." That person claimed to be a teacher from Q University's admissions office, wanting to discuss university options with my boyfriend. Since it's college entrance exam season, I heard Q University and froze, not thinking too much about it. Now I feel like something may be off. Gu Jinji rushed through his explanation and was even gasping for breath. This was also something Suzhou didn't know about, having skipped the Gaokao and obtained a rather watered-down foreign degree abroad. "What? A teacher from Q University dragged your boyfriend away? Are you kidding? Teachers from Q University must think themselves as superior as gods. It's always students who beg to get into Q University. How could Q University be the one doing the begging?" With a few words, Suzhou dismissed the authenticity of the matter. He further reminded Gu Jinji grimly, "I suspect this is a new method of abduction. They probably shocked you into letting your guard down and then abducted him." What a lame excuse. Gu Jinji was swayed by what Suzhou said and furrowed his brow. "Yeah, I haven't heard of such a thing either. I thought my boyfriend was some kind of academic genius or something." He cursed himself, feeling incredibly stupid for believing it so easily. "That won't do. I need to catch up immediately, hang up." He sometimes heard rumors online about people trafficking men for kidney harvesting, instantly breaking out in cold sweat and even becoming angry, thinking someone dared harm his partner in front of him. Though Gu Jinji acted on instinct, realizing he wouldn't catch up, he promptly went to a nearby police station to review surveillance footage. This area was relatively central, and there weren't many blind spots in the surveillance. When Gu Jinji mentioned at the police station that his friend had been put into a car, the officers initially found it hard to believe since it involved an adult male, but they quickly checked the surveillance anyway, acting efficiently. There weren't many on-duty police officers in the local station as usually they only handle petty cases such as lost phones or lost items. Thus, hearing about potential human trafficking made it a very serious matter indeed. Did you hear what your friend and that man said before he got in the car? Have you called your friend? Was his phone confiscated? The police officer asked him seriously, trying to find any clue. Gu Jinji was very anxious and spoke rapidly. He said he was a teacher from Q University's admissions office asking my friend about college preferences. Who would believe such a thing? As he said this, he realized he hadn't even tried calling Lin Su yet. So he quickly picked up his phone and made the call. When Lin Su's phone rang, the teacher who was with him at first became quite nervous and inquired, "Is it a strange number?" If it was a strange number, it had to be cut off right away. No, it's my friend." Lin Su noticed his tension and shook his head as he answered the call. Ji. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jinji felt slightly relieved, at least his boyfriend was still conscious. "Is he kidnapping you? Does he want ransom for you? Tell him I will pay whatever amount. I have money. Quick, hand the phone over so I can negotiate." Gu Jinji was worried about his boyfriend's safety and blurted all of this out immediately. Lin Su was stunned, and so was the teacher on his side after hearing such an explosive statement. He was frightened for a moment. "Lin Su, explain to your friend. The teacher really isn't a human trafficker. You can send your friend your location." It was also because he had been too hasty just now and didn't notice that Lin Su had someone by his side, otherwise, he should have taken both of them. Lin Su then explained to Gu Jinji. But Gu Jinji still firmly believed he was being deceived, thus saying to the nearby police officer, "Officer, when will the manpower be adjusted? My friend has definitely been kidnapped." The officer listened to their conversation content and felt it somewhat surreal for a moment. His own family had children taking the college entrance exam, and just a few days ago there were jokes on WeChat among parents discussing how much they hoped their child could be fought over by prestigious universities, which was something they would pray for in every generation. Who would have thought that such a situation would actually occur, and the friend of the victim had already reported it. Though the officer did not relax his guard, he cautiously asked a sentence, "Why don't we let your friend give us a location first?" Even if the person really was a human trafficker, they wouldn't dare to act so wildly to make the victim call directly. Oh. Gu Jinji hurriedly let Lin Su send his location, only then knowing it was at a hotel. "I'll accompany you there, little comrade, you have a strong sense of vigilance, well done." Seeing how things developed, the policeman already knew it was a misunderstanding but highly praised Gu Jinji all the same. It was great that he possessed such caution. He also took advantage of the official matter to check what was happening with Q University's admissions office. Oh. Gu Jinji scratched his head, and felt a bit dazed again. This trafficker sure had a lot of guts. When he and the officer knocked on the door and saw Lin Su being treated to good food and drinks inside, he momentarily felt his face getting warm. "Hello, officer, I never expected this kind of mishap. It's my fault. I should have let Lin Su make a phone call to report his safety right away." This teacher was also encountering such a situation for the first time and smiled sheepishly. "It's okay. It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Can I take the liberty to ask how many points this young student scored?" The officer glanced at Lin Su and sighed inwardly. Indeed, a candidate from other families, handsome and capable with excellent scores. This kind of information is not supposed to be disclosed, but this classmate is the top scorer of Jiangqing City. The teacher gave a general answer, causing both Gu Jinji and the officer to be completely astonished. Very good. The families of this little student must be so happy, congratulations to you. Since everything is fine, I will leave first." The officer finished admiring and left while Gu Jinji awkwardly stood on the side. Under Lin Su's eyes, he sat down awkwardly again. The teacher invited him to eat as well, showing great passion towards him and apologizing for neglecting him before, with an exceptionally gentle attitude. Being the foodie that he was, Gu Jinji now felt restless, only managing to laugh awkwardly. No problem. "Teachers, you guys go ahead without worrying about me. Just continue talking." Afterward, Gu Jinji's ears were filled with terms he couldn't understand. He only saw the look on the teacher's face growing more appreciative and determined, almost wishing to immediately bring Lin Su back to the capital. Gu Jinji remained silent like a chicken. He only managed to severely berate Su Zhou, the ignorant fool, for misleading him during the rare opportunity. "Fool, you made me embarrass myself." "What? Did you find the person?" "You are so unreasonable blaming me like this," Su Zhou replied innocently. Gu Jinji pressed the screen hard with bad mood, drawing Lin Su's attention. Lin Su kindly whispered softly, "Do you want me to turn the air conditioning down a bit?" His teacher showed sincerity and immediately found the switch to lower the temperature by 2 degrees, forcing Gu Jinji to laugh foolishly and shake his head. No need. "You, the ignorant fool, you know nothing. That teacher was truly from Q University. Now I'm so embarrassed to sit here and take advantage of their hospitality. Ah. Seriously? There's really such a thing in the world. Teachers from universities actually come looking for people. Isn't it all about students applying themselves? Su Zhou also sounded confused. You only hang out with bad influences, of course you wouldn't understand the world of top scholars. Gu Jinji mercilessly teased him. After hearing that Lin Su turned out to be the top scorer in Jiangqing, Gu Jinji mentally raised Lin Su's title further, calling them a top scholar was not enough, they were at least a study god. Do you have any right to laugh at me? Aren't you one of those bad influences too? You believed it as well. Su Zhou felt deflated by the teasing. Gu Jinji grew awkward for a moment but then started boasting again, but my boyfriend is a study god, and he is the top scorer in Jiangqing. My god. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Gu Jinji, you've got the best luck ever. Who would have thought these two doing online dating where one was a top rich second-generation heir and the other a top study god? They seem to have finished talking, I won't chat with you anymore. Gu Jinji glanced at the direction of the two and turned off his phone. The teacher was still trying hard to invite, Lin Su classmate, you really should consider the teacher's proposal, come experience our school early and bring your grandparents along if you want, all costs will be covered by the school. The matter of scholarships had already been discussed between the teacher and Lin Su. Thank you, teacher, but I have some matters to deal with during summer vacation. Lin Su politely refused. Things were basically settled down already. He was indeed quite familiar with Q University, and he had planned out which majors to apply for, so this refusal was verbal only. Still, since the volunteer filling time had not arrived yet, the admissions office teacher was worried and wanted to take Lin Su to their place to watch him fill out the form. Since Lin Su had things to do, the teacher could not force it, so he would just keep an eye on things for now, especially making sure no one took him away during the volunteering application period. In that case, the teacher will step out first. Rest well, and the teacher can send you back later. The teacher said very attentively. No problem, teacher, go ahead, I have transportation. Gu Jinji showed great respect to the teachers from the university, mostly because as an academically challenged person himself, fearing teachers came naturally, even for rich second-generationers. That comment reminded the teacher of the earlier phone call where this man had said he'd pay whatever amount to ransom the kidnapped, prompting a polite smile, okay. Only when the room was left with the two of them did Lin Su awkwardly apologize, sorry, Ji, I forgot to call and tell you I'm safe. Indeed, Lin Su hadn't expected Gu Jinji to suspect something serious like that. Gu Jinji shook his head, staring intently at Lin Su, feeling that his boyfriend seemed different now, like he had a halo around him. Students who weren't good at studying inherently admired and idolized top scholars. The more he understood Lin Su, the more perfect and complete Lin Su became in his mind. Did the teacher secretly tell you how much you scored? Gu Jinji asked curiously. After all, Lin Su was the top scorer. Replies like these often came across as boastful. Lin Su was someone who tended to blush easily while bragging. In a previous life, Lin Su's achievements were conveyed proudly by family members, allowing Lin Su to simply focus on his work. Now having to mention it in front of his own boyfriend made Lin Su rather embarrassed. 722. Lin Su gave a dry reply. Gu Jinji's pupils contracted in disbelief. My god. Didn't you say you performed similar to how you usually do? How could anyone score so high? Could there really be people in the world capable of achieving this? Gu Jinji couldn't comprehend. Yes, Lin Su looked at him as if waiting for his explanation, but Lin Su didn't know how to explain. Do you usually score over 702? Gu Jinji found himself speaking uncomfortably. He couldn't even look directly at the number 700. What's wrong? As Gu Jinji acted more exaggerated, Lin Su felt increasingly awkward. Should he have mentioned less? Gu Jinji opened and closed his mouth a few times, unable to say anything. He then tried again, how do you score so high? Must there be many perfect scores? He could hardly imagine. Lin Su stammered as he explained his grades, just 136 for Chinese, math, a perfect score, then English 146, science comprehensive 290. When mentioning his relatively lower subjects, Lin Su somehow appeared more confident. Otherwise, he felt he was showing off. Gu Jinji unknowingly sat straight, exaggerating as he listened with an overly dramatic expression. He listened more attentively than children listening to fairy tales in kindergarten, though inside he was genuinely shocked. Who knew what kind of face he was making? Chapter 46. After one mortifying social death, it was thought that this matter had come to an end. The two then wandered around the city as usual. Lin Su also did not show any pride for being the top scorer of Jiang City's college entrance exam, it was as though it was just a normal occurrence. Should we go home and let our families know? Gu Jinji felt a bit embarrassed still monopolizing Lin Su's time, even though Lin Su was feeling guilty about leaving him behind earlier and had been keeping him company all along. But Gu Jinji wasn't such a petty person after all, he was almost in his 20s. Having spent so much time with Lin Su, Gu Jinji knew that only his grandparents were at home often, while his parents worked away from home. Hence, he never doubted Lin Su's humble family background and even pitied him sometimes. If he had scored top marks, he would have run home long ago to brag about it wildly since it was such a thrilling piece of good news. They probably already know, but I should go back and take a look anyway, said Lin Su, deciding that going back was necessary. Gu Jinji accompanied him. He originally planned just to see Lin Su off at the building entrance because he wasn't comfortable meeting Lin Su's grandparents yet. Besides, once the family eventually discovered their relationship, pretending to be merely friends now would seem deceitful. Just as they entered the neighborhood, a chatty neighbor who saw Lin Su hurriedly told him, "Su, you've finally come back. There have been several groups of people visiting your house today, and your grandparents seem to be still entertaining guests. It seems teachers from schools in the capital have arrived, you'd better hurry home." The neighbors urged him with envious expressions on their faces. They hadn't paid much attention to this child before, and now they were amazed by how accomplished he had suddenly become. Lin Su paused for a moment. Gu Jinji was also startled. Guests were still being entertained. He thought that the commotion earlier in the morning had been rare enough, as he hadn't initially believed it himself. Gu Jinji couldn't leave immediately, curious to understand what was happening and wanted to check out this situation. Thus, Gu Jinji pulled Lin Su upstairs straight away and whispered into his ear, "Don't worry, I won't reveal myself." Then, he made a shoo gesture with his hand, fearing Lin Su would mind him coming up. He understood this wasn't the right timing. Lin Su hadn't even gone to university yet, and given their sexual orientation, their relationship wasn't something easily acceptable by parents. He didn't need to worry, he had already come out to his family and was under no pressure. But Lin Su was young, certainly unable to declare things openly yet, and Gu Jinji could empathize. As Gu Jinji had been understanding when realizing his boyfriend was still in high school, comprehending why Lin Su had deleted him. Indeed, Lin Su did worry about the issue of teenage romance, but seeing Gu Jinji's dark eyes in the hallway, he reflected that since they met, the number of unconventional things he'd done was beyond count. Was he still that model child everyone praised? Lin Su realized he had already moved far from that image, and he no longer lived solely for that title. He followed the commendable order of life for a very long time without breaking any rules. But if there was a hard question now, for example, his family learning about them and strongly disapproving, what would he do? He thought, as long as it wasn't due to issues with their mutual feelings, he would definitely not break up. In the identity of a child at home, he considered himself dutiful. Never troubling his grandparents, managing himself well, never adding burdens to his family in the future, instead planning to give back. So, he should also enjoy freedom as an independent person. His family ought to respect his rights to romantic and marital freedom. Gigi, I'm not the good student you think I am. It's fine, Lin Su spoke these words instead, gently holding Gu Jinji's hand. Actually, Lin Su was quite perceptive, he could sense what Gu Jinji thought. The latter believed he was not mature enough to shoulder responsibilities yet, assumed that deleting him previously was due to cowardice, and tried saying those soothing words so he could feel at ease. Certainly, he must perceive Lin Su as an obedient student incapable of resisting parental authority judging from his daily mannerism. Though Gigi acted familiar with him, he simultaneously lacked faith in Lin Su. This impression left by Gu Jinji, Lin Su fully understood. His previous action indeed stemmed from timidity, though it was a timid judgment believing a 3-month relationship insufficient to overcome their objective differences, not from inability to bear responsibility for love. Gu Jinji, witnessing his deeply meaningful gaze, instantly felt seen through and shrank inwardly. Wanting to preserve their relationship, he willingly conceded, feeling it was necessary for the other party. Lin Su figured it out, understanding the implicit explanation conveyed in the brief sentence Gu Jinji heard clearly. He wouldn't become a sacrifice to these baseless reasons. Just be natural. After finishing this, Lin Su took Gu Jinji and left the corridor. There was no need to deliberately expose themselves now, but there was also no need to hurt Gigi's feelings to prevent their grandparents from finding out. If Gigi cared about this, then there was no reason to hide like they used to. There shouldn't be a need for Gu Jinji to feel obligated to explain himself if he ever wanted to visit Lin Su's home. Lin Su and the other arrived to find that their floor was bustling with excitement. The door to their home had been left open, and Mrs. Wang from next door stood near it chatting with people inside. Several neighbors whom Lin Su didn't know well were around too. As soon as they saw Lin Su, their eyes sparkled, and they immediately said, "Oh my! Our top scorer has returned." They enthusiastically came over to pull Lin Su, who could only awkwardly try to extricate his hand while dragging Gu Jinji away. Such an enthusiastic welcome was naturally unfamiliar to Lin Su. In his previous life, his family lived in a detached villa, never disturbed. Even when relatives came asking questions, it was always his mother who handled everything. Gu Jinji curiously watched the commotion by Lin Su's side. No matter how much seniority or authority he wielded among those older than him, none of it mattered here since he was visiting Lin Su's boyfriend. As a scholastic failure, Gu Jinji thought it'd be great to bask in the good luck of this top performer. When they got closer to the entrance, they realized the scene inside was even livelier. Two groups were busy talking to each other. Firstly, a young man was having a somewhat friendly argument with another man wearing a work badge. "This morning, we've already come, and Lin Su has agreed to join our Q University. Your esteemed institution should go look for other excellent students. This young man looked very inexperienced. He was a student left behind by a Q University professor to accompany the elders. As expected, someone from the neighboring institution came in the afternoon, but it was already too late. Jiang City, as a municipality deeply imbued with educational tradition, its top scorers each year would attract fierce competition. Jiang City had its own unique examination system, known for being extremely challenging, and its strict grading process, which made every point achieved highly valuable. This year's top score was 722, but the second highest was just 702. A gap of 20 points in a college entrance exam was essentially impossible to close. It was rare for the previous year's Jiang City top scorer to reach above 710, with some scoring just above 690s, so they placed particular importance on acquiring Lin Su. Besides, these local students generally performed excellently after enrollment, with quite a few becoming renowned academic prodigies, admired figures within their universities. Many achieved remarkable success in research, hence both Q University and J University weren't willing to let the other gain an advantage. It's still before the application deadline. Lin Su might change his mind about his choice, the teacher from J University stubbornly retorted back. The younger student appeared more naive. He could only call his teacher urgently while spotting Lin Su at the door, attempting to build rapport. Junior brother Lin, your senior brother here is also a graduate of the affiliated high school, and I'm quite familiar with your class head teacher. You can inquire about Q University through him, and once you're enrolled, junior brother, feel free to find me for anything. Mrs. Wang outside was already swelling with pride. Although she was envious, her neighbor winning the status of a top scorer reflected glory onto her. It was something she could brag about to others. She was advising Lin's grandparents with other neighbors, sister, just follow my advice, have little Sue pick finance. I tell you, the finance program can earn serious money. I know a distant relative whose child studied finance at J University. Right after graduation, his annual salary started at 1 million yuan. Yeah, otherwise being a doctor isn't bad either, high social status and good pay, they chattered eagerly among themselves. Grandma Lin was still slightly dazed, she hadn't anticipated her grandson doing so remarkably well. Little Sue, Grandma doesn't understand these things, but you must. Choose finance. Had my son scored this high, I'd definitely have him pick finance. Mrs. Wang, seeing Grandma Lin unable to give clear direction, directly pulled Lin Su to one side. Spit nearly sprayed all over Lin Su's face. Standing off to the side, Gu Jinji chuckled inwardly. Was this the treatment a scholar received? But why did his boyfriend seem so stiff? Ha ha ha. Little Sue, is this your friend? Gu Jinji greeted, good afternoon, Grandma. His presence at such moments was easily overshadowed, as all the focus remained on Lin Su. Little Sue, select what you want, tonight you can discuss with Big Brother. Both me and your grandpa don't understand much, we won't interfere. At this crucial moment, Grandma Lin ignored everyone else's suggestions entirely. She knew her own upbringing was limited due to poverty, so in such matters, she couldn't impose on Lin Su's decision. After all, Lin Su achieved these results through his hard work, and thus they had no right to intervene. Although Gu Jinji felt finance was a decent option, he leaned toward Lin Su and whispered lightly, don't listen to them, do what you wish. I'll be here anyway, and by the way, you should know I'm rather wealthy. Regardless of the chosen major, Gu Jinji could secure Lin Su good employment, making sure their efforts and relationship wouldn't go to waste. Lin Su's family background was ordinary, and Gu Jinji worried that Lin Su might think too much about this and not have a happy time at university. At times like these, Gu Jinji threw all his older brother's teachings out of the window. He was perfectly content with being the one to rely on his boyfriend. Why did poor men always seem scheming? His boyfriend was far from it. Because of Gu Jinji's whispered reassurances, Lin Su's social anxiety-induced discomfort eased quite a bit, as if the incessant chatter around him faded into silence. Gu Jinji spoke bluntly, which left Lin Su feeling somewhat helpless. Healthy relationships shouldn't be like this. Lin Su was rational in thinking and firm in belief, and there was no way he would give up his goals for some external factors. Even though their current financial disparity was significant and Lin Su's family only enjoyed modest wealth, constantly racking his brain to figure out ways to make more money wouldn't solve anything but instead risk losing himself. Clear direction and diligent efforts ultimately brought not only reputation and wealth but other worldly benefits as well. In his previous life, as a rising star in the research institute, Lin Su was highly valued and considered a top-tier talent willing to return from abroad. Although Lin Su said he wasn't making a lot of money, it was relative to standing against the family business. He earned an astronomical salary from the institute, easily in the 8 figures annually. Initially, additional benefits included school admissions for children and allocated housing. But since Lin Su's family had been affluent, and as someone socially anxious, he didn't dare live in bustling neighborhoods. Moreover, being a single child with a widowed mother meant he never required those extra perks. Life, unpredictable as it was, led him here now. Surprisingly, he overcame one hurdle after another, embracing a down-to-earth life with remarkable calmness. I know. His expression remained composed, but privately, he lightly touched Gu Jinji's hand, reflecting that today, Gu Jinji actually began sounding like a cliché CEO who could be conned. How many people truly go around saying they're super wealthy? It made him seem like such an innocent lamb. Gu Jinji, grinning smugly, squeezed back at him, believing that his own competence had provided his boyfriend peace of mind. He felt accomplished, being this boyfriend certainly served its purpose. Chapter 47. All the way until the day the results came out, Lin Su was completely lost in chaos. On the night they found out the scores, as expected, the Lin family had a family video call. It wasn't until they had bid farewell to the teachers and neighbors that they finally had the energy to inform their relatives far away in the capital about this news. Although Lin's parents had never harbored any grand wishes for their son to be an extraordinary scholar, they were still greatly surprised when they learned that Lin Su had become the top scorer in Jiangcheng. The general consensus within the family was that Lin Su didn't really enjoy studying, all the private tutors they had hired for him in the past had been completely ineffective. After entering his third year of high school, with the increased pressure from school, they had stopped trying. To be a laid-back second-generation rich kid or join the company in the future was also fine, everything could come slowly. Originally, the Lin family had thought about sending Lin Su abroad to study for a gold-plating experience. Even if he couldn't get into a prestigious school, at least he'd have a degree. From Lin Su's decision to take the college entrance exam up until now that the results are out, it feels like a story straight out of a drama. But of course, everyone was happy for Lin Su, because he chose his own path. Regarding the matter of university applications, the older brother is the only one in the family who has experienced the Gaokao, college entrance exam, so he has a say. Little Su, what are you interested in? Although he often joked before about wanting Lin Su to join the family business and sell houses together, now was the time to be serious. Lin Su's field of research in his previous life was bioengineering, with economics as a minor during his undergraduate studies, and he was deeply interested in it. Of course, in an ordinary family, choosing such a profession that requires deep focus might not seem wise. After all, there's a saying in China, chemistry, biology, material science, and environmental engineering are the four great pitfalls, with low wages after graduating with a bachelor's degree. But if one were to further their education and become a researcher, making patents, that changes things entirely. In short, this major truly requires passion. In this life, Lin Su wanted to delve deeper into this direction again, so he said it outright without reservation. Mom, Dad, brother, I can figure out how to pay for tuition and living expenses on my own while in college. In the future, whether I continue my studies, the family won't need to bear any burden, Lin Su explained. He knew he was in an average family now, and perhaps his family would hope his knowledge could quickly generate income. When the family heard Lin Su's chosen major, they were initially shocked, for this decision seemed well considered, avoiding all the popular majors. Good, the whole family supports you. But son, don't worry about the money, just do what you want. Has your dad ever let you down financially? Mr. Lin laughed first. Lin Shan paused for a moment in contemplation. If his younger brother had an interest in managing the company in this area, would he agree? However, the future is unpredictable. After coming to the capital, Lin Su could change his mind anytime. So, with that, it was decided. Soon after, the homeroom teacher also learned of this news and invited Lin Su over for dinner, discussing some matters concerning the university applications. As the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang certainly wanted to recommend more practical majors with better job prospects, but upon understanding Lin Su's ideas, he couldn't help feeling somewhat embarrassed about being so conventional after teaching for many years. How could his judgment compare with a high schooler who had clear goals and steadfast beliefs? Moreover, he strangely felt a sense that this student of his would indeed achieve something in the future, making the school proud. After the results were announced, Lin Su, the top scorer of Jiangcheng City, suddenly appeared in everyone's sights. The affiliated middle school was the first to celebrate the excellent achievements of its students and specifically issued congratulations on the official website. Among these, explicit congratulations and hopes for Lin Su, the top scorer of Jiangcheng, were prominently displayed on the homepage. There's no doubt that this was done to boast. Even as the leading school among the 4 top schools in Jiangcheng, the affiliated middle school cannot claim to consistently produce the top scorers every year, let alone a majority of them. This year, only Lin Su secured the title of top scorer in science, while the top scorer in humanities came from another school. However, having Lin Su, the top-scoring science student, was already a face-saving achievement. Who doesn't know that in previous years, none of the top scorers in science in Jiangcheng had exceeded a score of 710, but this year Lin Su scored more than 10 points higher, leaving the second-place student far behind. It was a spectacular sight never seen before. Additionally, not only was Lin Su academically gifted, but he also happened to have an exceptionally handsome appearance. The school leaders, middle-aged men, simply noted that his features were balanced, but the young teachers in the school's publicity department were completely captivated by Lin Su's striking face. This year, we're sure to attract quality admissions. They all thought. With big brother Lin Su as the poster child, attracting excellent students, especially younger ones, will surely create strong role models. Thus, on the honor board outside the school gate, Lin Su got his own separate spot, showing not only his name, score, and school but also his picture, a super clear and dignified photo. For Lin Su, the tangible change after becoming the top scorer was that, as a student who had just graduated from high school, he indeed became wealthy. In fact, all family members intended to reward Lin Su. However, Lin Su felt that their financial conditions were ordinary and didn't want to take the money. Still, he couldn't refuse for long and accepted it reluctantly, deciding to save it on a card for major family matters in the future. The money truly belonging to him came from the bonuses awarded by the city, district, and school. To celebrate the emergence of a top scorer breaking historical records in Jiangcheng, everyone from the municipal level down to the school spent generously. The leaders all treated this student with great respect. Lin Su wasn't sure how many days he had died socially across different award ceremonies, nor how many group photos he had taken with the leaders. In the end, his bank account saw an increase of several 100,000 yuan. Though Lin Su did not entirely think this was something he truly deserved, he viewed it as a kind of talent incentive. He figured that once he could stand on his own 2 feet in the future, he would have the responsibility to nurture generations of talent for Jiangcheng, forming a virtuous cycle. What relieved him greatly was that he could finally pay off his debts. Lin Su disliked owing people anything, so this amount was always clearly recorded in his mind. Moreover, he overcame his hesitations and periodically messaged the buyer of the watch via text to confirm that he was not a scammer. Once he set up a new WeChat account, he added the other party right away. This time, he took another deep breath and sent a message again. Mr. I am Lin Su. Do you still remember me? Due to the time difference, he specially chose a suitable time for the recipient, even though it was already midnight where he was. I've heard about it, our Jiangcheng's top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, excellent work, congratulations to you. The buyer abroad did not forget to keep track of domestic news, being also a person from Jiangcheng. He merely thought the connection was quite fascinating but hadn't expected the classmate who had repeatedly sold watches and then bought them back, entangled in emotional turmoil, would be someone of such academic excellence. Being the top scorer, this honor meant a lifetime unattainable gap for most people. Lin Su originally planned to politely return the money, but seeing the reply from the other side made him somewhat awkward and embarrassed. However, over these past few weeks, he was nearly getting used to it. Thank you, mister, I've saved enough money. Is this your card number? If there's no issue, I will transfer the money. Thank you for your unconditional trust at the time. Lin Su sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, given the watch's considerable value, it was exceedingly rare for someone to hand over the goods without receiving payment. The buyer was undoubtedly a good person. That's correct, no rush. By the way, are you now officially graduated, and how is the relationship with the one you like going? The buyer was curiously gossiping. Teenage romances are beautiful yet simple, often ending in sadness. Too many couples disperse after graduation. Nonetheless, Lin Su's success in academics was at least not regrettable. But unexpectedly, Lin Su replied shyly, we're together now. Overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally united, although it was still just the beginning. This turns out to be a double blessing story. As a witness, I feel incredibly honored. Wishing you happiness in the future and congratulations on your graduation. Currently, Lin Su was still naive, and soon university life with its many temptations awaited him. Given Lin Su's remarkable grades, it was clear that his future circle would be extraordinary, but the hope remained that he stay pure-hearted and faithful as he is now. Looking at the exquisite watch before him, the somewhat idled Lin Su felt a sense of unreality. Now, this watch could finally be returned to its rightful owner. Not too long ago, he had thought of mailing it to Gu Jinji later, paying off the debt and having nothing left to worry about. Fate, however, had a different plan, and now he and Ji Ji were reconnecting in a completely different relationship. But Lin Su still decided to return the watch. Jin Ji was wonderful. When they were together, she always repeated the idea of, yours is mine and mine is yours, which represented a boundless emotional surge irrespective of conditions. Lin Su, however, was very rational. He understood the objective gaps between them, knew what capabilities allowed one to accomplish what tasks, and knew his roots. He was now in an average family and had no need for gold or silver accessories. Being with Gu Jinji wasn't for her wealth. Why can't a simply dressed student coexist with a carefree rich kid within a romantic relationship? There was no need for one to get closer to the other or for one to accommodate the other. They were all real and normal themselves, and in their relationship, both held equal positions. Therefore, Lin Su took some time to invite Gu Jinji out. This was their first opportunity to meet after so many days. Finally finished. Gu Jinji jumped up excitedly from the bed, not blaming her boyfriend for doing so well in exams but feeling lonely in the hotel for such a long time. In a few days, the school will host a coming-of-age ceremony banquet, and then I'll have nothing else to do. Lin Su also felt apologetic, as he had been extremely busy. Coming-of-age ceremony. Can I go? Gu Jinji, upon realizing this was her boyfriend's coming-of-age ceremony, felt a longing to be there. She wanted to witness the moment and later claimed she had accompanied him as he grew up. Lin Su hadn't anticipated Gu Jinji focusing on this aspect. He paused for a moment, it should be fine. Family members are allowed to attend, so I'll take you in. Gu Jinji thought that Lin Su had finally learned how to flirt by hinting at their family relationship, which made her feel incredibly pleased inside. She teased, what kind of family member am I to you? Lin Su pondered seriously before replying, saying brother definitely ensures smooth approval. Gu Jinji, fuck off. Still, she muttered, then I will come that day anyway. Brother it is. Ji, let's meet. Huh. Can we meet now? Gu Jinji perked right back up, originally thinking she'd have to wait a few days to see her boyfriend as a brother since he had been doing well in exams while she'd felt lonely all this time in the hotel. In a few days, the school will host a coming-of-age banquet, and then I'll be free from any obligations. Lin Su also felt apologetic because he'd been so busy lately. All right. With that, Lin Su carefully placed the watch into the box and carried it out with him, still dressed plainly. They decided to meet on a bridge by the river near the hotel, ensuring they could quickly meet each other and even go for a stroll together afterward. As pretentious as Gu Jinji was, he hastily got ready, fixing his hair. After all, when meeting his boyfriend, one must look impeccable. Seeing the stylish figure in the distance, Lin Su often found himself stunned. It really was his own girlfriend, someone he never imagined dating before. Upon seeing Lin Su, Gu Jinji removed his sunglasses, lazily waving at him, leaning casually against the railing with his slender waist and long legs. Lin Su walked toward him without hesitation. What do you want? Gu Jinji asked arrogantly. There really didn't need to be a reason to meet. If he missed Lin Su, he just met him, but still, he wanted to hear Lin Su say it aloud. After all, Lin Su had just called him brother. But Lin Su's response came unexpectedly, to return something to you. Gu Jinji looked at him curiously. Return what? What did they have between them that needed returning? Then, Lin Su took a box from his pocket and handed it to him. Gu Jinji slowly opened it, only to see a watch. At first glance, he wasn't too familiar with it until after some thought he realized this was the gift he had given Lin Su at the time, never once imagining Lin Su would someday give it back. But why are you returning this to me? It's the present I gave you. Gu Jinji shoved it back at him, suddenly feeling uncomfortable inside, his tone becoming sharper. Gradually, he understood Lin Su wasn't the type of man who sought material benefits through relationships, but rather was almost overly righteous. This had always seemed like a good thing, and indeed Gu Jinji thought his boyfriend lacked any noticeable flaws, making him perfect. But right now, he wished Lin Su would care more about taking advantage of his wealth than giving things back like this. Born into a wealthy family, Gu Jinji had always been warned that many people approached him for his money and power, and indeed that was the case. So encountering someone like Lin Su, who didn't behave this way, made him feel both lucky and anxious, as if without such incentives, he might lose hold over Lin Su. If Lin Su didn't owe him anything, didn't want his belongings, and didn't depend on him, then surely he could leave any time. Gu Jinji knew his personality wasn't the most likable, so it bothered him to think that maintaining a stable relationship purely through his charm seemed challenging, even though Gu Jinji was usually full of self-love. In the past, he would have dismissed it all casually. Who cares if someone dislikes me? They wouldn't dare offend me, and I don't respect those kinds anyway. But now, he had fallen for Lin Su. Gigi, you know my family's financial condition is modest. I'm about to enter university, there's no need for me to wear a watch like this. Lin Su tried handing it back again, simply believing poor students were normal people. Gu Jinji already had an impatient nature. Although being with Lin Su had tempered his temper somewhat, he couldn't help snapping now. Throwing Lin Su's hand aside, he let the watch fall to the ground, turning away without looking at Lin Su. His fingers trembled slightly. If you don't want my stuff, throw it away. Things given by Lord Gu can't be returned. He said coldly, slipping back into his arrogant demeanor due to sheer anger. Was Lin Su really trying so hard not to benefit from him, wanting such a clear boundary between them that even gifts had to be returned? His elder brother was right, there isn't a single good guy around. Lin Su hadn't expected Gu Jinji to react so strongly. He picked up the watch and carefully wiped it clean. I'm not saying I don't want your things, Lin Su explained. Only then did Gu Jinji turn his gaze toward him, his eyes reddening at the corners. So you're saying it doesn't look good on you? He asked earnestly, looking at the watch. Upon reflection, when he had chosen it at the time, he'd picked it haphazardly, matching his then aesthetic, though now it clearly didn't seem quite fitting for Lin Su. In that case, Gu Jinji wouldn't feel upset anymore. You should have said that earlier. I'll buy you another one, and we can discard this one. Saying this, Gu Jinji snatched the watch and headed straight for the trash can to throw it away. Lin Su, however, held on to his hand, reluctant to let go. Don't throw it away. Huh? Gu Jinji was very confused. Gigi, you know when I realized asking for a present from you was wrong, I wanted to give this watch back and then delete your contact. Lin Su's eyes were heavy as he stared at him. Gu Jinji was utterly bewildered, not having thought that Lin Su had intended to delete him so early on. However, he wasn't angry because at the time, he hadn't thought much of Lin Su either. But this watch was sold back then, I couldn't return the money, which led to what happened afterward. Through many twists and turns, it eventually came back to me, and by then, I didn't want your gift to be treated like this. Lin Su did not wish for it to be thrown away, it had become meaningful to him. If Gu Jinji really wanted to discard it, Lin Su would keep it. Gu Jinji hadn't expected that the casual gift he once gave would turn out to be the key link in their meeting and knowing each other. In that case, he didn't want to part with it lightly either. As he looked at the watch, it seemed to reveal the boy's journey of feeling from disliking him to liking him. Then put it on me. Gu Jinji suddenly extended his hand, wanting to cherish this sentiment too. Lin Su's eyes lit up, and he carefully put the watch on Gu Jinji. Actually, it looked great on him. My vision is pretty spot on. Gu Jinji admired it with satisfaction. I'll pick you a new one. That's settled. Gu Jinji still cared that Lin Su kept such a distance from him. Why shouldn't Lin Su take his things? Things went full circle, and they were here again. Ji, the person standing in front of you now is the real Lin Su. The Lin Su who clings to Gu Jinji doesn't exist. Your affection toward me makes me happy, and I accept it, but there's no need to support me financially. I'm not pitiful. Lin Su chuckled helplessly, and an impulse made him bend down to embrace Gu Jinji, resting his chin on his shoulder. This was a bit unfamiliar, but he felt a deeper connection needed through physical touch to feel more profoundly Gu Jinji's deep care and affection for him. Gu Jinji wanted to say something several times but found himself speechless. If Lin Su hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have realized what he truly felt inside. He had always feared that Lin Su would look down on his average family background, becoming self-conscious in front of him. In the future, when they moved to the capital, Lin Su might become even more insecure about his own position. So he tried hard to reduce the gap between them. He also wanted to give Lin Su reassurance, his resources could be shared freely. Whatever Lin Su wanted, no matter how expensive, he'd offer without hesitation. In the end, he feared it would affect their relationship. If they broke up, he'd be far sadder than just losing money, much sadder. But his boyfriend wasn't that kind of person. The one he fell for maintained dignity without being arrogant, seeing through his intentions every time without holding grudges against him. Gu Jinji suddenly wanted to tell his brother, the worldly wisdom you taught me doesn't apply to everyone. Around him, Lin Su wouldn't be wounded by his own superiority complex because Lin Su wasn't self-deprecating either. Yet all he could think of was using the worldly methods to bind Lin Su. Currently, Lin Su was still young. He didn't know how when the other entered university and experienced a broader world, understood his true inner pursuits better, he would continue to choose to stay with him. In the future, the type of person Lin Su might fancy may not even be wealthy or good-looking, all that mattered was someone who met his heart's desires. Lin Su was exactly that kind of person. Without clear worldly standards to measure their relationship, Gu Jinji became even more apprehensive. Chapter 48. On July 2nd, a new male idol group in the domestic entertainment industry, MART, suddenly emerged. They were heavily promoted by Chinhong Media. Their stage debut was on a variety show of a certain satellite TV channel. Although it wasn't a highly popular variety show, considering the current overflow of male idol groups in the entertainment circle, this debut opportunity was already pretty good. Not to mention that their first album's main stage performance was choreographed by a well-known choreographer in the industry with a hefty budget, quite an investment, which clearly showed how much the company valued them. Of course, what garnered the most attention regarding this idol group was their captain, Yan Yang. He was the oldest among the members but still stood out remarkably in a group full of flower beauties. He was a refreshing rugged man among pretty boys. A single from Heart was already available on a certain music platform, and its cover was even advertised. This grand momentum made waves when people saw the face of the center position captain. This triggered a heated discussion in the online group because many who had attended the previous offline gathering recognized Yan Yang's face despite the pictures not being leaked out. Shit, I just wanted to listen to some songs, and I found out there's a new male idol group. Guess what? I spotted Zoe, said one excited member who attended the offline meeting. I saw him too. That Heart captain. And those few promotional photos are stunning. Even better looking than when we met him at the offline gathering. Truly, celebrity styling makes all the difference. Our group actually produced a celebrity, this is insane. I've always said Zoe was top-tier talent. It seems like he will be a big hit someday, too bad we didn't take action earlier. All the group mates began to buzz about it. Many who had only heard of but never seen Zoe hurriedly searched for information about this new idol group online and were shocked. Their circle isn't large, so having someone like Yan Yang, an actual male idol group member, is rare as it could get. Though they might casually critique these ordinary-looking male idol groups online, feeling a friend become a star gave a completely different vibe. Tonight is supposedly their debut stage, should we stay up and watch? Asked one member. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Yan Yang since he was always active in the group chats during his time there. Now, having turned into a distant figure in the world of stardom, everyone harbored a bit of hero worship towards him, and the photo evidence indeed confirmed his dashing good looks. Just now I noticed, Yan Yang has deactivated his account and also left the group chat, probably busy preparing for his debut, speculated a member. After checking, everyone realized this was true. Although logically understanding that moving in different circles later on required changing accounts, there still lingered a faint sense of dissatisfaction. He must have known he'd soon become famous, so he quickly severed ties with his past, possibly fearing everyone would know he's gay, snarked one individual sarcastically. This sentiment arose merely due to envy for failing to keep pace with Yan Yang's success. Most members countered, he needs to focus on his career as he prepares to debut. Your face doesn't have the makings to be a star anyway. Yan Yang leaving before his debut did cast a significant spotlight on him within the group chat. Everyone regretted not making contact earlier, after all, a real-life celebrity. For a while, the group chatter treated Yan Yang like a divine existence unmatched on earth or heaven. And Yan Yang knew fully well what they were saying, even though he left the group, his boyfriend was still part of it and simply hadn't responded recently. Seeing the boiling discussions in the group chat gave both men satisfaction internally, Zhao Tao believed his boyfriend earned respect. Yan Yang, however, felt vindicated as many groupmates once doubted he wasn't of the same type as Amor, comparing random people with him. Living in Zhao Tao's mansion, Yan Yang felt utterly content. Had he known then, he wouldn't have wasted so much youthful time on Yusong. The program had been pre-recorded already, and Zhao Tao had cultivated good relations with the director, ensuring thorough publicity for the Heart Group, especially Yan Yang, who secured substantial screen time. Look at their worthless faces, truly amusing. Watching the various opinions about Yan Yang circulating in the group chat, Zhao Tao chuckled and shared with Yan Yang. Secretly, he took pride in being the sole person able to claim intimacy with Yan Yang. Yan Yang just smiled it off, maintaining his best self front of Zhao Tao. Thank you for helping me. With great tact, Yan Yang kissed Zhao Tao gently, speaking in a low, affectionate tone that always resonated favorably with Zhao Tao. Whenever the group chat mentioned Zoe, inevitably mentioning Chi Chi Mang Mang, a username, followed since everyone knew Zoe had previously hinted romantically at Chi Chi Mang Mang. Unfortunately, Chi Chi Mang Mang missed the chance. Judging by today's situation, the group admin must be regretting this mistake deeply. They had all gone to check out Zoe's MV, which was undeniably filled with testosterone-fueled charisma that stirred strong emotions. When all group members started tagging the admin for missing out on such a prime opportunity with Zoe, Gu Jinji was in the middle of selecting an elegant dress to wear to attend her young boyfriend's school prom ceremony. Gu Jinji was also shocked to her bones when she saw the group messages. She never expected that this Zoe in the group would turn out to be one of the trainees from their company. That's why he felt something odd about Zoe right from the start. Reflecting on it now, wasn't Zoe actually aiming for her back then? Gu Jinji was confident enough to conclude this much. The group members assumed Gu Jinji would regret missing out. However, Gu Jinji only became even more disdainful. These people truly hadn't seen much of the world. There were plenty of trainees at her company, good-looking ones as numerous as cattle. She wasn't unfamiliar with the Ma Boy band trainees back then, they were just average. Both their looks and talent showed no potential for a breakout success, so the company didn't give them too much attention. It seemed only Chenhong Media treated them like treasures. This kind of trash is only precious to you guys. Don't at me, I'm going to attend my boyfriend's coming-of-age ceremony. Despite being someone who loved showing off, Gu Jinji still nonchalantly sent a message without revealing too much detail because they wouldn't know who anyway. The group members were astonished by her arrogant tone. Since Zoe's real identity had been revealed and the group leader seemed completely unfazed, could it be that her boyfriend was indeed of better quality? Impossible, given that even someone like Amor had shown interest in Chi Chi Mang Mang. After replying, Gu Jinji quickly called Lin Su. Lin Su had arrived early because of the school producing an outstanding science top scorer this year. The school administration was overjoyed and decided to lavish extra effort on celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony. Even makeup artists were invited, so the graduates could skip preparations after the event. Lin Su, who was always so plain and modest, was now being groomed backstage by a makeup artist. Despite his naturally handsome features, clothes make men as gold foil makes Buddha shine. In the mirror, Lin Su wearing an elegant suit with a well-done hairstyle appeared like a noble young gentleman straight out of a wealthy household, except for his rather aloof expression. He had come early to adapt to the environment since he still had to deliver a speech that evening, and it was a grand occasion. Many parents of students and incoming freshmen would attend based on his reputation alone. Receiving Gu Jinji's call, the usually tense Lin Su smiled with his eyes. Shishi, are you here? Gu Jinji sighed, I'm picking a suit, how can I wear it without looking like your older brother? Lin Su chuckled unexpectedly at Gu Jinji still worrying about this. His dense eyelashes drooped slightly, creating shadows while the makeup artist silently praised him inside. Apparently, this child was the top scorer in physics in Jiangqing this year. What did heaven take away from him? I'll just not say you're my brother, let's say you're my boyfriend, Lin Su muttered boldly. Gu Jinji's heart skipped a beat, feeling both amused and irritated. Patting the bed lightly, you dare, but don't think I won't. Living with Lin Su for long, he too had started learning bad habits. If posted online, his brother would surely skin him alive upon seeing it. He had just ignored another call from his brother that morning, leaving his brother utterly exasperated with him. Every message contained threats, if he didn't return to work soon, there'd be replacements. Gu Jinji was enjoying himself too much to care, rushing only to reply, brother, you should find someone new fast, I'm just fine eating and drinking my way through dividends. This money could support several Lins us easily, after all, his boyfriend rarely spent his money. Sigh. Picking a trendy and elegant suit, Gu Jinji drove his luxury car directly to the school. Among all the parents present, he was definitely the most eye-catching, from the car to the person. Many parents were inspecting Gu Jinji, wondering whose relative he might be. With so many graduates, it was hard to guess. Aside from Lin Su, the top scorer known among all class parents, other students remained unfamiliar. Gu Jinji casually found a seat, every movement exuding nobility. For a moment, no one dared to sit with him. Parents nearby were talking about Lin Su. I heard Lin Su, the top-scoring student in sciences, is attending today and will give a speech. My relative's child is going to high school this year with excellent grades and has been worrying about choosing a school. I made her mother come check out today. I previously saw Lin Su's photo at the school gate. He looked so cute and polite, clearly a model student. Hearing such praises for her little boyfriend from elders, Gu Jinji couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. Only someone like him could be dating a post-high school student. And in the chat group, the discussion grew lively again due to Gu Jinji mentioning the coming-of-age ceremony. Previously, the group owner mentioned having a young, fresh-faced boyfriend. They wondered how fresh it could get until Gu Jinji hinted it was way beyond what they imagined. One detective-like member linked Gu Jinji previously claiming acquaintance with Lin Su from the affiliated middle school. After checking, they found out the affiliated middle school held the ceremony today, so everyone guessed her boyfriend might belong to the same batch. Shit, I almost forgot. Little brother Lin Su's school also has a coming-of-age ceremony tonight. And with his excellent scores, he will definitely show up. Finally, we don't have to hunt for footage. What? I haven't been paying attention to the college entrance exam results recently and haven't seen any related videos. Corporate slaves like us are crying. How did little brother Lin Su perform? There've been too many scandals recently, plus many new stars debut. Mhart is one of them, isn't it? The trending topics have all been taken over. Informants report. Lin Su, 722 points, Jiangqing top scorer in the science section. Are you serious? A top scorer? Did I hear that wrong? Some people previously said he was actually a slacker. That's long been debunked, okay? In several mock exams, Lin Su scored over 700. You just chose not to believe it. Now the actual college entrance exam scores are out, so can we please stop bashing him? Someone even posted promotional pictures of Lin Su at the affiliated middle school to prove this wasn't just rumors. As a result, the group was bubbling with excitement again. The noise even overshadowed the previous chatter about Zoe. After all, fresh celebrities were a dime a dozen, but national top scorers came around only a few times per year, and this one had already garnered goodwill from many. I just found the official website of the affiliated middle school, and there's live streaming with decent picture quality. Ah, the timings clash. Which should I watch? Instantly, numerous group members chimed in, what's there to hesitate about? Although Zoe is making her debut, when compared with Lin Su, starting from appearance alone, they're not on the same level, are they? Lin Su's Weibo fan community data crushes many newly debuted young actors. It's just a shame there isn't enough material. That's the price of following non-celebrities. If Lin Su joins the entertainment industry later, that would be hard to come by. His looks combined with his brilliance as an academic genius, it'd be perfect for marketing purposes. Considering how well he scored, he might end up bringing honor to the nation rather than entering the entertainment business. Stop joking. You guys are right. Gotta leave now. When he gets to university, I doubt I'll get to see him often. I'll choose watching Lin Su as well. Festivities can always be enjoyed another time. I'm getting older and not interested in idol chasing anymore. I prefer these pure young boys. See ya, I'm going. You guys can go watch Zoe doing awkward dances if you want. In no time, some group members who had been drooling over Yan Yang just moments ago quickly rushed to the live streams. By then, Lin Su had finished preparing backstage and came out, wearing a suit picked by the stylist. However, he insisted on using his own tie. For such a significant occasion, he wore the tie given by Shishi, which he'd never used before. The moment Lin Su emerged, he was searching through the crowd for Gu Jinji, finally spotting her idly munching watermelon. Lin Su quickened his pace toward her, until he arrived in front of her, casting a shadow. Gu Jinji lowered her watermelon, looked up, and saw something unfamiliar in Lin Su. The person before her had always been dressed in school uniforms or white t-shirts, forever youthful and innocent. Today, at Lin Su's coming-of-age ceremony, he donned a polished, sophisticated suit, meticulous from head to toe. He was naturally handsome. And he was wearing the tie she gave him. For a moment, Gu Jinji couldn't help but marvel, she really had witnessed the growth of this boy into a man. In the future, Lin Su would become an even more outstanding man, her man. Sit down. Gu Jinji was slightly stunned by him and pulled him down shyly. Caught off guard, Lin Su was suddenly forced to sit beside Gu Jinji, inwardly admiring once again how strong Shishi was. Gu Jinji fed Lin Su a piece of watermelon, propping her chin as she watched him chew, attempting to pull him back to earth. A bit of juice clung to Lin Su's lips, and he awkwardly wiped it away. You're an adult now. Gu Jinji sighed softly, adjusting his collar again. Lin Su responded helplessly, I've been an adult for quite some time now. Was Shishi always treating him like a child? Really? Gu Jinji looked at him, a certain conviction within her heart wavering. Lin Su nodded firmly. Suddenly, Gu Jinji leaned forward, blocking the view of others, and her lips grazed Lin Su's lightly, soft and fleeting. For that moment, a second felt like eternity, slow enough to hear each other's heartbeat. Lin Su's pupils scattered, clearly surprised by Gu Jinji's unexpected kiss. I'm 24 years old already, I can't act so childish. Gu Jinji licked her lips, looking guiltily at Lin Su, trying to make amends. Why had she thought holding hands would suffice before? Had her brain short-circuited? Her boyfriend was still young, undoubtedly an innocent kid. All those extra years meant nothing if she let someone else snatch him up first. To hell with platonic love. Aha. Lin Su's earlobes turned bright red, filled with more nervous excitement beyond their usual intimacy. He hadn't tasted much, but he could feel the scent of Gu Jinji's skin lingering. An inexplicable sweetness wrapped around his heart, and Lin Su felt a sense of weakness that made him feel uneasy. This person was such a uniquely wonderful existence. The love novice, Lin Su, was now beginning to drift in the tide of affection named Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji wanted to hold Lin Su's hand, feeling his warm yet cool body temperature, which would have been perfect amidst the enchanting atmosphere surrounded by flowers, green leaves, and lights. The grass during this summer evening was especially lush and soft. Unfortunately, they were interrupted. A few parents, after confirming it was Lin Su, gathered with Lin Su's homeroom teacher. "Teacher Wang, so this is Lin Su from your class?" A middle-aged woman pulled on Lin Su's arm to stand him up as she cheerfully asked Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang had recently been cheerful, receiving an influx of visitors. Many parents insisted on having their children learn in his class. It could be said this was a highlight moment in his life. "Yes, he's Lin Su from my class." "Hello." Lin Su awkwardly greeted them. Gu Jinji almost dropped her eyes in surprise as her boyfriend was snatched away like that. She couldn't say anything, only standing beside them nervously biting her nails. "I can tell that Lin Su is an excellent student, so well-mannered and disciplined. Not like my foolish son who, even during his senior year, only cared about romance. Now he has to retake the year because he failed," one parent complained helplessly. "In our class, students don't have such issues. Lin Su prefers to work alone, focusing intently only on his studies," explained Teacher Wang. Lin Su and Gu Jinji looked at each other, speechless. "Oh right, is this your brother?" Teacher Wang noticed Gu Jinji standing nearby. The two of them looked so much alike, both extremely handsome, no wonder Teacher Wang mistook them for siblings. He remembered Lin Su mentioning he had a brother. Lin Su communicated silently with Gu Jinji using his eyes, asking if he should reveal the truth during this occasion. Gu Jinji glanced at him and quickly smiled before answering, "Yes, teacher, I'm Lin Su's brother." Brother who kisses his younger brother on the lips, huh? The parents engaged Gu Jinji in further pleasantries before finally leaving. Once the crowd dispersed, Gu Jinji stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Hey, since we are together, how come you still performed so well?" Lin Su didn't understand why he was puzzled. "I studied diligently during other times." What was so unbelievable about that? There are 24 hours in a day. Gu Jinji glared at him with a grievance, squeezing him hard. Damn it, did he mean that only Gu Jinji was fully devoted to their relationship? This morning, Gu Jinji had firmly threatened not to work for Lin Su's brother. Could someone really juggle love and a career at the same time? Anger flared within him. Chapter 49. The coming-of-age ceremony was for the entire senior year, including the international class seniors. Many students in the international classes had been admitted to foreign universities with world rankings no lower than Q University and even higher. However, the student representing the international class did not receive the same treatment as Lin Su. For most students, the college entrance examination, Gaokao, is the fairest and most universal path, so naturally, the appeal of the top scorer in Gaokao is greater than that of students studying abroad. Not all children have the opportunity to receive an elite education, and they can't just go abroad without pain or effort. When it officially started, almost everyone had arrived, making the scene very grand. Watching her little boyfriend go backstage to prepare, Gu Jinji's eyes were filled with soft emotions. She felt a sense of relief as her partner grew up, his long and elegant neck resembling the neck of a swan when seen from afar. Of course, he didn't mean to think of himself as a toad. Gu Jinji was also very confident in his own looks. Money couldn't conquer Lin Su, which only meant that his charm had won over Lin Su. This realization made Gu Jinji very proud. There were many people, and the seats around him gradually filled up. Gu Jinji looked very young, and naturally, those sitting around him were all students. The parents went to sit with other parents of the same class. Gu Jinji, with one leg crossed over the other, waited for her boyfriend to appear while idly scanning left and right. He was the type who couldn't sit still, occasionally checking the group chat, and sometimes listening to idle chatter nearby. At the same table were boys and girls, their small suits looking custom-made, indicating they came from affluent families. Of course, they may have chosen to sit near Gu Jinji due to mutual style attraction. After all, Gu Jinji's air of wealth was hard to hide. After receiving the offer from L University, I traveled abroad for more than 10 days. If my mother hadn't insisted on me coming back for the coming-of-age ceremony, I wouldn't have bothered. I went to Iceland. The scenery there is really beautiful. A few students chattered on, while others remained silent, apparently from families whose financial situations didn't yet allow them to travel abroad at will. Initially, Gu Jinji found nothing wrong with what she heard, thinking these kids were playful, just like how he used to be. Unlike Lin Su at his place, who spent all summer vacation studying in the library. If it weren't for liking this boyfriend, their couple time might even be squeezed out. This might be the difference between a study god and ordinary students. Gu Jinji began admiring her boyfriend again. Until Lin Su slowly walked onto the stage, Gu Jinji was delighted to take out her phone to record Lin Su's video, but then she heard the voices of those children around her. Who would have thought that after transferring to the regular class, Lin Su actually became the champion? A female classmate said, "Yeah, he is impressive. When he left, I could already tell he had undergone significant changes and become a dark horse." Others shrugged indifferently. However, the ranking of Q University where Lin Su worked hard to get into is still lower than L University. Moreover, Q University undergraduates with good grades usually choose to further studies abroad, whereas those with average results often stay in the home school for graduate studies. It's already a pretty good result for him, since studying abroad costs a lot. According to the interview, he grew up as a left-behind child taken care of by his grandparents. His family seems to be just average. If he chose to study abroad and needed to wash dishes and work part-time, it would probably be better for him not to go, deliberately going online to search for interviews. In reality, such statements were not completely indifferent. That remark was somewhat offensive, as not everyone in the international class was rich. A large proportion came from well-off families, but a few wealthy classmates were indeed ostentatious, adding insult to injury with their impressive applications to renowned schools. If you want to put it that way, I'd rather not sit here. That female classmate sounded irritated. Hold on. We didn't say anything about you, didn't we? You got a scholarship anyway. Let's talk about Lin Su. Okay, let's stop talking about it. I heard Lin Su received hundreds of thousands in scholarships. The school gave out quite a lot this time, a first for our school. That's nothing. My trip alone costs as much. Even though Gu Jinji had a laid-back personality, hearing them mention Lin Su so frequently, something seemed off. Were these kids mocking his boyfriend? Gu Jinji kept recording the video with a poker face, casually glancing at them. Indeed, a few expressions appeared arrogant and smug. Ever since he was young, no one dared to act more arrogantly in front of Gu Jinji. Though he acknowledged being somewhat of a rebellious rich second-generation youth, even he wasn't this irritating during his adolescence. At least, he wouldn't meddle unnecessarily in others' private affairs. Gu Jinji always disliked hearing others talk about Lin Su as a left-behind child. Even if it was written in the report, he felt uncomfortable, regardless of whether the coverage was positive. He empathized deeply. Now, he couldn't believe that something deserving sympathy could be mocked. He knew that his boyfriend, even being with him who spent money extravagantly, had never calculated about his family's situation and certainly would not take such talk to heart. But Gu Jinji just empathized too much with his boyfriend, now feeling both angry and sympathetic. On the podium, Lin Su conscientiously delivered his speech without reading from notes. Every time he faced these tasks that made him very nervous, he would also complete them particularly seriously, even paying attention to the techniques and tone of his speech. During the speech, many people were already drawn in. Although Gu Jinji usually disliked listening to sermons, now hearing her boyfriend speak moved her deeply, making her feel how excellent and good Lin Su was. While recording the video, there was also a lively discussion going on in the group chat. Zoe has appeared, the music is so inspiring. He stands out in the center position, but he doesn't look as good as on the poster. Is it due to the camera lens, making him appear slightly muscular and his face a bit strange? It's like this when recorded by the camera. Many celebrities look much better in real life than on screen. I saw Zoe offline once, he is really handsome. Another group was watching the live stream of the high school, originally adults who had no interest in listening to speeches by school leaders. But the arrangement by the school was very appropriate. Lin Su was up first. The younger brother has come out, so elegant, with a perfectly straight back. Why isn't he smiling? I've never seen the younger brother smile. Are study gods all this cold? His voice is so nice, I'd willingly listen to his teaching. Ha ha ha, if only I had a younger brother like him to read bedtime stories, I'd work hard to earn money to support him. What? You say the camera makes people look ugly, it's not true. Younger brother Lin Su looks better on video than in photos, and there's no post-production editing for the live broadcast. Please don't put screenshots in the group, I don't like chasing stars, and the clothes seem a bit lacking, feels a little oily. This gif of Zoe's face looks a bit swollen, did he get an injection? His dancing is decent, quite synchronized. Standing on stage, Lin Su's palms were sweating a bit, mentally picturing the audience as radishes, which was always how he handled it, to ease his tension. Suddenly, he saw a pair of pale hands holding a phone recording among the crowd. Lin Su was originally very uncomfortable and planning to look away, until he saw Gu Jinji's face. All the pressure disappeared suddenly, as Shishi was sitting below watching him. Gu Jinji noticed Lin Su had spotted him, so he waved at Lin Su while smiling. Lin Su instinctively smiled back after pursing his lips, before resuming his formal stance to continue speaking. That second was short, but didn't escape the eyes of everyone. Gu Jinji held his chest, feeling sweetened by his young boyfriend, then realizing he wasn't the only one affected, and fell silent. Shit. The younger brother just smiled, he's so warm. He really should smile more often. If he smiled at me, I'd definitely melt. Can you put on a pair of pants? The speech time was very short. After finishing, Lin Su felt relieved, politely bowed, and then left the stage. Loud applause filled the hall below. Gu Jinji's applause especially stood out, drawing the sideways glances of his tablemates. This man looked handsome and trendy, how could he suddenly feel somewhat clumsy? Until they saw Lin Su walking towards their direction after descending the stage. How did he come over? We're not classmates anymore. A boy wondered aloud, thinking Lin Su had come to catch up with them. Why can't he come? Gu Jinji spoke lazily, supporting his chin and looking at this bunch of kids. Everyone's expressions became more puzzled, not having thought that Lin Su knew this man. Lin Su initially only spotted the noticeable Gu Jinji, then upon approaching, failed to recognize any of these former international classmates, as the impressions had long faded. He naturally found a chair next to Gu Jinji and sat down. Being with Gu Jinji, Lin Su at least felt less awkward around strangers, since they didn't need to interact anyway. You did an amazing job just now. Gu Jinji quietly held Lin Su's hand under the table and praised him by his ear. Fortunately, only they two heard it, otherwise Lin Su would have died of social embarrassment again. Even so, his ear tips were slightly red. Then the female classmate opened her mouth to congratulate, Lin Su, congratulations on your successful gaokao. Lin Su was initially a bit confused as to why she was talking to him, then looked at her face and slowly remembered. This seemed to be a classmate from his time in the international class. Upon further reflection, the whole group was here, just those with whom he hadn't had much interaction. Thank you. He politely nodded as well. As they were semi-familiar acquaintances, he felt a bit awkward. Isn't it only your grandparents at home? They didn't come for the coming-of-age ceremony either. The boy who previously acted arrogantly asked him. Lin Su felt his attitude wasn't very friendly and was also quite baffled since they weren't familiar with each other. So, he simply replied with a Today, his grandfather accompanied his grandmother to the hospital for a checkup, so he told them not to bother making the several-hour journey. Moreover, he had already become an adult and long surpassed his 18th birthday. Secondly, Shishi was going to come and accompany him, and it wouldn't be good for the elderly to worry too much. Ah, so pitiful. Gu Jinji looked at the person with a half-smile, what, can't you see me? Then she acted pretentiously and asked Lin Su, younger brother, is this your classmate? How impolite. That person was rebutted and couldn't respond immediately. They didn't know Lin Su had an older brother, and when they saw that they knew each other just now, they were indeed still wondering what their relationship was. Lin Su, who was forced to play as the younger brother, knew Gu Jinji's penchant for dramatics kicked in again. However, he also understood Gu Jinji felt somewhat uncomfortable and let him play along. Did you just say you got the offer from University L? Gu Jinji asked with a smile. Gu Jinji was very intimidating to people other than Lin Su, especially when he deliberately exuded authority. Yes, so what? University L ranks 4 or 5 places higher globally than University Q. The classmate stubbornly replied, used to being argumentative, unaware of having encountered a major one himself. He only wanted to think that since Lin Su came from a humble background, Lin Su's brother must also be average, except for wearing something better, but everyone has a few more expensive suits, right? L University is quite great, there are a few employees graduated from there working in my company, they're really excellent. Now they earn over 1 million RMB a year, incredibly promising, Gu Jinji nodded approvingly while speaking. However, the male classmate turned grim-faced, realizing Gu Jinji aimed to suppress his arrogance. Is Lin Su's older brother really a businessman? He found it hard to believe. Bragging, who can't, HMPF, he muttered stubbornly, actually unable to differentiate if Gu Jinji was telling the truth, as this man carried a naturally born rich second-generation aura, someone who doesn't fake confidence lightly. Little buddy, haven't you seen many things in life? Bro, let's take a drive together, Gu Jinji lazily tapped the table in front of the other with his fingers while staring directly at him. Lin Su tilted his head slightly and rubbed his temple, knowing that beside him, Qi Ji oozed king vibes like social extroversion gone rampant. Yet, a lot of young boys precisely fall for such provoking tactics, perhaps magnetic resonance among fellow immature players played a part. Alright, let's go. I'll see just how amazing Lin Su's big brother is, the guy abruptly stood up, and a few other classmates followed for some excitement. As the boy trailed behind Gu Jinji, hearing the jingling of his car keys, he thought there'd be nothing more than a BMW at best. After all, a well-off family could accumulate enough money to buy one, nothing super impressive. Until they reached the parking lot where Gu Jinji used the remote to open the door of a certain car. It was a fully yellow sports car, not a common brand but very discernible to those who knew cars well. It was one of the rarest limited edition models nationwide, priced in 8 digits. From the car's appearance alone, it was clear only extravagantly wealthy rich second generations would fancy such a vehicle. Have you seen it in a magazine, little buddy? Gu Jinji leaned casually on the car, asking him with complete indifference about flaunting before an 18-year-old boy. Today, he would make Lin Su's face shine no matter what, after all, who said he was a left-behind child when there was such a great older brother? The boy initially wanted to say something else but ultimately couldn't help but touch the car body, his eyes brimming with admiration. His family was rather affluent, but in a lifetime, his father wouldn't possibly spend that kind of money on buying such a car for him because its concept centered around flaunting rather than driving value, but it was indeed dazzling. Little kid, stop always boasting about studying abroad. It's pitiful, Gu Jinji shrugged as he looked at him, acting like he didn't know why anyone would talk about it. The boy failed today at boasting, yet found himself without much to counter-argue, and could only mutter a glance at Lin Su. With a brother this amazing, he should have mentioned it earlier, otherwise, today he might have even been able to hitch a ride. I apologize, I spoke rudely before, the boy reluctantly told Lin Su, then called out to leave. His primary concern was that if he didn't express himself, he would become a laughingstock among his classmates, considering today so many people were present and surely word would spread. Lin Su actually has a super rich and overly protective brother, yet this idiot went charging at him. The rest of the group also unbelievably looked at Lin Su, sympathizing for him before when he faced sarcasm, never imagining his situation wasn't truly ordinary. Once they left, Gu Jinji stopped playing the aloof part and burst into satisfied laughter immediately. This damn kid, so fking timid ha. Lin Su knew Gu Jinji wanted to stand up for him. Though he didn't really care, he still felt the protection from Gu Jinji, who had willingly claimed herself as his brother in front of others, something she usually detested. After laughing a bit, Gu Jinji looked at the princely teenager before her and felt a bit awkward again. I mean he's a brat, but you're an adult. Gu Jinji cleared her throat nervously. Though they were classmates in the same grade, this matter required separate consideration, right? She was the elder to other kids, and it wasn't contradictory that she was Lin Su's boyfriend. Lin Su sighed helplessly with a smile, yeah. After all, he thought Gu Jinji was just like a plus version of a mischievous kid. Are we heading back? Lin Su asked her, considering he had finished his speech already. Not going back, it's boring. Let's go for a drive. Gu Jinji opened the passenger seat door for him with a beaming smile. What she said earlier was just a joke, she wouldn't allow anyone else to sit in her car except for Lin Su. You know, a bunch of people in the group chat were watching your live stream, Gu Jinji said, feeling slightly envious yet proud, because after all, they could only watch and couldn't reach him. Lin Su, Then I'd better quit the group chat. He didn't bother checking the group messages until now, but Gu Jinji voluntarily told him, which was super awkward. They said you're better looking than Zoe, so my day is made. Gu Jinji persisted on mentioning this, enjoying the satisfaction of finally being able to brag, especially since everyone had previously criticized her for bad taste in mocking Amour without realizing Lin Su was one and the same person. Ziji was truly childish, Lin Su sighed helplessly. Unlike Gu Jinji who enjoyed joining the fun, he focused only on his life and the people around him. As Gu Jinji gazed at his fair neck, she suddenly experienced a fierce sense of possessiveness. This boy was hers, and he would always be under her protection, experiencing first love solely with her. Little Su, shouldn't you thank me? Gu Jinji looked at him wistfully, somewhat nervously, having naughty ideas once more. What? How should I thank you? Lin Su looked at her confusedly. Gu Jinji thoroughly contradicted her own previous statements about not being appearance-oriented, constantly fantasizing about her boyfriend's face. Every time she saw him, she became impulsive. Suddenly, Lin Su felt warmth at his neck and got startled. He assumed that the excitement from Qi kissing him tonight had already been intense enough, given how fast his heart was pounding. Besides, both Qi and he usually followed strict rules, he presumed they were both slow warmers. Gu Jinji softly nipped Lin Su's neck, feeling as if she'd tasted swan flesh, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to her whole body being cleansed, unwilling to let go. Her brother indeed wasn't wrong when saying that she adored dating. Lin Su didn't dare move or speak, fearing any talk might make his neck itch, only aware that from his neck to shoulders his temperature kept rising. Ji. Are you done? Lin Su hesitated to push her away, yet it had lasted too long, and he worried that Qi's force might accidentally bite through his neck. Gu Jinji finally pulled back, her blood surging throughout her body. Just wait. I'll take one more photo. Having kissed him sufficiently, Gu Jinji used her phone to snap several photos of Lin Su's neck. The pictures showed a flawless white neck and clear veins, alongside a red mark resembling a scrape and a small mole beneath his earlobe. That pristine skin, like fine jade, gained a disrupted beauty due to one wild kiss. Gu Jinji nibbled her lips, guiltily thinking of herself as that very wild beast. The remorse for taking advantage faded within 3 seconds as Gu Jinji happily posted these on her social media feed, disallowing family views, especially her brother. Yet, everyone outside the family could see. She thought those cunning group friends, each a Sherlock Holmes, would surely notice clues soon. This tender grass was plucked by her. Lin Su never imagined Gu Jinji could be so lewd. Watching her poke at the screen with her fingers, he found her cute instead. He covered his neck and couldn't help glancing at Gu Jinji's rosily flushed lips, his heart chaotic and his mind wandering. It was like a racing car taking him to the edge of an endless city without navigation, unsure of the road ahead, only feeling inner excitement and pulsating blood flow. Chapter 50. Mhart's first appearance on a variety show was relatively successful. Although it didn't dominate the entire internet, it still attracted a group of fans. Moreover, with all sorts of CP combinations within the group, they certainly gained quite a bit of popularity. Yen Yang, as the captain, sold himself on responsibility and formed good CP dynamics with several teammates, making him the most popular member. His fan base quickly expanded, and the super chat room became lively. However, in a small gay community chat group, life went on peacefully. Members gossiped about their own affairs without being affected by Mhart's growing fame. Zero Number, who was originally interested in Yen Yang, quickly sobered up after watching last night's episode of the variety show. He thought to himself that anyone could take over the job of being a licking dog if they wanted. Yesterday, I actually envied Zoe's boyfriend, but now thinking about it, I must have been stupid. After all, he's gone to become a celebrity, cleaning up any messy dating relationships for sure. No wonder only Zoe left the group chat. It seems like there are no good people in this circle, one or two of them act just like this. How do you know they broke up? Maybe they've just gone underground with their relationship. Whether or not they've split up should be decided by the parties involved. Of course, they won't let the audience know. Then let's assume they haven't broken up. But Zoe's boyfriend is really pitiful. He has to watch his boyfriend be overly affectionate with his teammates on screen while keeping their real-life romance hidden. In that case, what's the point of having a boyfriend who's a star? He can't even gain from it, and at any moment, he might get dumped. The direction of the group discussion quickly shifted. After all, most Zeros were sensitive and valued their partner's loyalty, except those who enjoyed promiscuity. Zhao Tao never expected things would turn out this way. Initially, he thought being associated with Yen Yang would bring him some pride, but now, he's ended up being the pity figure. Of course, Zhao Tao knew about the team's strategy of hyping up CPs. Since everything was staged, getting maximum attention at minimal cost made sense. As a businessman, he agreed with this approach. Moreover, Yen Yang always clearly explained everything in reality. Zhao Tao wasn't worried about fake drama becoming genuine feelings because, after all, he was Yen Yang's boss. But right now, he feels unfairly stifled. He can't reveal his true identity or the facts in the group chat, though he feels frustrated about being humiliated by online strangers. I see through this now, every experienced one is devious and a scumbag. Teenagers are much better. My little Lin Su brother is truly great. Speaking of this, last night the group leader posted an explosive WeChat moment. The photo must be of his young lover. Although we can't see his face, the guy looks super sexy, and I'm jealous. Ugh, I want to bite my boyfriend's neck too. Huh, don't think about it, you're a forever single mother, Zero. Truly deserving praise. A fresh-faced youth does indeed look tender. One bite and he'll redden, yeah. Folks, don't you find something strange? As expected, Sherlock soon arrived on the scene, originally wanting to nitpick, but after taking a closer look, something felt off. What's strange? Is it a fake photo? No, I see part of a black suit collar at the edge of the image. It appears this person participated in some event. So what? Didn't someone say yesterday that the group leader's boyfriend might also be a graduate of Fuzhong? Take another look. That mole on his earlobe and his jawline, something seems familiar. Wait, I have an unsettling association. This netizen whose username implies being Lin Su's boyfriend looked back through the photo album. Lin Su doesn't often share many side profile photos, but there are videos available. He carefully examined them multiple times and froze in place. My little brother also has such a mole on his earlobe, and the style of the suit collar from last night matches closely. Could it be? Don't scare me. Do you remember when the group leader forbade us from talking about Lin Su in the group before? Apparently, he knew him. Why specify that they're only friends? That probably means they're boyfriends. Thinking it over, considering the quality of Lin Su, that would indeed be worth boasting about. Suddenly, this has turned into a ghost story. Lin Su just graduated and is supposedly straight. How did he end up with Gu Jinji, that notorious player? Due to this possibility, another group member couldn't help but speak rudely after looking at Gu Jinji's social media updates. Weren't Chi Mang Mang, Gu Jinji, and Amor a couple not long ago? How dare they change partners so quickly? Is Lin Su obsessed with love? No. Chi Mang Mang isn't a good person. Little brother, don't get fooled. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the group chat resembled the aftermath of an idol scandal breaking, a heartbreaking kind where everyone wished the couple would break up immediately. Many people directly mentioned Gu Jinji, wanting him to explain and clarify that their speculations were all false. It was impossible for him to be with Lin Su. Didn't Chi Mang Mang, Gu Jinji, just fawn over Amor, the liar, only to turn around and deceive Lin Su? How despicable. Instead of getting angry, Gu Jinji gave a crooked smile that concealed all his achievements, secretly delighting in his heart. Finally, there came a day when he, Gu Jinji, could make people hate him without doing anything, but there was also nothing they could do about it. Ho, it's because you offended me before, and gossiping about my boyfriend, Gu Jinji shut off his phone cheerfully, leaving them to argue amongst themselves. After all, everyone in the group was just looking for fun while slacking off at work, so now they'd have something to do. As for Gu Jinji himself, he still had more naughty things planned with his boyfriend since his boyfriend would soon start university, a farewell to youth. Initially, Gu Jinji wanted to take Lin Su to the gay bar for some fun, but as soon as they arrived at the entrance, he himself got dissuaded and stopped Lin Su from going inside. Back when Gu Jinji was single, no place too stimulating for him, his impression of such places was now only boredom. He originally thought going with his significant other would be much more interesting, but now, he absolutely didn't dare let Lin Su actually experience it. The way those zeros moved their hips was disgusting. Thus, Gu Jinji turned and walked out with Lin Su, who wasn't really fond of these kinds of places anyway. Before coming, Lin Su had even prepared mentally to accompany this rich playboy friend, but now realizing he wouldn't have to endure it, naturally felt relieved. Eventually, the rogue rich second child Gu Jinji ended up taking his young boyfriend to a quiet bar where they listened to soft music and drank some beverages. Take a sip, come on, Gu Jinji stared at Lin Su enticingly, urging him to see his innocent boyfriend get tipsy and blush. He especially enjoyed teasing Lin Su, enjoying how the serious man's expressions changed. Thinking Lin Su as a child, not knowing that Lin Su inwardly saw him as a kid, giving a sense of being playfully teased by an elementary school student. Yet Lin Su had a good temper and rarely got mad, especially not at Gu Jinji. Therefore, all he could do was slightly sigh while looking down and gently take a small sip. He didn't drink alcohol often because he found it harmful and unnecessary, nor did he ever need this kind of atmosphere. However, after meeting Gu Jinji, Lin Su felt like he was racing towards a completely different path. Things he should or shouldn't do were already countless. How is it? Not bad, right? It's low alcohol. Gu Jinji continued teasing while propping his cheek. Lin Su flushed a bit, though he definitely wasn't drunk, and the taste left him indifferent. So he shook his head. Looking at Lin Su's red neck, Gu Jinji started to lose control of his thoughts, licking his lips. But this sort of behavior couldn't happen every day, he always felt guilty about it. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Lin Shen had no idea his younger brother was being teased. He was working overtime when he caught a glimpse of his assistant smiling mysteriously, illuminated by her computer screen, and asked, "What's so funny?" The cold voice shattered the assistant's brief indulgence, prompting her to quickly straighten her face and shake her head. "Nothing, Mr. Lin. I'm just checking your professional WeChat moments." She avoided letting Lin Shen think she was wasting time. Lin Shen entrusted his work-related WeChat account entirely to the assistant for managing tasks, like posting work-related content or browsing through the circle of friends among his business partners. "What's so amusing?" Lin Shen curiously questioned her. The assistant intuitively decided this irrelevant matter wasn't worth telling Lin Shen, but under his scrutiny, she truthfully responded, "It's one of your friend's WeChat moments, quite interesting." This piqued Lin Shen's curiosity, and he stood up to walk over to her side, bending down for a look. He briefly ordered, "Show me." "Alright," the assistant hesitated and scrolled back. Then Lin Shen saw an extremely provocative photo of a hickey, which was truly rare among his social media circle. Seeing the sender, the note read, "Gu Jinji." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen remembered that this person was more of a notorious pleasure seeker rather than a legitimate business partner. The second son of the Gu family was well known in certain circles, having done absolutely nothing constructive, also being the only one to come out publicly with extreme flamboyance. Lin Shen's knowledge of him was limited to hearsay, but judging from the rumors, he didn't hold this uneducated second son in high regard either. Thus, this post by him wasn't surprising. He sure likes playing around. Lin Shen made a slight comment, then expressionlessly returned to his seat. The assistant, feeling somewhat gossipy, and due to staying close to Lin Shen for a while, dared to ask, "Mr. Lin, isn't he your cousin's younger brother? Is he gay?" Lin Shen casually nodded, probably hooking up with some little internet celebrity. After all, it looked like they had a bit of charm, and the second son of the Gu family wouldn't have low standards. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. "This guy doesn't resemble his brother at all," the young assistant said softly, remembering that the last time she saw Gu Qi, he seemed very dignified and scholarly. How come his younger brother was so unruly, posting such things on social media? After hearing this, Lin Shen subconsciously touched the photo on his desk. It was a New Year's snapshot of him and his younger brother together. Back then, that rascal was pretty lively. Now, he's become much more dignified, but they'll be meeting soon. The young assistant saw his gesture and knew the other person in the picture was the general manager's younger brother, who was several years younger than Lin Shen and had just finished a college entrance examination. Only those close to her like her knew about this. "Mr. Lin, isn't your younger brother coming to the capital soon?" When talking about his own younger brother, Lin Shen finally smiled. "Yeah. He's quite well behaved, staying home with grandpa and grandma." As for other details, Lin Shen wouldn't casually discuss them with the young assistant. The young assistant flattered, "He must be as excellent as you are." Lin Shen didn't respond to her flattering words, thinking that no matter how his younger brother turned out, since he's still young, when Lin Su comes to the capital, he would also tell him not to associate with those disreputable friends and surely wouldn't want him to end up being like Gu Jinji, a dissolute gentleman. Unfortunately, he could only watch his younger brother's coming-of-age ceremony live-streamed online. Once in the capital, they could celebrate properly later. "Alright, let's finish work for today." Lin Shen patted his left arm and stood up. The young assistant knew there was still an injury there. It was from when their boss was assaulted by thugs not long ago during one of his solo outings. They were currently fighting over a plot of land. The opposing company originally had ties with the underworld, harboring deep grievances. They employed extremely underhanded tactics. Lin Shen's former driver was severely injured and still in the hospital, certainly a high-risk occupation. Their company could only offer proper compensation to the driver and his family. Now, Lin Shen goes out with bodyguards. Her friends thought it was amusing upon hearing this. It was unbelievable that such events truly occurred. But in the world of business, there are always unpredictable conspiracies and countless despicable yet effective methods. Lin Shen's well-behaved younger brother, who had just finished the college entrance examination, was now already out of the quiet bar after having drinks with Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji has a good tolerance for alcohol. Though Lin Su did have a slight blush due to drinking, it wasn't easy for him to get drunk considering it was low alcohol content anyway. Mainly because it was almost 10 o'clock, nearing the curfew at Lin's house, Gu Jinji had to send his boyfriend back home. Still, Gu Jinji teased Lin Su for blushing fiercely. Back when we chatted online, you pretended to be so mature, a great educator, and turns out you're younger than me. Gu Jinji couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Su's face. Teasing innocent high school boys was really amusing. Lin Su thought that he merely suffered from looking too young in front of Gu Jinji, losing his usual solemnity. He could only endure being mocked. Next time still call me bro. Gu Jinji wanted to say more, realizing that Lin Su didn't care too much about such titles after acknowledging their relationship. Suddenly, he started liking this identity as brother and realized how much advantage it gave him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Jinji felt some movement around his feet. Upon looking down, he spotted a rat darting by. F***K. Ah! Gu Jinji panicked, as he most feared these tiny creatures. His legs started trembling uncontrollably. There's a rat. Gu Jinji's face was almost red with panic. Standing steady became impossible, fearing another rat might dart past. Afraid, he gripped Lin Su's shoulder tightly and hopped around nervously beside Lin Su. In this narrow alleyway, there was no knowing if the rat had escaped or not. Suddenly, due to playing on his phone, Gu Jinji's slightly myopic eyes caught sight of another dark mass dashing towards them. Instinctively alarmed, he immediately clutched onto Lin Su's shoulders. Lin Su reflexively helped him jump upward, causing Gu Jinji, this grown man, to leap straight up off the ground and securely cling to Lin Su's body. Don't be afraid, it's gone, Lin Su hadn't expected that Chi would fear something like this, and he dared not tease or prank Gu Jinji now, clearly seeing how scared Chi was. Hence, he promptly carried him out. Chi buried his face in Lin Su's shoulder, breathing heavily from the sense of safety that came from hanging in the air with his feet off the ground. His expression was pitiful. How can the rats here be so fat? It was a giant-sized rodent. He'd hardly seen any rats growing up, and he'd heard rumors before coming here about flying cockroaches and mice as big as cats. Initially, he didn't believe it, but now he believed it thoroughly. Lin Su didn't know how to explain this situation and could only helplessly smile. Why aren't you afraid? Gu Jinji was even more confused. How could anyone not fear such fat rats? Lin Su was at a loss for words again. How could he explain that in his previous life, he used countless white mice for experiments? Perhaps they were more afraid of him than vice versa. Bro, can you come down now? Leaving the earlier area, Lin Su jokingly called him bro. Gu Jinji's cheeks were flushed as she muttered, I'm not heavy. Although she had been eating a bit more lately. Lin Su's muscles weren't for show. Seeing this, he continued to hold Gu Jinji's legs tightly, then I'll carry you back. If Chi didn't mind losing face. As they were about to pass through a crowded area, Gu Jinji panicked, put me down. Mortified. But Lin Su just shook his head and kept walking, bro isn't heavy. After struggling for a while, Gu Jinji finally gave in, bro. You're my bro. Brother. What a familiar feeling. It was only after saying that did Lin Su feel like he'd regained the upper hand, slightly loosening his grip before letting Gu Jinji down. Do you fear bugs? Gu Jinji grabbed his arm and asked insistently. Lin Su shook his head. What about snakes? Lin Su continued shaking his head, non-venomous ones are fine. Gu Jinji couldn't help but admire him with total respect, suddenly feeling inexplicably safe. She wouldn't have to worry about encountering small animals when she's with her boyfriend anymore. You're truly my brother. Lin Su smiled faintly and looked at her, remember that. Though he was sure Gu Jinji would pretend to be the big sister again the next day. Chapter 51. Alas, happy days are always so fleeting, for even happier days are coming. On the eve of Q University's opening day, Gu Jinji was humming an off-key little tune while happily packing his luggage. Even without assistance by his side, he enjoyed it all. Though the summer vacation in Jiangqing had been largely joyful with no work to worry about, Gu Jinji was genuinely scared of snakes, insects, and rodents. There was also another critical issue, there were simply too damn many young people here. He often felt inferior when going out to eat and play with his young boyfriend because high school graduates, who carried their exam admission tickets to enjoy discounts, surrounded them everywhere. These graduates exuded youth and vitality through every pore of their skin, including his own boyfriend, which made him especially feel out of place. Now, finally, he could return to his own turf. After purchasing the air ticket, Gu Jinji, like a peacock displaying its feathers, proudly notified everyone. He finally took the initiative to call his brother. Big brother. I'm coming back tomorrow. Isn't the company still leaderless? They're just waiting for me. Legs crossed, his mood was quite good as he asked. If Gu Jinji hadn't taken the initiative to contact him today, Gu Qi almost thought that his younger brother, due to various reasons, had lost his memory just like what happened in TV dramas. A man might have found him, and now he might not even remember where home was, choosing to spend the rest of his life in Jiangcheng. Daydreaming? Talented young people abound, who do you think you are? Gu Qi adjusted his glasses and mercilessly mocked him, releasing his anger from being disconnected unilaterally by Gu Jinji. But instead of crying or complaining, Gu Jinji sounded even happier. As you said, then I really won't go to work anymore, big brother. His mind was already set on accompanying his boyfriend. Gu Qi was speechless. It made Gu Jinji extremely delighted to shut his brother down. He hung up quickly. In his free time, Gu Jinji began thinking of other strange things. This would be the first time his boyfriend ventured far away from home. Previously, he never left Jiangcheng. Generally, freshmen attending college for the first time have family members accompany them, but since Gu Jinji heard that some relatives of his boyfriend were working in the capital and his grandparents were too old to withstand the long journey, Lin Su decided to make the trip alone. Each time Gu Jinji thought of these circumstances, he considered himself heaven-sent for his boyfriend. Filling this role, he wouldn't let his boyfriend feel alienated in a strange city. Gu Jinji had everything planned out. He'd take Lin Su to school, help with enrollment, and declare his claim over the relationship. After all, he had an objective understanding of his boyfriend's appearance, and he certainly couldn't allow Lin Su any chance of breaking up or indulging in campus romances. Initially, students had to stay on campus for training, and this was unavoidable. So, he planned to show Lin Su around first before safely sending him back to school. Oh right, would your first trip far away result in homesickness? Gu Jinji had heard this before, lying on his bed confusedly muttering to himself. Thinking this would not do, he went online and found a lot of information. Thus, late at night, Gu Jinji, wearing a mask, sneaked out stealthily, finding a secluded flower bed. Taking out the small shovel he had brought along with a pocket, he scooped up 2 caddies of soil and carefully took it back to the hotel like it was a treasure. The next morning, as they prepared to board, Lin Su watched as his grandpa and grandma's eyes glistened with wetness. Though unsure when he'd return, Lin Su's heart had a hint of reluctance too. Separation is a natural part of life though, it's impossible for anyone to accompany each other forever along the path of life. Grandpa, Grandma, don't see us off any further, I'm about to go in. Take care on your way back home. Lin Su waved goodbye after allowing his grandma to touch his head one last time. Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma, I'll take good care of little Su, Gu Jinji interjected, showing his face at the right moment. His finger secretly touched Lin Su's shoulder, giving off an air of having assumed responsibility. Of course, Lin Su's grandparents wouldn't perceive any nuances. To them, it was just so great that little Su had a friend heading to the capital as well. With their reassurance, they could rest easy. In that case, we'll bother you, little Gu. When you reach the capital, little Su's brother will treat you to a meal. Grandma Lin nodded approvingly with relief. Only after watching the elderly couple walk away did Lin Su and Gu Jinji turn to proceed inside. Lin Su was lost in his own musings. In his past life, he had never experienced the feeling of bidding farewell due to academic pursuits. Suddenly, Gu Jinji proudly handed him a small package. Looking at him, Lin Su always felt Shishi was getting into trouble again. Sighing helplessly, yet smiling, he accepted it. It felt a bit heavy. When he opened it, however, he saw fresh soil dug up recently, emitting a fragrant scent. Huh? Lin Su paused, puzzled as he looked at Gu Jinji, unsure what he meant. I heard if you're affected by homesickness, drinking water infused with soil from your hometown can solve it. Gu Jinji explained seriously. And online, there were many successful cases mentioned. Those who initially suffered from severe vomiting and loss of appetite would become fine after drinking such water. Lin Su couldn't help but feel amused, realizing that he probably wouldn't experience homesickness anyway, given how many years he had already spent living in the capital in his previous life. However, looking at Gu Jinji's clear and innocent eyes, Lin Su did not find him silly at all. Instead, his heart softened. Even these small thoughtful gestures revealed Shishi wasn't as thick-headed as people might think. It was just that, sometimes, Shishi's ideas were unconventional. Alright. Lin Su placed it into his backpack, the added weight making him feel even happier. A few hours later, the plane landed. Gu Jinji usually fell asleep directly on the plane to pass time, but with his boyfriend sitting right beside him, he felt no drowsiness and wanted only to entertain himself by playing around with Lin Su. The majority of passengers on the plane seemed to be teenagers, likely also being freshmen starting university. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation for the future. When they noticed Lin Su, whose looks were otherworldly among his peers, their gazes would unconsciously drift towards him from time to time. Secretly, they thought, there really are a lot of handsome guys on this plane. Actually, Gu Jinji's appearance was extremely delicate, and normally, he should have drawn quite a bit of attention. However, since he was completely leaning on Lin Su, muttering incessantly while disregarding any personal boundaries, it became obvious what kind of relationship they had. To put it simply, if Gu Jinji hadn't opened his mouth and had just sat silently there, he would definitely have been someone others secretly admired. As a result, besides some looks cast his way, no one dared to approach them or make any move, mainly because the signals indicating that the two were an inseparable couple were too strong. On top of this, in public, Gu Jinji was unreserved. The age gap between the two meant nothing in his mind. The moment his phone could connect to the network, numerous messages popped up. He was still talking about, afterward, I'll send you to your school. When he received another call from his brother, who broke in abruptly. I happen to have time today, so I'm coming to pick you up. Gu Chi rarely acted so kindly. At once, Gu Jinji's face drooped like a deflated cabbage. No need, brother. I'm 24, not 14 anymore. What is there to pick me up for? He held on to his nearby boyfriend and furrowed his brow in reply. Gu Chi never expected his rare attempt at caring for his younger brother would end this way. Stop babbling, I'll be there soon. Speechless after seeing the call disconnected, Gu Jinji almost exploded in anger but refrained due to his boyfriend's presence. Instead, his cheeks turned reddish purple. Lin Su shook his head helplessly. It's fine, Chi-ji, go home first. It's been a long time since you've been back. Right after he said this, his own brother messaged that he was coming to pick him up as well. Initially, Lin Shen had offered to take leave to pick him up, but Lin Su thought this was such a minor matter, and since he also had to go to school, he asked his brother not to bother, figuring they could meet up afterward following military training. Nevertheless, despite these considerations, Lin Shen postponed his meeting to come pick him up. It seems my brother is coming too, Lin Su shrugged helplessly. If that was the case, then it must have been fate. Looking at his face, Gu Jinji couldn't hide his dissatisfaction, knowing this meant having to separate from his young boyfriend, which made his anxiety spike. Not bothering with decorum, Gu Jinji pulled Lin Su away from the crowd to a secluded corridor and assertively grabbed Lin Su's shoulder, initiating a passionate kiss. This wasn't just a light peck. Gu Jinji kissed ferociously, even biting Lin Su's lips until they were red. Feeling the softness brush against his lips in urgency, Lin Su instinctively held Gu Jinji's waist tightly. He, too, was reluctant to part. When they finally separated, Gu Jinji still wasn't pacified. With a sigh, he muttered, our relationship can't be known by my brother. Otherwise, his overprotective older brother would definitely try to break them apart. Firstly, he'd probably think it outrageous for an older partner to date a much younger one. Secondly, considering Lin Su came from a common family, his brother wouldn't approve either. No problem, then we will keep it a secret. Lin Su licked his lips, understanding nodding. Reluctantly, Gu Jinji tugged Lin Su's hand again and despondently said, then I'll go out first. I'm afraid my brother will discover you. After speaking, he collected his luggage and walked outside dejectedly, glancing back every 3 steps, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Gu Jinji looked at the cloudless bright sky outside, unable to imagine himself having to secretly date someone despite his age. This was too difficult. After stepping out, Gu Jinji soon saw his grumpy older brother, lazily waving at him. Only when he got closer did he notice a familiar-looking person standing next to his brother. Jinji, come say hello. This is Mr. Lin Shen, coincidentally also here to pick someone up. Gu Jinji absent-mindedly nodded briefly without much interest, being rather unfamiliar with Lin Shen. But Lin Shen now had a deeper impression of him. His eyes held indiscernible emotions, full of both observation and amusement. Upon seeing the extravagant behavior of the Gu family's rich kid live, it matched perfectly his preconceived image, clearly a dissolute nobleman. TSK, with a little brother like him, Gu Chi surely had his hands full. Let's go then. Gu Chi snapped before dragging his younger brother out. Once in the car, Gu Chi asked him, how come you've been staying so long in Jiang City? Finished your revenge yet? At his brother's question, Gu Jinji slightly perked up but still felt somewhat guilty. Yeah. I've finished my revenge. His online lover was now completely in his grasp. I've told you time and again that online relationships are unreliable, be careful. Next time don't come crying to me, after all, you're already 24, Gu Chi mercilessly ridiculed him. Gu Jinji touched his nose and ambiguously hummed an affirmative. A pure-hearted boy like his boyfriend really did need extra care, since guys like him always went for action and didn't let things end easily. Breakup simply wouldn't stick. On the other side, Lin Su waited until Chi Ji had probably left before slowly pushing his luggage trolley out of the airport. He hadn't seen his brother in about half a year, but Lin Shen still stood out unmistakably in the crowd due to their family's good looks. Brother. Lin Su waved at Lin Shen. Lin Shen glanced at Lin Su a few times, realizing his little brother indeed seemed much more reserved now, not remotely like that kid from the Gu family. After taking over Lin Su's luggage, Lin Shen inspected his lips and kindly inquired, got some heat rising? Lin Su blushed, pursing his lips and shyly looking elsewhere. Probably about right. Chi Ji certainly seemed pretty fiery. Chapter 52. The South Campus of Q University is located in the heart of the capital city. It's Q University's largest campus and also the one where Lin Su will be spending his next 4 years. The capital in this book isn't too different from reality, at least not when Lin Su stepped onto the campus. A sense of familiarity came rushing back to him. He had spent a lot of time here before. However, every previous time he stepped into the campus, if he encountered fellow students from the same department, they would enthusiastically come up to greet him. This time, though, he was stepping onto the grounds with a fresh, young face, surrounded by classmates his age who were all brimming with youth and the proud smiles of their parents. Actually, new students could register over the next 2 days, and his brother had said that he'd first take him home to rest for a day before coming back to the school. But during dinner, several calls came in. Even though Lin Shen dismissed them all, Lin Su knew his brother was quite busy. Besides, he wasn't really a kid anymore, and deep down, he was very eager to go to school already. So, without letting his brother accompany him, he directly headed off to school. Initially, his brother disagreed. Since their parents were on a business trip and wouldn't return for some time, it already felt like the younger brother was being put out. As an elder sibling, there was no way he'd allow his younger brother to go alone. But Lin Su's attitude was firm, and in the end, his brother could only reluctantly give in. Lin Su truly didn't want personal matters to inconvenience his family. He had always been relatively independent. During the summer vacation, the school's teachers had already helped him get in touch with the dean, even exchanging emails multiple times. Their research directions were consistent, and the dean was also a highly respected academician. Hence, he was very much looking forward to meeting with the dean and having a conversation as soon as possible. When he arrived at the square in front of the library, he could see welcoming tents set up by various departments. Even faster than Lin Su, the senior students from the student unions of each faculty noticed him. Almost immediately upon spotting this underclassman, the seniors across different faculties couldn't help but glance sideways at him. There were many good-looking freshmen this year, but one so exceptionally stand out as this. That was rare. The seniors from the bioengineering department lit up the moment they spotted Lin Su. He's ours. They had already seen the enrollment photos of the freshmen beforehand, though because there was some discrepancy between the photos and real life, they didn't recognize everyone. But someone like Lin Su, whose appearance both in photos and in person stood out unmistakably, was easy to identify right away. Junior, this way, one of the seniors quickly went out to beckon him over. Though Lin Su tensed his fingers slightly upon seeing so many people staring at him, he still maintained his composure as he followed them. Junior, fill in your information here, the senior warmly directed him, seemingly unaffected by the heat of the day. Other seniors temporarily took over his luggage, allowing Lin Su to easily fill out the paperwork. Senior members of the student union from other departments nearby cast envious glances. Junior, in a few days, there will be recruitment drives for the student union and various clubs. Keep an eye out for the dates. As Lin Su filled out the forms, the responsible senior gave friendly reminders, then glanced down at his handwriting, inwardly marveling that he was not only handsome but also wrote beautifully. Freshmen like Lin Su were typically hot commodities sought after by all sorts of clubs, not just for anything else, but for office romances alone. They fit well, especially since many of them were single. Some of them were internally debating whether or not to try adding him on WeChat. But as they approached the final step of adding him to the class group and getting in contact with the tutor via QQ or WeChat, Lin Su pulled out his phone to scan the code. Nearby, the sharp-eyed senior noticed something. The pending friend requests on his WeChat were numerous, red dots indicating countless messages, none of which had yet been addressed. On his WeChat chat page, only a few clean lines remained. Apparently, those were the people he talked to regularly. So it seemed, this was a junior who was extremely popular but also rather reclusive. They might only have the chance to add him via official duty going forward. These pending friend requests had been around for a long time, ever since suspicions began mounting in the group chat that the little fresh meat the group owner caught might actually be Lin Su. Furthermore, his online name, simply consisting of the character Lin, made everything seem more plausible. However, Gu Jinji didn't bother replying to these sarcastic remarks from the group members, leaving them guessing, while Lin Su rarely participated in group chats himself. Hence, everyone scrambled to add Lin Su on WeChat. If he turned out to be the little brother everyone speculated about, it was indeed fate that allowed them to know him personally, and who knows, maybe even make a move later. Then, there was no response from Lin Su at all. Lin Su continued ignoring the requests. Though initially he should have felt annoyed due to Gu Jinji's whimsy, somehow, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. After all, Gu Jinji had always been this way, unpredictable and difficult to manage. Thus, for many days in a row, the first thing group mates asked upon waking up was, "Quick, explain yourself. Tell us you haven't lured the little brother away." At Chi Ji Mang Mang. Marking today as day 50, the group couldn't help but hurl another round of insults at Gu Jinji. For the moment, Lin Su hadn't yet been dragged into controversy, but if it were discovered that he wasn't actually Lin Su, the backlash might well turn against him. Some even jokingly suggested they would confront the younger Lin Su at Q University later for clarification to get to the truth. Most still held the belief that Gu Jinji intentionally led them to this conclusion. After all, the two weren't from the same circle. In high school forums, many classmates mentioned Lin Su as having a cold personality and definitely not a match for the group owner, thus unlikely to have any interest in her. Ji Ji Mang Mang always liked grabbing attention, seemingly doing so on purpose just to make them envious. After filling out his forms, Lin Su was led by an upperclassman to find his dormitory building. Only after he left did the other seniors dare to discuss him. Junior Lin Su is the only top scorer in our department. That's true. Our department isn't very popular, and there are usually few top scorers who choose it. I've seen his interviews before, he seems to be very determined. He must truly love this field. Being raised by his grandparents and achieving such results is really inspiring. In everyone's minds, Lin Su had become the epitome of a disadvantaged child who made good. In reality, most Q University students came from relatively affluent families, with many hailing from local capital households. Even those from ordinary families often had professor parents who could guide them in academic pursuits. Though little was known about Lin Su, learning that he had been raised by his grandparents inevitably sparked some speculation. But getting admitted to Q University seemed like a triumph after much hardship. Nevertheless, biological chemistry, environmental science, and material science, the four infamous majors with poor career prospects, even with a degree from Q University, without dedicated research, graduates would earn far less than those from the finance school, except for those who inherit family businesses. However, they hadn't considered that Lin Su belonged to the rare group destined to appear in magazines as research experts. Gu Qi, over the phone, appeared indifferent to his younger brother's supposed breakup, thinking it all rather trivial. In truth, this time around, he was particularly worried about his brother's psychological state since Gu Jinji returned. Even willing to delay his morning routine to spend more time with his brother over breakfast, something unusual for Gu Jinji, who rarely woke up before Gu Qi set off for work. But after waiting nearly half an hour, Gu Qi put down his newspaper, unable to hide his impatience as he instructed the housekeeper nearby, "Go check if Jinji has woken up. Wake her if she hasn't." How could someone who just gone through a breakup show no signs of change? Recalling how Gu Jinji had sobbed uncontrollably before, he expected her to stay despondent for some time. Instead, she was still asleep. After several knocks and gentle urgings from the housekeeper, Gu Jinji reluctantly got up, feeling even more irritable upon realizing her brother's involvement. What a prick her brother was. Forcing her to break up with her boyfriend yesterday and then pestering her this early in the morning, only 9 o'clock. Still, elder brothers were respected almost like fathers, and Gu Jinji had some fear of him. After hastily tidying herself, she shuffled downstairs in slippers, looking lethargic. At the sight of her, Gu Qi softened further, confirming his suspicion that his younger sister was indeed heartbroken. Long time no homecoming, you must miss mom's braised pig trotters, right? Though serving this dish in the morning seemed somewhat excessive, Gu Qi knew it posed no problem for his sister. Predictably, Gu Jinji's eyes lit up immediately, rushing downstairs and sitting cross-legged at the table to devour her meal. The manner was anything but graceful. Having been Gu Jinji's older brother for years, Gu Qi still struggled to tolerate some of her uncouth actions. In a few days, your big brother will help arrange a meeting or two. You can go see then, Gu Qi suggested, believing the best way to mend a broken heart was to start a new romance. It was quite sensible. Previously, Gu Jinji had declined these setups due to having a boyfriend, but now, finally, she lacked excuses. Just remember to rein in your temper and don't be too wild when you go. Otherwise, even I will be stuck handling awkward situations, Gu Qi added. For his brother's major life decisions, he'd sacrificed his pride and used many connections to assist. That his brother, aged 24, hadn't seriously dated before had reasons. Though Gu Qi understood his brother's good intentions, his fiery personality sometimes became unbearable. Indeed, it required improvement for better relationships. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinji choked slightly on her mouthful of pig trotter, causing Gu Qi's expression to shift once again, turning his head away. Even in front of family, some restraint wouldn't hurt. I can take care of my own matters, thank you very much. Gu Jinji frowned in refusal. Already affected by her brother intruding on her secret relationship, the last thing she needed was blind dates. If I'm unbearable to you, they'll surely be worse, Gu Jinji remarked dismissively. It's not about making minor adjustments, nor is it a good habit, Gu Qi said helplessly, supporting his forehead. Gu Jinji thought of something and giggled secretly, but her boyfriend could put up with her, he had absolutely no complaints. Brother, you're the president of the board. Stop trying to pair people up all the time, okay? I'll handle my own affairs, Gu Jinji rolled her eyes and remarked. This really angered Gu Qi. He wanted to interfere, but it was because he had this troublesome younger brother. So you'll stay single then? According to him, there was nothing wrong with not dating at all. Gu Jinji nodded absent-mindedly, thinking that she wouldn't stay single, she loved being in a secret relationship. You woke up so late today, you'll be late for work, Gu Qi reminded her again. What? Didn't you say there's no position left for me? Gu Jinji's face fell. I'll give you a day off today, but you need to report tomorrow. In front of his unreliable younger brother, Gu Qi had broken many promises already. A day off is a day off, Gu Jinji sighed deeply, it was going to be a long and arduous journey. I'll work from home with you today, Gu Qi took another sip of porridge, making a shocking statement. However, Gu Jinji completely failed to understand his concern. Several times she wanted to snap at her brother, why must he cut off all her options? No, I'm going out, Gu Jinji said nervously. Where to? I'm going to hang out with Su Zhou. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Gu Jinji made up an excuse casually. Gu Qi looked at him suspiciously, thinking that before his return, his brother hadn't seemed to care much about their friendship, but now instead of resting after coming home, he wants to meet up. Haven't you fallen in love online again? Gu Qi sternly asked, remembering his younger brother's forgetful nature. No. I'm really going to see Suzhou. If you don't believe me, I'll send you photos later, Gu Jinji quickly clarified, sounding overly defensive. Gu Qi still felt something was off. His brother didn't seem heartbroken, rather more restless, as if being dumped messed up his senses. How come he has become more energetic lately? After barely managing to slip away from his brother, Gu Jinji finally breathed in the outside air again. Thinking about Suzhou, he felt like his head would explode. I'll stay at home, and you come find me, wearing sunglasses stylishly, he called Suzhou. Suzhou watched as the call ended abruptly within a second, feeling unsettled inside. After much negotiation, he eventually cancelled the planned date with his ambiguous romantic interest and waited for Gu Jinji at home. Since his childhood friend had just returned, taking some time to gather was only natural. Whoever would choose such a friend? Hearing the sound of the sports car engine, Suzhou stepped out of the house, leaning by the door, looking at the person getting out of the car, and asked, "Where to? A race? Or a bar, or wherever you pick." He vowed to stick around no matter what. Gu Jinji glanced at him confused. "Go where? Where do I have time to fool around with you?" After finishing speaking, he stood next to Suzhou, took a few selfies, muttering to himself, "Mission accomplished." What mission? Suzhou was totally puzzled, so it turns out he was just used as a tool. My brother doesn't know I'm seeing someone. I'm sneaking out to be with my boyfriend without telling him, so I'll probably rely on you quite often in the future. Gu Jinji solemnly patted Suzhou's shoulder and let out a sigh over his rocky romance road, before driving off like the wind. Flustered for a while, Suzhou cursed Gu Jinji heavily, then like a grandson begging, sweet-talked the girl back into continuing the date. Chapter 53. Lin Su's dormitory was a quad, and the condition was pretty good. When he arrived, his tuition and accommodation fees were fully exempted, and he also received extra scholarships. Originally, he could have chosen a single room, but due to the long history of the campus, some dormitory buildings were too old and were being renovated, so he had to make do. For Lin Su, apart from staying in the same dormitory as his classmates during the college entrance exam days, this experience was rare and novel. Although he felt somewhat uneasy, he was no longer as resistant as before. When Gu Jinji called him on the phone saying she was on the way, Lin Su agreed and waited for Gu Jinji to arrive downstairs at his dormitory when he already leaned against a tree waiting for her. "You're so fast. I thought you would take a long time to settle in after coming to school." Gu Jinji took off her sunglasses and hung them around her neck, curiously said when she got closer. It had only been one day since they last saw each other, yet her boyfriend still looked handsome. She originally wanted to check out his dormitory and see what kind of people her boyfriend's roommates were, if there were any potential safety concerns. Lin Su briefly explained the reason: a newly reported roommate, very talkative. It couldn't just be described as talkative. Sitting by the desk, Lin Su could constantly feel the saliva spray spouting from his words, speaking at an incredible speed that made his head ache. Especially since Lin Su had just arrived for one day and was already recognized as the acknowledged top student of the department, his roommates were quite enthusiastic towards him and had a lot to say. Of course, Lin Su didn't have any objections to his roommates, he was just not used to it. Upon receiving Gu Jinji's call, Lin Su sighed with relief and quickly left the dormitory claiming he had a date with his partner. Yes, he didn't shy away from having a partner, but the news shocked the other 3 bachelors in the dormitory. After all, their first impression of Lin Su didn't suggest he was the type interested or skilled in relationships. But then again, looking at his face, it didn't seem impossible. The two walked side by side on the campus, exuding a calm and serene vibe. Lin Su felt something seemed amiss. It turned out Gu Jinji had silently closed the microphone. Gu Jinji had endured all the way, and upon hearing Lin Su mention how talkative his roommate was, couldn't help but reflect on himself. It seemed he also talked a lot. His brother used to often say he was noisy. He didn't realize Lin Su disliked talkative people until now, which made him start feeling nervous. His brother's advice made sense, he needed to change that. Thus, Gu Jinji played the cool boy all the way, until Lin Su asked him, "Ziji, why aren't you talking?" Gu Jinji feigned profundity, "I usually don't talk much." Subsequently, Lin Su gave him an amused look, as though seeing through him. "You're different from others." Lin Su couldn't help but smile. Once again, Ziji brought him joy today. He enjoyed listening to Gu Jinji rambling on, finding it incredibly peculiar and comforting. He knew if anyone else were around, Gu Jinji wouldn't behave this way, becoming a high and mighty tycoon instead. Seemed only he could witness Ziji's 18-year-old soul. With this sentence, Gu Jinji was reassured. He said it right. His boyfriend wasn't like others, not like his brother either. What his brother considered flaws, Lin Su didn't think of them that way. So Gu Jinji kept chattering on all the way, telling stories about how he outwitted his brother at home, portraying his wisdom as unparalleled under the heavens and above the earth. "Thank goodness for that guy Suzhou. In the future, when I come to see you, I can use him as a shield if my brother suspects anything." Gu Jinji had everything planned perfectly. Lin Su smiled and nodded, watching the scheming expression on Ziji's face. Suddenly, he remembered the phrase he often mentioned, "I'm 24, and couldn't help but find it amusing. What 24-year-old tycoon would fuss over sneaking around to fall in love? Where are we going now?" Gu Jinji asked curiously. "To accompany me to buy books." Lin Su thought for a moment and replied. "Huh. Your teacher already mentioned the book list so soon. Military training hasn't even started yet, the list of subject teachers probably hasn't even come out. Lin Su hadn't thought about this issue either. He calmly replied, it doesn't matter, I know. Gu Jinji didn't expect her boyfriend's level was practically that of a teacher, merely assuming geniuses were all like this, blindly trusting. They went to a specialized bookstore nearby, where the selection was comprehensive and conveniently close to the school, enabling Lin Su to quickly purchase all the necessary books. Gu Jinji was clueless about these things since he wasn't in the same major, but sitting beside Lin Su and watching his every move seemed to him extremely pleasing. Just thinking about Lin Su's field, he simply assumed his object must like plants and animals. In the future, he could take Lin Su to the zoo or botanical garden. He truly was the ultimate charmer. Gu Jinji thought about installing a huge bookshelf at home in the future, filled with books his boyfriend was interested in. This way, when he played games, his boyfriend could accompany him and read books on the side. Gu Jinji had never thought before that he would like this kind of man. He used to disdain those business elites as vulgar and dull, and his friends were also similar to him, but he didn't feel dull when he was with Lin Su. It seemed that doing anything with him was pleasant. After finishing buying books, it was lunchtime. Gu Jinji had eaten pig's trotters in the morning, and now his stomach was growling again. Then let's go eat. Lin Su was very considerate. Gu Jinji no longer felt embarrassed. After all, Lin Su should have figured out what he was like. Both being adults, outside the jurisdiction of his older brother, the two naturally held hands without any concealment of their relationship. Before lunch, Lin Su accompanied Gu Jinji to a coffee shop to buy a latte. During lunchtime, there were many people coming and going, and the coffee shop was quite noisy with lots of couples around. After placing their order, they sat at the corner position. Maybe the crowd gave Gu Jinji courage, thinking no one cared about them anyway, so he leaned against Lin Su and sneakily kissed his lips. He didn't know why, but he found the look on his boyfriend's face, which seemed indifferent to everything, very enchanting. Even when the other party only glanced down to check his number, Gu Jinji felt Lin Su was seducing him. Thus, Lin Su indeed soon became influenced by him, and his usually cool face turned slightly red. He never expected that Chi would dare to be so unrestrained in public. It's fine. No one is looking at us, Gu Jinji whispered in his ear. Then he gently kissed his neck, not daring to leave any marks or make Lin Su awkward. Lin Su just felt ticklish with a furry head buried in his shoulder neck area, unable to push Gu Jinji away, and could only believe no one would see them. Suddenly, Lin Su acutely sensed several gazes watching their direction. He originally thought these strangers had noticed and were merely curious. But when he looked over, those men who had just entered weren't just glancing briefly. They were dressed fashionably, carefully groomed. They looked at them while whispering something, and their eyes actually showed surprise. Lin Su thought for a moment, feeling something was off. Just as he heard his number called, Gu Jinji was about to stick his head out to get the coffee, but Lin Su held him back. Gu Jinji was stunned, wondering if something so convenient could happen. Next, however, he heard Lin Su say, "Ziji, don't move first." There seemed to be acquaintances. Lin Su wasn't sure if his guess was right, but quickly took the sunglasses hanging on Gu Jinji's clothes and put them on him, then pulled up the hood of his hoodie, stood up, and went to pick up the coffee. After getting the coffee and passing by that group, Lin Su almost read their lip movements, which mentioned his name, but because they hadn't met him before, they still refrained from shouting due to embarrassment. Lin Su acted as if nothing had happened and left. Meanwhile, under his instruction, Gu Jinji had already fully disguised himself and slipped out of the coffee shop unnoticed. None of them saw Gu Jinji's face. What? Such a coincidence. Are they from our group? Gu Jinji was still surprised and wanted to peek inside, trying to recognize any familiar faces. After all, those who liked to chatter in the group had posted countless photos. Lin Su hadn't paid attention to the photos, but something felt wrong. Don't turn back, Lin Su helplessly tugged at him. His photos had already been circulated everywhere, and he was spotted again, whereas Ziji had yet to be revealed, with only a username so far. Lin Su didn't want Ziji's real identity to be discussed later since he was a company general manager. Uncertain, maybe, Lin Su shook his head. Gu Jinji kept checking the group messages afterwards, and as expected, someone quickly sent a message. Shit. Just now, during our offline gathering, we thought we saw young Master Lin Su, who brushed past us in person, extremely handsome. That nose, those eyes, the lashes can kill people. He actually has a boyfriend. We couldn't see the man's face, but someone can be so intimate with little brother, I'm jealous. If it were me, how great that would be. Some others linked it to Ziji Mangmang, asking if that person was him, otherwise, stop misleading everyone. I feel it's him, after all, how could such coincidences exist? At that time, Gu Jinji just wanted to boast but didn't reply directly because he didn't want to damage his boyfriend's reputation. A simple posting would only lead to rumors that couldn't be believed as facts. But unexpectedly today, they really got to witness it. Although he didn't care, now his boyfriend had been confirmed as gay. Knowing this earlier, he should have sat straight and not misbehaved. In fact, Gu Jinji felt a little guilty inside. After all, Lin Su had always had a good reputation in the group chat, and that was his real identity. I'll clarify in the group chat, just say it's false, I lied. Gu Jinji was afraid he would get angry and frowned as he looked at Lin Su. He lost his appetite and became anxious. If Lin Su didn't explain, the group mates were bound to find out. But if Lin Su explained, he would still be someone far away from them, having nothing to do with their group. Seeing his look like he's ready for battle, Lin Su instinctively pulled him closer by his shoulder. Then wouldn't the group leader lose face completely? Lin Su chuckled and asked in return. Isn't Ziji the one who fears losing face the most? Admitting to lying on the internet must be unbearable for him. It's my own fault. Gu Jinji mumbled dejectedly, regretting showing off. It doesn't matter, what's wrong with admitting it? I'm not a public figure, is there a problem with dating someone? Lin Su consoled. He was an ordinary student after all, being gay wouldn't affect anyone else, so Ziji didn't need to worry. Thus, Lin Su rarely sent a message in the group, sorry, I didn't realize it was the group members earlier. It's me and Ziji. Upon these words, the entire group exploded. Who would have thought that the person lurking in the group for such a long time turned out to be the younger brother they had been paying attention to all along, and never expected they were actually so close. Holy crap. I regret not taking leave to attend the gathering now. I admire the group leader so much. How did he find such a partner? What does the group leader look like? Tell us if you've seen him, I want to know where I fell short. They said it's because his boyfriend protected him from appearing, maybe this is why you lost, wailing. I was about to say some nasty things but realized that little brother probably doesn't want us to gossip about the group leader. So, we can only offer our blessings. Even though the group leader's taste isn't that great, his ex-boyfriend even scammed him. Anyway, luck is finally favoring the foolish. At Zijimengmeng. Little brother really has guts, already someone of interest online, yet still not hiding his romantic status. That's way better than those people. As a result, Gu Jinji unexpectedly became the most mysterious and envied person in the group. This was something neither of them expected. Gu Jinji originally thought the group mates would scold them. Of course, seeing the endless friend requests on his boyfriend's phone again, Gu Jinji showed no expression as he rejected each one. No wonder they acted so nice, turns out they all wanted to break up the couple. They also wanted to be intimate with him. Humph, I'll post my pictures too. Let them see that young master's looks aren't bad either. Gu Jinji grumbled stubbornly, they had no chance to compete with him. Is there any problem? Lin Su questioned, puzzled. He guessed Gu Jinji came from a decent family and was probably a notable figure, hence he didn't want others to recognize him earlier. Forget it. Gu Jinji scratched his head, others finding out wasn't an issue anyway, his reputation in the circle was already tarnished. However, if his brother found out, he'd be doomed, his older brother would definitely oppose their relationship. The two spent another day wandering outside until it was almost curfew before heading back. Underneath the dark night sky at the dormitory building, Gu Jinji wanted to touch his partner, but remembering the events of the day, he cautiously glanced around to make sure there was nobody nearby before hugging Lin Su's neck. He kissed for quite a while, besides responding, his boyfriend didn't seem embarrassed to resist, which made Gu Jinji feel extremely fortunate. Oh no, I left marks. Would that be inappropriate? Gu Jinji touched his Adam's apple, getting a bit carried away, especially since he'd never experienced such joy before, and thus lamented. After all, his boyfriend still had to see his classmates, having a partner who seemed too passionate could become the subject of teasing. No worries, military training will start soon. Lin Su's voice sounded a bit hoarse. He gently used a little force and kissed his plump earlobe, thinking it was incredibly adorable. The implication was that Gu Jinji only had today's opportunity, as after the military training, Lin Su guessed he would be tanned black. Hence, he was somewhat more lenient with Ziji, this lecherous man. After military training, it might be hard for his neck to bear kisses. Chapter 54. Ever since it was revealed that Zijimengmeng's young boyfriend was actually Lin Su, the atmosphere in the group chat had become unusually peaceful and harmonious. Those who used to swear at each other straightened their attitudes, those who spoke carelessly and expressed strong admiration for Lin Su, whom they saw as a fictional character, quickly changed their usernames overnight in an attempt to cover up. And those who secretly shared information about the former boyfriend of the group owner clearly had no good intentions. After all, how old is the younger brother? The fact that he fell for the group owner must mean he was deceived. If so, isn't breaking up just a matter of time? Gu Jinji was utterly astonished. Unfortunately for him, fate still smiled upon him, because who would have thought that the scammer, Amor, they were still complaining about now turned out to be Lin Su. Gu Jinji is not someone who changes his heart easily. His boyfriend knows this well. In the early morning, as he watched his little brother glance at his phone with occasional mysterious smiles, Gu Chi grew cautious. He still remembered the state his younger brother was in when he was once engaged in an online romance. It wasn't until Gu Chi quietly appeared behind Gu Jinji that he noticed, although Gu Jinji didn't realize it yet. Fortunately, at this point and all the way until 10 p.m., his boyfriend was undergoing military training. Apart from meal times, they had virtually no opportunity to communicate, sparing Gu Jinji another crisis. What are you looking at? Gu Chi saw the logo of the Q University Forum on top and found it surreal. Did you remember that your older brother graduated from Q University? Gu Qi suddenly felt some sense of relief, assuming the upcoming anniversary celebration of his alma mater had caught Gu Jinji's attention. He too planned to attend. Ah. Gu Jinji was first startled by his brother suddenly showing up behind him and then became confused by his next words. He hadn't even noticed that his brother attended school at Q University at that time. But there was a generation gap between the two brothers. Back then, he was only in middle school, there was no blame for him. Seems like brothers' grades were pretty good back then. Gu Jinji half-heartedly complimented his brother before stealthily putting away his phone so that his brother wouldn't see him browsing through the military training photos in the forum. During these days of disconnection from his partner, he had no idea how the other was doing, if he had suffered, if he had turned darker under the scorching heat. These days were so hot, it could definitely cause sunburns. Thinking of it made him feel heartache. Lin Su had always been a model student focused solely on academics, but Q University's military training was exceptionally strict. He wondered whether or not his partner could endure it. Gu Jinji was worried and anxious. Even after 10 p.m., his boyfriend would need to return to the dormitory to wash up and rest, so he dared not take up too much of his time, let alone ask Lin Su to send pictures or videos. Although he merely wanted to see his boyfriend, doing such things would make it seem like he cared only about his boyfriend's looks. That's not who Gu Jinji is. Thus, he could only covertly examine the photos taken by senior members of the student union on the forum, trying to get a glimpse of what was going on. Sure enough, he saw a bunch of tan students. He hadn't had a chance to find a close-up picture of his boyfriend yet, but Gu Jinji figured his boyfriend wouldn't look too different from the others. However, even though his boyfriend might have gotten tanned, he'd still be a top-tier handsome man. It was just that enduring the harsh sunlight wouldn't be comfortable, and Lin Su wasn't as tough-skinned as he was, having gone for tanning every year. I scored over 680 in the Gaokao, National College Entrance Exam, back then. Rarely seeing respect in his younger brother's eyes, Gu Qi maintained a blank expression while acting nonchalantly. Oh. Gu Jinji nodded, without further comment. Once he realized that his lover was an academic genius, this score didn't leave much impression on Gu Jinji. Wasn't 680 plus impressive? His boyfriend scored 720 plus. This weekend, go meet someone with me. Seeing his brother's rather lukewarm reaction, Gu Qi had to change the subject. Another blind date? Gu Jinji almost lost his mind. My dear elder brother. Look at the generational gap between us, stop worrying about my matters. I'm still young and can manage myself. Besides, I will be going out with Su Zhou this weekend. Gu Jinji gave up, habitually using Su Zhou as a scapegoat. He needed to go watch his boyfriend during the military training this weekend and had no time for anything else. Again with Su Zhou. Don't tell me you've started dating him. Gu Jinji. I won't agree to that. Gu Qi furrowed his brows, his voice becoming cold and rigid, imagining something terrible. He thought his younger brother might have developed feelings over time. Key issue was, that guy Su Zhou was of the same type as Gu Jinji. Not only that, he frequently changed girlfriends. So, thinking his brother was unrequitedly in love meant immense potential sorrow ahead. Bull, crap, stop messing with people's fates. What nonsense is this? Gu Jinji jumped off the couch upon hearing his words. Seeing his younger brother's panicked face, Gu Qi realized he was overly alarmed. Fine, just skip it then, find yourself one, and don't cry to me next time. Gu Qi coldly snorted. Okay. Gu Jinji smirked slightly but was still a bit uneasy, so he went to work directly to play on his phone instead of eating breakfast. In the morning, Xiaolu briefly gave Gu Jinji a work report and then told some amusing stories. In general, the atmosphere in Gu Jinji's office was filled with joy. You said there was a trainee in the company who took leave to treat fleas on his head. Ha 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 ha. How could such a grown-up person be so careless about hygiene? Gu Jinji sat with one leg crossed over the other, laughing heartily. Suddenly, the front desk called to say that someone was looking for him. Not long after, an unfamiliar figure appeared in the general manager's office. Slouching on the sofa was none other than Yusong. Gu Jinji had once tried to retain him, but at that time, Yusong seemed very determined and chose to quit anyway. However, Gu Jinji also said that if he wanted to come back, he could do so any time since he was an old hand in the company. Later, Gu Jinji found out that the company Yusong transferred to was just a small new company, which couldn't even be called a proper job switch. It also proved that Yusong did not receive benefits from the competition. Do you want to come back? Gu Jinji asked. Yusong finally looked up at him, appearing much more haggard. Yet, there was still a look of unyielding resentment in his eyes. Compared to his former gentleness, he now seemed much colder and harder, likely due to some major setbacks. Mr. Gu, is it possible? Yusong nodded and dryly inquired further. The Heart Boy group launched by Chinhong Media has been getting high attention recently, and their captain was one of our previous trainees. But I'm confident we can use them as a stepping stone to boost the fame of our own boy group, Yusong continued, his eyes revealing only astute calculation. Gu Jinji was shocked by the belief Yusong displayed. Originally, the company planned to slow down the debut process of its male group, especially after Heart became popular through promoting a pseudo-couple. Any other male groups in comparison would easily be overshadowed. However, this was just one of their business lines, as one of the three media giants, Gu Media had many actors, actresses, and popular stars under contract. Chenhong Media was just a mid-sized company, and they only managed to get some resources due to the success of Mhart. But since Yusong said so, Gu Jinji did feel some interest. Welcome back, Gu Jinji patted his shoulder, indicating it was a beneficial deal. Given Yusong's capabilities, it was good to have him back. However, Gu Jinji noticed something unusual from the expression on Yusong's face, especially when he mentioned Mhart's captain. But all of this wasn't too relevant to Gu Jinji, and he just felt that Yusong regaining his strength after falling into despair was indeed a good thing. Mr. Gu, did you know that manager Yu and Yen Yang were once involved? After Yusong left, assistant Xiao Lu began gossiping with Gu Jinji. Gu Jinji was surprised, so there was this matter. And Yen Yang being admitted as a trainee in our company was also recommended by manager Yu, and Yen Yang indeed had considerable talent. Gu Jinji rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, piecing everything together using his usual intelligence during solitude. It started making sense. So that trainee dumped Yusong after hooking up with Xiao Tao. Is this why Yusong came back to the company to take revenge? Thinking about it this way made things quite interesting. Your circle sure is chaotic. Gu Jinji shook his head and sneered while mocking the entertainment world. On the side, Xiao Lu rolled his eyes inwardly. Their boss was pretending to be naive but clearly stood at the center of power. Yet like their boss, those who were willing to chat and joke around with assistants were indeed rare. The capital was experiencing some of its hottest days, with temperatures consistently above 35 degrees Celsius, greatly challenging freshman students across universities. Lin Su and several roommates were sitting under the shade of a tree drinking water and resting. Even during these short breaks, taking out their phones to check messages was difficult, because they might have to gather again within 2 minutes. Nevertheless, Lin Su still seized every opportunity to leave message-style chat with Gu Jinji. They were training at the track field alongside art school freshmen, among whom beauty standards were evidently higher. Female students from the art school are truly good-looking, each one slim-waisted and long-legged. But still, among all the people at the track field, our little Asu stands out the most. Within a few days, how many freshmen have approached asking for his WeChat already? Roommate He Tian, who wore glasses with hundreds of degrees prescription and was nicknamed Four Eyes Toad in high school due to his frailty, enviously struck Lin Su's shoulder. Unfortunately, he not only prefers men but already has a boyfriend. Senior dorm member Wei Dong sighed regrettably, wishing to replace Lin Su in everyone's spotlight. Lin Su merely kept playing with his phone, occasionally replying to them. Lin Su was the second youngest in the dorm, and he originally thought it would be hard to integrate into the dorm relationships. Luckily, his roommates were all carefree and easygoing types. Are you really that into it, chatting even during these 10 minutes? What's so great about this guy? He Tian leaned over teasingly. Lin Su sighed helplessly but kept typing on his phone. Everyone already knew how close Lin Su and his boyfriend were since he came back with mosquito bites all over his neck after visiting his boyfriend on the very first day. They were nothing like other couples who broke up after the college entrance exam. They were still in their honeymoon phase. Suddenly, Lu Zhe ran over from the group of girls. He was the tall, talkative one. Lu Zhe was holding a small blue bottle in his hand. It's the sunscreen I just borrowed from a girl in our class. Do you guys want some? I feel like I've tanned so much recently, Lu Zhe groaned in his rough voice. Who says men can't use sunscreen? They care about getting tanned or sunburned too. Ha 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 ha. You're already so dark, there's no way to tell if you've tanned more. He Tian teased him. Lu Zhe slapped his back hard as payback, then turned to Lin Su, the fairest and most handsome one among them. Asu, do you want to put some on too? Your skin is so fair, it'll be obvious if you tan. Lin Su glanced at him briefly, noticing that Lu Zhe had just applied the sunscreen on his neck, making it look unnaturally white. Although he hesitated initially, remembering his boyfriend Chi Chi, when he realized the sunscreen was borrowed from a female classmate, he politely declined, partly to avoid rumors and partly due to its effect. You keep it. He smiled. I think a healthier complexion would look nice. The rest of the dorm mates looked at Lin Su's pearly white skin and sighed regretfully. What's Lu Zhe worrying about? Asu hasn't changed at all, his skin seems impossible to tan. Originally, they didn't care about skin tone, but lately, the girls seemed particularly fond of pale, elegant boys. Suddenly, they heard students near the track field gate talking, seemingly noticing something interesting. Lu Zhe rushed to investigate and found out that a popular variety show filming an episode at Q University had invited one of the hottest boy groups around. They were also recruiting an audience. But aside from some freshmen who liked the group, not many students bothered to join, let alone watch, as everyone was busy with their own affairs. Besides, the freshmen were still going through military training, so there was no way to attend anyway. Soon, they regrouped and spent another morning under the scorching sun. When lunchtime arrived, usually the whole dormitory would go together to the cafeteria, but Lin Su told them to go ahead without him because Chi Chi said he would come see him today. Chi Chi might have to work overtime the next few days, leaving little time for them, so Lin Su decided to meet him now and then wait until the weekend. Lin Su waited by leaning against the wall inside a pavilion beside the track field. Soon, he noticed several guests and camera crews shooting on the asphalt road nearby. Behind them, a few extras and fans followed closely, with the captain of the boy group Yan Yang leading the way. This was the first time Lin Su truly saw the face of the infamous protagonist from the original story who always used others for personal gain. It appeared that Yan Yang was once again using different people and means to climb higher in life, just via a different path than what was described in the book. Lin Su paid little attention to all this. The only good news for him was that Chi hadn't gotten involved in anything messy. They didn't even know each other in this timeline, which suited Lin Su perfectly. In the footage, Yan Yang was dazzling indeed, with his young figure and good looks, clearly basking in the glow of his rising career, full of self-satisfaction and pride. One of the directors of the program spotted Lin Su, impressed by such a handsome student, gesturing if he could participate in their filming, offering a small reward. Q University produced many top scholars, and such a good-looking male student might enhance their show's interest and ratings. Lin Su shook his head apologetically. "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone." In the brief moment of eye contact, Lin Su sensed a flicker of emotion in Yan Yang's gaze, far from the indifference one might expect toward a stranger. "This student doesn't want to cooperate, no problem," Yan Yang interrupted rudely as he stepped forward. Lin Su vaguely felt that Yan Yang somehow held some resentment towards him, but aside from preventing Chi from knowing him again, Lin Su had no further connection to him. "Apologies for the inconvenience. Please go ahead." The director responded politely. Q University was open to the public, but the condition of allowing filming on campus was not interfering with the students. Lin Su quietly sat in a pavilion, blending into the background along with other passing students, yet undeniably becoming the most visually striking backdrop. Upon receiving Chi's message saying he would arrive soon, Lin Su finally curved his lips slightly into a smile. On one side, the production team exaggeratedly delivered lines while on the other, beyond the range of the cameras, Gu Jinji drove his luxury car onto the campus. As if telepathically connected, Lin Su turned instinctively and caught sight of Gu Jinji waving at him through the window. Though finding it a bit dramatic, Lin Su avoided potential embarrassment by quickly picking up his cap and walking over to get into the car. Yan Yang's expression darkened further upon spotting the flashy sports car and Lin Su bending down to get in. This led to a reshoot being necessary. Someone nearby sighed, "There are quite a lot of rich people on campus." They assumed it was Lin Su's relative. Hearing this, Yan Yang became even more sullen. What he failed to accomplish was now achieved by an 18-year-old college student. He thought about how people compared him with that kid, which made him even more irritable. Giving up Gu Jinji was truly unavoidable. Though reaching this point wasn't bad, compared to Gu Jinji, Zhao Tao's influence was too weak. The company already hinted at using their power to develop other trainees. Yan Yang realized that Zhao Tao could only help him so far. The more he understood the entertainment industry, the deeper his understanding grew. If Gu Jinji were willing to fully support him, there would be no limit to how far he could go. Focus. A teammate gestured for him not to let the audience think their chemistry was off. Yan Yang acted professionally, pretending to brush against his teammate's arm unintentionally. On the other hand, Lin Su was wholeheartedly enjoying the time he spent with Chi in the passenger seat. Chi placed a big bag filled with various medicines, fever reducers, injury ointments, and even sunscreen. "I saw your military training photos where everyone looked as black as charcoal. Some even had heatstroke." Chi mumbled worriedly. "Guess our Asu is still as white as ever." Chi snuck another glance at Lin Su. It had been a few days since they last met, and he felt shy to openly look at his boyfriend. "Don't worry, there's the medical room," Lin Su said while accepting Chi's care, wiping his face and neck with a wet wipe. But he decided not to apply the sunscreen, otherwise, his dorm mates might laugh at him for a year. What was going on with all those people? Chi asked curiously. He didn't get a clear look. Lin Su seriously replied, "A show crew came here to film." Naturally, he avoided mentioning Yan Yang. Unsurprisingly, Chi's attention wasn't actually on that. He just used it as a pretext for conversation. Taking advantage of the red light and Lin Su speaking to him, Chi unexpectedly turned around and stole a quick kiss from his boyfriend, then smiled wider. The ice was officially broken. Lin Su remained calm, grateful that he had wiped his face clean earlier. Otherwise, Chi wouldn't have cared about his recent military training. This boy sure doesn't know better than to act without regard for the occasion. Chapter 55. At 8 p.m. on Friday, a new episode of the online variety show Youth Sports Meet aired. This episode featured Mhart, the hottest male idol group at the moment. The episode garnered relatively good viewership compared to other web shows from the very beginning. In this episode, we will enjoy the sports meet with the guests of Mhart Boy Group on the campus of Q University. After the host finished speaking, the screen transitioned to show the magnificent and grand university environment, with students of Q University rushing by, creating an atmosphere brimming with academic charm. Some viewers in the live chat expressed their admiration for this top-notch university, but soon after, the chat was flooded with messages from Mhart's fans, with countless "Brother XX" appearing on the screen. Can we ask the audience and fans about the meaning behind the name of our Mhart Boy Group? The focus then centered on Yan Yang, the captain of Mhart, dressed in a black industrial-style motorcycle jacket that perfectly matched his persona. "Mhart means my heart," Yan Yang said with a low chuckle while looking straight at the viewers before unconsciously glancing at his teammate who had a softer appearance beside him. This action pleased both his personal fans and those shipping him with his teammate, filling the screen with declarations of love directed at Yen Yang. In this episode of the variety show, there was no mistaking that Yen Yang, as the captain, had the most screen time, followed closely by his CP teammate. The rest of the team members only got fleeting moments in the spotlight. Suddenly, some noticeable background sounds were heard during the program. A fan asked, "What is that sound? It's a bit noisy. It seems like the freshmen of Q University are undergoing military training." Friendly audience members commented, "I wonder what the military training of these scholars looks like. They often sit bent over studying. Is their physical condition possibly not ideal?" Q University senior student reporting here. Not at all. The new students of this year are all-round talents, both academically and physically skilled. A few days ago, a couple of freshmen from a particular college were punished to do push-ups, and they easily did over 100. If you're interested, check out the Q University forum or WeChat official account posts. Wow! That's impressive. There were just a few threads of discussion, but they were quickly drowned out by other comments. This is Mhart Boy Group's main stage, please don't discuss others. Rational fans' voices appeared insignificant in comparison. At first, this slight tension didn't affect anything, and everything went peacefully. As the show progressed to its middle part, the scene suddenly switched to the asphalt road near the athletic field, where lush trees lined both sides, making the scenery beautiful. Scattered pavilions stood nearby, a few couples could be vaguely seen. Among them, inside one pavilion located behind Mhart Boy Group sat a boy leaning against it casually. Due to some blurred processing, his face wasn't very clear, especially given it was a profile shot, yet the general audience could still clearly sense his excellent overall aura. He must be a handsome guy. Within a few seconds, the boy left. Then, some viewers posted a few comments. Wow! Captured a big brother freshman from Q University. He looks like he has great charisma. I feel like his good looks can rival the passers-by from last week's episode. Where does the show find so many handsome extras, hahaha. However, since Yen Yang happened to be in this scene and was speaking, the shift in focus caused some discomfort among his fans, who then started flooding the comment section. This made some casual viewers feel quite unpleasant, thus provoking a few complaints. How come their fans like to spam so much, seriously ruining the viewing experience? Is there any possibility to turn off the comments? But I want to see other comments too. And some fans seem a bit aggressive, don't you think? Still, this kind of scenario happens frequently in the comment sections of many variety shows. After all, this is the current environment of the entertainment industry, it isn't really a big deal. Meanwhile, within the super topic community for Yen Yang's fans, Lin Su, who only appeared as part of the background for a few seconds, had already been investigated thoroughly. Oh, turns out he's someone who excels academically from a small town. Why is he so oblivious? Shouldn't he have walked away quietly when he saw the filming taking place? I was actually on site that day. Initially, the production team wanted to give him a script line or two, but he turned it down. Nonetheless, the big brother really is quite handsome. So arrogant. But as long as he didn't interfere with brother Yen Yang's shots, it's fine. It began with some random internal mocking. However, without knowing who it was, a group chat conversation record got leaked, which sparked even greater anger. What? So what if he was also streaming live on the day brother Yen debuted? Haha, died laughing. Why are his fans bumping heads into controversy, dragging brother Yen into it? Obviously, brother Yen is more charming, right? Being good at studies alone doesn't mean anything. I'm in the top 5 in my class, and I still think being able to sing and dance like brother Yen is far more appealing. I just went to check out his high school graduation live broadcast, he was laughing while giving a speech. It felt so fake. Everyone, I have a conspiracy theory. I think he's planning to enter the entertainment industry. Otherwise, why does he always seek the spotlight? If he truly loves studying, why not study quietly instead of creating a super topic and even having fans? These small-town prodigies are all the same. After all, they can only become elite workers after graduation. Of course, he would want to enter the entertainment circle and hype himself as a high-educated individual. Of course, there were also some rational fans who couldn't stand it anymore and rebutted a few times since the person in question didn't do anything wrong, but soon they were driven out of the group. But all of this only happened within the fan groups. At that moment, Lin Su was participating in Q University's 70th anniversary celebration. Since the notice was given out, the laughter on his roommates' faces had never disappeared. They finally could openly skip military training. Standing at attention was no joke, and even their strong male feet couldn't handle it, so they secretly bought sanitary pads to use as insoles. However, for Lin Su, it wasn't such an easy task. A few roommates could sit in the auditorium half asleep, but Lin Su was chosen again as the representative speaker for the new students. Considering both his academic performance and appearance, he was clearly the best choice, let alone the fact that the student union had found out Lin Su had experience with speeches that gained significant attention online, indicating that his speaking style was good. So when Lu Jia and the others made supportive gestures toward Lin Su from the back row, Lin Su reluctantly changed into a suit and sat in the second row. The first row was for the school leaders, and the rows behind were for renowned alumni. Each seat had a nameplate, and the students who needed to go on stage also sat in the front rows. As the opening freshman speaker, Lin Su was seated close to the aisle. Beside him seemed to be an executive from a certain company, around 30 years old, which indicated he was a capable young alumnus. A position further away was occupied by what appeared to be a highly influential figure. Even his assistant had a designated seat. Once seated, the man beside him greeted this individual with a flattering attitude. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Su, he just wanted to finish his speech and chat with Ji to pass the time. After enduring several days of military training, Lin Su did not become much darker but certainly became slimmer. His jawline became more defined, and his face carried an air of cool purity while gaining a touch of resilience. Just one casual stretch revealed prominent veins in his arms. That corporate executive had been looking at Lin Su several times right from the start. After the host completed the opening remarks, Lin Su went backstage from the side to prepare to go on stage. When the spotlight shone on his handsome face and straight posture, many in the audience, even students of Q University themselves, seemed to momentarily understand what the phrase, upright gentleman, described. Even as the image ambassador of Q University, Lin Su was completely qualified. It could only be said that as experiences accumulated, Lin Su slowly became indifferent, thinking that once he finished speaking, he could return. After a few minutes of flawless speech, Lin Su once again heard the applause from the entire hall. He bowed and slowly left the stage, then returned to his seat to open his phone in relief. Ji, my speech is over, Lin Su reported. Ah. Unfortunately, my brother is also an alumnus of Q University and he's surely at the scene today. Otherwise, I would have snuck in to find you for such a great opportunity. Gu Jinji slumped onto the sofa at home, dejectedly saying. He initially thought about sneaking in when he heard that Q University celebrations meant no military training. However, he belatedly remembered that his brother mentioned this event only a few days ago. It's fine, I'll wait until my military training is over. Lin Su temporarily did not know how to comfort her since they had been happily dating for months without meeting. I'm so envious of whoever sits next to you. If only it was me. Gu Jinji playfully expressed her thoughts, nodding her head. But Lin Su, who was already used to Gu Jinji taking the initiative, had slightly red earlobes. If Ji were beside him, he would definitely not be able to resist touching her. Lin Su suddenly felt the dampness near his neck and the soft cheeks brushing against his jaw. These sensations alone gave Lin Su enough to process, yet it was clear that Gu Jinji had more on her mind. She thought these weren't challenging enough. She hadn't even peeled off her boyfriend's clothes yet, she'd only stolen a quick touch of his abs before under the cover of darkness. Perhaps, couples should progress to a closer level. Gu Jinji felt both excited and a bit shy, but her eyes glowed daringly, showing eagerness and readiness. Her legs hanging loosely on the sofa seemed a little numb. Take a selfie and send it over. Let me see if you're handsome today. Gu Jinji had long integrated teasing her boyfriend into everyday life. Lin Su was already used to her always coming up with surprising words, helplessly snapping a quick selfie quietly. His movements were subtle, going unnoticed by others. Gu Jinji soon saw her refreshed and lean boyfriend. He wasn't good at taking photos, resulting in weird close-up selfies, but Gu Jinji loved this intimate feeling. From his high nose bridge to his thin lips, it felt like they were right before her face. Ugh, I really want to kiss him to death. She wanted to swallow him whole. TSK, he is handsome. Despite her inner turmoil, Gu Jinji tried her best to sound composed. Lin Su's lips curved slightly upward, his eyes uncomfortably darted away, as his bright gaze casually glanced around. The man beside him suddenly leaned over and whispered softly in his ear, "Can I pass by you?" Lin Su's eyebrows twitched. After regaining composure, ignoring the odd discomfort, he politely moved aside for the man. Still, their legs accidentally touched. The man lowly chuckled while praising, "Younger schoolmate, your legs are pretty long." Lin Su gave him a narrow-eyed glance, reluctantly nodded, but an uncomfortable feeling still rolled inside his chest. Another man, sitting one seat apart, also turned his head this way as if sensing something. Gu Chi spoke with his assistant about something, then understood that the classmate next to him was a well-known gay person in the circle who favored handsome 20-year-old boys. Previously, his dating targets were locked on male university students from the sports department in the university city. Now, somehow after coming back for the school anniversary, he had set his sights on Lin Su. Gu Chi looked at Lin Su again, remembering that he was the freshman who just delivered a speech on stage, not yet 20 years old. However, the freshman's appearance and figure were indeed very attractive, without any faults. Though Gu Chi didn't like meddling in other people's affairs, he still shook his head inwardly. After all, this young schoolmate was too naive. A 30-something-year-old person behaving so shamelessly by targeting a boy barely over 18 was simply disgraceful. Not long after, the man came back, sat for some time, and when the celebration approached its end, couldn't hide his intentions any longer. He tilted his head and softly said to Lin Su, "Younger schoolmate, senior feels quite compatible with you. How about adding WeChat?" He'd already inquired and found out this freshman's family background was ordinary and not local. This category might be susceptible to monetary temptation once they arrived in the capital seeking a more prosperous life. "No need," Lin Su coldly replied, confirming this man did not have good intentions. The man's looks were average but appeared fairly refined. Who would have thought he could talk so disgustingly? After the ceremony, Lin Su left the hall immediately. That man quickly followed up, and Gucci also leisurely trailed behind. If this young man got tempted, Gucci would pretend to just walk past. But if otherwise, Gucci was still willing to save this flower of the nation because Lin Su was too young to be tangled with such an old man. It'd be a miserable experience. Once out of the hall, that man hurried over wanting a chat. Initially, Lin Su intended to walk away directly, but seeing how the man kept pestering, he decided to follow him somewhere less conspicuous as he disliked public humiliation. Younger schoolmate, here's senior's business card. Let's talk. Money won't be an issue, the man said, looking more fervently at Lin Su's face. Standing up, Lin Su towered almost a head taller than him. In a suit, he looked incredibly handsome. Youth's charm was unstoppable. Even more enchanting when smiling, but Lin Su hadn't smiled even twice. Lin Su, who never heard this phrase in his previous life, felt the man's hand touch his shoulder. Looking sideways, Lin Su suddenly grabbed his arm and forcefully twisted it against the wall. There came the man's cries of pain. Senior, I suggest you quit these sorts of dealings. Otherwise, you'll ruin your reputation. Lin Su frowned, shook off the man, patted his sleeve, and felt repulsed inside. He generally disliked being touched by others, let alone by someone this nauseating. The man didn't expect Lin Su to act without hesitation, and for a moment, regretted his directness, especially upon spotting Gucci's silhouette from afar. Encountering this awkward situation, Lin Su furrowed his brows, intending to go around him. Fortunately, Gucci also didn't intend to stay any longer. These kids these days are actually pretty tough. On the car ride, Gucci sighed to the assistant beside him. At this age, they should be indulging in campus romance. When he graduates, if he wants to join Gu Corporation, we can keep an eye out. Gucci had quite a favorable impression of principled younger classmates. Back at the villa, Gucci saw his younger brother lazily sprawled out on the couch, which made him momentarily lose heart. Seeing how composed the 18-year-old Lin Su was, compared to his own brother, filled him with a sense of disappointment. Big brother, you want to sneak a peek at my chat again, don't you? Hey, this time I've got experience. Gucci was still far away when Gu Jinji suddenly sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, hiding his phone with an air of smug satisfaction. He had been keeping an eye on the end of the celebration all along. Gucci gave him a disdainful glance, casually turned on the TV, and switched to the local finance channel. While listening to the news, he asked, "What do you have that I can't see?" "A secret." Gu Jinji shrugged and sat opposite him. Seeing his younger brother's careless demeanor, Gucci didn't compare him with Lin Su but instead compared him with the man earlier, finding much solace. At least his younger brother, though not very proper, wouldn't get involved in any scandalous affairs. The soft female voice in the news was broadcasting, recently, it has been finally determined who will acquire the land plots in the West City's economic development zone. They were ultimately secured by Lin Real Estate Company. It is rumored that the chairman couple of Lin Corporation will soon return to the capital after their recent appearance only a few days ago in F country. The scene then changed to show the Lin couple getting out of their car. Gu Jinji wasn't interested in such news, after all, he had always been forced to go to work. Meanwhile, Gucci was still trying to educate his younger brother. "If you keep behaving like this, big brother won't worry. Don't mess around with the trainees from the company or involve yourself in any dirty deeds." "I'm being good," Gu Jinji said, sick of hearing this over and over. There wasn't a purer rich second-generation person than him who kept himself clean and focused solely on his first-love boyfriend. Not to mention, they were still in the kissing phase. "The circle you're in is too messy." Just now, during the school anniversary, there was an older man trying to entice students into being his kept boys. Gucci shook his head incredulously as he spoke, rubbing his temples. "How old?" Gu Jinji's focus was unusual. 35 or 6. "That is kind of old." Gu Jinji agreed wholeheartedly. "Do you really not want me to introduce you to someone?" Gucci was still concerned about anyone else in this circle without his approval. "No need. I'm going to take a shower and rest." Gu Jinji happily replied, as tonight he'd be on a video call and his boyfriend wouldn't appear as a green figure anymore. Chapter 56. It was originally thought that the story about a trainee having fleas on his head was just a joke. But much to her bewilderment, when Gu Jinji entered the company by elevator in the afternoon, she brushed shoulders with a group of trainees and noticed that they had all shaved their heads completely bald, which looked quite intimidating. So as soon as she entered the office, Gu Jinji looked at the small assistant who was secretly eating snacks, coughed lightly twice, and then watched as the assistant skillfully hid the snacks and resumed working. He lazily sat back in his chair and curiously asked, "Are the trainees in the company participating in some kind of activity recently? Why have they all cut their hair into a bald buzz cut?" He counted at least 5 or 6 people. The small assistant was well versed in all the gossip going on in the company. When she recalled this incident, she couldn't help but laugh while covering her mouth. She said, "Mr. Gu, wasn't there a rumor earlier about one trainee possibly having fleas on his head? Well, everyone in his dormitory caught it too. The medicine alone couldn't fully eliminate the problem, so shaving off their hair became the fastest solution." Even for her, this was something she hadn't encountered in a long time. At first, Gu Jinji joined in the laughter, but after a moment he began to wonder aloud, can these actually be contagious? He seemed rather surprised. Of course, they eat and live together, often with their heads close, explained the assistant. Gu Jinji learned another new fact and nodded understandingly. But whether it was psychological, throughout the rest of the afternoon sitting in his office, he constantly felt an urge to scratch his head. He always had the sensation of itchiness and tingling scalp. This made him start feeling alert and begin to reminisce. A few days ago, he went to oversee the trainees' dance practice. Could he have accidentally? The thought sent a chill down Gu Jinji's spine. He also recalled those several trainees' shaved heads and glanced at his reflection in the smooth smartphone screen. If by any chance he got it too, would he need to cut his hair? He just got a new hairstyle. No. Because of this matter, Gu Jinji didn't work properly the whole afternoon, only thinking about his own hair, lost in absent-mindedness. The first person he complained to about such an unpleasant thing was his boyfriend. Ao Su. In my company, there's someone who has fleas on his head. I suspect I've been infected, my scalp feels really uncomfortable. The other party was participating in military training camp and couldn't reply promptly, only hurriedly replying after every dozens of minutes. It's not that easy to catch if you just occasionally touch. Lin Ao consoled him, suspecting that it was probably Gu Jinji's imagination. But I've been scratching my head frequently these past few days, I feel like definitely that disgusting stuff is crawling on my head. Lin Ao paused for a while, he thought, isn't Jinji used to scratching his head habitually? But since his boyfriend was so worried, he still suggested, Jinjinzi, let the people around you check if there are white eggs in your hair. If not, then you're just scaring yourself unnecessarily. Gu Jinji glanced at the small assistant wearing glasses and subconsciously shook his head, her vision isn't good, and I don't want to embarrass myself. In that case, I'll come out during dinner time to check for you, and buy the necessary medication. Lin Ao consoled him. They had a break of 1.5 hours in the afternoon, quick action should be enough. Having heard this, Gu Jinji felt reassured. Even being seen in such a shabby condition by his boyfriend wasn't embarrassing at all. He happily replied, all right. Then I'll book a hotel near your school and rush over once I get off work. The other side responded with a good, then fell silent, presumably going back to the military training. Unfortunately, just before finishing work, his older brother messaged him again asking him to attend an important dinner gathering tonight. Without thinking, Gu Jinji automatically responded, brother, after work, I have an appointment to play with Su Zhou. You go by yourself. Su Zhou again. Gu Qi hardly recognized these two words anymore. He felt that in the past few days, the frequency of hearing these two words from his younger brother's mouth had exceeded the total of the last 20 years. However, since Gu Jinji really didn't want to go, Gu Qi had no choice but to agree and go by himself after work. After work, Gu Jinji immediately changed into a hooded sweater and rushed out of the company with the cap tightly worn on his head. He felt this was a very socially awkward situation, and didn't want to be discovered at all. Anyway, preserving his precious hair was most important. When he drove to the hotel entrance, he found Lin Ao already waiting for him holding the medicine, apparently having just run over. Sweat beads dotted his forehead. What should I do? All those infected people in my company have cut their hair, I don't want to cut mine. Gu Jinji complained to him with a sad expression. He didn't want to look like a bumpkin. Ao looked at Chi Chi who was fully equipped despite the blazing heat and found him utterly adorable in his heart. It doesn't matter. If really infected, we can kill the fleas first, then pick them out one by one, no need to cut the hair. He walked shoulder by shoulder with Gu Jinji into the hotel. That will be a huge project. Gu Jinji frowned, slightly overwhelmed. Don't worry, I'll take a look first. Ao patted his back consolingly. After entering the hotel, the two wasted no time and started right away. To make things easier, Gu Jinji directly took off his top and bent over at the bathroom sink. Lin Ao first took out the medicine and placed it nearby, then brought a chair for Gu Jinji to sit on so that he wouldn't get too sore in the waist. Let me check, Chi Chi don't move around, Lin Ao said as he cradled Gu Jinji's head and held it up before him, carefully running his fingers through the strands. This is so embarrassing, Gu Jinji grumbled. He had never thought there would come a day when he would specially ask his boyfriend to help him remove fleas from his hair, especially since this was supposed to be the other person's break time. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Ao responded, checking meticulously through the strands. Because Gu Jinji had bleached his hair just a few days ago, dyeing it a light chestnut color, the situation wasn't immediately obvious. There shouldn't be any. I don't see anything, let me take another look. Sitting without support, Gu Jinji found it exhausting, so he simply hugged Lin Ao's waist and rested his head on his chest for a better view. There really isn't any, it might be scalp irritation from frequent perming and coloring. Lin Ao smoothed down his lover's hair strands as he summarized. Really? Gu Jinji felt relieved, it would be good if he didn't have to cut his hair. Let's wash your hair thoroughly anyway, Lin Ao suggested. After all, his hands had rubbed against Jinji's hair for so long, it was a bit unsanitary. Thus, Gu Jinji laid face down on the counter, letting Lin Ao soak and lather his scalp with shampoo. Ao Su, when does your military training end? Gu Jinji sighed. Otherwise, even though he had weekends off, they could only see each other for more than an hour every time. Pretty soon, there are just over 10 days left. Lin Ao leaned down to ensure every inch of Jinji's hair was covered with shampoo. Even though Gu Jinji often joked about how pale Lin Ao was, his own skin was also quite fair and beautiful, with white shoulders below the collarbone. It made Lin Ao hesitate to look at him for too long. After we eat, I'll send you back to school. Gu Jinji enjoyed the gentle touch of Lin Ao's fingers, closing his eyes softly while mumbling. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who could that be? I didn't order any room service. Gu Jinji frowned as he muttered. It might be a wrong room. But the knocking continued without stopping, even getting louder. Lin Ao started to worry about the possible scenario and hesitantly asked, Chi, could that be your brother? As Gu Jinji went to open the door without realizing, he casually said, it can't possibly be my brother, I already told him I'm with Su Zhou. Then he opened the door to find two familiar faces, one stern and somber, which was his brother Gu Qi, and the other awkward and evasive, which belonged to Su Zhou. Gu Qi had unexpectedly run into Su Zhou on his way to attend a dinner gathering, where Su Zhou greeted him warmly. Immediately realizing he had been deceived by his younger brother, Gu Qi deduced that hiding meant Gu Jinji must be up to something improper. Without hesitation, he dragged Su Zhou to Gu Jinji's company, learning from his assistant that the good, younger brother had booked a hotel room shortly after 5 p.m. And on the side, Su Zhou instantly understood that he had unintentionally got his best friend into trouble. But he was also afraid of Gu Jinji's older brother and dared not explain. Not until they arrived at the hotel entrance did Gu Qi realize how far Gu Jinji's desires ran. How else could his younger brother bring his little boyfriend out to book a hotel room while it was still daylight? Upon seeing Gu Jinji standing shirtless with a head full of soap bubbles, it became hard not to imagine what exactly had happened between them. At that moment, Lin Ao sensed that something seemed off, so he stepped out of the bathroom as well. As their eyes met with Gu Qi's, Lin Ao looked somewhat baffled. Gu Qi immediately recognized this male student dressed in military training uniform, the same victim he'd encountered the last time. What have you done to him? He instinctively and harshly interrogated this irresponsible younger brother of his. Speechless for a moment, Gu Jinji couldn't understand why his brother sounded so upset and puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to know better? I was just helping Jinji check if he had fleas in his hair. Lin Ao realized the gravity of the situation and knew this was none other than Gu Jinji's older brother. His thoughts raced. No matter what, now that they were discovered, reality must be faced bravely whether Gu Qi agreed with their relationship or not. Anyone hearing such an explanation would think it was an obvious cover-up. Still, at least Lin Ao was dressed neatly, making the situation not completely awkward. Looking at his brother's stern expression, Gu Jinji stealthily moved behind Lin Ao, entered the bathroom to put on some clothes feeling rather flustered. Once he came out, however, he resolutely stood behind Lin Ao, clutching his arm. Gu Jinji, aren't you ashamed? Watching his younger brother's actions, Gu Qi became enraged, mentally placing his sibling in a certain middle-aged man role. You dare indulge but refuse responsibility? Also annoyed by his brother's accusation, Gu Jinji argued heatedly, what's shameful about it? He's my boyfriend. And so he unleashed his frustrations fully onto his brother. The sight of a brother who cared deeply yet remained composed made even Su Zhou feel compelled to glance aside momentarily. Do you know how old he is and how old you are? Do you even know if he has reached adulthood? Gu Qi lamented in pain. Lin Ao also felt embarrassed by the situation, especially since his age was often a sore spot for him, making everything he did seem inappropriate. I'm already 24. Gu Jinji retorted at his brother. How old was that? Perfectly appropriate. Forget it, come back with me. Gu Qi forcibly pulled Gu Jinji aside. Brother. I haven't even finished washing my hair. Gu Jinji frowned angrily but didn't want to leave. Just return to school and continue your military training properly. I will gradually find out about your situation, Gu Qi said as he grabbed Gu Jinji, then turned to Lin Ao. Lin Ao wasn't sure of Gu Qi's stance and hesitated before letting go. It wasn't until Gu Jinji signaled to him discreetly that he finally released his grip, knowing there would be another chance later. Nice meeting you. After the two brothers left, Su Zhou awkwardly greeted Lin Ao. Lin Ao, who had experienced this awkwardness for the first time in dating, wasn't in high spirits either, simply lowering his eyes and muttering, nice meeting you. Su Zhou examined Lin Ao again, thinking earlier how restless Gu Jinji was about meeting this person face to face. Now he realized why, definitely worth it. Lin Ao had always believed homosexual relationships lacked excitement, but watching these two standing together stirred something within him. The well-defined legs and waists paired with such youthful ages made them far superior to those other men who'd previously pursued Gu Jinji. Once Lin Ao washed his hands and left, Su Zhou slowly reflected on how things panned out much better than expected. Chapter 57. Speak up, what exactly happened? Gu Qi tried to maintain a calm and peaceful tone while talking with his younger brother. He even avoided looking at Gu Jinji's face, otherwise, he might have condemned his own family. Where's Su Zhou? Gu Jinji, with a head full of dried foam, was in an irritable mood but dared not touch it with his hands. Only now realizing the situation, he immediately noticed that the culprit was missing. You're changing the subject. Why did you take someone to a hotel room? Gu Qi's voice became slightly louder. Didn't Asu already explain? Gu Jinji frowned, quickly putting on a hat so others couldn't see him like this. Thinking about that nonsensical excuse made Gu Chi even angrier. Really, brother, you don't know. Several trainees at our company had lice on their heads. I was genuinely afraid. Luckily, nothing happened. Gu Jinji then pulled out his chat records with the assistant for Gu Chi to read, solemnly swearing this was exactly what happened. His earnest demeanor left Gu Chi speechless. Alright, no need to show me anymore. Gu Chi was momentarily at a loss for words. To say he thus changed his opinion of his younger brother. No, he thought it more ridiculous. Which grown man would go to such lengths just to deal with lice? It was unprecedented. Jinji, you're 24 years old now, dating isn't a game. Gu Chi patiently instructed him. Such minor matters should have been easily resolved by anyone older than a boy inexperienced with worldly affairs. Yet, here was his younger brother still clinging on to this juvenile behavior, even during military training specifically leaving to pick off lice. So Asu truly likes me, others will only treat my concerns lightly, just as brother always does, Gu Jinji replied seriously, lowering his eyes. To him, his appearance was of utmost importance, and none understood this better than he. Do you really like him? Gu Chi asked mockingly. Based on what he had just witnessed, Gu Chi could indeed believe that the young man cared deeply for his younger brother. And connecting this with events from several days ago, Gu Chi hoped even more that his brother wouldn't misbehave and harm others. He completely disbelieved that Gu Jinji could genuinely love that boy. Given his younger brother's lack of emotional growth despite his age, Gu Chi simply didn't trust that Jinji could understand what true mutual affection entailed, likely merely infatuated because the student always catered to his whims and looked good to his standards. Gu Chi believed Jinji suited an older, more mature man who could teach him about love. Brother, I'm 24 years old, I'm not stupid. I understand how I feel. I am serious, said Gu Jinji, hearing the doubts in his brother's tone. He had said these words countless times, feeling tired now. It wasn't novelty that led him to be with Asu, afterward, he found every day incredibly joyful. Frankly admitting selfishly, he couldn't break up, he couldn't live without Asu. Gu Jinji scratched his nails listlessly. Gu Chi only thought that the more he interfered, the stronger his brother's relationship with that student grew. Thus, he circled back, tell me how you two met. It was online dating, Gu Jinji muttered dejectedly, still feeling somewhat guilty. Alright, Gu Chi confirmed again that Jinji's earlier statements were entirely unconsidered, too immature. I disagree. From now on, focus on your work. I'll pick you up and drop you off every day after work, decided Gu Chi instantly. Firstly, he didn't want Gu Jinji to ruin others' lives. Secondly, as a brother, he harbored private desires, it was also the primary reason. Compared to harming others, he much preferred preventing others from exploiting his brother. At present, seeing the student's seemingly good character, Gu Chi worried people could change. He himself was a worldly businessman, having witnessed numerous initially decent men repeatedly compromise principles for prospects, especially when destitute, for whom love was the least mentioned. Particularly when they saw a chance to become superior individuals, they'd abandon everything. Looking at his unhappy younger brother scratching his nails, Gu Chi felt there were too many things he needed to worry about. Useless. Gu Jinji muttered. He, as a living person, didn't know how to sneak out and meet people. Not to mention the internet's advancement unless his brother could cut him off from it entirely. What did you say? Gu Chi glanced at him. Gu Jinji quickly diverted the topic, drive faster, brother. The foam is all dry. How unlucky. If you'd come a few minutes later, Asu would have washed my hair. Gu Chi let out a cold laugh and suddenly stepped hard on the accelerator, startling Gu Jinji. That evening, thinking his brother had fallen asleep, Gu Jinji packed his belongings secretly and crept downstairs. He couldn't possibly match his brother's strength, yet sneaking away was doable. Suddenly, the lights turned on, revealing Gu Chi standing in the shadows watching him. Where do you plan to go? Gu Jinji sighed heavily, turning around and heading upstairs. Behind him, Gu Chi spoke, don't think about escaping. These days I've been sleeping downstairs. I'll know whenever you open the door. Gu Jinji wanted to roll his eyes. Staying up until 3 a.m. again, Gu Jinji knew he couldn't just walk out the door, so he tied the bedsheet and climbed down through the window. Fortunately, his thick skin and previous fighting skills left him unscathed. Little master is no longer playing with you. Gu Jinji, feeling triumphant, picked up his backpack and walked away, only to be blocked by a line of bodyguards at the fence gate as alarms rang throughout the villa. Gu Jinji stood frozen on the spot. His brother was serious this time. Gu Jinji was forced to live a few days following a routine job schedule. Though his brother could not stop him from going online, purely chatting with his boyfriend did not satisfy the longing, even losing the chance for kisses. Also, while Gu Jinji claimed it wasn't a big deal, saying that his brother would trust him in time as he wouldn't bring himself down, Lin Su understood clearly that Jinji's brother opposing their relationship was due to concern for him. He thought this made sense. After all, as Jinji's family member, one would care about his partner's conditions. Objectively speaking, they were not well matched, which naturally concerned Gu Chi. Unless there were aspects about him worth mentioning, worth trusting. Lin Su could only use his limited free time to make Gu Jinji happy, telling him not to worry and not pressuring him to resolve things. During other large blocks of rest time, he directly immersed himself in the lab. Lin Su was the only freshman admitted into the doctoral supervisor's team, after several conversations truly impressing the dean, who couldn't believe this was just a new student interested in biological engineering, sometimes more knowledgeable than many PhD students under the department. Whether it was the format content of academic journals or the various experiment procedures, he was fully aware and often raised novel questions, giving people a pleasant surprise. It could only make people think perhaps he had previously studied under some renowned academics. Thus, the dean exceptionally allowed him to study ahead with the seniors and postgraduates, being very satisfied with this excellent talent. Every night before sleeping, besides thinking about experiments, Lin Su also saw Gu Jinji's face in his mind, both far yet near. He always avoided competition, but regarding Gu Jinji, he could only pursue like chasing after his beloved academics, regardless of the final outcome. Fellow classmates all heard about the legendary genius in their grade, an intense overachiever. When diligent students now merely previewed textbooks, he already entered the laboratory and became the dean's protege, never seen taking a break. Q University students were regarded as prodigies outside. But it can only be said that beyond every talented person, there is always someone better. Before university, prodigies like them never imagined receiving such a dimensional hit. However, none anticipated that Lin Su, the godlike figure praised by high school teachers and students in Q University, would also face verbal disputes. The heated statements from Yan Yang's hardcore fan group somehow leaked out, maybe by an undercover rival, immediately sparking public debate and anger. Prior to this, passers-by didn't know how ignorant and terrifying certain NC fans' statements could be. Who's the fan talking? How dare they compare a top student with their idol? Merely fantasizing others overshadowing them? Please, in my opinion, traffic stars can never match Q University's scholars. What nonsense. Never even heard of this boy band, but the fans sure went global first, acting all high and mighty, thinking everyone wants to enter the entertainment circle. Younger girls should focus on studying instead, complete your values before fangirling everywhere discussing nonsense. Terrible fan culture. Mhart, originally only known in small circles, now made its controversial debut due to dissatisfaction among the majority of passers-by. Instantly, the topic exploded, branching into discussions about whether idols should properly guide their fans. Yet, Lin Su, one of the main characters involved, had no idea about any of this. He used his phone only when chatting with Gu Jinji, the rest of the time was packed, leaving no room for other thoughts. Neither knowing how he was once mocked, nor realizing how he was now sympathized. It wasn't until a roommate hurriedly informed Lin Su about the news. However, Lin Su absent-mindedly nodded, indicating he was aware but not giving it much thought. In his heart, he never associated himself with public figures. His roommates privately marveled, indeed, geniuses are different, they didn't realize Lin Su hadn't paid attention at all. The comments on the internet split into two camps, one side being the netizens who stood up for justice, and the other being some fans trying to excuse themselves. They claimed that the behavior of certain extreme NC fans could not be generalized to represent the main figure. After all, their idol had worked hard step by step to reach where he was today, having sweated 1,000-fold in his own career, just like Lin Su's efforts in academics. Thus, they absolved Yan Yang of all connections. Lin Su was originally just an ordinary person, so being discussed wouldn't really affect him much. Many thought perhaps the controversy would gradually fade away. Until the dean of Q University's bioengineering department published a long blog post. As an authoritative scholar and professor, this was the first time he posted on behalf of a student. Every word moved people deeply, evoking tears at the end. Firstly, he fully praised Lin Su as the most special and proactive student he'd encountered in decades of teaching. Subsequently, he expressed that as a teacher, he couldn't bear to see his students slandered or misunderstood. If years of hard study pursuing dreams were considered trivial by some, then values would become confused. Lastly, he hoped every student could study in a noble, pure environment without being influenced by worldly views. This elevated the entire event onto a broader stage, it wasn't merely about a commoner facing criticism anymore. Then Lin Su's high school classmates and homeroom teacher also spoke up one after another. Some even uploaded photos of Lin Su's exam papers and notes from his entire senior year, piled half as tall as a person. All bore his strong, determined handwriting, carrying all the struggles and sweat of a diligent student. At this point, public opinion began tilting toward Lin Su. Even if fan behavior wasn't directly linked to their idols, the idols should guide positive wins, otherwise, irreversible harm would be caused to others. By now, the majority of passers-by had started disliking Yan Yang's name. The decisive move came from Q University's official statement, brief but clearly stated. To provide our students with a pure learning environment, our university will no longer accept any external program recording venue requests. The targeting meaning was quite obvious. Netizens were nearly laughing out loud. Haha, don't think just because your brother has a company, us small-town studiers are also protected. Things won't go away that easily. Ha, your brother doesn't even dare to apologize publicly, probably hiding somewhere spying on the situation. TCH, look at how little suffering their idol went through during months of practice, while our academic god wrote so many exams in half a year that others can barely catch up. And he's currently juggling military training and studying, too busy to bother with them. That's the true spirit of a genius student. Yan Yang hadn't expected that just some random chatter in the fan group could escalate to this extent, and it seemed the hired PR teams were also unable to reverse the current trend. Is it necessary to take things so far? He smashed the cup in frustration, running his hand through his hair anxiously. A manager nearby tried to console him. It'll be fine once we get past this period. The crowd is mad right now. Maybe we should arrange an interview later to win back some favor. After all, they knew Yan Yang's background too. He didn't come from a rich family either, rising from humble beginnings. If more stories about his past hardships were shared, surely he'd elicit sympathy. Because judging from current public opinions, those supporting Lin Su were primarily ordinary people who had experienced hard study times. If that works. There was nothing else to try. Meanwhile, Gu Jinji had already lost patience. Although he hadn't acted yet and things were somewhat under control, he still felt annoyed because he understood how hard his boyfriend worked during his senior year. Compared to the shortcut-loving trainee, his boyfriend excelled in every aspect, sometimes even impressing him with his relentless dedication, so why should there still be mockery? Initially, Gu Jinji only viewed Yan Yang as a laughingstock, but now he couldn't afford to ignore it anymore. "Yu Song, what's your move?" He summoned the man to his office, unusually serious. The man adjusted his glasses, smiling slightly. "Soon, Mr. Gu." This time, they would completely destroy Yan Yang's reputation for good. The canteen was crowded with green shirt figures. Lu Zhe rushed to grab seats, as Lin Su maintained his simple balanced meal of meat and vegetables, quietly eating. He seemed to have little desire for food, nor did he ever buy snacks. Initially, his roommates thought Lin Su's family must be in dire financial straits, trying various ways to support him. Later, they realized Lin Su genuinely didn't care about these things. Recently, Lin Su's mood had been low, not because of the online rumors, but due to the twists and turns of love. "Su, why don't you just break up and find someone else? Stop sulking. With your talents, what kind of partner couldn't you find? If her family doesn't approve of you, then sayonara. Don't underestimate a youth's potential, fortunes shift every 30 years. Lu Zhe was an avid reader of fantasy novels, filled with ideas of epic comebacks. Lin Su didn't respond. On the side, He Tian interrupted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Their relationship is fine. Lin Su wouldn't want to break up. We should simply outlast his brother, see who can persevere longer." This made everyone laugh. "I'm heading to the lab after finishing my meal," Lin Su looked up at them, informing them. "Great. We support you, become an academic giant in the future so they'll have to respect your family. Such mercenary attitudes cannot prevail." Lin Su smiled helplessly. He had no grand plan to outshine Gu Qi necessarily. He just wanted to prove that he wasn't someone with ulterior motives, that he could be trusted, and being with him wouldn't negatively affect Ji. Suddenly, amid the sea of green shirts in the cafeteria, a man fully dressed in designer suits appeared, standing out peculiarly. He scanned the area before heading straight toward Lin Su's table. "Brother?" Lin Su was surprised by his brother's sudden appearance. "Is this your brother? Your brother looks quite well dressed." Lu Zhe whispered curiously. According to Lin Su's account, their family were all in sales. They used to joke about how Lin Su seemed completely different from his talkative family, a mute among chatterboxes. From appearances, was being in sales such a presentable occupation? Lin Su hadn't thought much of it, assuming perhaps wearing nice clothes was needed when meeting high-end clients. "I just found out about those things online. Are you okay, little bro? Let's go talk somewhere." Lin Shen had been working tirelessly, bewildered when he learned his younger brother had somehow trended online. After all, Lin Shen felt like such matters were far removed from their lives. It wasn't until one of his employees started discussing it that he even knew. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that his focused college student of a brother would encounter something like this. "I'm fine," Lin Su shook his head. "Brother, actually, Lin Su's not really concerned about that but is having some heartbreak." A roommate chimed in. "Huh? What heartbreak?" Lin Shen frowned, still seeing his brother as a kid. "It's nothing," Lin Su tried to stop the conversation immediately. "His girlfriend's family disapproves of him." "Huh?" Lin Shen knitted his eyebrows together, then looked at his brother again, unable to fathom where exactly the issue lay. Who on earth dared look down on his younger brother? Chapter 58. The last time we picked him up was too rushed, and there wasn't enough time to take a good look at Lin Su. Now, looking again, it seems he has become much more composed. The two brothers stood under the tree shade looking at each other. Lin Shen looked a bit tired, maybe because of his busy recent work schedule, but he still managed to come during his lunch break. "Regarding what's happening online, I've seen everything. Don't worry, little brother, I will figure out a way to resolve this." Settling all public opinion so his younger brother could focus on his studies in peace. Lin Shen gazed at his younger brother's young face, feeling a sense of failure. He had thought that even though he had moved to the capital, things would be safe and quiet in school. Thus, he hadn't kept an eye on things every moment, without realizing what Lin Su might have gone through. "Brother, I'm really fine. These issues have nothing to do with me, and they wouldn't affect me either. Lin Su shook his head. To him, from beginning to end, he was just an ordinary person who didn't think he had done anything wrong. The discussions outside were irrelevant to him as long as they didn't approach him. Ai Su. Lin Shen felt momentarily as if his brother had changed, yet he couldn't find words to start describing it. You need to always let me or our parents know whenever something happens. Don't shoulder everything by yourself. He could only give this one instruction. It seemed that ever since his brother reached adulthood, he never shared about his life with them. Even their communication over the past year decreased significantly. All right. Lin Su responded, but didn't take it too seriously. In his previous life, he was an only child, and too used to solving all problems alone. He was not a naive boy, and certainly wouldn't run to complain about every issue. Oh right, after your military training ends, isn't it National Day soon? At that time, I'll pick you up and bring you home. There are some things at home that we need to reveal to you. Lin Shen placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and said gently. With the most pressing problem now resolved, it was the right time to tell Lin Su the real situation at home. I want to stay in school for National Day, I still have many things to handle. Lin Su subconsciously replied, thinking about his schedule. He was always strict when it came to his academics. It doesn't matter missing a few days, plus, you haven't seen mom and dad for more than half a year. Lin Su could only agree. As for what his brother mentioned, about revealing something important, Lin Su hadn't paid much attention. After all, he couldn't imagine what such an important matter could be. Oh right, what was your friend talking about earlier? Lin Shen asked curiously, wondering if his younger brother really went through heartbreak. Speaking of this, Lin Su showed slightly more emotion, becoming somewhat embarrassed, his ear roots turning red. It turns out his dorm mates were all big mouths. Regarding Gigi, it's a bit complicated now, so he temporarily avoided mentioning it. No. They're joking around. My dorm mates love exaggerating. So that's how it is. I was just thinking, after your high school exams ended, where would you find the time for a girlfriend? Lin Shen also believed that first-year male students tended to get restless and enjoyed cheering on, thus making the seemingly mature comments from his brother sound more credible. Anyway, brother supports you having a girlfriend now. It's no longer considered early romance. A warm campus love affair can be nice too. The school environment is still quite simple. Once you leave school, it will be hard to get such opportunities. Lin Shen sighed. He almost gave all his affection to his younger brother. After learning about the family circumstances while in university, Lin Shen had no choice but to start learning corporate management, losing normal college life. Lin's father and mother were truly the wealthy generation, childhood sweethearts who started from scratch. They didn't receive much education when they were young and started roaming around as teenagers, encountering numerous failures and getting deceived by relatives and friends. Eventually, they seized the opportunity and gradually established themselves in the capital. Compared to those indigenous old money families, the Lin family was initially mocked as nouveau riche since both Lin's father and mother weren't highly educated. They could only supplement their knowledge while building their business, relying on a spirit of resilience to develop to a level that everyone admired. Lin Shen appreciated his parents' hard work but had to admit that the family's harsh educational style took away his rights to naivety after graduating from high school. However, with him now taking charge and the situation basically stabilized, at least Lin Su won't have to experience it again, gaining the freedom to choose. Alright. Lin Su answered painfully, meeting his brother's gaze. He wanted to say, although he may not have the chance for a campus romance anymore, his partner was still very simple-hearted. If any classmates invite you to seedy places full of debauchery, absolutely don't go. Don't associate with dubious people. Lin Shen added a couple more words, aware that the circle contained countless irregularities. Many lacked basic moral standards, people Lin Su mustn't get involved with. And those uneducated rich second generation were completely different from their younger brother Lin Su. In the future, he could slowly introduce Lin Su to understanding this world. I know, brother Lin. You go back and rest well, don't worry about me. Lin Su nodded seriously, still not feeling it had much to do with him. As he saw his brother off, noticing the red bloodshot eyes in the other's gaze, Lin Su voiced his concern. Lin Shen returned home, believing his younger brother could return to school and study in peace once more, greatly heartened by this thought. But little did he know, those who had their eyes on his younger brother weren't only from the Lin family. Huh? What's going on? Was it us tampering with things? Gu Jinji was watched closely every day, traveling a fixed route between her company and home. The excuse Shujo provided wouldn't work anymore now that she was focused on her career, wanting to reveal Yan Yang's true face to the public to avenge her boyfriend. Her purpose, though childish and pure, wasn't driven by a sense of justice, rather, it stemmed from her inability to endure her boyfriend being vilified. However, as she looked at the latest news about him, she was confused, so much so that she specifically called Yu Song over for questioning. The answer was negative. Yu Song was waiting for the perfect moment. Even though they weren't sure whether Yan Yang's rivals also intended to bring him down, this turn of events worked in their favor. After some time had passed following the controversy, Yan Yang's team indeed devised a whitewash strategy, making Yan Yang seem closer to ordinary people, to try to shape an inspiring idol image. News of his pitiful background spread across the internet. Although this slapped the faces of some fans who bragged about Yan Yang being a wealthy young man chasing his dreams in the entertainment industry, it still had some effect. He came from an average small city, his parents having an unstable relationship, leading to his dropping out of high school. Afterwards, he started training and spent several years submerged in that world until he finally hit a career peak around the age of 25 or 6. This wasn't contrary to the hardworking masses but quite similar to them. Additionally, considering that part of the blame originated from some irrational fans' behavior, holding the main party responsible for all of it seemed somewhat unfair. This wave indeed had a whitewashing effect, causing passers-by to gradually realize that everyone had struggles, and thus it wasn't necessary to hold grudges against him. Even in that gay group, discussions about Yan Yang quieted down, and people stopped accusing him of abandoning his boyfriend just for fame and stirring up CP controversies. Maybe anyone in that position would have made the same choice. In comparison, Lin Su appeared much happier, at least being able to attend university peacefully with care from his grandparents and support from teachers and the school after entering university. Furthermore, netizens discovered that he was previously in an international class, proving that his family conditions were not merely average, they were at least comfortable, which was better than many ordinary people. As such, his own efforts seemed somewhat overshadowed. Many unconsciously pursued complete equality. Since Yan Yang hadn't played his cards well, any action taken by him was perceived as righteous. Not focusing on academics was considered acceptable, as was not actively guiding his fans due to the fear of losing them. Conversely, the victorious side of Lin Su seemed overly assertive. Yet, there wasn't anything to criticize in Lin Su's conduct. He didn't even step forward, not like Yan Yang, who during interviews forcibly portrayed himself as worn out. Thus, it seemed best if both were quietly forgotten. One could continue striving to be an idol, while the other studied in the highest institution of learning without harm befalling either. However, Yan Yang's team hadn't been happy for long when they managed to regain a few endorsements and variety show invitations before being brutally exposed. The subsequent events made netizens reflect deeply, seemingly showing how easily they were manipulated. It was true Yan Yang came from humble beginnings, and that his parents divorced, but his mother did her best to raise him. Dropping out of school wasn't due to lack of funds, rather, it was because of severe rule violations, along with his poor academic performance, making him disinterested in studying further. Originally, his family found him a technical school, where steady learning of skills could have led to a prosperous life. Yet he sneaked away, surviving in Beijing for several years through deception and manipulation. His training period wasn't very long either, talk about continuously fighting was mere nonsense. The crux was, the truth behind his debut. As an airdropped member, gaining the status to debut as the captain actually meant taking someone else's place. Words like grassroots used in interviews were nothing short of a joke. In the end, Yan Yang relied on privileges to secure his future, leaving room for imagination regarding the transactions involved. We should support genuinely righteous acts, not merely superficially righteous backgrounds. A passerby summarized these twists and turns. Who hasn't been a grassroots individual at some point? What's important is whether one can retain their original intent. Yan Yang was truly nailed to the pillar of shame. Evidence of his deception awaited further confirmation, but being an airdropped captain was undoubtedly a settled fact, turning his attempted whitewash into a farce. No wonder I thought his dancing and singing were just okay. He clearly didn't train earnestly. In one episode of the group reality show, I once saw him yelling at his teammates. All it took was for someone mentioning whether he knew a certain brand, and he immediately lost his temper. I think at the very least, knowing success doesn't come easily means treating your current life seriously. He wasn't above throwing tantrums either. Don't eat so hastily, or you'll burst. Gucci watched his younger brother shovel his second bowl of rice and furrowed his brows to teach him a lesson. But evidently, Gu Jinji was in high spirits, as evidenced by his voracious appetite. Bro, I'm going to hit the gym after work from now on. You can't let me grow fat, can you? Gu Jinji made his request. These days, Gu Qi had watched his younger brother closely, truly finding him exhausted. Because his younger brother hadn't fiercely resisted, others weren't shy about his constant chatting on his phone. It was clear what he was up to, there was no way he could cut off the internet for him either. So, instead, it seemed like Gu Jinji became more at ease once he was caught. As for why his younger brother was happy, Gu Qi knew exactly, without a doubt, it was because the student's reputation had been salvaged. Upon further reflection, Gu Qi wasn't as opposed as before. At least, now speaking, that student's moral character was commendable. To say he and his brother weren't well matched. He thought they were just two immature kids. One was of an age when one should be immature, the other, older in years but not in wisdom. Although he still didn't think this was love, it shouldn't bring any harm either. At least, his younger brother hadn't gone against him or acted extremistically because of this. He should feel reassured instead. Just as he was contemplating whether to slightly relax and observe some more, his little brother spoke. Bro. In a few days, it's Su Zhou's grandpa's birthday. We're all family friends, we must attend, right? Gu Jinji blinked at his elder brother. The moment his younger brother opened his mouth, Gu Qi knew what nonsense was coming out. Previously, he hadn't seen Gu Jinji show such respect for elders, he would always find excuses to decline such banquets. If you stop me from going, I'll have to tell mom and dad. Even as a big brother, you can't overstep. Gu Jinji said with righteous indignation. You want to go, go then, Gu Qi pursed his lips. That's a big banquet with so many people. Bringing bodyguards would be disrespectful, Gu Jinji added sternly. Looking at this kid who favored outsiders, Gu Qi lost his appetite and threw down his chopsticks to wipe his mouth before heading upstairs. Still angry upstairs, he thought about how his younger brother had mentioned knowing each other online. The damned online relationship. Out of habit, he asked 001 to check this Lin Su, seeing when they met, and how long after the last online relationship ended this new one started. 001 was actually Gu Qi's university classmate, making a living as a hacker all along, and their relationship was quite close. Upon hearing Gu Qi's request, 001 immediately remembered this Lin Su. He completely ignored the money Gu Jinji paid him to keep secrets. Anyway, he understood these situations clearly. Gu Jinji had to listen to his elder brother. What was there to struggle about? Are you saying this student is the person Jinji dated last time? Dated? Gu Qi closed his mouth. Family disgrace shouldn't be aired outside. Never mind, that's all. He fell into deep thought unusually. He always thought Gu Jinji hadn't reached the age to take relationships seriously, too naive. But he had never imagined that from the start to finish, it was only this one person who made his younger brother cry loudly towards him and angrily vow revenge, and now wanted every opportunity to see. There was only ever one person. Did he really have the right to judge and say his younger brother wasn't serious? At least from childhood to now, this was the only person Jinji had ever dated. Even if both were immature, they still deserved the chance to like each other. Well, regardless of the outcome, he had the ability to protect his younger brother anyway. He would be more careful, just ensuring his younger brother wouldn't be hurt by a scoundrel. Now, letting Jinji be happy, what's wrong with that? Gu Jinji knew he had succeeded and immediately called his best friend, busy beyond measure. Su Zhou, your chance to make amends has come. Just deliver the invitation to Brother Su, and your task will be complete. There'll be nothing left for you to do afterward. Having arranged everything, Gu Jinji was almost moved to tears. They had waited so long. Finally, they seized this opportunity. In their chat, Gu Jinji especially instructed his significant other, Brother Su, on that day, you must hide from my elder brother. For his face, he won't dare go too far, but if you reveal yourself, and he holds you back and prevents you from leaving, that would be trouble. Remember this, hide well before I arrive. This point was the most important. Gu Jinji knew his brother surely understood his plan but couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, as long as they coordinated well, they could sneak out. On the other side, Lin Su helplessly smiled, though his thoughts differed. If they were truly doing sneaky things, he would have less confidence in proving he was a good person. Since they were meeting Chi-Chi's family, no matter the situation, he ought to properly greet them. The grand birthday banquet for Su Zhou's grandfather came as scheduled. According to Gu Jinji, this was the best thing his close friend's grandpa had done this year. Neither he nor Su Zhou liked getting close to this stern and rigid old man. Su Zhou's family had many cousins, and he wasn't the most favored one either. But strangely, Su Zhou's grandpa loved lively and grand occasions, inviting numerous people. Surprisingly, this greatly appealed to Gu Jinji as well. This way, Lin Su, who had nothing to do with the Su family, could slip in without standing out. After getting out of the car with his elder brother, Gu Jinji thought he'd be free now, but was promptly grabbed by Gu Qi, who subtly indicated, come home earlier tonight. It was inevitable that his younger brother had grown up and couldn't be held back anymore. But at least now they shouldn't act recklessly together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so lenient, especially since Gu Jinji was still dressed provocatively and was quite carefree. Gu Qi was genuinely worried that once his younger brother got excited, he would drag that student to a hotel room and hastily lose himself. This is only a few hours. Gu Jinji was reluctant. It meant they'd only be able to talk without accomplishing anything. His brother was such a nuisance. Or stay by my side all night. Gu Qi scoffed coldly, giving him a choice. Grumbling unhappily, Gu Jinji gave in, all right. He smoothed his hair and walked into the venue, immediately texting his boyfriend, Aishu, where are you? My brother is at the entrance southeast at 4 o'clock position. Avoid him at all costs or he'll lecture us. Thinking about all his careful plans, Gu Jinji admired his own boldness. Lin Su replied affirmatively and handed the invitation to the security guard at the door. He was dressed in the most appropriate suit and took a deep breath. Regarding Chi-Chi's older brother, he didn't feel completely comfortable. However, when Lin Su stood among the crowd, no one noticed he wasn't part of their circle but an ordinary student. Some young people even whispered about him, wondering whose son he was, for his looks and temperament were excellent. Thanks to Chi-Chi's guidance, Lin Su soon saw Gu Qi. And Lin Su, being quite striking, drew Gu Qi's attention at the same time. However, Gu Qi glanced at him briefly before laughing and chatting with others, clearly aware of these two's little tricks. Comforting himself, at least his younger brother had good taste, this student was undeniably handsome and knowledgeable. Objectively speaking, if Lin Su continued on his current path, pairing him with his younger brother would seem like wasting his potential. At the first glance, Gu Jinji immediately spotted his boyfriend. Seeing Lin Su heading toward his elder brother, Gu Jinji nearly lost his cool and wildly signaled Lin Su to come over to him. Terrible things always happened unintentionally. When his boyfriend met his elder brother, Gu Jinji gave up hope. He was utterly exhausted, feeling drained. There was nothing else he could do but follow them anxiously, fearing his elder brother might taunt Lin Su with sharp words. If his elder brother didn't want an unpleasant scene of the two brothers arguing, it was better not to make any rash moves. Ai Shio, why are you here? Gu Jinji quickly grasped Lin Su's arm, faking a smile while squeezing his shoulder lightly, then glaring with some annoyance. Chi, Lin Su tilted his head, offering him a calming glance. Seeing his calm, gentle eyes, Gu Jinji calmed down instantly, knowing there was nothing they could hide anyway. His elder brother couldn't stop them from being here. Hello, nice to see you again, Lin Su greeted Gu Chi politely. Gu Chi just detached himself from others, puzzled at Lin Su's deliberate approach to him. He assumed they would sneak away stealthily, considering his younger brother's personality. Instead, Lin Su demonstrated maturity beyond his years and wasn't acting like an ordinary student anymore. Hello. Don't worry, I will ensure Chi returns home safely tonight, and thank you, Lin Su said sincerely. It was evident to him that Gu Chi intentionally arranged this meeting, otherwise, Chi would never get this opportunity. This boy seemed interesting to Gu Chi, particularly because his unruly younger brother behaved quietly around him, except for rolling his eyes at him. Looking at Gu Jinji's mischievous gaze, Gu Chi felt somewhat embarrassed. Still, he feared Lin Su might deceive his younger brother. Everyone could see it looked like his younger brother was at a disadvantage. Yet, Lin Su knew to express his intention to escort Chi home, unlike his overly aggressive brother, who feared losing out. Gu Chi nodded slightly. With parental approval, Lin Su finally pulled Gu Jinji away, finding this environment uncomfortable as well. I told you to hide from my brother, Gu Jinji sighed, though surprisingly nothing went wrong. He already knows about our relationship. This would be akin to stealing a bell while covering your ears and making everyone uncomfortable. We don't need to keep hiding anymore. Lin Su explained. Oh. Gu Jinji shrugged his lips, momentarily realizing how justified it was. Comparatively, he felt less open and honest than his boyfriend. However, being able to meet was the best thing, especially since Suyu wore a suit again. Suddenly, someone sent him a message. Gu Jinji checked and saw it was from two people. Prioritizing them, he first read the message from his older brother. Later, there won't be any bodyguard stopping you. Simple but heavy in meaning. Gu Jinji's eyes widened like bells. He hadn't expected his brother to stop obstructing their relationship. Just now, he still acted so sultry, yet ultimately, as his own brother, he was on Gu Jinji's side. Then he glanced at Su Zhou's message, unsurprisingly full of nonsense. I tried to find you earlier and saw you three standing together, scared me away. But I didn't expect your little boyfriend wouldn't fear your brother one bit, and I noticed even your brother seemed nervous. Gu Jinji ignored it and turned off his phone. That's why there's a difference between Su Yu and others. Actually, he was quite puzzled too. Although Su Yu wasn't fond of conversing with strangers, let alone their disapproving brother, just then, Su Yu had been surprisingly composed and straightforward. Do you want to eat something before we leave? Free food is free food, Gu Jinji asked Lin Su, his eyes drawn to the dazzling array of pastries. He was more inclined to indulge in sweets when feeling good. Lin Su shook his head, it's kind of noisy here. After a moment's thought, with a serious expression, he stealthily grabbed two small cakes and placed them in his hand for Gu Jinji to eat later. This guy had a huge appetite after all. Aren't you afraid of my brother? Gu Jinji took the opportunity to ask. After all, his brother's words carried much more weight than those of anyone else present. Because he's your brother. It was because if one feared, they couldn't be with his younger brother. Chapter 59. Guests were coming and going at the entrance, and to avoid drawing attention, after all, Gu Jinji was a well-known figure in her circle. Lin Su and Gu Jinji slipped out of the banquet through a side door. At the same moment, a low-key Santana stopped at the entrance. Someone from the Lin family had arrived. If Lin Shen weren't such a prominent figure, just looking at his car, people would only think it was some unknown upstart trying to freeload. But when someone's reputation is big enough, everything else associated with them becomes part of their brand. A few years ago, Lin Shen had only just entered the inner circle, but he hadn't yet garnered much attention. Just another kid from Jiang City, the offspring of newly rich parents who had only recently started exploring the world. It wasn't until later, after helping the Lin family ascend to the top tier of real estate tycoons, that no one dared look down on him. Lin Shen had no idea that because of a meeting that delayed him by just a moment, he'd missed an important scene. After having his assistant register the gift, he entered the banquet and mingled smoothly with the guests like a fish in water. It wasn't until he saw Gu Chi that Lin Shen excused himself politely from his companions. Originally, there wasn't much business interaction between the Gu family and the Lin family. They didn't tread on each other's territory. However, with the development of the internet and the convergence of industries, the two families had reached several collaborations. For instance, several important housing developments had been successfully marketed and sold through advertisements placed by the entertainment arm of the Gu Corporation. Mr. Gu, it's been a while, Lin Shen greeted with a smile. This man was no comparison to his own younger brother. Gu Chi, usually known for his cold demeanor, now gave a polite commercial-grade smile. Yes, it has been quite a while. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to come. The Lin family and the Su family didn't have much of a relationship. Of course, the Su family would send invitations, but whether or not the Lin family attended made no difference. "Isn't Mr. Gu's second son here today?" Lin Shen asked casually, curious. Who didn't know that the second son of the Gu family and young Su Zhou from the Su family were birds of a feather, both unruly and lacking in academic discipline. According to common sense, Gu Jinji should be present. Lin Shen just occasionally indulged in some gossip as a form of entertainment and so asked idly. Speaking of his younger brother, Gu Qi always seemed somewhat embarrassed. There was really nothing wrong to talk about, it was no secret that Gu Jinji was gay. He went on a date with his boyfriend, said Gu Qi, who had provisionally agreed to their relationship, meaning it was public knowledge. After all, the high-caliber graduate of Q University, diligent and studious, left little to be desired. If his brother insisted on associating with some unknown internet celebrity, Gu Qi would have been hard-pressed to bring it up decently. "Oh, is it still the one from last time?" Lin Shen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly finding this entertaining. All of the Gu family's drama came from Gu Jinji. Listening to these stories was rather interesting. When Gu Qi heard what Lin Shen said, he wondered how other outsiders already knew and why he was the last one to find out. The one from last time. Gu Qi raised a questioning brow in confusion. Lin Shen understood internally. A man of loose character like this would naturally change partners every now and then. It was normal for Gu Qi not to keep up with the pace. The one who posted something on Mr. Gu's second son's WeChat moments, isn't it? Gu Qi recalled how empty his younger brother's WeChat moments had been at his end. His teeth clenched. How could he let others within the same circle see while excluding him? Seeing Gu Qi wanting to hear more, Lin Shen kindly flipped through his WeChat moments, it hadn't been deleted, and handed it over for Gu Qi to see. The vulgar scene immediately came into Gu Qi's sight. Now he understood why his brother blocked him. Gu Qi almost regretted letting the two go out alone. Even in a few hours, they could get things done. However, after glancing closely, despite the faceless male in the picture showing only an ambiguous neck, Gu Qi instantly recognized his younger brother's boyfriend. Everything matched, confirming it was indeed the same person. Thus, he wasn't too upset anymore. His younger brother might not excel academically, but he definitely shouldn't sleep around. Exploiting just one person at a time was acceptable. "Yes, it's him." Gu Qi politely handed back the phone and nodded. That it was still the same person slightly impressed Lin Shen. After all, whoever was acknowledged by Gu Qi wouldn't be some random person, though Lin Shen thought Gu Jinji looked rather casual. He's a student at Q University, and the two have known each other for quite a long time. In defense of his brother's reputation, Gu Qi added this sentence, indicating that his brother wasn't promiscuous. "Ah, I see." Lin Shen nodded, thinking that since it was his brother's schoolmate, there wasn't much bias needed. It was probably just that this student didn't have the best judgment and didn't realize the extent of his antics. As they discussed his younger brother, Lin Shen suddenly brought up his own younger brother. He'd never mentioned him before, but since he was creating a return-home momentum for his sibling, there was no need to hide it anymore. "My younger brother also studies at Q University, he's a freshman this year." Gu Qi hadn't heard that Lin Shen had a younger brother, or perhaps the Lin family was quite mysterious. They weren't part of any established elite families with clan concepts, so no one really knew who all belonged to the Lin household. "He used to be raised in our hometown when he was younger," Lin Shen's gaze softened slightly. This explanation made sense to Gu Qi, after all, Lin Shen had a similar experience himself. Yet, being able to get admitted from the hometown to Q University truly showed talent. "Mr. Lin seems to be from Jiang City." Gu Qi suddenly remembered. After all, Lin Shen didn't have the local accent and instead spoke with a subtle reserved softness, which referred only to his accent, not his personality. Gu Qi recalled this because of the boyfriend of his own younger brother whom he'd met earlier, he was also from Jiang City. Though his accent wasn't too obvious, it still resonated with some hints when linked together. Lin Shen nodded. For a moment, Gu Qi marveled at the wonders of fate. Then Mr. Jinji's boyfriend and your younger brother are from the same hometown. Maybe they even know each other. It'd be nice if they could spend more time together in the future. Of course, this was just polite business talk, but cultivating goodwill through connections was always advantageous. Lin Shen curved his lips into a polite smile but did not respond. His younger brother certainly wasn't on the same wavelength as Gu Jinji, or rather, there was no connection whatsoever between them and that homosexual couple. Lin Shen did not discriminate against LGBTQ+ individuals. Among young people, sexual orientation should indeed be free. However, subconsciously, he thought that his pure-hearted younger brother was heterosexual, and it would serve no purpose for him to be influenced away from it. Knowing how much trouble his own younger brother caused, Gu Qi stopped discussing further. Anyway, as long as his brother found happiness, that was enough. Reflecting now, the student without any background might actually be a good thing. This way, relationships could stay simple, and if any problems arose, he, as the elder brother, could help resolve them. After all, he couldn't let his younger sibling suffer any losses. Once Lin Su left the banquet, he immediately took off his suit jacket and draped it over his arm, leaving only the white shirt underneath. After all, wearing a suit for no reason could draw unnecessary attention. Due to their commitment to return home early, the two simply strolled leisurely in the park, enjoying the night breeze. After feeding the two small cakes, Gu Jinji burped lightly. He seemed to become increasingly carefree around Asu. My brother has agreed, and you've finished military training. Everything is perfect. Gu Jinji said happily. He had originally been deep in thought every day, preparing for love battles. Unexpectedly, everything resolved itself, eliminating the need for worry, and losing an opportunity to flex his brain. Lin Su watched Gu Jinji, whose emotions were written all over his face, and couldn't help but smile. Chi, who had grown up under protection, was still like a child at 24 years old and could pretend to be a dominant tycoon only for so long. But such simplicity was perfectly fine. Having no worries forever was the best thing. What Lin Su didn't know was that every time Gu Jinji sneakily looked at him, his heart wasn't devoid of troubles. The more Lin Su matured, the more anxious Gu Jinji felt inside. Gu Jinji possessed a certain level of self-awareness, looks and family background were his only two advantages. Beyond that, he stubbornly focused on one thing, unsure if it was an advantage or not. He often feared that one day Lin Su would discover his lackluster interests and soul void of brilliance. Just as many people had mocked him in the past for being snarky and simple, he now realized maybe they weren't entirely wrong. Every day, his greatest joy was seeing Asu, longing for hugs and kisses, sharing nonsensical yet interesting stories with him, and wishing to be gently stared at by him. However, Asu's dreams were vast. Asu read books he could never understand. Despite being only 18 years old, he had such profound thoughts. In front of him, Gu Jinji had to admit that he was an ordinary person without big dreams, merely seeking to be enveloped by love and find satisfaction in trivial matters every day. Caught staring once again, this time by Lin Su, he blushed, then grabbed his hand. Jinji became happy again, it was that simple. Suddenly, ahead, a group of 7 or 8-year-old girls were frantically trying to hit a badminton birdie high up in a large tree using rackets. The thick branches tightly held onto the tiny birdie, making it difficult to reach due to its height. Seeing this, Gu Jinji's eyes lit up. Let's help them. Lin Su quickly estimated the height and shook his head, I'll go buy a new shuttlecock. But Gu Jinji's desire for showing off kicked in, Asu, watch carefully. Walking up to the girls, he gracefully took off his coat and handed it to Lin Su, saying, Big brother will get it for you. Then, placing both hands on the tree trunk, he slowly climbed up. His strong arms showcased his excellent climbing skills, looking agile and poised without any awkwardness. Lin Su followed anxiously, standing under the tree, ready to catch Gu Jinji if needed. Before long, Gu Jinji climbed several meters up the tree, successfully knocking down the shuttlecock before coming back down smoothly. Chi, be careful, Lin Su worried, his heart racing with anxiety, his brows tightly furrowed. Jinji gave him a glance, only 2 steps remained, and he could have come down directly. However, he suddenly turned and intentionally jumped into Lin Su's arms. Fortunately, Lin Su had been prepared and didn't fall down, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. He embraced Jinji fully, thinking Jinji slipped accidentally, and seriously said, I should have stopped you. This is very unsafe. Jinji hugged his neck and rubbed against him before smiling, I'm fine, I did it on purpose. Then he came down with both feet off the ground. The little girls certainly couldn't understand their feelings surging beneath the surface, they only knew that Jinji was cool, able to climb such a tall tree. Thank you, big brother. They said. Kids, be more careful next time, Jinji patted one of the little girl's shoulders and said before leaving with Lin Su. Well, Asu, you don't need to worry about me. Actually, I'm pretty good at rock climbing, I even won the city championship before, Jinji boasted. This was something Lin Su hadn't heard from Jinji yet, so he looked at him curiously. I had ADHD when I was a kid, disliked studying but loved everything else. I remember in elementary school, during each PE class, I would wait by the badminton court for someone to hit the shuttlecock into the tree, then I'd show off my skills to get it back. All the bird eggs near my house were taken by me. Jinji recalled, feeling like he was a troublemaker when he was young, always not thinking about proper things. Indeed, once he mentioned this, Lin Su helplessly ruffled his hair, full of laughter in his eyes. No doubt, this was a world Lin Su hadn't been exposed to. And it was clear that Chi was still skillful in such things. Jinji thought these advantages of his were quite amusing, when he was young, doing them earned admiration from classmates, now grown up, it seemed out of place. Until he started liking Lin Su, Jinji hadn't done many adult things. He still laughed every day at cheesy short videos and swore fiercely at opponents while gaming. He never felt there was anything wrong with it before. Now Jinji only wanted to display himself in front of Lin Su, and belatedly realized he didn't have many decent strengths. Liking Lin Su seemed to be the first step for Jinji to feel anxious, which forced him towards maturity, especially since he was much older than Lin Su. Do you also think I'm a funny guy? Jinji asked him, just as his brother and everyone else thought. Of course, Lin Su agreed with this statement, he had never met anyone more interesting than Chi. Jinji wasn't too pleased, then isn't that very uncharming? He sighed, wondering if Lin Su stayed with him just to hear jokes. Well, even if that was true, he wouldn't want to break up. His boyfriend was too enchanting, and he wanted to hold on tightly. Why uncharming? You are adorable. The last 3 words, Lin Su said them with restrained lips. Jinji looked up at him in confusion but saw Lin Su's eyes filled with deep attraction, seemingly, completely captivated by him. The smug Jinji couldn't help breaking into a grin, sneaking a peek around, then quietly pulling Lin Su's hand to rest on his waist, leaning towards the shadow of the tree. This time he wasn't so proactive, just slightly closer, locking Lin Su's eyes with his own gaze, drawing him nearer. As their chests pressed against each other, Jinji felt his heart racing wildly, the warm pressure making his body softer and his breathing heavier. The tear mole at Jinji's eye corner, contrasted with his misty eyes, became even more vivid, innocent yet alluring. There was still one thing he didn't clearly recognize, his face was still very powerful. At least now Lin Su almost forgot that the Jinji in front of him was the same person who could easily pull willow branches down, stirring some impulses within. Feeling Jinji tilt his chin forward as if signaling something, Lin Su looked down briefly and soon leaned in, pressing his fingers firmly onto the slender waist, rippling the calm heart. Jinji was an incredibly straightforward person, whose mouthful of tugging didn't make him blush but made him feel comfortable. Lin Su's initiative made him even happier. So he kept his eyes wide open the whole time, using his tongue to interact while staring intently at his boyfriend's closed eyes. Each tiny tremble of his long lashes excited Jinji more, hoping his tongue would be sucked off, and the fresh scent filled his entire mind, crashing into Jinji's brain. He was undoubtedly a shallow vulgar person, kissing was way more fun than gaming or collecting bird eggs. His greatest ideal in life as this vulgar person was simply to keep kissing Asu, being kissed until he tilted his head gasping for breath, a joy that shook the soul. Chapter 60. As a student, Lin Su shuttled between the dormitory, classroom, and lab building. Aside from the time spent on dates, he had no entertainment to speak of. However, compared to his previous life, most of the blank expressions during his solitary moments had transformed into a faint smile with pursed lips. Regarding his current life, his happiness index seemed quite high. In the eyes of his classmates, Lin Su was simply looked up to in every respect. Their school was already highly competitive, yet even so, many would slack off and relax when they could, turning into cool boys and girls outside the campus. Not many were like him. They thought it might be due to Lin Su's ordinary family background, which allowed him to endure loneliness, as he had indeed been studying diligently at his desk before college. During the National Day holiday, the local roommate invited Lin Su to come over and play. Luja seemed like a rough guy on the surface, but who would have known that his grandparents were university professors at a prestigious institution in the capital city. Still, he called himself an ordinary person. In fact, for many of their peers, this was indeed not considered a good condition. Yet they all understood that Lin Su's situation was better than many of theirs. Worried that Lin Su would feel lonely staying in the dormitory alone, Luja invited him to visit his house. "No need, I have to see my family during the National Day holiday," Lin Su said while packing his luggage. They all knew that Lin Su's family worked in the capital, so they didn't try to persuade him further. "My address is sent to you, you can come over and visit if you want," Luja offered enthusiastically. He lived in the downtown area and often joked about living in an old, dilapidated apartment. But everyone knew that such an old, run-down place was worth a lot of money. Of course, Luja wouldn't make jokes like that to Lin Su. The few people in the dorm all took care to respect Lin Su's dignity. However, a few times when they got too carried away talking, they let slip something unintentionally that made them seem smug, though Lin Su showed no reaction. Occasionally, he would even ask curiously what they meant. Everyone sincerely admired him more. Okay. Lin Su nodded but likely wouldn't go. Originally, Chi had been waiting for this chance to spend time together, but upon hearing Lin Su needed to go home, she began to complain somewhat. It would be nice to spend some vacation time with her boyfriend. "Are you leaving today? Do you need me to send you?" "My mom is here to pick me up anyway," Luja asked again. After all, taking a taxi was rather expensive, and squeezing onto the subway with luggage was quite uncomfortable. "My brother should be here to pick me up," Lin Su smiled. Lin Su had originally planned to get the address and go there by himself since he didn't spend much money, and he still had plenty of his earlier bonus left. But Lin Chen offered to come pick him up, so Lin Su gave up on his original plan. They went together to the dormitory entrance, and almost one after the other, Luja's mother and Lin Chen arrived. Not long ago, Luja's mother saved up money to buy a Benz, which was decent enough. Compared to her, Lin Chen Santana was modest and unassuming. "I'll go first then." After saying goodbye, Lin Su got into the car. Luja's mother stared at Lin Su a few times before asking curiously, "Is he your friend?" She couldn't help but marvel at how good-looking he was. "He's the academic genius in our dorm, very amazing." Upon hearing this, Luja's mother recalled her son mentioning someone. He was hardworking and diligent, from another province, and had caused some unexpected trouble recently. "What a great kid, if he stays in the capital, his life will surely get better and better," Luja's mother sighed. Luja nodded in agreement. "Hasn't anyone harassed you lately, Axel?" Lin Chen asked, referring to the matter regarding Yan Yang. "No," Lin Su shook his head, not wanting Lin Chen to worry, although there had actually been an incident. Yan Yang's team was in a rush to clear his past black history, painstakingly presenting various evidence and timelines to prove that Yan Yang wasn't parachuted in. The captain had already left the company before Yan Yang joined, and he became the new captain through an evaluation. As for the mistakes made during his high school years, these errors of youth weren't unforgivable, and Yan Yang even apologized publicly to the audience. In short, Yan Yang's team was in complete disarray, hair falling out daily. This was unrelated to Lin Su, except that a few days ago, Yan Yang's boyfriend surfaced in a chat group, earnestly requesting Lin Su to accept his friend request so they could have a proper conversation. It was the first time he appeared after Zoe's debut, leading the group members to realize the two were truly keeping a low profile now. Lin Su was naturally aloof, receiving countless random friend requests, so he did not agree to any. He hadn't seen the group message either, only finding out much later. In reality, he didn't want any contact with Yan Yang or the entertainment circle, so he didn't care. Zhao Tao worried that Yan Yang would lose popularity, and the small company would suffer losses. So he wanted Lin Su to express his stance publicly, shake hands, make peace, and, after all, Lin Su was just a common person, it wouldn't hurt to give a little leeway. Who would have thought Lin Su was so arrogant, and had started to resent him for it? Yan Yang never told Zhao Tao that Gu Jinji was in the group, since admitting that would only be suspicious. Thus an unintended mix-up occurred. He had already guessed internally, it wasn't some rival company messing with him, it was Gu Jinji seeking revenge. But he couldn't afford to offend her, so he resolved to silently take the loss. However, unbeknownst to Yan Yang, news spread in the group that Lin Su had been keeping a wealthy benefactor. There were no concrete proofs, just claims of eyewitness accounts. Most group members didn't believe it. They thought Lin Su wasn't that kind of person, especially since his boyfriend seemed to be well off anyway. As for Zhao Tao's claim that Lin Su was keeping a benefactor, someone who was one of the richest second-generation heirs in the capital, it clearly sounded far-fetched and didn't belong to the same world as them. Still, some people stood on Yan Yang's side. I feel Lin Su is being a little too overbearing. Just because he has a high degree doesn't make him so superior, right? Besides, Zoe didn't really make any huge mistakes and kept getting cursed by netizens. And who knows if the claim about being maintained is even true, this came from someone jealous. Are you just envious of his good looks? Gu Jinji was online 24/7 and quickly noticed these comments. In an instant, she became as angry as a fire dragon, realizing once again it was Yan Yang causing trouble. He hated those kinds of rumors, especially ones about his boyfriend. Yet, after calming down, he realized there weren't too many such idiotic comments, most were probably trying to catch his boyfriend's attention on purpose. It was his own fault for letting his partner expose himself to public scrutiny. What was fun about the internet anyway? From now on, these dead gays wouldn't know anything about his boyfriend anymore, let alone chat with him. He simply dissolved the group and decided to quit his internet addiction altogether. Soon, he went to comfort Chin Chin Aksu, what they said was truly disgusting. Don't mind them. He wouldn't want Lin Su to blame him, after all, being rich wasn't his fault. Lin Su. What did they say? Gu Jinji wisely stayed silent, he wasn't going to invite trouble upon himself. How long will you stay at home? Don't know, maybe a day or two, Lin Su replied. You should come back to school soon, or come to my place. Gu Jinji happily arranged. Lin Su's heart skipped a beat, his ears turning red. It wasn't necessary, was it moving too fast? Coincidentally, Gu Jinji was also ordered by his older brother to attend another banquet. If Lin Su hadn't gone home, Gu Jinji definitely would have turned down the event. After all, what was the point of attending a coming-of-age ceremony? But since he was idle anyway, he might as well go. The main reason was that he felt intimidated by the host family, the Lin family. Every time Gu Jinji met Lin Shen from the Lin family, he got this feeling that the man wasn't fond of him. Now, suddenly, there was a younger brother popping up as well, which didn't interest him much. The Lin family was known in the circle for their practicality. The chairman and his wife were both tall and imposing, not exactly refined. Lin Shen, who read books, was slightly better but still quick-acting and cunningly manipulative, a whole family of towering barbarians. It was rumored that once the Lin couple had directly cursed the other director on the street in their dialect, showing off their audacity. Because of this, his brother had repeatedly warned him not to get too close to them and that merely showing up for dinner would suffice. After all, it was the first time the Lin family held such a grand banquet in years, indicating they must attach great importance to it, and everyone had to give them face. I know. Later, Shujo and I can just find a random spot to sit before leaving, Gu Jinji replied. Shujo didn't receive an invitation, his brother immediately pointed out. What? They invited children from the senior branch of the Su family, all elegant and scholarly. In short, Lin Shen, who oversaw the gatekeeping, looked down on Shujo, the rough kid, as they had no significant connections. Well then. Can I go? Gu Jinji hesitated, knowing his own limitations. Don't underestimate your brother, after all, the two families had cooperated before, and Lin Shen wouldn't refuse him this favor. I've never met his brother either. If he isn't refined, why does he need so many requirements for the guests? Gu Jinji complained. Better keep your mouth shut about that when the time comes. I don't want you to get beaten up by them, Gu Qi warned him. With all these restrictions and rules, it was too boring. Lin Su always had no idea where his family lived until he saw Lin Shen driving further into the suburbs. Sighing inwardly, he found it a bit guilty living in such an out-of-the-way rental house. Big brother, I still have some money on my card. To be precise, there were still several 100,000 yuan left. Initially, Lin Su planned to use it for his studies. But looking at how scholarships were subsidizing everything and tuition was fully waived, he didn't need much, so it was time to support his family. Lin Shen looked at him curiously. Hadn't he spent all the money yet? He was planning to issue a supplementary card to little Aksu around National Day, intending to limit Aksu's spending a bit, avoiding extravagance. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed like Aksu didn't spend money like before. The further into the suburbs they drove, the more complex Lin Su's feelings became. Suddenly, the scenery ahead opened up, revealing a magnificent sight. Colorful neon lights gleamed against the mountainside where a sprawling luxury hotel complex appeared, with its entrance adorned by grand fluttering characters. Jiashan Resort. This is our company's most successful high-end resort hotel. The rooms are almost always fully booked, Lin Shen explained, though in reality, it was even more extreme. Reserving a mountain view or lake view room was an incredibly difficult task. Isn't that rather expensive? Can internal staff get a discount? Brother, there's no need to go this far. Lin Su felt it was a welcoming gesture from his family, but he believed it was entirely unnecessary. Not long ago, Lin Shen mentioned celebrating his coming-of-age ceremony, and he assumed it would be a simple family dinner. Lin Shen didn't elaborate any further until they entered the hotel's parking lot. It seemed like this resort had few guests today, everything was empty yet lively. Decorations were meticulously placed around the area as the staff bustled about, as if preparing for some kind of event. He followed into the grandest hall, where an outdoor lake view and artificial sandy beach lay just beyond, the clear pool bottom clearly visible. Lin Su vaguely remembered this place. It was the same one that had previously shown up on Lin Shen's social media feed, and also the location of the fake pictures Lin Shen had posted. Compared to those photos, the real scene seemed all the more incredible. Suddenly, Lin Su saw his parents, who looked as plain dressed as ever, chatting idly on the sofa, their father retaining his habit of scratching his feet. Lin Su was somewhat awkward. After calling out, "Mom," and "Dad," he didn't know what else to say. His parents apparently weren't good at comforting children either, so they stiff-neckly responded dryly, "We'll celebrate your coming-of-age ceremony here tonight. We'll go tidy up." Lin Su felt something wasn't quite right. Shortly afterward, Lin Shen clarified his confusion, perhaps something his parents found difficult to articulate. "Our family does sell houses, but not as sales agents," Lin Shen succinctly explained. He also felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had deceived his younger brother. Lin Su was momentarily dazed. Being as intelligent as he was, he quickly understood what Lin Shen had implied without directly saying. He hadn't expected this revelation, it seemed almost surreal. He wasn't particularly elated since Lin Su in his previous life was genuinely a wealthy second-generation heir. Moreover, his value wasn't rooted in such wealth in his eyes. "Are you upset, Aksu?" Lin Shen asked when he noticed his younger brother's expression wasn't quite normal. He probably should be mad, considering how long they had concealed it, offering lofty reasons about safety that couldn't convincingly explain it, even if true. But Lin Su shook his head. He didn't feel entitled to anger. Instead, he harbored a sense of guilt, as if his presence had deprived the original Lin Su of a wealthy life. However, since the matter had already unfolded, revisiting the past wouldn't help. And then Lin Shen asked again, "Aksu, do you want to come and train at the company?" Lin Su resolutely shook his head, "Brother, I have no interest in these things. I want to focus on academics." Aside from not coveting everything belonging to the original owner, Lin Su couldn't do anything else. "Alright, whatever you want." Lin Shen patted his shoulder. "Many guests will arrive tonight. We'll introduce you to everyone, so why don't you freshen up first?" Since it was an important occasion, despite not particularly liking it, Lin Su couldn't refuse. Just stay for a couple of days and then return to school, he'd merely act as a silent participant. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the hotel entrance buzzed with activity. Countless luxury cars filled the winding mountain slopes, overflowing beyond the parking capacity. People finally learned that the Lin family had another child, and they all devised ways to obtain invitation letters. Although the Lin family didn't often engage in social gatherings, they held immense power in the real estate industry. It was only natural that people wanted to establish ties through marriage once the heir reached the appropriate age. Gu Jinji sat lazily in the passenger seat of Gu Chi's car, sporting a trendy light brown hairstyle recently popularized by Korean drama male leads. His forehead was clean-shaven, and he wore an ear stud, presenting a pure-blooded flower boy image. Last time, due to scalp allergies, he had avoided overly frequent hair treatments. Why are there so many people? Parking annoyed him, and Gu Jinji rested his chin on his hand. Have you remembered what I said? Gu Chi reiterated. I've got it. First, greet Lin General Manager, Chairman Lin, and Vice Chairman Lin, then find a quiet corner to hide. Gu Jinji lazily replied. He initially intended to chat with his boyfriend to pass the time, but the other party seemed busy catching up, leaving him ignored. Brother, do you think the second son of the Lin family might also be tall and robust? Gu Jinji showed genuine curiosity. If he resembled his older brother, then that would be handsome but intimidating. If he inherited his parents' features, then, he might look rather rugged. What's it to you? Are you that interested? Gucci lifted his eyebrows incredulously. Don't misinterpret. I'm completely devoted to our Aksu. My loyalty won't waver for anyone else. Gu Jinji quickly refuted. He certainly didn't care about status compatibility. Gucci didn't respond, although he had agreed, he wasn't very optimistic. After the novelty wore off, one of them would inevitably change first, and as his older brother, Gucci hoped it would be Gu Jinji who changed first, even though it might seem a little unfair to the other party. Finally, they managed to park the car, and the two registered at the entrance. Suddenly, Gucci caught sight of a familiar figure who also looked over with a fawning smile, causing Gucci to frown slightly. What? Do you know him, brother? Gu Jinji asked teasingly. Last school anniversary, he tried to buy your boyfriend, Gucci said indifferently, stirring up trouble. Gu Jinji's originally smiling face immediately turned cold, and he stormed over, ready to punch the man, but Gucci stopped him. Shit TMD, wait for me, Gu Jinji frowned angrily, thinking about finishing the formalities and then dragging this disgusting man out to beat him up. This is someone else's venue, don't cause trouble. Anyway, your boyfriend is fine. This time it was Gucci's turn to tease him. Are you still my brother? Gu Jinji pushed him hard and stormed in by himself, wondering how there could be such an unbrotherly older sibling who didn't care about his younger brother's happiness. Gucci awkwardly touched his nose, giving a polite smile to the nearby acquaintance, this undisciplined brat. Gu Jinji found a secluded spot to sit as soon as he entered, not bothering with greeting anyone around. Let his brother do whatever he wanted. Gucci didn't force him either. As long as their names were on the guest list, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, he saw Lin Shen with a radiant smile, which was the first time he'd seen the man truly smile from the heart. Mr. Gu, nice to see you again, Lin Shen greeted him. Since tonight was supposed to be a relaxed evening, after all, it was just the coming-of-age ceremony of a half-grown boy, yes, I'm finally able to meet Mr. Lin's younger brother. My Jinji even says Mr. Lin's younger brother must be as excellent as you are. Gucci took the opportunity to help his younger brother save face. Lin Shen indeed seemed pleased, inwardly appreciating that Gu Jinji was finally saying something reasonable. He is much more sensible and outstanding than me, favoring academics, Lin Shen said proudly. After all, their family was widely recognized as a bunch of rough people, so it was unexpected to have produced such a fine young bamboo shoot. Ah, really? Haha, Gucci listened casually. Lin Shen was just a few years below him or possibly 2 classes lower. He went to a prestigious university back then, which was considered decent in the Lin family environment, though not worth bragging about too much. Genes did tell a lot, but seeing the chairman and vice chairman of Lin Corporation already gave a good idea of what their offspring would be like. Yes, he'll be coming out shortly, Lin Shen smiled, looking into the hotel. His younger brother inherited the family height, tall limbs, thin yet scholarly, almost too elegant. Lin Shen was already worrying about how to decline all sorts of arranged meetings in the future since his younger brother was bound to be popular. Lin Su dressed in a black tail suit, exquisitely styled from head to toe, handsome and refined, wearing silver cufflinks at the sleeves, exuding an otherworldly charm. The moment he appeared, the hotel's exterior light seemed overly vulgar by comparison. The first group to see him were all taken aback, stunned by the fact that their previous guesses about the second son of the Lin family were completely wrong. How could someone appear so untouchable, as if a character in a painting? Despite this, no one resisted approaching to start a conversation, especially some middle-aged noblewomen, who all had daughters or at least nieces. Lin Su was feeling extremely uneasy at this point until his older brother signaled him to come over and recognize the people present. Out of curiosity, Gucci simply glanced over, and the glass in his hand slipped, spilling the liquor onto the corner of his suit. Too shocked to react, he immediately apologized to Lin Shen, sorry, I need to deal with this. He quickly moved away, not caring at all about his soiled suit, instead immediately dialing Gu Jinji's number. What is it, brother? Where are you? I'm coming over to greet everyone. The earlier irritation had passed, Gu Jinji idly kicked the grass while speaking with a wrinkled expression. Don't come. Absolutely don't show up in front of Lin Shen, and his younger brother. Gu Qi had no time to explain. Otherwise, he feared that his younger brother might break up tomorrow. What? Why? Don't waste time talking. If you don't want to split up with your boyfriend, cover your face. Where are you? I'll come find you, Gu Qi said deeply sighing. It seemed he had committed sins, actually letting his younger brother highclimb with someone like them. In the past, he could easily cover for Gu Jinji. Now if he battled with Lin Shen, neither knew who would end up worse off. Even blind people could see that Lin Shen absolutely wouldn't look down upon his unlucky younger brother. Speaking of which, Gu Qi felt now that his younger brother wasn't worthy of the other side either. It matched their social standings but not personalities anymore. But for Gu Jinji's happiness, Gu Qi decided to take the risk. After all, this deal was too advantageous. He wouldn't need to worry in the future about his younger brother being targeted by villains because now Lin Su was clearly the purebred victim. As Gu Jinji looked at the disconnected call, he instinctively covered his face with his sleeve to avoid others. Then he felt like he was acting guilty and thought, what was there for him to hide? He cleared his throat and sat up straight. Staying in this secluded corner, he really didn't dare to move. The matter of his boyfriend wasn't something to be joked about. Chapter 61. Brother. Lin Su called out and stood beside Lin Shen. Though they were brothers, their demeanors were completely different, though both were tall and slim. He was the main character of today, so Lin Su couldn't just leave even if he felt uneasy. But Lin Shen knew how to maneuver in social circles, so staying by his side didn't require much thought. I was going to introduce you to Mr. Gu, but unfortunately he had to leave earlier, Lin Shen said, clearly knowing who among the crowd here mattered for business. Their father and mother were chatting with others nearby but occasionally looked over at them, showing their attention towards their two sons. The parents appeared more image-conscious now when facing guests compared to when they were alone before, definitely a stark contrast to what their younger son remembered. Lin Shen observed how calm his brother seemed, yet he still felt restless inside. The family had concealed things from Lin Su for so long and hadn't figured out how to tell him the truth, leading to a quick resolution without much conversation since none of them were particularly articulate. He knew that their parents felt guilty, even homesick, which made it harder to face him. Moreover, the younger brother had become quieter lately, making any dialogue even less likely. If the younger brother had reacted angrily or differently, they would have rushed to explain themselves. However, this unexpected response made them realize there was no need to revisit those unpleasant past memories or worry about startling Lin Su. As soon as Lin Shen mentioned Mr. Gu, Lin Su immediately thought of Chi-Chi's brother. After all, they shared the same surname. Actually, he had never fully understood Chi-Chi's family situation but only knew her family might be financially stable. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Shen patted his shoulder while asking, especially noting all these gazes directed at him. Lin Su indeed wasn't entirely comfortable, but he rarely complained. It's fine, after all, tonight would pass eventually. At times like these, thoughts inevitably turned to Gu Jinji, somehow alleviating the discomfort. People seeking opportunities to talk were incessant, both inside and outside the venue were filled with guests, seemingly endless. Suddenly, someone approached from the crowd with a glass in hand, grinning until he caught sight of Lin Su. The man froze as if seeing a ghost, hesitating between leaving or staying, fear spreading across his face. Lin Shen had no memory of the man, understandable, as there were too many people to remember, probably someone who managed to get an invitation and attended the event for networking purposes. Lin Su, however, narrowed his eyes slightly after recognizing the man, rare emotions flickering on his usually composed face, as if encountering something absurd for the first time. Hello. Lin Shen greeted indifferently. The man's complexion went pale, unable to utter a word despite trying. Pressured by Lin Shen's presence, yet fearing to offend him, coupled with the intimidation posed by the young Lin family prince standing beside, the guest eventually stammered, raising his drink nervously and quickly disappearing back into the crowd. Watching his brother not acknowledging this man, Lin Shen curiously asked, "What's wrong, Aksu? Do you know him?" "He's got bad character," Lin Su answered blandly, refusing to elaborate further, not wanting to dwell on such nauseating matters. Lin Shen mulled over the comment, determined to compensate his brother, taking the words to heart, resolving to investigate afterward. On the other side, Gu Qi followed the direction given by his younger sibling, anxiously searching for someone who seemed hard to locate. Was this guy directionally challenged? Little did he know that his sister, Gu Jinji, initially agreed to stay put, but then she spotted a suspicious figure sneaking away from the crowd through secluded pathways. Forgetting everything her brother instructed her, anger surged up within her. That damn pervert. Thinking of how Arksu was harassed by the disgusting man sent waves of fury through her body, almost fainting out of indignation. So she decisively slammed down her glass and gave chase. The man walked hastily towards the mountain waste, escaping from the banquet area, slowing his pace once out of view, ready to flee in his car. Unbeknownst to him, the next second, he was hoisted by the collar, dangling off the ground struggling for purchase. "Who are you? What do you want?" Panicking, assuming he faced some member of the Lin family. Gu Jinji wasn't afraid of taking this issue to the police station, since dealing with such lowlifes was routine, lifting the scoundrel to meet his eyes clearly. It took the man a while to recognize the heir of the Gu family. "Sir. What do you want?" Swallowing hard, thinking he hadn't offended this gentleman before. Getting introduced to Lin Sun from the Lin family already left him sufficiently miserable, was he now destined for a double attack? Damn disgusting man. Gu Jinji threw a punch, her eyes burning with intense flames. 10 minutes later, the man was crouched by the car, his head covered in bumps, vomiting all over it since he drank too much earlier. He had tried to fight back, but alas, not even the strength of one finger of his opponent could he match. "Don't do such despicable things in future, or I'll strip you naked and throw you on the roadside." Gu Jinji patted her hands clean, disdaining his disgusting act, then turned and left. The man sighed in relief, finally done with this ordeal. He was almost passed out from pain. With great effort, he managed to crawl into the car, his mind still fuzzy, going over these two incidents that somehow seemed connected. Anyway, he resolved firmly that he would never dare to misbehave again. Who would have thought such an extraordinary situation could happen? After returning to the banquet, Gu Jinji hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether she should cover her face slightly. After all, her brother wouldn't harm him. Still, she thought it would be disgraceful, so she went back with an air of arrogance. Fortunately, she didn't walk toward the center, and halfway through, she was caught by her brother, who dragged her away forcefully. What are you doing, brother? Gu Jinji scratched her head. Where did you go just now? Why did you run around like that? Gu Qi was worried sick. I went to take revenge for Aksu, Gu Jinji spoke with righteous indignation. Forget about these trivial matters first. I have something important to tell you, Gu Qi took a deep breath. Honestly, up until now, he couldn't believe this was actually true. His mind had been filled with thoughts of how not to let his younger brother experience heartbreak. Now that he'd finally intercepted Gu Jinji, he calmed down enough to react. He couldn't find any way to describe his younger brother's luck either. His younger brother had a notorious reputation among his peers, well known even to police officers. Every time he caused trouble, what hung on his lips was justice, though no one could see its essence. Everyone knew Gu Jinji was undisciplined and reckless. Even if they continued their laid-back life, disturbing nobody, their family could certainly ensure his food and clothing without worry. But this young man also liked men, giving many ill-intentioned people opportunities. And his character during romance wasn't very welcomed, it easily hurt others' self-esteem. Now it turned out he met someone willing to tolerate him, and more importantly, the other side was also willing to make allowances for Gu Jinji, absolutely incapable of changing due to impure reasons. What is it? You're being so mysterious, Gu Jinji felt curious, how could this relate to Aksu? Do you know today is the coming-of-age ceremony of Lin family's young master? Do you know who he is? Asked Gu Qi. Honestly speaking, he was also curious about his younger brother's reaction. This foolish boy had been chatting online for several months and still didn't know whom he was talking to. It's none of my business who he is. Gu Jinji showed an indifferent look. So you don't care about him anymore? Gu Qi intentionally questioned. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Is our family so spineless now? It's not like we rely on them anyway. Moreover, Lin Shen doesn't like him much, Gu Jinji would rather not pursue a lost cause and let his brother handle the connection instead. Lin Su, Gu Qi casually mentioned a name. What do you want talking about my boyfriend for? Gu Jinji hadn't realized the connection yet. A moment of silence followed, then Gu Jinji opened her mouth as if realizing something. Both were surnamed Lin. Not really. Are you joking, brother? Are you saying Aksu is actually Lin Shen's younger brother? Gu Jinji's eyes were full of disbelief. If you don't care, then let's go home and break up. I won't have to take responsibility, Gu Qi intentionally joked. You, talk nonsense. Gu Jinji's legs went weak, so she sat down on a chair like sliding down a slide, looking lost. It can't be. I've been to Aksu's house. Gu Jinji couldn't believe it at all. Aksu was indeed very simple, how could he possibly be related to the Lin family? But thinking about it another way, the Lin family also lived quite simply. Gu Jinji remembered before coming here, she commented on their rudeness, and now she regretted voicing her opinion towards Aksu. She wouldn't do that again. Gu Qi watched his brother's reaction for a while, when he couldn't figure out what his brother was thinking, suddenly Gu Jinji looked seriously at him. What are we gonna do, bro? His brother will definitely disagree. After the shock wore off, Gu Jinji's mind drifted to some more important places. I can't do anything either. Didn't you say we should have some backbone? I think you two probably aren't suitable. The Lin family can't understand your advantages. But I'm sure quite a lot of people can understand Lin Su's goodness, Gu Qi said seriously. No way, no way. Aksu is mine. Gu Jinji shook her head violently, thinking her brother was talking nonsense. What did the Lin and Gu families matter? She and Aksu were a perfect match. You need to help me, or are you not a good brother? Gu Jinji gave him an angry wide-eye roll. She didn't care about Aksu's brother at all now. Let his brother rub against her all he wanted, she wouldn't mind. The most important thing right now is that Lin Shen cannot find out about your relationship yet. He doesn't even know his younger brother is gay, let alone accepting you as his sister-in-law, Gu Qi carefully planned. What sister-in-law? Gu Jinji mumbled, this really hurt a man's dignity, but it wasn't entirely wrong. Let Lin Su come out at home first slowly, then you behave yourself a bit. Make them change their impression of you. Stop doing sneaky things. Gu Jinji felt like every sentence her brother spoke had barbs in it. What on earth did sneaky things mean? You stopped denying it. You wanted to see your boyfriend secretly without me noticing before, Gu Qi glanced at her. That's genetic, can't be changed. What you're doing isn't proper either, Gu Jinji subconsciously countered her brother. After staring at each other for a moment, they unknowingly began discussing again. One more point, your boyfriend cannot reveal your relationship now. Gu Qi added, because this guy was too upright. There was no way strength could overpower power right now, Gu Qi thought. Oh, that's true, don't let Aksu argue with his family. He already has so much schoolwork, yet still makes time for me, Gu Jinji felt sorry for him. Every time they video chatted, the other side was reading papers in the dormitory. So would you willingly argue with me? Gu Qi smiled slightly. By the way, Aksu is also here today. I can meet him, Gu Jinji suddenly lit up. Wouldn't he feel embarrassed for lying to you? Gu Qi also found it miraculous that his brother didn't get mad. Shouldn't this concealment be pretty serious between lovers? He might, but I don't care, I'll just clearly express my thoughts. Gu Jinji brushed it aside. After all, such situations had happened many times between them. And their interactions had never been related to material things. Gu Jinji believed that Aksu might have just found out recently. Or maybe these conditions were trivial in the other person's eyes. However, in this case, the lies he told outnumbered Lin Su's by far. At least when she looked around, the hotel was indeed hers. Alright, Gu Qi couldn't understand at all, but he thought his naive brother, though seemingly a bit childish, had something beyond reality that was beautiful. After you explain to each other, that'll be enough. Don't go overboard, it is their territory after all. Gu Qi was still very afraid of being discovered by Lin Shen. Understood, understood. Gu Jinji found someone to call Lin Su over, deliberately hinting that Qi was calling him and not to bring anyone else. After all, the other side wasn't checking their phone now, so messages wouldn't be received. For some reason, Gu Qi also felt like a thief, a little uneasy. He's probably pretty busy now, or you go back first and chat privately later tonight. Gu Qi suggested again. After all, with so many guests, there would be no free time. He worried his brother staying inside was unsafe. Not possible, he'll definitely come find me. Gu Jinji hid her face slightly behind the wine glass, firmly believing. Who knows how many more days Aksu would stay at home. There were only 7 days during National Day, and if he came, why would he go home? Gu Qi was originally crossing his arms thinking, don't be so confident. But the next moment, he saw Lin Su looking around and completely closed his mouth. He envied his brother's good fortune. Lin Su nodded politely to Gu Qi, then walked to Gu Jinji's side. He didn't expect that the Gu general manager his brother mentioned was actually Gu Jinji's brother. Qi, why are you covering your face? Lin Su asked curiously. Gu Jinji was observing if her brother had come together. After confirming he hadn't, she put down the wine glass and looked at Lin Su. Lin Su remembered his position tonight, wanting to explain. He didn't know before, and he would never intentionally deceive anyone. It's fine, we can talk later slowly. Gu Jinji pulled him to sit down, unable to resist stealthily putting her hand on Aksu's waist. Looking at this broad shoulder and narrow waist, it was simply a golden ratio. Being desired was normal. Cough cough. Gu Qi felt like he shouldn't be there. His previous reminders were completely ignored by his brother. Brother, go talk to Mr. Lin. Gu Jinji directed him, buying time for them. Gu Qi left with a face full of speechlessness. Who could blame him since this guy was his brother? Are you tired? Gu Jinji knew Lin Su didn't enjoy socializing much and asked with concern. Not really. It had to be said that after sitting next to Ji, Lin Su felt more relaxed. Of course, he still couldn't relax as casually as Gu Jinji did, who lounged back with her legs crossed. Gu Jinji massaged his shoulders. It must have been exhausting to stay upright for so long. Then she whispered in his ear, Aksu, we can't tell your brother about us yet. ? Lin Su didn't understand. Although there was no need to deliberately mention it, they would naturally say something if the situation came up. I'm an older woman chasing a younger man. Your brother has seen my social media, and he doesn't think highly of me, Gu Jinji put it subtly. If Lin Shen found out that she started pursuing Aksu before his high school exams, wouldn't he explode? I can explain. Lin Su believed that having a girlfriend didn't affect his brother, but if Qi was worried, waiting wasn't a big deal. After all, this was primarily their private matter. I never expected this place to actually belong to your family. I thought you were bluffing before. As they chatted, Gu Jinji leaned on his shoulder in disbelief. It's not like it matters much to me. This was all earned by Lin's parents bit by bit. I know. Aksu was always like this, only valuing what he earned through labor. But she was reassured, knowing that Lin Su would never change his feelings towards her because of external things like financial ruin or disfigurement. What a pity. If only I hadn't disbanded the group chat earlier. Imagine their reaction when they find out. Gu Jinji expressed regret again, though she didn't quite regret it. She wouldn't let Aksu associate with those people. Lin Su hadn't even noticed the group chat was disbanded. Under the starlight, letting Gu Jinji lean against him felt like an eternal moment to him. Suddenly, his cheek felt damp and warm, making his heart tingle. The other person then naturally lay down, resting their head on his leg, exuding the sweet scent of little cakes. Playfully keeping his eyes open, she sneaked her hand into Lin Su's waist. Self-disciplined people are truly terrifying. Gu Jinji complained. Was it only her relationship that was deteriorating? Aksu seemed focused on eating all day yet maintained such tight abs. He needed to become more disciplined, Lin Su thought with a stern expression. But the web of the internet gathered everyone together, with mysterious things happening everywhere. For instance, on a gay forum, a certain thread suddenly went hot, titled, Gathering for the Homosexuals from XX Area. Is there something wrong with my network? Such a large group is gone just like that. Did the group owner dissolve it? There were frenzied replies below since the original group was formed in the forum. Yes. The group disappeared overnight. Luckily, I added some friends from within the group, so I don't feel isolated. The group owner went crazy. Why would someone dissolve a perfectly fine group? Let me clarify, why do gossipy biddies always meddle in others' relationships, even fabricating rumors about sugar daddies? It's normal for the group owner to get mad. Who knows whether it's guilt, or maybe the group owner learned the truth and broke up with his partner, thus dissolving the group in anger. We're unaware of the truth now. Just passing by. What kind of group is it? Sounds interesting. I remember now. It was the group I applied for but got rejected from. They said I was too ugly. They had quite a few good-looking men. Good riddance. Good karma. Ugly people deserve love too. I'm fed up. Do I not even have the right to see my junior's social media posts anymore, though he hardly posts anything anyway? All because of you gossips. He hasn't even accepted my friend request. No idea who the group owner is or what he looks like. It's really frustrating. Unfortunately, there's no chance now. After reading through everything, I roughly understand, it's because of you who chased away our extremely handsome member one, I guess you deserved it. The ordinary-looking members were given too much attention, and if I ever met pure and handsome member one, I'd make him wish he'd die under all my admiration. Ugh, disgusting, it's exactly you bottomless zeros who cause so many bastards in the top circles. But I also applaud them this time. After all, I'm ugly, and I can't enter their fancy circle. Hilarious haha. Chapter 62. Pink fizzy water, hissing as it was poured into a glass full of ice balls, instantly created an effect like an iceberg being melted by fire, with a refreshing and dreamy mist rising up. The iceberg was melting in this fire, melting into Gu Jinji's lips, ready to welcome the end of summer. That night, all kinds of forces in the circle got to know the youngest son of the Lin family, and invitations from all directions came one after another. Gu Jinji sat neatly at the corner of the dining table, her face adorned with a fitting smile. Occasionally, she took sips of the sparkling water that burst with satisfaction, and her eyes grew increasingly gentle. My brother is truly fucking awesome, thought Gu Jinji as she subtly raised her feet. Seated beside her, Gu Qi was seriously discussing his younger brother. Jinji has grown up a lot recently. He knows how to properly socialize now, and he always goes to work early in the morning and comes back late every day. I hardly recognize him anymore. After these words, Gu Jinji showed no guilt, but instead, her smile became even more appropriate. On the other hand, Lin Su opposite them, prone to feeling embarrassed for others, quietly pursed his lips. Gu Qi was all action. He promised to introduce connections for his younger brother and managed to arrange business cooperation with the Lin family shortly after the banquet. He persuaded Lin Shen to bring his younger brother out to see the world, since he had been in Jiangqing before and might not be familiar with the pace here. Lin Shen didn't think he would also see Gu Jinji here when he was persuaded. Regarding Gu Qi's praise for his younger brother, Lin Shen looked at him suspiciously, half believing, and smoothly laughed along. Lin Su felt Gu Jinji's restless legs entwined with his under the table, making it impossible for him to break free. Unable to make any large movements, he could only helplessly endure and occasionally glance sideways to indicate that his brother was there. However, Lin Shen couldn't have imagined such things happening right under his nose, completely unaware. Gu Jinji smugly arched an eyebrow. We have some matters to discuss, they might find it boring. My brother Jinji has quite a wide circle of friends. Why don't we let little Su go out with him and meet some people? It will help him blend into the younger generation's circle. Jinji, this is your first time meeting little Su, right? He's a little younger than you, said Gu Qi pretentiously introducing his younger brother, deliberately ignoring the 6-year age gap to avoid looking overly guilty. Hello, little Su, just call me second brother Gu. Gu Jinji tried her best not to laugh out loud while taking advantage, exchanging covert glances with Lin Su. Lin Su massaged his forehead and discreetly patted Gu Jinji's leg, signaling her to stop playing around. Brother Jinji, he called gentlemanly, fulfilling her wish. Hearing this, Gu Jinji felt utterly pleased inside, finding it incredibly sweet. Lin Shen remained completely oblivious to their subtle interactions, never imagining that these two could actually know each other. He smirked falsely and thought that while it wasn't wrong that Gu Jinji knew many people, none of them should be suitable to introduce to his younger brother, and such matters were better handled by himself. But since it was rarely the case where Gu Qi seemed so welcoming, Lin Shen just tactfully remarked, my younger brother doesn't really like crowded places. It won't be noisy. Jinji and his friends will be going to art exhibitions and lectures lately. They're well informed about these things, and little Su will definitely be interested, continued Gu Qi spinning lies freely. With this having been said, Lin Shen found it hard to interject and could only turn his head to look at his younger brother, nudging his shoulder and directly asking, little Su, what do you think? With a blink of his eyes, it was clearly implying for Lin Su to politely decline. But surprisingly, whether because the younger brother didn't understand or something else, he accepted peacefully, then it will be troublesome for brother Jinji. I'm indeed still unfamiliar with here. Question mark. Lin Shen was momentarily perplexed, his brows slowly furrowing. But since the parties involved had already agreed, he obviously couldn't say anything more. You guys go ahead. You can also add each other on WeChat, to further exchange ideas, decisively concluded Gu Qi. Come home early, don't linger outside tonight, Lin Shan still added as a reminder, thinking that nothing outrageous could happen during the day, and besides, both had made assurances in front of him, so surely Gu Jinji wouldn't dare misbehave. Let's go, little Sue. Gu Jinji swung her finger holding the car keys and stood up, casually draping her arm on his shoulder. Seeing the carefree demeanor in Gu Jinji's actions, Lin Shan felt uneasy but consoled himself that nothing significant could occur within a few hours, and he couldn't forbid his younger brother from seeing people. Then let's talk business, interrupted Gu Qi, drawing Lin Shan's attention. And by now, Gu Jinji was already sitting in her sleek convertible sports car, the roof down thanks to the good weather today, adding to her flashy appearance. She placed a phone call, summoning her close-knit group of friends, mainly referring to Su Zhou. Come out, we're going to the club. Su Zhou always excelled at finding fun groups of people to hang out with, ensuring that the atmosphere was lively and interesting each time. With her brother's protection now, Gu Jinji flicked her hair back and felt incredibly refreshed, no longer needing to hide or conceal herself. Besides, they were all insiders, so she didn't worry about leaking any information to the Lin family. Ji, where are we going? What kind of cultural club is it? Lin Su curiously asked, since that's exactly what Gu Qi had just mentioned. Seeing her boyfriend's innocent look, Gu Jinji couldn't resist leaning forward again to plant a wet kiss on his lips. Brother, I'll take you out to experience the world. The words spoken in front of Lin Shan were all nonsense, but Gu Jinji was being rebellious today after pretending for too long. However, Gu Jinji wouldn't really drag her boyfriend into trouble. After all, she loved Lin Su more than anyone else. She just thought he'd been too tense lately and would soon have to go back to classes after the holiday, so she decided to bring him out to relax a bit and introduce him to her friends. Lin Su found her confident manner amusing and couldn't help imagining various possibilities, some quite exaggerated. After all, he had heard stories about how others enjoyed their leisure time before. When Gu Jinji took him into an extremely luxurious private card room, part of the club, it turned out to be a rather simple recreational game among friends. Gu Jinji might look reckless, but she didn't involve herself in anything truly scandalous. Only true second-generation rich heirs could become members of this exclusive club, which was run by rich kids themselves. They wouldn't bring outsiders along, so details about the club's black gold membership existed mostly as legends. Ordinary people might at best know that such a club existed in a bustling area. But Gu Jinji was one of the few black gold members, not for any other reason than her pride. Although she didn't visit often, she always made sure the atmosphere was lively when she did. As they arrived, there were several young boys and girls scattered across the sofas in the card room. Some looked normal while others had multicolored hair. Upon seeing Gu Jinji, everyone called out simultaneously, "Second brother Gu." Su Zhou, being bolder as a close friend, joked loudly, "Hey, sixth brother, you finally brought your partner out." Since dating Gu Jinji, it seemed like Su Zhou had gone straight, focusing solely on his job and girlfriend. A model citizen now. Gu Jinji coolly nodded and naturally pulled Lin Su to sit down at one table. "Afraid you'll be jealous." Su Zhou's comment already defined Lin Su's status. He wasn't someone they could toy around with. Actually, everyone present knew that Gu Jinji valued relationships deeply, refusing compromises and staying alone until now. "Hello, brother Lin." They all chimed in unison again, though Su Zhou had introduced Lin Su earlier. Despite his younger age, no one acted arrogantly toward him. Their collective greetings almost triggered Lin Su's social anxiety, leaving him awkwardly smiling. Lin Su understood then, this was Gu Jinji showing off her status in the underworld. Typical Chi. Soon, an excellent server named Xiao Zhu approached. However, he kept away from Lin Su entirely as Gu Jinji held him tightly, making Lin Su feel for a moment as if he were a dominant man. "Today, I'll watch you play, and I'll handle the betting exchanges for sunflower seeds," Gu Jinji softly murmured, resting her head on Lin Su's shoulder, just relaxing without caring about winning or losing. The others at the table looked askance, recalling how hot-tempered second brother Gu usually was, a real male tiger. Why did she behave so differently in front of her partner? And how young her partner appeared. Love must indeed be frightening. "I don't know how, so you play, and I'll watch," Lin Su gently corrected her posture, saying. "Brother Lin, the rules are very simple," said a boy named Do Zi on the left side enthusiastically, explaining the rules to Gu Jinji's boyfriend who looked rather pure. Probably a first-timer at cards. "Explain more clearly," Gu Jinji raised her head slightly, making sure Lin Su could understand. Truthfully, even she herself wasn't great at explaining them, they normally played by luck anyway. "No problem, I've got it," Lin Su quickly smiled after grasping the rules. "Second brother Gu, how did you two meet?" another girl named Jingjing asked. Although quiet, she had a strong personality. "Online dating," Su Zhou answered swiftly for both of them. "But this guy's lucky. Do you know who he is?" Being regulars together, they felt comfortable enough to drop class distinctions. "He's the youngest son of the Lin family, but keep it confidential," Su Zhou said casually, glancing at Gu Jinji, noticing her rolling eyes without further comment, and Lin Su's polite smile, understanding no offense had been given. Holy crap. Both Do Zi and Jingjing were shocked, knowing full well the reputation of the Lin family. They'd only heard rumors of the Lin family's youngest master being revealed but hadn't expected him to be this polite and scholarly-looking young man. Such a combination seemed oddly fitting despite its uniqueness. And it gets even more interesting, you know, Gu and I both thought he was a scammer at first. He photoshopped a picture of Jiashang Resort Hotel and said it was his house, ha 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 ha. I even told him to break up quickly, who knew it really was his place. Enough, I never thought Axiu was a scammer. Gu Jinji interrupted loudly, glancing at Lin Su with a hint of guilt, thinking this old sixth brother's mouth was too loose, this wasn't something that should be said. But Lin Su didn't seem angry, only a little helpless. Did Chi think she still had an image in front of him? Don't worry. He patted Gu Jinji's back gently to calm her. I won't do that again. But you really did deceive me. You even said you were 25 or 26 years old, but who knew you were only in the third year of high school? Making himself look like an old bull eating tender grass. Dou Zi and Jingjing, and even the server standing nearby, listened with great interest. City people could really play games well, right? Honestly speaking, who wouldn't want a wealthy high schooler hiding their identity to fall in love with them? It was too dreamlike. No one would feel angry about being deceived, instead they felt quite surprised. Hurry up, stop envying and delay playing cards. Gu Jinji urged when they started slowly due to listening to the gossip. But she was still proud, before, no one thought he would find someone suitable, always joking about peony's status. Who would have thought fate could be so wonderful? If it weren't for the fact that Axiu's older brother was not yet sorted out, Gu Jinji would definitely flaunt it to everyone in town. Lin Su still let Gu Jinji take the main seat while he stood by his deputy. My luck is bad, I'll really lose everything. Gu Jinji shook her head because if she played that way, how would Axiu enjoy the game? This sixth sister didn't say wrong, we all call him the money-losing child, Su Zhou joked. Lin Su looked at the many sunflower seeds Gu Jinji exchanged, thinking for a moment, could he really lose them all? That would require a certain level of skill. Then he whispered softly in her ear, no worries, you play and I will occasionally give advice. In that case, I'll follow your advice completely. Gu Jinji said. The handsome server nearby paid close attention with an elegant smile, providing tea and water without flaw, but also straining his ears to listen to the gossip among these noble young masters. Doing this job, it was indeed very interesting. Especially since there was even a homosexual couple present, which made him glance involuntarily towards them. Of course in their world, gays can also find good partners. Judging from the group, this pair seemed particularly favored by everyone, and they also looked the most attractive. Today they were playing, which was mainly a game of luck, and the rules were not difficult. Gu Jinji's personal habit was that if her open cards contained pairs or large cards, she would go all in, chasing the thrill. In this situation, do you think we should call? Su Zhou waved at the server casually, asking casually. The server had been working here for half a year and naturally understood the rules of the game. This hand was ingeniously balanced. Su Zhou's open cards were spades 5 to 8, and Gu Jinji's open cards were hearts 5 to 8, creating a tense scenario where currently, Su Zhou had a slight advantage. You're asking others. Coward, Gu Jinji teased. Why can't I ask when you do? Su Zhou retorted, looking at Lin Su beside him, whose face remained expressionless. Today was strange, after several hands, Old Six had an unexpectedly good streak, opposite to past situations where he would often lose all his sunflower seeds to Gu Jinji. It couldn't just be about luck, now Su Zhou noticed that occasionally Lin Su brushed Gu Jinji's hair affectionately on the side, somehow giving off a sense of tension. Was it true he'd never gambled before? Generally. The server hesitated, then unconsciously met Lin Su's steady gaze. For a moment, his heart seemed to miss 2 beats. Generally, I would call, he gritted his teeth and replied, wondering about the opponent's move. Would they call? With her chin resting on her palm, Gu Jinji had waited patiently. Should we call? She asked Lin Su lightly as the other 2 players had already folded, leaving only her and Su Zhou left. After winning several hands, the pile of sunflower seeds in front of her was almost mountainous, making Dou Zi and Jingjing look like they wanted to spit fire with envy. Gu Jinji hadn't realized how satisfying winning felt. Call. Lin Su decided after pondering briefly. Is this much enough? Gu Jinji asked, pushing forward a big handful of sunflower seeds. Feeling reassured after receiving Lin Su's nod. At the last moment, the whole cards were revealed. The other 2 burst into uncontrollable laughter immediately, unable to imagine Su Zhou losing today. With some schadenfreude, it meant they weren't the only losers. Normally, Su Zhou proudly called himself the king of gambling. Su Zhou scratched his head irritably, causing the nervous server to clench his fingers. After all, these guys played pretty big, and he worried his suggestion caused Su Zhou to lose, affecting his job. As it turned out, Gu Jinji's bottom card perfectly matched a red heart 9, while Su Zhou's bottom card didn't align correctly. Wait, didn't your boyfriend really never play before? Su Zhou was skeptical and realized this was the root cause. Yeah, we've won so many times tonight. Gu Jinji was also feeling hazy, looking curiously at Lin Su. How could Axiu understand the rules just now? Lin Su wanted to explain, but felt Chi might not get it, so he simply said, it's a probability issue. Not with 100% certainty, but worth a try based on the winning odds. Gu Jinji gleefully collected all the sunflower seeds from the table, her smile never fading. Her parents and brother were right, what a sharp mind. Although she didn't possess this talent herself, dating such a smart boyfriend made up for that. In Gu Jinji's eyes, Lin Su glowed with an almost holy light, blinding her completely. Here's the tip. He lost his socks today, can't afford more, ha ha ha. Gu Jinji was always generous, waving Xiaozhe over while mocking Su Zhou. Xiaozhe took the tips in surprise. Gu Jinji was much more generous than most guests. There must be about 20 big bills here. As a gay man himself, his gaydar was usually very accurate. This fashionable youth seemed rather dominant, yet he noticed that the young man was constantly concerned about the other boy's reaction, definitely more submissive. The other boy was obviously the one dominant partner. For some reason, Xiaozhe felt strangely familiar with him, unforgettable presence. Had he seen him somewhere, maybe on the news? Anyway, he had a great impression of these two customers. Did I do okay today? Gu Jinji giggled as she held Lin Su's face tenderly. Not bad, I learned more about Chi-Chi's past. Lin Su raised his eyebrows teasingly. However, he wasn't truly cold-hearted. It's fine for close friends to gamble casually once in a while to relax. Plus, Chi-Chi happily cheered every time he flipped a card without developing any addiction. It's mainly for meeting people, I don't come often. But the buffet here is pretty good. Gu Jinji chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject and dragging Lin Su to the buffet. She was thinking, after they're officially together, bring Axiu home for New Year's to take on everyone. And Lin Shen would never know one day that his well-behaved younger brother's smarts would be used on such cunning tactics. Chapter 63. Welcome to Xiaozhe's gossip channel. A male voice, pleasant and velvety with a magnetic quality, sat in front of the screen. He wore a plain white shirt, with a mask on, waving gently towards the camera. As is well known, Xiaozhe is a small-time internet celebrity in Kyoto's gay circle. Due to his job in an exclusive club, he often comes into contact with the lives of the rich second generations from high society, so half a year ago, he started a gossip series to share his observations and experiences. Because of professional ethics, he only shares stories and never names people directly. However, there have been no major issues because that circle is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if mentioned, few would recognize them, unable to distinguish truth from fiction. People just love to indulge in dramas like conflicts within the wealthy elite families. With over 20,000 fans, a part of them are local gays, some admire him personally while others enjoy peeking into the world of the rich second-generation males. Another segment comprises young girls who simply love listening to gossip, especially this particular series. Today, I want to talk about a small story of a gay couple. It's not a dramatic fallout, so our fan babies might be disappointed, but it fits my blogging personality quite well, and I really like this story. Xiaozhe smiled. When preparing for this theme, he had done plenty of research, consulting his network and taking advantage of his position at work, decoding most of Gu Jinji and Lin Su's identities in the process. Internally amazed, he couldn't help but feel envious. Even among commoners, such a dreamy kind of karma was rare, let alone one as sweet as this. A flurry of comments floated by. No problem, no problem. Whatever Xiaozhe says, we'll listen. So when will you marry me? Wow, is this a thing between rich second-generation males? Are they really so open-minded? He or be ending. My tier points are low. Of course, if it was just casual play, then that's fine too. Oh, are the people good-looking? At the same time, Yushu was watching videos during his break, headphones on. Wearing a plaid shirt, he looked somewhat gloomy. He worked for a big tech company and was part of the Beijing Drifter group, though his salary and abilities were quite enviable. No colleagues at the office knew about his sexual orientation, nor did they know how active he was in the online community under another identity. In fact, he was the outsider boyfriend claiming to be Lin Su's younger brother from one of the chat groups, a top fanboy. Messages kept popping up in the department group, complaining about a certain company executive sending their son to the neighboring department, which annoyed Yushu enough to block those messages. But deep down, he had his own thoughts. Though a programmer, he occasionally crossed paths with some rich kids. Take the kid of the said executive, just 20 years old, always hanging out in bars and parties, swapping girlfriends every month, barely made it through college, habitually late and early to leave, yet in the end, was still assured several luxury apartments. Previously, some of the decently off people in the chat groups hadn't measured up against the powerful executives at their company. They were not all great. He followed Xiaozhe out of curiosity, pondering if such stories could be true. That world was truly unimaginable. Since becoming obsessed with Lin Su, now almost every day he had to go to forums to scold those nasty-mouthed users. That thread was nearly over 1,000 replies long. Even when ridiculed by randoms, a few antagonists continued targeting Gigi and her friends online. He's just ashamed because he's being kept. It's just you guys licking boots. So what if I quit the group? There's nothing serious about it. People who rely on fictional characters probably only do so because they don't fare well in real life. Quality ones exist in real life, it's just you zeros will likely never encounter them, and that's why you're unbalanced mentally. Losers, you're worrying about a pair of disreputable couples. Meanwhile, I'm already on my way to the new Lamborghini sports car launch event. The culprit, known online as Bin Yi, showed no remorse after initially agreeing with rumors that Lin Su was kept. After all, in real life, he indeed took pride in himself and could not stand that an ordinary student was more popular than him online, even after having a partner. Seeing such messages infuriated Yu Shu, who clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless. That's fate, he thought. He believed Lin Su was a good person, and even someone admirable, yet was eventually driven out of the group, possibly facing further mockery by these people in the future. I'll temporarily call them G and L today. G is the 0, and L is the 1. Don't ask me how I know, some gay intuition. The barrage of comments laughed ha 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 ha. G and L are genuine high society offspring, their families all rank among the Fortune Global 500 companies. They're on a completely different level compared to the protagonists of the previous 2 episodes, so I was very surprised that they managed things within the same circle. If the fan babies still don't understand, let me give an example. The club where I work is members only. G is one of the highest tier members there, paying millions annually just for the membership fee, which, to him, feels like what dozens of yuan feel to us. After Xiaozhe said this, the barrage of comments were shocked. Compared to the earlier episodes, these indeed were heavyweight characters. Moreover, I have a great impression of them because, after working 2 hours, I received a tip x 1000. At this point, I hope no one messages me privately asking me to introduce them to the job. Xiaozhe joked. The old fans all knew Xiaozhe's job mainly relied on tips for income, with his basic salary being fairly good too, but most of his earnings came from the tips given by members, usually several hundred. Even then, serving twice a day could net over 30,000 yuan per month, not to mention how extravagant the video's main characters were. Seriously, I really need this job. Sob 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 sob. Jealousy crying. He really is such a good person. Xiaozhe continued, one of the reasons they left a deep impression on me is their appearance. Both are very young and actually look more handsome than many stars. Over 180 centimeters tall, some fan babies enjoy reading novels and comics to ship CPs. I can confidently say, if you met them in real life, you would instantly immerse yourselves. Holy crap, hearing this makes me interested already. After all, Xiaozhe usually only says things like blonde or tall C. This is the first time he described someone's face. Next, I'm going to tell you a fairy tale. These 2 people, who should be from the same social circle, met online through dating apps, deceiving each other along the way. Xiaozhe smiled faintly. In his heart, he thought this episode had plenty of highlights, yet he wasn't confident about the data as it lacked drama. Are you making up stories, Xiaozhe? You've been reading too many novels recently. Even more bizarre and funny, L was reportedly initially deemed a fraud by his group mates because he showed photos of his family's hotel. Someone looked it up and found out it was a luxury hotel, so everyone assumed he was lying, believing he had malicious intent. Ha 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 ha, laugh my head off. Hurry up hurry up. This is really interesting. Then what happened? But L, actually, is a pure-hearted little cutie. Let me tell you this off-topic tidbit, he dotes on his wife so much and is incredibly capable, possibly a high achiever, and also younger yet more mature than G. G has always been teased by friends as a cash spreader, but during his first visit with L, he crushed the game, showing how smart he truly is. Ayaha. What's happening? Even if it's fake, I love it. What kind of novel comes to life? By the way, what happened after L was called a scammer? Xiaozhe carried on, everyone thought L was a con artist, including G at the time, but since G had feelings for L, he didn't mind spending money and decided to continue the relationship anyway. Later, he initiated meeting L in person, and they officially got together. Recalling Gu Jinji's words, Xiaozhe genuinely believed they were sincere towards each other. Whoa! Where does such a dumb yet charming guy come from? Wait, what about the aftermath? Weren't group mates convinced L was a scammer? Wasn't there any retaliation? Stories must include full arcs, right? Surely there had to be retaliation, no heir could tolerate such ridicule. The barrage anxiously asked. Now G and L are already in a serious relationship, having long since left the chat group. So, nobody knows about this, nor do they expect such people to exist within a common gay chat group. But G and L are indeed rare positive influences in the gay community. They both met their first loves and now lead carefree and happy lives. This was later Xiaozhe's reply in the comment section. Of course, they wouldn't care about what gossip existed in that broken chat room back then. Wasn't falling in love, racing cars, surfing waves fun enough? Rarely, within a day, the gossipy episode statistics soared significantly. However, most people thought it felt fake. After all, in the adult world, where encountering such situations leads most to flee, and cases of infidelity and betrayal in relationships aren't uncommon, particularly in the chaotic gay scene. Regarding Xiaozhe claiming that these were top-tier wealthy heirs, surely, there couldn't be simple-hearted individuals involved. How foolish would someone be to fall into such traps? Nevertheless, this didn't stop everyone from indulging in sweet little treats and wholesome reunion stories. After Yu Shu watched the video, he first sighed in amazement, finding it very odd and unbelievable. He didn't know any rich second-generation males from the gay circle behaving this way, so he thought Xiaozhe might fabricate the story for the views. But the more he pondered, the more something seemed off. This storyline. It felt familiar somehow. He remembered the commotion caused by Chi Mang Mang and Amor in the group back then, so he had always thought Chi Mang Mang shouldn't mess with Lin Su's younger brother, opposing this relationship inwardly. This. He racked his brain to match each detail, and according to Xiaoxia's statement, Chi Mang Mang was indeed a second-generation heir from a wealthy family, but this rich? If Amor's posted photos were real, then that would mean the hotel belonged to his family. Yushu quickly went online to search for information. He had a pretty strong impression of that hotel since he'd lived in the capital for a few years. It was only known as an upscale resort hotel with metro advertisements, but no one ever cared about which company it belonged to or who the chairman was. Not every company publicized their management either. More often than not, people didn't even know if they had children. But once Yushu began searching, he soon discovered Jiashang Hotel belonged to Lin Group, one of the leading real estate companies, and its chairman was named Lin Rui. Yushu's thoughts started becoming clearer. This surname sparked his curiosity. After all, based on what Xiaoxia said, Chi Mang Mang should still be with Amor, so what was Lin Su's younger brother? They both shared the surname Lin. News regarding children wasn't abundant. After half a day of research, Yushu finally learned that Lin Rui had a son named Lin Shen who was now the group's general manager. It took a long time to find another news article buried somewhere in the depths of pages, where a media outlet had published information about the adult ceremony of the younger master of the Lin family. Clearly, affairs within these wealthy households weren't easily accessible to the public because they belonged to completely different worlds. From those somewhat unclear photographs, Yushu immediately recognized Lin Su among the crowd by the figure and profile he knew so well. Yushu felt like his entire perception had been dismantled and rebuilt, unable to snap out of it until working hours began. How could he have ever thought of the original Amor possibly being Lin Su, and Lin Su truly being the offspring of a high-class elite family? However, Lin Su differed entirely from Yushu's imagined image of a scion of a wealthy family, almost polar opposites. Polite and scholarly with excellent grades, the most unconventional thing about him might just be secretly engaging in an online relationship. He was actually someone quite worth liking, and after being misunderstood, there was no flaunting wealth or revealing hidden truths. Lin Su simply left their world behind. Yet, forums are still filled with certain group members acting superior. Thus, Yushu wasn't conflicted due to this. Instead, his blood boiled with excitement. Since the story hadn't concluded, perhaps someone should bring about the ending. Hence, Yushu informed the previous group admin of this message first. They had a good relationship, and predictably, the previous admin was utterly dumbfounded, totally disbelieving. After all, who could believe the original Amor turned out to be Lin Su? That Lin Su wasn't an ordinary student either. Meanwhile, in the forum, Bin Yi was showing off the cars he saw at the launch event. It looked like a place only the upper class could access. A group of zeros were kissing up to him shamelessly. Wow! How much do you think this costs? I've never seen such a spectacle. Is Bin Yi thinking of buying one? Bin Yi didn't dare boast too much since anyone could verify that the lowest tier cars here cost several million at least. His presence alone already explained a lot. I'm just tagging along with a friend who comes from a better background. He's considering buying one, so maybe I'll enjoy the wind later while riding alongside. Personally, I feel the cost-effectiveness isn't great. Even so, some people echoed his sentiment. After all, having such wealthy friends meant extensive connections. I came today, and my friend mentioned there would be some bigwigs coming. The organizers invited them repeatedly, and they love cars too, so we might get a chance to meet them. Bin Yi continued to exaggerate. What kind of bigwigs? The masses asked. The second son of the Gu family, still very young, Bin Yi mentioned, having overheard it from his friend. Otherwise, how could he know about this person? Even his friend wasn't inside that circle. It was already impressive just getting a word in. On such hot days, they stood outside while the true VIPs were entertained in private lounges. They had genuine purchasing power, and the attendees hadn't even caught a glimpse yet, but checking out car models wasn't bad. Bin Yi realized they wouldn't understand unless he explained the existence of the Gu family, at which point everyone comprehended. Turned out, some top-tier celebrities were under their company's umbrella, and entertainment was merely one branch of the business. It clearly implied extreme wealth. At that moment, Gu Jinji leaned his cheek on his hand watching the promotional video. Feeling bored with his old car, he came by but found it too hot. Lin Su sat beside him idly flipping through a book he picked from a nearby shelf. It wasn't anything profound, just something for show. No one realized the younger lord of the Lin household was present. Currently, they were two esteemed guests. If your brother finds out you came out with me, he will surely be unhappy, Gu Jinji joked. He knows, Lin Su replied nonchalantly. If questioned, he naturally wouldn't keep it hidden. Huh? Gu Jinji exclaimed curiously. Did he approve? Lin Su nodded slightly, concealing the internal intricacies. For instance, when he said he had an appointment with brother Jinji, his brother subtly remarked, Gu Jinji used to be quite impulsive and had a number of misdeeds. Lin Shu displayed a look of incomprehension as he replied to his brother, Brother, Jinji is not like that at all. He's more or less as Uncle Gu described, very warm-hearted. Hearing this, Lin Shen began to doubt himself. Could it be that he had misunderstood Gu Jinji? Do you enjoy interacting with him? Asked Lin Shen. Lin Shu nodded affirmatively. I think Jinji is a really good person, not at all like what others say. He also has excellent taste. Although Lin Shan didn't entirely agree, seeing how in just a few short days, Gu Jinji had already gained the approval of his younger brother, becoming friends with him, he couldn't intervene in his younger brother's choice of friends, otherwise, his younger brother might feel uncomfortable. Then fine, if you've made plans, go ahead, but you must come back early. Lin Shan thought that in any case, Lin Xiu would be returning to school in a couple of days, making a friend was no big deal, after all, there would be plenty of friends in the future, and Gu Jinji was not necessarily special. With solemn expression, Lin Xiu left home. It was only afterward that he realized Chi wasn't entirely mischievous either. In fact, he proactively suggested accompanying him to the museum exhibition, and aside from occasionally fighting off drowsiness along the way, he kept up his spirit. Now having reached the place truly fascinating to Chi, it was like a fish diving into water, he immediately became animated, muttering about wanting to drive this car for a tour around the island and so on. Asu, you're amazing. Gu Jinji couldn't figure out how the other managed to persuade his brother, but this turned out even better, the progress was lightning fast. Lin Xiu smiled, with kind words, he reassured him that his brother wouldn't forcibly stop them. Now their friendship could be openly acknowledged. It was better not to listen to Chi-Chi's talk, secretly meeting up without notice would complicate explanations in the future. Chapter 64. Hey. He came out. Bing Yi stood alone, having almost taken pictures of all the cars present. He was lowering his head and uploading everything to a forum, which triggered a wave of exclamations. After all, every man harbors a dream about luxury cars. Suddenly, he heard a friend who had brought him there chatting with others in the same circle, mentioning him, and Bing Yi instantly realized they were talking about Master Gu too. He hurriedly went up and asked, Master Gu too? Where is he? With many people around, he looked around but could not identify the exact direction. Bing Yi didn't even know the person's name. That one over there being surrounded by a crowd is probably him, it's unclear though. But judging from the scene, it seemed likely. Another person did not bother greeting Bing Yi. After all, in their eyes, Bing Yi was merely someone who might as well be ignored or just around for a couple of days' fun. Bing Yi glanced toward that direction and indeed couldn't see clearly because several people blocked their view, wanting to get close to Master Gu too. His friend who had brought him along took no action, but every word he said seemed connected to someone else, showing some hesitation, given it wasn't common to share a space with such a figure. You didn't bring your girlfriend today, right? Another teased. Already broke up. Bing Ye's friend casually replied. What a pity you like women, otherwise, with your good looks, you might have tried climbing higher. Bing Yi perked up his ears, sensing that there was an undertone in their conversation. Soon, his friend clarified, I am bisexual, alright, I also like men. Though I'm somewhat self-absorbed, trying to get into Gu Jinji's side is still far-fetched. Upon hearing this, the other party was apparently homosexual too. Bing Yi glanced toward that direction again, suddenly feeling an inexplicable unease rising within him. Suddenly, he felt that side of the room disperse a bit, as if something hidden would be revealed, and Bing Yi raised his head slightly. There was a young handsome man in sunglasses, walking to a supercar while keeping his hand in his pocket, checking it out. A staff member was always ready to serve him nearby. This must be Master Gu too. Bing Yi quietly took a picture with his phone, but it was from a distance, not very clear, only showing the contours. He instinctively wanted to show off on the forum, but when reviewing the photo, he noticed a side profile, which seemed extremely familiar. Bing Yi hadn't seen Lin Su in real life, but knew his photos. At first glance, he couldn't recognize him, but upon closer inspection, he found the more he looked, the more familiar it became. Then, after gazing at that side repeatedly, he finally noticed that Lin Su and Master Gu too seemed rather intimate, whispering to each other occasionally. As a gay man, how could Bing Yi miss that kind of vibe? Could it be, Lin Su was kept by Master Gu too? No wonder the chat group once said he'd latched onto an extremely wealthy tycoon. At that moment, instead of feeling disdain, Bing Yi harbored jealousy. After all, that was someone even his rich second-generation friend wouldn't dare approach, yet somehow chosen Lin Su. What kind of ridiculous luck was that? Jealousy aside, however, another idea sprouted in Bing Ye's mind. He lowered his gaze and uploaded the picture to the forum. To everyone, huge scoop. Didn't many people say I slandered before, forcing Lin Su away? Well, I've spotted his benefactor today. People who were previously engrossed in admiring the cars immediately became energetic, as there had been no definitive conclusion about Lin Su's matter, but now apparently, Bing Yi had uncovered evidence. If true, Lin Su would certainly end up shamed for eternity, and those who defended him would surely feel awkward. Can you spot Lin Su in the photo, the other one mentioned earlier, Master Gu too? The benefactor is him. Both individuals in the photo looked quite affectionate. However, after this revelation, surprisingly few showed actual disdain. After all, the benefactor looks so young and handsome, coming from a prestigious family. Lin Su does indeed look good, getting picked isn't surprising at all. In no time, most reactions turned into envy. If the person in the photo were an obese old man, opinions might not have leaned this way. So, it seems he was feeling guilty all along, pity for Chi Chi Mang Mang, who even disbanded a chat group for his sake, but turns out the boyfriend ran away with someone else. Young boys are often like this, lacking steadfastness. Although Bingyi didn't feel particularly comfortable himself, he still bragged arrogantly, anyone who thought I was wrong, will you come apologize now? Yushu had been collecting evidence all along, never expecting the situation to escalate again like this upon returning to the forum. Seeing the photo posted by Bingyi, he burst into laughter. Initially thinking his evidence wasn't fully comprehensive, now Bingyi's post was like offering help where it was needed. After checking the number of replies, those familiar IDs were all there, most of them were previous group friends, with a small portion being bystanders joining in for the spectacle. Possibly due to Bingyi's revelation, the number of replies refreshed even more, indicating that almost all the gays in the Kyoto circle had heard the news and were watching. At the hottest moment of the argument, Yushu finally replied, so funny, do you know who Lin Su is? And you're talking about keeping him, who can actually afford someone like him? His ID hadn't changed, obviously marking him as a fan of Lin Su. However, his words aroused everyone's curiosity. Who could Lin Su be if not the young man the group owner found, that new student from Q University? Now he was already notorious among their Kyoto gay circle. What do you mean? Are we dumb? How wouldn't we know him? Bingyi frowned in reply. He thought Yushu was deliberately creating mystery. After all, he witnessed it himself, so how could it be wrong? Seeing more and more people asking, and their tone not being too friendly, Yushu felt even better. He directly dumped the information he had found, picture by picture showcasing Lin Su's identity, that he wasn't just anyone but the son of the Lin family's real estate empire. Mentioning Lin real estate was enough to make everyone recognize the name since buying a house was many people's lifelong pursuit. Who didn't know the top real estate developers? Yet, how could Lin Su possibly have a connection with Lin real estate? This was something no one expected or believed. You're full of crap. If what you said was true, wouldn't that mean rich young lords are walking around everywhere? I don't think these few pictures prove anything. TSK, let me tell you something even funnier. The photos Amour posted in the group were from the hotels under the Lin family's name. Remember Amour? Bingyi grew more skeptical, wondering how this related to Amour. Why are you bringing up Amour? Wasn't that acknowledged scammer within our group before? We're now talking about Lin Su here. Unless today you're also trying to rehabilitate Amour's reputation. Thinking about it, Chi Meng Meng really had bad luck, meeting two scumbags. A passerby here, your group is really lively. Bingyi suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unease in his heart. He then thought of something and asked his nearby friend. Isn't the guy next to Master Gutu the boyfriend he keeps? His friend gave him a puzzled look, having no idea they were lovers and discussing quietly with others. You talk nonsense. If others had heard it, you'd be doomed. The boy, he's the youngest son of the Lin family, only recently exposed in the circles. I didn't expect him to show up with Master Gutu today. Do you think a kept boyfriend would be treated personally by Master Gutu with such prestige? They couldn't possibly end up together, should be just friends. Both families wouldn't allow internal digestion. Upon hearing this, Bingyi's face went pale, feeling slightly unpleasant. Though he didn't trust the words from his online group, his friend, being at a higher level than him, must provide accurate information. Now when looking at the two from afar, Bingyi had a sense of defeat. He had just been jealous of Lin Su, unaware that Lin Su originally belonged to a completely different world from his own. As he looked back on the stupid comments posted on the forum, Bingyi became embarrassed and reluctant to respond further. Should the truth come out, he would feel utterly humiliated to meet people offline anymore. Yet, things were getting heated up. Many people were joining in, all eager to find out whose statement was correct. If you guys don't believe it, why don't you let Bingyi ask in person? Anyway, isn't he claiming that he talks with Master Gutu? Yushu suggested, subtly guiding the crowd. Everyone agreed that it made sense, urging Bingyi to go inquire, which would embarrass Yushu. Even the bystanders eagerly awaited the outcome. Unexpectedly, Bingyi disappeared as if vanished into thin air, never replying again. Hasn't he asked yet, or did he hide? Yushu relentlessly pursued, pointing out how these accusations were made without much thought. Then, he tagged a few people, all those who had acted high and mighty in the group against Amour and Chi Meng Meng before, and now targeted Lin Su. He had ed them all. By the way, aren't you curious about Amour and all this? Amour is none other than Lin Su himself. Not only is he young and handsome, but also born into wealth. He probably didn't imagine posting a photo of his own property could brand him as a liar, making him silent later. Now, you should understand, the group owner is indeed Master Gutu whom you all just praised. For a moment, those at ed individuals froze and didn't respond anymore. Since Bingyi disappeared, everyone started believing it. Ironically, at this moment, the most excited ones were other group members and random bystanders. Holy crap. If it's true, then a rich and handsome man really joined our group but was overlooked because of mutual liking. Back then, everyone cursed Amour for being a scammer. None of us imagined he was from a family that could own a hotel. It's clear they probably don't have a good impression of us. That's not our fault, it was Zoe subtly guiding us. We were also the victims. After stepping on the nail, how dare Amour still try to slander others, unaware that those people look down upon such petty tricks. If we had known back then, we should have snagged Amor. Who would have thought that he was actually a high schooler figuring out his sexuality and thus started surfing online? Before he got entangled with Chi Mang Mang, he was actually quite enthusiastic, sigh. Especially those who had flirted with Amor, now felt as if they'd lost millions. If only they'd pursued aggressively at the time and betted him, even if they'd broken up afterward, they might have gotten some benefits. On the other hand, those playing the role of ones regretted why they hadn't intervened when Chi Mang Mang was arguing with him, assuming Chi Mang Mang was just an average-looking boy. Had they stepped in then, perhaps by now they'd be rich. After all, this was about Gu's clan. Suddenly, the forum went wild as more people poured in because many had watched Xiaoju's video. At first, thinking it was fabricated, they couldn't believe the coincidence of the gay forum drama unfolding. Listening closely to the plot twists, wasn't it a perfect match? So there really was such a group. There were indeed these ridiculous members. Shit, aren't a lot of you in this group? Now I want to know what everyone thinks, how arrogant you got to drive away two young lords from wealthy families. It's really dumb. He even sent self-portraits of the family hotel, yet no one believed him. If I'd been in that group, I wouldn't have let this fate pass. And I checked out those pictures, it's two handsome men descending from heaven to offer themselves, and you pushed them to resolve things within their circle. Ah, this is real. It's not us but those few bad apples. If we'd known, we'd have had the admin boot them. That way, we might have even met offline and played together, maybe getting some exposure. Under Xiaoju's video, many commenters stated they'd found the real prototypes, suggesting everyone look up the info and pair ship accordingly. They promised to regularly visit Xiaoju's channel since all posts would contain true material. After this day, the legendary group, along with some obviously biased posters on the forum, became jokes within the circle. Especially since the moderator and the thread starter enjoyed drama and never deleted anything. Every time a new member came across this viral post, they were told a principle: don't judge others, you never know who under a profile might be a dashing tycoon. After all, this was a precedent set. Let's return to the car exhibition where Bing Yi appeared visibly disturbed, though no one paid much attention to him. His friend seemed resolute, pulling several people to greet Gu Jinji and Lin Su. Reluctantly, Bing Yi followed, both curious and embarrassed inside. But as they drew closer and saw the two chatting casually by the car, looking so relaxed and poised, he inexplicably felt inferior and feared touching anything for fear of having to compensate for damages. Second Master Gu and Second Master Lin are here today to check out cars too, right? I'm Chen Chen, I also visited Elder Su's birthday celebration before. Without bringing this up, he had no other connection to boast about. Bing Yi trailed behind, sneakily glancing at Gu Jinji and Lin Su. Gu Jinji didn't recognize any of them, giving a casual nod indicating he'd heard, then continuing talking privately to Lin Su about the cars he liked. Chen Chen didn't feel comfortable interrupting anymore, excusing himself, I'll go take a look at other cars first, and leading the group away. Regardless, it counted as introducing oneself briefly and getting recognized. Meanwhile, Bing Yi grew increasingly drained, suddenly realizing how embarrassing it was showing off superiority in the forum earlier, especially since there weren't many people around he could converse with. Returning home, he discovered multiple gays messaging him to mock him. Only then did Bing Yi learn everyone already knew and promptly erased his account, too embarrassed to hang around the forum any longer. And far beyond that, since the circle was so small, those mixing on the forum knew it was him, and when chatting afterwards, their tones became strange, effectively socially isolating Bing Yi. Yet Lin Su and Gu Jinji had absolutely no clue about what happened. Which one do you think looks better? Feeling it was too hot outside, Gu Jinji soon left with Lin Su, only asking once they were in the car. Lin Su systematically analyzed the price, performance, appearance, and other aspects of the few vehicles Gu Jinji considered extremely serious. But ultimately, it depends on which one she likes. Because eye-catchiness is indeed an important factor. In the past, Gu Jinji never bothered with price or cost-effectiveness when shopping. After all, he didn't have to worry about it. Ever since being with Lin Su, Gu Jinji thought it wasn't bad not to be a big fool either. Spending money for appearances was very childish, his Asu wouldn't do that. Since it's still early, shall we go watch a movie? Gu Jinji asked him, looking at Lin Su's fresh-faced appearance, feeling an itch in his heart. In fact, what he wanted was to fool around a bit in the cinema. He heard many couples did that. Sure. Lin Su only felt Gu Jinji's gaze burning hotly. Gu Jinji chose a romance movie. After all, his focus wasn't on watching the film, but rather the atmosphere mattered more. When Gu Jinji smiled at him holding 2 tickets, Lin Su seemed to feel something was off. However, he didn't say much, instead blushing and accepting it. After all, from the time they got together until now, everything had been quite measured, just occasionally hugging or kissing when no one was around. Lin Su was originally comfortable with this pace, but unlike before, he didn't necessarily think they had to wait until graduation for certain things, it sometimes just happened naturally. Gigi was passionate, and he wasn't opposed to it either. Now, adding a bit of playfulness could work too. What Gu Jinji had in mind was fooling around in the dark back row of the cinema, touching his boyfriend. Besides the face, how could it be wrong to slightly touch other parts? Lin Su sat properly, mentally prepared as well. He quietly held Gu Jinji's hand, who then turned it around and placed it on Lin Su's thigh. However, it was a disaster romantic movie. The main plot was about a couple joining a group tour to a tropical island, but suddenly a plague broke out, causing animals and plants on the island to mutate. Everyone was terrified, fearing they might be next to die. In such a situation, the previously smooth-sailing sweet couple started to rethink things under the test of humanity. After numerous betrayals, they ultimately chose each other's life above all else. Thus, Gu Jinji was captivated, absent-mindedly rubbing Lin Su's thigh until the end. Multiple times, he emotionally exploded yet had to stay quiet, resulting in his face turning bright red. Lin Su could only observe and secretly rub his back to comfort him. Afterward, the audience in the cinema discussed human nature and love. Although the protagonist struggled with selfishness multiple times, they eventually chose their partners, an accomplishment hard to come by. Even they weren't sure if they could do the same in such a situation, who wouldn't want to survive? But this love-crazed Gu Jinji clearly had a different opinion. He hadn't understood it from the start and was even irritated. Sitting there fuming, the corners of his eyes reddened. "Asu, don't you think that man isn't a real man? How dare he leave his injured girlfriend alone in a cave when wild beasts are coming? If it weren't for her good fortune, she might have died there." Even though the man later returned to find his girlfriend, this moment of betrayal greatly troubled Gu Jinji. "It's just a movie, Qi, stop being mad. Human nature is like that." Watching Qi actually crying, Lin Su helplessly used his finger to wipe away his tears. He understood, in dangerous situations, humans make various choices. But it doesn't mean he agreed with them. If someone were unsuitable, they wouldn't become a couple. Once an intimate relationship existed, there shouldn't be any hesitation. "No, if it were me, I would definitely protect you," suddenly Gu Jinji declared seriously. If Gu Qi knew his words, he'd probably criticize Gu Jinji as being too naive, not truly understanding love yet thinking he could push forward without hesitation. "Well, it's just a movie, stop obsessing over it. And I'm not a girl anyway." Lin Su consoled him further. Actually, even if Qi was afraid or hid, Lin Su could understand and accept it. He never demanded others adhere to his own principles. "I like you too much." Gu Jinji suddenly confessed heartfelt emotions, lying down on Lin Su's chest for a while before calming down. He had been overly invested in the storyline, so when seeing the woman about to be eaten by a tiger, Gu Jinji became anxious enough to turn his eyes red. Being so close to his boyfriend made him feel reassured now. Unfortunately, they hadn't done more, and soon it was time to send Asu home. Gu Jinji felt reluctant to part, especially after watching the movie. He had a sense of reluctance similar to parting after a disaster. Upon sending Lin Su to the entrance, he kept pulling him, unsure what to say. Lin Su tactfully leaned in and kissed him softly. "Qi, go home safely." Still, Gu Jinji didn't let him enter, feeling the need to do something meaningful at this moment. Suddenly, he asked Lin Su, "Asu, has your brother gone home yet?" Lin Su glanced into the villa, seeing Lin Shen's room light up. Usually, at this hour, the other party should also be home, so he nodded. He should be back in his room by now. This sentence was like opening some kind of floodgate, making Gu Jinji's blood boil. He grabbed Lin Su's neck and kissed him, getting very absorbed, slowly straightening his waist from the driver's seat. Lin Su sensed what was happening and pulled Gu Jinji towards him so that he sat steadily on his lap, and the temperature in the car gradually rose. Tonight, Gu Jinji was extremely excited, and they both had a sense that they should take things further, even if it was just for an instant. It burst forth tonight. After a long session of French kissing, both of them mutually felt each other's reactions. They were not without nervousness, having never thought about this step before. Gu Jinji arched his back slightly as his chest pressed forward, not knowing what else to do besides kiss. At this moment, Lin Su's subconscious movements made his head feel fuzzy, although he didn't have much rationality left. Surprisingly, his hand moved up and stripped off Gu Jinji's shirt, revealing pale chest and toned abs right in front of his eyes. Gu Jinji also felt a chill at his chest, only feeling confused but mysteriously happy. He stared into Lin Su's eyes, grabbing his hands and guiding them over his body, making Lin Su understand his intention bit by bit. The damp heat sensations went from chest to abdomen, and all Gu Jinji could see was his favorite person's head resting on his chest, his scalp tingling, unable to believe how sensitive his body was reacting. Actually, they would have lost control entirely, until the headlights kept flashing directly in front of them accompanied by a horn blast. In Gu Jinji's mind, it was all ruined, no romantic moment left. Lin Su also couldn't continue with the kisses anymore, immediately pulling down Gu Jinji's clothes so they wouldn't be seen. "What now? Is it your brother?" Gu Jinji looked at him fearfully, thinking about sitting back to his own seat. "It's fine." Lin Su stayed calm, patting his back telling him not to worry, slowly moving away to avoid injury. Both of their lips were quite swollen, Gu Jinji's red flush hadn't disappeared yet, and his body was still wet and cool. Clearly visible, they knew exactly what had happened. Now looking guilty, Gu Jinji still couldn't resist thinking how good Asu was at kissing, causing his legs to feel weak. Perhaps, his legs would go even weaker later on. All Gu Jinji could think about was whether Lin Shen might hit him. Logically, Lin Shen could win, but being Lin Su's brother, would that be appropriate? Anyway, Gu Jinji had that look of anxiety like a young bridegroom, while Lin Su opened the car door with remarkable calm. Chapter 65. If possible, Lin Shen even wished he hadn't worked overtime and returned late today, then he wouldn't have been forced to witness an embarrassing scene. As he was honking his horn furiously, he was extremely angry, wishing to destroy the world immediately. Before that, he would blow up the Gu family first. But suddenly, when one of the car doors opened and his normally dignified younger brother stepped out, Lin Shen's breath caught as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing him inexplicable tension. Lin Shen took a deep breath, looking very irritable with a darkened face, while the veins in his hand gripping the steering wheel bulged out. However, he thought that if Xiao were to explain that there was nothing between them, he would readily accept it and figure out a way to make the Gu surname person disappear from his younger brother's sight. After all, he didn't dare say harsh words to his younger brother. Even though Gu Jinji feared Lin Shen greatly, seeing his boyfriend get out of the car already prompted him to push away all distractions and step out cautiously too. What if Lin Shen lost his temper at Xiao? He had to stand up for him. When Gu Jinji looked at Lin Shen, dressed in crumpled clothes following closely behind his younger brother while pulling on his sleeve slightly and acting apprehensive, it made Lin Shen even angrier. How could Gu Jinji do such a thing? How could Gu Qi? When he turned his gaze back to his younger brother who stood calmly and composedly, Lin Shen rubbed his temples and decided he had no choice but to step out of the car. His glare pierced through Gu Jinji like a blade, yet his words were, "Why did you return so late? Let's go back together." Clearly pretending not to know about the matter at hand. Gu Jinji shivered. Did this guy really not see anything? That would be too good. "I'll head back then, my brother is waiting for me," Gu Jinji hurriedly said and turned around wanting to leave, only to be pulled back by Lin Xiao. Despite being both nervous and confused inside, he stayed still. Especially feeling Lin Shen's sharp gaze on him, Gu Jinji moved closer to Lin Xiao. Unlike their first meeting where he acted confidently and called Lin Xiao a peer, now every action seemed inconsistent. Yet the dependency on his partner was unmistakable. Afraid of this arena-like conflict, he wanted to bury himself into his boyfriend's embrace. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to act blind, but raised a questioning eyebrow towards his younger brother. However, his younger brother gazed at him clearly as if seeing right through him, and slowly said, "Brother, as you've witnessed just now, Chi and I are, in a relationship." He then took Gu Jinji's hand. The moment those words came out, Lin Shen suddenly felt awkward. Hadn't seen that. He didn't know what expression to wear, so he softly emitted an "ah" sound showing surprise. Gu Jinji's mind also went blank, thinking how could this be, wasn't this unseen? Why admit it willingly? Yet secretly, he felt elated, thus the hidden joy on his face outweighed the panic slightly. Xiao introduced him formally before his brother. Despite Lin Shen leaning against the car with a somewhat twisted look, unsure of how to react, but obviously discontent, Gu Jinji quickly addressed him politely, "Brother," after which he hid again behind Lin Xiao. What shamelessness! Lin Shen almost ground his teeth to dust. He couldn't bear to take on the responsibility of being Gu Jinji's brother, because his own little Xiao was still young and shouldn't be toyed with by someone like Gu Jinji. Xiao was still young, isn't he tightly hooked? "I understand, let's go home, Xiao, and we'll discuss further later." "First, let Second Master Gu return," Lin Shen said as kindly as possible. Lin Xiao knew his brother disapproved, hence making things clear, "Brother, we've been together for a long time. Sorry for deceiving you before, but brother, you know I have my own judgment." Lin Shen's lips moved a few times, all planned words obstructed. He had assumed it started a few days ago but never expected it happened even earlier. Well, after some contemplation, Lin Shen helplessly agreed with a sigh. Chi, be careful going home. I will find you tomorrow." Lin Xiao then released Gu Jinji, signaling with his eyes that there was nothing to fear. Wasn't everything fine now? Neither Gu Jinji expected that they got exposed without any physical punishment. Although willing to endure beatings as long as he could hold on to Xiao, it felt surprisingly too smooth this time. "All right." Gu Jinji nodded seriously. He initially thought how considerate his brother-in-law was not to get upset over something this big. However, reconsidering, last time his brother found out and it led to indirect confinement. Therefore, firmly resolved, if Xiao didn't contact him tomorrow, he'd send bodyguards to reclaim his person. Cowardice wasn't acceptable. This is the rule of law era, not everyone needs to put up with having such an elder brother. Lin Xiao watched as Gu Jinji's sports car disappeared from view, then subtly pressed his lips together, warmth flickering in his eyes before glancing towards his older brother. "Brother, you can tell me what you have in mind." Lin Shen had always thought his younger brother was a refined and well-behaved person. This moment made him feel lost as he found it hard to put on an elder brother front and say things that were supposedly for his younger brother's good, because Xiaoxiu's personality wasn't one that could be easily manipulated. Moreover, they hadn't been reunited for long. Lin Shen didn't want any estrangement between them. More importantly, Xiaoxiu had just realized he liked men, so naturally there must be confusion inside of him. Hardly having just started dating, how could Lin Shen intervene like a bad guy breaking up the lovers? So Lin Shen could only kindly and slowly ask, "Xiaoxiu, when did you realize you liked men?" He'd assumed his younger brother hadn't yet come into adolescence. While coming out these days wasn't such a strange occurrence anymore, happening with his own family still left Lin Shen feeling somewhat unable to accept it instantly. Of course, the main issue was about Gu Jia's son. "Months ago, when I met Ji. Lin Su actually wasn't certain of his sexual orientation either at this point, but he could confirm he did indeed like Gu Jinji. Hearing the nickname Ji caused Lin Shen's teeth to grind, and this timeline baffled him even more. Despite all his precautions day and night, he originally blamed himself for getting involved with the Gu family, yet here it failed anyway. It turned out his home had been stolen from quite early. Then he thought back to when Xiaoxiu was still a senior in high school. Wasn't Gu Jinji that old guy who went after young ones? Lin Shen became angrier the more he thought, yet had to keep smiling so as not to reveal his opinion of his younger brother's boyfriend to him. Lin Shen sensed that if he showed any sign of disapproval, the person who would oppose him would be his own younger brother. Young people love to fall in love freely, and they wouldn't want their families interfering. But Gu Jinji didn't have a great reputation in Kyoto before. Is Xiaoxiu sure he understands him? You're still young. If Xiaoxiu exhibited even a bit of hesitation, Lin Shen would immediately get someone to investigate Gu Jinji thoroughly, compile a dossier, and show it to his younger brother to drive a wedge between their relationship. But Lin Su was particularly firm. Brother, Ji isn't like what they say, I know exactly how good he is. In fact, Lin Su felt lucky to meet such sincere and passionate Gu Jinji. Being liked by him was truly a happy thing. Alright. However, don't tell mom and dad for now. I'm worried they might not take it well, elders' views are somewhat different. I'll find the right opportunity to gradually tell them. Sighing, Lin Shen felt his luck ran out. How could he end up in this situation? Otherwise, these two could break up after dating for a few months, yet now Lin Shen had to be angry while helping cover for their parents, considering Xiaoxiu was too young and everyone would think he got deceived by that little Gu Jinji. Especially daring to do something rash in the car just now. Wasn't the Gu surname too hasty? Xiaoxiu, you're still growing. Doing that kind of stuff will make you uncomfortable. Slow down for now. Although there were no gays around him, it didn't mean he didn't know these things. The more worried Lin Shen became, the more he hated the Gu family. Gu Qi was also an old stubborn. Recalling now, Lin Shen believed they must have known long ago and helped his resentful younger brother hide it from him. After reacting for a moment, Lin Su's body stiffened. He didn't know how to argue against his brother's facial expressions. But there was no need to argue either, as he didn't feel being the lower side in that context meant anything shameful or weak. However, he did pay attention to the fact that Ji might be uncomfortable later. When the time really came, he would have to do some research so that his lover was comfortable too. Thinking about this, Lin Su's ear tips slightly reddened. Gu Jinji returned home with jelly-like legs. His brother noticed his late return and was naturally waiting for him downstairs. Brother, I'm done for. Gu Jinji's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the sofa, looking completely disheartened but showing mysterious laughter on his face. What happened? Gu Qi became anxious as well. Considering logically, this should have just been after sending Lin Su away. Did something happen? Lin Shen discovered us. Gu Jinji sat up seriously. Why couldn't you be more careful? How was he found out? Gu Qi was sincerely concerned, finding it odd. After all, Lin Shen certainly knew they both were acquainted already. He saw me sitting on a Su's lap. Gu Jinji nibbled on his lips but showed no regret on his face. Instantly, Gu Qi widened his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind, feeling everything was ruined. Putting himself in another's shoes, if his own younger brother had just started university, and got mixed up with some older guy who even sat on his lap, Gu Qi would undoubtedly pick up a knife and fight. Why are you smiling then? Lifting his gaze, seeing Gu Jinji's awkward expression, Gu Qi frowned. Was something wrong? Unexpectedly, Gu Jinji's expression was so obvious, but he internally thought the intimacy in the car was simply intoxicating. He was still dazed and didn't even want to sit on the couch, feeling most comfortable on his boyfriend's lap. Did Lin Su intervene? So your brother didn't reprimand you? Gu Qi quickly came up with the thought, as he remembered that Lin Su was a reliable person and his unlucky younger brother didn't seem to have lost his boyfriend. Brother, how do you know? Gu Jinji looked at him in surprise, feeling surrounded by smart people. Ah, Su held my hand, so there's no way we'd break up. Lin Shen didn't scold me at all. Gu Jinji scratched his head and laughed. So when you mentioned this, it was to flaunt your love, even showing off to your elder brother. Gu Qi felt speechless. But he also thought that his younger brother was lucky enough being foolish. While he was still thinking about what to do, it turned out the young couple had already come clean, and no harm had befallen his younger brother. A little later, the unlucky younger brother jumped off the sofa happily. Brother, Su called me, I'm going back to my room. Seeing how happy his younger brother was, Gu Qi couldn't help but smile, thinking that the matter had indeed been resolved easily, thanks to Lin Su's affection for their Jinji. Thus, he wouldn't have to put on a humble face to strategize for them either. But he hadn't rejoiced for 2 seconds when a message came from his business partner. Mr. Gu, our cooperation is cancelled. I can't see any member of the Gu family temporarily. Otherwise, I might do something inappropriate. Gu Qi froze. Did his unlucky younger brother make him bear all the responsibility? Mr. Lin, we are adults, don't act impulsively. Let's meet up at some time and talk thoroughly. Business must continue, so Gu Qi tried to keep things peaceful. After a long pause, the reply came, alright, but Mr. Gu needs to get prepared. At the same moment, the giggling laughter of his upstairs younger brother reached his ears, which made him feel annoyed. He understood now, Mr. Lin had gotten stimulated again. 6 bodyguards should suffice. Chapter 66. At the dining table with a few home-style dishes, the 4 family members started eating first. Suddenly, Lin Rui spoke up, "Your mother and I will be on a business trip again soon. Lin Shen, take good care of your younger brother." This kind of information would not have been shared in the past. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin were career-obsessed, and Lin Shen understood that. But now that the whole family had reunited after such a long time, another temporary separation was inevitable. It was important to inform Lin Su so he wouldn't worry. Lin Shen opened his mouth slightly, thinking he had already failed to properly care for his brother. It felt somewhat exhausting. He was now alone bearing this heavy responsibility, having to temporarily hide it from their parents when he would rather know nothing about it. Looking at his younger brother, Lin Shen noticed that Lin Su had immediately nodded, "Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, and I'll ask my older brother if anything happens." There was not even a hint of self-awareness that he should be avoiding dating Gu Jinji while claiming he could take care of himself. Helplessly, Lin Shen could only acknowledge, "All right. Little Su, have the driver pick you up and drop you off at school in the future. If you need to go anywhere else, let your brother arrange someone to take care of you," Lin's mother said again. In fact, this was the key point the couple wanted to bring up today. There were some things little Su might not yet understand since he'd just come back, but they didn't dare say outright and scare him, so it was better to prevent potential issues ahead of time. Lin Shen also slightly turned serious, worried that Lin Su might think this arrangement was exaggerated, so he leaned over and told Lin Su, "Whenever you go out, tell me beforehand. The Lin family has high visibility and is bound to attract some unwanted attention." Lin Su wasn't unaware of their concerns, so he responded, "It's a bit complicated to apply for day student status at school, but Mom, Dad, brother, don't worry about me. I generally don't leave the campus." Lin Shen rolled his eyes inwardly, not believing a single word. Although his younger brother liked peace, wasn't he still going out every day with Gu Jinji? But he also knew something about Gu Jinji's reputation. While Gu Jinji may have lost his temper, Lin Shen didn't believe his own bodyguards could beat him. This was one of the reasons why Lin Shen was wary of Gu. So Lin Shen chose to remain silent. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin also thought staying in school might be the safest option, and they no longer objected. Before returning to school, Lin Su was packing luggage in his room. As Lin Shen passed by his younger brother's door habitually, raising his collar and eavesdropping, he heard cheers from the phone call, "Ah Su, living on campus is great. Otherwise, I'd have to wait for you downstairs every day, which scares me when I think about your older brother." Even a casual sentence made Lin Shen unable to tolerate further listening. Who was this person who never did anything useful except loitering around his younger brother? Such audacity. People often say that all prosperous things eventually decline, but the Heartboy group hadn't even shown their faces before heading towards decline. Because their most popular captain, Yen Yang, collapsed under scandal. If the string of incidents before had merely damaged his likability, the most recent revelations caused mass loss of his fans. For couple shipping fans, CP, news that Yen Yang might be gay didn't significantly affect them. Instead, they believed it confirmed their CP's possibility. Until a victim came forward revealing Yen Yang was, in fact, a gold digger. In order to debut, he broke up with a boyfriend of several years and even had affairs during the relationship, forcing the boyfriend to lose his job. The whistleblower was none other than Yusong himself. Ever since returning to the company, Yusong harbored the intention of revealing old wounds. Despite various unexpected twists, this moment marked his personal vengeance. As a former lover of Yen Yang, Yusong's evidence was overwhelming, carefully preserved after feeling something wasn't right. Overnight, all the fans learned about this former sister-in-law, finding her too pitiable to dislike. His face looked like he was up to no good from the start, and he's a disgrace. Poor teammates for being associated with such a disgusting man. So many years wasted because of ambition. Yan's career is over. Yen Yang had already lost all his endorsements but realized he could sink much lower. To escape the paparazzi, he hid at Zhao Tao's villa. When this scandal broke out, his last hope also vanished. Seeing the scruffy, disheveled man sitting listlessly on the sofa, Zhao Tao walked straight up and gave him a fierce kick, knocking him to the ground. After learning the news, Zhao Tao rushed back from the office, furious. Truth be told, his remaining affection for Yen Yang was minimal. Initially, he invested substantial resources to help clean Yen Yang's image because he believed the idol could bring profit to the company later. But now, Yen Yang's stench was absolute, making him uncomfortable even using Yen anymore. "Tao Gu, hear me out." Yen Yang, knowing he absolutely couldn't lose Zhao Tao, grabbed onto his legs with red eyes, pleading. But businessmen have little patience or sentimentality. Zhao Tao had initially kept Yen Yang around simply because it was convenient showing him off. "You're done." He coldly chuckled. He had discovered Yen Yang had angered an important figure, and there was no way he would keep holding this hot potato any longer. In just 2 short hours, the housekeeper packed up Yen Yang's few belongings and threw them outside the door before slamming it shut. Coming and going so easily, this was clearly something she had done many times before. Her expression remained completely indifferent. Yen Yang despairingly grabbed a fistful of his hair. He still had a contract with the company, but there was nothing he could do if the company decided to put him on hold. Even if he wanted out, he couldn't afford the breach of contract fee. Though he'd enjoyed a small amount of fame recently, he hadn't secured many commercial endorsements. And according to his contract, all initial earnings reverted back to the company since they claimed to have invested in their training, leaving him penniless. Thinking of something suddenly, Yan Yang slipped on a mask and left the villa. But given his current disheveled state, even the paparazzi might not recognize him. With their romance now public, Gu Jinji embraced freedom and no longer cared about concealing anything. No matter what, Lin Shen had to help them keep things secret. After listening to reports from various departments, Gu Jinji found himself with nothing left to do for the day. When Yusong came to the office to report, Gu Jinji noticed his mental state was much better than when he first returned to the company, likely due to some good news. However, as a superior, Gu Jinji was happy for all employees to be in stable emotional conditions, which made managing everything easier for him. As for Yusong's successful move in dismantling a rival male idol group and quickly launching a female group instead, Gu Jinji only glanced at the data, offering a few sincere compliments without paying too much attention to the details. Currently, netizens were temporarily transferring their interest from male idol groups, due to the numerous scandals involving these groups, to the diligent and beautiful female idols. The new group was gaining some popularity as well. Matters concerning Yan Yang seemed like events from another lifetime. Even seeing his name again made Gu Jinji momentarily forget who he was. It certainly didn't concern him anymore. Gu Jinji was rather forgetful, but there was one person he was certain he would never forget, even if dementia struck him in old age. That person was Lin Su, apart from his family. His life had reached its peak of happiness at 24 years old. This project was completed excellently, so we will issue year-end bonuses. Gu Jinji smiled and told Yusong. This was a regulation Gu Jinji set after taking over the company. Performance mattered most, and those with greater abilities deserved higher rewards. Yusong gave him a grateful smile. In his heart, he deeply appreciated that if he hadn't joined this company after graduation or met Gu Jinji as his superior, he might have ended up far worse because of some bad choices. That failed relationship taught him a lot. Now, Yan Yang felt like someone from long ago, almost insignificant in his eyes. After leaving the office, colleagues invited Yusong to join them for dinner, but he politely declined with a smile. Recently, he became acquainted with another man around his age who was also quite accomplished in his career. Though somewhat reserved, Yusong thought he was decent enough and wanted to see how things would develop between them. Now, Yusong realized that sexual orientation wasn't such a big deal. It didn't mean one couldn't stay together permanently or have to sacrifice dignity to maintain the relationship. It was more about human compatibility. He should abandon pessimism and embrace new beginnings. Humming a tune while swinging his car keys, Gu Jinji went down to the underground garage to retrieve his car when he heard voices again. He paused, wondering, was this place where the company held team-building activities? People kept coming here for whispered conversations, which he happened upon repeatedly. He really didn't want to hear gossip. This time, the two people didn't immediately stop talking, mainly because Yusong saw no reason to quiet down. Although Yan Yang felt embarrassed, circumstances forced him to swallow his pride. Anyway, Gu Jinji was already someone far beyond Yan Yang's reach. Originally, he had been jealous that Lin Su had gotten close to Gu Jinji, but later realizing Lin Su's true identity clarified why Yan Yang lost. It turned out from the start he was merely a joke. People like Gu Jinji wouldn't even consider someone like him and would only associate with peers of the same class. Even with bitterness, Yan Yang had to accept his fate. Now, he wanted to go back to his old lover despite holding grudges against Yusong's exposure. Song Gu, I know I was wrong. I was too young and lost my mind. From now on, I absolutely won't make such mistakes again. Can we have a fresh start and live a good life together? He continued, I don't care about your exposé either. As long as I can win you back, I'm willing to overlook it. Yusong appeared to be contemplating. Curious, Gu Jinji lingered by the corner, waiting to see what would happen. Then get down on your knees and apologize. Yusong adjusted his glasses, looking refined. After hesitating for a moment, seeing an opportunity, Yan Yang promptly knelt down. A real man knows when to be flexible. But then Yusong burst into laughter, leisurely extending his leg to press down hard on Yan Yang's thigh. What qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me? Aren't you just a nobody who can't return to the entertainment industry anymore? What exactly can you still accomplish? Yusong looked at him incomprehensibly. Yan Yang was at a loss for words. Indeed, his reputation was such that he could no longer be a star. But if Yusong liked him, supporting him would be more than enough. You used to have a bit of charm when you were younger, but now no sugar daddy would want you. Thinking this way, Yusong laughed even harder, feeling it was only fair that they settle the score from when he treated Yusong as his girlfriend. I'm already ashamed about this, I don't want to look even more ridiculous. If you follow me further, I'll call security. Yusong wiped his shoe on the ground with disgust before calling Gu Jinji briefly and driving off. Gu Jinji didn't feel awkward for eavesdropping, so he slipped away with sunglasses on. He had promised to treat Asu's dorm mates to dinner, so he couldn't be late for their first meeting. Later, Yan Yang had no choice but to return home in disgrace since he couldn't find any work in the capital city. In the gay circles of the capital, he was still quite famous after all. How many people can effortlessly frame a rich man's son and drive him out? It truly required some cunning. Yes, later on, everyone in the circle blamed everything on Zoe, which is Yen Yang. After all, it was initially his idea, and they were just following his lead. Gu Jinji lazily leaned against a tree near the dormitory waiting for his boyfriend. Occasionally, he plucked a leaf, feeling that waiting here made him feel safer. He wasn't afraid of Lin family suddenly showing up. Even the dorm supervisor recognized him. What a handsome young man. She greeted him through the window. Gu Jinji waved back, then saw a few boys come out, with Lin Su leading them, still wearing his usual white t-shirt and black pants. If not for the overly flashy uniforms, this person could probably wear them casually going outside. Lin Su thought Shishi was gesturing to them, so he also smiled and waved back. Seeing Lin Su smile, Gu Jinji felt happy inside, unable to resist smirking slightly as he blew a whistle, even more passionate than those schoolboys who try to flirt with girls at the school gate. The roommates, upon seeing his first impression, were both curious and bashful. They all suffered from trendy guy fear syndrome, but little did they expect this second brother, looking so reserved and even a bit shy, would have such an outgoing and fashionable boyfriend, adorned with bracelets and necklaces, both enchanting and stunning. Especially seeing Gu Jinji blow a whistle made them blush even more, even Lu Zhe, the tall dark one, scratching his head awkwardly, understanding why Lin Su got hooked by him. They originally wondered, why should two men love each other like that, but now they realized the moment these two met, their eyes were stuck together. This is my partner Gu Jinji. Lin Su naturally introduced them while holding Gu Jinji's hand and introduced his three roommates to Shishi. Come on, guys, let's go eat something good. Gu Jinji was extremely sociable and unreserved, whereas the three felt uncomfortable being third wheels and walked ahead. Gu Jinji looked at how clearly defined Su's hand joints were when he grabbed his hand, then felt moved by the beauty of the campus leaves and sunset. On impulse, he took a photo of their clasped hands and posted it on his WeChat moments. After so many days, his WeChat moments finally featured another daily life picture of his boyfriend, and he didn't need to hide it from anyone. This caption read, "Picking up someone again at the dormitory building." Lin Shen was having a fine overtime session until her assistant shared the news from his social media posts. The main reason being, last time Lin Shen joined in on the criticism, her assistant assumed he liked it, so she catered to his taste and indeed she loved it too. Especially Gu Ershio's WeChat moments, she remembered well. Boss. Gu Ershio has posted on his moments again, isn't his partner still in school? The assistant hoped for some more gossip from the boss and felt envious. It had been ages since she'd seen schoolboys around. But Lin Shen paused mid-action, biting his back teeth, unable to stop himself from getting up to check. The assistant waited for a long time but received nothing besides her boss's increasingly gloomy face and not a single word. She thought, this wasn't right, last time it wasn't like this, they were supposed to laugh it off together. She thought there was camaraderie between them. After seeing it, Lin Shen completely lost his will to work further overtime. His mind automatically conjured up the whole picture, leading him to comment to someone else's elder brother. If little Su stays at home, he waits downstairs at my house, and if he goes to school, he squats at the dormitory building. Your brother seems to do nothing serious, huh? Gu Qi was bombarded innocently and said awkwardly, then next time ask your younger brother to take the initiative. Lin Shen. Was that what I meant? Chapter 67. Gu Jinji booked a hot pot restaurant, his favorite. It was said to be very authentic Sichuan cuisine. Of course, the consumption wasn't low, and it was almost always packed. To book a private room, you had to make an appointment in advance. Even so, it was difficult to reserve, but for Gu Jinji, this high-level member, it was a simple matter. Lin Su didn't really eat spicy food, but under the unanimous decision of his boyfriend and three roommates, he had no ability to struggle. Second brother Gu, your sports car is so cool. Lu Zhe kept talking non-stop after getting on, while Wei Dong and He Tian were slightly more reserved but also showed curiosity in their eyes. Not long ago, they found out that their roommate was actually the famous young master of Lin real estate, which made them drop their jaws in amazement. This was like a TV drama entering reality. However, apart from the initial disbelief, they were not overly shocked. After all, Lin Su didn't look like a rich second generation at all. It's not that his demeanor was bad, but his living habits were no different from ordinary people. His clothing, food, and daily routine were all very grounded. He even felt apologetic towards them. What was there to apologize for? They often joked that if any of the brothers became successful in the future, they would remain humble and not forget each other. Now it turned out that their dormitory already had a top-notch rich second generation. Not until now did they see Lin Su's boyfriend and truly experience such a lifestyle. Ha ha ha, having good taste. Gu Jinji laughed generously. Lin Su sat in the passenger seat and saw Shishi's eyes light up when someone complimented his beloved car. He helplessly smiled. Lu Zhe and the others quickly discovered that old Tu's partner was also a down-to-earth person, so they became more friendly. Second brother Gu, do you know? If it weren't for you treating us, brother Su wouldn't come out at all. During free time, he either goes to the library or the lab. The teachers keep praising him in class, it's exhausting, they complained one after another. Lin Su felt awkward and looked out the window. Gu Jinji followed with stern instructions, did you hear that? I've told you many times to rest more, don't stay in school on weekends. After saying that, he secretly looked at Lin Su, hoping he would forgive his covert motives. Yes. Lu Zhu agreed strongly, but then felt something was off. These two lovers might have time, but what does it have to do with building feelings with them as brothers? Lin Su seemed to understand Shishi's implications somewhat, and his ear roots turned red as he hummed in agreement. They soon arrived at their destination, rushing into the restaurant and being led by a waiter to a quiet private room. Not long after, Lin Shen and Gu Qi met at the entrance. Lin Shen was worried about whether they would misbehave tonight, so he dragged Gu Qi out. Both were dressed casually. Gu Jinji didn't conceal his movements from his own brother. Gu Qi coughed, and the next second, his assistant came out from the passenger side and followed behind him. Having 6 people was a bit excessive. Fortunately, this assistant was also strong. Lin Shen frowned and glanced at him. Gu Qi awkwardly smiled. Mr. Lin, let's go in. After going in, they learned that Gu Jinji and his group went to the private room, but now they could only sit in the hall since they hadn't made a reservation and were not members either. They looked at each other for a moment. Gu Qi internally criticized, how could this kid dominate everything over his brother, from eating to playing? Reluctantly, they chose a corner on the second floor and sat down, holding the menu ready, in case Gu Jinji's group came out they could hide their faces with it. But still, the noise around was hurting their brains because there were many dinner meetings. Gu Jinji had planned things thoroughly. Although she frightened Lin Su that it would be too spicy to cause swollen lips, she considerately ordered a yin-yang hot pot. The environment of the private room was excellent, with a TV and sofa. You could lie down if tired from eating. This place indeed suited the taste of his roommates, who all said it was delicious. It was already a little cold outside, eating hot pot was just right. And Gu Jinji was fully focused on teasing his boyfriend. He picked a piece of beef from the spicy pot and placed it in Lin Su's bowl. Aixu, try it, his eyes shone with excitement. After all, Lin Su had never eaten spicy food before. His face would turn completely red. Lin Su knew Shishi wanted to see how he'd look when spiced, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he quietly chewed it. Instantly, his mouth was stimulated severely. The cells in his lips twitched and squirmed, losing balance. Lin Su's lips instantly turned red, all the way down to his neck. The sensation wasn't exactly unpleasant, it was a sense of invasion, much like how Shishi forcefully entered his life, creating ripples on the peaceful lake surface. Ai Su, are you really so intolerant to spiciness? Don't eat it anymore, spit it out quickly. Gu Jinji didn't expect such an exaggerated reaction from just one bite, feeling a little regretful. No problem, it really tastes great. Lin Su swallowed, sipped his slightly swollen lips and smiled. Then he took several more bites, his mouth becoming redder. However, Lin Su started feeling a sense of exhilaration. At first, Gu Jinji was a little worried, but soon his gaze unconsciously focused on his boyfriend's mouth, watching it bite into the food and shine with tempting luster. Gu Jinji felt quite unsettled and nervously bounced his leg. In a daze, he glanced around at those present, sweat in his palms scratching his thighs. Then Gu Jinji suddenly said, I accidentally got oil on my clothes, I'm going to handle it in the restroom. Lin Su and his roommates all nodded. Until Gu Jinji grabbed his arm, come with me. Lin Su had just begun to enjoy the spicy hot pot, so stopping made his mouth feel tingly and burning, but still, he raised his eyes to Gu Jinji. Oh, okay. As they walked out of the private room, Lin Shen immediately lifted the menu to cover his face, and Gu Qi put down his chopsticks and followed suit. Where did they go? Lin Shen wondered. To the restroom, Gu Qi replied indifferently. Do they really have to hold hands going to the restroom? Lin Shen became even more confused, sensing something strange. Cough, people sometimes need to rush. Gu Qi also felt like something was up, but there was no way this could be spoken aloud. Lin Shen wanted to follow them and check, thinking how absurd it seemed, but then Gu Qi called him back. Is your younger brother okay knowing you're tailing him? Lin Shen sat back down. Meanwhile, behind one door, Gu Jinji was hugging Lin Su, kissing his lips enthusiastically. Lin Su started off stunned, but later also devotedly engaged, despite feeling that perhaps the timing wasn't appropriate. The previous time in the car, the two had already taken a step forward, and now as they kissed, they naturally responded quickly. Or rather, since that night, they always unconsciously thought about such moments, subconsciously wanting to take action, though never having another opportunity and always feeling too bashful to say it outright. Thus, when Gu Jinji looked at his boyfriend's red lips, his heart rate began to race and he grew restless. Aixu. How about coming to my place this weekend? With their noses rubbing together, beads of sweat dotted Gu Jinji's forehead, his lashes dampened, and his voice raspy as he asked. Holding onto his waist, Lin Su similarly felt very warm, the sensation scorching hot. He rolled his throat, uncertain what he was thinking, his eyes somewhat absent-minded, fingers instinctively rubbing against Gu Jinji's waist. All right. After saying this, Lin Su felt like his scalp would burst. That unfamiliar yet thrilling feeling came from Gu Jinji. They gazed at each other for a long time, both a little shy, thoughts drifting, anxiously and hopefully anticipating. After they tidied themselves up by looking in the mirror, they returned, staying inside for a while to avoid being discovered together in one door. Inside this confined space, doing nothing led to an involuntary recurrence of their kiss. Lin Su didn't know that his elder brother was timing the seconds, until 15 minutes passed before their return. Upon seeing their silhouettes again, Lin Shen and Gu Qi easily sensed that there was something different between them, far beyond merely resolving 3 urgent needs. There's no rule, the restroom must necessarily. Gu Qi murmured guiltily, and fell silent. Thinking that those two were already together, naturally they'd do things lovers ought to do. However, observing Lin Shen's dark face, Gu Qi refrained from speaking any further. Suddenly, they noticed the two heading towards them. Thinking they were found out, Gu Qi and Lin Shen instinctively turned away their gazes, minds concocting excuses. But they stopped 2 tables away, only because a few people greeted Gu Jinji. It's been a long time, Second Master Gu, a well-dressed man greeted him, and the table contained men of a similar nature. Among them, one who looked gentle turned and smiled, Second Master Gu, I've heard much about you, I've just returned from abroad and haven't had the chance to meet you yet. There is a saying that every place has its circles, these men came from various prestigious families. Although most weren't as illustrious as the Gu family, they weren't lacking either, sharing the same sexual orientation as Gu Jinji, originally being part of the same group since their background and situations were comparable. However, although born into such a wealthy lineage, Gu Jinji found leisure mixing with ordinary homosexual groups, purely because he had ruined his relationship within his own circle or single-handedly offended them. The man earlier had once hung out with Gu Jinji during high school. That was also the time when Gu Jinji vaguely realized his sexual orientation, thus rumors falsely spread that he liked the other man, making the former extremely proud of this fact. After all, it was the young master of the Gu family. There were also elements of intentional manipulation. In truth, Gu Jinji had noticed he didn't prefer girls but also didn't find other men especially remarkable, considering them just friends. Later, upon realizing the situation, he gave the man a beating. The incident reached the Gu family's ears, leading to Gu Jinji coming out. It was only then that his reputation truly began to decline. Before, everything was just childish, minor mischief. Not many in the circle had come out, some even planned to get married and have children in the future. So they all kept in touch privately. Gu Jinji was among the few who openly came out due to gossip. When his sexual orientation became public, quite a number of people from the circle attached themselves to him. Back then, Gu Jinji was very popular because of his good looks and prestigious family background. Until later, when Gu Jinji found out about their private arrangements, they would exchange partners after chatting for a while, and he felt sickened by it. Thus, he mockingly teased them directly in a group chat. How dare they still try to approach him? Because of this, everyone privately thought there was something wrong with Gu Jinji's brain, deeming him naive and stupid. What they did among themselves was considered normal. It had nothing to do with sexual orientation. When they were together, they certainly liked each other mutually. Later, Gu Jinji left the group chat and never joined their gatherings again, thus slowly breaking off ties. Do you want to join us? They invited Gu Jinji. Ah, is your taste still so bad? This wine looks terrible. How can I drink it? Gu Jinji still taunted, crossing his arms and sneering. Their expressions didn't look great until Shen Xian, the gentle man, noticed Lin Su behind him. What? He's new. Shen Xian didn't know since he'd just returned from abroad but immediately thought he looked handsome. He's my boyfriend. Gu Jinji shrugged. Some people recognized Lin Su and became interested. Is he Lin Ershao? They hadn't had the chance to meet yet, and it turned out he was also gay. Unfortunately, he was with Gu Jinji now, which meant trouble ahead for sure, exaggerated as they were making it sound. Wow, would you like to join? Shen Xian smiled at him. Shen Xian was highly popular. Since returning to the country, many had already pursued him within the circle, but he was still being picky. Now, he found Lin Su quite suitable in various aspects. How do you even know AXU to be speaking to him? Gu Jinji detested how these people in the circle behaved, especially approaching his boyfriend right in front of him. He was fuming. Sorry, I thought we're all friends, and I had no intention of causing offense. Gu Ershao doesn't need to be mad. Shen Xian kept smiling. Seeing Shen Xian smile made Gu Jinji feel annoyed. Just in time, Lin Su pulled on Gu Jinji's hand to prevent him from getting angrier. Ji, let's go. He didn't even bother glancing at them, not thinking it necessary to acknowledge them. Moreover, although Shen Xian spoke politely, every word seemed to irk Gu Jinji. It was rather hypocritical. Being pulled away softened Gu Jinji inside, and he no longer sought to retaliate. Obediently following along, it surprised the others quietly. It's been more than half a year, and he's still the same. It'll be interesting to see how long Lin's family can hold on. I tried pursuing him before, and it was tough dealing with him. He behaves worse than a servant, yet we still haven't succeeded. I don't understand his thoughts. Is he really going to never get married? Having fun now is fine, but it won't take long before they start arguing. By then, we'll drag Lin Ershao out to play again. Hearing this, Gu Qi slowly lost his smile. Although Lin Shen always thought Gu Jinji wasn't a good person, in this moment, if his younger brother must prefer men, perhaps Gu Jinji was tolerable. What resentment or grievances did your younger brother have with them before? Lin Shen was curious. Gu Qi briefly explained. Didn't your younger brother tell you? Lin Shen once again felt somewhat envious of the open communication between them. No. I checked myself. Gu Qi felt awkward. His younger brother wouldn't vent to him about such matters. It wasn't until the news of his coming out reached his ears that Gu Jinji confessed to him. Lin Shen drew out a long, oh, sound. So, you've never probed into your younger brother's life? Gu Qi retaliated. Lin Shen thought about how he always unintentionally eavesdropped, prompting an involuntary cough. Nowadays, Lin Shen could already accept them being gone for 15 minutes, seemingly without any issues. Lin Shen glanced once more at those individuals at the table. Some faces seemed familiar. He intended to check upon returning, looking to collaborate if needed. After all, sometimes a loose mouth does demand consequences. Next time I'm here, I'll borrow your younger brother's membership. Lin Shen continued, liking the hot pot here. Is Mr. Lin really so stingy? Gu Qi thought, doubting he himself could borrow such things. Lin Shen rolled his eyes, claiming he was being frugal and thrifty. Plus, though he disapproved of Gu Jinji's extravagance, having his younger brother live well was fine too. He noted how his own younger brother lived modestly, even more so than he did. So how am I supposed to trust him treating little Sue well? Borrow. 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 Gu Qi thought, if borrowing memberships was enough for Lin Shen to accept Gu Jinji, his unfortunate younger brother probably would have already taken all those membership cards out to brag by now. For his older brother, though, obtaining them would be challenging. Well, I'll head back now. Make sure your younger brother gets home early and doesn't stay out late at night. Lin Shen decided to slip away to avoid running into his younger brother. You don't know how to call your own younger brother back. Lin Shen wore a forced smile. If he dared, he wouldn't be sitting here now. Chapter 68. Huh. Gu Qi stretched his hand and waved it forcefully in front of his younger brother. Only then did the other's eyelashes flicker sharply, as he looked at him with a look of confusion. What are you doing, brother? Gu Jinji rolled his eyes at his older brother who still acted so childish despite his age. Are you really eating this little? Gu Qi looked at the bowl of green vegetable porridge in front of Gu Jinji like he had seen a ghost. There was no way that his brother's appetite could have changed. After all, it was still the first time that Gu Jinji was spacing out while eating at the dining table. Obviously, something wasn't to his liking. Gu Jinji quietly sipped some porridge and nodded. In truth, his mind had long wandered elsewhere. He was very tense. They could have just checked into a hotel room. But Gu Jinji thought, Axiu has never been to my house. Besides, if they were going to check into a hotel for their first time, they would be just like everyone else in their circle. That wouldn't set his mind at ease at all, and thus it was better at his place, where the environment was familiar and comfortable. Gu Qi thought his younger brother was acting strange. Not only was he ignoring him, but after finishing that pitifully bland dinner, he started to snatch tasks from the maid. He grabbed a mop and began mopping back and forth in the living room until the floor shone so brightly it could reflect an image, and he didn't show any signs of tiring. Hey, what's wrong with you? Gu Qi couldn't focus on his materials and always felt like something was off. Brother, you should not be at home tomorrow, I'll be bringing a friend over to play. This was when Gu Jinji stopped, sweaty and out of breath, giving him a completely unrelated announcement. Right now, Gu Jinji just felt like there was something wrong everywhere in the house, wishing he could clean every inch up and down. If it could be redecorated overnight, the designer should already be at his house by now. Oh, Lin Su. Gu Qi guessed right away. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual, but then he suddenly realized something when he glanced at Gu Jinji. Why wouldn't he let him stay at home? What was he planning to do? Brother, I'm already 24. No, almost 25. Facing Gu Qi's questioning eyes, Gu Jinji spoke matter-of-factly, starting sexual life this late was already quite late, wasn't it? But your partner is only 18. Gu Qi fell speechless, understanding why Lin Shen was hesitant as well. Axiu will soon be 19. He's already an adult. Gu Jinji continued dragging the mop, otherwise would he really drag it until he approached 30? Gu Qi worked hard to digest it, slowly convincing himself and feeling it wasn't too bad. Most importantly, his brother shouldn't be delayed further. As long as Lin Shen didn't find out, everything would be fine. With such high energy, you might as well tidy up your own room, he suggested. At this point, the housemaid came out from the kitchen, smiling. Young master has been quite diligent today, cleaning the room thoroughly once he got home from work, even changing the bed sheets. Gu Jinji laughed, and more than that, all the dumb stuff I liked during my teenage years has been packed into the cabinet. Now, he still had boundless energy coursing through his body, unsure how to release it. Actually, Gu Jinji still had a vague idea of what was about to happen. However, since Axiu had said it was fine and entrusted it to him, Gu Jinji wasn't anxious anymore. Axiu definitely wouldn't let him suffer. Gu Qi closed his mouth completely, realizing one shouldn't underestimate his younger brother's execution ability during these moments. Meanwhile, Lin Su sat by the desk, meticulously trimming his fingernails, filing them until each one became smooth and rounded. In fact, his nails were already quite short, but touching them still felt rough. That definitely wouldn't do. And this spot could easily harbor dirt, which couldn't risk infecting. Brother, cut any more and you'll start cutting into the flesh. He Tian exclaimed. None of them had a habit of frequently cutting their nails. There was even only one nail clipper in the dormitory belonging to Lin Su. But having such a hygiene-conscious roommate meant they couldn't keep being slovenly either. I won't. Lin Su said calmly, feeling that the last one was fine, so he washed his hands for a few minutes. Seeing this, the other dorm mates noisily took turns borrowing the clippers to trim their own nails, not realizing he had something serious planned. That day, Lin Su also didn't sit at the table studying. Instead, he moved his computer onto the bed early, put on his headphones, and got busy. No one doubted he was studying, because his expression remained just as serious and solemn as ever, just with a different location for a change. Actually, it couldn't quite be called studying, it was studying something else. The entire night, Lin Su watched countless videos. After gaining some experience, something seemed off to him, so he looked up resources again and systematically studied them all over. Only after running the process through his mind did he fall asleep, his heart still thumping loudly. Axiu, my brothers left. Gu Jinji informed eagerly, unable to hide his excitement from his eyes. I see that. Lin Su held his phone, awkwardly exchanging greetings with Gu Qi, his hand gripping various necessities bought freshly from the pharmacy. Gu Qi pretended not to know, patting his shoulder lightly, have fun playing. As Lin Su entered the door, Gu Qi couldn't help but show off a little. He originally wanted to report to Mr. Lin that thanks to his blessings, his younger brother had indeed taken the initiative. But he held back. If Lin Shen realized something was amiss and came over, it wouldn't be good. He shouldn't betray Gu Jinji's plan. Welcome, welcome, Gu Jinji had been excitedly waving at the doorway for quite some time. As Lin Su approached, he gave a mock knight's bow with perfect etiquette. When Gu Jinji noticed the non-transparent shopping bag in Lin Su's hand, his face flushed slightly. Could it be that they were the only two people who needed to set aside a day just for this? Other couples simply dived right into action without much thought. Gu Jinji was wearing a black silk pajama, the buttons not fully fastened, which made his white skin even more prominent, especially around the chest area. He remained oblivious to it because of his shyness. His fingers curled nervously, and his gaze wandered. Still, he lightly tugged on Lin Su's arm and said, "Let's go to my room." Lin Su choked on his words, grunted deeply in response, and kept staring at the hand pulling him. He ascended the stairs step by step. At the turning corner before entering the room, Lin Su took the initiative to encircle Gu Jinji's waist, rubbing his head against his neck in an awkward manner, eyelids flickering faintly, unsure of how to bring up what would happen later between them. He then turned off the light, closing the door. Gu Jinji felt his legs go limp after being kissed, falling onto the bed. In the broad daylight, there was a sense of moral guilt in his heart, so he tilted his head, supporting himself on his arms near the bedhead. Despite being someone who usually wasn't shy, he felt quite ashamed now. Lin Su also became overly nervous at this point, realizing the situation. He got up, pulled the curtains shut, and turned on a bedside lamp with warm lighting. Silence made both of them blush in embarrassment. Gu Jinji pursed his lips and spoke, "Achu, I've heard that the first time might be a bit difficult." Though he didn't fear pain, no matter how much pain could compare to getting beaten, he was secretly concerned. If their first time went poorly, perhaps his future boyfriend would lose interest in continuing. If truly uncomfortable, there probably wouldn't be any need to keep doing it frequently anyway. However, Gu Jinji really liked physical intimacy. Even the psychological happiness brought to him was enough to make him infatuated. If he ever found discomfort, a simple kiss could make things better. It won't. I watched all night, believe in me, Ji. Lin Su's face was firm and very serious, treating this as a big deal. Huh. Gu Jinji caught on and scrunched his nose, thoughts shifting elsewhere. Strangely enough, at this moment, he felt a twinge of jealousy about his boyfriend watching such content from others. Yet he didn't realize that while Lin Su was watching those videos, there hadn't been any strange reactions, so absorbed was he in his nervousness and focus that his palms were sweaty, leaving no room for wild thoughts. Not knowing exactly what to do next, Gu Jinji let Lin Su carry him to the bathroom, taking the chance to kiss him in return, feeling delighted as their bodies stayed closely attached. Later, when a tingling sensation gradually emanated from behind, Gu Jinji helplessly embraced his boyfriend's neck, eyes hazy and out of control. Unconsciously, fragmented moans escaped his lips. The sensation was incredibly peculiar, not painful at all, but weird enough to make his toes curl uncontrollably. Being carried back to the bed afterward, Gu Jinji stared at his boyfriend's slender hands, feeling bashful again. Like a koala clinging for dear life, he playfully gnawed on his boyfriend's shoulders. Lin Su marveled at Ji's surprising strength, especially when embarrassed, leaving him completely immobilized. Although he reciprocated the passionate kisses fervently, today was like conducting an extremely crucial experiment. Every inch of Ji mattered to him, clean and unblemished. Therefore, he endured immense difficulty too. To maintain the ambience, Lin Su continuously pressed on Gu Jinji's waist, allowing him to relax before proceeding with preparations, spending a considerable amount of time. Gu Jinji's eyes grew increasingly blurred, his waist occasionally twitching, unable to control himself anymore. Resting his cheek on his boyfriend's shoulder, biting his finger, his dampened eyes glistened, caring nothing else in the world. Thinking about it, it actually didn't hurt too much, it was just exceptionally strange. A mix of emptiness and fulfillment built up increasingly unbearable tension. Yet, knowing it was his boyfriend's hand made him slowly relax completely. All in all, he enjoyed it nonetheless. Gu Jinji's back was soaked in sweat, slippery and hard for Lin Su to hold onto, only aware that his own shoulder had been nibbled raw. Later, as Lin Su clung to his back, collapsing amidst soft bedding, having his waist firmly held down, flashes of blinding white light flooded his mind, shaking his whole body violently. With wide-open trembling eyes, his wet hair matted, Gu Jinji continued looking ahead, watching his strong and pale-bodied lover. It gave him a sense that death wasn't far away. This experience was altogether alien to Gu Jinji. If he had to liken it to something based on his experiences with food, drink, or entertainment, it would have to be the time he surfed on an island before, just barely similar. Basking in the blue sky and clear waters, he played freely on the sea surface. The waves splashed against his face, as if he could see cute dolphins coming toward him. It was tense yet relaxing, joyful yet stimulating. In the end, with no strength left in his limbs, he lay down on the warm sandy beach to bask under the sun. This feeling reminded Gu Jinji of how they were now, basking in each other's warmth as their hearts beat together. Their limbs intertwined while staring into each other's eyes, enjoying the soft golden glow of the lamplight. Gu Jinji finally understood why couples love doing this. It was much more immersive than just kissing. In that moment of perfect comfort, he felt as though destruction at the next instant would be completely worth it. Lin Su smiled genuinely when Chi absent-mindedly touched his abs. His happiness was unmistakable. The first time was unexpectedly comfortable, yet the tension and worry had been real too. What Lin Su cared about most was ensuring that Gu Jinji didn't feel any pain. Even after they finished, Gu Jinji hadn't experienced a single moment of discomfort. Instead, he wore a silly grin throughout. This sense of joy stayed vivid in Lin Su's memory far longer than the physical comfort. It softened Lin Su's heart to the point where all he wanted to do was hold on to Gu Jinji tightly. Suddenly, Gu Jinji's gaze became misty, sparkling with stars as he tilted his head up, wondering if intelligent people were great at everything. Achoo, can we do it again? Although clearly drained from the experience, unable to move a muscle with legs like noodles, both sore and numb, he knew fighting right now would be absolutely impossible. But it was so addictive. Would it be okay? Lin Su asked worriedly, thinking perhaps self-restraint during the first time was best. Of course. Gu Jinji nodded firmly. Not one for holding back, he simply indulged in what he liked. Now all he wanted was to wring every ounce out of Achoo because he realized that Lin Su hadn't actually fully let go during their first time. It took so long just helping him adjust. He wanted to make sure Achoo got his full share of pleasure too. Chapter 69. Gu Jinji, get up and have breakfast. A knock on the door sounded. It was Gu Chi's voice. Oh, I know, brother. Gu Jinji's voice sounded like it was muffled by the blanket, yet she seemed awake enough. Gu Chi raised his eyebrows slightly before heading downstairs. However, Gu Jinji was covered in sweat on her forehead and was awkwardly applying medicine to herself in a difficult position. Her impatient nature made her smear the ointment hastily and think about throwing it away altogether, since it wasn't even really an injury, just a little redness. Yesterday, Axel had carefully wiped the medicine on for her. At that time, there was only a slight swelling, the pain negligible compared to a random fall. Axel had tidied up her and the room before leaving. Still, thinking of the repeated serious instructions given by him before leaving, Gu Jinji was delighted inside. Her face flushed as she struggled to continue applying the medicine, then lazily went to the bathroom for washing. Her body bore nothing but some hickeys and faint traces of fingers below the waist. Axel cared deeply for her, managing the kisses in such a way so as not to leave any tooth marks. This kind treatment often made the usually rough and ready Gu Jinji relish moments after. As for her, she not only bit her boyfriend's shoulder till it bled, later realizing there were all sorts of blood-red scratch marks on Axel's back. With shame and guilt, Gu Jinji's face turned even redder than normal, but finally here was someone who loved her and accepted her unconditionally. When Gu Jinji descended the stairs, her posture was a little odd due to residual fullness. Though this could be completely controlled during weekdays for work, her face-conscious self wouldn't want colleagues to notice anything unusual. And when Gu Chi saw his apparently blissful brother walking in a strange manner, he paused, putting down his chopsticks and deep in thought. Eating something so greasy in the morning. Gu Jinji complained, resting her chin on her hand while poking at the dish with her chopsticks, sighing. Only now did Gu Chi find it unbearable to see his unlucky younger brother acting so spoiled, as the same guy used to eat an entire roasted chicken in the morning. Who is he putting on airs for? But then, Gu Chi, although feeling a bit unwilling, still called out for the housekeeper. Auntie, please cook some congee. All right. Whatever, consider it evened out, otherwise, that child from the Lin family was too young, and he would feel guilty. Pampered Gu Jinji took her ease, reaching out for the dishes, only to have her chopsticks swatted away by her brother. What are you doing, brother? You actually hit me. Gu Jinji touched her hand, glaring at Gu Chi angrily, flames of temper rising. You said you can't eat something so greasy, isn't it too much for your body? Gu Chi retaliated calmly. My boyfriend has never treated me this way, letting me not endure even a little hardship. How dare you act violently towards your younger brother? Gu Jinji mumbled coldly, retreating her hand as she realized her own wrongdoings, refraining from temptation anymore. After all, Axel left her asking to eat lightly for 2 days, so she'd better listen. A glance at the unperturbed Gucci filled Gu Jinji with imbalance. She was Axel's cherished treasure. If Axel knew she still suffered indignities from her elder brother, he would surely be heartbroken. That's enough, Gu Jinji, even if your skin is tough, I see that your face is also thick. Your boyfriend may spoil you, but I, your brother, won't. Gucci couldn't bear to see his younger brother looking resentful, perhaps overly proud of his new situation. How could this guy be in his 20s, lose direction after sleeping with a partner once, forgetting what kind of rugged person he is? Oh. Gu Jinji was momentarily baffled, no longer hastening to contradict her brother. Scratching her head, she found that the redness on the back of her hand disappeared in seconds without any sensation. Suddenly, she smiled, lips pursed. Axel didn't think her skin was thick or tough, he cherished her dearly. It seemed she had mistakenly thought so, and with her boyfriend absent, it was probably best to act normally. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow? Gucci still cared about his younger brother. Unable to imagine the pain men go through in bed, he wouldn't mind if Gu Jinji wanted to take 2 days off. No need, anyway, Axel will have class tomorrow, staying home alone on leave will be boring. Gu Jinji refused indifferently. After all, accumulated work would still fall on her to do. Gucci was taken aback. So this guy was thinking about going out to play on his day off, which showed he really didn't need it, his health intact. Maybe lying beneath someone for his part had its benefits. After finishing work, Gu Jinji began lying in her chair idling around, mainly browsing forums, and deliberately switched to a secondary account, fearing embarrassment. Because having recently lost her virginity, she believed there were many things she should understand now, and also some uncertainties regarding the intimate aspect between her and Axel. Not knowing whom to ask, she only looked online forums for answers. Until she came across one thread, where the title included a keyword, virgin, and it appeared useful. Excited inside, Gu Jinji immediately clicked into it. The main post asked if all virgins were faster in bed, mentioning her partner had a slight problem of premature ejaculation. Replies came from various experienced gays sharing their stories. Yes. Besides poor skills, it's uncomfortable to be with a virgin, only good for cleanliness. I prefer the more experienced. They know exactly how to control the force, leading to actual pleasure. My partner was a virgin when we started dating. He climaxed immediately upon penetration, no feeling at all, messy and painful. After reading these posts, Gu Jinji's eyes lit up since he too had similar concerns, it wasn't an isolated case. Despite his differing opinions, he loved clean Axel dearly as both were first loves. This realization gave him some relief. My first time also ended quickly. I thought it was my issue, seems like it's normal for everyone. Is this something bad? How can it be improved? What medications are available? Rarely did Gu Jinji seek advice with such a soft tone. Because indeed, he felt uncontrollably fast, overwhelmed by pleasure till his brain turned mushy. Each session required multiple attempts from him while Axel barely needed once. Towards the end, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Was this a sign of poor physical health? Or maybe weakness on his part? Gu Jinji felt flustered, fearing he hadn't satisfied Axel thoroughly enough. This worry lingered. Of course, it's undesirable. A fast finish ruins one's reputation. Is your little zero okay with it? Ah. Gu Jinji scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. Were they talking about roll 1? But he wasn't. I'm the zero, it's our first love. Gu Jinji hesitantly explained, unsure whether something was wrong. How could 2 first-timers possibly feel good without pain? Did your boyfriend possess excellent skills? Gu Jinji was confused, but somehow, I felt incredible pleasure every time, like hitting some pleasurable spots, which I seemed to touch during the prelude. The moment I sped up a little, I lost complete control. My tears couldn't stop streaming, even scaring myself. Hence I wrongly presumed I was fragile. So ultimately, the thread concluded that Gu Jinji's condition made things unbearable. Ugh. Are you boasting on purpose? Hopefully, your boyfriend isn't a virgin either because virgin techniques are mostly awful. Most of the participants in the forum were zeros who considered themselves sly foxes, but they never expected Gu Jinji's genuine concern over his physical condition. That was absurd nonsense. Gu Jinji dismissed it entirely, having patiently waited for Axel since high school. Then, did he have any real issues? This thought troubled Gu Jinji for another afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Su was attending a discussion meeting in a small classroom at the academy. All other attendees were students of the dean, initially puzzled why an undergraduate freshman joined them, yet Lin Su eventually turned out to speak most actively during the discussions. Apparently, the dean was highly pleased with Lin Su and had long expressed hope that Lin Su would pursue graduate studies under him. After the seminar, the dean talked to Lin Su. Little Lin, a field internship will take place soon among third-year students. You're welcome to join the trip next weekend. Given Lin Su's competence far exceeded expectations, practical field experience was crucial despite limited lab conditions. Sure, alright. Lin Su nodded affirmatively. Once the dean left, a few senior classmates remained. They now developed positive impressions of Lin Su, given his academic excellence and remarkable looks. Who wouldn't appreciate that? We're gathering for dinner tonight, shall you join us, younger brother? No excuses allowed. They invited Lin Su, treating him already as one of their own. Lin Su pursed his lips and declined, gently citing a unique reason: I video call with my boyfriend every night, so I can't let him down. Moreover, since Shishi and he recently enjoyed intimacy, she was clingy toward him. As for sexual orientation, Lin Su never hid his preference. Eventually welcoming curious stares anyway, it was easier disclosing his relationship to acquaintances directly. He mentioned having a boyfriend straightforwardly. Additionally, Lin Su found delight listening to Shishi chattering, aspiring to move in together after completing his first year of college. Despite commuting troubles, it was worth it. Oh, the group teased him heartily, self-mockingly acknowledging being older singles while praising his life balance between love and academics. For such a compelling reason, one truly shouldn't insist. Still, none anticipated this cool-headed younger brother to be quite so affectionate, unable to survive even a day without seeing his partner via video. In autumn, the next day back in the dorm, old two already endured 2 cold showers each lasting half an hour, exiting the bathroom brimming with cold vibes. Occasionally he'd gaze intently at his fingers, blushing fiercely from earlobes onward. After Lin Su emerged from the bathroom once again, his dorm mates couldn't resist teasing him, Brother Su, what's going on? Haven't you just been out seeing your significant other? They noted that he had stayed still when with his partner but now was taking cold showers alone, seemingly still agitated. Don't make things up. Lin Su didn't enjoy chatting idly about intimate moments with Shishi. On one hand, he was shy, on the other, he thought it somewhat disrespectful. He didn't want everyone to assume they were doing that every time he left the dorm to meet Gu Jinji, even though most guys were casual about such topics. Drying his hair, Lin Su climbed onto his bed to study. Knowing Shishi would video call, he preferred not sitting downstairs. How could there be no effect? Lin Su appeared much calmer on the surface than he actually was inside. It was truly his first time being intimate with someone he liked. It was embarrassing to admit, but those memories often replayed in his mind, especially the impressions of Shishi's body. When he pleasured himself, only then did he dare to be rough, feeling embarrassed afterward but also relieved. He pondered, why should he feel ashamed for having desires for Shishi? Soon enough, Gu Jinji sent a video call, which Lin Su had been waiting for. He immediately put on his headphones and answered. Little brother Su, just focus on studying while I serve as background noise, Gu Jinji said with a smile after bathing, lying cozily in bed. This was their routine, but Lin Su struggled to concentrate nonetheless. I've applied the ointment seriously today too, but I think it might be unnecessary already. I'm completely healed, Gu Jinji muttered, troubled by needing to bend down daily, which felt very odd. That's not allowed, you need to take it more seriously, Lin Su replied firmly, knowing this was an important matter. That place wasn't naturally designed for intercourse, so it required slow progress to adjust over time. Then can you help me? Gu Jinji muffled half his face in the covers, deliberately asking. Somehow, after that day, they felt freer, yet Gu Jinji started thinking maybe he looked less manly, unable to stay hard, woo. Lin Su estimated the dorm closing time and whether mentioning it to the aunt in charge could work. Alright, I'll come see you tomorrow morning before classes, Shishi wake up early. He intended to return earlier in the evening since his schedule offered some leeway. I'm joking. I'll properly apply the ointment myself, Gu Jinji chuckled, rolling over, he wouldn't act unreasonably. Oh, little brother Su, I might have some issues with premature ejaculation. Have you noticed? After gathering his thoughts for a moment, Gu Jinji made a startling claim. Lin Su couldn't help but cough twice, blushing a bit. Huh. His eyes dropped, such discussions remained embarrassing. Gu Jinji spoke earnestly and seriously about the concern, believing this state wasn't acceptable and might disappoint little brother Su. Should I go see a doctor, little brother Su? It seems a bit serious. Gu Jinji sighed dejectedly, recalling how he previously mentioned that little brother Su seemed more fortunate, experiencing joy at 18, whereas he only discovered happiness at 24. Reflecting on it, clearly only he had been enjoying this. No need, Lin Su bluntly responded, unsure how to elaborate. But I really climax quite quickly. Gu Jinji exhaled deeply, though he acknowledged it was pleasurable, it still shouldn't happen. Such bedroom matters weren't easily discussed, so Lin Su opted to type out a response, with time, your threshold will increase. Upon checking Baidu, Gu Jinji understood the term threshold, yet it still left him a little puzzled and felt overly technical. Lin Su explained via text, red ears betraying his embarrassment. At first, it feels highly stimulating so it's faster. As you get accustomed, you'll tolerate stronger stimulation. What was he even replying? Initially, to provide Shishi with an optimal experience, Lin Su spent a long time searching for precise spots ensuring comfort for Shishi without causing harm, unintentionally provoking these worries. Stronger stimulation. Gu Jinji blushed considering it, thinking he'd lost control again. What about you, little brother Su? Aren't you stimulated too? He innocently questioned, wondering why it differed. Me. Lin Su was stumped. One carefree fool was probably enough. So I'm not sick, am I? He was simply deriving immense pleasure, and Gu Jinji regained confidence. Then, can we, every weekend? Or else it's kind of embarrassing, suggesting if comfortable he wouldn't mention it, though Gu Jinji doubted his own improvement since just looking at his boyfriend's face excited him lately. Frankly, he hadn't been sleeping well alone recently. This frequency should be healthy, Lin Su rigorously calculated despite trembling fingers. Chapter 70. Tisk, didn't expect you'd come to this. After watching the girl leave with her bag in a graceful manner, Gu Jinji finally got up and sat across from Su Zhou, crossing her legs as she laughed. It's been a long time, you seem to be more serious now. Su Zhou also let out a cold snort, not wanting to back down. Gu Jinji's hair was now neat black without any trendy highlights. It was indeed rare. Su Lin said frequent dyeing is bad for my hair quality, so I'm giving it a break for now. Gu Jinji touched her hair and smiled. The conversation was clearly never far from Lin Shuli, her pride evident on her face. Back when he was single, would he have dared to act this proud? Su Zhou couldn't help but feel speechless. Did your girlfriend break up with you? If not, why would she come for matchmaking? Although Gu Jinji knew what her childhood friend was like, he strongly opposed scumbag behavior regardless of how long they'd known each other. I broke up a long time ago, my mom keeps pushing me to get married, and it annoys me. Su Zhou sighed. This might just be the fate of people like them, except not for Gu Jinji. Luckily, I came out long ago, so my family doesn't pressure me about marriage at all. Indeed, Gu Jinji looked immensely pleased with herself. You should still get married though, you're not young anymore. Just because you're seeing someone doesn't mean you're set. Being in a relationship and being married are two entirely different things. Speaking of that, Gu Jinji hesitated momentarily, picking at her nails before lowering her gaze. Su Lin is still young, he hasn't reached the age yet. However, she was unwavering in her belief that they were definitely going to get married, it was just a matter of time. She was willing to wait a few more years. So, you're waiting for him until he graduates? Su Zhou scared, but there was nothing much he could say. There was a significant age gap between them after all. But if 4 years passed by, he had to be practical, how many love stories last that long? Lin Shuli is pursuing his master's and doctoral degrees as well. Gu Jinji quickly added an explanation. Although these matters didn't directly conflict, Su Zhou suddenly understood her meaning through her expression. Marriage might hinder Lin Shuli's academic progress, so Gu Jinji decided to wait for him to focus fully on his education. Su Zhou calculated silently in his head and was shocked. He gave a round of applause out of admiration. Second young Master Gu, I never thought you were such a generous and open-minded person. My thoughts were too narrow-minded before. In Su Zhou's mind, finding a mutual same-sex partner wasn't easy, so better to settle down early. Otherwise, changes may arise over time. However rich the Gu family might be in pampering Gu Jinji, they can't protect her forever or resolve her emotional issues either. By the time she hits her 30s or 40s, who knows how people change. Lin Shuli isn't anxious about marriage obviously, but if Gu Jinji weren't worried about marriage too, that would be odd. Still, not getting married isn't necessarily a problem, it's pretty carefree either way. Su Zhou personally has no intention of marrying. But he believed this situation doesn't suit Gu Jinji. She's definitely not the type to mess around in life, otherwise, she wouldn't make statements like this. With her cheek resting on one hand, Gu Jinji didn't respond. Marriage is the grave of love, this phrase used to be something she often heard, agreeing completely with it. Never did she think that one day she would end up getting married. Plus, given her inability to bear children, marriage seemed even less relevant to her. But honestly speaking, if it's with Su Lin, she'd be more than willing to tie the knot. Whenever thinking about these matters, Gu Jinji remembered a statement from Lin Shuli in the past, a good lover shouldn't hinder another person's progress. So, she decided she won't hold back Lin Shuli's educational aspirations and won't confine him within a marriage. Besides, she trusts Lin Shuli deeply. They don't need marriage as a binding agent since their relationship is doing just fine. At least I'm happier than you now. I don't need to go through this matchmaking nonsense. Gu Jinji concluded the topic jokingly. Alright, then what's your little boyfriend doing today? Why aren't you spending time with him? Su Zhou asked. At this mention, Gu Jinji became excited again, they're having a school sports meet today, and Lin Shuli is carrying the flag for their class formation. Despite their uniforms being terribly ugly, Lin Shuli still stands out like a crane among chickens. Afterward, we'll all go eat together. While speaking, Gu Jinji showed Su Zhou a video sent by Lin Shuli, shot by some classmates in his class. In the video, a formation from Lin Shuli's college approached slowly. Leading the group, maintaining a solemn expression, was none other than Lin Shuli himself. Even the unappealing uniform couldn't obscure his natural charm. However, Gu Jinji guessed Lin Shuli must be feeling uncomfortable, which explained his stiff expression. Just imagining it made it amusing. At the same time, as both watched the vibrant and youthful students in the video, they couldn't help but simultaneously recall the earlier topic of their age difference. Lin Shuli was undeniably overly young compared to them. The moment Gu Jinji saw Lin Shuli, she restrained her thoughts and enthusiastically waved at him. Dressed in a brown windbreaker, she leaned casually against the car. It was starting to get chilly recently, although there hasn't been snow, the winds and rains have been continuous. Time passes fast but also slow. From spring into early winter, they've gone through 4 seasons, and in those 4 seasons, they've made a lifelong decision together. Jinji-gu's nominal age was about to increase by 1 year again. He felt he was no different from his former self, but there should be some changes in his appearance. However, the moment his boyfriend walked towards him, all the concerns in his heart disappeared and were filled with a sense of reassurance. Whenever this person was by his side, Jinji-gu was always happy. Are you not changing clothes? Jinji-gu tugged at the colorful school uniform that Shuli Lin was wearing, thinking their academy was quite trendy, just a bit visually overwhelming, but it still looked okay on Shuli Lin. The event just ended, so I didn't have time to change. Shuli Lin nodded, seemingly seeing nothing wrong with it. After exercising, Shuli Lin's body was warm all over. He pressed his lips together and took Jinji-gu's hand, which was soft and cool, so he couldn't help but rub it a bit, blushing slightly as he put his hands into his pockets. Before, he often ignored such actions, but now he actively engaged in them. Although Shishi has great strength, it doesn't show from her outward appearance, her hands and feet aren't large. Gu Jinji's eyelashes quivered, letting him do as he pleased. They had done more intimate things before, interlocking their fingers countless times, but a change of scenery or season still easily touched her. How did your college perform? Gu Jinji leaned against his shoulder and asked. It's decent, we're ranked in the middle. What Shuli Lin didn't mention was that their array performance was first place, hence the classmates teasing about the handsome flag bearer. If it were Jinji-gu, he would have bragged proudly about it already, but Shuli Lin absolutely shunned boasting about non-existent things. Even though Gu Jinji wasn't involved, she still habitually boasted in front of her boyfriend. If I were in your college, I'd definitely bring back a few championships, then hang all the medals around your neck. The golden shine would look beautiful. Shuli Lin has fair skin, they'd look even better on him. I know Shishi must be talented. Lin Shuli played along, for Gu Jinji, praising her is always right. Su, do you have any plans for your 4 years at university? Tell me, alright. Gu Jinji really seemed influenced, unconsciously bringing up the topic despite the warmth in her palm. Lin Shuli seriously explained his academic plan, detailed and professional, leaving Gu Jinji unable to comprehend much. A focused Lin Su is good. Gu Jinji couldn't resist giving him a kiss on the cheek. Everything about their relationship is wonderful now. Gu Jinji isn't one to obsess over trivialities, so she brushed it aside, contentedly holding his hand tightly. After eating, they went shopping, a rare occasion when Lin Shuli initiated it, given his usual disinterest in malls. Gu Jinji was prepared to let him go back and study soon. But if he wanted to continue accompanying her, he'd be delighted to oblige and could even browse for new clothes, deciding that Shuli Lin needed them, the sports uniform shouldn't carry important responsibilities anymore. Then he noticed Shuli lingering outside a jewelry store. Gu Jinji looked up at the signboard, startled for a moment, then instinctively glanced at Lin Shuli, her eyes wide open. It advertised that a ring could only be bought once in a lifetime. Let's take a look inside. Lin Shuli said nervously to him, his palms sweating slightly. This wasn't because of social anxiety but rather because he clearly expressed his intentions, and Jinji immediately understood. Oh. Gu Jinji entered dazedly, his mind a little blank. Actually, Lin Shuli had chosen several styles earlier, although his taste might not be perfect. So at the moment, he sought Jinji's opinion one by one. There was no other hidden agenda, Gu Jinji knew well enough, it wouldn't be for anyone else, it was solely for him. He instantly lost all aesthetic judgment, nodding in agreement to every style suggested. Whether this or that, as long as it's for marriage, everything seems fine. Lin Shuli looked at him questioningly. And Gu Jinji saw the youthfully naive yet unusually steady face of Shuli Lin, his nose tingling a little. Why does Shuli have to act like this, not even giving him a chance to think otherwise? He is truly childish, but Shuli isn't. The style with the larger diamond looks better. Gu Jinji pointed out critically while deeply moved. Although male, wearing an engagement ring during marriage has become commonplace. Then we'll use that style for our engagement, and we'll get married when I reach the legal age. Is that okay? Lin Shuli asked him. Yes. Gu Jinji nodded emphatically. But getting married this early will delay your studies. Gu Jinji was still worried since establishing a small family would add many responsibilities. He hadn't intended this to happen so early, but now that Shuli has these thoughts, he should offer advice, even though he doesn't want to give it at all. He's 24, and wants to build a family. There are 24 hours in a day. Lin Shuli smiled and used this sentence again, implying Shishi deserves other aspects to make way for her. After all, he is human too, longing to step toward a life he likes, sustainable development is indeed correct. I'll punch you. Gu Jinji gripped his fists lightly punching him, happiness shining endlessly in his eyes despite trying to dissuade him once and failing. There was simply nothing he could do. Actually, getting married is pretty good. At that time, Su probably still has a few more months before graduation, and it seems like he can get extra credits, isn't this a great thing that just fell into his lap? Excitedly, Gu Jinji sent a message to Shujo to brag. Shuli wants to become engaged with me and said we will marry upon his graduation. Now, you're the only single dog who needs blind dates, ha ha ha. Shujo, You didn't seem to care at all just now. How foolish. Glancing at the brand name again, Lin Shuli felt its commercial gimmick was quite strong, mainly targeting unmarried couples' romantic visions for their future. But this time, he fell for it too. Chapter 71. The public class in the lecture hall was packed. Lin Su always came early. In the past, he was the one who held seats for his dorm mates. Speaking of holding seats, Lin Su often felt extremely embarrassed by it. He sat in the front row more often because the lecture hall had some echo and the back seats were hard to hear clearly. However, a few of his dorm mates didn't really like this public course, or rather, most students didn't take certain public courses seriously, so they always asked him to hold seats at the back. Back seats were very hard to get. If you didn't come early, you couldn't grab them. So every week, he would experience 1 or 2 times when he left 3 books like a whirlwind in the last row, then returned readier to his seat as if nothing had happened, feeling somewhat unscrupulous. This week, he also came late, but the result was something to celebrate. Lin Su finally sat together with his dorm mates for the first time, in the prime position of the front row. Lu Zhe and others didn't dare to play with their phones and were forced to be serious. Lin Su was quite satisfied with this rare sight. But suddenly, Lin Su's phone screen in his desk lit up. Normally, he wouldn't have paid much attention, but when he glanced at it, he realized it was a message from Gigi. Lin Su pressed his lips and quietly opened the message. It was a short video, with Gigi on the cover. Well, he might as well watch it. Facing the disapproving gazes of 3 people on the left near the window, Lin Su carefully watched the entire video and replied with a small message. The video was Gu Jinji's presentation speech at the headquarters. He was wearing a fitted suit, looking slim-waisted and long-legged, changing his usual nonchalant image. He looked very much like a dominating boss, occasionally glancing at the camera with confident eyes, as if knowing who was watching. Lin Su pursed his lips again, a smile playing at the corner of his eyes, then reproached himself for letting his mind wander just now. Although Gigi clearly had an elite professional demeanor, he was momentarily attracted to other things and even involuntarily imagined what the other person looked like under the suit. He truthfully expressed his thoughts, praising both the external appearance and inner qualities frankly. After all, they had already done more intimate things, so there was no need to be shy about complimenting the beauty of the other. Strong presentation skills, very elite-like, Gigi was strong and excellent. Similarly, his face was handsome, and his figure was good, making him very charming. If Lu Zhe and the others knew that Lin Su secretly told his boyfriend such things, they would surely drop their jaws in surprise. After all, in their impression, Lin Su was a very restrained person, and even when dating, he should have been the type who was shy and awkward, but who would have thought that he was also direct. After sending the message, Lin Su looked up at the PowerPoint slides again and then noticed the teacher's gaze fixed on him. His back stiffened slightly. The teacher was very astute. Since the distracted student had already made eye contact with him, he slowly said, "Comrade Lin Su, answer the teacher's question." There was originally no sign of asking questions, and the fact that the teacher could accurately call out a student's name on the podium meant he had been paying special attention already. You could say this was the face of a scholar being distracted. The nearby Lu Zhe instinctively lowered his head and moved his but slightly to the left. In general situations like this, if the question wasn't answered correctly, the chances of sitting down were slim, so Lin Su's roommates and the classmates around him were all anxious and ducked their heads like quails. However, since Lin Su was called, there basically wouldn't be this problem. Although he had zoned out a bit, he still perfectly answered the question. Answered very comprehensively. "Sit down, Lin Su," the lecturer said helplessly, smiling before continuing the class. "Brother too, you actually got distracted too. You've fallen." A roommate passed him a little note of rebuke, but he wasn't reprimanded. After all, Lin Su's image in terms of study was good. Lin Su gave a glance without responding, acting as if there was nothing worth exaggerating. Though he did feel awkward when he stood up, it wasn't the first time he'd been caught, just a slight slip-up next time he would improve. After the meeting ended, Gucci rarely personally poured a glass of water for his younger brother, allowing him to moisten his throat, his eyes full of praise. "I thought you only knew how to date, but unexpectedly you are still quite serious about your work. Your abilities have improved a lot." After all, his recent presentation as the branch company's general manager received unanimous nods from the board of directors. In the future, he couldn't be too prejudiced against his younger brother. Look, his brain wasn't only filled with eating, drinking, playing, and dating. Gu Jinji leaned lazily against his older brother's territory, lazily typing messages, unable to hide his joy, toes curling. What he liked most was being praised by a Su. In order to show his boyfriend his charm at work, Gu Jinji spent several days preparing for today's presentation and specially asked his little assistant to film it. After all, on his own turf, it was really hard to strike the pose properly, he was simply too relaxed. After carefully reading every word of his boyfriend's compliment, Gu Jinji felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, the results were impressive. He took another glance at himself in the dark screen of his phone, now bursting with confidence. "Brother is truly touched," Gucci remarked, sensing his reaction was a little too calm, so he earnestly added. "It's not about being touched, brother. I mainly recorded the video for a Su to see, so he can know that I am also very capable," Gu Jinji replied, feeling his brother was a bit too chatty and looked at him in confusion. Gu Qi loosened his tie, grumbling as he snatched the glass of water, which had been poured in vain. But the board is indeed satisfied. This weekend, I want to bring you to meet some important partners. After all, he only had one younger brother, and other than enduring, what else could he do? Fine, if it's for his boyfriend, then let it be. At least he started taking things seriously. Ah. No way, I have no time. Gu Jinji furrowed his brows, shaking his head. He knew his brother always hoped he would take more responsibility in the family business to eventually inherit more of the Gu family's assets. But Gu Jinji really lacked such ambition and dedication. Work didn't bring him joy, and besides, his family and lover loved him so much already. In Gu Jinji's eyes, this was the most perfect life possible. What are your plans? Gu Qi asked, puzzled. There was no need to stay together every weekend. Gu Qi almost felt disappointed in him. Shujo originally invited me out to play. Gu Qi raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, thinking that perhaps they were starting to feel tired of each other. He knew Gu Jinji liked excitement and leisure, so in fact, Gu Qi always thought they weren't a good match. Perhaps due to the freshness of their relationship now, but over time, Gu Jinji might get frustrated. But Lin Su is going on a field trip this weekend. Are you planning to join Shujo then? It'd be better to come along and network instead, Gu Qi immediately said. Are you crazy, brother? If Lin Su goes on a field trip, I'll go 2 or 3 days without seeing him. Of course, I must follow him. Gu Jinji stared at Gu Qi as if he were an idiot. What does that have to do with you? Gu Qi was speechless. He thought that, at best, it would be fine if Lin Su had spare time, even if his brother tagged along occasionally. Now with Lin Su busy with school, why should Gu Jinji still insist on following? I can help him pitch the tent, Gu Jinji grinned. You've lost your mind, Gu Qi wanted to yell back. Yet, he saw how committed his younger brother was. After all, helping with tents sounded incredibly tedious and meaningless for someone who detested small animals like Gu Jinji. In that case, there's no point keeping you here any longer. Go away quickly. Having nothing good to say further, Gu Qi refused to waste more time arguing with Gu Jinji. By the way, brother, I plan to propose to Asu. Gu Jinji casually informed his older brother. Although such matters should only involve the two people directly concerned, given their family background, formalities shouldn't be overlooked, and thus family members needed to be notified for the proper engagement banquet arrangements. What nonsense are you talking, Gu Jinji? Gu Qi narrowed his eyes, increasingly finding this absurd. How could they make such a huge decision without discussing it? Do you understand how serious getting engaged and married is? It's not something you decide just because you're both currently in love. And not to mention how long you've been dating. Do you even grasp all the considerations and analyses involved? Gu Qi believed they were jumping ahead into fantasy land. Firstly, without knowing the intentions from Lin's family, plus once marriage united both families, financial interests had to be well divided, ensuring protection in case of divorce down the line. But I love him, and he loves me. Naturally, we can get married. Gu Jinji saw no problem. Wasn't marriage supposed to be entered by those in love? Jinzi, look around in society. There aren't many marriages made this hastily. Some don't even require emotional foundations, interests alone can sustain them forever. Let's talk about this after you two have been together for a few more years. Let's see if they're still together then. So, why do they get married if they don't love each other? I will only marry someone I love, like Asu. I want to spend my whole life with him, and that's permanent. Since we're definitely getting married sooner or later, why not do it early? Gu Jinji was becoming irritated now. He thought his brother was trying to confuse him with unnecessary complications. What did other people's experiences have to do with him? What if one of you changes heart? If you think that way, then you're just another Zhuanan. Both Asu and I are decent people. We will never change. Gu Jinji couldn't be bothered to talk to his brother anymore, whose words didn't make any sense. Wasn't his brother just opposed to letting his younger sibling marry first? That was too outdated. Listening to his younger brother's naive comments, Gu Qi sighed deeply. Jinzi was too sheltered, believing that momentary love could last forever without considering consequences. Feelings were bound to change unexpectedly. Claiming certainty for oneself was one thing, but claiming absolute assurance for someone who just turned 18 was presumptuous. Gu Qi didn't want his younger brother to regret doing something irreversible, especially in their kind of family where breaking off an engagement wouldn't be easy once finalized. Did Jinzi truly understand himself? Did Lin Su agree too? Gu Qi asked. It's just that Asu wants to marry me, Gu Jinji said proudly, his heart melting at the thought of Lin Su. Gu Qi was speechless. He had originally thought that Lin Su was still so young and wouldn't want to enter marriage so early. After all, Gu Qi hadn't seen anyone wanting to get married right after starting university. Were both of them too immature, or were they just both single-minded? In preparation for the weekend internship, Lin Su and his group came to the supermarket for a simple purchase of some necessities. They weren't required to come since it wasn't mandatory for their grade, but Q University had a strong academic culture, with many students passionate about their majors. Thus, quite a few from their year volunteered to sacrifice their weekends to attend. Lin Su held 2 identical water bottles, one in each hand, different only in color. After a careful selection, he put them into the shopping cart with seriousness. For some reason, his expression brightened. Tian, curious, asked, "Why are you picking 2 of everything, second bro?" Lin Su replied, "Ji also wanted to accompany me." Though he initially felt it unnecessary and not particularly entertaining, he couldn't resist Gu Jinji. Anyway, it didn't affect anyone, and Ji could just treat it as a trip to the countryside. In short, Lin Su simply couldn't refuse. Roommates had gotten used to Lin Su's soft and cute nicknames for his trendy and dominant boyfriend, while they dared only to address him as bro. "Ah, you look pretty excited, haha," someone remarked as Lin Su often seemed lost in thought while shopping, occasionally smiling faintly to himself. Lin Su added wet wipes to the cart without replying, yet deep down, he indeed felt inexplicably happy. Looking at the double quantities of daily items in the cart, Lin Su couldn't help but imagine their future life together. After they got married, every pair of slippers, every toothbrush in the house, would come in 2s. Their living traces would be everywhere in the home, waking up to hear Gigi's light snoring, and quiet Saturday afternoons possibly filled with game sounds and delighted cries of excitement. Everywhere, there would be the sound of Gigi's presence, a level of intimacy like this. When he used to calmly focus on research, he had never expected that one day he would yearn for marriage. Chapter 72. On Saturday morning, the weather was not very bright and gloomy, making it hard to feel upbeat. Occasionally, cool breezes blew by, there must have been rain last night. It's hard for this season to offer much good weather. There was a class officer on the bus counting heads. The college had rented 3 buses, which offered plenty of room. A portion of people decided at the last minute not to go, like Wei Dong from their dorm, who had to go home for an errand. Anyway, it wasn't compulsory for their grade. Lin Su sat in the aisle seat of the second-to-last row. The window seat next to him was reserved for Gu Jinji. After all, he hadn't seen Jinji use public transport before, and he didn't know if she might get carsick. But as the departure time drew near, she still hadn't shown up. Lin Su wasn't overly worried, rather, it was somewhat expected. When Jinji had excitedly talked about coming along, Lin Su had thought the likelihood was actually slim. Still, he prepared some essentials for her. At this hour, Jinji seemed like the type who'd struggle to wake up. Weekdays were tough with work, and weekends were for proper rest. The leading teacher was on another bus, so no one was managing them. The bus was lively with chatter. Tian and Lu Jia sat just in front of Lin Su. They turned around to chat with him. "Brother Tu, your boyfriend isn't coming. Then tonight we can bunk together." Tian joked with a grin, though he indeed didn't mind. Though Brother Tu was gay, no one in the dorm worried about being swooned over by him. Some of his cleanliness quirks made it evident he found them unappealing. In daily life, he seemed pretty similar to straight guys. And even as a gay person, looks mattered first. They knew their place well, they were far less handsome than his boyfriend. Lu Jia was incredibly forgetful and left the tent behind when exiting the dormitory. That left him clinging to Tian for a squeeze. Tian acted repulsed, he was tall and strong, probably too big for the small sleeping space. Lin Su gave him a puzzled glance. Tian immediately caught himself, just a joke, haha. "I'm actually afraid of Gu. Well, truth be told, he feared Brother Tu more. Though Lin Su was generally a good person who rarely refused help, he maintained clear boundaries, something that wouldn't budge under any exception. Before being with Gu Jinji, Lin Su only kept distance from men to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But after starting a relationship, even interactions with male friends became more cautious despite being entirely innocent and free of strange feelings. Because sometimes men's friendships lack formalities, such as bathing together and giving each other back massages. Lin Su understood these nuances about appearances. Fortunately, his dorm mates were familiar with him and had gotten used to how even after showering in the bathroom, Lin Su always dressed neatly. Others might find him aloof and hard to approach. Still, they often marveled, men like Lin Su were rare. Besides Gu Jinji, almost no one else penetrated his private life. Were men inherently bad? Or did being gay make them different? Oddly, this didn't quite fit either. "Do you know? The skinny tall guy with glasses in the neighboring dorm broke up with his partner," Tian whispered gossipy, struggling to recall the guy's name. He only knew he was usually quiet, academically decent, and ranked below Brother Tu in midterm exams. "Oh, I remember now. But are rooms several dorms apart really considered neighboring?" Lu Jia nodded. "Don't sweat the details. Do you know why they broke up?" "Because on his partner's birthday, he went to their school to surprise the other, only to catch them in bed with someone else." Lin Su didn't recognize who this was about, but since Tian mentioned it to him, he simply listened. The plot twist was predictable yet realistic. He nodded slightly, not taking it too seriously, other people's relationships could rarely be explained clearly. "Isn't that guy also gay?" Lu Jia asked back. Only then did Lin Su realize they were maybe trying to connect this story with him somehow. It felt oddly related. "So that's why I say our Brother Tu is a good man. Some gays seem to lead messy lives." Lin Su cleared his throat. Faced with their praise, he wasn't sure what to say and could only mutter that this was related to the individual. Listening to He Tian's further gossip, Lin Su learned that the scholar from the neighboring dorm had been with his boyfriend since high school. His boyfriend was a good-looking guy, academically weak, but fun-loving and often frequented bars. During their fallout, the boyfriend criticized him for lacking romance, calling him a boring bookworm. They'd been together for so long without sleeping together while his boyfriend had gone out many times. As He Tian chatted away, he suddenly felt embarrassed to continue, because in the middle of talking, he suddenly worried that it might remind second brother of something unpleasant. After all, he belatedly realized that Lin Su and his boyfriend's personalities seemed rather corresponding to the conversation. Damn his clumsy mouth. Or perhaps, everyone who knew they were together would have a faint shadow of doubt lingering in their minds. Even Gu Qi, his own brother, though aware of his younger sibling's innocence, was still worried about whether this simplicity could lead to easily moving on, which might ultimately inconvenience the other party. And those who completely didn't know Gu Jinji would think he seems like someone fond of playing around, a spoiled heir. Lin Su didn't associate these at all. How could he connect Ji with any messy stuff? He hadn't even noticed how flustered He Tian had become while speaking. The driver asked, "Are all the people here?" "We're about to go." Lin Su then messaged Gu Jinji, "Ji, are you still sleeping?" Laughs. "I'm about to leave and will be back at school on Monday afternoon. You mentioned Shujo inviting you out before, you can go relax a bit, but remember to stay safe. Feel free to message me anytime, although I may not reply promptly." Only after sending it did he put on his headphones and close his eyes for some rest. In fact, these past few months, Ji had dedicated all of his rest days to him, and Lin Su had long felt it was a little too much sacrifice of the other's independent space. Before dating, Ji should have frequently gone out to play with friends. They couldn't stop doing so just because of love, and Lin Su also believed Ji had his own sense of boundaries. His studies were a bit too dull for Gu Jinji anyway. Like today, if Gu Jinji had come along, all he would have done is watch Lin Su buried in work up in the mountains for hours, better off staying asleep. The driver started the engine, nearing the school gate when they heard a loud male voice and thus paused. "Driver, stop a moment, there are still people outside." Gu Jinji leapt up, waving at him, and only got onto the bus once the door opened, drawing the attention of all the students on board. He was drenched in sweat, wearing a gray hoodie, but no one suspected he wasn't a student. Lin Su perked up upon hearing a familiar voice, opening his eyes, and immediately seeing Gu Jinji flashing a bright smile at him, as if sunshine had illuminated the entire place. Then, Gu Jinji swiftly came over to him, twisting his hips to sit in the window seat. Lin Su felt the gazes from others, his ears turning slightly red, and saw how oblivious yet radiant Gu Jinji appeared, cheerfully saying, "Aishu, get me a wet wipe to clean my sweat." Lin Su found one and handed it to him, replying, "I thought you were still asleep." But Ji was truly sociable. If it had been him missing the bus, he probably wouldn't have dared to call out to stop it. "I set 3 alarms, Gu Jinji held up 3 fingers, seriously explaining. He had deliberately gone to bed early last night, how could he not wake up? It was just that getting ready took some time, and so he ended up being late, having just chased the bus for dozens of meters. Thus, Lin Su observed how even running hadn't disheveled Gu Jinji's hair, it was perfectly intact due to a fixing spray, his body exuding a pleasant fragrance, paired with white athletic pants and sneakers, looking full of youthful vitality. Still, they were going into the mountains. Lin Su himself wore an all-black outfit, more stain-resistant and accentuating his pale skin, appearing sophisticated and understated. Lin Su was busy, wiping his sweat for him while saying, "You really didn't need to come, it's truly uninteresting." With idle hands, Gu Jinji placed them on his boyfriend's thigh, his eyes gleaming, thinking otherwise, it's actually super fun. After all, they'd get to sleep in a tent together, though he wasn't overly fond of camping, if it was with Aishu, he wouldn't mind gaining this unique experience. Lin Su didn't expect what he viewed as a field experiment would simply be camping in Gu Jinji's mind. But he did bring a tablet to play games in the tent. What fun can you have hanging out with Shujo? It's nothing more than drinking and clubbing. His bachelor life is almost over, so now he always tries finding me. Gu Jinji read Lin Su's earlier message, leaning against his shoulder without a care, venting freely, while also feeling a bit gloating. For Shujo, arranged marriage is the beginning of misery. For Gu Jinji, it's just that he wishes to marry sooner. He Tian and the others, upon hearing Gu Jinji's voice, glanced at each other. Sure enough, Gu Urseo was indeed pretty playful, mentioning things as casually as eating meals. Sometimes they do worry about second brother, especially when his partner isn't around, remaining so obedient. Though in ordinary people's impressions, going to bars usually implies trying to pick up girls/guys, hence labeled as playful. For Gu Jinji, it was merely sitting around, extremely boring. Lin Su listened patiently to his ramblings, again recounting his elder brother Gu Qi's reaction after their honest talk. "My brother is such an idiot, I don't know why he would assume that one day we will no longer be in love," Gu Jinji complained while leaning on Lin Su's ear, showing great confusion. Lin Su could only helplessly smile. Unlike Gu Jinji's bewilderment, Lin Su understood what his brother, Gu Qi, had meant. But it wasn't something Lin Su feared. To him, remaining faithful seemed to come naturally, much like how he never considered changing his ideal career or compromising on marriage when he was at the appropriate age in his past life. Instead, straying from one's heart would be harder as it entirely contradicted his beliefs. Did you tell your brother, Aishu? Gu Jinji asked curiously, very eager to know Lin Xing's reaction. Given that even his own brother had become supportive of their relationship, but still thought it was too hasty to get engaged so early, Lin Xing must surely have been firmly against it. Lin Su recalled his brother's furrowed brows trying to say something but unable to express himself clearly. He calmly replied, he didn't object. Gu Jinji was extremely surprised and thought that Lin Su's brother was much better than his own. However, I haven't mentioned this to my parents yet. I'll speak to them face to face once they return from their business trip. Lin Su continued. After all, this was a serious matter indeed, and he anticipated his parents wouldn't agree easily. Things couldn't be clarified over the phone, and Lin Su actually didn't interact with them very frequently, which made him feel somewhat estranged. Yet, Lin Su wasn't a university student dependent on his parents and therefore couldn't behave in ways like pleading or seeking their indulgence. Will they agree? Gu Jinji felt slightly melancholic. They will. Lin Su's response quickly set his mind at ease. If the family failed to understand, Lin Su would demonstrate his rationality to them and explain his ideas clearly, without impulsiveness, and then do his best to persuade his family. If discussions proved ineffective, Lin Su wasn't just some boy without an opinion either. As Gu Jinji had woken up rather early, he soon fell asleep leaning on Lin Su. Lin Su carefully drew the curtains closed, keeping his position unchanged throughout. For someone like him, a long and continuous companionship might well be his longest confession of love. Their destination was a mountain far from the city center. It took 3 hours to arrive. The peak wasn't high, but the terrain stretched extensively. Towering trees reaching into the clouds dominated the scenery, covering almost all sunlight under this weather. Down below appeared to be a large lake, stretching endlessly. The bus stopped where the road ended before heading into the mountains, leaving the remainder of the journey for them to trek, though it wasn't too distant. There were a few houses here, but not many. Let alone supermarkets, there weren't any convenience stores nearby. To find small shops, one had to descend down the mountain foot. It would take an hour to walk down, though doing so would also consume time. Therefore, everything needed had to be brought along in advance. Older students had to stay 2 weeks, and if there were special circumstances, they could go down the mountain to buy supplies. They, however, were just visiting, and a car would be available to pick them up after the weekend. After roll call, the leading teacher led everyone off. Suitable grounds for experiments had already been identified. Northern areas usually weren't teeming with snakes or insects. Still, running up the mountain meant encounters weren't impossible. Hence, Gu Jinji stayed closely by Lin Su, occasionally startling but nonetheless finding security in the arm around his waist. Consciously walking behind the group helped them avoid drawing attention. Because of recent rainfalls, the dirt paths were a bit muddy, and soon Gu Jinji's white shoes were dirty. He frowned unhappily. All that cleaning went to waste. He mumbled, feeling quite disheveled now. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh. I'll wipe them for you when we get there. As they ascended, Gu Jinji increasingly felt a gloomy and eerie vibe in the sky's atmosphere. Don't worry, it won't rain these next few days, and there's a building on the summit. We'll camp near it. Lin Su reassured. But there might be mosquitoes, so Lin Su took out a bottle of mosquito repellent and sprayed it around Gu Jinji. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. Gu Jinji had come empty-handed, never expecting Lin Su to prepare everything. But now his fragrant spray had been wasted. Indeed, the summit wasn't high, and they soon arrived. Standing atop the hill, one could gaze back at a vast and boundless lake, making the view fairly scenic. Firstly, everyone started pitching tents on flat ground. Lin Su was already quite experienced with this task. Gu Jinji enthusiastically wanted to assist but only managed to mess things up worse. Eventually, it became more efficient for Lin Su to do it solo. Squatting aside, Gu Jinji admired the cleanliness and efficiency in his partner's movements, suddenly filled with admiration. Ji, during our experiments, you can just relax inside the tent, Lin Su suggested, otherwise it would really be dull and boring. Lin Su carried a big travel bag, having prepared practically everything needed. All right. Gu Jinji felt a specialized boyfriend dedicated to his field radiated a certain charm, even appearing less refined as mud caked onto his feet and sleeves rolled up. Once we rest for a bit, we'll head back. Lin Su heard the assembly whistle, reassuring Gu Jinji they could treat themselves as if camping outdoors. I'll wait for you, Gu Jinji said without any disappointment. He actually looked forward to lying in the tent with Aishu and stargazing at night, though there wouldn't likely be stars. Gu Jinji rested peacefully inside the tent, sleeping until he was awakened by the smell of rice in the evening. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Aishu had already freshened up and changed into clean clothes while sitting next to him. There was a nearby clean water source, all arranged by the teachers in advance. Although the conditions were slightly tough, basic living needs were still met. Ji, we can only eat self-heating meals today, Lin Su said guiltily as he placed the box in front of him, worried if Jinji could tolerate this kind of life. Contrary to Lin Su's concern, Gu Jinji found it quite novel, especially waking up to see his boyfriend, a feeling of happiness impossible to suppress. It tastes good, Gu Jinji praised, though not because of the meal itself, but rather due to enjoying the current ambience. Sitting beside him, Lin Su lit up the surroundings with a small table lamp. The neighboring tents buzzed with soft chatter, it was actually lively. Watching Lin Su bathe in the glow, Gu Jinji couldn't help but kiss him lightly on the cheek with his oily mouth, then burst into laughter. Lin Su froze for a moment, unsure whether to wipe his face or not, looking utterly helpless. Once they'd packed away their trash into the garbage bag, both of them entered their night mode by zipping the tent shut. Of course, under such circumstances, there wasn't much they could physically do, yet Gu Jinji still wrapped himself around Lin Su with all fours, saying with a straight face, "It's a little cold, so let's warm each other." Understanding his partner's request, Lin Su pulled out a pair of fleece-lined cotton socks from his backpack, believing the nights might get chilly enough to necessitate them. He lifted Gu Jinji's legs, knelt down to replace his socks, then looked up saying, "Warming your feet will warm up your whole body." Gu Jinji just stared at him, feeling warmth flood through him all the way from his toes to his chest. "Aishu, I really want to marry you," Gu Jinji murmured, burying his head in Lin Su's chest. He didn't know how else to express it, being together with Lin Su often made him forget he was supposed to shoulder more responsibility, being older. This direct declaration caused Lin Su's eyelids to tremble briefly. "We need to wait a few more years," Lin Su patted his back, regretting they were too young. "Once you turn 22, we'll get the marriage certificate." Gu Jinji had it all planned out already. Lin Su agreed. "Did you find today boring? Want to play some games?" Lin Su asked, though he didn't usually game, he could always accompany Gu Jinji. Actually, Gu Jinji wanted to say no, that he loved sleeping, and holding his boyfriend now was sufficient recompense. However, who would turn down such an offer? "Sure, let me carry you." Excitedly grabbing his phone, Gu Jinji noticed numerous work-related WeChat messages popping up. "Should you handle those first?" Lin Su questioned curiously. No need." Gu Jinji paid no mind, after all, weekends were for rest, not work. Though momentarily embarrassed realizing how seriously Aishu studied while he did not take his job equally seriously, considering he was the older one. Of course, this didn't stop him from diving into gaming immediately. Lin Su might be new to it, but Gu Jinji, nicknamed the Kyoto Jungler King, could easily carry him along. His in-game presence was indeed dashing, friend requests flooding his account. Many rich netizens who played with him offered large sums for private gaming sessions. Not familiar with it, Lin Su simply followed whatever Gu Jinji taught him, finding it surprisingly simple. "Is hanging off me all you have to do?" Lin Su wondered aloud, though truthfully he didn't prefer female heroes, feeling uncomfortable playing as them. "Yes." Gu Jinji beamed with pride, also showing Lin Su his game stats. 20-1-1, this means I'm incredibly awesome, Gu Jinji smirked. Before long, the opposing team seemed to send quite derogatory messages. Yet Lin Su, faithfully following Chi-Chi's instructions, remained oblivious to their insults. Unfazed, Gu Jinji unleashed a barrage of fiery retorts, repeatedly cutting down the opponent, whose efforts against them proved futile since they acted like Siamese twins. In the end, the rivals could only insult, calling them both elementary students, whose combined heights might not even equal their shoe size. Lin Su startled at Gu Jinji's fierce reaction, he hadn't seen such ferocity from him in ages. Suddenly, it struck him, recalling how during their online romance phase, Gu Jinji's verbal prowess was widely known in chat groups, labeled by some as a keyboard warrior. "Chi-Chi, I only reacted because they insulted us first, and anyway, it wasn't a ranked match, so it's their fault," Gu Jinji explained carefully, attempting to salvage his image after the outburst. "It's fine, I know it's not your fault, Chi-Chi," Lin Su comfortingly patted his head. "It was nothing serious, just a little competitive spirit. Trivial matter." Even though both sides were even, it seemed like the opponents might have suffered more. "Actually, they scared me," Gu Jinji tried again to feign pitifully. "Ah. Really?" Lin Su awkwardly pecked Gu Jinji on the forehead. "Yup." Savoring the affection, Gu Jinji smiled with closed eyes, realizing how easy it was to fool Aishu. Chapter 73. In the early morning, everyone slowly woke up. The weather was still gloomy today, and it would be similar for the next few days. Gu Jinji had slept too much yesterday, so this morning, she woke up to Lin Su's subtle movements. His mood wasn't much affected, he was very happy to see his boyfriend as soon as he opened his eyes. They had spent the night cuddling, which was great. "Gigi, did I wake you?" Lin Su, seeing her dazedly open her eyes, squatted beside her and apologized, smoothing Gu Jinji's messy hair. Apparently, the styling spray was a waste of effort. Gu Jinji groaned and rolled over twice before shaking her head. "I slept all afternoon yesterday, now I can't fall asleep again. I'll get up with you." Saying that, she sat up and relaxed herself slightly. Even though the conditions were harsh, she had still slept quite soundly or felt very at peace. After dressing, Lin Su went to fetch mouthwash for Gu Jinji and prepared breakfast. He was accustomed to waking up early and naturally full of energy, unlike Gu Jinji, who was still lethargic despite not being able to sleep. Lu Zhe and He Tian were in the tent next to them. Stretching as they emerged, their expressions showed that they hadn't rested well. Both of them tossed and turned during sleep. They weren't particular about such details. If they weren't hungry in the morning, they wouldn't bother eating anything. So they watched Gu Jinji rinse her mouth like them, appearing unfocused, while Lin Su bustled around busy doing chores. They were both shocked, thinking how unbelievable it was. All they knew was that Lin Su and Gu Jinji met and started dating back when Lin Su was in high school. Usually, they didn't often witness how these two interacted. It seemed like Gu Jinji had charmed Lin Su with her gentleness. Now watching them, it actually looked like the younger Lin Su was taking care of Gu Jinji, leaving them stunned and oddly touched. Normally, Lin Su already had high self-esteem, being utterly devoted to his girlfriend. Yet, they hadn't expected him to be considerate in their relationship as well, certainly setting an example of proper male behavior. From an outsider's perspective, they sometimes thought it unnecessary. After all, Lin Su came from an affluent family and was exceptionally talented himself, and there were plenty of admirers willing to accommodate and attend to him. There were many in their department who switched partners monthly just because they were good-looking. Therefore, they believed it unnecessary to overly cater to another man, even if that man was pretty impressive. However, although they sighed inwardly, they kept their thoughts to themselves. This kind of judgment came from their still somewhat immature mindset, characteristic of restless college freshmen. "Aksu, let me follow you guys today," Gu Jinji said, gargling while her speech remained unclear. "Okay, but it might be a bit boring," Lin Su replied, turning his head to look at her. This was true. Regardless of whether Gu Jinji wasn't familiar with their tasks or didn't have much interest, Lin Su himself, when focusing on experiments, certainly lacked the energy to pay attention to Gu Jinji. "No problem, I'll just watch you," Gu Jinji grinned, showing no sign of boredom. Subsequently, Lu Zhe and He Tian observed the couple affectionately interacting, almost unbearable to look at. However, deep down, they somehow yearned for it and also sparked some desire to start a romance. The destination for the group was on the shady side of the mountain, which remained dim even during daylight. Still, because of the large number of people, the atmosphere was cheerful, especially between teachers and students, with relaxed laughter and education going hand in hand. Gu Jinji maintained propriety and didn't interrupt when her boyfriend was focused. Watching his serious figure bending over working made her feel content and happy. "He Tian, come here, there's something wrong with the variable." At moments like this, Lin Su was particularly precise and serious, his tone impersonal or emotionless, lacking any fluctuation. Gu Jinji was secretly astonished, her eyes widening. When they first met in real life, she thought Aksu had a cold personality, but he became much better later. However, looking at him now, Lin Su had never spoken to her this way, either then or now. On the contrary, whenever speaking to her, his tone would soften completely, different from now. Still, Gu Jinji didn't find it uncomfortable, instead, it gave her a peculiar pleasure. She made quite a lot of foolish mistakes, talking and acting without much consideration around close ones. However, Aksu never scolded her, clearly indicating how fond he was of her. During rest time, the students gathered in small groups to chat idly, causing Lin Su's face to soften as well. Even his dorm mate's jokes didn't irritate him. "Old 2, how did you and brother Gu meet? You've never mentioned it before." He Tian was very curious since there was quite an age gap. Could it be at some banquet, given they were both second-generation rich kids? Online romance, Lin Su, lips pursed, glanced at Gu Jinji with some embarrassment. It wasn't that he thought online romance was strange, it was more that discussing his love journey always made him feel embarrassed. "What? That's so trendy," Lu Zhe exclaimed in surprise. Subsequently, they also learned that, before this year, these two individuals had never met or even known each other. It was only after their online romance transitioned to an in-person relationship that they discovered each other's identities. This kind of romantic history sounds quite unreliable at first, yet who would have thought it could be so coincidental? "By the way, when Xiaoxiu and I get engaged, we'll send you an invitation," Gu Jinji said happily, glancing at Lin Su. About this matter, he wished everyone around him knew as soon as possible. Lu Zhe and He Tian were shocked speechless for a long time, this was truly too fantastical. "Never thought old 2 would be the earliest one among us to get married." He Tian sighed, unable to articulate whether he felt admiration or concern inside. Online dating aside, they hadn't been together long and already planned to get married, which seemed somewhat frivolous. Old 2 must be too innocent, being taken down so quickly, thinking about getting married already. As Lin Su's roommate, they naturally leaned more towards Lin Su. So they worried a bit if Gu Jinji was toying with their roommate's feelings since Gu Jinji exuded a nonchalant, carefree charm, looking like someone who might play around. However, verbally, they still expressed envy and congratulations. Indeed, they were quite envious of Gu Jinji. In their eyes, Lin Su was absolutely a once-in-a-century good man. Later, they learned that Lin Su didn't know his family's financial status until before entering university. They were both amazed and curious, there weren't many families like that. However, since even Lin Su didn't know, how could they possibly figure out? All they knew was Lin Su had a great disposition, overnight learning that his family was wealthy yet not getting carried away. The break wasn't long either, very soon they stopped chatting idly and focused on their studies again. Gu Jinji took occasional photos of her partner, finding his simple and unpretentious look rather handsome as well. Time passed by quickly, and before they knew it, evening was drawing near. Gu Jinji started feeling thirsty midway, she had finished drinking the water she brought along and went back to the tent to get some more. After drinking a big gulp of water, Gu Jinji originally intended to sit down but suddenly remembered the unease in her heart earlier. For some reason, while walking back on the small path, the overcast sky made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Even though she knew they would soon be wrapping up and returning, due to her inner worry, Gu Jinji got up and decided to go back to pick up her boyfriend. She'd be just sitting idly in the tent anyway. When she returned to the mountain where the experiments were conducted, it was already darkening, indeed visible signs of people walking ahead led by the teacher. He Tian and the others were lagging behind, so Gu Jinji only saw He Tian and Lu Zhe's faces when she came closer. "Is it over?" she asked. Lu Zhe responded cheerfully, "Yes, brother Gu. I'm almost starving, finally can return to eat something. Although, we'll probably only get instant food. I'll treat you guys to dinner once we're back at school," Gu Jinji said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Zhe and He Tian immediately recalled the taste of the hot pot from last time, mouths watering, momentarily thinking Gu Jinji was simply perfect in every way. Marrying a roommate was turning out to be such a great thing. Hee, thank you, brother Gu. Hey, where's Aksu? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Jinji scanned her surroundings but didn't see Lin Su, unconsciously tightening her fingers slightly, as if some worry had been confirmed. He left something there and went back to get it, he will catch up in no time. He Tian pointed in a direction, not overly concerned. "Alright, you guys go ahead, I'll look for him," Gu Jinji said, then turned on her flashlight and quickly walked toward the direction He Tian had pointed, all traces of ease and laughter disappearing from her tone. This person, Gu Jinji, had a natural talent for fighting. Moreover, his innate ability to predict unknown dangers was remarkable, so he had never been ambushed during fights. Because of the dense forest around them and the darkness of nightfall, the vision was not good at all, and Gu Jinji couldn't see any figures far away clearly. Approaching more than 10 meters into the area where they stayed during the day still did not yield sight of Lin Su. Gu Jinji clenched her lips tightly, suddenly recalling something. A person disappearing without a trace was impossible without making any noise. After crouching down to take a closer look, she found a needle tube. This virtually confirmed that Lin Su was in danger, and the technique was very professional. At that moment, Gu Jinji's breath caught. Images of Lin Su in adverse situations immediately surfaced in her mind, and her eyes became red instantly, a look of helplessness flashing across her expression. Fortunately, the road was muddy, and places that had been stepped on could still be recognized. Gu Jinji also had a strong sense of direction. Recalling the scenes from earlier in the day, she remembered which paths were better to walk. Glancing back, Gu Jinji already couldn't see anyone else's figure. Unwilling to waste time alarming the kidnappers and risking Lin Su's safety, Gu Jinji's heart tightened. She decisively chased after in one direction and quickly called her brother. "Brother, Aksu has been kidnapped." In such a critical moment, Gu Jinji tried her best to stay calm, but her jaw trembled involuntarily, sounding like she was close to crying. It was the first time Gu Qi had seen his brother like this, and he immediately realized the severity of the situation. It wasn't a joke. After Gu Jinji sent his location and called the police, he immediately set off with others to come over. But they were already far outside the city, quite distant from the downtown area. It would take them at least a few hours to get there. In times like these, Gu Jinji trusted no one but himself. He didn't believe anyone else could arrive in time to rescue Lin Su had only him. The kidnappers couldn't possibly stay on the mountain forever. It would be best for them to leave as soon as possible, go down the mountain, and drive away. After all, there were no surveillance cameras around here. After realizing this, Gu Jinji went madly running downhill, unable to care if he would trip or not. He fell a few times, becoming completely covered in mud, but he instantly stood up again after each fall and continued rushing ahead. His palms had several scratches on them, and his cheeks had been scraped by small pebbles, yet he felt nothing. Just the thought of Lin Su being in danger made Gu Jinji's entire body tremble uncontrollably, his heart tightening and aching repeatedly, even gouging his palms with his fingernails until they bled. His Aksu, "You wait for me, you mustn't be hurt." Chapter 74. After Lin Su felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, he woke up to find two big men gripping his arms tightly and dragging him quickly forward, while another man leading the way ahead. The group was physically fit and emanated an air of fierceness. Still, they were carrying an adult male on a treacherous mountain path, so they could only move slightly faster than the average person. That was enough though. With this vast mountain range and night falling once more, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to locate them immediately. By the time their companions realized they were missing, Lin Su would already have been taken away. Having been drugged, Lin Su couldn't escape. His whole body felt powerless, even his head grew dizzy. Realizing his situation quickly, he gritted his teeth to remain conscious. The possibility of escaping with his own strength was zero. The kidnappers hadn't harmed him yet, evidently, there must be a purpose for his kidnapping. Thus, he probably wasn't in immediate mortal danger. What he needed to do now was buy time for rescue. The large man's actions were brutal. Due to Lin Su's great height, he was practically dragged along the ground. On the journey, Lin Su put up some resistance to avoid suspicion. He had left one shoe behind, hoping if Ji noticed he was missing, it might help reduce the difficulty of searching. With darkness descending and slippery roads, the kidnappers had no choice but to push forward regardless. Or rather, since they'd come out today to take this risk, although cautious, they had already prepared for potential imprisonment. Their money was ready, and their families safe. If exposed, they accepted responsibility as the main orchestrators of the kidnapping. They weren't afraid of Lin Su shouting, because at this moment, the captives likely lacked even the strength to cry out. Lin Su repeatedly closed and forced his eyes open. His gaze was hazy, his lips pale. Though he maintained rationality to search for opportunities for survival, he had already made worst-case plans. Having died once before, he was no longer fearful of death. There was no need to inquire why, it definitely had something to do with the enmities of the Lin family. They might want to threaten him for profit. Perhaps they had waited for this chance for a long time. Before this, he had always been around people at school. All calculations pointed to that being the lone opportunity for him to be caught alone. It seemed quite dramatic, but unsurprisingly, especially given this was all happening within the context of a story. In the midst of dizziness, memories of Gu Jinji's carefree laughter inevitably surfaced in his mind. The one person he wronged should be Gu Jinji. Originally intending to prevent her from suffering the abuse of a bad man, eventually, it was he who might break the promise. The silent night was filled with only the rustling sound of grass. Beyond that, no human voices. No one knew what was occurring here. The kidnappers also relaxed their vigilance, as the chances of being discovered were slim. One man needed to relieve himself after squatting and monitoring the mountain for 2 days without daring to act. Unable to hold it any longer, he quietly said, "Wait for me a moment." "Hurry up, don't cause trouble." The other two whispered. At the foot of the mountain was their car, getting him into the vehicle safely was key, though they thought everything would be fine and still waited a bit. That man moved a couple of steps further, found a tree, turned off the flashlight, and began to go. Suddenly, however, he felt a violent pain in the back of his skull and was knocked unconscious by a thick wooden stick. "Are you done?" "Resolve things casually, don't be embarrassed," muttered the other two impatiently, growing suspicious of the prolonged silence. Picking up their flashlights, they shone it towards him and suddenly saw a face staring back. F***CK. Enraged fury flared across Gu Jinji's features, swinging the stick once more, instantly bruising the man's arm trying to block it. This heavy wooden stick had been picked up by Gu Jinji when she first heard the rustling sounds, following them stealthily until an opportunity arose. Despite nearly giving up hope multiple times, seeing Lin Su's fallen shoe and marks from being dragged reassured her, calming her nerves. Her heart became heavier with concern but drove her pace quicker. As long as Ah Su deliberately left marks, it indicated he was safe and waiting for her. But these professional kidnappers realized immediately the intruder was not someone to underestimate. They pulled Lin Su in front of them as a shield. A typical student could easily be delayed or knocked unconscious, but currently, it appeared these two men might not even stand a chance against Gu Jinji. "Don't come closer, drop the thing in your hand, or else he will die," the man growled while pulling out a small knife from his waist and pressing it threateningly on Lin Su. Pale-faced due to exhaustion, Lin Su strained his eyes open several times before finally recognizing Gu Jinji's silhouette. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed, unsure if it was his own hallucination. He would rather not see Gu Jinji come to rescue him right now. In a hazy state, he wanted to tell Gigi not to act rashly but find help first, prioritizing his safety. But the words that came out of his mouth were as soft as mosquitoes buzzing, impossible for anyone to hear clearly. Moreover, Gu Jinji was not the type of person who could remain rational and walk away in such a situation. Her mind was solely focused on saving Lin Su. However, she was also extremely calm, knowing well that acting impulsively might endanger Lin Su instead. Gu Jinji glanced deeply at Lin Su, hoping he would trust her. If Lin Su could see clearly, he'd realize that Gu Jinji's face had a seriousness he'd never seen before, with no trace of relaxation. "Let go." The kidnapper was a bit afraid of her too, despite his arm aching severely, yet he still tightly gripped Lin Su. "Alright, don't make any sudden moves." Gu Jinji slowly took a step back, appearing to be about to lower the wooden stick in her hand, but noticed out of the corner of her eye that another man was already prepared to rush at her, likely coordinating secretly earlier. Taking advantage of the chaos, seeing that man pulling Lin Su and dragging him backward, Gu Jinji didn't think twice, letting her left shoulder take the blow without even groaning. She quickly moved toward Lin Su again, catching the kidnapper off guard and forcefully breaking his grip on Lin Su. In great pain, the big man retaliated by trying to stab Lin Su with a knife. In the flash of a second, Gu Jinji kicked him away. Lin Su's abdomen was stabbed, but because he had managed to retreat half a step, the wound wasn't too deep. The problem was, this narrow path had a steep slope on its right side. Without hesitation, the kidnapper shoved Lin Su down, thinking his mission was done one way or another. As they expected, Gu Jinji had no time to care about them anymore. Seeing Lin Su falling, her pupils contracted as she lunged forward, hugging Lin Su and rolling down together. Escape fast, the kidnappers decided after exchanging glances, not knowing how far below the fall went. They hoped both would meet their end there. Though they didn't know the identity of the suddenly appeared person, it made no difference to them either way. After tumbling countless times, their skins were all cut by stones, but Gu Jinji protected Lin Su's head, finally stopping by using her leg to brace against a rock, preventing further dangerous collisions. Gu Jinji maintained their stability with force from her thighs, circling an arm around Lin Su while searching for her phone in her pocket, turning on the flashlight to provide illumination. Below, the terrain remained steep and rocky. A few meters above, there was a barely passable path, though climbing up would require considerable effort and was uncertain where it led. But with Ah Su safe beside him now, Gu Jinji felt much more reassured, breathing easier. No matter what, she vowed to keep Lin Su safe. Ah Su, can you hear me clearly? Gu Jinji asked anxiously as Lin Su's eyelids fluttered open slowly. Due to the numbing effects of the drug, Lin Su couldn't feel much pain from the falls. But the throbbing pain in his abdomen persisted along with the warm flow, though he judged it wasn't serious enough to be fatal, only that the drug's effect hadn't worn off yet. Lin Su forced out a sound. Since they were so close, Gu Jinji could hear his response, feeling somewhat relieved. However, staying here like this wouldn't do. Waiting would only lead to exhaustion, which would truly leave them dependent on rescue later. Gu Jinji said calmly, Ah Su, can you still use your strength? I'll carry you up soon, you must hold on to me tightly. Lin Su also understood the gravity of the situation and didn't hesitate or argue to let Gu Jinji go first alone, just asking, Ji, are you sure you can do it? If not, it would be better for one to escape first. Gu Jinji pretended nonchalantly, of course, haven't I told you I'm good at climbing? We'll be safe once you open your eyes. Although the current situation was entirely different, there was no reason why she couldn't manage. Truthfully, finding Lin Su already made her feel grateful thousands of times in her heart. Okay, please be careful. Lin Su nodded seriously, looking very weak and sweating cold sweat, but followed Gu Jinji's instructions, climbing onto her back and raising the flashlight. Glancing upward quickly, her mind racing, Gu Jinji carefully found footholds and began climbing upward. With no safety gear, caution became imperative, yet thinking about Lin Su on her back filled her with renewed strength. Lin Su remained remarkably calm, fully trusting Gu Jinji. Even though they kept hearing the sound of rocks rolling during the climb, he stayed completely still. Despite several moments of peril mid-climb, they luckily managed to reach the small path safely, and Gu Jinji finally felt relief throughout her body. I told you I'm awesome and absolutely trustworthy. Now they were definitely safe, and it was rare for Gu Jinji to speak with a relaxed tone, making a joke as she steadily carried Lin Su along the narrow path. Ji is amazing, Lin Su muttered, his head buried in the crook of her neck, utterly drained of energy. My brother is already coming for us. We'll be home tonight, and from now on, I will never leave your side, Gu Jinji thought, knowing that Lin Su was barely 20 and had always been in Jiangqing, likely never encountering something like this before. It must have frightened him quite a bit inside. As for what exactly was behind all this, she would surely investigate thoroughly. Thinking about this, her eyes lost their gentle expression. Walking through the small path, they arrived at the waist of the mountain where the road widened. In the silent night, when Lin Su occasionally became conscious, he could hear Gu Jinji's steady yet resounding heartbeat. She was covered in sweat, her neck to her cheeks marked with fresh red scratches, but still telling him jokes to comfort him. Ji, put me down, I can walk by myself, Lin Su said unwillingly, seeing how exhausted she was. You don't even have shoes, how are you supposed to walk? Gu Jinji disagreed. The mountain trail was filled with pebbles, easily damaging one's feet. Though Lin Su couldn't see clearly now, she knew he must have sustained numerous bruises and abrasions. It doesn't matter, we can also rest first and wait for help, Lin Su shook his head, unsure when he might lose consciousness again. I'm very strong, Ah Su, you don't need to worry about me, Gu Jinji insisted, not changing her mind. Just then, she suddenly felt something wet beside her hand, beginning to doubt what it might be. As Lin Su hadn't responded to her for a while, panic rushed through her. When she stopped briefly and reached out, the sight of crimson blood struck her heart. Ah Su? What's wrong with you? Gu Jinji panicked, fearing the worst, unable to hold back as big tears streamed down her face. After a moment, it seemed Lin Su woke up upon hearing Gu Jinji's cries and reassured her, Ji, I'm really fine. It's not a deep wound, I just feel dizzy. And the injury wasn't fatal, no danger. Mainly, because he was so heavy, he truly worried that Gu Jinji wouldn't manage carrying him the entire way. Gu Jinji wouldn't believe him, the tension in her mind snapping all at once, releasing suppressed emotions. To begin with, Gu Jinji was never naturally composed. Previously, she had only forced herself to stay calm out of necessity, and now there was no stopping her breakdown. So on the dimly lit mountain road, she walked quickly with Lin Su on her back, sobbing loudly. If she were a mermaid, surely pearls would have been scattered everywhere now. Worried that her brother's car would take too long, Gu Jinji didn't tire for several kilometers. Each time Lin Su woke up, he tried to console her, don't cry, Ji, please stop crying, I'm really okay. And then slept again, only to be awakened by her sobs again. Chapter 75. It was as if he had a very long dream, and the plot in the dream was terrifying. The most bizarre thing wasn't that Gu Jinji, who had never cried in front of Lin Su, except in bed, actually cried her heart out, but it truly scared Lin Su. Although Lin Su had always known that Gu Jinji was a bit childish, this was the first time she had been so openly emotional. However, at that moment, he was too exhausted, and it was even difficult for him to clear his mind. Therefore, he remained dazed throughout. When he became conscious again, the first thought that came to Lin Su's mind was naturally about Gu Jinji, and he was eager to know how she was doing. After opening his eyes, he saw the snow-white hospital room, and it was already bright outside. He felt slight pain all over, more so in his abdomen, but it was still bearable. Lin Su rubbed his temples and supported himself to sit up on the bed. So, it wasn't just a dream after all. Yesterday, he almost encountered danger. But honestly speaking, for him, that feeling wasn't really real, not as real as when he suddenly died in his previous life. Maybe because it happened suddenly and was over quickly. Perhaps because it was in a book, he still couldn't completely correlate it with the real world. After thinking about it briefly, he could understand the sequence of events. He also understood why the family had been so worried and stressed recently. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt no fear. If an ordinary person probably encountered something as terrifying as what happened last night, they would likely be afraid to go out alone ever after. Lowering his head, he then noticed a furry head leaning against the window, carefully observing his side face. That eye area was indeed swollen red, indicating that the sobbing he heard last night wasn't fake. Lin Su found it both amusing and heartbreaking. Comparing his own calmness after having experienced death once before, he suspected that Gu Jinji's psychological trauma was much greater than his. He lowered his head and put his arm around her head, giving her a kiss, softness spreading in his heart. Seeing the tiny scratches on her face and that her clothes hadn't been changed, Lin Su started reminiscing about the events of last night. Thinking about how she initially tried her best to comfort him, later seeing him injured, and falling into despair, his nose began to feel sore. Last night, his consciousness was blurred, his words incoherent, and unable to empathize with Shishi every moment, leaving all the helplessness to be shouldered by Shishi. And for Gu Jinji, it was entirely real, what happened truly occurred, he had been overly harsh. Actually, Gu Jinji was a pampered nobleman who grew up spoiled. How could he not fear death? But somehow, he feared Lin Su's death more than his own. Even though he was watching over his boyfriend's bedside, Gu Jinji was still asleep deeply, oblivious, despite being kissed several times, without waking up. Until Lin Su noticed someone guarding outside the door through the glass window. He wanted to ask someone to carry Gu Jinji to rest first and immediately drew their attention. First, Lin Su saw his parents looking travel-worn. Right behind them was his brother, and Gu Jinji's brother stood at the end. Many pairs of eyes watched him anxiously, while Gu Jinji's brother mostly focused on his younger brother. The parents had many things to say but dared not disturb their child's rest, fearing to make noise, so they looked at Lin Su several times to ensure he was unharmed. Their faces were filled with concern and deep regret. Despite the doctor saying there was no risk to life and that staying in the hospital for a few days would suffice. Ultimately, this unexpected disaster was fundamentally caused by them. When they received Lin Shen's call, the couple was preparing for an important meeting concerning a significant cooperation partner. But hearing about Lin Su's accident, they were momentarily stunned, panic evident on their faces along with self-reproach, and without hesitation or rationality cancelled the meeting to buy tickets back to the capital. Throughout the journey, both were silent, the days felt like years, desperately eager to know the current situation and whether there was any danger to his life. In the past, due to the main reason of wanting to protect Lin Su, they had made the decision to send him back to Zhengcheng. But now they realized that there was no danger that could be avoided, in the business world there will always be enemies. Eventually, their son would have to return. Instead, due to lack of self-defense ability, Lin Su now faced dangerous situations. In fact, they and Lin Shen weren't always safe and sound, but at least they had an alert mindset and knew how to protect themselves, so it was only minor skirmishes here and there. The cause of Lin Su's incident traced back to them, which filled them with immense pain and regret. If anything unforeseen had happened, they wouldn't have been able to forgive themselves. Facing everyone in the room. Big brother Gu, please take Shishi to sleep. Lin Su spoke first, gently addressing Gu Qi. Just after finishing, he gave Gu Qi a glance filled with subtle reproach. Why didn't you care about Shishi as her brother and let her stay by his bedside all night? Surely Shishi must have gotten hurt last night as well. Gu Qi, sensitive as ever, naturally sensed Lin Su's implications. It was hard to defend himself since he did care about his younger brother. He could still vividly recall the scene when he first saw the two of them last night, and just thinking about it made him feel frightened. In the headlights, he only saw his younger brother carrying Lin Su on his back in a disheveled state. His loud cries filled him with fear, and for a moment, Gu Qi nearly forgot that they had been kidnapped. The most important thing, however, was that Lin Su later lost consciousness completely. When they were sent to the nearest hospital, everyone was extremely worried that something serious might happen. Later, the police arrived, and they assisted with some procedures before returning to the hospital. However, the kidnappers had already fled after some time, requiring further investigation. Only after the doctor said there was no danger to Lin Su's life did Gu Qi finally feel relieved. He immediately informed the Lin family, but during the initial period, the hospital only had him and his younger brother waiting anxiously until Lin Shen hurriedly arrived. He tried talking to his younger brother, suggesting that Gu Jinji also get herself checked. Although she appeared fine at a glance, it would be reassuring to conduct a checkup. But his younger brother completely ignored him. This wasn't the first time Gu Jinji ignored him, but usually, it was because she was upset. She would always lift her chin and walk past him arrogantly with her nose in the air. This time was very different. Upon entering the hospital, Gu Jinji seemed somewhat calm, at least she didn't cry loudly anymore. But in Gu Chi's eyes, it didn't seem much different. Because Gu Jinji kept squatting in the corner with her head hanging down. Without any preparation, each blink moistened her hand, and her eyes looked like a curtain of rain, as if her tears would never end. It was truly exasperating. Jinji, listen to your brother. Lin Su is fine, the wound isn't deep. Your boyfriend will wake up tomorrow, the doctor just confirmed it. Gu Chi tried to console her. But Gu Jinji only glanced at him with her wet red eyes, where her eyelids seemed like an uncontrollable switch. After waiting for quite a while, Gu Chi gave up, almost fearing that his younger brother would blink again. So he stopped trying, squatting outside the operating room with his brother, doubting life. Soon after, Lin Shen arrived, looking anxious and immediately inquired about his younger brother's situation. Only after learning that everything was okay did he relax, then with a serious face went to find out who was responsible, since he already suspected someone. Throughout this, his mood remained low, and he stayed busy. Until discovering Gu Jinji's abnormal behavior and learning that it was Gu Jinji who saved his younger brother, his emotions became very complex. He wasn't involved directly, so naturally, he hadn't seen much good in Gu Jinji beforehand. But through this incident, concerning Gu Jinji's righteousness towards his brother, he had nothing to say. Had Gu Jinji not been there, things might not have ended this way. Moreover, Gu Jinji was in a terrible state too, which made Lin Shen apologetic. Currently watching her squat silently shedding tears, feeling uneasy, Lin Shen unusually spoke gently to comfort and sincerely thank Gu Jinji. Yet just like with Gu Chi, he received no response. Too restless to sit, Lin Shen squatted beside her as well. Lin Su's parents, however, arrived just as the sky was about to brighten, taking the earliest flight available. Before leaving, they instructed Lin Shen to take good care of their son, knowing there was a potential concern. The Lin family had recently secured the land in the west part of the city, drawing envy from many competitors. Among those who bid against them were old enemies from 20 years ago when they first came to the capital. They had always engaged in minor disputes over the years, and Lin Shen had often retaliated, causing the other party to suffer losses repeatedly, gradually compressing their market presence. Still, such despicable means were difficult to prevent entirely. Since Lin Su was either at school or with the Gu family most of the time, there was rarely an opportunity. Hence, Lin Shen grew negligent, never expecting them to venture out of the city this weekend. Neither of the Lins scolded Lin Shen, both were filled with guilt throughout the journey. Seeing that Gu Chi was already exhausted and noticing that Gu Jinji was acting strangely, Lin Shen stood up and proactively told Lin Su's parents exactly what happened. Was it Jinji who saved our little Su? Thank you so much. If not for you, we wouldn't know what to do. Lin Su's mother immediately approached to express her gratitude, showing appreciation. Previously, she hadn't interacted much with the Gu family. Now, having saved her son's life, she felt deeply indebted and thought that they must establish better relations with the Gu family in the future, offering help whenever possible. Noticing that Gu Jinji was still immersed in sorrow, fearing that his mother wouldn't understand, Lin Shen quickly interjected, "Mom, Jinji is really tired now and feeling extremely upset." Lin Su's mother nodded vaguely, a bit nervous, worried about affecting Gu Jinji's mood. Yet she also felt confused since earlier, upon hearing from the doctor that everything wasn't severely wrong, she and others had all calmed down considerably. Though still uncomfortable and concerned, it seemed none of them showed such exaggerated reactions. They had merely blushed slightly at the sight of the hospital entrance. She saw Gu Jinji still shedding tears non-stop and felt helpless. Their own son didn't love crying much, so she wasn't accustomed to such intense scenes. And one more question lingered, did it appear that Gu Jinji was genuinely worried about her son? Jinji has such a kind heart. She softly sighed in her son's ear, deeply moved. She had never heard the name of Gu family's second child before, and their first meeting left her profoundly touched. Lin Shen thought for a moment, glanced at Gu Jinji, and secretly felt that this might be an opportunity. "Mom, come here, I want to tell you something." He pulled Lin mother aside while Lin father continued guarding the ward, his head bowed down, looking much older. "What is it?" Lin mother wiped her eye corner and asked. In fact, Gu Jinji and Su are in a romantic relationship. Hence, Jinji's display of affection was more exaggerated than any of them present. After all, whether Lin Shen or Lin parents, they were too mature in age and experience to break down crying uncontrollably. For a brief second, Lin mother's eyes clouded with confusion as she had to accept two pieces of news: her son liked men, and also had a partner already. Did she oppose it? Indeed, she hoped more for Lin Su to marry a woman and have children later on, but now she couldn't bring herself to disapprove. Since after all, her son was still lying in the hospital bed, and it wasn't their parents who saved his life but this partner. "Did you know about this long ago?" she turned to ask Lin Shen, still feeling dazed. "I just found out a few days ago. I was trying to figure out how to tell you guys, then this incident happened." Lin Shen cautiously removed himself from blame. Thinking about the danger her son encountered, Lin mother grew more solemn, not knowing how to process everything. However, since she had just been very grateful to Gu Jinji and was considering how to thank her properly, now naturally it wasn't the right time to bring up this irrelevant matter. Thus, she nodded somewhat confusedly. Back outside the ward, Lin mother carefully observed Gu Jinji a few more times, and noticed the traces on her body. She sighed in her heart. Unsure how much time had passed, when the doctor said they could see the patient but must stay quiet to avoid disturbing the patient's rest. Lin father stood up immediately, having remained silent throughout the night, yet suffering inside no less than anyone else. However, given his age, his legs weren't as fast as a young person's. The moment he stood up, he saw Gu Jinji rush into the room first. Lin father paused momentarily, then got held back by Lin mother. Lin mother whispered in his ear, "Let Jinji go see first, Jinji is upset." Lin father thought it reasonable, yet somehow felt it strange. Weren't they as parents supposed to be even more distressed? But they let her enter first. Upon seeing Lin Su sleeping soundly, Lin father and Lin mother felt immense pain and regret for not accompanying their son all the time, which made their current relationship with Lin Su slightly distant. Nonetheless, both of them had to take a step back because Gu Jinji stayed close by the bedside, nervously staring at Lin Su with unwavering focus. "Thank you, Jinji, but I think you're also exhausted. Go rest now. I will surely visit your home to express my gratitude, and tonight we'll keep watching over little Su ourselves." Lin father politely said to Gu Qi, feeling really apologetic for making him stay up all night. Gu Qi was also worried about his younger brother. He tentatively whispered, "Jinji, should we get ourselves checked up too?" But Gu Jinji ignored them again, her gaze just beginning to soften only to resume its intensity. Concerned about maintaining quietness so Lin Su could rest, even breathing became difficult. Lin father and Lin mother exchanged glances for a long time. Finally, the decision was made to allow Gu Jinji to stay and rest beside the bed, leaving the other family members waiting outside the ward. None of them could persuade Gu Jinji, Lin Su's partner. Gu Qi could go back to rest, but he also worried about his younger brother. Feeling both sympathy and understanding, he could do nothing but wait like some unfortunate soul. Lin Su didn't know what happened behind the scenes. He thought they hadn't persuaded Gu Jinji and assumed that in worrying about his injuries, they neglected Gu Jinji, who ended up resting on her arms all night. His heart filled with pity and, for once, he got a little angry. Chapter 76. If Lin Su wasn't still feeling a bit weak and powerless, he would have picked him up himself. Thus, under Lin Su's gaze, Gu Qi could only try to pick up his younger brother, even though he still had an uneasy premonition in his heart. Gu Jinji was sleeping very soundly, but the moment his body left the edge of the bed, it was as if by magic that his eyes opened. Gu Qi quickly let go, letting him sit steadily on the edge of the bed. He thought, since everyone present had already seen what Gu Jinji was like last night, he wasn't afraid of losing face anymore. Only then did Lin Su know who the real culprit was. Gu Jinji looked at him, his eyes red again, gripping tightly onto his arm. Lin Su's arm seemed to be glued there, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried, leaving him with no choice but to give up. "Ji, you should rest first." "I'm fine now," Lin Su said kindly. But Gu Jinji shook his head fiercely, no. He simply couldn't let go. Because of last night's incident, Gu Jinji absolutely wouldn't allow Lin Su out of his sight. Considering there were so many people watching, Lin Su didn't feel comfortable persuading him any further. He always avoided going against Gu Jinji's wishes anyway. So all he could do was say to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I'm really okay now. You two should go back and get some rest. Ji will stay here with me." Lin Su thought that perhaps his parents had already noticed something unusual about his relationship with Gu Jinji. Although he wasn't hiding anything, he didn't want to discuss things right now and planned to explain everything clearly once he got discharged from the hospital. What he didn't know was that his brother Lin Shen had finally been perceptive for once, causing his mother to accept the matter almost instinctively. As for his father, she would surely take care of it herself. Huh? Lin father hesitated for a second, puzzled. "Alright, then we'll go back first." "Rest well," Lin mother responded immediately, her tone softening. She was, after all, concerned for her son who had just been injured. She then dragged Lin father away, determined to discuss the matter properly. Near the hospital room door, a few security guards stood diligently. They had been summoned not long ago by Lin's parents, who were genuinely frightened about the situation. "Shall we two also step out for a while?" Gu Qi placed the breakfast he had bought earlier aside and asked his younger brother. Finally, Gu Jinji raised his eyes to look at him and nodded obediently. For a moment, Gu Qi felt waves of emotion flood his heart, believing that his vigil during the night had been worthwhile. Then, considering Gu Jinji hadn't gone for his medical examination yet, knowing that if he were to suggest it himself, he definitely wouldn't be persuaded. Thus, he said, "Jinji, remember to go for your checkup later too. Otherwise, little Su would definitely worry about you as well." Sure enough, this comment made Lin Su glance down at Gu Jinji. Afterward, Gu Qi promptly stepped out with Lin Shen. Outside the ward, Lin Shen sighed. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. On the other hand, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to come clean. With the layer of being a savior, their parents' acceptance toward their son's sexual orientation would certainly improve. Through these months, Lin Shen's prejudice against Gu Jinji had mostly disappeared. Despite his questionable reputation, Gu Jinji was truly sincere. Lin Shen believed the family would eventually grow fond of him, looking forward to the time when the two families could celebrate holidays together. Did you find out who's behind it all? Unlike Gu Jinji, who could only fret over his boyfriend, shedding tears whenever fear overwhelmed him, both older brothers had retaliatory personalities. They wouldn't allow their younger siblings' suffering to go unpunished. Although initially targeted at Lin Su, Gu Qi had long become accustomed to the inseparability of Lin Su and Gu Jinji. Naturally, he too would lend his efforts, especially since Gu Jinji had suffered a major blow. At the scene, we captured one kidnapper who revealed the identities of the other two. They were apprehended before they boarded their flight. Lin Shen briefly summarized the progress of the case. However, all the culprits turned out to be ordinary individuals, at most having once worked in jobs requiring physical strength. Two of them were bodyguards, and another had fought in underground boxing matches. It was discovered that their families were facing certain levels of hardship and desperately needed money. Still, no traces of financial transactions through bank accounts were found, implying cash dealings offline, making it impossible to gather evidence. It was obvious, they had been hired. The mastermind deliberately chose these three individuals to avoid leaving traces leading back to themselves. But I roughly have an idea of who it is, Lin Shen darkly mentioned. Of course, they weren't about to leave this unresolved. If revenge for their younger brother was to be achieved, he naturally had his own methods. Having been immersed in business affairs for so long, Gu Qi knew what he was doing. He then stated, if there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to tell me. With the power of both their families, they wouldn't just sit idly. Lin Shen patted his shoulder, smiling rarely. Having a future in-law like this wasn't bad after all. Inside the ward. Lin Su had just dismissed the others and propped himself up, shifting his position to let Gu Jinji lie down next to him. Concerned that Gu Jinji hadn't rested well last night, he also remembered what Gu Qi had said, so when Gu Jinji carefully climbed in beside him, Lin Su suddenly said, you should go for a checkup after resting a little. Gu Jinji didn't dare to leave his side, naturally frowning unhappily and muttering, there's nothing wrong with me. I'll accompany you then, Lin Su immediately offered. At this, Gu Jinji's already disheveled face crinkled even tighter, full of difficulty as he said, I'll go by myself. The doctor had said Lin Su needed to rest properly, so now there was no question of moving around recklessly. For example, though Gu Jinji really wanted to cuddle close to Lin Su now, he was very cautious, afraid of touching Lin Su's wound. So he could only lean against his shoulder, holding Lin Su's hand. Does it hurt? Gu Jinji no longer felt any sleepiness, all his thoughts focused on his boyfriend's wound as he pitifully asked, making it seem like it was him who got injured. Lin Su shook his head patiently, no pain. From last night until today, Ziji had asked many times, and obviously, his answers weren't believed. So he would keep answering repeatedly until the other believed him. He slowly reached out to grab a wet wipe from beside him and began gently cleaning Gu Jinji's face, his expression earnest and tender. But Gu Jinji, noticing Lin Su's pale complexion still looked weak, wanted to cry again after having just been wiped clean of tears. In his memory, Su was always a healthy, rosy-lipped young man, how could such an incident happen to him? Gu Jinji genuinely felt extremely heartbroken. Don't cry, didn't Chi successfully save me? It's because of you that I'm fine now. Lin Su nervously wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eyes. Saying this, a tiny sense of accomplishment bloomed within Gu Jinji. He could indeed protect his own boyfriend. So, do you love me more now? Gu Jinji asked in a peculiar way, looking at him. Lin Su hesitated for a moment before helplessly laughing, In the future, I will definitely protect you well, definitely ensuring no danger happens to you again. After all, you're still young. Gu Jinji felt slightly happy as he guaranteed this, projecting a very reliable image. Lin Su awkwardly scratched his head, thinking it didn't need to be exaggerated. He was, after all, an adult male, and this time he just lacked vigilance. In the future, he would definitely not let such incidents happen again. That his cute and soft Gu Jinji had developed protective feelings towards him made Lin Su feel somewhat shy. However, seeing Chi take it as a personal mission, quite happily shouldering this responsibility, Lin Su remained silent to satisfy his protective desires. Then, what Gu Jinji said next cleared his confusion. Su, in the future, I will make sure you never encounter such incidents again. You absolutely cannot have any psychological trauma. Gu Jinji patted his arm like an adult, truly feeling sympathetic. It's not that serious, Lin Su said blankly. Today I learned that you've encountered something like this when you were a kid. If I had known earlier, I would have taken better care of you. Gu Jinji spoke with sincere regret. Because recalling their relationship since they met, he realized he never really fulfilled his duty as a supposedly more mature older brother, always letting Su accommodate and take care of him. He wouldn't allow that anymore. Gu Jinji's words caused Lin Su to pause and think for a moment. Actually, Lin Su himself didn't know about this either because he couldn't remember memories from when he was that young. Did my parents say that? I don't remember. Lin Su asked. Gu Jinji nodded, I heard them last night. It seems they discovered it in time back then, so there wasn't much danger. They said you didn't even cry, probably because you didn't realize what happened at the time. But this time. Gu Jinji's mood sank a little. If Gu Qi were here, he would surely be surprised, because Gu Jinji had ignored everyone last night. He thought the latter was lost in his own world, but it turned out he was still listening for keywords related to Lin Su, which could be considered a special skill. Since you are by my side, this time ended without too much trouble, right? No more sadness. Lin Su hugged him and lightly patted Gu Jinji's back. Although he had some thoughts initially, soon all his attention was drawn to Gu Jinji. Mysteriously, it turned into Lin Su consoling Gu Jinji once again. Ah Su, after you're discharged, shall we live together? Gu Jinji suddenly suggested. Actually, he had thought about it all night, otherwise, he would keep worrying. Moreover, Gu Jinji didn't trust anyone else to protect his boyfriend well, he trusted only himself. Though Chi-Chi's idea seemed a bit exaggerated, cohabitation wasn't entirely impossible. Lin Su had no reason to refuse. Moreover, if he refused now, Gu Jinji might react intensely again. Alright. Originally, Gu Jinji had made grand promises to take good care of Lin Su and show his sense of responsibility. However, with a better appetite than Lin Su, he was also feeling extremely hungry. As a result, most of the breakfast ended up being coaxed into him by Lin Su. After eating so much, nature's call naturally followed. Gu Jinji's plan was that whenever Lin Su wanted to use the restroom, he would stay right beside him. Yet, he found himself needing to go more often than Lin Su, and afraid to leave Lin Su for even a moment. Letting Lin Su accompany him would be ridiculous. So he bore it silently, his face gradually turning as green as vegetables. Lin Su quickly noticed this and decided to pretend that he needed to go as well, coaxing Gu Jinji to accompany him. Seeing Gu Jinji's delighted expression, Lin Su couldn't help but smile in return. Upon coming out from the bathroom, it was clear that only Gu Jinji looked utterly relieved, although there were a few slightly embarrassing incidents in between. Even though Lin Su wasn't interested, Gu Jinji still kept an eye on him until everything was settled properly, even trying to offer a helping hand when he thought Lin Su was tired, which led to Lin Su feeling somewhat awkward despite all the intimacies they'd already shared. Gu Jinji's passion really was terrifying. Finally, after eating to his heart's content, Gu Jinji started feeling very sleepy. While muttering about wanting to rest with his boyfriend, by the time Lin Su was still half reclining reading a magazine, Gu Jinji's soft snores had already reached Lin Su's ears, and upon turning his head, Lin Su found Gu Jinji sound asleep, leaning against him. Wanting to give Gu Jinji some space, every time Lin Su moved, Gu Jinji shifted along with him. Afraid that Gu Jinji might fall off, Lin Su could only let half of his body lie atop himself. Today, Gu Jinji did indeed fully fulfill his responsibilities as the older one. Chapter 77. Lin Su had been in the hospital for over 10 days, and Gu Jinji naturally accompanied him for all that time, sharing meals and living arrangements every day with great joy. On the first day, Lin Su forced Gu Jinji to reluctantly undergo a physical examination, because some injuries might not be visible on the surface but could still cause significant harm. Lin Su was very worried. But it was evident that Gu Jinji didn't have such issues, he indeed understood his body quite well. After the results came back showing no problems at all, his health was excellent. Even the minor abrasions, after being treated with ointment for 2 days under Lin Su's coaxing, left no trace whatsoever, much to Lin Su's astonishment. Jinji was indeed pretty tough. During these days, Gu Jinji enjoyed good appetite, and having his boyfriend around to cheer him up made things even better. Unaware people might think it was Gu Jinji who was hospitalized, yet he was as robust as an ox. Of course, this wasn't referring to appearance, a term Gu Jinji would never like as he found it lacking any aesthetic appeal. If his boyfriend perceived him this way, Gu Jinji would undoubtedly burst into tears in the bathroom again. He'd lost any idol-worthy image long ago anyway. The only thing that Gu Jinji wasn't satisfied with was the small hospital bed, where they both, grown men, couldn't stretch comfortably. But when his boyfriend suggested adding another bed for Gu Jinji to rest alone, his refusal was firm. Kidding aside, hugging was meant to happen, missing by just a centimeter wouldn't count, especially since he hadn't fully recovered yet and feared having nightmares if left alone. Thus, they continued cramming themselves together. Lin Su didn't feel bothered by the size of the bed, mainly because it wouldn't matter how large it was, it would still be useless. Jinji wouldn't stay in his side anyway due to a larger bed, each morning found half of Jinji lying on top of Lin Su's arm. Though one couldn't say that these times were purely joyful, they were also filled with tension, anxiety, and excitement. Every night, the two spirited young men sleeping together felt like heaven and earth colliding. Lin Su often kept awake staring at the ceiling, attempting to calm his thoughts. Gu Jinji, however, was straightforwardly sincere. Since his boyfriend was injured and couldn't move too much, Jinji focused on specific parts of his boyfriend's anatomy. Occasionally, he'd sneakily touch here or there, meeting his boyfriend's helplessly warning glance. Boldly raising his eyebrows and glaring, Gu Jinji challenged, "What's wrong with you, buddy? You're obviously..." However, overall, it wasn't satisfying enough. This time, Gu Qi didn't feel justified anymore to criticize his younger brother for losing focus on things, although he was truly surprised. In his memory, Gu Jinji wasn't exactly known for his patience, yet day after day facing the plain white hospital walls seemed not to bore him. Then again, having Lin Su by his side made sense why the foolish brother wasn't bored either. Until now, Gu Qi had never considered that the playful, easily angered Gu Jinji could become so strong out of fear of losing someone he loved. Thus, Gu Qi began taking their relationship seriously. The bond between them was far deeper than he'd imagined. Perhaps not all first loves are immature, perhaps it was just his bias. Regarding the proposal of engagement and marriage, Gu Qi could now accept it. He truly couldn't imagine anyone else in the future capable of making his younger brother commit like this. After probing contact with Lin Shen's family, Gu Qi learned that Lin Shen had used this opportunity to inform their parents. Now the couple primarily harbored guilt towards Lin Su's feelings and mostly gratitude towards Gu Jinji, who saved their son's life. For the moment, there was no objection possible. It appeared that the Lin family's side wouldn't be a major obstacle. Decisively, Gu Qi informed his parents abroad of the events that had transpired over the past few days, omitting the fact that Gu Jinji had nearly faced danger saving Lin Su, to avoid worrying them. He simply said Lin Su fell ill, and Gu Jinji stayed by his side at the hospital. After Gu Jinji entered university, his parents retired early and settled abroad. They spent their years traveling happily, leaving company affairs in the capable hands of Gu Qi, who is obsessed with work. Gu Jinji may be a bit mischievous, but his interests fall within what money can solve, thus he rarely troubles his parents, who promptly went along with everything. Their family was relatively open-minded, otherwise, Gu Jinji's coming out wouldn't have been so simple. What? Jinji has a boyfriend? Gu mother looked surprisingly young, with a healthy weak complexion. Lying on the beach, she removed her sunglasses in astonishment. Alright, I'll stop talking, let me ask him. In a festive mood, Gu mother abruptly ended her video call with Gu Qi and immediately dialed her youngest son. Over the years, Gu mother had tried introducing several male acquaintances to Gu Jinji, including many handsome boys overseas. She always favored those whom she thought were good-looking herself. She was a face-first person. Both sons are Eastern Asian beauties, so her mother suffered from aesthetic fatigue. She began finding Western boys appealing but to no avail. Gu Jinji never liked them. I can't even tell how old they are. A few days ago, you sent me a photo, and I later found out he was only 17. Isn't that underage? And in a few years, they might look completely different. I have face blindness, I won't be able to find my own partner walking down the street. My foreign language skills are poor, and hearing them call each other baby gives me goosebumps all over. These were all Gu Jinji's clear rejections, leaving his mother speechless. What kind of strange quirks were these? So fussy. She decided not to bother anymore. If her son wanted to be alone for life, so be it. This Gu Jinji left Gu mother unable to imagine a day when he would bring a boyfriend home to meet the family, naturally making her extremely curious about this boyfriend of his. When the phone call came through, Gu Jinji was being coaxed into wearing an extra sweater. The temperature had dropped rapidly these days, though there was air conditioning indoors, it wasn't heating well, and medical staff would frequently come and go, ventilating the room often. Wearing more was safer. Gu Jinji thought it lacked grace and complained loudly that he could withstand the cold. However, once Lin Su made a decision, it was hard to change, so with reluctance, he put on the sweater and curled up under the covers like a fluffy little bear. Did my neck get shorter? Gu Jinji frowned as he pulled at the collar, asking Lin Su. No, it fits perfectly. Lin Su adjusted his collar. Gu Jinji didn't quite believe it but got lost in his boyfriend's steady gaze, leaning awkwardly against him, feeling indeed very warm. Being not cold and being comfortably warm seemed to be two entirely different concepts. He used to endure the cold for the sake of style, but now lying in bed felt almost heavenly. Then tomorrow, should I let my brother send over some clothes, and I'll add a thermal underwear? Gu Jinji asked Lin Su enthusiastically. Wouldn't it ruin his good looks? His long white legs looked great without such things, would wearing them feel like wasting good genes? While indulging in self-admiration, Gu Jinji hesitated. Lin Su tucked the blanket edges, warming Gu Jinji's feet, fully agreeing, all right. Gu Jinji immediately felt the warmth, finding it incredibly comfortable. Even if it meant looking ugly, since Lin Su's aesthetics weren't top-notch anyway, he wouldn't think poorly of him just because of ugly clothes. Hey, my mom is calling me. Gu Jinji was surprised seeing his mother's video call. Meanwhile, Lin Su tensed up since he hadn't met Jinji's parents yet. Was this situation formal enough? Aksu, don't be nervous. My mom is a visual lover, she will definitely like you. Gu Jinji didn't hide his thoughts. Anyway, his family already knew he was gay. Moreover, Lin Su was undoubtedly a boyfriend who made him extremely proud. He thought everything about him was perfect, the whole world should love him. For Jinji's confidence in him, Lin Su felt embarrassed, muttering shyly and not daring to reply. With a grand gesture, Gu Jinji hit the accept button, revealing an ultra-fashionable, supremely confident Gu mother on the screen. In that moment, Lin Su suddenly understood who Gu Jinji took after. And Gu mother initially ignored her own son, directly locking eyes on the handsome young man beside him. To say the least, although her son was unreliable in many ways, his sense of beauty certainly came from her, he really was dashing. After seeing too many Western boys with a mature charm, seeing Lin Su, who embodied pure, calm Chinese grace, was truly refreshing. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Lin Su. Gu Jinji carelessly pulled Lin Su's arm and introduced him. Auntie, hello. Lin Su politely smiled, slightly shy. In that case, Auntie will call you Aksu, what a good child, though you look rather young. Gu mother observed for a long while before questioning. Despite the slight distortion of video quality, it was clear Lin Su had plenty of collagen and youthful features, a very student-like vibe. Jinji scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. Mom, Aksu is 19 years old in nominal age. This way, he might seem slightly older, disregarding that this happened numerous times where he was accused of dating someone much younger. As for this, Gu Jinji simply responded internally, young grass really tastes good. Gu mother hesitated momentarily, then glanced at Gu Jinji. Nominal age of 19, isn't that still 18? Recalling a couple of years ago, Gu Jinji used to complain that the boys she introduced were too young, assuming her son preferred maturity. Now thinking about it, Lin Su back then must have been even younger, probably just entering high school. Aksu, don't be nervous, Auntie likes you. Hearing this from Chi-Chi's mother, Lin Su became even more nervous, somewhat uneasy in front of elders. By the way, Mom, we plan to get married after graduation. Gu Jinji casually announced to his mother. Lin Su's heart tightened, such important matters should be formally discussed with both families, showing respect. Who would have guessed that Gu mother, keeping her eyes fixed on Lin Su, readily agreed, alright, we'll come back for your engagement banquet when the time comes. Lin Su suddenly understood why Gu Jinji was only afraid of his brother, even to the point that he only needed his brother's approval now. Gu Chi, this older brother, cared for his younger sibling more than their parents ever did. Gu father and Gu mother believed in a free-range parenting style. As long as their son didn't break any laws, they let him do whatever he wanted. Marriage, after all, wasn't such a big deal. Auntie, I will definitely treat Ji well. Although Lin Su agreed too quickly, he still solemnly promised this to Gu mother and wouldn't devalue their marriage just because it was arranged too easily. Hearing the boy's clear voice calling her son's nickname like honey, Gu mother almost melted inside. How could her son resist such a match? He also claimed not to like sweet talk, so how was being called Ji different from baby? After talking for a while longer, Gu Jinji found his mother's questions too many and decided to hang up early. His mom always liked to be the third wheel. However, no matter what, their relationship was now clear to both sets of parents, resolving a major issue. Though, the consent of others had never been something the party involved truly cared about. More than 10 days of hospitalization ended, and Lin Su had fully recovered. To avoid panic, aside from the teacher and Lin Su's few dorm mates who knew the truth about the kidnapping incident, none of the other students knew. Officially, it was said Lin Su returned home sick. The several hired kidnappers naturally ended up in jail, while dealing with the real mastermind behind it all remained an ongoing plan executed by Gu Chi and Lin Shen. Besides, Gu Chi had to keep urging his unfortunate younger brother to go back to work and not neglect the company's business. Gu Jinji's reason was very solid, my executives are capable, nothing will happen if I miss a day or two. A boss who doesn't trust their employees is not a good one. Gu Chi had no choice but to watch Gu Jinji accompany his partner every day. Now that he was healed, living together was on the agenda, and the first step was finding a satisfactory house. Preferably close to the school so Lin Su wouldn't have too much trouble commuting. Lin Shen took charge of this task right away. After all, their family was in real estate, so there was no way this couldn't be done well. If suitable housing couldn't be found in the short term, there was a hotel nearby run by the family that could serve as temporary lodging. To this elder brother-in-law, Gu Jinji made his demands openly. Near the school, so Aksu has an easier time going to class. Winter was here after all, and waking up in the morning would be a challenge. These were things Gu Jinji considered based on his own student experience, thinking for his boyfriend. It's actually fine, it's not a problem, Lin Su occasionally chimed in, since getting up early wasn't an issue for him. Then Gu Jinji glared at him unhappily, wondering why his boyfriend lacked insight. Though Lin Su could get up, they were supposed to sleep together, and he wanted to hold on to him for just a little longer, right? As for Gu Jinji's working hours, he had already prepared to lose pay due to being late. I'll tell you when it's ready. Lin Shen spoke few words but worked efficiently, taking into account everything the couple might need or overlook. During this period, Gu Jinji also found time to take Lin Su back to campus, mainly to pack up some essentials to bring home. The winter campus was beautiful too. On the day they returned, the first snow fell, and the dancing flakes settled gently on their hair. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely across the campus. Gu Jinji was fully geared up for the cold weather. Today, he wore knee-length down jackets, cotton pants, thermal underwear, and a light blue scarf around his neck, gloves on his hands, and even ear warmers. His whole body was warm and cozy. Lin Su also wore matching couple scarves, similarly dressed. But on them, it didn't look bulky. Perhaps because of their great physiques, they still formed a striking view despite being bundled up. However, Gu Jinji had conditions. As soon as they entered the dormitory building, Gu Jinji hastily removed his ear warmers and gloves, stuffing them into Lin Su's bag in one fluid motion. This stuff is too ugly, he ungratefully criticized. So, will you wear them when you go out? Lin Su laughed and countered. Gu Jinji also grinned sheepishly and nodded, I will. For coordination, Lin Su also took his off and put them in the bag, tidying Gu Jinji's hair since it was warm enough indoors anyway. Today, they only needed to tidy up their essential belongings, someone else would come later for the rest. Upon entering the dormitory, they found their roommates chatting in their seats. Lin Su had already informed them he'd be coming. Seeing the couple again, everyone felt inexplicably moved. Damn it, bro Jinji, you're finally back. Lu Zhi gave him a bear hug carefully, mindful of whether his wounds had fully healed. During this time, they had visited the hospital once, but later didn't have much time and could only care for each other in the group chat. If it weren't for an incident happening right beside them, they wouldn't have believed that such affairs truly happened in affluent families. But as long as everything was fine now, that was all that mattered. Since they hadn't noticed the situation earlier, they often felt guilty afterward, though thankfully there was Gu Jinji. So when they saw Gu Jinji again, their gazes carried a touch of admiration. After all, Gu Jinji had been something extraordinary. When they asked around, those kidnappers were all strong men, not easy to handle. Alright, that's enough. Lin Su already has a family. Gu Jinji looked at Lu Zhi for quite a while and finally lost his patience seeing the guy still holding Lin Su tight. Lu Zhi immediately grinned awkwardly and let go of Lin Su, fearing he would get himself into trouble with Gu Jinji too. Hey, when will you announce your engagement? He Tian asked curiously. In spring next year. As he spoke about this, Gu Jinji's expression changed subtly, he appeared somewhat dreamy with yearning. He and Asu got acquainted around springtime, so both found spring particularly agreeable, warm weather, blooming flowers and plants. Everyone nodded, then realized they would soon see what so-called marriage between wealthy families might look like. It must be extremely luxurious. Gu Jinji had never been to Lin Su's dormitory before. After glancing around for a while, he joked, there's still room here for another person, right? The conditions seemed decent. The space wasn't small, placing one more bed wouldn't make it crowded. But, adding one more person? No way. Even though everyone admired the combat skills of Gu Jinji, they still resisted his unreasonable request. Brother Jinji, give us singles a break. Lin Su stood by the side watching their playful bickering without stopping Gu Jinji. He knew Gu Jinji too well, perhaps this person just wanted to rid themselves of the third wheels. TCH, did I say something wrong? I'd rather avoid you two disrupting my time with Asu. Gu Jinji lazily said. Then Lin Su properly explained, I plan to move out and live on my own. You can come visit when you're free. This sparked some interest among them, living together. Or who else would he live with? Gu Jinji confidently joined in, winking at Lin Su. Everyone remained speechless and made a sound expressing surprise but secretly envied them. How to put it? Both old Tu and brother Jinji seemed to set the perfect example of couples, great family backgrounds, both were good-looking, and they also shared deep affection. And after deciding on lifetime commitment, they moved so quickly. Suddenly, it didn't feel like longer relationship duration necessarily guaranteed better results. Plenty of couples who dated for years might not stand up for each other in tough situations. What mattered most was mutual worthiness. After packing some important things and under the watchful eyes of the group, Lin Su and Gu Jinji left the dorm building. Both of them felt slightly surreal. Were they really going to share the same space in the future? Actually, there should be plenty of rooms, Lin Su carefully pointed out, suggesting it would also preserve some personal space. Okay, Gu Jinji simply made some show of being pretentious. What private space did he need, right? Planning separate bedrooms? Are you getting cocky? Gu Jinji coldly snorted, deliberately clenching his fingers. In reality, Lin Su didn't require any private space either, although he respected personal choices, separate sleeping quarters were absolutely impossible. He pried open Gu Jinji's fingers and helped him wear gloves and ear warmers again, successfully turning Gu Jinji's mood from cloudy to sunny. My brother said he found a pretty decent house. Should we take a look? It was a large flat, finding a villa near the school would indeed be a bit challenging. However, the two moving there was more than sufficient. Gu Jinji held onto his boyfriend's arm, strutting out of the elevator with Lin Shen, feeling rather smug. Who would have thought that Lin Shen would someday help them find a marital home, When entering the house, Gu Jinji was quite impressed. The view from inside was spectacular, and the interior decoration was very modern and stylish. Outside the living room stretched a vast floor-to-ceiling window, and the main bedroom had the same design. About these windows? Although the floor level was high, Gu Jinji still worried about privacy issues. You can only see the outside clearly from inside, Lin Shen, understanding his concerns, explained. Gu Jinji instantly thought of some adult-rated scenarios, finding it super stimulating, and couldn't help but whistle. Then came a scary glare from his fiancé and older brother, making Gu Jinji quickly shrink back, trailing behind Lin Su, pulling at him. Yet his mind was buzzing with excitement all the time, it was too amazing. Lin Su naturally didn't think of those things, he actually had modest requirements. However, the fact that this whole unit belonged to one household pleased him greatly. Lin Su wasn't adept at dealing with neighbors. Besides, there was that wall filled with books, he liked it a lot. As for the rest, if Chi liked it, that was good enough. Thanks, big brother, we really like it. Lin Su sincerely thanked Lin Shen as he prepared to leave. Gu Jinji hid behind Lin Su but still nodded in agreement, he was extremely satisfied with this house. Although Lin Su's brother still seemed aloof, he must have thought through many things for sure. You two like it, that's all good then. I'm going back to work now. The housekeeper has cleaned the house, so you can move right in. Lin Shen gave a faint smile to both of them. In fact, he was also quite satisfied with Gu Jinji. As long as the two were happy together, that's all he cared about. Not long after, they moved in entirely. In the study, they placed Gu Jinji's gaming equipment and Lin Su's bookshelf. In the bedroom, there were new sets of bedding, and moreover, the wardrobe held several backup sets because they were often full of energy and vigor. This house belonged only to them, so from now on, they wouldn't need to hold back. They could start kissing as soon as they walked into the foyer or lie on the couch watching movies together. Moreover, on the very first night, Gu Jinji entwined himself around his boyfriend and they made love. It happened in the bedroom, right before the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the falling snow, making it both romantic and thrilling. The feeling lingered in Gu Jinji's mind, causing his heart to race and his legs to go weak every time he thought about it. Lin Su was not naturally an outgoing person, but sometimes for certain matters, for the person he liked, he really would push beyond his limits. At least, he found it exceptionally wonderful too. Chapter 78. Living with her young boyfriend was simply a dream come true for Gu Jinji, like being in heaven. In the blink of an eye, she became a life winner among her peers. When Su Zhou and others were still troubled by arranged marriage affairs to the point of going bald, Gu Jinji had already worn on her left ring finger the ring Lin Su bought for her, hinting at her marital status and living the new wed life ahead of time. On the other hand, Gu Jinji could also be regarded as successful in her career. At least she managed a giant entertainment company, and people in the industry called her Bazong. Of course, the most important thing was that her young boyfriend was just too perfect, charming, caring about the family, and still young. Therefore, in the company, Gu Jinji was in high spirits, basking in joy from happy events, acting arrogantly and boldly. But when she got home, she would change into Lin Su's white shirt, swinging her bare legs carelessly, since the air conditioner was definitely turned up all the way. Gu Jinji was keen on wearing her boyfriend's clothes, except his school uniform. Ah Su, why did you even bring your high school uniform? Was it necessary to be so thrifty? Sitting cross-legged on the bed clearing out the wardrobe, Gu Jinji loudly shouted to Lin Su studying in the study with wide eyes. Compared to the flamboyant Gu Jinji, Lin Su wore at home simple pajamas purchased by Gu Jinji, by whatever is given. I think I can wear it normally. Lin Su was summoned over, the tall and thin figure appeared in front of Gu Jinji, scratching his head. Since there weren't any obvious logos, it could be treated like a plain white polo shirt. Gu Jinji frowned and thought about it, then decided to keep it, it might be useful for cosplay in the future. After all, she hadn't experienced the high school version of Lin Su, which would surely be more exciting. After having her boyfriend accompany her in organizing various suits and the clothes she bought for Lin Su, Gu Jinji lazily reached out her hand, hanging around her boyfriend's neck, burying her head in his shoulder. Feeling the strong fingers gently pressing against her thigh to steady her, Gu Jinji felt tingling inside and couldn't help but adore her boyfriend's side face. She was just so lucky. If the employees in the company were here under normal circumstances, they would surely not recognize this person as their Mr. Gu. Thus, because of such a small intimate gesture, the two of them did it again in the study, and the transparent glass desk edge bruised several red marks on Gu Jinji's ankle. Actually, Lin Su didn't have this intention at first, but unfortunately, Ji was too enthusiastic, and he was carried away as well. Recently, they had been indeed a little bit unrestrained. Especially during the times when roommates had just started dating and holding hands, Lin Su always reflected himself beside the pillow, was he overdoing it? It seemed like no one around him behaved like this. Subsequently, his neck was pulled again. Anyway, he had fallen too. Whenever Lin Su knitted his brows tightly, he often couldn't help scolding himself. He felt that since living with Ji, he had become a man without principles who began indulging in pleasures. However, the emotions in his heart were obviously not expressed on his face, his corroded interior was unknown to others, and he was constantly misunderstood by people. Even though Lin Su already had a boyfriend and lived together in college and probably experienced countless encounters per week, where he was certainly enjoying every moment, in the eyes of outsiders, he was still that naive and pure genius student, the kind who still needed parental care. Like Mrs. Zhang, the elderly neighbor downstairs. Just like at this moment, after Lin Su finished class, he entered the hall braving the wind and snow, holding in his arms books he had just collected from the express station. Quietly and peacefully, unfortunately, he met the old lady again. Mrs. Zhang was a gentle and amiable person. Since she was a resident here, her family background was naturally decent, and she was warm-hearted. Therefore, although they didn't live on the same floor, Lin Su and Gu Jinji both separately became acquainted with her. They knew each other as separate residents. After finding out that Mrs. Zhang was a loyal Christian, Lin Su and Gu Jinji kindly concealed the fact that they were a couple to ensure the elderly woman stayed joyful every day. "Little Su, are you back from class?" Mrs. Zhang stood by the elevator speaking with him. Lin Su was indeed quite studious looking in front of elders. Obediently, he nodded his head. Today, he was wearing a Korean-style long-down jacket, carrying a book for home reading. All of this was bought by Gu Jinji, so it was rather fashionable and youthful, very matching with his face. As Gu Jinji said, he was much handsomer than those Korean drama male protagonists. When will your parents be back? You shouldn't be left alone all the time, Mrs. Zhang expressed her concern. In her eyes, students like Lin Su who focused on studying must not be able to take care of themselves properly. Plus, she liked this little boy, so she worried a lot. They're not often at home, it's fine. Lin Su awkwardly scratched his feet, wanting to say he wasn't a child, but it was clear that doing so would make things worse. He had compromised with his age and appearance. Is the study pressure too much? The rules in your Q university must be very strict, so it must be tiring, Grandma Zhang said again, feeling extremely sympathetic. Auntie Zhang, it's actually fine, Lin Su continued to reply while restraining his body, looking rather awkward. The elevator is here, let's go in first. Grandma Zhang's attention was slightly diverted, and Lin Su followed her in. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a figure suddenly appeared and pushed them open. When Lin Su and the other person made eye contact, he frowned and pressed his lips together. What a coincidence today, Chi-Chi's off-work time happened to coincide with his school dismissal. Gu Jinji was wearing a black overcoat, underneath which was a neat and dignified suit that clearly belonged to a successful individual, leaving a deep impression on Grandma Zhang. The president who always stayed in the top-floor hotel was also a young man of great achievement. Gu Jinji wasn't nearly as embarrassed as Lin Su, he gave a calm smile and there was a teasing glint in his eyes when he looked at Lin Su, standing next to him while subtly pinching his fingers. Jinji, doesn't your wife mind that you often stay in hotels? Grandma Zhang asked again, concerned as ever since young people these days had too many marital issues, and if possible, she wanted to offer some advice. After all, Gu Jinji had a prominent wedding ring on his finger, obviously indicating that he was married. As for the ring on Lin Su's finger, no one would think he was settled. He was just a child who wore things casually, perhaps no one understood why he wore it on his left ring finger. She understands me well, we have a great relationship, Gu Jinji said deliberately looking at Lin Su. Lin Su bashfully turned his head, his earlobes turning slightly red, feeling ashamed for lying. However, he also thought that if the old lady knew they were same-sex lovers, it might be hard for her to accept given their societal status differences. She might not be able to sleep well for several nights. Since they didn't meet very often anyway, and the elderly lady was merely spending the new year with her son, this situation seemed acceptable. By the way, how come neither of you pressed the button? Don't get so caught up in chatting that you forget, Grandma Zhang kindly reminded them. Both hands stretched out simultaneously, touching the number 22 together. Gu Jinji then suddenly remembered and randomly moved to press the top floor. After all, Grandma Zhang only lived on a floor in the teens and would exit before them. But that stimulating sensation like an electric shock traveled through both their fingertips at the same time. Although they were openly boyfriends, it felt somewhat secretive like having an affair. Sorry, Gu Jinji murmured softly into Lin Su's ear, imbued with a flirtatious intimacy. Instantly, Lin Su tightened his grip on the books. Mrs. Zhang chatted incessantly, mostly concerning the lives of the two young men and encouraging them to get acquainted to become friends later on. Even though one was a student and the other a CEO, they surely shared common interests somewhere. They agreed amicably as if they had just met. Once Mrs. Zhang stepped out of the elevator, leaving the two alone, the atmosphere immediately changed. What does the high achiever want from me? Be careful, or I'll tell your parents, Gu Jinji teased him on purpose. Lin Su glanced at him, it wasn't the first time he saw Chi act superior, but every single time, he came off as really deserving punishment. He arched his eyebrows and tried to loosen his hand, only to find himself held even tighter. Mr. Gu, it's you harassing me, Lin Su smiled. The air between them was thick with tension, filled with unspoken challenges. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 22nd floor. They exchanged a glance and quickly rushed into the room once the door was slammed shut. In that moment after the door closed with a loud bang, Gu Jinji carelessly threw the books Lin Su was holding onto the carpet and bear-hugged him, pressing him heavily onto the couch. Their lips fiercely met in a passionate kiss, moving from the couch to behind the door. The cumbersome suit also disappeared along the way. After their lips parted, Gu Jinji curiously asked while continuing his advances, what did Mrs. Zhang ask you? Lin Su seriously replied, she thinks I need my parents' care. Gu Jinji grinned mischievously and clicked his tongue, isn't that what I'm here for? I'm your guardian, clearly treating Lin Su as a child. Lin Su lightly laughed, wanting to show him whether he was still a kid. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled them both. Gu Jinji lay sprawled on the sofa, dazed and goofy-eyed, until Lin Su reacted first. Straightening his shirt collar, Lin Su opened the door, but his lips were still slightly unusual. Fortunately, the knocker was just a little boy. Brother, my grandmother asked me to bring homemade small cakes for you, the obedient boy said. Lin Su had seen him before, he was Grandma Zhang's grandson. He smiled and took the cake, thank you, Grandma, and thank you, little friend. Then, he turned around and fetched a small toy from the room for him. Afterwards, the little boy happily took the elevator down. Gu Jinji naturally heard the whole exchange, lazily sulking with pursed lips, he calls you brother but calls me uncle. After all, Grandma Zhang thought he was a married person and calling him uncle seemed more appropriate, though he was quite young. Lin Su placed the cake on the table. Mrs. Zhang really worries that I can't take care of myself. Though touched by her specially bringing over some food, he felt quite helpless. Sitting back on the couch, Gu Jinji, this uncle, whimsically lay down on Lin Su like a spoiled child without any adult composure. Chi likes sweet things, so you eat it. Lin Su offered to feed Gu Jinji as he would often give him all the best food, having little craving for flavors himself. Gu Jinji looked at Lin Su's face, noticing his effort to recover from their recent moment. He extended his index finger to block Lin Su gently. Wait a moment, you'll eat it later. Gu Jinji smiled mysteriously and licked his lips. Lin Su didn't know what Gu Jinji was up to, feeling confused, but soon was pulled into the bathroom. Later, the small cake indeed found its special purpose. Trembling with fluttering eyelashes, Lin Su finished eating it, almost not knowing what he had consumed or how it tasted in his mouth. However, dessert seemed delicious, sweet with a fragrant scent. Chapter 79. A light drizzle fell outside the window, tapping on the emerald green leaves. Not long after, it stopped and the sky cleared up instantly. Only the damp leaves swayed back and forth in carefree joy. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye, it was already late spring, truly a warm season. The day before the agreed-upon engagement banquet had also arrived. Making a lifelong commitment in such a season seemed to be a symbol of eternity. Lin Su and Gu Jinji were both acting unlike their usual selves. Although there were still more than 20 hours left, they were idle at home with nothing to do and no spirit for anything. Thus, Gu Jinji, who rarely did so, picked up the mop to start cleaning again, unable to hide his inner nervousness and anticipation. His birthday conveniently fell on Valentine's Day, which meant Gu Jinji was now 25 years old, 1 year older. How did he celebrate his 25th birthday? It was undoubtedly double the fun. Of course, whether from Lin Su's or Gu Chi's point of view, he hadn't changed at all, as if growing only in age but not in temperament. He would still cling to Lin Su like a koala after work. Not quite right. Perhaps there was some change, Lin Su thought. The current Jinji relied even more on his seniority, despite being young, often commanding him to massage his legs and back while reminding Lin Su to respect his elders. How to put it? Lin Su had no objection since this kind of thing was mandatory after each session. Objectively speaking, he wasn't losing out either, subjectively speaking, taking care of one's boyfriend, something he took great pleasure in doing. At the moment, Lin Su couldn't help but occasionally look at Gu Jinji leaning on the broom, walking around the room. His sleeves fluttered like the wind, revealing glimpses of his thighs, stirring restlessness in anyone's heart. Ji, stop pacing already, it's clean. Lin Su helplessly hugged him and made him stop, sitting down on the sofa to settle him. After a year of college, Gu Jinji felt that his boyfriend had matured even more. Not to mention, they had been living together for half a year, completely transforming into an old married couple mode. At least they wouldn't blush easily at everything they did anymore, as they used to. We are really going to get engaged, Gu Jinji said, still having difficulty believing it. After tomorrow, he would be someone under contract for marriage. This was different from just dating, where breaking up could happen any time. To separate after an engagement would require a formal breakup, which was far more troublesome. Now I'll feel guilty looking at interns at my company, or else rumors will spread, ruining my reputation. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made me have to take responsibility for you? Gu Jinji mockingly complained. Who would have known that every time he went to the training room to evaluate new talent, it felt like sitting in jail, eyes full of disdain, never understanding why these individuals had any charm. Lin Su couldn't stand his arrogant behavior but found it irresistibly cute anyway. After all, although Jinji liked joking around, his body always spoke truthfully, slapping him across the face almost too quickly for anyone to hold back laughter. No problem, I don't mind. Lin Su lightly pinched his fingers and smiled inwardly. Unfortunately for Jinji, his boyfriend, or rather, his future husband, didn't fall for the jealousy bait. Gu Jinji frowned unhappily, knowing he wouldn't pull any extreme stunts anyway. Now he simply clung to Lin Su, feeling comfortable when embraced and not wanting to get up at all. In fact, whenever work was done daily, he was more eager to go home than his own employees. Previously, Gu Jinji had never been this attached to staying at home. During his youth, he mostly came back close to midnight, always hanging out with friends like Su Zhou outside. However, for their last night of singledom before their engagement, Su Zhou insisted that Gu Jinji throw a bachelor party. After all, once you're settled down, you won't be able to play recklessly like before, Su Zhou reasoned confidently, even though he privately believed that ever since this guy got a boyfriend, there was absolutely no time to spare for their group of friends. He had already been tamed. Gu Jinji wasn't interested at all, he'd rather spend the last evening cherishing time with his boyfriend, but thinking about it, it had indeed been a long time since they'd all gathered. He felt somewhat apologetic. Thus, after Su Zhou persuaded him several times, Gu Jinji finally gave in. In that case, let's do it. You pick the place, and I'll pay the bill, Gu Jinji said generously. He heard recently due to matchmaking issues, Su Zhou had been arguing non-stop with his family, leading to restricted consumption limits. All his cards were frozen, and even though the former rich boy surely still had some funds available, he had still lived through many days of relative, financial strain. In Gu Jinji's opinion, this so-called bachelor party was merely an excuse for Su Zhou to go wild. Alright, we'll definitely make sure Mr. Gu is taken care of properly. Keep it a secret from your boyfriend, or you can ask him to go out with friends too, just don't let it affect your feelings. After all, this is the last night of being single, Suzhou whispered sneakily. After all, he didn't want to be blamed as the instigator, otherwise, if Lin Su somehow got the wrong idea about him, that would be bad. He just wanted a good time. Gu Jinji glanced at Lin Su beside him and winked at him. Remember to come alone tonight, buddy. We'll catch up later. I'll send you the address. After finishing the call excitedly, Suzhou immediately started inviting people over, dragging along all the handsome single men and women. After all, who wouldn't give face for Gu Jinji? Suzhou was still too naive. He thought that even if Gu Jinji and Lin Su were true loves, it wouldn't stop them from coming out to party. How could he know that his like-minded deadbeat friend had now transformed into a homely boyfriend who no longer liked thrilling nightlife? Come back early. Lin Su simply patted his head gently and said warmly. Anyway, Ji staying at home doing nothing but getting restless was not helpful, going out to relax a little bit was better. This wasn't the response Gu Jinji wanted. What's wrong with this guy? Why isn't he jealous at all? Why don't you stop me? What if there's some hot single guy who fits my aesthetic? Gu Jinji glared at him and asked, how could his boyfriend be so unfazed? Why couldn't he feel upset? That timing works perfectly, the engagement is tomorrow, so you could call off in time if needed. Lin Su said seriously, though his eyes gleamed with mischief. Sure enough, Gu Jinji instantly became flustered, his face and neck turning red. Then he realized Lin Su was joking with him and gave him a hard punch on the chest. Idiot. Gu Jinji clenched his teeth angrily and spoke through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed. For a moment, he actually thought Lin Su was hesitating about the engagement, which made him want to confront him directly. Alas, provoking Ji was simply too easy. Lin Su resigned himself to cajoling and kissing him again. How much like someone who's 25. Unfortunately, Ji loved to tease him, hoping to make him jealous. His tricks were too obvious for Lin Su to take offense. I'll go with you, and say I can't live without you, tagging along because of that. Lin Su played his part well and knew what Gu Jinji wanted to hear, speaking it aloud right away. Humph. Gu Jinji tossed his lips but was somewhat satisfied. Thus, his pride was maintained, this was not him breaking any promises. It was entirely because his boyfriend was too young and clingy, which he explained to Suzhou. Also, this way, he wouldn't be bored and could involve Lin Su in certain games, making things perfect. That night, when Gu Jinji arrived, he looked radiant as ever. His delicate features exuded a decadent aura characteristic of a spoiled rich second son. However, when he started talking to those around him, his true nature became apparent. Lin Su's presence, however, seemed oddly misplaced in such a setting, his pure and clean-cut student vibe standing out. Having spent years studying in England in his past life, there was naturally an air of introverted gentlemanliness to him, creating a complex overall demeanor. Such an aura wasn't something one could easily fake, yet many rich second sons liked it, prompting numerous good-looking opportunists to try faking it. The difference was, Lin Su was genuinely the person everyone sought to please. Gu Jinji crossed his arms and swept his eyes over the crowd with a sniff, saying, I thought he invited a bunch of interesting people, but they're all run-of-the-mill. Meaning few met his aesthetic standards. Lin Su wasn't nearly as sociable as Gu Jinji. He didn't care too much about who else was there, but others did pay extra attention once the two entered. I heard this is Mr. Gu's event. I've never seen him before, but I'm lucky enough to get in. Not only Mr. Gu, look over there. Hooking up with anyone from that group has its perks. These remarks came from atmosphere enhancers filling in the numbers but still comprised mostly attractive people. Meanwhile, Suzhou was chatting with a girl until he saw Gu Jinji, then he flashed a teasing grin, greeted casually, and stepped aside. But when Suzhou caught sight of Lin Su next to Gu Jinji, his smile froze. Second brother Gu had already betrayed their trust, despite promising not to bring any family members. Suzhou led them to a quiet corner where they could enjoy drinks or step out to dance when feeling bored, looking slightly sullen the whole time. It's not my fault. It's Lin Su who can't stay away from me. You know, younger boys tend to be more attached. Gu Jinji threw up his hands in defense, his overwhelming happiness impossible to hide. Lin Su also dutifully nodded along. In their household, Gu Jinji's face always mattered most. There's no way Suzhou would believe him. He's dealt with Lin Su before, he knows how much of a modest gentleman that man is. Unless Gu Jinji says something, Lin Su wouldn't interfere in their plans. Moreover, Lin Su was even willing to pick them up after the party ended. Clearly it was Gu Jinji who couldn't live without him. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. I'm so envious of your relationship. Suzhou said through false laughter. Show off all you want, see if I care, you're going to stick together like glue no matter what. Suzhou found his childhood friend really annoying at this moment. There'd be plenty of time after they're officially engaged, and then there'll be times when Lin Su will long for some freedom. Suzhou just had to wait and laugh when Gu Jinji got into trouble then. Anyway, Suzhou could keep enjoying himself. After exchanging a few more words, Suzhou went back to talk with the girl from earlier. He was definitely an admirer of beautiful women. Meanwhile, Gu Jinji and Lin Su were sitting on the couch in a quiet corner where no one dared to disturb them. If they can't attract Gu Jinji, it's still nice to meet someone new at his party. The music was incredibly energetic. Though Gu Jinji might not be able to carry a tune, his limbs certainly moved skillfully. Just casually grooving made him seem quite sexy. After all, he'd been bar hopping since he was very young, with white skin, a great figure, and mysterious hazy eyes. His allure was undeniable. But he doesn't easily let loose in front of just anyone. Usually, he only reveals his true self to his closest friends. And under any circumstances, he absolutely doesn't allow any friends to take photos or videos of him, even if they admire how flirtatious and handsome he is and want to show off. In this regard, Gu Jinji is rather conservative. When he's around his boyfriend, he becomes clumsy yet endearing, or rather, Gu Jinji simply doesn't want Lin Su to think of him as someone who acts promiscuously like Su Zhou does. He only dares to act boldly when he's with the right person. Even in this environment, Gu Jinji only wants to lazily drape himself over Lin Su and sip wine while blushing. It sounds unbelievable, but during his bachelor party, he brought his fiancée to cuddle and kiss affectionately. Lin Su feared he might slip off drunkenly, so he always held Gu Jinji's waist firmly. It's because Ji has a habit of leaning onto people. Ji didn't refuse anything the other passed to him, both of them slightly drunk but thoroughly enjoying themselves. Suddenly, Gu Jinji noticed some cheering nearby. Looking closely, he saw a young man in a white t-shirt dancing seductively with an exceptionally clear and charming appearance. As Lin Su turned his head to look curiously, he was quickly pushed back by Gu Jinji, who now faced him with flushed cheeks. "There's nothing worth watching," Gu Jinji muttered sulkily. The music was loud, and Lin Su didn't hear clearly, moving closer in confusion. Gu Jinji pouted, inexplicably uncomfortable, and loudly protested in his ear, "Don't watch others. If you want me to dance, I'll do it for you at home." Lin Su covered his nearly deafened ears and quickly agreed, turning his head away. Whatever the situation, it seemed best to obey for now. Chapter 80. The two spent a frenzied night. Throughout Gu Jinji's reactions, Lin Su was completely bewildered and could only attribute it to Gigi being drunk. Until now, he had never thought that alcohol could also have benefits. Because the next day was an important day, halfway through the night, Lin Su promptly regained his senses, forcibly holding Gu Jinji as they peacefully fell asleep. Gu Jinji struggled a bit, but under the spell of hypnosis, she soundly slept in her boyfriend's embrace. Even though Gigi had been thoroughly washed, Lin Su still detected hints of alcohol when he buried his nose in her neck, and her skin remained warm and milky white, exuding an even stronger aroma. Occasionally, Lin Su felt himself becoming intoxicated in this wine, and after Gu Jinji fell asleep, he kissed her for a long time, lost in her presence. Due to his focus, his prominent nose grazed against her collarbone, reddening it slightly. He hadn't consumed much at the party, so his mind was quite clear. Yet, thoughts of tomorrow's engagement kept him from sleeping. Lin Su didn't exhibit overly uncontrolled emotions during the day. To him, the engagement seemed no different than any other ordinary day. It certainly wasn't something Gu Jinji constantly talked about. But Lin Su silently remembered it in his heart. Being reserved by nature, sometimes there were words he couldn't bring himself to say. Occasionally, when he could no longer resist, he would satisfy Gu Jinji's wishes by voicing tender sentiments. But no one knew that inside his heart, storms raged constantly. Thus, most times, Lin Su expressed his feelings through kisses, simple yet effective. Sometimes when Gu Jinji worked overtime at night, all she needed was her boyfriend's face moving closer to the screen with a faint blush near his ears, soothing her with a peck. This would cause her body to be flooded with a pink love vibe, leading her to shamelessly beg for more kisses. After all, her little boyfriend was aesthetically striking, magnifying and zooming in on his face made it even more heart-stirring, creating pure infatuation. As it was now, since Lin Su couldn't sleep, he'd keep his deep eyes open while aimlessly kissing the slumbering Gigi, starting from her shoulder and neck down her back. Her smooth and white skin curved beautifully, and his mood would eventually calm a little. Anyway, Gigi never got woken up or awakened by his kisses, her sleep quality was always excellent. So Lin Su didn't worry at all. His movements were gentle and left no marks. If Gu Jinji knew Lin Su had such a small quirk to relieve stress, she would likely stay awake deliberately. Thinking about their upcoming engagement, even marriage, softened Lin Su's heart. Soon, they would officially form a family of two. Time really flew. Unconsciously, Lin Su recalled their cohabitation life over these past 6 months. Being each other's first love and living together for the first time, indeed, many amusing incidents happened. For example, during his online classes, Gu Jinji once furrowed her brows and interrogated her subordinate managers over phone calls, precisely at the moment when Lin Su was supposed to comment in class. Instantly, the whole class fell silent, just like Lin Su himself. Then again, every weekend deciding whose house they should eat at revealed their immature side. Most of the time, they both ghosted Mei and opted to dine out for romantic dates instead, leaving their brothers anxious. One of them was a bit socially awkward, the other naturally carefree and free-spirited. In a hurry sometimes, clothes were just randomly grabbed. Gu Jinji was several centimeters shorter than Lin Su, and her clothes were smaller. Once, she wore the wrong pair of pants belonging to him, they were loose and funny looking. "Su, I've decided to go back home and tidy my wardrobe. Today I mistakenly wore your pants, walking around the office with this feeling of nearly losing my dignity," big cry. Lin Su turned red-faced a little, trying hard not to laugh. That's exaggerated, he responded, finding that perhaps it wasn't so bad. Yet, Gigi continued teasing. No. You don't care about me anymore, nor do you worry about others seeing everything. Gu Jinji protested dramatically. Not long after, a delivery rider arrived with a belt, ordered by Lin Su. Please make sure to fasten your waistband tightly, otherwise I won't be able to concentrate on studying, Lin Su replied, sending a picture of himself reading a book during break time along with a seriously stern face emoji, joining her banter. Got it. Gu Jinji gleefully tightened her belt, then candidly lifted her suit jacket in the restroom and sent a photo where she stuck out her rear a little, proving how securely covered she was, showing off that her boyfriend's service was spot on. Alright, Lin Su surrendered. Lost in thoughts until midnight, Lin Su finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, he woke up very early. But because today was special, Gu Jinji also woke up according to the alarm clock. Warm and cozy, stretching her arms, she marveled, despite engaging in light activities twice the previous night. However, thanks to post-event massages, she still felt perfectly relaxed. When she locked gazes with Lin Su again, Gu Jinji impulsively lunged at his sexy lips and aggressively embraced him, initiating a series of passionate kisses. Her enthusiasm was undoubtedly potent enough to almost suffocate Lin Su. However, there was no help for it. Despite Lin Su's regular fitness routine, his skills were still far inferior to Gu Jinji's, who had been jumping around for over a decade. Lin Su's hair got tousled by her, making him look even more irresistible. Gu Jinji greedily wanted to kiss him again, but was eventually cut off with no choice. Gigi, we have important matters today. Lin Su sat up, breaking the kissing cycle and started checking his phone messages. Close family and friends had already been invited. The engagement banquet would be directly held at the Lin family hotel, which was mostly arranged by his two brothers. Now aside from them, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Due to the relationship between their families, they obviously couldn't just hold a small event for close friends. Engagement and marriage were both major events. Prior to this, Gu Qi and Lin Shen almost came to blows over whose side provided the dowry and whose side the betrothal gifts, trying to outdo each other. One offered a car, so the other offered a house, like they were competing for their younger brother's future family status, a real comedy. In response, Lin Su helplessly massaged his temples, indicating that the feudal attitudes of his two older brothers were fully displayed. As for the positions between them, it always remained a mystery in front of Lin Shen, allowing Gu Qi to act justified while Lin Shen tried not to fall behind. Regardless, all the benefits ultimately went to the young couple. The older brothers were so preoccupied with preparations that they didn't have time to pick them up. Thus, Gu Jinji acted as the driver in the family since her boyfriend hadn't yet had the time to take the driving test. Driving the car bought by her brother, her salary went straight into her petty cash fund. Gu Jinji definitely had a financial plan, big purchases at her brother's expense and saving their money to live carefree. As long as she got her food, her boyfriend wouldn't be left out either. The formal attire had been custom-made long ago, one white and one black, looking perfectly matched. Of course, Gu Jinji wore the white while Lin Su wore the black. There was a 6-year age gap, so Gu Jinji naturally wanted to appear younger, while Lin Su looked mature in his black tailcoat, extremely compatible. After all, though 6 years isn't much, calculating the years, when Gu Jinji was 20, Lin Su had only been 14, which did seem to mean something. Ai Su, I'm nervous, Gu Jinji elegantly leaned towards his ear, her features slightly awkward. After all, this was her first time getting engaged, ahem, and surely the only time. Lin Su had gone through the entire procedure in his head last night, finishing all the nerves. Now he had the capacity to wrap his arm around her shoulder and comfort her. It's fine, I'm here. Only then did Gu Jinji gradually relax. Besides close friends and relatives present, many business partners and industry leaders attended, making it a grand affair. After going through the procedures, Lin Su and Gu Jinji descended from the stage to toast their friends and relatives. The moment Gu Jinji stepped down the stairs, her legs went weak. We're fiancés now. We've signed a marital agreement. Gu Jinji thought this kind of contract was truly magical, able to secure her boyfriend earlier, which was simply wonderful. Lin Su also felt somewhat excited inside. If it weren't for Gu Jinji being awake, he'd probably kiss her for quite a while. Ultimately, it turned into an approving, Looking around further, they noticed that their close family and friends were all smiling at them and offering blessings. Gu Qi and Lin Shen sat at one table, parents at another, Su Zhou and Lin Su's dorm mates at yet another. They toasted table by table. Take good care of each other, and once Su reaches the right age, you can marry. Lin's mother gripped their hands, sighing somewhat. She hadn't expected to have spent such little time with her son before he was getting married and moving out. However, how could this not be considered a good outcome? They owed Lin Su a lot, so they certainly shouldn't interfere in his life. Meanwhile, Gu Jinji's mother kept staring at Lin Su, confirming that he was even better looking in person than in the videos and pictures. She was very satisfied. Take good care of little Su, don't bully him, or else I'll seek justice for him, Gu's mother said to Gu Jinji. After all, the child at home was a troublemaker who had done countless things during childhood. Alright, Mom. Gu Jinji sighed, feeling it unnecessary to embarrass her at this point. After quickly going through the toasting with family members, they moved on to their brothers' tables. Gu Qi's words still hit the nail: take care of your relationship well, don't argue, after all, dissolving the marriage later might cause unclear division of assets. He smiled faintly, clearly happy for his younger brother fulfilling his wish. Lin Shen quietly watched Gu Jinji. You drink for him. His younger brother wasn't yet 20 and should not consume excessive alcohol. But Gu Jinji, who often frequented bars and nightclubs, surely had a strong drinking capacity. Gu Jinji rolled her eyes at him but drank it down anyway. Exchanging a fiancé was worth it. Lin Su's dorm mates had never participated in this kind of banquet before, let alone attending a peer's engagement party. From being chauffeured to sitting there now, it still felt like a dream. Indeed, wealthy families were different, engagements were more grandiose than most people's weddings, even having attempts by some minor reporters to sneak in. Normally, they didn't feel it much because Lin Su acted like an ordinary person in front of them. Now they realized the difference. Second brother Gu, all is well. Oh, and second brother, never forget each other. They all toasted with a glass of wine. After all, Lin Su was already very wealthy, but they also knew his aspiration lay in scholarship, thus respecting him even more. With that, perhaps Lu Zhe and Lin Su would still interact frequently in the future. After all, Lu Zhe's family were also from a scholarly background, and he was on the same academic path as well. Su Zhou sincerely blessed them, as if the one who urged Gu Jinji to throw a bachelor party last night wasn't him at all. If he misbehaves, I'll definitely help you punish him, though I don't think he will. These words were directed at Gu Jinji, despite not caring about offending Lin Su. Most people thought Gu Jinji was the proactive one, surely impossible to be bullied by her younger boyfriend. Actually, Su Zhou felt otherwise. Ever since their online romance to their real-life meeting up until now, he always felt that it was Lin Su whose emotions were more swayed. If they ever broke up, it would definitely mean Lin Su had lost interest. Even though Gu Jinji had physical strength, what could truly hurt her was losing love. Lin Su seemed aloof, so Su Zhou was worried that if one day Lin Su no longer cared for Gu Jinji, he might use cold violence politely, leaving Gu Jinji utterly confused and disoriented. Of course, Lin Su understood Gu Jinji best. He wouldn't have gone from initial pity to love if he hadn't. Though he looked indifferent, his heart was warm. From the start, he just disliked people who appeared warm-hearted on the surface but were cold-blooded inside. Explaining wasn't his style, so Lin Su simply held Gu Jinji's hand even tighter. He wouldn't do that. Gu Jinji felt no sense of crisis between the two. She never even considered Su Zhou's worries, she was completely wrapped in bliss right now. What kind of joke is this? No need to worry. Besides, I won't let anyone else punish Ah Su, Gu Jinji stated firmly. Until today, the biggest shadow of his life was witnessing Lin Su get injured. The memory still gave him chills down his spine. Alright, go off, you lovers. Su Zhou flipped Gu Jinji off and muttered, idiot. After the round of toasts ended, Lin Su and Gu Jinji finally got a chance to breathe, whispering close together near the railing outside. You're hugging me so tightly. Gu Jinji tilted her head to look at her fiancé, her eyelashes trembling lightly, lips curling softly. She could fully sense that Ah Su was just as happy inside as she was. Both of them were looking forward with anticipation. Due to health reasons, her grandparents couldn't travel easily. So they made a video call with them. By now, after more than half a year, they had almost come to terms with their grandson being with a man. Grandma, do you remember Chi Chi? Lin Su asked gently. Her memory wasn't so good anymore, although family members had consistently explained Gu Jinji's role to the elders, for them, she remained someone unfamiliar from the capital city. Lin Shen's family didn't realize that they had actually met before. Let me see. After scrutinizing for a while, Lin's grandmother finally remembered, isn't he that boy who took you to school? Such a handsome young man. Truly, how could one forget Gu Jinji's face? Ordinarily, Gu Jinji was talkative. But seeing Ah Su seriously introducing her to the elder made her unusually obedient and bashful. Grandpa, Grandma, we are family from now on, said Gu Jinji earnestly. To Lin Su, having crossed over into this world, the most intimate family members naturally were the two elderly people back in Jiangcheng. Back then, he barely knew anything or anyone else. Currently, the grandparents hadn't quite grasped the identity of Gu Jinji yet. Lin Su was eager to clarify to them. The person he intended to marry was not just anyone, it was someone he'd known for a long time. They would walk together for the rest of their lives. Chapter 81. Time flies like an arrow, and the days pass like the shuttle. College is basically the last time most people stay in their ivory tower. After leaving college, they need to leave their innocence behind and face the truths of life. And actually, most students aren't ready for this yet. Other than a diploma, they can't think of what else they've accomplished. But some people, smoothly finished important life milestones like settling down during their college years, they are considered as winners in life, envied by others. For graduation, Lin Su didn't feel much since he would continue his postgraduate and doctoral studies at Q University, without even needing to change location or see different people. In fact, his mentor had recommended him to further his studies abroad because some prestigious foreign universities were indeed stronger in certain areas. No matter how reluctant, parents shouldn't hinder their children's development. However, the reality was that most of these top students who studied abroad eventually stayed overseas, which was also a regret for professors. When Lin Su heard the familiar name of the school again, he paused for a moment. He had studied there in his previous life. The occasional moments of tranquility and happiness in life reminded him that he had once existed in another world. But in his past life, Lin Su had already pursued higher education long enough, and the research progress in this world related to his field was far from what it was in the real world, so there was no current need for him to study abroad. He did not intend to follow the same path as in his previous life. There was another very important reason, which might be the decisive one. He was now a married man. Ji was doing well as a corporate president, and there was no need to alter her life's trajectory due to his academic pursuits. Lin Su knew that if he asked, Ji would definitely follow him, but her English wasn't good, living happily abroad would be tough. Moreover, Gu Jinji's stomach was authentically Chinese. For all these reasons, which may seem trivial to outsiders, Lin Su firmly abandoned the idea of studying abroad. His decision brought joy to none other than the professors at the institute. After all, who wouldn't want a genius? Even though Lin Su was only about to graduate with his bachelor's degree, he had already gained fame in the academic community. As an undergraduate student, he had published several SCI papers, and he was even the second author on all of them. It's worth mentioning that many students aiming for academic careers start their hard research from the beginning of university while trying to find mentors and participate in experiments just to earn third or fourth authorship. Achieving such results is already commendable. Being an undergraduate implies having merely touched the surface of one's specialization. Making groundbreaking discoveries is difficult, let alone gaining authorship recognition, which is a remarkable feat. Specifically speaking, the first difficulty in publishing SCI articles lies in perfect English academic writing, which filters out a large number of candidates. Hence, not only within his grade, but throughout the entire school, Lin Su's name was renowned, truly reflecting his prodigious talent. Unsurprisingly, Lin Su was named an outstanding student, and the torch relay would take place during the graduation ceremony. Of course, alongside his capabilities, there was always discussion about his looks. As put by some alumni, Lin Su was incredibly handsome, so handsome that simply hearing him speak could make your ears pregnant. No one could match his youth, brilliance, and charm. And no one has seen someone better looking than him. Unfortunately, he was already married young, very young. The marriage certificate photo set as his social media profile background still circulated around the school forums. Calculating, it turned out they got married exactly on the day they both legally reached the marrying age, which also happened to be Lin Su's birthday. Never seen anyone so eager, right? Could he love so deeply? Shouldn't he explore other options? Regarding who his spouse is, it remained a mysterious question. After all, Lin Su rarely posted on social media and wasn't fond of others prying into his personal life. This topic, however, sparked heated discussions on school forums regularly, leading to all sorts of speculations. Is it the campus flower from his year in their department? Soon after, the campus flower denied it. Was it his senior from the lab? The senior came forward to deny it as well. All girls in his social circle were questioned and speculated about, yet the correct answer remained unknown. Was it a male or someone outside the campus? The scope became too broad. In recent years, however, Gu Jinji frequently updated her social media, presenting an image of a crazy wife show-off in the inner circle. After all, 8 out of 10 posts in her social media revolved around her fiancé and later, her husband after they tied the knot. They've been engaged for a few years before finally stepping into marriage. The wedding was rather low-key as both parties were tired of cumbersome processes during the engagement banquet. They preferred rest over formalities. Thus, the wedding was kept simple, just a small ceremony in a church inviting close family and friends. It was now 2 months post-wedding, and Lin Su was about to graduate, a significant milestone for this small family. Over the years, many things happened, but the couple paid little attention, indulged deeply in their own lives. In the business world, one of the most significant events was when Lin Su was in his 3rd year of university and the founder of Pang Real Estate was imprisoned for economic crimes. This company had not been heard of by ordinary people for a long time. However, more than a decade ago, it was once the leader in the real estate industry. It gradually weakened step by step until it finally reached the point of being acquired. That day, the 2 elder brothers specifically went out for a drink and got thoroughly drunk. They had waited for a long time, planned for a long time, and finally waited for this day. The younger brothers had their love lives healed, but the 2 older ones were always worried about this ticking bomb. Fortunately, with Gu Chi's help, things went much smoother. Plus, the opposing side had indeed done many shady deeds, making this outcome the most appropriate. From now on, the 2 silly younger brothers could live their lives without any reservations. Lin Su's graduation ceremony was an enormous event for both the Lin and Gu families. Although Gu Jinji didn't pay too much attention to her own graduation day, her husband's graduation ceremony was entirely different. Not only did Gu Jinji take leave herself, but she also dragged Su Zhou over to witness the occasion. All their relatives and friends were invited. Su Zhou still hasn't married even now, though his mother has urged him for several years. Su Zhou had thought of simply finding a suitable partner to get married with. This was what he used to think about. His peers around him all thought the same way. The stability of a business marriage far outweighed true love. But every time he talked about this with Gu Jinji, this guy would mock his thoughts, saying that if it weren't for knowing each other since childhood, he wouldn't want to be friends with such a scoundrel like him. A person who was completely consumed by romance could ruin the lives of everyone around them. As time passed, Su Zhou stopped criticizing his childhood friend's naivety because he himself had been influenced. Even if he didn't get married, it would still be better than marrying someone he didn't like. It wasn't fair to either party. As usual, Lin Su was assigned the task of giving a speech. His speeches could practically be summarized and reused. But Lin Su wasn't lazy. Every time he rewrote a new one, and each piece was well structured. Gu Jinji sat expectantly under the stage, propping her cheek as she looked at her husband. He was dressed casually today, looking very youthful, just like a few years ago. Do you remember the first time I heard Su give a speech? It was during his high school graduation and coming-of-age ceremony, Gu Jinji recalled happily. Now, they've already graduated from university. It felt like all those brilliant years of Lin Su's belonged to her. How super happy was that? Su Zhou listened helplessly to their love story, feeling like his ears might form calluses from hearing it repeatedly. Sometimes, he also yearned to meet his own true love, unusually thinking that being simple and pure like them would be great. Moreover, after a few years, his worries seemed baseless. Lin Su hadn't been seduced by the young boys and girls on campus. Instead, his lifestyle was healthier and more old-fashioned than hers. Every day, besides academics, he spent time at home with Gu Jinji, as if he never got tired of her. Even more terrifying was her childhood friend, originally the one who loved novelty and excitement, now settling down. The key was that his eyes were particularly funny. He liked his partner more and more, clearly defying hormonal laws. Among the audience, not only were they discussing Lin Su, but the surrounding graduates or non-graduates there for fun were mostly talking about him too. This senior is really incredible, and he's so handsome, isn't he? He's falling in love. I really want a boyfriend who's a scholar genius. Wake up, he's already married, at 22. Damn. So fast, heartbroken. Why do the excellent people like to marry young? His wife must be so beautiful. Not necessarily. I've seen many excellent men who marry young whose wives aren't exceptionally good-looking. But they are indeed quite remarkable in terms of academic qualifications and temperament. It's said that Senior's family is also very wealthy. I don't know if that's true. Regardless, I can't imagine anyone worthy of him, someone who could make him wholeheartedly devoted. If there is, it can only be someone who saved his life. Upon hearing these immature comments from the girls, Su Zhou raised his eyebrows. He thought they guessed correctly. Then seeing Gu Jinji crazily taking photos, he rolled his eyes unconsciously, not knowing that others might think she was some kind of weirdo. If it weren't too noisy, I'd record the entire thing. Gu Jinji sounded disappointed. Why record? At home, your husband could read it to you, Su Zhou teased her. Gu Jinji thought about it and found it reasonable. But as she watched Lin Su about to leave the stage, she sighed regretfully and touched her stomach after finishing 2 large bowls of rice. If only I could conceive, then our baby's early education wouldn't need to worry about anything. Such a waste, so unfortunate. What a pity that their household had such a big scholar who couldn't be utilized properly. Wasn't it wasteful to lecture to him? Su Zhou just drank water due to thirst, but now he almost choked and coughed violently. Damn, don't be so blunt. Was their couple normally this wild when joking around? In response to this, Lin Su remarked that he had already gotten used to it and could even occasionally join in. After the dean placed the tassel for each graduate, Lin Su passed on the torch, and thus the ceremony was nearly over. Once Lin Su descended from the stage, he saw Ji waving at him, and then she came running over with a beaming face. Are you feeling a little hot? It had been quite sunny today. Lin Su took out a wet wipe that he carried with him to help Gu Jinji clean her sweat. Su, read today's speech again when we get home, for our baby, Gu Jinji said, staring into his eyes. Lin Su's heart jolted momentarily as he massaged her belly and calmly asked, did our baby eat quite a bit today? Upon hearing his tender voice, Gu Jinji momentarily forgot whether he was referring to their non-existent baby or herself. 2 big bowls, Gu Jinji showed 2 fingers. That might be a bit too much. Spare the baby, no more hypnosis, Lin Su smiled politely. So you are laughing because I fell asleep while reading books with you last time, aren't you? Realizing this, Gu Jinji gave him 2 punches on the chest. Subsequently, she calmed down, slightly tilting her head with starry eyes. Su, happy graduation. Lin Su, rarely moved by emotions, pinched her cheeks and nodded, thank you. Oh wow. We can go on our honeymoon now. Gu Jinji whistled a moment later, clearly very excited. This schedule had been arranged long ago, and she had been waiting for this. She had taken leave for this period. Before meeting Lin Su, Gu Jinji's great summer hobby was to go find an island to tan her skin. Later, with a shift in life focus and an engagement, she hadn't done this for years. She thought perhaps Su didn't favor darker skin tones. Until last time, when flipping through photo albums and spotting some pictures of him with darker skin, she tentatively showed them to Lin Su. However, she noticed that Lin Su's gaze seemed altered. If there were eye contact sensors, they would surely have locked onto some spicy areas. Seeing Lin Su's restrained but profound look, Gu Jinji felt a tingling sensation as if already being touched, and her legs went limp. Very, smooth, sexy, super sexy, Lin Su offered, blushing slightly while genuinely expressing his thoughts. It appeared smoother than chocolate, and its texture should feel wonderful. Nonetheless, in his mind, Ji always seemed sexy even when quiet. When speaking, she became an adorable treasure. Quite embarrassing, now Lin Su's brain was not only filled with academic aspirations but gradually contained some adult content, though his appearance still looked pure. So, what was originally a problem between two people, Gu Jinji often just felt herself was being a flirt. Tickets and hotels have already been booked. Lin Su also looked forward to their honeymoon, especially fantasizing about Ji with darker skin tone, often shyly imagining the feel around the waist. Perhaps he wouldn't resist hugging and kissing her continuously while she slept. This was his favorite graduation gift. That year, Lin Su was 22, and Gu Jinji was 28, yet both were still young, childish like children, with their minds full of inappropriate thoughts. In this aspect, Lin Su truly couldn't bring Gu Jinji further growth since he had fallen into it himself. Chapter 82. The sun slowly set, casting a beautiful afterglow over the island, making the sea appear exceptionally gentle. They all seemed to be gazing at something. On a private beach, there were only two elongated silhouettes chasing each other tirelessly, occasionally accompanied by hearty or helpless laughter. Lin Su looked at the figure always ahead of him and knew that Ji deliberately didn't let him catch up, so he stopped with a smile. It was amusing how even he had become childish, having followed her along the beach under her guidance. But as the sunset cast its glow, the young man with dark skin, bare-chested and wearing only a pair of beach shorts, waved at him while smiling. His smooth skin shone beautifully in the twilight. Occasionally turning his head sideways, the lines of his neck and shoulders exuded an allure. Confused, he glanced at Lin Su and called out, "Aksu," using his eyes to ask why he had stopped chasing. Lin Su's heart quivered uncontrollably, entranced, unable to look away. Earlier, he had desperately wanted to catch Gu Jinji, intending to embrace and kiss her many times. Unfortunately, Ji was too energetic, far exceeding that of an average adult male. When she was happy, she completely lost track of how fast she ran, so Lin Su couldn't catch up, enduring pain with pleasure. "I'll take a short rest first and take some pictures of you." Lin Su replied a bit louder to give himself an excuse, slightly embarrassed because he had grown tired from running for nearly half an hour, yet Ji remained spiritedly enthusiastic. Gu Jinji finally stopped, lifting her toes high, looking at Lin Su for quite a while before frowning unhappily, questioning why now was the time to take photos. In order to highlight her darker skin with more charm, Gu Jinji specially sought out her most trusted hairstylist before coming to the island. Her silver-dyed hair and styled look now resembled that of a mere prince often seen near the seaside, fit and graceful. Her furrowed brow added to her adorably clumsy yet enchanting allure. "Lin Su, no resting. Chase me one more time," Gu Jinji shouted unhappily, calling him by his full name while mentally grumbling about this stubborn guy. With no choice but to comply, Lin Su mustered his strength and jogged toward her again. He was dressed conservatively, wearing sleeves and shorts alike. Although slightly tan due to their stay by the sea, it wasn't as deliberate as Gu Jinji's self-beautifying tan, which was still quite subtle, preserving a healthy white complexion. His face remained strikingly handsome without any need for grooming, naturally stunning since morning. As Gu Jinji saw Lin Su's face drawing nearer, fondness bubbled within her heart. This time, after teasingly darting a few steps, she allowed Lin Su to catch and pin her down. Despite retaining her liveliness, when she tilted her head back, she exuded an air of coquettish vulnerability, successfully feigning submissiveness convincingly. Wet and cool sand clung around Gu Jinji's head where her palms supported it, while grain stuck lightly to her neck. Lin Su could no longer restrain himself, he pinned her shoulders and kissed her fervently, met with an equally passionate kiss in return. "Isn't it elastic?" Smooth and pleasant to touch, Gu Jinji boldly guided her husband's hand to her waist. Since achieving her perfect tan, her daily delight became entwining Lin Su, asking him to caress her while sharing his impressions. She meticulously avoided any exposure damage, ensuring her skin radiated flawless texture and luster. On the contrary, Lin Su feared injuring her delicate skin, thus carefully handling her every day despite having plenty of calluses on his hands, loving every moment of the act. After sufficient intimacy on the beach, Lin Su carried Gu Jinji towards the hotel, ready to unwind together. Primarily, they had aroused each other's desires. Since their honeymoon began, Lin Su hardly acknowledged himself behaving like this, unprofessional, constantly indulging in intimate moments inside their hotel room. Still, like being hexed, he couldn't stop himself. Struggling with a straight face while restraining his impatience, Lin Su quickened his steps back. Gu Jinji leisurely leaned against his shoulder, scrolling through social media during the ride, not worrying as she already checked in alongside her hubby publicly beforehand. Previously, she posted a cool selfie that received a thumbs up from Su Zhou. The person privately messaged her, "Did your honeymoon really go to an island? With this new skin tone, can Lin Su handle it?" After all, Lin Su appeared to be very proper, so when he initially learned about his buddy's eccentric preferences, he thought Gu Jinji was simply outdated. Gu Jinji ignored him previously because she had been preoccupied but now loftily responded in between seconds. "My husband thinks I'm super sexy. Congratulations on a long life together. Goodbye. Lin Su was such a hypocrite, seemingly overly praising Gu Jinji. Su Zhou resolved never to believe this nonsense again, determined to consume copious amounts of dog food jealousy. They returned to the hotel right on time. Gu Jinji efficiently powered off her phone, knowing no one should distract them during this critical moment. Skillfully, they both showered quickly first. Amidst kisses and cuddling, Gu Jinji devised a plan and proposed heading into the bathtub. This hotel was carefully selected by the couple, mainly by Gu Jinji. To Lin Su, it felt as if a bed would suffice anywhere. Gu Jinji immediately took a liking to this hotel suite, because it cleverly housed an extra-large bathtub in the west-facing corner space. Here, they could leisurely enjoy the beautiful sunset while bathing, making for an incredibly strong sense of happiness. Right now, they could do something else too. This semi-private feeling was super exciting, and the sunset was especially beautiful. After an unknown period of time had passed, Gu Jinji began to feel tired since being in the water was so comfortable that she actually fell asleep. Lin Su held her in his arms as he gazed at the night view outside the window, reminiscing in his thoughts. As his mind slowed down, Lin Su couldn't think about anything but Gu Jinji. Instinctively, he kissed her again from her nape to her spine. Afraid of disturbing Gu Jinji's sleep, he continued kissing her back and remained in the same position just now. Suddenly, perhaps Chi hadn't been sleeping deeply enough, and let out a groan. Lin Su then moved his lips away, gently patting her back to soothe her into a peaceful sleep and allowed his arm to serve as her pillow. However, the half-awake Gu Jinji seemed to have misunderstood something, thinking it had been going on too long. Subconsciously, she turned her body around, placing her thigh over Lin Su's waist, adeptly changing position. The water splashed against Lin Su's nose, heating up his mind, filling him with warmth and tingling sensations. So naturally, Lin Su embraced Gu Jinji, lightly kissing her face like the gentle caress of water waves. Time passed unmarked until Lin Su felt they had soaked long enough and worried Gu Jinji might catch a chill, intending to lift her gently away from his cheeks. But Chi opened her drowsy eyes and stared at him innocently. Were you secretly kissing me just now? Lin Su froze. They were old spouses after all, and a kiss is just a kiss, there is no such thing as a secret kiss. Still, Lin Su's behavior seemed particularly abnormal. After turning over, Gu Jinji woke up quietly, realizing it wasn't yet bedtime. She had merely closed her eyes to rest but could sense a Su kissing her for quite a while. She had never known a Su would also be able to become so obsessed with her one day. Get dressed if you've woken up, don't catch a cold. Lin Su awkwardly shifted the topic. Gu Jinji looked at him suspiciously, picked up one of Lin Su's shirts, wore it, and leaned beside him asking, Su, do you like kissing me when I'm asleep? Although Su normally kisses her, it doesn't last this long. Lin Su pursed his lips and shook his head, no. Gu Jinji became increasingly convinced that she had uncovered his secret, this man isn't supposed to be so clingy. That evening, lying on the balcony beach chair, Gu Jinji kept insisting he hold her and kiss her, which made Lin Su feel embarrassed. In the end, he still gave in after her relentless coaxing. During this process, Gu Jinji continuously laughed warmly and happily. Gazing at the starry sky, Gu Jinji felt inspired to sing for him. Lin Su listened attentively. Twinkle, twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are. Perhaps due to being tone-deaf, Gu Jinji's singing voice was exceptionally unique, like that of a child's, hesitantly pondering the next pitch, full of innocence inappropriate for her age. Perhaps her heart is genuinely innocent. Lin Su listened silently until she finished singing and then heard Gu Jinji say, I kind of liked you the moment you sang this song to me. This was an earnest disclosure, with sincere eyes reflecting beautiful memories. Lin Su unconsciously recalled their pasts, smiling faintly. But thinking about Chi-Chi's previous singing, he believed that Chi-Chi's infatuation made sense as well, given that though he may not have been an exceptional singer, the notes were mostly accurate. Su, I feel my life has always been smooth sailing, extraordinarily lucky. Gu Jinji laid in his arms, her gaze softening as she sighed. She thought there was no one in the world more blessed than her. Born into a good family, harmonious family relationships. When discovering she was gay, there was only a fleeting confusion, but her first love was a great guy, someone she admired and who cherished her very much. Ever since they came together, Gu Jinji realized she hadn't identified as an uninformed second-generation heir for a long time. In front of Lin Su, she often didn't feel her own flaws, she received nothing but praise and encouragement at all times. While family loved her, they certainly wouldn't be this inclusive or indulgent. Even at 28, she had experienced few significant setbacks and frequently failed to comprehend the troubles of peers. It will continue to be smooth. Lin Su planted a light kiss on her eyelids, confident any issues could be resolved. He was infinitely grateful for initially having interfered in her life, pushing through initial reluctance, now utterly unable to let go. Lin Su believed he was actually even luckier to possess such a wonderful Chi-Chi. The stars above twinkled dazzlingly, as if celebrating them together. The end.